In a world where animals had transformed into mutated monsters, humanity had evolved in response, gaining the ability to control these creatures. The aspiration of many was to become a powerful monster trainer. Among them was Gong, a young man who shared that same dream, coupled with a unique and broken ability known as the Monster Pet Evolution System. This system granted him knowledge of every monster's weaknesses, giving him an unprecedented edge. Now it was time for him to take charge and tame monsters of his own. 3 years ago, the living beings of Earth underwent a sudden and unprecedented change. Out of nowhere, animals and plants evolved into new, extraordinary forms. Some developed elemental attributes, others gained heightened physical abilities, and some even grew to gigantic sizes. Humans, however, remained unchanged and struggled to keep pace with these new threats. To prevent global extinction and maintain balance, nature gave humans a special gift, the ability to awaken powers that allowed them to control the very monsters threatening their existence. Those who possessed this power could command even the most dangerous creatures, provided they met certain requirements. People with this ability came to be known as Imperial Ambassadors. In Class 3 of Chang'an 3rd Senior High School, the head teacher, Morang Chui, addressed her students about this very phenomenon. She explained how the awakening of this power had ushered humanity into a new era. She also warned her students that all the information she shared would appear on an upcoming test. Morang Chui then mentioned a monster trainer exam scheduled for the following day, inviting any interested students to attend with their parents. With that, she dismissed the class for the day. Among the students was Gong Pang, an 18-year-old with a singular goal to become an Imperial Ambassador. Walking home through a narrow alley, he pondered a strange issue that had been troubling him lately. Not long ago, he had begun seeing a mysterious interface, resembling a guide window from a video game. It appeared during his daily life, introducing itself as the Monster Evolution System, and urging Gong to make good use of it. Doubt filled his mind. Was this real, or merely a hallucination brought on by stress? His thoughts were interrupted as he entered his apartment building and climbed the stairs. There on the landing he came face to face with a giant spider. Its sheer size and detail left no room for doubt. This was real. Gang recalled that the creature was a pet raised by an old lady named Grandin, who lived in the building. According to Miss Morang, they were usually gentle. Yet, without warning, the spider attacked. Gang dodged and fled up the stairs, narrowly avoiding a web that shot past him. Panic surged through him, but he remembered the system window mentioning the spider's weakness, fire. Thinking quickly, he pulled a lighter from his pocket and flung it at the creature. The flame slowed it for a brief moment, but it was not enough to stop a giant spider. As the pursuit continued, Gang realized the spider was somehow angry with him, though he couldn't understand why. Still, he remained confident that if he could reach his apartment, he would be safe. He called out desperately to Big Purple, whoever or whatever that might be. At that precise moment, as the spider leapt toward him, a massive purple tentacle burst from his apartment door, slamming it open. Standing tall, the creature revealed itself, not a tentacle, but a gigantic centipede-like monster. Its presence terrified the spider, giving Gang the confidence he needed. Looking down at his attacker, he calmly asked if it still wanted to play, as the massive centipede loomed behind him, ready to defend him. The spider, terrified of the massive purple creature standing behind Gang, quickly scurried away. One couldn't blame it. Big Purple was intimidating, but as soon as the spider disappeared, the once formidable centipede underwent a transformation. Its massive, terrifying form shrank into a chibi version of itself. Gang blinked, stunned. He had to admit it, this tiny, adorable version of Big Purple was completely endearing. The threat had been neutralized, and Gong finally had a moment to interact with his companion. Big Purple, or Doi as Gong called him, communicated telepathically, a gift born from the recent evolution of both animals and humankind. Once a monster bonded with a person, they could speak to each other without words. And what did Doi say? The same thing every pet seemed to say: he was hungry. Though moments ago Doi had been terrifying, in this chibi form, he was utterly harmless. This was his non-combat form. Every monster had two forms: a combat form, designed for fighting, and a non-combat form, which reduced their size and energy consumption. This allowed them to conserve energy for battles, or even heal minor injuries over time. Delighted, Gang showered Doi with affection, patting his head and promising him a delicious meal. Doi, obedient and eager, moved to his designated cabinet as Gang stepped into the kitchen. Here, Gang's culinary skills would shine. He poured every ounce of talent into preparing an elaborate, mouth-watering meal. The food looked so tempting that even the centipede in his chibi form stared at it with hearts in his eyes. Doi struggled to eat slowly enough to avoid choking, but his enthusiasm was endearing. After the meal, Gong glanced at his status window, the Monster Pet Evolution System. A particular detail froze him in place. According to the system, Doi could be promoted from a normal quality monster to an elite quality one. In this new world, monsters were ranked by potential ordinary, elite, and perfect. If Doi could evolve to elite quality, perhaps he could one day reach perfect quality, breaking through the legendary barrier and potentially becoming a leader among monsters. Eager to seize this opportunity, Gang examined the promotion requirements. 3 core items were necessary to initiate the process. 2 Yin Sheng Zheng grass and thunderwood were relatively easy to acquire with some money. The third, a thunder crystal core, was a far greater challenge. These cores were created from the remains of fallen monsters and were exceedingly rare. Even ordinary cores were extremely expensive, and a thunder core could easily cost 10 credits or more. To put this into perspective, each credit in the unified global currency system was worth 10,000 affiliate coins. When Gang's parents had passed away in an accident, he had received 20 credits as compensation. He had lived frugally ever since, spending only 9, leaving him with 11 credits to his name. While this meant he could afford the Thunder Crystal Core, doing so would leave him nearly penniless. A sudden realization struck him. If the monster pet evolution system was truly accurate, and it had been so far, he could use it to become a top-tier monster trainer. With access to such detailed knowledge, he could master monster promotion, a mystery that had baffled trainers for years, and earn unimaginable wealth. Remembering head teacher Morang's warning about the upcoming monster trainer exam, Gang acted quickly. He logged into the school website and registered as an examinee with just minutes to spare. The next morning, Gang, accompanied by Doi, knocked on the door of his neighbor's apartment. After a moment, Tang, a woman friendly with Gang due to their living arrangement, answered, smiling. She asked what he needed so early in the morning. Gang explained that he was taking the monster trainer exam and requested that she look after Doi for a few days in his absence. Tang, cheerful and cooperative, readily agreed. Gang thanked her sincerely, promising a dinner treat upon his return. He then rushed out of the building, confident that he could focus on the exam with peace of mind. However, as soon as Gang left, Tang's demeanor changed. Her friendly smile vanished, replaced with a condescending glare. She stared down at Doi, venom in her voice, questioning how Gang could end up with such a pathetic little bug of a monster. Angered by her words, Doi leapt forward to attack, but Tang, prepared and calm, reverted to her earlier gentle manner, soothing him with a few reassuring pets. Later, Tang picked up her phone and dialed a number. As soon as the line connected, she reported to an elderly man named Sav. She informed him that Gang Pang had become the master of a monster, an ordinary quality, purple-backed, yellow-clawed centipede. Even saying it out loud was a mouthful. Without missing a beat, the old man on the line reacted even more dramatically than Tang had earlier. He complained about the low potential of such a creature and instructed her to speak to Gang about the matter. In response, Tang revealed a crucial truth. Gang was just like his grandfather, the old man himself. Despite appearing indifferent to many things, Gang was stubborn when it came to something he treasured. The centipede, a gift from his late parents, was certainly one of those treasures. Shifting the topic, Tang questioned whether the old man's work was still unfinished. In her opinion, all those who were disobedient should simply be eliminated and replaced with loyal workers. There was no shortage of such replacements, she reasoned. Brushing off her own thoughts as mere speculation, she reassured the old man that Gang would be safe as long as she was around. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office befitting a CEO, the intimidating old man hung up the phone. He turned to his assistant, ordering her to relay certain instructions to the laboratories. After she left, he gazed at a photograph of himself and his grandson when Gang was still a child. Smiling at the memory, he made a silent promise within a year. Everything that kept him away would be resolved, and he would finally return to his beloved grandson. After that, no one would ever be able to harm him. Back in Chang'an City, at the monster division, Gang found himself among thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of hopeful monster trainers. Almost everyone around him seemed eager to take the exam. Suddenly, he heard his name being called. Turning, he was surprised to see his friend Li Zigong, accompanied by Zigong's sister Li Honggu and their mother, Zhang Hong. They were here for the exams as well. Curious, they asked Gang if he was here only to observe. His answer shocked them. He planned to take the exam himself. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Miss Hong encouraged him, saying that ambition was admirable and that he could become Chang'an's youngest monster trainer. Before they could continue, a spoiled young man approached. Speaking condescendingly, he questioned whether they were even fit to participate. Zigong bristled with anger, but Gong merely mocked him, causing the arrogant youth to turn and storm away. Zigong Hong explained that the man was Wang Shu, heir to the Wang Group, who had already failed this exam 4 times. His behavior was nothing more than jealousy and wounded pride. The entrance doors then opened, revealing a suited man with an eye patch. Fang Shu, the chief examiner of Chang'an's Monster Trainers Division. Inside the grand hall, the examinees took their seats as Fang Shu began the test. Speaking into a microphone, he explained that the exam had 2 stages, a written test and a physical test, the latter requiring martial arts combat skills. The written test would appear on a large screen behind him. 3 videos would play, each showing a monster for a brief time. The examinee's task was to identify each creature by its appearance alone, and record everything they knew about it. With that, the examination began. The first video displayed a large aquatic monster swimming in the ocean. Before anyone could fully analyze it, the clip ended. Fang Shu announced that the students had 30 minutes to complete their answers. Chaos erupted as most examiners struggled with the difficulty of the task. Annoyed, Fang Shu warned that any further noise would result in immediate expulsion. Among the crowd, Wang Shu maintained a smug smile. Despite the test being exceptionally difficult, he had obtained the questions in advance, a clear display of corruption. However, his confidence faltered when he noticed Gong Pang, the very boy who had mocked him earlier, smiling and exuding confidence. For Gong, this test was straightforward. With the monster pet evolution system and his own subconscious knowledge working together, he could see everything about each monster, its name, preferences, diet, and even weaknesses. Calmly, he recorded his observations, starting with the storm dolphin, then the mighty gorilla, and finally the S-mantis. As the time limit approached, Gang's pen moved swiftly across the page, completing the written portion with ease. Fang Shu called for the collection of their papers. Gang Pang, fully confident, knew he had aced the written test. After all, he had the entire encyclopedia of monsters at his disposal through the system. An hour later, all exams had been graded and the results tallied. From his position on the stage, Fang Shu began announcing the names of the examinees who had passed the first stage. Name after name was called, including Zhang Hong and Wang Shu. Slowly, Gang's confidence wavered. He hadn't heard his own name yet. Finally, the list seemed complete. Wang Shu immediately mocked him, assuming that Gang had failed, but Fang Shu spoke again, asking, "Who is Gang Pang?" The entire room fell silent. Smiling, Fang Shu congratulated Gang on achieving a perfect score. The hall erupted into a mixture of envy, awe, and surprise. Gang turned his attention to Wang Shu, locking eyes with him. With a calm tone, he reintroduced himself and apologized for surpassing him, leaving the spoiled heir speechless. With the first stage complete, the thousands of examinees had now been narrowed down to a select few. Fang Shu led them to the location of the second stage, a massive circular arena, large enough to fit several houses within its walls. At the center, the examinees gathered as Fang Shu explained the task. Around the edges of the arena were monsters provided by the association. The task would last an entire week. They were to evolve the monsters assigned to them, increasing their rank within the time limit. The association would supply all necessary materials, but failure to improve the monster's quality would incur a severe penalty. The examinee would have to pay the full market price of the resources used. Overuse of materials would also count as failure. With a clap of his hands, Fang Shu summoned another official from the Chang'an Monster Division. The man carried a red-brown box containing rune cards, which the examinees would draw at random to determine their assigned monsters. In theory, this ensured fairness, but in practice, schemes and sabotage were common. When it was Gang's turn, a plan to undermine him became apparent. Wang Shu smirked from behind, while Len carried out a subtle sabotage, using a tiny invisible chameleon under his control. Len pushed a specific rune card into Gang's hand as he drew from the box. A faint smug grin curved Len's lips. Gong, however, remained undeterred. He and Zhang Hong would be sharing their room assignments. Following the announcement, they proceeded to their designated rooms as Fang Shu officially declared the physical exam underway. Outside room number 10, Gang met X1, a sincere man in charge of the room. X1 assured him that anything he needed during the exam would be provided. Swiping his room card, Gang entered and was immediately struck silent. Inside the cage was a beast engulfed in a shadowy aura of fear and anger, a red river ape. Viewing the creature's status window, Gang was shocked. The ape's condition was pitiful. Turning to XYN, he asked what had happened. XYN explained uneasily that the ape had been experimented on and abused so severely that waste and conflicting energy had accumulated in its body. According to the association's instructions, this was the only monster available for the exam. But in truth, plenty of other monsters existed. The ape had been deliberately selected as part of a scheme to sabotage Gang orchestrated to satisfy complaints from the Wang family. Despite the grim situation, XY assured Gang that arrangements could be made for the ape to take the physical exam next year, carrying over his written results. But Gang, undeterred by the challenge, was determined to succeed with this monster, no matter how difficult the task. Approaching the cage, he took in the state of the Red River ape, feeling a mixture of disgust and resolve. People, he realized, could be crueler than any monster. The Red River ape began howling in a mix of rage and fear, traumatized once again by its past abuse. To its surprise, Gang Pang simply reached through the cage bars and gently petted its head, smiling reassuringly. Calmly, he promised the ape that he would help it evolve. Eager to begin, Gang opened the ape's status window to review its promotion requirements. What he saw shocked him. Before him were not one but two promotion paths. One would result in a standard evolution, but the other was far darker, a path he had never even imagined possible for this creature. The normal evolution path required far too many resources to stay within the exam's limits. Considering the constraints, Gang's only viable option was to attempt the ultimate evolution and take a significant risk. According to the system, the dark lesions on the ape could be advanced to absorb yin energy, giving it a chance to evolve into an entirely new species, even from its lowest quality state. Studying the process in detail, Gang saw the steps required. The ape must consume a black candle herb in half portions with each of 3 meals per day for 3 days. Afterward, it needed to eat an elite-level undead monster crystal core. Finally, 8 units of luminous powder had to be mixed into sulfuric acid water in pairs, along with either 1 skeleton mushroom or 2 grass knots. When Gang handed the list to XYN, the man could only stare in disbelief. Every item was highly toxic. Was Gang attempting to train the ape, or kill it? Gang simply smiled and told him to have faith. After all, a strong disease required a strong cure, didn't it? 3 days later, several examinees had already failed and been removed from the facility. Some had made catastrophic mistakes, while others had simply been outclassed. Meanwhile, Gang and the Red River ape were thriving. The black candle herb had healed the ape's external wounds almost completely and elevated its spirit and condition to their peak. Even the undead monster core had begun to take effect. All that remained was the sulfuric acid bath. Gang held the key to the ape's cage, given to him by XYN. Unlike most association monsters, this ape's mental state was highly unpredictable, so Gang would have to release it at his own risk. After making the ape promise to behave, he unlocked the cage. The ape barreled out, rushing straight at him, but instead of attacking, it leapt onto Gang and hugged him. Patting the beast's head, Gang instructed it to follow as he led it to the bathroom. Inside, he revealed the vat of toxic sludge he had prepared for the bath, a substance so caustic it could vaporize anything that touched it. The ape, cautious yet curious, tested it by dropping a hair into the bath. The hair disintegrated instantly. Shocked, the ape begged Gang not to put it in. Gang, impressed by its intelligence, gently placed a hand on its head and reassured it that this was for its own good. Determined to make Gang proud, the ape stepped into the bath with resolve. Immediately, a miniature storm of smoke and darkness engulfed the room. The facility's fire alarm was triggered by the abnormally high smoke levels. Security teams rushed toward room 10, fire extinguishers in hand, while some examinees, including Wang Shu, eagerly followed, anticipating disaster for Gang. When the security team kicked open the door, they found no fire, only an immense cloud of black smoke. Emerging from the haze, Gang turned to see them and addressed XYN at the front. He apologized for the disruption, explaining that he had become completely absorbed in his task and hadn't even realized the alarm had gone off. Despite the chaos, he remained unharmed, a testament to his focus and the unusual bond he shared with the ape. Joan informed the others over his radio that room 10 was clear and asked them to dismiss the false alarm. The examinees who had followed the security team finally caught up and peered in from the doorway, observing Gang Pang. They whispered among themselves, concluding that the boy was simply too young and inexperienced. He had probably caused the alarm by accident. Wang Shu was delighted by this assumption, confident that Gang's experiment had failed, but to their shock, a massive, ghastly skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the vat of toxic materials, gripping the corner of the tub. It pulled forth the head and body of a brand new monster. The creature that emerged was unlike anything anyone had ever seen. A giant skeletal ape surrounded by a purple flame, its eye sockets and skull emitting darker, more intense flames. Susanna Monkey, Gang read aloud from the system notifications. The evolution was complete. The Red River ape had transformed into an elite-quality battle-bone dead ape. From that moment, Gang's suspicions were confirmed. As long as he had the proper materials, he could promote almost any monster at his discretion. He quickly began examining the ape's new form. Its larger body, metallic-like bones, and rock-solid aura made it an incredible specimen. Observers at the doorway shared his amazement. Lane was practically drooling, declaring that this was a previously unseen type of monster. Its status as a rare undead only made it more valuable. Fang Shu, however, regarded Gang Pang with a proud smile. While the monster's form was remarkable, it was even more impressive that the young trainer had achieved it. Realizing that the examiner was present, Gang quickly explained that he had completed the task assigned for the physical exam. Fang Shu's smile widened at the boy's enthusiasm and declared that Gang was proving himself worthy of being the first-ranked examinee. Suddenly the ape tugged at Gang's shirt, looking up at him with its new towering frame. Gong patted its finger and spoke to it reassuringly. Meanwhile, Legion schemed as usual, plotting to take the promoted monster for himself. Monsters evolved in the exam were usually given to association employees as rewards, but this one was far too rare and powerful to pass up. Before he could hatch a plan, Fang Shu intervened. Observing the bond between Gang and the ape, he recognized that the monster had grown dependent on Gang over the past few days, forming a connection that could not be ignored. Taking all factors into account, Fang Shu extended his hand toward Gang and declared that the ape would be given to him. Ziyan and Li Jin were flabbergasted. Such a decision had never occurred before. Gang, on the other hand, was left speechless. Managing only a quiet, "me." Fang Shu explained that the evolved ape was a completely new and unrecorded species. Its stats were unknown, but the evolution was successful. It was not a loss for Gang to receive it. Gang took a closer look at the ape's status window. Already at level 11, the ape, now elite quality, could be promoted to epic class once it reached level 20. Its appearance alone made it seem like an epic class creature. The trainer smiled, marveling at the success of Susanna Monkey. Joan approached from behind and encouraged Gang to accept the ape. It clearly wanted to stay with him. However, not everyone agreed. Lejin objected, citing association rules that such monsters should be reserved for employees. He also mentioned that the Red River ape had already undergone 6 prior experiments, implying its promotion might be suspect. Wang Shu quickly chimed in, arguing that the monster should have been eliminated long ago, making it impossible for someone as young as Gang to have caused its evolution. Legion tried to formulate a proper argument, but Wang Shu interrupted furiously, insisting that Gang Pang must have cheated. Fang Shu addressed the room, calmly asking how anyone could possibly achieve such a feat in the controlled setting of the exam, considering the task set before them. Realizing Wang Shu's blunder, Li Jin attempted to salvage their argument by claiming that the difficulty of promoting the Red River ape far exceeded the level expected for the exam. He suggested that Gang Pang had merely gotten lucky due to prior experience. Fang Shu, unimpressed, saw right through the flimsy excuse. He turned to Lei Jin, asking if he was seriously proposing to penalize Gang for simply demonstrating skills superior to the test. Flustered, Lei Jin scrambled for more excuses, but Fang Shu wasn't interested. Instead, he turned to Gang and encouraged the boy to go ahead and showcase his abilities as a monster trainer, effectively shutting down the opposition. Confident with Fang Shu's support and his own knowledge, Gang proceeded to mock both Lei Jin and Wang Shu. He explained exactly why the Red River ape had been brought to such a pitiful condition. Experiments had forced yin energy onto it, which happened to be its natural weakness. Neither Lei Jin nor Wang Shu had known this, so they could no longer claim superiority. Gang then detailed the innovative method he had used to promote the ape. Impressed, Fang Shu approached Gang and granted him an intermediate monster trainer certification, rather than a beginner one. However, Gang would need to travel to the Yang'an headquarters to receive it, as it was beyond Fang Shu's authority. Fang Shu then addressed Wang Shu and Lei Jin directly, revealing that he had known about their cheating and backhanded methods all along. With X-Wine ready to testify against them, they had no escape. Wang Shu was banned from taking the exam for 3 years, and Lei Jin was fired, never to work in the field again. Cheers erupted from the other examinees, who were glad to see justice served. Following the commotion, Fang Shu invited Gang to his office for a cup of tea. He apologized for the chaotic day and gave the boy a small favor in line with the president's instructions. At the Yang'an headquarters, Gang received his intermediate monster trainer certificate, with the Red River ape, now officially named Dumby, at his side. Dumby was the undead ape that had evolved under his care, giving Gang both a companion and a name to call it by. Reviewing the certification booklet on the bus ride home, Gang noticed an added bonus: having a certificate would grant him 3 full points on his college entrance exams. The monster trainer exam had provided him with an elite quality monster, a profitable reward, and even an identity token. He couldn't help but be impressed with the efficiency of the association. Normally, an organization of this scale would be far more bureaucratic and difficult to navigate. Fang Shu also had another request. He wanted Gang Pang to represent Shangan City in the World Monster Trainers competition. The city had a worryingly low number of competent trainers, and they had never ranked notably in the tournament. With Gang's potential, however, Fang Shu was confident he could make waves. Initially hesitant, Gang worried about jumping straight into a global tournament after just becoming a trainer. Fang Shu, knowingly or by luck, mentioned offhandedly that even ranking in the tournament's top 10 would earn a reward of 10,000 credits. An enticing sum, that was all Gang needed to hear. He eagerly accepted, ready to take on the challenge, reminding himself, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Back on the bus, Gang began second-guessing whether participating in the tournament was truly worth it. A curious passenger approached Dumby, reaching out to touch the undead ape's bones. In response, Dumby effortlessly wrapped the man in a cocoon of string-like threads, leaving everyone else on the bus watching in awe. Turning to his companion, Gang petted Dumby and spoke gently. "This is all I can do to support you." He knew that with Dumby and Doi to feed and care for, it was his responsibility to provide for them. Despite the chaos, both monsters remained calm under his guidance, a testament to the bond they had formed and the trust they shared. Later, Georgia and Dumby were walking home after getting off at their station. As they moved along, Dumby suddenly shoved GA off the street and turned to face what he sensed as a threat. GA got up, walking back toward the ape, and thanked him for worrying, assuring Dumby that there was no danger. After all, the one Dumby had sensed was just another member of their little family, Dazzy. Except, Dazzy was very different now. Extremely different. Looking at the centipede, Georgia could only feel horror at the sight of the extremely fattened worm crawling toward him. What on earth had Tang Tang done to him? From the direction Dazzy had come, Tang Tang appeared, walking toward GA. As soon as she saw him, she told him that Dazzy and she had come to pick him up. When GA asked about Dazzy's state, she explained casually that she had simply made him healthy and strong by feeding him plenty of good food. After all, he had been far too skinny before. This, she explained, was the so-called feeder method. Terrifying. Gay glanced at Dazzy's status window. The words "extremely overnourished" stared back at him. There was no way this could be considered healthy. Tang Tang, ignoring his shock, asked how his exam had gone. Gay gave her a brief summary. Tang Tang was most surprised by the fact that he had jumped straight to an intermediate trainer from the start. Smiling warmly, she told him his growth rate had truly impressed her. She then decided it was time for a talk. Looking GA in the eyes, she asked if he knew why monster trainers held such high status. It was because, no matter how strong or weak their monsters, the creatures themselves were still monstrous. GA just blinked, barely processing the abstract reasoning. Skipping the rest of the conversation, he returned to his apartment. Inside, Georgia began performing the Imperial Monster Secret technique. With this ability, all damage received by a monster trainer could be transferred to their monster instead, though the range was limited and the activation required the monster's consent. It was a formidable skill, essentially granting near invincibility against normal attacks. As a monster evolved, its defense and vitality only increased, enhancing the effectiveness of the technique. With Dazzy, it felt almost like an invisible thread connected them. Sitting on his sofa, Georgia finally completed the ritual, forming the contract. He had to admit, it was strange that Tang Tang had obtained the scroll for him so casually. She must have a remarkable background. Looking down, Georgia saw Dazzy still in his extremely obese state. When he tried to speak to the centipede, Dazzy simply talked back. GA then had Dumby bring a mirror and placed it in front of Dazzy, forcing the centipede to confront his own reflection. The sight worked immediately. Dazzy was petrified by his appearance and collapsed on the floor, depressed. Feeling responsible, Georgia told Dazzy not to dwell on himself. Instead, he encouraged him to exercise and lose the extra weight. If Dazzy succeeded, Georgia promised to give him a quality upgrade and a promotion similar to what Dumby had received. In his mind, Georgia pictured Dazzy in his upgraded form, complete with wings, but there was no way that would happen until the weight was gone. The next day, Georgia joined Tang Tang as they headed to her company. Proud of his new monster trainer certification, Tang Tang had offered him a job there, which he was more than happy to accept. On the way, Tang Tang explained her previous business endeavors, failures all, but GA was amazed by her current company. Not only was it in the center of downtown with notoriously high rent, but it was also a luxurious building. Tang Tang casually mentioned the pay GA would receive for his work. Surprisingly, it was much higher than the market rate for trainer services, but she brushed it off. If it were anyone else, Georgia might have been suspicious. But Tang Tang had cared for him since he was an orphan 3 years ago. He trusted her. Moments later, they were greeted by a cute young lady named Shan Chuan Chuan, the receptionist. Tang Tang instructed her to show GA around properly before heading on ahead. Exasperated by Tang Tang's antics, but happy to be there, Georgia followed Chuan Chuan to the office. As she punched in his information, Georgia considered his rates for services. Given that his methods almost always guaranteed monster promotion, he felt the pricing was fair, though he knew he needed to earn a lot to repay Tang Tang someday. Chuan Chuan asked if he was sure about charging rates, triple the usual maximum. Before GA could answer, a man suddenly barged in, panicked, and demanded that GA cure his monster. He offered to pay 10 times the standard rate if GA could help. GA, unfazed, calmly told him that his registered triple rate was sufficient, especially for his first order. The man, desperate, presented his monster, a purple mouse with a severe injury on its side. GA examined the creature through its status window and recognized it as an elite-quality purple lightning rat. The system immediately warned him about dangerous conflicting mutations. Turning to the man, Georgia demanded to know what had caused this dangerous reaction. The man admitted to feeding the rat a blood jade mushroom to force a mutation, never expecting such a severe conflict. GA shook his head. Ignorance wasn't innocence, pal. Luckily, with the system's help, Georgia was able to formulate a cure. After gathering all the facts, Georgia realized that the rat was indeed in the process of evolving. The blood attribute from the mushroom and the rat's own lightning attribute were clashing for dominance, tearing the creature apart from the inside. Using the system's suggested method, Georgia could transform the conflict into a complementary coexistence, allowing the rat's evolution to complete successfully. Turning to Chuan Chuan, he requested 5 shadow fruits, a red maple heart, a pair of thunder gold leaves, and 1 blood bat monster crystal core. Man, they really suck at naming things in this world, he thought. Chuan Chuan rushed off to collect the materials while GA turned to Ma and reminded him of the rules for such services. All the materials would be paid for in full by the client. Ma, solely concerned with his pet's health, assured him that was no problem. Once the materials arrived, Georgia took them and the rat to the treatment room. There, he prepared a pot over the stove, and for dramatic effect held a butcher's knife over the rat. Horrified, Chuan and Ma stepped back, only for GA to plop the rat into the pot. Ma lunged forward in panic, but GA, laughing, assured him it wasn't stew or soup at all. It was a medicinal bath, and the heat from the stove would help the rat absorb the nutrients. 10 minutes later, the pot's lid exploded off as a purple blur shot out, tearing through the room. Thanks to GA's method, the conflicting mutations had harmonized, and the rat had evolved into a perfect quality lightning blood rat, a monster with dual attributes. GA informed Ma that with a little training, the rat could even become a litter-level monster. Overjoyed, Ma thanked GA profusely. Once the fees were settled, he asked to make another appointment for a different monster the next day. Unfortunately for him, Georgia had classes tomorrow, so he couldn't help. Curious, Ma asked what class he was taking, considering GA was already such an impressive monster trainer. GA calmly replied that he was a third-year high school student, then walked away. Both Chuan and Mei were left rooted in place, shivering at just how capable GA was, even as a student. Later, Tang was seen in her apartment, fiddling with a small golden crystal core of high quality. Turning to her personal monster, she instructed it to deliver the item to GA. The creature crawled across the outside wall and silently dropped the crystal core through GA's apartment window. Coincidentally, or perhaps intentionally, the core landed right in front of Dazi. Curious, Dazi crawled over and, without caution or concern for safety, chomped down on the crystal core like it was the tastiest thing he'd ever seen. Instantly, he began shivering violently in agony. Dumby watched from behind, terrified for his sibling. Meanwhile, Georgia was returning to his apartment after shopping for his monsters. With 15 pounds of cedar pine needles, he could feed Dumby for a solid month. Since Dumby had only just evolved to elite quality, Georgia planned to wait before attempting the next promotion. On the other hand, Dazi's promotion was a concern. He needed the crystal cores to promote him, which probably wouldn't be an option for a while. However, Georgia was in for a surprise. As he neared his apartment, he felt a sudden sense of distress through the telepathic link with his monsters. Panicking, he dropped the groceries and sprinted back home, slamming the door open. "Dumby," he yelled, terrified. But the ape was fine. The distress signal had been triggered by Dazi, who lay on the floor writhing in pain, drooling and foaming at the mouth. As Gay watched, a system notification popped up. Explaining the situation, Dazi was evolving after consuming a large amount of blood and flesh from the lightning Vajra centipede, along with a monster crystal core. Shocked, Georgia could only wonder where Tang had gotten such an expensive material. Sure enough, she appeared in his doorway, holding the groceries he had dropped, proving she had been watching him all along. J.A. couldn't decide if the gesture was wholesome or creepy, leaning heavily toward creepy before turning to face her. Gang was baffled, asking why on earth she would do something like that without even consulting him first. She simply replied that he wouldn't have accepted it if she had asked beforehand. After placing down his groceries and nervously scolding him for being reckless, she scurried backward and rushed into her apartment, barely managing a goodbye. With her gone, Gao turned his attention to Dazi. He firmly smacked the centipede on the head, warning him not to eat just anything he came across in the future. Then, determined to prevent Dazi from suffering like he currently was, Gao began searching for a way to speed up Dazi's evolution. Fortunately for the centipede, the system provided exactly the information he needed. After rummaging through his possessions for a while, Gao finally found it, a medium-grade purple poison flower. By grinding it into a medicinal juice and feeding it to Dazi, the evolution could be completed. It almost felt too convenient, as if the plot demanded it. Sure enough, as soon as Gao blended the flower and fed it to Dazi, the centipede evolved instantly into an elite-quality purple-backed lightning centipede. Despite the successful evolution, the now much larger Dazi collapsed onto the floor, exhausted from the ordeal he had just endured. Seeing Dazi so tired, Dumley grew concerned, but Gazi reassured him that Dazi was simply worn out and would recover soon. While Dazi rested, Gauzy fed dumbly the food he had prepared for him earlier. Later, Dazi awoke to find both his master and brother asleep on opposite sides of the couch. An idea sparked in his mind, and the centipede grabbed a blanket. Approaching the couch carefully, Tang, watching from the window, could only worry about what was coming next. Gal soon felt a blanket being draped over him, and to his surprise, Dazi wrapped himself around his master for a cuddle. The moment was so overwhelmingly cute that Gal could hardly believe it. Meanwhile, back at Chang in 3rd Senior High, the principal was in a heated argument with a government official over a pressing issue, the proposed reform of the school system. While the principal opposed putting students in harm's way, the official explained the necessity. In peacetime, people their age were considered children, but the looming war would force them to become the country's primary defensive force. Soon humanity's technology would no longer be enough to counter the vicious beasts mutating in the wilds. Unlike the monsters in the cities, these mutations were violent and battle-focused. If the system reforms were delayed, it would already be too late. Meanwhile, in class, Gao Peng found himself the center of everyone's attention. Initially confused, a friend explained that his exploits in the monster trainer exam had been reported in the newspaper, practically turning him into a celebrity. Blushing from the praise, Gao accepted the attention graciously. His friend then asked for a small favor which Gao instantly refused, either because they were really good friends, or because he simply didn't negotiate. Before the situation could escalate, head teacher Meringue appeared behind him. With a rolled-up paper in hand, she called for the students to settle down and made an important announcement. From now on, schools around the world were undergoing urgent reforms. The second year of high school and above would include a new course on monsters, and a special recruitment channel for the military would be established. Top students could be directly recruited into the military, and military coaches would arrive soon. Anyone interested in joining as a special student was to see her after class. As chaos settled among the students discussing this news, Miss Meringue asked to speak with Gao Peng privately. In the hallway, she began by congratulating him on his achievements in the monster trainer exam, noting that even the principal had praised him by name. She wanted him to represent the school as a freshman for the incoming students from 7th High. Sweating bullets, Gao declined, explaining that such a high-profile task was far beyond his comfort zone. In fact, he planned to apply as one of the special students for military training. Concerned, Miss Meringue questioned why he would choose such a dangerous path despite his exceptional grades and intermediate monster trainer certification. He could easily secure a prestigious job or enter a top academy. Clenching his fists, Gao explained that the conventional path was too slow for him. He wanted to grow stronger quickly through actual combat training, and he could take both exams simultaneously. Smiling at her determined student, Miss Meringue expressed her respect for his decision but hoped he would consider her advice. In moments like these, the presence of a caring, wholesome teacher reminded everyone just how rare such guidance was. Later that afternoon, all the special students gathered in the schoolyard to meet the military coaches. While waiting, Gao ran into his friend from earlier, Tan Changjin, and the two quickly ended up in a rather petty argument. It was still unclear whether they were truly good friends or just constantly clashing. At that moment, an armored tank rolled into the yard. A colonel, the commanding officer, stepped forward and took position behind a podium. He began by congratulating the students for having the courage to show up, but immediately followed with a harsh reality check. He told them that most of them did not have what it took to become Imperial ambassadors, and warned them of the humiliation they would face when confronted with true monsters in the wild. The students erupted with angry and offended complaints, but the colonel offered to show them firsthand. His subordinates brought forth a giant muscular white hound with glowing red eyes, a terrifying sight. Colonel Chen, taking the wolf's leash in his own hands, ordered his soldiers to set up a 10-centimeter thick 3-type armor plate for a demonstration. Once everything was ready, he crouched to the wolf's level and commanded it to attack. Before he could even finish speaking, the hound dashed toward the target at insane speed and ripped the armor plate to shreds. The students were stunned, their previous confidence shattered. From his position, Colonel Chen called out, explaining that this was the power of a trained beast, and that the monsters they would face in the future would be equal or even stronger. He then gave them a final chance to back out. Heads bowed in shame. Dozens of students walked away. Yet Colonel Chen's expression softened as he assured them that choosing to leave was not wrong. Studying was an honorable path as long as it was pursued sincerely. Among the students who remained, however, his demeanor changed. With a fierce, almost demonic smile, he warned that anyone leaving now would be counted as a deserter. Later that day, Gao Peng returned home after an exhausting first day of training under the colonel. According to him, 1,200 students would be eliminated from enrollment across the city's institutes within just a month, a staggering rate. As he looked around, Gao realized that all the cedar pine needles he had bought for Dumbly were gone. After searching the fridge thoroughly, he found only a single needle remaining. Turning to his monsters, he demanded an explanation. Dazi gleefully admitted that he had eaten them all while Gao was away. Gao scolded Dumbly gently, but the poor ape was already too ashamed to respond. Instead, Gao reminded him to speak first before eating next time. Sitting down, he reviewed the consumption rates of both his monsters. Dumbly needed 600 pounds of cedar pine needles to evolve again, and he was getting close. The faster he consumed them, the sooner they could move on to the next evolution. After evolving though, he would require even more valuable materials, a real headache in terms of both resources and money. As for Dazi, he needed 200 pounds of lightning flower fruit to reach perfect quality. It was still an expensive resource, and post-evolution, he would face the same challenge as Dumbly. Raising a family of monsters, Gao realized, was far from easy. The next day at school, Gao arrived to a worrying scene. Students were struggling to control the monsters they had brought with them. The most concerning was a giant pig, so massive that it blocked the entire entrance of the building. Struggling to control the monsters they had brought with them. The most concerning was a giant pig, so massive that it blocked the entire entrance of the building. One of the military coaches approached with his Jiarai wolf, similar to the one Colonel Chen had commanded before. Assessing the situation, the coach let out a terrifying growl and commanded the wolf to act. The wolf intimidated the pig, forcing it out of the way and clearing the entrance. The coach then calmly informed the students that the show was over and it was time to begin proper training. In the schoolyard, the first real lesson began. The coach explained that the most important aspect of being an Imperial ambassador was forming a strong bond with their beasts. Without it, no amount of skill or strategy would make the monsters obey commands. He used his own silver moon wolf as an example. By providing its favorite food, exercising with it, and spending quality time together, the bond between them had grown strong. As a result, the wolf listened to his commands willingly. The coach emphasized that developing each monster's combat abilities was equally crucial, and that nurturing the connection between trainer and beast was the foundation for survival and success. Yesterday, the students had witnessed Colonel Chen's wolf smash an armor plate with just its tail. Yet, as impressive as that feat was, it was not even the wolf's true strength. The Silver Moon wolf had become strong through months of systematic training. Similarly, another coach's wolf displayed an extraordinarily powerful bite force, demonstrating that every beast had unique abilities to be honed. The coach explained that beasts were currently classified into 5 categories: attackers, defenders, supporters, healers, and field controllers. In reality, many species specialized in multiple categories, meaning that students needed to train their monsters to be at least capable in all areas. For initial training, they could use the materials shipped to the school to train by force. Gao, however, decided to focus on Dazi's defensive capabilities first. The art of body transfer allowed the centipede to absorb damage directed at Gao, making it his most important asset at present. As he considered how to strengthen this ability, Gao remembered reading about a species called fierce fist apes. Born with low defense, these apes were trained from birth to hit tree trunks with their own bodies. Over time, they progressed to rocks and then mountains, naturally hardening their bodies and forming thick calluses, effectively creating their own armor. Inspired by this method, Gao prepared to use a similar approach with Dazi. Pulling a massive hammer from one of the resource crates, he attempted to crush the napping centipede. Naturally, Dazi took off running, forcing Gao to chase him. When he finally caught up, he nearly dislocated his arm from the hammer's weight, realizing that perhaps Dazi wasn't the only one who needed training. A week later, Gao woke to the sound of Dazi smashing down his door, demanding breakfast immediately. Stepping out, he told the centipede to calm down and began cooking. Reflecting on the past week, Gao had to admit that the training had made both him and Dazi stronger and faster. Even Dazi had grown to level 10. Still, the intense training had taken a toll on his body and his wallet. Suddenly his phone rang. Eager to help, Dumbly picked it up and held it to Gao. On the other end was Lu Senin, the general manager of Blue Shield Security Company, a name Gao had never heard before. Curious, he listened as General Lu explained that he had an opportunity that could greatly benefit Gao and asked if they could meet in person. Despite having recently passed the monster trainer exam, landed a part-time consultant role at his older sister's company, and undergoing intense training to become an Imperial ambassador, that night, he pondered the costs of feeding and evolving his monsters, and the next day he went to the Fune studio for the meeting. At the studio, Gao was greeted by Quan Quan and then introduced to Mr. Lu. Getting straight to business, Lu asked Gao to work as a monster trainer consultant for his company. Skeptical, Gao insisted they sit down and discuss terms first. He asked why they would want him when there were senior trainers in Chang'an City, not to mention other intermediate trainers. Lu, however, explained that he was looking for an up-and-coming talent like Gao, confident that his potential made him the best choice. Satisfied, Gao set his conditions. He would only work weekends, with exceptions for emergencies, and he would not sign any exclusivity contract. To his surprise, his terms were accepted almost instantly, and a contract was handed over. Gao could only wonder who owned the company to make such a generous offer without hesitation. Soon after, Quan informed Gao that Mr. Ma, who had an appointment with him, was waiting outside. Mr. Ma introduced his request. He had a level 3 plant-based beast, a flower demon which he wanted to evolve and enter into the Flower King competition in half a month. Gao was shocked that such a rare and majestic beast would be treated like a participant in a beauty pageant, but decided not to question it. May explained that this was his second beast, and he wished to provide it with the best possible life. Gao charged him the usual fee, triple the market value for such a service, and after obtaining the necessary ingredients from the store, he began the evolution process. After a short nerve-wracking wait, May and Quan returned to find that the flower demon had evolved into a regal level 4 beast, sitting confidently as if aware of its own majesty. May beamed with joy at the success. Gao Peng felt satisfied with the results, and Quan, flustered and blushing, watched the display in quiet admiration. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a young lady listened disdainfully as others around her displayed their casual attitude toward life. She, however, had a single goal in mind, and was determined to do whatever it took to find a specific person. Back at the Cheney material shop, Gao Peng arrived to pick up his usual order of 30 pounds of cedar pine needles for Dumbly. Unfortunately, the store owner informed him that a shortage had occurred due to an infestation of villain spiders, which had appeared out of nowhere in the Black Ember Forest of Chan'an City. These spiders had destroyed crops and herbs, and were even devouring other monsters in the area. Filthy insects, Gao muttered, hungrier than me on a cheat day. As he left the store, Gao thought about recent events, the collaboration between the college and the military, the security company eager to recruit him, and now this outbreak. It seemed clear that something major was about to unfold. Just then his phone rang. It was Lu Sinan, summoning Gao to the Blue Shield Security Company building. Upon arriving, Gao learned that the new spiders, designated as brutal GY spiders, were attacking multiple resource sites in large numbers. To counter this, the government had mobilized several security companies and organizations to investigate and learn their weaknesses. Lu needed Gao to assist in strengthening their Imperial Beast reserves, noting that even reinforcing a few Devil Mantis would be a great boon. Gao was led to a floor housing about 100 Devil Mantis, and asked to put his best effort into selecting and training them. As he studied the mantises, Lu and a junior colleague discussed Gao's skill level, hoping it lived up to the high praise they had heard, as they were risking a lot relying on him. Just 10 minutes later, Gao had chosen the 10 most powerful mantises and requested they be separated into a lab, along with a list of resources for each. Lu was elated, seeing clear proof that Gao was indeed as impressive as promised, perhaps even more so. A little while later, before the day had ended, Gao had perfectly evolved the mantises into leader level 4 winged jade mantises. Lu's joy confirmed that recruiting Gao had been a remarkable decision. Meanwhile, at the training grounds where the colonel's team oversaw the students, Gao praised Dazi for his latest improvements in combat ability, while keeping an eye on classmates who had already begun slacking off. At that moment, a girl named Mutant approached him. Standing tall, she complimented Gao on how well he had trained Dazi and explained her purpose. With team battles scheduled for later stages of training, she wanted to form a partnership with him, seeing him as the only student as serious as she was. To demonstrate her strength, Mutant summoned her beast, Lotus Seed, a massive seal rhino with incredible defense, and one of only 2 elite quality beasts. Despite the rhino's extreme timidity, Gao recognized its potential as a tank. With Dazi improving his offensive capabilities, the rhino would perfectly round out their formation. Seeing that Gao accepted, Mutant was ecstatic and celebrated with a monstrous handshake that rattled him to his core. Outside, security teams had arrived at the Black Ember Forest to tackle the spider infestation. Manager Lu faced off against Captain Mu, a fierce rival, and after bickering, they approved a suppression shot into the forest. However, the Devil Mantis under Lu's supervision began acting terrified. Moments later, the reason became clear. A giant white-furred red-horned ape burst from the forest. This Lord-level monster, the true ruler of the Black Ember Forest, wreaked havoc on the Allied forces. Civilian members fled, but the military forces maintained their composure, deploying a golden killer beast, a giant bird monster with flaming breath, to force the ape back. Once the ape retreated, the security forces regrouped. A military officer instructed Lu to quickly gather his team, despite complaints about the need for civilian organizations. The superior officer reminded them that in the changing world, even civilians needed experiences like this to grow and prepare for an uncertain future. Later, a team of women worked through elite-class monsters inside a cave to conserve their beast's strength. Their leader arranged defensive beasts at the front, supporters in the center, and attackers on each flank. As they advanced, they eventually heard the sounds of fighting deeper within the cave. Rushing forward, they reached a high ledge that gave them an aerial view of the battle. Below, security forces were locked in combat with a mother spider that was birthing countless pests. Yet, this was only a hint of the true threat that awaited. The mother spider, despite her size, was a weak fighter for her class. Lu immediately led the charge against her, ordering long-range attackers to focus on her eyes while everyone else targeted the legs. However, the team quickly ran into a problem. The spider's eyes were shielded. Well, that's just downright inconvenient, Lu muttered under his breath. On the battlefield, the captain of the female squad held her position, even as her comrades urged her to descend and assist. Something about the mother spider felt off to her, though she could not pinpoint exactly what. Finally, when the eye shield was broken, Lu commanded a full-force assault. But as the team began inflicting damage, the spider let out a shrill, piercing shriek that incapacitated everyone on the field. Observing the spider's aura, Lu realized the truth. The mother spider was evolving into a Lord-rank peak monster, and their attack had interrupted the evolutionary process. The only option now was to retreat. For once, the military and security teams made the realistic decision to flee. Roughly 3 hours after the initial forces entered the cave, the teams outside began to grow anxious. Suddenly they spotted a beast racing toward them. The military officer immediately went on guard, signaling all troops to prepare for battle. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. The approaching creature was a devil mantis with manager Lu riding atop it. After landing and catching his breath, Lu grabbed the nearest government official in frustration, demanding to know why they had sent his team into what was no ordinary low-level spider. It was a devil spider evolving into a Lord-rank monster. The military officer separated the two and asked Lu to explain. Lu recounted the disastrous events. The mother spider's mid-evolution power had decimated their forces, and even their best beasts had been lost inside the cave. As if that weren't enough, several subordinates were missing. Turning to the government officials, the officer demanded to know why the spider had been misreported as a low-combat power creature. They lied, came the predictable answer. Thankfully, one of Lu's men had returned, explaining that they had been scattered while fleeing. The officers discussed how a larger, better-prepared force could have captured the spider as a trained asset. Now, they would have to wait for nature to take its course. The leader beast of the Black Ember Forest, the giant ape, would have to handle the mother spider in due time. Back at the academy, Gao Peng was showing tremendous growth with Dazi. Thinking of the forest expedition Lu had undertaken with the Allied forces, Gao worried about how the increasing demand for hunting was inflating monster corpse prices. To keep up, he needed to advance his monsters to leader rank and earn his senior monster trainer certificate. Meanwhile, Dazi continued training. Mutant offered Gao a guidebook she had made to study their beast's abilities, mostly over-enthusiastic notes, but she had the right spirit. An announcement soon interrupted their session. The first phase of training had ended, and slackers were to be expelled. True to form, students who had shown little dedication were sent out despite protests. The second phase, practical training, was about to begin. Students were to form groups of 5. 2 particularly competitive students immediately moved toward Gao and Mutant, claiming them as teammates. As groups familiarized themselves, Instructor Zhang Renai approached Gao's team. He would oversee their practical training, and his first lesson promised to be brutal. Zhang presented a terrifying level 9 steel pig, resembling a mammoth. Gao, Mutant, and their new teammates shared a common fear of the beast, and when they requested a different monster, Zhang offered a seemingly innocent hyena. Gao, however, recognized it as a level 10 elite bloodhound, poison immune and far more dangerous than the pig. To protect Dazi from disadvantage, Gao volunteered to take the pig first. As the cage opened, the steel pig charged furiously. Gao remained calm, commanding Dazi forward. The centipede maneuvered around the pig's legs and climbed onto its back, snapping viciously at the mammoth-like creature. The pig managed to throw Dazi off, leaving him vulnerable on the ground. Gao's new teammates showed varying degrees of concern, but it was unnecessary. Even as the pig attacked, Dazi was already asserting control, injecting it with poison. The more violently the pig fought, the more the poison spread. Before long, the steel pig collapsed, and Zhang Renai observed the blue tinge on its face, clear evidence of poisoning. He praised Gao for Dazi's training but cautioned him not to rely too heavily on poison. Overdependence could cripple Dazi against poison-immune foes. Instructor Zhang also took note of how Gao Peng was raising Dazi, more like a loyal companion than a combat tool. That centipede and him could be best friends for life, he muttered to himself. Next up was the skinny guide. He didn't even have a proper name yet, so they just called him Sweater Vest. After some bickering with the fat guide, Sweater Vest sent his yellow-tailed scorpion to face the steel pig. The pig was still poisoned from Dazi's earlier attack. Using its poison needle, the scorpion managed to bring the pig down, but in the process, the scorpion also collapsed. The combination of the pig's residual poison and the effects of Dazi's attack had knocked it out. Meanwhile, the fat guide's beast fared no better. In fact, it had developed a strange attachment to the pig's unconscious body. The fat guide sighed as he tried to heal his creature, while Sweater Vest worked on reviving his own scorpion. Gao and Mutant shared a conversation amidst the chaos. While instructor Zhang facepalmed at the absurd scene. Leading this team is going to be a nightmare, he thought. Back at Gao Peng's apartment, Dumby was perched in front of the fridge, constantly opening it and searching for food as if it would magically appear. Gao usually stopped him, but the little ape was just too silly and cute to interfere with. Just then, Gao's phone rang. The number belonged to the Monster Hunting Association. Curious, he answered, expecting Yingyu to call about the cedar pine needles. Instead, an automated message informed him that the task he posted had been completed, and that the items would be arriving at the pickup location at the scheduled time. Gao was thrilled. He quickly sped out of his apartment, worrying that if this kept up, he might need to find Dumby an alternative evolutionary route. As Gao collected his parcel from the delivery robot, a group of sketchy individuals watched from the shadows. They had followed the cedar pine needle shipment all the way from the association's warehouse, intending to rob whoever was buying such expensive materials. One thug hesitated, but their leader shut him up, and promptly knocked him out as an example. Later that night, the three thugs sneaked into Gao's building. They wondered why someone so rich lived in such a rundown neighborhood. As they tried to break into his apartment, a neighbor, Tong Tong, opened her door to investigate the noise. The thugs stammered excuses, but the leader saw an opportunity, grabbed Tong Tong, and forced his way inside with his men. Surprisingly, she seemed calm and accommodating. Then her entire aura shifted. "The soundproof walls will keep your noise in," she said, as a terrifying silhouette appeared behind her. Her beast, a chameleon, readied itself for battle. The thugs were immediately terrified. The leader regained his composure and rushed Tong Tong with a knife, only for her to effortlessly knock it away. One thug sent forward his hedgehog pet to assist, but the chameleon instantly devoured it. The thugs could do nothing but cry out in horror. Before the chaos could escalate further, the leader unleashed a bullet rat at Tong Tong and her beast. To his shock, she remained completely unharmed, save for a slightly tattered dress. In a single instant, her expression shifted to pure death itself. Next door, Gao Peng groaned at the noise. "Guess that soundproofing thing was a lie," he muttered. Meanwhile, Tong Tong called someone named Old Chi, instructing him to have the thugs picked up and sent to work at the border. The following day, Gao and his team continued practical training. Dazi was exhausted from trying to break through a water bear bug's defenses. Even Sweater Vest and Fatso's beasts were down for the count. This creature had evolved to survive extreme conditions, and Gao considered it as a potential third beast. However, he realized its abilities did not synergize with Dazi and Dumby. A long-range healing or flying-type beast would complement his current team far better. He noticed that Mutant and her steel rhino were showing significant improvement. Her beast's timidity noticeably reduced. Just then, Manager Lu called, suspiciously flattering Gao and inviting him to meet some of his friends. Considering the recent losses from the Black Ember Forest, Gao decided to go. After school, Lu picked Gao up at the gates and revealed that his daughter was actually Gao's classmate. He asked Gao to assist her with her beast if he had time. Gao noted that her beast was a rare cat type, and told her she could visit the studio on weekends, making her extremely happy. When they dropped her off at home, Gao grew suspicious of Lu's intentions. "Who exactly are these friends?" he asked. Lu simply smiled and replied, "You will know when you meet them." Eventually, Gao and Lu arrived at a restaurant with a beautifully landscaped garden. Gao immediately noticed the subtle mastery of both northern and southern garden styles. It was clear the venue was made for distinguished guests. Inside the private room, Gao was introduced to some serious big shots. Captain Song Si of the Firefly hunting team, Captain Django of the Skyar Hunters, and several other NPCs. They immediately looked down on him, as if a child had been invited to dine with adults. Manager Lu acted as the mediator, trying to get the dinner started despite the condescending stares and doubt from the other captains. At the dinner, Django noticed Gao's displeased expression and immediately pressed him on it. Before the tension could escalate, Captain Song stepped in to scold Django for bullying a student. Manager Lu quickly interjected as well, claiming he hadn't properly scheduled this meeting with Gao, which was why the boy wasn't expecting it. The excuse worked well enough for Django to back down, at least for the moment. But things soon shifted in a different, equally frustrating direction. Django commented on how difficult Gao was to get in touch with and suggested that Gao could do him a favor someday, given his skills. The other guests quickly jumped on the bandwagon, one after another, making it clear this was no ordinary dinner. Gao realized the truth. This was not a friendly gathering, but a ploy to exploit his abilities. After all the value he had created for Lu, this was how he was repaid. As the meal continued, Django pushed further, bringing up the rumors of Gao's exceptional skill. Gao answered modestly, saying anyone could visit his company for a consultation. That only made matters worse. Django insisted that since they were all friends, Gao should provide his services outside of company dealings. The others eagerly agreed, voicing thinly veiled demands. Fed up, Gao stood and walked out. The group followed him into the hall, where Lu apologized and offered him a ride. Gao declined, saying he had already booked a car, and left without sparing a glance at the so-called captains. Once Gao was gone, Jianggu lingered behind. It turned out the entire setup had been orchestrated by Lu, whose aim was to sour Gao against other organizations and bind him more tightly to Blue Shield. Jianggu had played along because he owed Lu a debt. Even so, as he returned to the table, Jianggu couldn't help but reflect Lu truly lived up to his title of Old Fox. That night, back in his apartment, Gao tried to relax by watching the news. A report covered the Blue Devil genetic liquid, a new product from the John Bang Group, marketed as a wonder drug for beasts. It had turned into a disaster. The formula contained toxic ingredients that caused dangerous mutations and injuries, leading to a nationwide recall. As the broadcast continued, Gao's phone rang. It was Lu Sunlin. After a pause, Gao answered. As expected, Lu apologized for what happened at the restaurant, trying to take the blame himself. Gao said he wasn't too upset, but Lu continued flattering him, insisting that any disrespect to Gao was disrespect to himself. Gao cut him off mid-sentence and hung up. Standing in his apartment, Gao felt frustrated. He didn't blame others for trying to manipulate him. That was human nature. What angered him was his own lack of strength. If he were stronger, he could simply dismiss such people. For now, he resolved to play by the rules until the day he could act on his own terms. The news shifted to the latest Dog King competition. The champion was a 21-year-old who had raised his wolf beast to level 39, reaching the leader rank. It was a stark reminder of how far Gao still had to go. That weekend, Gao was in his studio, preparing a concoction for Dumby. After finishing the brew, he handed the ape a test tube and instructed him to drink. The mixture looked disgusting, but Dumby obediently swallowed it. At that very moment, Jia Yu Lu's daughter arrived at the studio with two friends. They chatted outside, commenting on the lack of customers and Gao's rumored high prices. But before they could step inside, an overwhelming aura washed over them, suffocating in its intensity. Inside the studio, Dumby had evolved again. He had transformed into a level 16 perfect quality skeleton dead ape, with a new acquired trait, Blood Silk Heart. The ability passively strengthened him, and when activated, allowed him to manipulate his heartbeat to devastating effect. The evolution was impressive, but Gao immediately noticed a problem. Dumby's size had grown enormous. When Gao opened the door to fetch Quan Quan for help, he found Jia Yu and her friends standing outside. For a moment he suspected Lu had sent her to gauge his mood. But Jia Yu's casual attitude proved she knew nothing of the recent incident. Gao treated her kindly as a friendly acquaintance. When she requested his help evolving her beast, he explained the price and rules, then offered to cover the material costs himself out of respect for her father. Her beast, a timid cat, reacted poorly to Dumby's presence, cowering in fear until Jia Yu called to it. Then, in a bizarre display, the cat leapt straight into her chest with a mischievous grin. Gao raised an eyebrow at the strangely perverse behavior, but let it pass. Meanwhile, his attention shifted to the pet of Jia Yu's friend, a floating jellyfish-like creature. She explained that it was harmless, but carried a unique spatial storage ability, essentially a living bottomless wallet. Gao immediately recognized the immense potential of such a beast. When she mentioned they were sold at Wuku Square's Commercial Street, Gao knew at once what his third beast would be.
Gao arrived at Wuku Square, where vendors were busy selling jellyfish. The crowd around him was fascinated by the strange floating creatures. Unlike the others, Gao had a very specific request. He asked to see all of the floating jellyfish, so he could personally pick one. One of the salesmen, intrigued by his persistence, led him into a hidden room where their full stock was kept. There, the vendor explained that floating jellyfish were originally born from a mutation caused by the Space Force at the beginning of the Great Catastrophe. Deep in the ocean, these creatures barely survived, nearly driven to extinction by predator monsters. Though they could float and even open small pocket dimensions, they were considered the weakest of the space-attributed monsters. Gao confirmed this himself by checking their status windows. Every jellyfish was weak, sitting flatly at level 1, except for one. This specimen, far more active than the rest, immediately caught his attention. The salesman, noticing Gao's interest, tried to scam him by setting the price at 100 credits. But Gao quickly countered with 50. To his disappointment, the salesman agreed instantly, which meant he had still paid far more than the creature was worth. Nonetheless, Gao had secured his prize, a jellyfish with dual affinities for space and wind, and of elite-level quality. He decided to name the little creature Silly. When Gao returned home, he proudly introduced Silly to Dai. To his surprise, Dai stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door in jealousy. Unwilling to tolerate such behavior, Gao lured him out with the promise of his favorite treat, only to give him a firm scolding once he appeared. With Dai subdued, Gao turned to his next task, forming a contract with Silly. Inside Silly's mental plane, Gao discovered that it was even smaller than Dai's had been at the beginning. The jellyfish's state was restless and unstable, making Gao feel as though he was bullying the poor creature. Instead of forcing the process, he decided to spend time bonding with Silly first, so it would naturally grow attached and lower its guard. His first idea: take Silly to school the next day. The following morning, Gao appeared at training with Silly perched on his head like a bizarre hat. His classmates, Mui and the others, were stunned. Even passers-by laughed at his odd appearance. To demonstrate Silly's usefulness, Gao pulled a chilled water bottle out of the creature's spatial storage and offered it to Mui. Still distracted by what was sitting on his head, she refused. After he explained, Mui asked whether he had seen the monster assigned for today's training, a massive purple-gold scorpion with a fearsome presence. As usual, Mu assumed Gao would be the first to challenge it. Other students grumbled at this, complaining he always gained bonus points by going first. But Gao, to their surprise, announced that it wouldn't be fair for him to take the first turn every time. He would let someone else go. Seizing the chance, a young man stepped forward with his pet beast, a giant chicken with a rainbow-colored tail. Gao recognized it immediately, a chicken dragon, the only other elite-level beast present besides Dai, though it was only of normal quality. Instructor Zhang signaled for the match to begin. Almost instantly, the scorpion struck, piercing the chicken dragon with its tail. Luckily, Zhang explained that this particular scorpion wasn't poisonous, and the wound was shallow. The chicken dragon retaliated fiercely, pecking the scorpion and driving it back. But Gao's sharp eyes caught something alarming. The scorpion recovered quickly, clamping down with its pincers and crushing the chicken dragon's eggs. The painful blow sent shockwaves through every male watching, who instinctively grabbed themselves in sympathy. The chicken dragon collapsed, defeated. Before the scorpion could continue, Instructor Zhang's wolf stepped in, intimidating the beast and ending the battle. The chicken dragon, humiliated, fled the arena, with its master chasing after it. Turning to the other students, Zhang addressed their earlier complaints about Gao always going first. "Do you still think I favor him over more capable people?" he asked. Their silence was answer enough. They now understood why Gao, with his skills and grades, had earned his place at the front. At Instructor Zhang's questioning look, Gao stepped forward, still wearing his goofy jellyfish hat, and sent Dai into the cage to face the scorpion. The giant centipede rose into a vertical stance, towering over its opponent as the battle began. From outside, Mu discussed the strengths of both beasts with Gao. She pointed out how dangerous the scorpion was, likely still holding back its true strength. Gao agreed, but he placed his faith in Dai and all the training they had done together. The match opened with the scorpion's relentless strikes. Dai deftly evaded every attack, moving with practiced precision as Mu cheered him on. Off to the side, even Silly, the jellyfish, seemed to be watching in admiration, as if it had a little crush on Dai. Finally, the scorpion nearly landed a pincer strike, but Dai dodged at the last second and countered with a crushing body slam. The force sent the scorpion hurling to the ground. Without hesitation, Dai coiled its body tightly around the enemy, trapping it completely. Gao and Silly both smiled as they watched the clear victory. Mu burst with excitement, praising both Dai's power and Gao's composure. She believed Gao had remained calm out of confidence. Gao, of course, played along, maintaining his dignity, though the truth was that his heart had been pounding in sheer terror. From behind, Instructor Zhang called out, telling Gao to recall his beast immediately. There would be many monsters needed for training, and if Dai ate this one, Gao would have to pay for reimbursement. Sure enough, Dai was already chomping into the scorpion's hide. Several students looked on in fear, whispering that Dai was too savage and uncontrollable. At a single whistle, Dai instantly obeyed, slithering back to Gao and scaring away anyone in his path. Gao calmly wiped the blood from Dai's body with a handkerchief, gently reminding him not to eat anything recklessly. He warned that it could upset his stomach, and told him to stick to insect-type beasts since they were both nutritious and safe. Even Silly floated close, doing its part to help clean Dai off. The scene was almost adorable, at least to Gao. Unfortunately, Gao's words only fueled the other students' anger. They accused him of being cruel, claiming there should be limits. Mo tried to console him, but Gao didn't need it. He stood tall and addressed the class directly. He asked them whether monsters in the wild would ever show pity or hold back their cruelty. If their enemies fought without restraint, then they needed to fight just as viciously. Anyone unwilling to accept that reality might as well quit now. The students bristled at his words, but Instructor Zhang intervened, stating firmly that Gao wasn't wrong. Then, with everyone's attention, Zhang made an important announcement. Basic training was no longer enough. Starting tomorrow, they would begin a 1-week field training exercise. The registration fee was 5 credits. However, Jiang offered an alternative. Students could sign a contract with the military alliance, committing to 8 years of service. Admission to a military academy would reduce that time, since the 4 academy years would count toward the total. For students who had to complete 4 years of mandatory service anyway, the deal was appealing. But there was one more requirement. Each participant had to sign a death certificate. At a student's anxious question, Jiang clarified, while death wasn't guaranteed, if someone sustained a potentially fatal injury, they would be pulled from the training immediately. With the announcements complete, Mu approached Gao and asked if she could visit his company tomorrow. Gao smiled, agreeing with a fist bump, telling her he would be honored. The next day, a convoy of military vehicles rumbled through a rough road cutting across the dense forest. Inside one of them sat Gao, Mu, and several classmates. While most students gazed out at the mountains, the lush plant life, and the roaming beasts, Gao's mind was elsewhere. Earlier that morning, before leaving for training, Gao had knocked on Tong Tong's door but received no answer. She hadn't replied to any of his phone calls either. Realistically, he knew she was strong and capable of handling herself. Still, he couldn't help but worry. Was this tied to the secret she had never shared with him? His thoughts were cut short when the vehicle screeched to a halt, throwing several students forward in their seats. They had arrived at their destination. Once gathered together, the instructors explained the rules. Ahead lay a valley, cleared of all leader-level threats. Only normal and elite-level monsters remained inside. Each student had been issued a special watch with a positioning system and an emergency button. Their mission: survive inside the valley for 1 full week. Quitting midway would be counted as failure. When asked about supply points, the instructors mentioned scattered safe houses made of special steel, unbreakable to anything weaker than a leader-class monster. If a student managed to find one early, they could effectively camp out for the week. Finally, the gates opened. Students rushed inside with eager steps, eager to prove themselves. Unlike the others, Gao and Mu moved at a calm, steady pace, entering the valley side by side. As the training continued, Gao began observing the birds in the sky and the signs of various monster species living in the wild. Mutt, impressed, praised his sharp mentality, thinking he was already analyzing the environment while everyone else rushed ahead. But her admiration quickly collapsed when Gao casually admitted the truth. He was just waiting for the crowd to clear because it was too cramped with everyone around. Practical, yes, but not nearly as impressive as she thought. With the area less crowded, Gao and Mu picked up their packs and moved forward. Still, Gao couldn't shake a quiet unease. He was almost certain he had seen a figure watching them from the tree canopy just moments ago. As day 1 of field training unfolded, the pair explored deeper into the valley until they stumbled across a camouflaged safe house. Inside, they found a bunk bed and rations, enough to last the entire week if carefully stretched. Gao, however, scoffed at the idea. In his mind, anyone relying solely on dry rations might as well not be here. While he took stock of the supplies, Mu pulled out a full-body protective suit stored inside, designed to guard against mosquitoes and toxic insects. Gao couldn't help but stare before she advised him to wear one too. He declined, saying he'd rely on herbs and repellents instead. What he wanted was fresh meat, something more filling than stale rations. With the safe house secured, they decided to use it as their base. Calling on Lotus Seed in his full-sized form, Gao had the beast clear a path through the forest. Their first priority, he explained, was finding a source of water. While searching, Mu suddenly felt dizzy from a strange mix of fragrance and rot in the air. Gao quickly grabbed her forearm, signaling for silence. He pointed to a nearby tree and told her to have Lotus Seed ram into it. Confused, but trusting his judgment, Mu obeyed. Sure enough, a green tree snake fell from the branches. Gao explained that its flesh contained toxins only monsters could normally digest, but because of his damage transfer contract with Dai, Gao realized he could eat the snake safely. Dai would absorb the poison. The thought of delicious snake meat immediately filled his mind. Just then, Mu called out. She had discovered a large freshwater pond nearby. Gao was thrilled at the find, but as he admired their new water source, he felt something wet on his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a green frog floating at the edge of the water. It had spat on him. Disgusted, Gao decided to ignore it. Cleaning the pond was more important. But the frog spat on him again. This time, Gao's expression darkened. The smug little creature almost seemed to be smiling at him. Unable to resist, Gao spat right back at the frog's head. Childish as it was, he struck a triumphant pose, proud of his revenge, while Micah and Silly looked on in utter confusion. The victory was short-lived. The frog let out a shrill scream that echoed through the clearing. Within seconds, dozens of similar cries answered from every direction. Mo froze as Gao's horrified expression confirmed the truth. An entire army of frogs was closing in. Grabbing Mu's hand, Gao sprinted for the tree line as spit attacks rained down around them. Lotus Seed covered their retreat, giving them just enough time to escape that nightmare. When they finally reached safety, the two paused to catch their breath. Gao then reassessed their surroundings. To the north lay the frog-infested pond. To the west the gate they had entered through. To the south a dense forest, teeming with signs of massive beasts. And to the east, a wide slope leading into an open meadow with herbivore tracks. When Mu asked what they should do next, Gao's eyes gleamed with excitement. "It's time to cook," he declared. Mu could only stare in dread, realizing she had paired up with someone who had been cooking disasters since day one. While Gao rambled about pacing themselves and relaxing, Mu suggested they at least gather proper ingredients. Instead, Gao casually pulled out the snake corpse from earlier. Her expression went flat. To make matters worse, he then revealed several small vials of seasoning and herbs he had somehow brought along. When she asked why he had them, Gao simply replied, "One must always be prepared for wilderness survival." Unbeknownst to them, their every move along with those of the other students was being monitored through hidden CCTV cameras scattered across the valley. The lead officer here had taken a particular interest in Gao and his resourcefulness. Despite being only a student with little training, Gao had already shown impressive instincts. Because of this, Colonel Lee ordered a focused monitoring of Gao's actions, curious to see how far his potential could go. Meanwhile, Gao and Mu returned to their safe house, only to face a new problem. The building had been locked from the inside. Frustrated, Mu angrily banged on the door and shouted for the people inside to open it. But the only response they received was a cold dismissal, telling them to go somewhere else. Turning back to Gao, Mu admitted that they had no real claim to the place. Out here in the wilderness, such situations were common, and they could only count themselves unlucky to have run into such people. Gao calmly suggested that since it was just the two of them, they could camp outside. But before Mu could respond, the voices from inside called out again, telling them to hurry and leave before nightfall. Mu was furious, ready to lash out, but Gao held her back, reminding her it wasn't worth the anger. "Someone will teach them a lesson soon enough," he assured her. Accepting his words, Mu turned to move on, but to her surprise, Gao walked back to the safe house entrance. From his bag, he pulled out a chain and lock, quickly sealing the door shut to trap the squatters inside. When Mu questioned him, Gao explained that this lock was originally in the safe house. When they had first entered it, he had kept it in his bag, just in case it proved useful later. Plot armor or not, the timing was perfect. Gao chuckled at the instant karma he had delivered as they walked away. In the surveillance room, the military personnel erupted in laughter at his cleverness. Even Colonel Lel commented that Gao had potential, while another officer admitted he was already better than average. Still, they all agreed. His true test of survival would come when he entered Majel, a region crawling with dangerous monsters. Back with our pair, Gao and Mu searched for a new place to rest. With no caves nearby, they finally came across a tall, sturdy tree with a straight trunk and strong branches several meters above the ground. It was perfect for building a temporary shelter. With Lotus Seed's help, they constructed a makeshift bed of grass and leaves. Gao quickly fell asleep, followed by Doi and Lotus Seed. Mu, though still a little irritated, decided to go along with it, pulling out a blanket and lying down as well. Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure was observing from a higher branch above. This figure, soon revealed as Tong Tong, quietly noted their lack of a campfire and night guard. Just as she was about to make a move, her eyes widened. She sensed something approaching. From the shadows, a dark shadow panther suddenly dashed through the trees, heading straight for Gao and Mu's position. The beast's presence was enough to shake the forest around them. Lotus Seed woke up immediately, his noise stirring Mu, who groggily asked what was happening. Gao shouted urgently for her to jump. Without hesitation, she leapt from the tree onto Lotus Seed's back, landing safely. When she turned to Gao, now beside her on the ground, he told her simply to look forward. There, she finally spotted the shadow panther, its eyes glowing with hunger, unsure of its strength. Mu asked whether they should fight or run, but Gao, thanks to the system, could clearly see the beast's level and grade. Running would only make them more vulnerable, provoking the panther to attack more fiercely. The panther lunged, aiming a fatal blow with its claws. In that instant, Gao called out to Dazi. The centipede leapt forward, intercepting the attack. Though the panther overpowered him at first, Dazi quickly unleashed his electric abilities, paralyzing the beast just long enough to bite deep into its flesh. Gao smiled, mentally praising Dazi's growth, but the panther, though injured, broke free and retreated, perching on a tree branch. Before they could catch their breath, an even greater threat revealed itself. From the shadows, an enormous green snake coiled around the same tree. In a terrifying instant, the giant serpent struck, swallowing the shadow panther whole in a single snap of its jaws. The sight was horrifying. Gao and Mu wasted no time, leaping onto Lotus Seed's back and fleeing at full speed. Thankfully, the giant snake didn't pursue. Watching from her hidden perch, Tong Tong sighed in relief. It was fortunate she hadn't needed to intervene, or else her cover would have been blown. Back in the surveillance room, alarms rang as the system flagged the mutant giant jungle anaconda. The soldiers immediately asked if they should prepare to eliminate it, but Commander Yu shook his head, explaining that the giant jungle anaconda was naturally gentle and rarely fought unless provoked. Even then, its offensive strength wasn't too high. This encounter, he said, could serve as another trial for the students. If they can't handle even this, it's better they quit early, he concluded. Colonel Lei agreed, but still ordered the Golden Condor team to remain on standby for an emergency rescue if things went wrong. The next morning, Gao woke up Mu and told her they would return to last night's campsite to investigate. Mu hesitated, still fearful of the giant anaconda, but Gao insisted that their lack of information was the very reason they needed to go back. Understanding a monster's abilities, he explained, was a vital part of being a trainer. In these changing times, staying stagnant would only make them weaker. Back at the site, their investigation paid off. Gao discovered something incredible hidden in the tree bark. Wood space heart. This rare material was a key ingredient for evolution, so elusive that many doubted it even existed. Realizing that the giant snake had grown so massive by feeding on it, Gao decided to seize the opportunity. For the remainder of the week-long camp, he traveled the valley collecting rare materials with his companions. On the 7th day, the trainees gathered at the entrance and were congratulated for completing the training. Colonel Lee announced that the next session would take place in 3 weeks, free for those who had joined this one. They were also given a 3-day holiday before classes resumed. While everyone celebrated, Gao checked his phone, only to see a grim headline. A locust swarm was devastating the north. The news revealed that each locust measured nearly 30 centimeters, and the swarm numbered in the billions. Director Fun of the Monster Breeders Association had discovered their weakness to fire, giving the military an edge. Still, the battle was grim, and Chang'an City's mood was heavy. As Gao watched, he received a call from Director Fun himself. After brief pleasantries, Fun explained that the military had sent a batch of voracious golden toads for evolution research, hoping to use them against the locusts. He invited Gao to assist in exchange for generous compensation. Gao immediately guessed their plan, and when Fun confirmed, he agreed, on the condition that he be paid with a commander-tier electric monster core crystal. The next day, Gao arrived at the association, shocking staff when Director Fun personally greeted him. Together, they descended to the basement, where the golden toads were kept. Gao noticed the fatigue under Fun's eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. On the 5th basement level, Fun introduced the research center and showed him the toads, descendants of horned frogs with terrifying jumping power and earth attributes. A worker brought skewers of grilled locusts, meant for feeding, but before anyone could stop him, Gao casually ate one himself, reviewing it like a gourmet critic. The nearest golden toad became furious at seeing its food stolen, only calming when Gao offered the skewer. In one swift motion, the toad swallowed not just the locust but the metal skewer too, its tongue and digestion proving incredibly strong. When Gao asked which aspects needed improvement, Fun replied, defense and digestion, though stronger offense would also be useful. He then showed Gao research results. The toads had high affinities with earth and fire. Gao compared this with an evolution path he knew, one involving fire orchid veins, and considered a modified formula. Using a cooking analogy, he explained evolution as a recipe, with toads as the main dish and materials as seasoning. Inspired, Fun suggested adding red-faced demon chili, and immediately ordered a batch to be fetched. Jen wasn't impressed by Gao's ridiculous cooking analogy, but to his credit, he didn't sabotage the experiment either. Respectable, in its own way. Following Gao's lead, Director Fun began refining the red-faced demon chili into an evolution solution, then injected it into a golden toad. Seconds later, the creature exploded. Undeterred, they adjusted the formula and tried again. Another attempt, Another explosion. By the third failed test, with 2 toads already dead, the researchers began doubting Gao's ability. At that moment, Gao quietly leaned toward Director Fun. Thanks to his system, he had known the proper path from the start, but revealing that would be too suspicious. Instead, he suggested one final adjustment: add black soft soil as a second main ingredient. Its damp yin nature would shield the toad's organs. Pair that with sparrow suava wood as a stabilizer, and the formula might finally balance out. Fun hesitated, but Gao's logic was airtight. After extensive testing, the lab technicians confirmed the formula's potential. With everything ready, Gao personally injected the new solution into a frail toad. The reaction filled the room with thick smoke, forcing him outside. Alone in the hallway, Gao sighed in relief. He hoped his knowledge hadn't seemed unnatural. To outsiders, this success had to appear as Director Fun's discovery, not his own secret advantage. Moments later, red smoke began pouring out of the lab. Gao re-entered to find cheering researchers and Director Fun celebrating. The experiment had worked. The golden toad had successfully evolved, but not without costs. Its earth attribute was gone, its muscles corroded, and its jumping ability diminished. The toad's offensive power had improved, yet its evolutionary potential was crippled. Gains and losses intertwined. Meanwhile, far to the north of Chang'an City, the military was locked in battle against the monstrous locust swarm. White phosphorus bombs tore through their ranks at first, but the locusts retaliated with a devastating sandstorm, nullifying the attacks. Soldiers marched forward with firearms, determined not to let civilians fall. Then came an unexpected turn. A swarm of massive crimson toads appeared, releasing a strange red mist. They petrified countless locusts mid-flight, halting the sandstorm itself. Soldiers watched in awe as the toads unleashed beams of searing red light, incinerating hundreds of locusts at once. Relief swept across the battlefield. The toads had turned the tide. Whoever had made this possible was a hero in their eyes. Back in Chang'an, the gratitude took form. A military convoy pulled up at Gao's apartment, soldiers marching in perfect formation to his floor. Neighbors watched wide-eyed as the platoon leader from the northern battle personally presented Gao with the promised commander-tier crystal core. Speaking with deep sincerity, the leader thanked him on behalf of his comrades. Soldiers did not fear death, he said, only dying without purpose. Thanks to Gao's work, their sacrifices had not been in vain. Those words struck deeply. For once, Gao found himself reconsidering his path. Perhaps it wasn't enough to quietly benefit from the system. Perhaps he should embrace more research, more experiments, anything that could help the front lines. Sensing his heavy mood, Dazi crawled over and hugged him tightly, a simple gesture that lifted Gao's spirits. But Gao hadn't forgotten his next goal. Using the crystal core he had earned, he prepared a dark, foul-looking soup. Shadows covered his face as he set the bowl before Dazi and commanded softly, "Drink this." To Gao's surprise, Desi eagerly gulped it down, savoring the taste of what looked like poison. As soon as Gao lets him, Dazi's body begins to change. The spikes on his head extend, and he is suddenly engulfed in a golden light. For a moment it looks majestic, until Gao realizes he's actually being electrocuted. In an instant, Dazi collapses, fried by the energy. Seeing his brother unconscious, Dumby panics. He rushes to the fridge, grabs some centipede meatballs, Dazi's favorite treats, and tries to feed them to him. Of course, this doesn't work. The poor centipede is completely knocked out. Gao calmly reassures Dumby, telling him that Dazi will be fine. All they can do now is leave him alone to recover. In the meantime, Gao decides it's time to finally settle his contract with Silly. When he calls the jellyfish over, Silly floats away rebelliously, clearly unwilling. Luckily, a simple bribe of juice does the trick, and the jellyfish drifts back in an instant. Gao can only sigh in exasperation. Every one of his pets is a total food addict. While Silly celebrates his juice reward, Gao pricks his finger and lets a drop of blood make contact, pulling him into Silly's mental plane. The place is still fragile and faint, but better than before. This time, Silly is actually willing to approach him. All those juice bribes hadn't gone to waste after all. When Silly draws near, Gao promises to give him the strength to stop being afraid of everything. Unsurprisingly, the jellyfish protests loudly, declaring that he doesn't want power, only more juice. Gao lets out a helpless sigh, but agrees. If it's juice Silly wants, then juice it will be. Just like that, the contract is complete, and Silly becomes officially bound to him. The next morning, an elderly woman named Madame Chen is gently awakened by her parrot beast. Smiling softly, she thanks the parrot for staying by her side all these years. She reminisces about how, After her husband's death, the parrot was the only reason she could face each morning. But now, she feels her time has come. In her last moments, she sees her late husband's spirit reaching for her, their hands entwining with a promise to never be apart again. As she peacefully passes away, the loyal parrot rests its beak against her hand, mourning silently. At the same time, Gao is awakened by the painful moans of Dazi. Rushing to his side, he realizes what's happening. The centipede's teeth are changing, or rather, growing. It's painful, but it's a necessary step in his evolution. Gao gently cradles him, assuring Dazi that he doesn't need to be afraid, because this pain is part of growing stronger. After settling Dazi down, Gao summons Silly, who perches half-formed on his head. He pulls up the system interface and begins considering Silly's evolutionary path. The support route would grant Silly spatial and healing powers, while the attack route promises devastating offensive abilities. Gao admits to himself that choosing support feels a little disappointing, but the attack path is far too costly for now. With practicality in mind, he decides on the support evolution, planning to explore stronger options later once they have the means. Stepping outside his building, Gao notices a crowd gathered. Looking up, he sees a massive soul guardian beast flying overhead. From the murmurs around him, he learns that Madame Chen has passed away, and this beast is carrying her soul to the afterlife. But Gao's concern is different. He remembers that Madame Chen also had an uncontracted gray plate striped spider. With her gone, the creature is at risk of going feral. Without hesitation, Gao rushes to her apartment. Using his deep knowledge of monsters, he quickly locates the spider hiding in the corner of the roof. He summons Dazi, who coils protectively around him. Seeing the massive centipede, the frightened spider loses its grip and falls. Gao notices the pain and fear in its eyes. This spider is grieving. It misses its master. Without hesitation, he extends a hand and gently pets its head. Smiling warmly, he tells it that if it wants, it can come home with him. Later, Gao strolls through the neighborhood with Dazi and the gray plate-striped spider. Their presence sparks whispers among onlookers, but Gao ignores them. Instead, he reflects on the need for a tank-like familiar. It seems absurd to use a spider as a meat shield, yet he knows this species has an evolutionary path that could turn it into one. The required ingredients aren't even too rare. As he rides the elevator up to his studio, Gao can't shake the thought of forming a blood contract with the spider and rapidly strengthening it. Doing so would grant him a great surge of soul power. With the combined power of Dazi and Silly, contracting Dumby would become far easier. Still, he feels a sting of regret for promoting Dumby's grade too soon. It now makes gathering enough soul power for his advancement more difficult. Outside the Fa Peng familiar studio, Gao unexpectedly runs into Qin Chuan, but instead of her usual respectful address, she calls him Little Boss, a clear sign of her frustration. She informs him that there have been countless inquiries about his whereabouts. Gao, sensing her annoyance, quickly assures her that he has time to talk today. Though still irritated, Qin Chuan reluctantly accepts the list of ingredients he needs. As thanks, Gao promises to make her some milk tea later. Back in the laboratory, Gao establishes a blood contract with the gray plate spider, welcoming it into his home as a new companion. To prepare it for evolution, he brews a special potion that will transform the striped spider into a mighty gray armored spider. Drawing inspiration from the playful names of Silly and Dumby, he decides to call this one Stripey. Handing the potion over, Gao watches as Stripey writhes in pain. The soul transfer allows Gao to share a fraction of the agony, but he knows the creature is enduring much worse. Offering encouragement, Gao reminds Stripey that this pain will only make him stronger. Suddenly, Qin Chuan interrupts with news of a potential high-paying customer. Realizing he has another mouth to feed now, Gao quickly prepares to earn some money. He asks Qin Chuan to watch over Stripey's evolution while he steps away. He instructs her to pour the contents of a test tube into a container once the liquid changes to a lighter color. The customer turns out to be a man named Lushi, who greets Gao with admiration. Lushi explains that his herb garden was recently ravaged by gray devil spiders and is still under repair. Gao deduces he must be referring to the East City herb garden, which surprises Lushi. He didn't expect Gao to know about it. Lushi reveals that he once attended a military banquet where Director Chen praised Gao's role in the magma fire toad research, and since then he has held Gao in high regard. Luchi has come to Gao with a request. He wants him to evolve his familiar, an ebony N-hound. He explains that according to research, all dog-type monsters have the potential to follow this evolutionary path. With jet black fur, ebony N-hounds can vanish into the night, absorbing light wavelengths to become deadly assassins. They are highly prized as nighttime guardians of estates and gardens. When Lucy inquires about the cost, Gao outlines 13 possible evolutionary routes, removing the most resource-heavy options. The most expensive one is 5,000 Alliance credits. Lucy is stunned at first, but when Gao moves to finalize the deal, he reluctantly agrees. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from the lab. Gao rushes inside to find Qin Chuan in tears, pointing at Stripey. The spider has successfully evolved into a gray armored spider, but in the process it damaged equipment and frightened her. Though pleased with the result, Gao scolds Stripey for its recklessness. He then comforts the spider and instructs it to control its strength. To his bewilderment, Stripey immediately behaves strangely, accidentally striking itself. Gao sighs, wondering why all his familiars seem so clumsy. When he orders Stripey to remain still in his office, the spider scuttles sideways like a crab, ignoring his instructions entirely. Gao can only shake his head in disbelief as Qin Chuan looks on, equally baffled. He asks her to order replacement lab containers, gather the materials needed for the Ebony Hound's evolution next week, and hire someone to clean the lab. As Gao leaves, he reflects on how crowded his home has become. With so many familiars, he needs a bigger place. He decides to contact a property agent to help him find a new house, preferably on the outskirts of town. Soon after, he notices Stripey crawling ahead of him, still moving sideways like a crab. Suspicious, he wonders whether he performed the evolution incorrectly. Scolding the spider, he reminds it that it's a spider, not a crab, but Stripey just stares blankly, refusing to listen, leaving Gao utterly frustrated. At the property agency, Gao is greeted by Shay Lu, the employee he had spoken to previously. She reminds him of their scheduled house viewing and leads him to a waiting car. On the way, she hands him a tablet filled with photos of the villa they are about to see. The property is spacious, well-maintained, and located on the city's outskirts. It even includes a garden and clean surroundings. While it lacks a basement, Shay Lu assures him one can easily be built. When Gao inquires about the location, Xiaoliu hesitates for a moment before revealing that it is near prosperous drive-in lake. Even more enticing, the price is only 2,000 credits, a bargain for such a place. Xiaoliu explains to Gao that along with the villa, he'll also receive a sizable plot of land, since the area isn't closely supervised. However, Gao grows suspicious. He notices that the plants in the photos remain unchanged, leading him to believe the pictures were taken before the cataclysm. Doubtful, he questions whether the agent is hiding something. Xiaoliu, flustered, quickly shifts the conversation, emphasizing the villa's facilities and extraordinarily low price. She insists that such an offer is nearly impossible to find elsewhere, and adds that there's a road leading to the villa at the base of a hill. Even so, Gao senses potential deception. He considers possible security and maintenance issues. In his mind, the villa should be worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 credits. He recalls the unrest following the cataclysm and reasons that the villa should have been reduced to ruins by now. Therefore, he decides that if the house is at least 60% as new as the photos, he'll consider it a good deal. As for safety, he isn't worried. His familiars can handle most threats. The thought makes him chuckle, though the agent interrupts, explaining that the seller is actually taking a loss on this deal. Intrigued, Gao asks to see the villa in person. As they travel, Xiaoliu notices Stripey crawling along and jokingly mistakes it for a crab. Gao corrects her, explaining it's a spider. The two laugh it off, but Gao suddenly senses something strange. From behind a nearby wall, a man watches them, camera in hand. Though Gao notices his presence, the man vanishes before he can confront him. Unbeknownst to Gao, the man is pleased to have spotted the now famous Gao Peng. When they finally arrive at the villa, Gao is stunned. The exterior looks nothing like the photos, shabby and worn down. He wonders if it might just be the outside that's decayed. Upon entering, however, he finds the inside surprisingly neat. There's no dust. The furnishings are well kept, though they need some repairs. The state of the interior puzzles him. Why would the owner sell such a valuable place for such a low price? Suddenly, a voice calls Gao's name, startling both him and Xiaoliu. A man appears at the doorway, introduced as the seller. He explains he rushed over upon hearing Gao was coming. Handing Gao his business card, the man reveals he works in the Imperial Beast's business. He flatters Gao, calling him as famous as President Fan, the hero of the last military operation. To sweeten the deal, he even offers a 20% discount. When Gao questions the unusually low price, the seller reveals the truth. He originally bought the house for his retired parents who wanted to live in the countryside. But before they could settle here, the beast wave tragedy struck, and they passed away without ever enjoying the villa. Consumed by frustration, the man slams his fist into the furniture, venting his grief. He explains that he had planned to keep the house, but upon hearing of Gao's interest, he decided to sell it to him. He believes young people like Gao are the future of Charon City, and hopes they can prevent similar tragedies. Thinking of his own parents, Gao thanks the man for his trust and agrees to buy the villa. It's no longer just a house. It feels like a bond of shared grief and hope. Back home, Gao eagerly greets Silly and Dumby, though they seem unimpressed by his return. Undeterred, he brings out a spread of delicious food, which immediately gathers all his familiars around him, filling the house with warmth and life. At that moment, Tong Tong arrives at the door. Gao welcomes her in, and she playfully teases Dazi over its recent upgrade, leaving the centipede confused. Gao brushes off the banter, but Tong Tong quickly shifts the topic, noting the news that Gao bought a new villa. He explains that they can't move in just yet. The house needs repairs. Tong Tong chides him, insisting he should have asked her about decorations since he's inexperienced. She departs with determination, already planning to visit the villa ahead of time. Inwardly, she muses that when the moment comes, she could always buy the house next door. Meanwhile, Gao ventures into the forest with his familiars, aiming to locate the bottle grove. He knows it's the last day of his holiday, so he must gather the necessary materials today or wait another week. But his focus is suddenly broken when he senses something nearby. Perched on a tree is a level 13 gray sand bobcat. The beast vanishes in an instant, forcing Gao to warn his familiars. Without warning, it reappears and lunges. Dazi reels back in shock, but before the bobcat can land a strike, Dumby steps forward, declaring itself the beast's opponent. Startled, the bobcat tries to retreat, but Dumby is far too fast. It catches up instantly, overpowering the creature and leaving it bleeding. Gao is stunned. Dumby's power is staggering, at least 10 times greater than when it was just a Red River ape. He had expected strength after its evolution, but not to this degree. Even Dumby seems surprised at its newfound might, leaving Gao both impressed and slightly unsettled. Gao realized that Dumby had not fought since its evolution, so he decided it was time to let it exercise more. He urged his familiars to follow him, while Dumby recalled its early days as a Red River ape and its very first encounter with Gao. Meanwhile, Gao and Dai fell into their usual playful argument, this time about why the centipede failed to protect him when Dumby had tossed it aside. Though Dumby could not fully understand Gao when they first met, it now felt a deep emotional connection with him. To Dumby, Gao had become everything. Its loyalty was stronger than that of any dog. After 3 hours of wandering through the woods in search of hollow bottle trees, Gao finally stumbled upon them. At the sight, he noticed the same green snake he had encountered on his previous visit. Dumby spotted it too and quickly tore it apart, revealing a green gem hidden inside. Gao recognized it as the core of the green tree snake. Though only a minor discovery compared to their true goal, the spatial cores of hollow wood, he still smiled, appreciating Dumby's resourcefulness. Gao then instructed Dumby to punch one of the hollow bottle trees. With a single powerful blow, the tree shattered instantly. Gao and Silly were thrilled by the result, while Dai appeared somewhat envious. Gao retrieved the crystal core from the shattered tree and asked Dumby to strike again. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, 3 men were searching for someone. They had received information about a young target. Their leader, accompanied by a rat familiar named Tutu, suddenly heard an unusual sound. Following Tutu's guidance, they pressed forward. Soon, a series of loud, rhythmic bangs echoed through the woods. Yawen, one of the men, remarked that it sounded like someone boxing, but his companion dismissed the idea. Who would practice boxing in a monster-filled forest? The boss quickly scolded them, reminding his men that their job was high-paid and dangerous. They could not afford carelessness. He ordered them to investigate further. From behind the trees, they soon spotted Dumby pounding the trunks with terrifying force. Yawen grew uneasy, whispering that they should retreat, but the boss pulled out a picture of Gao, confirming he was their target. Yawen frowned, noticing that Gao was carefully searching through the shattered trees. He argued that their mission was only to gather information about the kids' familiars, not to provoke them. His companion agreed, pointing out the formidable centipede, Dai. But the boss insisted they stay quiet and watch. He explained that they usually had to accept low-paying jobs because they were too weak to venture deep into the Black Ember Forest. This job was their chance to escape poverty. He speculated that Gao must be facing some problem if he was making such noise in the forest. Perhaps there was something valuable hidden inside those trees. The boss devised a plan. He ordered Yaowen to accompany him to confront Gao, while the third man, Dunson, would wait until nightfall to use his familiar to control the boy. With determination, he encouraged his men to take the risk. But Dumby and Dai had already sensed the intruders. Gao immediately asked what was wrong. Following their gaze, he spotted the men lurking. He called out, demanding they reveal themselves. The boss stiffened. Realizing they had been discovered, he quickly changed his tone, pretending their presence was a coincidence. He claimed they had only come to see if Gao needed help, but Gao grew suspicious, especially when he noticed their familiars, the spiny bee and skeleton butterfly. Both were highly effective at forest ambushes, a fact that raised red flags in his mind. Then Dumby detected another presence. From behind a tree stepped Dunson, accompanied by his mythical praying mantis, an elite level 18 beast. Gao was astonished by its rarity, but he remained calm. With confidence, he stood beside his familiars and declared that he required no assistance. The boss smiled thinly. Seeing Gao's resolve, he decided to let the matter drop. He explained to his men that their cover was blown, their chance for a surprise attack was gone, and it was foolish to make a new enemy. Gao was raising 3 royal beasts at such a young age. He was not someone they could afford to provoke. He even admitted that Tutu, his rat familiar, had felt uneasy around Dumby, and Tutu's instincts had saved him many times before. With that, the group left, vowing to return once Gao was gone to search for clues. As they departed, Gao reflected on the encounter. He wondered if the men would have attacked outright had Dumby not detected them. He also considered what he himself would have done in such a dangerous scenario. 2 hours later, Gao had successfully gathered a bag full of cores, weighing around 2 kilograms. He called Dai, who used its antlers to ignite a fire. Gao began burning the area, remembering that before the cataclysm, forest arson was a serious crime. But now, with the plants far stronger and more resilient, flames would not spread uncontrollably, the forest would endure. Gao felt content, knowing he could easily erase all traces of his presence in the forest. From a distance, Yaowen noticed the rising flames and quickly alerted his boss. He wondered aloud if the boy was afraid they might discover something. The boss, however, remarked that Gao was either excessively cautious or completely unaware of the ruthlessness that lay dormant within him. Yaowen questioned if the boss truly intended to let things go so easily, but the boss explained that there was no real conflict between them and the boy. If treasures had been involved, perhaps the risk would have been worth it. Since there wasn't, there was no reason to push further. He then placed a call, instructing someone to inform Mr. Gon that the mission was complete and that the royal beast scan data of their target had been successfully transmitted. On the other end, the recipient confirmed the payment transfer and thanked them for their cooperation. Once the call ended, the man, likely Gon's subordinate, informed his superior that the trial mission had failed. Still, he seemed pleased, smirking as he claimed to have located Gao Hun's grandson. The drama surrounding Gao was far from over. Back at home, Gao was greeted with a surprise. Stripey had grown rapidly, not only increasing in level, but also in size. However, Gao quickly noticed the spider's overindulgence. It was eating far too much. Curious, Gao speculated whether its exoskeleton might possess magical properties similar to the ancient beast skins described in old novels. While encouraging Stripey to eat and grow stronger, he also warned it to take a break. To make his point, Gao jokingly suggested that once Stripey grew fat enough, they could enjoy fried spider. Horrified, Stripey scuttled away from its food bowl, leaving Gao amused. His true intention was to prevent the creature from overeating, as excess consumption could lead to harmful buildup in its body. Reflecting on his progress, Gao realized he had gathered all the necessary materials, including the spatial core needed for Silly's evolution. However, unlike before, these materials required complex processing. At the Fa Peng Imperial Beast Studio, Gao discovered that Chuan Chuan had already gone home. Leaving him with welcome solitude, he set to work. The rare materials required cold storage, intense heat, and corrosive acids. Carefully initiating the process, Gao succeeded in creating a special potion. Convinced that Silly would find it delicious, he poured it into a container. Drawn by the sweet scent, Silly rushed in without hesitation. But Gao's satisfaction quickly turned into surprise as the potion's color shifted to a glowing green. He recalled how Silly always loved perching atop his head and began to question whether evolving it in this direction was wise. The fluorescent green light it now emitted was not to his taste. Yet Gao knew the truth. The materials needed to push Silly to epic quality were exceedingly rare, and for now, further evolution was impossible. Even so, Gao felt a surge of power within himself. Silly's promotion had strengthened his soul, and he was confident that with a bit more effort, he could form a contract with Dumby in the coming days. Just then, Silly shot toward him, ignoring his protests, and nestled itself firmly on top of his head. As Gao sighed at this strange but familiar behavior, his phone rang, wondering if it was the decorating company Tong Tong had recommended. He picked up only to be greeted by manager Li. The manager explained that the workers at the villa were facing difficulties. Mutant plants had overrun the area, and without their removal, the renovation could not proceed. Gao agreed to help but grew suspicious. When Lei mentioned that all the workers were laboring overtime late into the night, why would they go to such lengths for him? Lei brushed it off, claiming that was just how their business operated. But before Gao could probe further, another voice cut in, "Mr. Gang." He abruptly ended the call, leaving Gao uneasy. Unable to reach Tong Tong either, Gao decided not to take any risks. He grabbed Dai and Dumby, with Silly perched on his head, and rushed toward the villa. Half an hour passed, and Gao still hadn't arrived. Meanwhile, at the villa, one of Gang's subordinates voiced concern that the boy might have sensed the trap. Gang, however, reassured him. They had a meeting scheduled with Jiu's people, and preferred not to use force unless absolutely necessary. Gang admitted he was genuinely shocked to learn that Gao Hun, once thought to have no descendants, had a living grandson. His subordinate remarked that if this information became public, many would view Gao as a threat to be eliminated. John calmly explained the situation to his subordinate. He pointed out that Chi Hanu had no one else, and his grandson was still young. Meanwhile, the Southern Sky Group had already grown into a formidable force, backed by countless high-level factions. The subordinate questioned why they didn't simply kill Gao directly, instead of making so many attempts. Galen elaborated that there were likely powerful figures secretly protecting Gao. Acting recklessly could alert Chi Hanu. And besides, their true objective wasn't to eliminate Gao, it was to use him as leverage. Galen asked pointedly whether they truly believed themselves qualified to compete for control of the Southern Sky Group. Zhang admitted that killing Gao Hu's grandson would only provoke Chi Hanu's fury. In the end, the position of leader would not go to whoever struck the hardest, but to those truly deserving. Zhang explained further. Even his own research institute wasn't among the strongest. There were at least 30 others on the same level. Alongside them existed countless security agencies and rival institutions. Even if Gao Hu's heir perished, leadership would not automatically fall into Zhang's hands. To him, Gao was like a prince, someone destined to inherit the throne in the future. Jian emphasized that in this world, the line between friend and foe was never clear. Tonight, if he gained the resources to expand his laboratory, Gao might not accept his submission in the future. As the hour grew late, Jian sensed it was nearly time for Chi Hanu's people to arrive. He instructed his familiar to control manager Li, and proceeded with caution. Claiming to be a man of science rather than a barbarian, Jian ordered his butterfly familiar to release a strange white substance. Manager Li fell unconscious instantly. Jian told him to rest, implying that he would not be part of the coming events, or witness Jian's success. But before long, a commotion in the skies drew everyone's attention. John's subordinate urged him to look up. Astonishingly, Chi Hanu himself was approaching. Earlier, in the Chalan military district, the golden divine hawk, long dormant, had suddenly awakened and sounded a warning. Guards speculated whether the black ember forest ape had escaped, but the chief clarified this was no beast, but someone from the Southern Sky Group arriving in Chang'an. He ordered his men to hold their posts and declared grimly that a storm was coming. Now, Chi Hanu stood before Jian, whose men were already defeated. Jian nervously introduced himself as Gong, but Chi Hanu warned him to choose his words carefully. Jian retracted his false claim and begged for a chance to explain. When Chi Hanu pressed him on who had revealed information about Gao, Jian insisted he had said nothing. Instead, he pointed to a program he had created, one that would automatically broadcast Gao's details to every Southern Sky Group member unless he decoded it in time. Chi Hanu chose not to force the name of the informant from Jian and prepared to leave, but Jian called after him, finally confessing that it had been Secretary Liu who had leaked the information. Jian pleaded, saying he only wanted more funding, never to harm Gao. With more resources, he could make contributions to the Southern Sky Group. Chi Hanu, unimpressed, turned to depart. He offered Jian the chance to prove himself by showing the results of his research. Realizing his mistake, Jian tried to stop him, but a scream rang through the villa. In the next instant, Jian was dead. Chi Hanu had struck him down, refusing to be threatened by anyone. He then ordered his team to investigate Jian's activities and determine whether the dangerous program could be neutralized. In the worst case, Qi Hanu acknowledged he might have to reveal Gao Peng's existence earlier than planned. Soon after, Tong Tong appeared, kneeling respectfully before Qi Hanu and addressing him as her teacher. She recalled the difficult times when Qi Hanu returned from overseas, leaving their group to search for clues on their own, so that Gao could grow up in peace, despite his parents' tragic deaths. Though their group had since stabilized, Qi Hanu believed there was no need to rush Gao's return. Allowing him to grow independently would only sharpen his willpower. He instructed Tong Tong to handle the aftermath while he departed. Later, Gao himself arrived at the villa with his familiars. He noticed the absence of Manager Li and the workers, as well as strange claw marks on the ground. Suddenly, Tong Tong appeared, commenting on how much he had grown. At first, Gao was alarmed, but he quickly recognized her. His casual response irritated Tong Tong, who warned him not to let his guard down so easily. Gao replied calmly that if he had to be cautious even around her, then he would truly be left alone in this world. As Gao began to mention his life as an orphan, Tong Tong cut him off with a revelation that shook him to his core. He was not an orphan at all. His grandfather was alive. She explained that during the Great Cataclysm, his grandfather had been stranded on a remote island with loyal aides. With no military presence, survival had been a struggle, but he had persevered by training multiple familiars. Gao was deeply impressed by his grandfather's resilience. Tong Tong revealed further, Qi Hanu loved him dearly and had entrusted her with his care. She explained that Qi Hanu had his reasons for staying away, testing Gao and preparing him for the future. Gao understood at once. It was not neglect, but protection. A harsh form of love perhaps, but one meant to make him strong. Curious, Gao asked about his grandfather's familiar, but Tong Tong only smiled, assuring him he would learn in time. Elsewhere, Qi Hanu stood tall upon his mighty dragon beast, proud that his grandson understood his intentions. He waited patiently for the right moment to reunite. The following day at school, a large crowd gathered. An incident had broken out. 2 students, one of whom had recently become a monster trainer cadet, were locked in a violent confrontation.
In the morning, a shocking incident shook the school. A student, enraged and desperate, commanded his familiar to attack another student, nearly killing him. The attacker had long been a target of bullying, ridiculed for his supposed weakness. His victim, ironically, was his primary tormentor. The aftermath sparked heated debates among students. Was it ever justifiable to use such extreme violence, even against a bully? Meanwhile, Gao quietly pondered how the school and military might respond. Would the authorities go so far as to remove the training grounds from school premises altogether? Elsewhere, the principal confronted a visiting military colonel. His voice thundered with conviction as he declared that familiars were far more dangerous than the sharp weapons once prohibited in schools. Training within school walls, he argued, placed students without familiars at an unfair disadvantage. Though the colonel tried to reassure him, the principal's anger only softened after he expressed his genuine fears for student safety. Finally, he apologized for his outburst, but the colonel's parting words were grim. There were no safe places left in the world, and such incidents would now be judged by law. The principal, left standing in silence, felt a heavy sense of defeat. Far away in the Chaman military region, the colonel briefed the chief instructor about the school incident. Yet the instructor was unfazed, noting that such familiar-related attacks were now occurring across the globe. It was not just their city under siege. He cited examples from Wasia, where civilians themselves had begun supporting the police in maintaining order. Still, he assured the colonel that the World Allied government would soon intervene to address these escalating dangers. Back at the academy, Instructor Zhang gathered the students. His tone was sharp and unforgiving, as he scolded them for bullying their peers. Effective immediately, he declared, familiars would no longer be allowed inside the school. From the next day onward, they would remain with their designated training groups. As Gao tried persuading Silly, his mischievous familiar, to climb down from his head, he was met with resistance. Amused, Gao teased about the flavor of jellyfish wolfberry soup, prompting Silly to hop off and, oddly enough, offer him a glass of orange juice in defiance. Instructor Zhang then shifted the focus to the future. With the National College entrance exam just 2 months away, he reminded them that these weeks would decide their destinies. Top performers would be granted access to elite organizations and receive advanced training beyond the reach of ordinary students. He outlined the exam structure, explaining that every base city worldwide would follow the same format. The exam would consist of 3 rounds. The first round would be standardized across the country. Students would face monsters in battle, choosing the tier and grade but not the specific attributes. Defeating a monster with an elemental disadvantage would yield a 10% bonus. The scoring system was simple: 10 points for normal tier monsters, 50 points for elite tier, and 500 points for commander tier. Excellent grade monsters carried a 50% bonus, while perfect grade ones doubled the score. However, students could not challenge more monsters than the number of familiars they possessed. Only the best would progress to the second round, a survival mission in the wilderness, broadcast live for all to see. Those who met the criteria here could earn entry into the most prestigious universities. The third round, Zhang added, would be revealed only to those who advanced that far. As his speech ended, Gao's thoughts drifted. He realized this was a rare chance, even as a sophomore, to compete this year, but he also knew he needed to strengthen Strippy, his familiar, to stand a chance. The instructor then unveiled a mutant deadleaf locust, asking who would challenge it first. Gaja's mind raced. The locust, being a natural prey of spiders, should have been the perfect opponent for Streppy. Yet Streppy hesitated, timid and cautious. Gaja recalled the spider's once aggressive spirit, and wondered if this fear was the result of stress. Determined, he raised his hand to go first. Instructor Zhang, however, paused in surprise. He noticed Ga had another familiar with him. Calmly, he advised the young student that it would be far wiser to concentrate on nurturing a single familiar toward commander tier, rather than splitting focus. Before raising another familiar, Gao acknowledged Instructor Zhang's wisdom, yet he could not reveal his unconventional method of promoting familiars. Instead, he focused on Stripey, encouraging it to step forward. Gao noticed that the spider had grown fatter, but it seemed hesitant. To his surprise, Stripey even appeared to plead with the deadleaf locust not to attack. The other students grew restless, and Gao found himself reflecting on the personalities of his familiars. Dazi had been aggressive from the very beginning, while Stripey continued to show timidity. Gao understood that Stripey needed real combat experience to grow stronger. Suddenly, the deadleaf locust lunged forward, snatching Stripey off the ground. Gao's heart clenched with worry, but in that instant, Stripey released spider silk, countering the locust's attack. Though the insect eventually tore itself free, Stripey's quick defense impressed Gao. The students praised Stripey's effort, but Gao felt unsatisfied. Defense alone would not be enough. Stripey needed to learn to attack. Frustrated, he tried to motivate his familiar, urging it to climb the cage and strike. Yet Stripey struggled to climb, leaving Gao to confront the truth. Training familiars was a long and difficult process. Fearing abandonment, Stripey suddenly shifted. Its timid nature gave way to aggression, and it viciously attacked the deadleaf locust, severely injuring it. The other students marveled at its hidden strength, but Gao grew worried about Stripey's well-being. The system itself warned that such uncontrolled aggression could damage the familiar permanently. Without hesitation, Gao rushed forward, holding Stripey down. He whispered an apology, assuring his partner he would never abandon it. Stripey calmed instantly, returning to its normal state. In fact, Gao had already anticipated such a reaction, which was why he had insisted on entering the cage himself. Instructor Zhang, impressed by Gao's courage and sincerity, even remarked that someone like him should consider joining the military. After a week of rigorous training, Stripey shed its fear of combat. It slimmed down, reached level 13, and began to embrace its defensive strengths. Still, Gao knew he had to move cautiously. Inexperience could not be rushed. Meanwhile, Gao discovered that Stripey's discarded exoskeletons had medicinal value. Rather than waste them, he decided to cook them, despite the possibility of poison. The fried dish turned out surprisingly delicious. Dazi eagerly devoured it, while Stripey hesitated, uneasy as if reminded of something unpleasant. With his soul strength growing, Gao attempted to form a contract with Dumby. This time, the bond succeeded. Dumby willingly became his familiar, joining Dazi and Stripey as part of Gao's growing team. Soon, Gao boarded a train bound for the second wilderness training. Confidence swelled within him. He was no longer alone, with Dazi and Dumby by his side. On the journey, he overheard a troubling conversation. Some individuals whom Gao had once locked inside a safe house whispered about revenge, yet they did not know his true identity, and Gao remained silent. Upon arriving, Gao noticed that Dumby's powerful aura was intimidating other students' familiars. At his command, Dumby suppressed it, though some students mistakenly interpreted Gao's confidence as arrogance. This time, Gao chose to go solo, venturing into the valley with Dumby as his mount. "I'll protect you," Dumby assured him, a line it had picked up from a children's show. As they explored, a shadow darted across their path, disappearing toward a pond where Gao had once encountered green-skinned frogs. He turned to investigate, but soon found himself face-to-face with a giant jungle anaconda. It was their second encounter. Gao began to suspect this was its territory. The frogs themselves seemed terrified of the beast, their attacks against it utterly futile. Despite being only level 20, the anaconda's strength rivaled a commander-tier monster. Gao quickly realized that this creature acted as the true regulator of the valley's ecosystem. Fighting it would be reckless, so he chose to withdraw. Once the anaconda left, the frogs and tadpoles cautiously returned to the pond. Gao, ever resourceful, seized the chance to catch them for a meal. Just as he prepared his unusual valley picnic, Dazi suddenly grew alert. A black horse emerged. Level 14, excellent grade. Gao was impressed. It would have made a fine mount, but he restrained himself, unwilling to betray his bond with his current familiars. When Gao turned back, he discovered his meal had vanished. Dazi feigned innocence, blaming Dumby, but Dumby defended itself, winning Gao's pride. Then without warning, Dumby snatched Gao off the ground. The giant jungle anaconda had returned, attempting a sneak attack. Dumby's quick reaction saved both Gao and Dazi from certain death. Though grateful, Gao seethed with frustration. Why did this anaconda continue its unprovoked attacks, and what role would it play in his path forward? Gao turned to Dumby and asked a simple question. Could it defeat the monster? The ape didn't hesitate. Leaping into the trees, it maneuvered with surprising agility, circling around to attack the giant jungle anaconda from behind. Its first strike landed, leaving only a shallow wound, but the second blow carried far more weight, drawing blood. Gao watched, thoroughly impressed by Dumby's relentless assault. But the tide quickly shifted. The anaconda roared and went berserk, its massive body thrashing with wild fury. Game sensed danger immediately, and warned Dumby to be cautious. The snake revealed its hidden trump card, striking with sudden precision, and catching Dumby off guard. Game's voice cracked with anxiety as he called out, desperate to know if his familiar could still fight. Then something unexpected happened. Dumby pressed its hand against its chest, activating a mysterious ability. Gao's eyes widened in recognition. It was the blood thread heart, a supernatural gift awakened after Dumby's evolution to the epic grade. With this power, Dumby could remotely seize control of an enemy's heart. The anaconda writhed in agony, but before it could retaliate, Dumby tightened the grip. Blood poured from the serpent as its body convulsed. With one final earth-shaking punch, Dumby brought the beast down for good. Unbeknownst to Gao, military personnel had been watching the battle unfold. The chief officer, shocked by Dumby's abilities, immediately inquired about Gao's background, yet the file was encrypted, far beyond his clearance level. Startled, he realized that recruiting someone like Gao would not be easy. For now, he ordered his subordinates to ensure Gao's safety and prevent any accidents. Meanwhile, Gao directed Dazi to slice open the anaconda's carcass. To his surprise, the blade slid through with ease, as though cutting paper. Inside, they discovered a thick vine entwined through the serpent's body, explaining why it had seemed to float unnaturally. Dazi proudly handed over the core crystal, earning Gao's praise. But Gao also noticed that Dumby's heart had suffered damage from using the blood thread heart. He reassured Dumby that the organ would regenerate, though its strength would depend on proper training once it healed. Their respite didn't last. A thunderous noise echoed across the valley. Dazi quickly identified it, the big one from before. Gao immediately thought of Mu Ying, the girl carrying the lotus seed. Rushing to the sound, he found chaos. Wen was injured, and Wei Yi was supporting her, while Mu Ying fought desperately against a colossal worm monster. Mu Ying ordered the lotus seed to block its path, then carried Wen as she attempted to flee. But before they could escape, another worm erupted from the ground, cutting off their retreat. Surrounded and exhausted, Mu Ying braced for the worst. At that moment, Dumby and Dazi charged into the fray, striking the worms with ferocity. Gao commanded his familiars with precision, splitting them between both monsters to relieve the embattled group. Grateful beyond words, Mu Ying thanked him for saving their lives. Gao only smiled, reminding her that they were friends, and helping each other was their duty. Soon after, an announcement declared the official end of the Wild Valley simulation training. On their way back, Mu Ying asked if Gao had noticed anything unusual. Gao confirmed her suspicions. Earthworms of this size and strength were abnormal. He suggested regrouping, taking the lead as they returned. His calm leadership left a lasting impression on the women. Later, Gao reflected on his instructor's warning. A new breed of formidable monster had appeared in the Dali Desert, driving the man-eating worms to migrate. Still, Gao felt reassured. He had already contacted Director Fun, who informed him that the government was working toward a solution. Students from the safe house blocked Gao's path. Rather than retaliate, he calmly advised them not to seek unnecessary conflicts. Still, Gao seemed disappointed when he noticed they had brought only 4 low-level monsters against him. He suspected that even Dazi alone could have handled the situation. Gao assured the centipede that he never underestimated it. But then, the group's leader revealed his trump card, a black Raging Kong equipped with a weapon. This puzzled Gao. After all, the Raging Kong's body itself was already a powerful weapon. Why would they need to arm it further? The beast roared, preparing to strike, but Gao remained unfazed. He summoned Dumby and instructed it to teach the little monkey a lesson. Dumby simply tapped the Raging Kong on the head. That light touch was enough to send the beast scurrying away, just like a frightened child being bullied. Embarrassed, it hid behind its master. The boy quickly recalled his familiar. Realizing he had underestimated Gao's strength, before he could even apologize, Gao had already turned away and left, leaving the group in silent humiliation. Though his friends tried to console him, the boy wiped away his familiar's tears and vowed to train harder so one day they could challenge Gao again. Back at the studio, Gao focused on something far more important, Stripey's evolution. He had already gathered all the necessary materials. Following the system's instructions but working independently, he guided Stripey to submerge itself in a container. This time, the process required boiling the materials in a large pot, with Stripey assisting in refining them to increase its grade. But danger lurked outside. A group of thieves had targeted the studio, believing it was unoccupied. Their goal was to steal experimental materials with high black market value. Using a small insect-like creature, they breached the bulletproof glass door. The loud noise immediately caught Gao's attention. Checking the surveillance camera, he realized the lens had been obstructed. Unsure if the intruders meant theft or harm, he quickly called the police. Meanwhile, the thieves crept inside, searching greedily for valuables. Their eyes landed on Stripey, resting inside its container, and they assumed it was some rare treasure. They prepared to smash it. Hidden nearby, Gao's heart raced. If the container was broken, Stripey's evolution would be ruined. Thinking fast, he revealed himself casually, and even invited the thieves for tea, hoping to stall for time. But one of them struck him hard with a hammer, knocking him unconscious. As the thief gloated, Stripey's transformation reached its climax. The creature had evolved into a shield demon armored spider. By the time the thieves moved deeper into the lab to loot more materials, Stripey launched a deadly counterattack. When the police finally arrived, they were met with the thick scent of blood. On the floor lay the lifeless bodies of the thieves. To them, it looked like a brutal double homicide. They ordered Gao, now conscious again, to kneel and raise his hands. Gao explained that he was the one who had called for help and was actually the victim. Still, they brought him in for questioning. The interrogator pressed him harshly, accusing him of excessive violence even after the thieves' deaths. Gao defended himself, showing his bandaged head wound as proof that he had been attacked first. As the tension rose, a knock on the door interrupted. Tong Tong entered with the police chief and spoke in Gao's defense. She confirmed his actions were in self-defense and urged his release. Reluctantly, the police let him go. Outside the station, Gao asked Tong Tong if her grandfather, Gao Hunu, was aware of what had happened. She confirmed that he was, and that he had even suggested Gao be taken to the hospital. Gao revealed that most of his injuries had actually been absorbed by Stripey. The head wound was self-inflicted, a clever trick to make his case more believable. Without it, he feared he might have been charged with murder. Tong Tong praised his quick thinking and told him to rest while she managed the aftermath. That night, lying in his bed, Gao thought the ordeal was behind him. Suddenly, he was ambushed. Narrowly dodging a knife strike, he was shocked to see the attacker. It was one of the thieves he had seen die earlier. The man's voice was filled with rage as he declared he had returned from hell for vengeance. He lunged again, demanding to know why Gao hadn't stopped Stripey when it still could have handed them over alive to the police. Despite the ambush, Gao remained undaunted. He coldly declared that in such a harsh world, one had to be cruel in order to survive. Suddenly the other thief, now headless, lunged at him from behind. But just as the attack closed in, Gao jolted awake. It had all been a nightmare. Breathing heavily, he questioned himself. Was it fear haunting him, or perhaps guilt? Yet a remembered quote reignited his resolve, filling him with determination once again. The following morning, the military colonel assembled the students on the training ground. His announcement was significant. The world's top 12 monster trainer organizations, along with the monster trainer leagues, had united. Together they were implementing strict control measures. Moreover, the Monster Hunting Association and the Monster Breeder Association had now become affiliated with the Trainer League. Familiars, the colonel explained, were officially categorized into tiers: ordinary, elite, commander, and lord. Trainers could now apply for official certification corresponding to their familiars' ranks. With this system in place, the colonel revealed that the very first Monster Trainer College entrance examination would be conducted under stricter, more challenging conditions. For that day's trial, the students were tasked with defeating an elite-tier skull-winged blue bat. Whoever succeeded would earn the right to keep the defeated monster. One student, Nam Chen Hunia, stepped forward. His familiar was a level 18 electric luster bear, far stronger than most familiars present. The bear entered the cage, roaring fiercely, yet the skull-winged blue bat hardly acknowledged it. With a single devastating strike, the bat effortlessly brought the bear down. The medical team rushed in, and Gao couldn't help but admire the bat's terrifying speed and power. When the colonel asked for the next challenger, silence spread across the field. The students hesitated, intimidated by the bat's display. Frustration rose in the instructor's voice. But before the tension broke, Gao calmly stepped forward. He sent Dumby into the cage. At once, the battle began. Dumby's strike landed cleanly, drawing blood from the bat. The students murmured in surprise. Even those from the safe house who had once doubted Gao. The boy who owned the raging Kong clenched his fists, encouraging his familiar to grow stronger, though fear flickered in its eyes. The fight raged on. Dumby pressed forward, forcing the bat to defend itself. Some students whispered that if Dumby could fly, victory would already be his. But Gao had a strategy. Dumby's stats were superior, So the plan was simple: wear the bat down until it faltered. The tactic worked. The skull-winged blue bat's attacks grew weaker and less frequent. Sensing the moment, Dumby struck from behind, slamming the bat to the ground. Severely wounded, it could fight no longer. Dumby had won. The instructor declared Gao the victor and awarded him the bat. Without hesitation, Gao announced he was selling it for 500 alliance credits. Smiling, he remarked that this was how entrepreneurs were made. Mu immediately expressed interest in buying it. Gao tried to dissuade her, explaining that skull-winged blue bats were not highly valued. They excelled only at bullying non-flying monsters. But Mu's mind was made up. She transferred the credits instantly, delighting Gao, who praised her wealth. He even offered her a discount if she chose to evolve the bat through him in the future. That evening, Gao walked the streets, his eyes drawn to a transport truck gleaming with cutting-edge design. Dumby shadowed him as he admired it, declaring his dream of owning a steel Black Dragon Series 3. Sleek and formidable, it was large enough to comfortably house all his familiars. To Gao, its style represented power and authority, an extension of his own image. Suddenly, Tong Tong appeared, carrying what looked like an ordinary house cat, but appearances were deceiving. It was in fact a level 36 Commander tier Night Shadow cat. Though it had been filthy when she found it, its true strength was extraordinary. Gao was impressed, but the cat, clearly prideful, turned away with an air of disdain. Gao laughed at its attitude, while Tong Tong brushed it off as a quirk. She then asked why Gao hadn't moved into his villa yet. He admitted he hadn't found the time. She urged him to make the move, reminding him how inconvenient his current situation was. As Gao returned home, he gazed at a photo of his parents, emotion welling in his eyes. He vowed to live independently and to support his grandfather. Finally, the long-awaited day of the monster trainer examination arrived. Gao arrived at the venue in his gleaming new truck, instantly catching everyone's attention. With confidence, he lined up with his familiars at the entrance. Guards inspected admission tickets and verified contracts with a special light, but when one student stepped forward, the light turned red, indicating a missing contract. Panic broke out as the student's familiar turned violent and tried to escape. Reinforcements arrived in the form of silver moon wolves, containing the chaos. The student pleaded desperately, explaining that the familiar belonged to his father, but the military officers were unmoved. They disqualified him on the spot, instructing him to try again next year. Gao was astonished by the audacity of someone attempting to cheat during such a critical examination. Soon after, he received his nameplate and reflected that in this test, victory would depend solely on individual strength. His plate was marked a 5, placing him in the highest bracket. He wondered if there were any participants with Lord-tier familiars, though he doubted it. What he did notice was the presence of 7 others in Area A, each commanding a powerful Commander-tier familiar. The competition was real. His eyes moved across the arena. Among the candidates, he spotted a girl commanding a black anaconda, and a boy with a rare tiger-type familiar. This shocked him. Tiger-type familiars were notoriously scarce. Area B was assigned to elite-tier familiars, while Area C held the ordinary tier. Though Dumby was technically elite, its strength already rivaled Commander-tier beasts. Gao felt exhilarated to be among such high-caliber trainers. Still, he compared himself to a husky suddenly thrown into a pack of wolves. This marked his official entry into the top 8 monster trainers of Chang'an City. The military personnel carefully observed these 8 young candidates, recognizing them as the city's most promising talents. Some of the instructors whispered that 2 of the candidates, aged 20 and 21, were not particularly strong, but the colonel retorted firmly, they were significant simply because they were among the only 8 out of 30,000 trainers who had achieved commander-tier familiars. The chief instructor reminded everyone of the cataclysmic signs detected a decade earlier. Authorities had downplayed them, claiming the changes began only 3 years ago to prevent mass panic, but the reality was far graver. These 8 candidates represented the city's hope for the future, and no mishap could be allowed. Soldiers reassured the colonel that every examination area was under strict surveillance. Meanwhile, Gao prepared for his battle. His opponent, a level 22 lakeside giant scorpion. He quickly formulated a strategy instructing Dumby to target its vulnerable sides. The scorpion's defenses and reflexes impressed him, but the gap in their strength was clear. Then, in a shocking turn, Dumby's level suddenly increased to 21, breaking into the commander tier. Gao's heart raced with excitement. Still, the fight was far from over. Bound by the rules of a one-on-one duel, Gao could only rely on Dumby. The scorpion's close-range water ability made it difficult to counter. Just as Gao pondered his next move, Dumby awakened a new ability. By channeling its blood threads into its limbs, it gained the bone-hardened skill, strengthening both its joints and attacks. Though weaker than fire or thunder abilities, bone-hardened perfectly suited Dumby's fighting style. With renewed strength, Dumby launched a brutal assault. Its blows tore into the scorpion's exoskeleton, and after a fierce exchange, it finally struck a vital point. the giant scorpion collapsed in defeat. Dumby lifted Gao in triumph, and Gao embraced it warmly, attributing the victory to Dumby's relentless effort. Playfully, he teased Dazi for its jealousy. The centipede scuttled forward, seeking its own hug, but Gao quickly stopped it. His gaze drifted toward the girl with the black anaconda. She had emerged from her own battle completely unscathed, a testament to her incredible skill. The military observers also turned their attention to her. One soldier stumbled over her name, but the chief instructor corrected him. She was Jun Moy. They spoke of her unusual education, how she had left school early and relied on private tutors. More astonishing was her affiliation. She was a trainee under the Black Flag Division of the New World Allied Government. Admiration filled the air. Yet Gao was not forgotten. One soldier pointed out his exceptional performance, and the colonel proudly noted that Gao was his student, the youngest monster breeder in Chang'an City, and a key figure in the Dead Leaf Locust incident. Another soldier recalled that Gao had been recommended by Director Fun. Their praise swelled, and the chief instructor, watching closely, nodded with satisfaction, remarking on the value of having such a remarkable grandson. Jun Moy completed her examination and was granted permission to leave early. Before departing, her eyes fell on Gao, who had just triumphed in another match using Dazi. For the first time, she was genuinely impressed. Gao's third battle soon followed, this time against a level 16 Deadleaf Mantis. He chose Supreame, who held an elemental advantage with its earth attribute against the mantis's wood type. At first, Gao was confident, but he was taken aback when the mantis began mimicking human gestures, showing the intellect of a child. Supreame, however, misunderstood. Watching the mantis's movements, it thought the monster was trying to dance. Gao quickly corrected it, warning that the creature was preparing to attack. Supreame grew sad, thinking the mantis wasn't playing with it. When the mantis took flight, Supreame mistook it for a mosquito. Instinctively, it cast a web, ensnaring its opponent. But the mantis broke free and counterattacked, injuring Supreame. That pain lit a fire inside the spider. No longer playful, it retaliated fiercely, its attacks overwhelming the mantis until it could no longer stand. Supreame emerged victorious. Gao smiled with relief. This battle had not only earned them a win but also boosted Supreame's confidence for the challenges to come. Gao's examination finally came to an end, and he was instructed to leave. Outside, a long queue of participants stood waiting impatiently, with only Jun Moy having emerged so far. Just then, the door opened, and Gao made his grand entrance, striking a dramatic pose with his familiars. Later, when Gao returned to his villa, he was shocked to find the entire place in complete chaos. Alarmed by a sudden noise, he immediately ordered his familiars to capture the intruder. Without hesitation, Dumby positioned himself protectively in front of Gao, while Dozy rushed forward, restraining the intruder and even asking if it could eat it. To Gao's surprise, the so-called intruder was nothing more than a strange bird-like monster. Unexpectedly, Tong Tong appeared and explained the situation. The bird was actually a housewarming gift from Gao's grandfather. Before Gao could respond, she quickly departed. Only then did Gao notice a brand new villa standing nearby. Realization struck him. Tong Tong must have arranged for it to be built in just a few days, ensuring his protection. Curious, Gao asked Dumby to lift the bird. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a red-crowned crane with only one leg. Though it appeared unconscious at first, the crane suddenly sprang to life, launching an attack. Gao, however, playfully pretended that he was planning to have the crane for dinner. Instantly, the bird calmed down. It didn't take Gao long to realize that this was no ordinary creature. It was a flaming red crane of epic grade, one destined to ascend to the Lord tier as it matured. Brimming with excitement, he decided to keep it. Meanwhile, Dozy and Dumby fantasized about eating the crane, but Gao instead fed it mealworms. Much to Dozy's irritation, naming it Flamey, Gao prepared to form a blood contract. As he delved into the bird's consciousness, he gained access to Flamey's memories and felt sorrow upon witnessing the bird's tragic past, the loss of its mother. The crane then asked Gao if he could help it seek revenge. Gao reassured it, promising that by forming a blood contract, its struggles would become his own. The contract was successfully established, but Gao soon found himself trapped within the bird's consciousness. In an unexpected twist, the collective knowledge of his familiars fused together, granting Gao a new life-saving skill, the elemental barrier. He recalled seeing someone else use this very ability before, which made him suspect that it was a result of Dumby's promotion. Amid these discoveries, mysterious words appeared, advising monster trainers to let their familiars handle battles while they themselves remained hidden. Gao began to reflect deeply on the true nature of blood contracts, the responsibilities of trainers, and the possibility of others like him existing elsewhere. Eventually, he dismissed these thoughts, realizing it was impossible to teach life-saving abilities to others. He also came to understand why Tong Tong had insisted he keep his shifting constellation ability a secret. If others learned of it, they would be dangerously drawn to him. This left Gao wondering if Tong Tong and his grandfather possessed far more influence than he had imagined. The thought made him uneasy about helping his grandfather any further. In the days that followed, Gao spent time in his villa, while Flammy trained with a deep burning hatred for the ones who had taken its mother. Gao's own worries began to fade, thanks to the limitless credit card provided by his grandfather. But peace never lasted long. He soon realized the exam results were out. When he tried to log in, he discovered his grandfather had already checked them. To Gao's astonishment, he had scored 710 points, securing the top rank in Chang'an City. Just then, Gao received a call from an unknown number. It was an official notice about the second round of examinations, scheduled for 15 days later. Concern immediately filled Gao's mind. Because of the blood contract, he could not take Flammy with him to the exam. At that moment, Tong Tong reappeared, making Gao suspect that his grandfather had orchestrated everything from the start. Relieved, he asked if she could look after Flammy in his absence. Tong Tong agreed without hesitation, promising to ensure the crane's safety. Elsewhere in Chang'an City, another boy fumed over finishing in second place. He believed it was unfair, but someone explained that Gao had earned 10 bonus points in the final round. The boy, unwilling to accept the result, swore not to let it go. Finally, the day of the second examination arrived. Gao made his way to the venue and was stunned to discover that only 8 participants had qualified. The instructor explained that this round would take place in Sun Mountain National Forest Park, near Jiangnan. Unlike before, this exam would pit them against real, untamed monsters. Although the forest had been scouted carefully, and no Lord-tier monsters were present, it still contained no fewer than 500 Commander-tier beasts. The candidates were given flare guns for emergencies, and the instructor emphasized that participation was optional. Upon hearing this, 2 participants immediately withdrew. Jun Moi confidently stepped forward, registering without hesitation. The military personnel then announced that only 6 candidates would represent Chang'an City, and that they would soon be joined by competitors from the Waka region. With that, he wished them all the best. A participant named Wang Zhan approached Gao, after learning that he had secured the top rank. Overjoyed, Wang referred to them both as the Muggles among the participants, since unlike others, they didn't come from rich political families or powerful monster trainer backgrounds. Gao chose not to reveal his true background, keeping his silence. Wang then mentioned that several companies had already approached him for recruitment after the exam. This made Gao wonder if his grandfather or Tong Tong had secretly intervened on his behalf. Full of confidence, Wang introduced his familiar, calling it the God Ant. However, the system revealed its true name, a Golden Devil Ant, already at level 21. This left Gao pondering how the system assigned names and whether it possessed abilities even before admission. Soon the military personnel announced the arrival of airplanes, signaling the participants to prepare for departure. As they dashed toward the forest, Gao silently thanked the shifting constellations technique, which gave him unmatched speed. Among the candidates, one rode a massive stellar white pig, struggling to keep it under control. Meanwhile, Tong Tong was watching the live broadcast of the exam. Flammy, having enjoyed some extra fish, had grown plump and now eagerly awaited Gao's appearance on the screen. When Gao was declared one of the popular candidates for the top 12, Flammy became visibly excited, anticipating his success. Back at the exam venue, those unable to reach the forest entrance in time were immediately disqualified. Before entering Sun Mountain Forest, the candidates were provided with backpacks containing food and water. A military official explained that out of 197 candidates, 150 had signed up for the second round, but they should be cautious of the forest's many dangers. At the same time, civilians of Jiangnan discussed the event, aware of the high-stakes challenge. The candidates were then handed consent letters, acknowledging the risks involved, including a 10% mortality rate. Gao stared at the form uneasily, realizing that in the event of his death, his family would only receive 1,000 alliance credits. This second round introduced a new system. Participants were tasked with locating target pillars, and points would be awarded for destroying them. The officials announced that only the top 12 candidates would advance to the third round, and those who excelled might even earn prestigious titles. With the battles broadcast live, Gao couldn't help but wonder about the possibility of gaining such recognition. The exam began. Candidates had 20 minutes to reach the first destination. Gao launched forward with his familiars, when suddenly Strap shot out its silk towards a tree, catching him by surprise. Meanwhile, a special broadcast about the exam was airing. The program featured 2 guests, Du and Wu, powerhouse trainers from DDU. Most of the participants had already ventured deep into the forest, with Jun Moi currently holding the highest score. When asked about Jun Moi, the host grew visibly irritated at Du and Wu's calm analysis of her familiar. the black anaconda. Despite their irritation, the host kept her composure and shifted focus to the lowest-ranking participant. To everyone's surprise, it was Gao, seen leisurely resting with his familiars. The host remarked on his zen-like calmness, but Duan-Wu dismissed it as simple laziness. Inside the forest, Gao eventually roused himself and chose to explore the outer regions, reasoning they were less dangerous. Soon Dumby detected one of the point pillars, which was tightly ensnared by ghostwood vines. Gao knew that the vines only feigned stillness, waiting to strike. He ordered Dozy to attack, and though the vine resisted, it soon shifted its position to encircle Dumby. Gao understood the creature's strategy. It would normally ensnare its prey before tearing them apart, but against Dumby's tough bones it stood no chance. With precise commands, Dozy overwhelmed the vine, and Dumby crushed the pillar with ease. Gao earned 150 points, bringing his total score to 199. He then instructed Dumby to search for the monster core. Just then, an announcement declared the elimination of a fourth contestant. Gao wondered if the cause might have been something other than a monster encounter. Elsewhere, military personnel had already recovered the lifeless body of a candidate. Deeper in the forest, Gao encountered another participant accompanied by a giant monarch scorpion. Surprisingly, the two treated each other with respect and avoided conflict. Meanwhile, on the broadcast, the host questioned why candidates were not forbidden from fighting one another. Duan-Wu explained that in exams like these, it was common for participants to kill and loot. Since the forest had no protective rules, survival itself was part of the challenge. Pressing forward, Gao ordered his familiars to stay alert. Suddenly they sensed a threat, but it turned out to be a harmless unicorn rabbit. Before Gao could react, the rabbit was killed instantly by an unseen attacker from afar. Realizing they lacked long-range combat ability, Gao decided retreat was the best option. He ran with his familiars, but the attacks continued. Dumby shielded him just as another blow landed, and Dozy also leapt in front to protect him, absorbing heavy damage even with the elemental barrier active. Gao quickly commanded Strap to use its silk, hoping to slow down the enemy's advance and buy precious time. Meanwhile, the military personnel monitoring the examination grew increasingly concerned. They discussed the urgent need to prevent the dreamstick insect from continuing its assault on the candidates. One soldier mentioned that White Rose was already en route to provide assistance. The captain, however, expressed his frustration. A candidate had already lost their life, and now those who had insisted that real-life experience was the best training method were beginning to panic. When another soldier commented on Gao's seemingly casual attitude, the chief quickly countered, pointing out that Gao's composure was actually a calculated strategic decision. Back in the forest, the dreamstick insect closed in on Gao. He knew its weakness lay in the small white spot on its abdomen, yet he decided that fleeing was the safer option. The monster lunged at him, but Stripey leapt forward to defend Gao, urging him to escape. Frustrated, Gao finally revealed the weak point to his familiars and ordered them to attack. Dumby prepared to confront the dreamstick insect, but Gao hesitated. His familiar looked uneasy, as though unwilling to fight recklessly and risk the safety of its companions. Encouraging Dumby, Gao urged it to strike without worry. At that moment, Dozy's anger flared. The centipede roared, declaring that it would not allow the monster to bully its friends. White Rose finally arrived, hovering above on her familiar. Gao commanded Dozy to climb the monster's abdomen and strike at the white spot, but the dreamstick insect lashed out with its spear-like limb, injuring Dozy. Seeing this, Dumby became furious, severed one of the monster's limbs, and even used it as a weapon. Yet the creature retaliated with terrifying strength, knocking Dumby aside. Gao realized with dread that the monster's combat strength still exceeded their own. Desperate, he directed Dozy to target the white spot with an electric attack. The strike narrowly missed. Gao quickly devised a new plan. Dumby would act as the distraction, while Dozy prepared the killing blow. At that moment, White Rose called down to Gao, asking if she should intervene. Receiving the order to exterminate, her familiar, a level 38 light albatross, dove from the skies. With overwhelming power, it seized the dreamstick insect and carried it away, ending the battle instantly. Gao stood stunned by the sheer might of her familiar. Relief washed over the battlefield. A soldier remarked on Gao's possession of 2 commander-tier familiars, but the captain acknowledged that defeating the dreamstick insect had been beyond their current abilities. Another soldier questioned why they had intervened at all, since no emergency signal had been sent. The captain clarified that the higher-ups would not allow the number of young monster trainers to dwindle further. Back in the forest, Gao was relieved to discover that his familiars were already beginning to heal. Stripey had a broken leg, but Dozy surprisingly expressed the urge to consume it. Disheartened, the spider still offered its broken limb to the centipede, believing it would recover faster. Gao, however, received nothing but disapproving glances from his companions. That night, Gao foraged food for Stripey. As they sat down to eat, he spoke about the importance of lasting the longest in the exam. His strategy was to head toward the forest's outer edge, where fewer candidates ventured, and destroy point pillars there. Taking it easy for now, he fed Stripey a roaring wind mountain beast to boost its strength. Though he regretted not having trained Stripey enough beforehand, he was encouraged to see its skin hardening. The shedding process for regeneration would be complete by the next day. By morning, Stripey had awakened brimming with energy, its leg fully restored, and its level promoted to 20. Gao's joy was immeasurable. With its next breakthrough, he would have 3 commander-tier familiars at his side. Together, they continued their quest to destroy point pillars, collecting valuable items and defeating monsters along the way. While exploring, Gao discovered a pond filled with strange blue-skinned frogs. At first, he thought they resembled ordinary green frogs, but to his disgust, they suddenly began spitting wildly. As he recoiled from the grotesque sight, he noticed a drone camera hovering above. Meanwhile, on the televised program, the host marveled at Gao's unexpected climb to 15th place. Du and Wu expressed their admiration, pointing out that the current top 15 included participants who had already been eliminated, which meant Gao still had a chance to break into the top 12. The host also highlighted Jun Moi's consistent dominance, holding firmly onto second place. 15 days passed, and at last the second round of the exam came to a close. Gao felt relieved. While he hadn't discovered as many point pillars as he'd hoped, Stripey's promotion to commander tier had allowed them to defeat countless monsters. Gao was content, knowing he had given his best effort without regret. When the final results were announced, Gao secured the 11th rank. Elsewhere, in a hotel in Jiangnou, an influential man berated his son for failing to reach the top 12. Furious, he declared that his son would no longer have the chance to participate in the Alliance Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly. In desperation, the boy suggested using his father's connections. The man grew irate, ordering his son to lie low and stay away from rubbish friends. A few days later, as Gao walked through the streets, he received unexpected news. The Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly had been postponed for 3 months. The reason? Unsatisfactory performances in the previous rounds. To compensate, the organizers had extended the age limit to 20 years and 3 months, giving participants more time to grow stronger. While digesting this information, Gao was approached by one of the fellow candidates, Wang, accompanied by a few others, including Jin Moi. They warmly invited him to join them for dinner. Just as Gao was about to leave with them, another man appeared and handed him a briefcase containing 1 million Alliance credits. The man suggested they visit a nearby cafe to talk. Gao agreed, and Dobby accompanied him. At the cafe, the man's nervousness was apparent. He emphasized the importance of keeping their discussion private. Then, lowering his voice, he made a shocking offer. Someone was willing to pay Gao more than the reward for the first-place winner, if he agreed to withdraw from the competition. To prove his sincerity, the man shared insider information about a powerful trainer from District M, who had formed a contract with a Lord-tier familiar. Gao listened quietly, then smiled faintly. He understood that the person behind this offer must care deeply about their own child's success. But for Gao, the decision was clear. Money can't buy what I seek, he said. I'm aiming to reach higher levels. His calm refusal left the man speechless. That marked the end of this encounter, for now. Gao secured the 11th rank in the second round of the strongest youth monster trainer examination. Yet just when everything seemed to be going well, this strange bribery attempt shook things up. Even so, Gao's resolve remained firm. After Gao left, the man immediately made a call. He refused. He reported. His tone carried a mix of fear and resignation. The man mused that his client preferred action over negotiation, but he was only the messenger, not the mastermind. Moments later, the cafe grew eerily quiet. 2 towering figures appeared beside him, each accompanied by a powerful familiar. Alarmed, the man demanded to know who had set him up, but one of them simply said, "Mr. Zong, we already have control of your familiar. Don't set resist. Let sets cooperate." Zong began to realize the danger he was in. They escorted him to a secluded location, where he found Gao Hanwu, Gao's grandfather, waiting with his secretary. Without a word, the secretary tossed a card toward Zong. It contained 5 million Alliance credits. Overwhelmed, Zong confessed everything. He had been sent to persuade Gao to withdraw. He couldn't help but wonder who exactly Gao Hanwu was, and why such a powerful man was interested in a young competitor. Gao Hanwu questioned Zong about the details of the offer. Zong revealed the truth. The man behind it was the mayor of Ganling Bay City, Huan Ming. Realization dawned on him as he began to understand Gao Hanwu's true identity and influence. At that moment, a small girl entered the room, holding a man's hand. It was Zong's younger sister, Swan. She revealed that Grandpa had invited her here, promising ice cream in exchange for keeping a secret from her brother. Gao Hanwu chuckled softly, reassuring the nervous child. Once she left, Zong's frustration finally broke. He shouted at Gao Hanwu, demanding to know what he wanted. But Gao Hanwu only smiled and sat down calmly. "I sep not here to kill you," he said. "That sep's inefficient. I step in here to offer you work, and I step like you to tell me everything. Zong, realizing resistance was useless, revealed everything he knew. The mayor of Ganling Bay City had orchestrated the entire scheme. Gao Hanwu sighed, clearly disappointed. He had expected something greater. His secretary suggested dealing with the mayor directly, but Gao Hanwu shook his head. No, he said. This is something Gao must handle himself. Then, unexpectedly, Gao Hanwu remarked, even I think this competition is a waste of Gao's time. His words left Zong stunned. 4 years had passed since Gao Hanwu had last seen his grandson. Meanwhile, back at Gao's home, the young man pondered over the mysterious forces working against him. Despite the growing web of intrigue, Gao decided not to dwell on it, at least not tonight. He lay down to rest. A sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Who is it? He asked cautiously. A familiar voice replied, That's not good for a young man to sleep so much. Gao recognized the voice instantly. When he opened the door, there stood his grandfather, smiling warmly. The two embraced, their reunion heavy with emotion after years apart. Sitting together, Gao Hanwu praised his grandson's performance in the competition, but Gao admitted that he still felt lacking, that he had remained on the sidelines. Hanwu, however, appreciated his grandson's restraint and strategy. Then, their conversation shifted to the recent bribery attempt. Gao Hanwu revealed the truth. The offer to withdraw had come from the mayor of Ganling Bay City, and it wasn't just a bribe, it was a prelude to war. The mayor planned to destroy Gao's reputation by framing him for a crime involving a young girl. Calmly, Hanwu reassured his grandson. You don't have to face this alone, he said. Then, with a teasing smirk, he asked if Gao was ready to give up his participation in the competition. To his surprise, Gao nodded. Yes, he said, his eyes calm but determined. It's time to call the organizers. The young prodigy had made his choice, and it marked the beginning of something far greater than the competition itself. Gao was taken aback by his grandfather's sudden declaration. He asked if there was truly no objection to withdrawing from the Youth Monster Trainer Assembly, but Gao trusted his grandfather's wisdom. If Gao Hanwu had made this decision, there had to be a solid reason behind it. Hanwu leaned back and explained his perspective calmly. Since the cataclysm 3 years ago, he began, the gap between individuals has narrowed. Age is no longer an advantage. Everyone now stands at the same starting line. The era we live in doesn't favor youth. It favors strength. He then encouraged Gao to think beyond the competition. Aim for the title of the strongest monster trainer, not just the best among the youth. The qualifier limits your potential. Gao was stunned. This revelation changed his entire outlook. His grandfather went on to explain that the world had entered an age of ambition, one where conflict was inevitable, and only those who dared to reach higher would survive. Participating in small-scale tournaments, he believed, would be a waste of Gao's time. Gathering his courage, Gao asked, Grandfather, in this coming conflict, where do you stand? Will you maintain order or disrupt it? Hanwu gave a faint smile, one that held both mystery and reassurance. Don't worry about that, he said. Whatever happens, I still protect you. Then, changing the subject, he offered something unexpected. 3 months from now, I can recommend you as a judge in the Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly. Use this time to train and improve yourself. Hearing this, Gao's eyes lit up. The idea of being a judge rather than a participant thrilled him. A few days later, Gao found himself in the bustling airport lobby of Chanbei City. He had plans to handle some personal matters before heading to Yuzhou. His mind was made up. He would apply to Yuzhou University. Not only was it prestigious, but it was also closer to his grandfather, which gave him extra motivation. As he pondered over his future, his phone rang. It was Director Fong. Gao, I need your help, came the familiar voice. Gao agreed without hesitation, mentioning that he also had some work to do at the Monster Trainer Association. But before he could ask more, Fong surprised him with a revelation. I've left the Monster Breeder organization, he said. What? Why? Gao asked, startled. Fong sighed. The organization's tests changed. It's now a subsidiary of the Monster Trainer League. Then, shifting tone, he added, I stem with the military now, and I want you to join me. The pay isn't great, but you still be compensated with rare materials. Gao smiled faintly. Just tell me what you need done. I still decide if it's worth my effort. Fong explained, excitement creeping into his voice. There's a commander-tier monster, a Shaquan man-eating earthworm, from the Del Desert. It's on the verge of evolving into a lord tier. Gao frowned. You plan to capture it? Not exactly, Fong replied. Our job is to make sure no other monsters interfere during its evolution. That made Gao suspicious. But isn't there already a lord-tier desert ruler there? There is, Fong admitted, which is exactly why we suffer interested. When two lords clash, their sepses always profit in the aftermath. Gao could tell this operation was risky, and not entirely official. Why me? He asked. You've got stronger trainers in the military. Fong chuckled quietly, because this is my own plan. The higher-ups don't stit approve, but I've got allies, and if things go smoothly, the golden deity itself might reward us. Then came the final detail. The evolution step's happening within 2 days. I still contact you again soon, just be ready. When the call ended, Gao sat in silence. This mission was far beyond his current abilities, but observing it could be a rare opportunity to expand his understanding of high-tier battles. Just then, his attention shifted. Tannen, he murmured, spotting a familiar face at the terminal. She was there to receive him, with her familiar Flammy by her side. Gao blinked in surprise. The creature had changed, resembling a chubby penguin-like beast. Soon after, Gao embarked on a journey toward the outskirts of Channon Base City. Accompanying him were Fong, Tong, and several others. As they traveled deeper into the wild, Fong raised his hand. From here on, he warned, we'll be entering the territory of the Lord of Dark Ember. Stay sharp. Gao's eyes widened when he saw Tong's familiar, a level 39 Shadow Japalura, possessing the rare trait of a shadow assassin. No wonder his grandfather had sent her along. She was formidable. Fong introduced the others as well. This is Li Qing, he said, motioning toward a sturdy man. He commands a level 24 thorny ironhide boar and a level 21 poison-blooded green snake. And this, he continued, pointing to a calm-looking woman, is Qin Yi, with her level 27 flaming bird. As they advanced, Fong stopped them. That sip's far enough, he said. We don't want to alert the man-eating earthworm, it's preparing for its level breakthrough. Before them stretched a vast area swarming with earthworms. Gao was awestruck. The sight was both horrifying and fascinating. Fong nodded, satisfied. These smaller worms instinctively protect their leader, he explained. Gao asked, so, is Setlord of Dark Ember Sits its actual name? Fong chuckled. Not quite. It's just what we call the ruler of this entire forest. For instance, the Lord of the Desert Ruler got its title the same way, by dominating its region long enough. The group stayed alert as they pressed forward. Fong reminded them, stay vigilant. Other monsters might try to take advantage of the chaos. Then, suddenly Gao sensed movement. Something enormous was approaching. Moments later, a gigantic rooster appeared, its feathers glistening with golden light. Fong smirked. Chickens eat worms after all, and a soon-to-be Lord-tier man-eating earthworm, that sip's a feast it can ignore. As the massive rooster lunged at the writhing mass of earthworms, Fong gestured for Gao to watch closely. Pay attention, he said. See how it breaks through the worm sep's defense with ease. This, he paused, eyes glinting with excitement, is how true predators fight. The battlefield had fallen eerily silent. The swarming man-eating earthworms that moments ago filled the ground had vanished without a trace. Gao stared at the empty terrain, his brows furrowing in confusion. Where did they go? He asked. Fong folded his arms, his gaze sharp. They burrowed underground, he explained. That's their natural instinct. The commander-tier monster must also be hiding below, undergoing evolution. He glanced at Gao and added with a faint smile, You've got talent, but remember, there's still a lot for you to learn. Gao nodded humbly, careful not to appear overly confident, but before he could speak again, the earth beneath them trembled. With startling speed, several of the hidden worms shot up from the soil, latching onto the rooster's leg. Watch closely, Fong said, his voice filled with fascination. When the earthworms work together, even a powerful opponent like this chicken becomes helpless. The massive rooster screeched, thrashing desperately, but it was no use. In seconds, the earthworms dragged it down and devoured it whole. Gao winced. That bird lacked any real combat sense, he muttered. Fong chuckled softly. Oh, this is only the beginning. Before they could react further, Tong raised her hand sharply. Quiet, she whispered. Something powerful is approaching. The group tensed. Then out of the dark forest, an enormous spider emerged, grotesque and menacing. Its body radiated a violent aura, its legs trembling with monstrous energy. Gao's eyes widened as he scanned its data. A level 40.5 violent female spider, he whispered. Recognition struck him. This was the same creature that had clashed with Lu Senlin and his squad. That battle had ended in tragedy, costing many lives and interrupting the spider's evolution. It was supposed to have died long ago, yet here it was, a half-promoted deformed Lord-tier monster. Fong Stay's tone grew grim. The military assumed the Lord of Dark Ember would have eliminated it by now, he said. Looks like they were wrong. We'll have to buy some time. Gao was startled. Buy time? Against that. But before he could protest further, Tong Sit's calm, unwavering expression silenced him. They'll handle it, she said. On one condition, the violent female spider belongs to me. Fong hesitated. Stopping it is risky enough. Tong, you can sit? I can, she interrupted firmly. Gao and I will face the spider. The rest of you make sure no other monsters interfere. The others were speechless. Her confidence bordered on reckless, yet something about her composure made even Fong fall silent. With a flick of her hand, Tong Tong released her familiar, a sleek black cat named Softy. The creature darted forward, claws gleaming in the dim light, testing the spider's reflexes. The spider lunged, but Softy met its attack head-on, slashing one of its legs and forcing it back. Fong couldn't hide his admiration. "That cat has sharp claws," he murmured. Tong Tong nodded coolly. "Sharp, yes, but not enough. Those were only surface wounds, no damage to its core." Before Fong could reply, her shadow Japalura erupted from the shadows, seizing one of the spider's legs and slamming it to the ground with immense force. The monster shrieked, its 8 legs thrashing violently as it retaliated. Softy barely evaded a deadly strike, its fur singed by the webbing that followed. The spider began launching webs in rapid succession, covering the field in sticky threads. Gao clenched his fists. At this rate they'll be overwhelmed. He turned to his own companion. "Dumby, use blood thread heart." The skeletal familiar obeyed, conjuring a crimson aura that shot toward the spider, binding it momentarily. The creature shrieked in pain, its movement faltering, but only for a moment. Gao could tell the suppression wouldn't last long. As he gritted his teeth, the ground suddenly quaked beneath their feet. "An earthquake," he muttered. Fongjet's eyes widened. "No, it sepsed here." The soil burst open, and from beneath emerged a colossal creature. The newly evolved Lord-tier Shakwan man-eating earthworm. Its massive armored body shimmered with golden light, its roar shaking the entire forest. It lunged straight at the violent female spider. "Ha! It worked," Fong shouted, his face alight with excitement. The evolution was successful. Gao couldn't help but smirk as the titans clashed. The earthworm was now a level 41 Lord-tier monster, a true behemoth. However, Fong Sis's excitement quickly turned to concern. No, don't Sis leave yet. We need it to clash with the desert ruler." But the earthworm, having crushed the spider into submission, began digging once again, retreating deep underground before the battle could escalate. The spider screeched furiously, slashing at the ground where its opponent had vanished. Gao crossed his arms. Seems like it lost track of its prey. Fong exhaled with relief. Good, mission accomplished. But before they could celebrate, Li Qing pointed nervously at the spider. Something's wrong with it. The creature had begun spinning wildly in circles, its movements erratic and unstable. "Its set's gone mad," Li whispered. Tong Tong observed carefully. "No, its set's starving. It burned too much energy in that fight." As they watched, the spider turned on the smaller earthworms nearby, trapping them in silk before devouring them whole. Gao frowned. "We can capture that thing." Tong Tong smirked. "You haven't seen anything yet." With that, she commanded Softy and her shadow Japalura to launch a coordinated assault. The ground shook, as the two familiars unleashed a series of rapid, violent attacks. Cuts appeared across the spider's carapace, shallow at first, then deeper. Still, Gao urged caution. "Its set's too strong, don't get reckless." Tong Tong Sit's eyes flashed. "Relax. It won Sit's gape." Just then, a shadow passed overhead. A massive bird descended from the sky, a majestic creature radiating crimson energy. Gao Sip's eyes widened. A Lord-tier bird. Fong Stis' face turned pale. The blood-eyed bearded vulture, level 42. It steps another Lord-tier. Everyone braced for a new battle, but instead of attacking, the vulture landed near the spider and bowed its head. "What is it doing?" Gao asked, bewildered. Tong Tong chuckled softly. "It sits mourning the fallen. Maybe it saw too many movies." Li Qing blinked in disbelief. "Wait. Is that your familiar?" Tong Tong smirked, brushing a strand of hair aside. "Of course not. Both a woman should always have her own means of self-defense." Gao exhaled slowly, shaking his head. At this point he muttered, "I wouldn't even be surprised if my grandfather had a dragon." Little did Gao know, the Lord-tier vulture began to move toward the spider, standing still as it fixed its piercing gaze upon the monstrous creature. Tong Tong, slightly irritated, remarked that the vulture was once again reverting to its old habits, a comment that immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. She calmly explained that the vulture still thought of itself as a scavenger. Because of that mindset, it struggled to consume live prey. What they were witnessing was the vulture attempting to adjust its mentality. This revelation left Fan and his men astonished. The creature they once feared was now acting on instinct and habit, not bloodlust. Tong Tong then issued a cold yet precise command to her familiar. The spider was not to be eaten, only wounded. Once the vulture understood her intention, it soared into the air, wings slicing through the wind, before diving back down with terrifying speed. With one decisive strike, the blood-eyed vulture tore into the spider, overpowering it completely. Fan and the others stood frozen in disbelief. A pseudo-Lord-tier monster, one that had caused so much devastation before, was subdued effortlessly. Tong Tong's voice cut through the tension as she instructed her familiar to disable the spider's leg tendons, ensuring that it couldn't escape. Once the task was complete, she exhaled softly and declared their mission accomplished. Gao, still processing what had just transpired, informed Fan that they would be taking the spider with them, a statement that left the soldiers stunned and confused. Later, back at Gao's villa, the battered and immobilized female spider lay before them, completely drained of its former menace. Gao assessed its condition and concluded that it was now useless. Curious, he asked Tong Tong whether she had any further interest in keeping it. She dismissed the idea, saying that the creature wasn't even remotely appealing and suggested giving it to Gao Hunu for experimentation. This remark caused a flicker of disappointment in Softy, but Tong Tong quickly reassured her familiar that she wasn't referring to it. Gao, amused, invited Tong Tong to stay for dinner, but she declined, saying she needed to find someone to take care of the injured spider. Once she left, Gao entered his villa where Dazi greeted him with boundless energy, circling him excitedly in hopes of getting some pork ribs. Unfortunately, none were available. Then, in a moment of mischief, Dazi pointed toward Dumby, Gao's skeletal familiar. Intrigued by the idea, Gao grinned and began preparing a large pot of soup. When he called Dumby over, the skeleton was thrilled, believing that Gao had prepared something delicious for it. Delighted that his master still remembered him, Dumby eagerly approached, only to be told that he would be bathing in the soup instead of eating it. Gao chuckled at his own cleverness. The temperature wouldn't harm Dumby, and this way he could make soup without using real ingredients. He instructed his familiars to enjoy the meal while Silly comforted the confused skeleton. The next morning, Gao's excitement was palpable. A new chapter awaited him. In Yuzhou City, boarding a flight with Tong Tong by his side, he soon found himself in the bustling metropolis. The Yuzhou airport reminded him of Chang'an, but with far more advanced technology and a sense of grandeur. Tong Tong informed Gao that his grandfather wouldn't be able to pick them up due to other commitments, but assured him that everything was fine. Meanwhile, far away at sea, Jianu, Gao's grandfather, faced off against a massive sea monster that had attacked his ship. Irritated that such a trivial threat was delaying his reunion with Gao, he ordered his men to take cover while commanding his powerful familiar the White Dragon to finish the fight. The dragon's roar echoed across the ocean as it battled fiercely, eventually slaying the creature. The logistics team immediately began salvaging the valuable corpse, while the Blue Monkey team prepared their hooks and cables for transport. At the same time, military observers monitoring the scene commented on how they could never clearly see the battle, only thick layers of mysterious fog. Their leader, a sharp-eyed man, watched quietly and muttered that Gao was a cunning one indeed. Back in Yuzhou City, Gao and Tong Tong arrived at the headquarters of the Southern Sky Group. As Tong Tong spoke with the guard, Gao noticed a Lord-tier white demon plant familiar stationed at the gate, an impressive but arguably wasteful use of power. Tong Tong smiled and told Gao to relax, saying that this place would soon feel like home. Just then, a woman behind Gao started laughing mockingly. Tong Tong turned sharply and asked what was so amusing, but the woman ignored her and walked away with a man, calling Gao a country boy. The man told her to stop wasting time, reminding her that they had someone important to meet. Gao smirked and teased Tong Tong for not being recognized. She shot back playfully that it was because she'd been in Chang'an for 2 years. Soon after, she warmly greeted a man nearby, calling him Old Hun. This surprised the snarky man from earlier, who couldn't believe she knew Secretary Hun personally. Recognizing Gao, Secretary Hun greeted him with respect and invited both of them upstairs, where Chairman Gao, the one and only, was waiting. Hearing this, the arrogant man turned pale. Gao took the opportunity to laugh softly at his discomfort. While the woman fumed in embarrassment, Gao calmly remarked that he didn't hold grudges, but preferred to settle things immediately. They proceeded to meet Gao Hunu, who was overjoyed to see his grandson. Hunu then arranged accommodation for Tong Tong with the chairman's approval. Once alone, Gao asked his grandfather if there was something important he needed to tell him. Gao Hunu explained that he would temporarily work at the Southern Sky Group. Gao expressed concern, thinking it might be too soon, but his grandfather countered that it was time for him to learn, since one day he would lead the group himself. Though hesitant, Gao nodded. His grandfather wondered if he'd been too strict but continued anyway. He told Gao that he would start in the HR department to learn the basics, and then be transferred to the research department after 2 days, where a special lab awaited him. Finally, Gao Hunu offered him a choice. He could hide his true identity if he wanted to, as many young people preferred to keep their capabilities low-key, but Gao refused, saying he had no interest in deception. A proud smile appeared on his grandfather Sep's face. Just then, Hun returned, announcing that all arrangements had been made. Gao Hunu stood and said, "Go with Hun. It's Step's time you saw a different kind of battlefield." And with that, Gao stepped forward, ready to face the next chapter of his destiny. Gao noticed something unusual ahead and paused for a moment. Hun, sensing his distraction, asked if something had caught his eye. Gao smiled faintly, replying that he had just run into some familiar faces, the same arrogant woman and man who had mocked him at the Southern Sky Group's entrance earlier. Ironically, those very two now stood before him, looking pale and uneasy. Hun, keeping his composure, introduced the man as K. Exxon, the head of the marketing department. K. Exxon immediately bowed, apologizing sincerely for his presumptuous behavior earlier that day. Gao shook his hand calmly, brushing the incident aside with grace. He couldn't help but admire Exxon's ability to swallow his pride and prioritize professionalism, even if it meant putting himself in an awkward position. After a few polite words, Son excused himself hurriedly, promising to treat Gao to a meal next time. Hun, curious, asked about the matter, to which Gao chuckled and said it was nothing serious, just an overblown misunderstanding caused by Si Shang's behavior. Gao then asked if Exxon was genuinely that composed or simply skilled at controlling his emotions. Hun smiled knowingly and suggested Gao find out for himself. He then proposed they head to the Bay District to handle recruitment duties. As they traveled, Hun gave Gao a brief overview. Bay District, he explained, was one of Yuzhou's lesser developed areas, a region that had struggled immensely since the cataclysm. Many lives were lost during that chaotic era, reshaping the social structure. The survivors in Bay were those who had failed to adapt completely to the New World Order. When Gao curiously asked about the district's name, Hin revealed that Bay once symbolized opportunity. Before the cataclysm, it was a place where people from all professions gathered in search of work. The irony of its current condition wasn't lost on Gao. Before Hun could continue, they arrived at their destination, the Bay District's branch of Human Resource Management. Gao immediately noticed the peculiar individuals loitering nearby and asked who they were. Hun replied with a wry smile, calling them Bay's best, but his tone hinted at pity. These were people who had long lost hope, their dreams buried under hardship. Inside, Hun introduced Gao to Section Chief Wang from HR Management Headquarters and Branch Manager Su. Both greeted him respectfully, addressing him as Young Master and Head Gao. Gao quickly requested that they drop such titles, insisting they were all colleagues. But his lineage, being the grandson of the wealthiest and most powerful man alive, was impossible to ignore. Hun reassured him that while the branch might appear disorganized, it provided an ideal environment for learning real management. After giving Gao a few words of encouragement, Hun departed to handle other matters, leaving him to explore the facility. Section Chief Wang offered to show him around. As they toured the branch, he took Gao through the warehouse and the training center for familiars. Wang, out of habit, continued calling him Young Master. Amused, Gao playfully threatened to deduct his salary if he said it again. When Wang repeated it anyway, Gao laughed in defeat. Inspecting the equipment, Gao asked whether every branch had similar resources. Wang confirmed, though he mentioned that these facilities were rarely used. Departments like Security and the Central Security Bureau had far better training grounds, often located deep within the forests. When Gao inquired about recruitment operations, Wang reassured him that subordinates were already managing everything efficiently, leaving Gao little to worry about. After Wang departed, Gao's attention drifted toward one of the machines in the corner, a training module streaked with faint tear marks. He summoned his familiar Flamey and mused aloud that once it reached the commander tier, it would solve his biggest problem, not having a flying-type familiar suitable for high-speed travel. "Think you can still fly, Flamey?" Gao asked with a grin. He pointed toward a set of metal rings hanging midair and instructed it to fly through them. Flemmy spread its wings and soared into the air, moving with impressive agility. But just as it approached the final ring, it clipped it by accident and crashed awkwardly. Gao sighed but quickly encouraged it not to give up. Again and again he urged the creature to improve its control. After several attempts, Flemmy finally glided through the rings flawlessly. When it landed, something unexpected happened. A wave of heat radiated from its body, and flames erupted around it. Gao's eyes widened in astonishment as Flamey underwent an evolution before his eyes. The air shimmered as fire swirled around the bird. When the light dimmed, Flamey had advanced to level 21, a perfect grade flying familiar. Its fire resistance had drastically improved, and it had gained a new ability. It could shed its feathers mid-flight, turning them into fiery explosives. Though the power was impressive, Gao's amusement quickly turned to concern. The explosions didn't originate from the feathers themselves, but from the ignition reaction, meaning each attack cost Flamey its plumage. The image of a bald, featherless bird flashed in his mind, and he shuddered. Still, he couldn't resist teasing the creature before calling for Dumby to join him. Hearing his name, Dumby dropped the dumbbells he had been lifting and shuffled over immediately, eager to follow. That night, as the training grounds emptied, a young boy quietly emerged from a hidden hole in the ground, his small rat familiar following close behind. He seemed ready to begin his late-night practice, when a calm voice interrupted him. "How long have you been coming here?" Startled, The boy turned to see Gao standing beside Dumby, his expression gentle yet firm. The boy stammered an apology, explaining he only wanted to use the equipment. Gao waved it off with a smile, telling him not to enter through the hole again. As the boy turned to leave, head hanging low, Gao watched him in silence. Despite the hopelessness surrounding Bay District, this child still carried a spark of determination, a will to grow stronger. Gao called out, stopping him mid-step. He offered to help the boy get an identity card so he could train here officially. If anyone questions you in the future, Gao said kindly, just tell them my name, Gao. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief, before slowly filling with hope. For the first time in a long while, someone had seen his potential, and that someone was Gao. The next morning, as Gao trained Flamey, Juan arrived, this time with the boy who now had an identity card. Gao asked for the boy's name, and Juan introduced him as Le Junong. Gao then instructed the boy to wash his familiar and begin his training. Lo Junong's familiar turned out to be a level 4 blood scavenger rat named Albi. It carried a mild injury, but Juan explained that the boy was quite lucky to have found such a monster in the sewers and successfully tamed it. Without that, survival would have been nearly impossible. Gao was surprised by this revelation. Juan elaborated that many monsters in the Bay District live in the sewers, feeding on discarded waste. Intrigued, Gao asked whether these underground creatures were allowed to reproduce unchecked. The section chief replied that, in the past, such monsters used to surface occasionally, but after being hunted by monster trainers, most retreated deep underground for safety. This revelation made Gao uneasy. However, Juan reassured him, mentioning that Chairman Yule had devised a unique solution. One of his familiars lived in the sewers and preyed upon these monsters, keeping their population in check. Gao found this system fascinating, especially compared to how things operated in Chang'an City. When Le Junong returned, he shared his story. While most city dwellers feared the sewers, he had ventured inside out of hunger. There he discovered the injured blood scavenger rat, which later became his companion, helping him find food and survive. Gao listened carefully, reflecting on the boy's hardship and the ongoing struggle to recruit workers for the factories. Eventually, he offered Le Junong a job, with a salary, food, shelter and training center access. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the boy accepted the offer with tears in his eyes. Later that day, Gao returned to his dormitory, only to be stunned. Daisy and Strapey, two of his familiars, had advanced rapidly in rank. He suspected that his grandfather might have provided them with rare materials to boost their growth. Meanwhile, Silly had reached level 20, but its progress was capped due to its grade. He remembered that Silly had acquired a wood-type healing attribute after evolving into a wood spirit jellyfish, and his curiosity was piqued. To test its new ability, Gao placed an injured lab rat in front of Silly. After half an hour, however, the rat was only partially healed. Gao sighed, disappointed, while Silly looked completely unbothered, which frustrated him even more. Still, Gao resolved to help Silly grow stronger, especially since his grandfather had already gathered the materials he requested. As he pondered over Silly's training, Gao noticed Dumby staring silently out the window. Concerned, he asked what was wrong. Dumby quietly confessed that it missed its hometown, and more importantly, its offspring. Gao was taken aback. He hadn't known that his familiar had already become a father. A family man, huh? Gao murmured, surprised. He then decided they would visit Dumby's hometown the next day. The following morning, Gao and his familiars set sail along the Red Sand River, heading toward Chuan City. Curious about the river's danger, Gao questioned a sailor. The man assured him their ship was safe, protected by sea-red carp scales affixed to the hull. These scales deterred monsters from attacking. The sailor explained that, in exchange for this protection, they offered some monsters as tribute to the red carps. Gao was intrigued but uneasy. Such practices, if exposed, would tarnish the government's reputation and reveal its inability to protect its people. He pondered the stark difference between small cities like Chuan, where ships flew on Lord-tier familiars, and major ones like Yuju and Shannon, where monster trainers were far more common. Finally, they reached their destination. Cao turned to Dumby and asked if the place felt familiar. Dumby nodded, recognizing the landscape and recalling the moment it had once been captured. Following an old trail, Dumby sensed a lingering trace, something connected to events months ago. As Gao offered words of comfort, Dumby suddenly froze. It heard something, and then sprinted away. Gao quickly ordered Stripey to follow. The trail led them to a waterfall, where Dumby stopped abruptly. Below, in the shallow pool, a small group of apes bathed peacefully. Dumby trembled. His family was right there. Gao urged Dumby to go to them, reminding him of his former role as the tribe's king. But Dumby hesitated, aware of his undead form. They might fear me, he seemed to think. Gao suggested they simply watch from the trees instead. As Dumby gazed at his family, emotion filled his hollow eyes. He felt powerless, unable to protect them as he once had. Gao gently asked if Dumby wanted to bring his daughter back, promising she would live a wonderful life under his care. But Dumby declined. His daughter deserved freedom in the forest. Despite everything, he said he was content with his current life beside Gao. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The apes were ambushed. Hunters had appeared. Dumby's instincts kicked in immediately. Without hesitation, he charged forward to defend his family. 10 minutes earlier, the hunters had been discussing their plan. One questioned whether Red River apes were worth the risk, but their leader, Li, explained that Miss Jia of the Zhou family had developed a taste for their meat, tripling their market price. Once they spotted the apes, they fired the first shots, confident no strong monsters were nearby. But Li missed his mark, and the apes were alerted. He ordered his ironback wolf familiar to finish the job while his men hid. Unfortunately for them, the wolf never stood a chance. In moments, Dumby emerged. A gold-tier commander monster, towering and skeletal, radiating power and fury. The wolf was crushed instantly. As the hunters froze in terror, they realized too late. The skeleton before them wasn't just another beast. It was Dumby, the ghost ape king, the protector of his tribe, and Gao's most loyal familiar. Dumby's sudden appearance initially startled the Red River apes, but when the skeletal beast gently embraced its own offspring, their fear slowly turned into awe. From a distance, however, the hunters grew terrified. They realized that Dumby might actually be aligned with the apes, a disaster for them. Their leader, Li, assessed the situation grimly. Facing a commander-tier monster was suicide without the right equipment. He decided they should wait and observe. Just then, Gao arrived, riding on Strapey. Hidden among the trees, the hunters spotted him and immediately grew hopeful. A monster trainer had appeared. Surely he had come to rescue them. Excited, they waved and called out for help. But Gao didn't move. He remained seated calmly atop Strapey, his expression unreadable, ignoring their desperate gestures. Meanwhile, Dumby softly reassured his daughter that she was safe now. Gao, watching from above, promised Dumby that he would ensure the child's safety. He assigned Flammy and Doi to guard her. Then one foolish hunter ruined it all. "The trainer is working with that gold-type monster," he shouted, pointing at Gao. The others instantly froze. His outburst had given away their position. Dumby turned sharply toward the sound. In one swift motion, he ripped a massive tree from its roots and hurled it aside, sending the hunters tumbling from their perch. Li landed hard, clutching his side and gasping. His ribs were broken. He looked around in panic and saw that his comrades were already caught in Dumby's massive skeletal grip. Desperate, he tried to crawl away. Finally, Gao intervened. He ordered Strippy to capture the escaping man. Within seconds, Strippy's spider web ensnared the hunter mid-run, suspending him helplessly in the air. "Please, spare me," the man begged, trembling. "My brothers are dead. My parents are old and starving. If I die, they'll have no one left." His voice cracked as he pleaded for mercy, offering to surrender all the apes he had hunted. Gaosep's eyes narrowed. "So you weren't set capturing them to make familiars?" The man shook his head frantically. "No, we hunted them because the second daughter of the Zhou family in Yuju City demands their hearts, for her familiar." Gao's expression hardened in disbelief, then anger. The idea of slaughtering innocent apes just to satisfy the twisted desires of the powerful Zhou family made his blood boil. The other two hunters quickly switched sides, praising the Red River apes and condemning their leader's actions to win Gao's favor. One even revealed that Li had been manipulating prices by killing apes before other teams could reach them. Gao said nothing. Instead, he looked at Dumby and simply instructed, "Handle this as you see fit." Then he turned and walked toward the riverbank, leaving judgment to his familiar. Li screamed after him, trying to invoke fear. "You don't understand. The Zhou family has influence. If you kill us, you still pay for it." But Dumby ignored him. Gathering the Red River apes, he raised his arm, bones creaking like thunder. His voice echoed through the forest, filled with rage and sorrow. "A tooth for a tooth." The apes roared in unison, their fury unleashed. Dumby carried his daughter on his back as his tribe charged forward, delivering justice to the poachers. Meanwhile, at the riverbank, Gao sat silently, calling his grandfather Ji Hanmu to share what had happened. "Grandfather, I don't know if I did the right thing," he admitted. Ji Hanmu's calm voice came through the line. "Do you regret your decision?" "I'm not sure," Gao confessed. "Then tell me," his grandfather continued, "if you had the chance again, would you stop Dumby?" Gao paused. "No, I wouldn't stet." A soft chuckle came from the other end. "Then there's steps your answer, fickle boy. The world out there isn't set kind. Be ruthless when you must. Sentiment won't set keep you alive. Strength will." Despite the stern words, Gao could hear the warmth in his grandfather Sep's tone. Ji Hanmu added, "I still arrange for the remaining Red River apes to be brought safely to Yuju and give them land to live on. Don't dwell on this." The call ended. Gao exhaled deeply, staring into the flowing red sand river. Soon after, the sailor approached and informed him that it was time for the tribute ceremony to the river's guardian, the Lord Tier Dragon Blood Red Sand Carp. "Address it as king," the sailor warned. It understands our language. He then showed Gao the offering site, explaining how people would present tributes, and the carp would grant its protective scales in return, each scale given in proportion to the quality of one's offering. Moments later, the water stirred. A colossal shadow emerged beneath the surface, and the mighty red sand carp rose, scales glimmering like molten rubies. People bowed low, placing offerings at the river's edge. The creature devoured the tributes, then released iridescent scales that floated gently to the surface. "Collect your scales according to what you gave," shouted a man, ensuring no one angered the River King. Gao stood mesmerized, watching the sacred exchange unfold. The creature's hydrokinesis was breathtaking. Water itself seemed to obey its will. It was like witnessing a living legend. He couldn't help but wonder about his grandfather's own Lord-tier familiar, longing to see it someday. But far away, in South Africa, the world was shifting again. A dire emergency had erupted. A high-energy spatial reaction had agitated the white-bellied spaceworm, signaling the birth of a spatial rift. To investigate, the authorities dispatched a red-spotted falcon and the same white-bellied worm, with a monster trainer mounted atop the falcon. He raced through the skies, anxious about the threat ahead. His fears were justified. From the rift, a strange monster emerged, slaughtering the trainer and his beasts within seconds. Back in Jihanmu's villa on the outskirts of Yuju, Gao watched the breaking news with his grandfather. The tone of the broadcast was grave, yet Jihanmu seemed oddly calm. "Why do you look so optimistic?" Gao asked. Jihanmu smiled faintly. "Because danger is opportunity, boy. During the early cataclysm, these spatial rifts appeared often, but we haven't seen one in 2 years. For strong trainers, this means a chance. New worlds, new familiars." He handed Gao an access card to the Villa SIP's laboratory. "Most of the materials you asked for are ready, but for advanced breeding methods, consult the company SIP's senior monster breeders, learn from them." Gao nodded with gratitude. Though a secret weighed on his mind, his grandfather still had no idea about his unique system. As Jihanmu stood to leave, he placed a hand on Gao SIP's shoulder. "Rest for 2 days. The world will only grow more dangerous from here." Gao looked out toward the horizon, where the river shimmered under the fading sun, and beyond it, the unknown storms that awaited him. When Gao asked about seeing his familiars, his grandfather smiled mysteriously and told him to find White on his own. After searching through every corridor, room, and balcony of the villa with no success, Gao finally wandered to the backyard lake. The calm water shimmered beneath the sun, and he decided to set his search aside for a moment, taking a refreshing dip instead. The cool water eased his fatigue, but then something strange happened. His body suddenly began to float upward, slowly lifting off the lake's surface, as if an invisible force had caught him. "Totally normal, right?" Startled, Gao shouted for help, summoning Flamey. The little familiar darted toward him but froze midair, trembling violently. Its eyes widened as it spotted something massive moving beneath the water. Without a second thought, Flamey bolted upward, refusing to look down. Before Gao could even comprehend what was happening, Jihanmu arrived. With his usual calm tone, he said to someone unseen, "Be gentle with my little master." Gao blinked in disbelief. Little master, he thought. Before he could ask what that meant, Flamey swooped in, grabbing him by the shoulders and hauling him out of the water. Then he saw it, and his jaw dropped. From the depths of the lake, a majestic white dragon emerged, water cascading from its gleaming scales. Its body was long and powerful, eyes glowing with divine brilliance. This was White, his grandfather's familiar, a level 50 Lord-tier white aquatic dragon with a perfect grade and 3 evolution paths. Gao's heart pounded with awe. "This thing, it's far stronger than the dragon blood red sand carp," he exclaimed, marveling at the dragon's presence. Its passive abilities enhanced speed, agility, and even the destructive power of its claws and scales. But as he stepped closer, the dragon's gaze turned sharp, cold, and commanding. The air around it grew heavy. Gao froze, realizing he might have gone too far. I was just leaving," he murmured, backing away. But the dragon lowered one of its massive claws, blocking his retreat. The unspoken challenge in its eyes was clear. "Don't test your luck." Swallowing his pride, Gao decided to retreat to the villa's laboratory. He still had more pressing goals, like raising Silly's level, along with Dozy and Stripey. Inside the lab, Gao began concocting a red-tinted serum, recalling how the previous one had turned Silly green. He hesitated. Will this change its color again? He wondered. Silly sniffed the serum curiously before diving right in. A faint fragrance filled the air, like green apples. When it resurfaced, its jelly-like body shimmered with a brighter green hue, even more vivid than before. "Perfect," Gao muttered dryly. "Now you stir practically glowing in the dark." Silly, now a level 20 dimensional jellyfish with perfect grade, floated up and gently landed on his head, oozing contentment. Gao sighed while his other familiars chuckled at the sight. The next day, Gao arrived at the Bay District Branch Training Center, pleased to see Li Junong already there, punctual and eager to work. It brought him quiet satisfaction. His decision to help the boy hadn't been in vain. He began Flammy's training, watching the familiar's flames burn hotter and denser, but the summer heat made every session torture. Training a fire type in this weather feels like punishment, he muttered. Soon Wang, the section chief, approached. Chairman Gao, he reported. The recruitment process for orphans and single-parent children has begun, as per your request. Gao nodded, delegating the monitoring to Wang, who praised him for giving underprivileged children a chance. But Gao reminded him firmly, character comes first, skill can be taught. Their discussion was interrupted by a commotion nearby. Families had gathered outside the factory gates. Wang quickly explained, there's been a monster attack. The families of missing workers are demanding answers. Gao immediately went to investigate. He found Jiang, the security supervisor, managing the tense crowd. What's the situation? Gao asked. The missing workers were found alive, but seriously injured, Jiang replied. No fatalities. The monster retreated into the sewers. Then seal the area and check the underground defenses, Gao ordered. Jiang hesitated. There aren't any, sir, just an alloy gate for waste discharge. Gao Sep's face darkened. No defenses, in a factory this size. The supervisor shifted uncomfortably, mumbling excuses. Displeased, Gao decided to handle it himself. Take me there, he ordered. Reluctantly, Zhang led him to the factory yard, a grim damp space near the waste outlet. Gao remembered that his grandfather's familiar also lived in the sewers, which usually kept other monsters away. Still, something didn't feel right. Zhang tried to sound confident. My devil mantis can handle this. It adapts well underground. I trust your familiar, Gao replied evenly, but remember, even familiars have limits. Keep watch above ground. I shall investigate below. With that, Gao descended into the tunnels, accompanied by his familiars. The air was thick and foul, every sound echoing eerily. Stay alert, Gao warned. This isn't a game. As they advanced, Daisy suddenly stiffened, sensing movement. From the darkness, a giant cockroach lunged straight at Gao. Before it could reach him, Stripey shot a web, pinning it mid-air. Dozy unleashed a burst of electricity, stunning the creature. Stripey twitched excitedly, drawn by the smell. You want to eat that thing? Gao asked. Before he could decide, the cockroach sprouted wings and tried to escape, only for Flamey to unleash a stream of fire, burning it to ash. Nice aim, Gao praised, genuinely impressed by Flamey's reflexes. They moved deeper, finally reaching the alloy gate. The passcode machine beeped as Gao activated it, and the gate slowly opened with a metallic groan. But as the stench of decay seeped out, Gao froze. Dozens of glowing eyes flickered in the darkness ahead. The sound came next, a chittering, crawling echo that filled the tunnel. An army of cockroaches emerged, swarming toward him, their bodies clattering like rain against metal. Gao's grip tightened on his staff, his calm composure hardening into focus. Whatever waited in the darkness, he was ready to face it. After emerging from the sewers, Gao swiftly takes command of the situation. He orders Stripey to engage the attackers, instructs Dawsey to guard their rear, and urges Flamey to unleash its fiery might. Flames burst forth, engulfing the swarm of cockroaches that rushed toward them. Amidst the chaos, Gao notices a plump cockroach issuing sharp, distinct sounds. It's the leader, commanding the others. Realizing this, Gao orders Stripey to eliminate it first. The spider cuts a path through the smaller cockroaches, swiftly striking down the larger one. With their leader gone, the swarm collapses into disarray, scattering in all directions. Gao, however, suspects these creatures were responsible for the earlier factory incident. Just as calm begins to return, Gao notices something strange about Stripey. The spider fidgets uneasily, and then Gao spots something moving inside its mouth. Peering closer, he identifies it as a dark daughter, a parasitic sub-body. Without wasting a second, he commands Flammy to remove it. The bird obediently swoops down and carefully cleans Stripey's mouth, successfully extracting the parasite. Trying to lighten the tension, Gao teases the spider for its poor oral hygiene, while Flammy groans in disgust and even pretends to gag. The humor is short-lived though. The parasite wriggles free and darts away. Gao quickly orders Dozy to track it down, knowing the centipede's sharp sense of smell will lead them to the main body. As they prepare to continue the pursuit, the sewer suddenly trembles. A powerful presence emerges behind them. Dozy senses danger, but Flamey quickly interjects. It doesn't feel hostile. A moment later, a massive level 39 monster appears, looming in the darkness. The group freezes, but unexpectedly, the creature turns and retreats without attacking. Gao breathes a sigh of relief, realizing they wouldn't have stood a chance against such strength. He guesses it must be one of his grandfather's familiars and chuckles to himself, imagining how his grandfather would react if he learned about this reckless little sewer adventure. Focusing again, Gao asks Dazi if it still remembers the parasite's scent. He explains that he has to make things right after all the trouble caused earlier. They follow the trail through the tunnels until finally they spot the parasite's sub-body once again. Gao quickly directs Flammy to block its path while Dazi moves in to attack. But before Dazi can strike, something unexpected happens. A red rat-like monster suddenly bursts out from the shadows, carrying the parasite's main body. It lunges at Dazi without hesitation. Gao acts instantly, commanding the centipede to unleash an electric surge. Lightning arcs through the tunnel, striking the rat. Shocked and disoriented, it drops the parasite and flees into the darkness. Gao studies the parasite carefully, realizing it doesn't completely control its hosts. It's more of a symbiotic relationship. Satisfied, he tells his familiars that he only needs the parasite's abilities, not its mind. He steps closer and warns the sub-body not to resist. Later, Gao emerges from the sewer and immediately orders Wong to repair the cracks on the surface. He hands the captured parasite to Dumby and tells his other familiars to rest. Dumby looks confused as the black parasite hops onto its skeletal arm, seemingly trying to feed. Gao sighs, amused by the parasite's foolishness. It's searching for flesh and blood from a skeleton. Dumby clenches its bony fist, ready to crush it, but Gao intervenes and instructs Wong to seal the creature inside a bulletproof glass container. Just then, Gao receives a call from Jian Wu. His grandfather's voice carries through the line, summoning him home. Gao tries to explain that his work isn't done yet, but Jian Wu interrupts with surprising news. Gao's personal laboratory is finally ready. Excitement replaces exhaustion as he agrees to return immediately. Upon arriving, Jian Wu leads Gao into a hidden cave behind the lake at the villa. What greets him inside leaves him speechless. Gleaming machinery, crystal displays, and sleek consoles stretch across a vast underground chamber, his new lab. This is extravagant. Gao mutters in awe. His grandfather smiles, demonstrating that the lab doors respond to a mere touch of light. Seeing his stunned expression, Jian Wu chuckles and asks if the setup is satisfactory. Zhao can only nod, still amazed, but his grandfather insists that if it isn't perfect, he'll build another one entirely. Zhao quickly assures him there's no need. This one is beyond expectations. Then, Jian Wu introduces him to Dong Yumo and Shu Hemming, the two senior monster breeders of their organization. Shu Hemming seems annoyed, having been pulled away from an experiment, so Jian Wu appeases him by increasing this month's research budget by 20% on the spot. Dong Yumo congratulates Gao, impressed that someone his age has already achieved the rank of intermediate monster breeder. Jian Wu laughs and warns them not to flatter his grandson too much, or it'll make him arrogant. He encourages Gao to learn from the two veterans in his upcoming experiments. But Gao surprises everyone. He reveals a bold plan to create evolution regions, specialized experimental zones that could help familiars evolve along unique evolutionary paths. He explains that these regions could boost the Southern Sky Group's reputation and profitability beyond measure. To everyone's astonishment, Jian Wu praises the idea, which only makes Gao more suspicious. He senses that the advanced breeders might be mocking him quietly. After all, even they've struggled to create a stable evolution agent. Determined to prove himself, Gao begins his experiment. Hours later, he proudly presents the result to his grandfather and the others, a new reagent he calls Bloody Butcher. He discloses its components and method of creation, then selects a common black raging Kong and ape-type monster as the test subject. Shu Hemming questions the decision, pointing out that there are already matured reagents available for its evolutionary line, but Dong Yumo sees potential. The ingredients Gao used are simple, affordable, and easy to acquire. If his reagent works, it could revolutionize the field entirely. Gao was determined to make a lasting impression. He began by emphasizing to everyone present that his experiment would be intense and would require a considerable amount of anesthetic. Without hesitation, he injected the reagent into the ape-like monster using a specialized machine. What followed left even the most experienced breeders in stunned silence. Before their eyes, an unprecedented reaction unfolded. The unconscious ape began to evolve. Dung, one of the senior breeders, couldn't hide his astonishment. Even if the experiment were to fail, he felt confident that valuable insights could still be gained from Gao's process. Moments later, the transformation completed, revealing a level 10 blood-raging Kong. The room fell silent before erupting in disbelief. Dung immediately acknowledged Gao's exceptional method, confirming that such a species had never been recorded before. Intrigued, he asked Shu to verify the evolved monster's grade using a soul crystal, obsidian. Shu explained that the crystal could determine a monster's grade as long as it was below the Lord tier. As the test was performed, the crystal shimmered and turned blue, signifying an excellent grade. Watching this, Ganwu's expression turned serious. He glanced at the other reagent tubes on Gao's table, realizing how dangerous it would be if the public discovered the extent of his grandson's talent. To protect him, Ganwu immediately declared the experiment's results a company secret, strictly forbidding anyone from revealing the details. He then asked Gao to name the newly evolved monster. After a moment of thought, Gao smiled and declared, Bloodring Kong. He explained that the name was part of his branding approach. So far, Gao had successfully created 3 reagents: Earth Type I, Petrochemical Type I, and Royal Reagent. Without wasting time, he moved on to the second experiment. He had already injected the petrochemical reagent into a giant ant, explaining that early-stage monsters often lacked long-range abilities. While agility was difficult to modify, defense could be strengthened with the right combination of compounds. The room watched again in amazement, as the giant ant began to mutate. When the process ended, it stood before them as a level 7 stone heart ant, an excellent grade monster. Shu was astonished. 2 successful experiments back to back. This level of precision was unheard of. But Gao wasn't done. He prepared for his third experiment, the Royal Regent. This time he selected a Wolf Mountain Sparrow, an evolved variant of the common rusted sparrow known for its fierce speed and razor-sharp talons. After the reagent's injection, the bird transformed into a majestic Emperor Wolf Mountain Sparrow, shining with an aura of perfection. Gao, however, calmly pointed out a critical flaw. Although the Royal Regent could evolve monsters into the perfect grade, it made future promotion to the Lord tier extremely difficult. Both senior breeders were stunned. To them, this wasn't a defect, it was revolutionary. Recognizing Gao's potential, Ganwu authorized unlimited access to resources, and instructed his grandson to report directly to him. He ordered the breeders to begin mass production of Gao's reagents for commercial sale, but strictly excluded the Royal Regent due to its immense value. As the senior breeders left, Shu remarked that Gao was catching up to him faster than expected, while Deng expressed pride at gaining a new partner in research. Gao, on the other hand, leaned back casually, thinking to himself that staying in the lab was simply a comfortable way to enjoy air conditioning and pass the time. He didn't even need to experiment anymore. Changing the topic, Gao turned to his grandfather. By the way, Grandpa, does our company ever organize expeditions? He asked with a spark of excitement. Ganwu raised an eyebrow. Do you want to become a world hunter? Of course, Gao replied with a grin. Donset, you think world hunters are cool? They are explorers of the unknown, warriors of the wild. Half the areas humanity has discovered were first scouted by them. Ganwu chuckled, recognizing his grandson's adventurous spirit. You've always been restless, he said. But remember, you don't step into the wilderness without my permission. If you disobey, his voice turned stern. You face consequences. Gao sighed, already imagining what consequences meant. The shifting constellations technique, his grandfather mentioned, probably meant breaking his familiar's legs to stop him from sneaking out. Still, Ganwu wasn't done. He scheduled special training for Gao's familiars the next morning at 6. True to his word, Gao arrived right on time, only to be rewarded with 30 push-ups for being punctual. Panting in confusion, Gao asked, Grandpa, how are humans supposed to compete with familiars that can literally fight for us? The question seemed to strike a nerve. Ganwu's eyes narrowed. Without replying, he walked over to a nearby tree and kicked it in half. The loud crack echoed through the courtyard. Because strength isn't just about power, it's about survival, he declared. Gao stared, speechless. His grandfather continued. A monster trainer's life is priceless. As long as the trainer lives, the battle can still be won. Never rely solely on your familiars. And remember, the strength you receive through your familiars' feedback is tied directly to their levels. Then, with a faint smirk, Ganwu admitted, by the way, that kick, I only used 30% of my strength. Gao's jaw dropped. Even the white dragon, his grandfather's familiar, looked unimpressed by the showmanship. To drive the point home, Ganwu summoned another of his familiars, Thunder God, a level 39 Thunder God snail of epic grade, discovered deep in the ocean. He introduced it warmly, saying Thunder God isn't particularly strong, but it has a gentle heart. Turning to Gao Sep's centipede, Dai, he said, listen carefully, this one Sep's your senior. Dai hesitated, clearly intimidated. Gao sighed and ordered Dumby to hold the centipede still. Coward, Gao teased. Dai protested, I learned cowardice from my master. Chuckling, Gao turned to Thunder God. Alright, teach my disobedient familiar a lesson, he said confidently. Donset hold back. Then, glancing around, he added with curiosity, now, where are the others? Gao Hanwu mentioned that Flemmy would train with Dai, and then asked about Gao's plans for developing Struppy. Gao expressed his desire for the spider to focus on defense and control. Hearing this, Jianwu decided to train Struppy in control and counterattack abilities. He summoned the white dragon and assigned it the task of training Dumby and Stripey. Silly, upon seeing the massive white dragon immediately fainted, mistaking it for a gigantic fish. Gao Hanwu, however, confidently declared the beginning of their training. Soon, the training was in full swing. Dumby and Stripey struggled to keep up with the white dragon's relentless drills. Stripey attempted a tactical move trying to dig a hole and hide, but failed miserably when the white dragon caught it and tossed it aside. Gao could only sigh, realizing that dragons weren't easily fooled by amateur tricks. Stripey became increasingly agitated, worrying Gao. The spider made a bold attacking move, but again it was swiftly thrown away. Dumby, on the other hand, managed to land a hit on the white dragon. Even though it was quickly defeated afterward, it was a small success, but progress nonetheless. Meanwhile, Janwu personally trained Gao. Dozy and Flammy trained together under the guidance of a thunder god snail. The snail gently encouraged Dozy, showcasing its own remarkable natural talents. It humbly described its abilities as innate, much like Dozy's gift of walking on multiple legs, something Flammy lacked. This comparison upset Flammy, but the thunder god snail tried to motivate the bird as well. Inspired, Dozy attempted to unleash its hidden power. However, instead of a dazzling electric display, it accidentally released a fart. The group burst into laughter, though a bit of disappointment lingered in the air. Silly, however, remained terrified of the white dragon, refusing to get close. Half a month passed, and noticeable improvements began to show. Dumby had become significantly stronger and now engaged the white dragon in fierce battles. Even Jianwu's familiar acknowledged Dumby's growth, noting that its reflexes and speed had reached qualifying standards. The dragon advised Stripey to endure more attacks to strengthen its resistance. Flammy had also improved greatly in controlling its flames, though Dai still required more training. Meanwhile, Silly had reached the commander tier, expanding its portable space considerably. With the training objectives completed, Jianwu prepared Gao for his next challenge, his wilderness expedition. He handed Gao a map, a tablet, and a compass, emphasizing their importance in the untamed wilderness. Jianwu encouraged him, reminding Gao that his flying-type familiar would give him a significant advantage. Before leaving, Jianwu assured his grandson that he would always have his back. Deeply moved, Gao promised to return safely. Gao soon arrived at a dense jungle just outside Yizhou City. Consulting his map, he saw red marks indicating the presence of Lord-tier monsters. To elevate Stripey to epic grade, it needed to consume an Earth Spirit core. The system pinpointed the core's location, helping Gao narrow his focus. As they explored, Flammy spotted a swarm of large mosquitoes and prepared to attack, but Gao wisely restrained it, suspecting hidden dangers nearby. Instead, he retrieved a sack of mosquito repellent from Silly. Once released, the scent spread, and within moments, the mosquitoes dropped dead. Gao's familiars were genuinely impressed by this simple yet effective solution. Continuing their journey, the group was suddenly ambushed by a storm panther. Dumby immediately shielded them, while Stripey counterattacked. The panther retreated, and although Flammy wanted to give chase, Gao stopped it, wary of potential traps. Suddenly, a level 29 golden palm tree spirit attacked them. This time Gao ordered Dozy and Flammy to engage it. Their teamwork overwhelmed the spirit, and Gao successfully obtained its core. He marked the spot on his map and moved on. Later, while seeking shelter in a mountain cave, they heard an odd croaking sound. Inside, they found a small duck. Gao tried to quiet it down but was astonished when the system revealed its status. It was an epic-grade creature. Surprised, Gao jokingly told it to quack properly, before deciding to leave the cave. As they continued, Dai began complaining about being hungry and jokingly asked if they could eat the duck. Gao laughed, teasing Dai for riding on Dumby, while Dozy fired back, reminding him that Gao himself rode on Stripey. The banter was light-hearted, but it was suddenly interrupted when Flammy stopped mid-air, alerting Gao that the duck was calling out to them, asking them to wait. Despite Flammy's plea, Gao urged Stripey to move faster, leaving the duck behind. The little duck tried to chase after them but stumbled, feeling heartbroken and unwanted. Moved by the sight, Gao reached down and gently picked it up, immediately cheering it up. Flammy speculated that the young duck might have been abandoned by its parents, and asked if they should keep it. Gao agreed, recognizing the potential of having an epic-grade familiar. All of Gao's familiars promised to protect the little duck. Eventually, they reached a cave within the stone forest, a promising location for Earth Spirit cores. Gao instructed Dozy to go in first and inspect the area. Suddenly, a level 11 rock scorpion emerged, ready to fight. Gao saw this as the perfect chance to test the duck's combat ability. However, after 10 minutes, instead of fighting, both the duck and the scorpion were locked in a loud shouting match. Annoyed, Gao ordered Dumby to chase the scorpion away and sighed, wondering how the duck had survived this long. Just then, Dai returned from the cave, proudly holding a small Earth Spirit core in its mouth. The group was finally one step closer to evolving Stripey, and their wilderness adventure had only just begun. Gao now stood before the massive duck, feeling a tinge of apprehension because of its size. Still, he gathered his resolve and moved to a suitable area to begin testing. Handing the Earth Spirit Core to Supreame, he instructed it to burrow underground and sleep alongside the core for the night. As dusk fell deep within the wilderness, the guardian of that region, a gray centipede, returned to its territory. Near the entrance to its burrow, it spotted the duck leisurely walking around. Irritated by the intrusion, the centipede lunged forward and bit the duck. Startled and enraged, the duck suddenly began to grow in size, its tiny body swelling into a much larger form. But the centipede wasn't finished. It aimed for the duck's eyes, sinking its fangs and causing the creature to screech in pain. In response, the duck's body expanded even further, radiating an overwhelming aura. The sheer surge of energy jolted Gao awake. What he saw next left him speechless. The small, harmless duck had transformed into a towering beast radiating divine power. Terrified, the gray centipede quickly retreated, leaving Gao stunned at the duck's mysterious ability. Intrigued, he decided to attempt a blood contract with it, wanting to understand its power. The moment Gao entered the duck's mindscape, he was greeted by a radiant and cheerful world. Trees, flowers, and blades of grass danced with life, each one adorned with eyes and smiling mouths. The scene was whimsical and vibrant, filled with an almost childlike innocence. However, the atmosphere soon changed. Darkness crept across the landscape, draining it of color. The once happy world turned somber. Gao could feel the duck's emotions, its mood swinging between joy and sorrow. In the midst of this gloom, visions began to appear. Gao witnessed the duck's past, its birth, marked by a strange anomaly, 5 toes instead of the usual number. Its parents and siblings saw it as a monster. They mocked and mistreated it. One day, when its siblings attacked it again, the duck underwent its first transformation, growing larger and stronger in an uncontrollable burst of emotion. But instead of pride, its parents responded with fear and anger, banishing it from their home. Watching these memories unfold, Gao finally understood everything: the duck's inability to quack properly, its loneliness, and why it had clung to him so dearly. It wasn't just a monster, it was a creature that had been rejected by its own kind, yearning for companionship. Gao gently reassured the duck, placing his hand over its head. Their hearts resonated, and the blood contract was successfully formed. He smiled and gave it a name, Goldie, inspired by its soft yellow feathers. Meanwhile, deep underground, Supreame's evolution had completed successfully. It emerged as an Earth Shield Spider, now an epic-grade commander-tier creature at level 25. Its new ability allowed it to generate a dense layer of Earth elemental armor around its body, greatly increasing its defense. Having achieved their goals, Gao decided to return home. Upon reaching the Yizhou mansion, he discovered a note left by his grandfather. Attached to it were images of Sea-High Lake, where a mysterious shiny object had been discovered, drawing massive schools of giant carps. The note explained that the object was none other than the Forbidden Magic Stone, the same relic Gao had once mentioned to Gao Hanwu. The stone was also essential for Goldie's next evolution. Excited, Gao immediately began preparations to obtain it, knowing that the stone could awaken a second skill within Goldie. Moments later, Gao received a call from his grandfather. He informed him that someone would be dispatched to retrieve the Forbidden Stone on his behalf. Though surprised, believing he should earn it himself, Gao was still happy and grateful for his grandfather's support. Meanwhile, at Sea-High Lake, chaos had erupted. Several ships floated across the water, all competing to secure the Forbidden Stone. Among them, a group of men discussed the massive reward offered by the Blackgate Group, 300 million Alliance dollars and 3 Commander-tier Monster Core crystals. They soon realized they lacked a flying-type familiar, which made the task even riskier. But before they could plan further, their eyes caught sight of the Golden Goose King and its entourage soaring above the lake. Recognizing the immense danger, the group quickly withdrew. Beneath the lake's shimmering surface, a large carp was attempting to swallow the Forbidden Stone, mistaking it for a powerful fruit, capable of producing more purple-back carps. 2 smaller carps swam beside it, one of them sensing a powerful presence nearby. Suddenly the water quaked as a massive carp appeared. It was the sub-chief of the giant carps. The smaller carps were horrified. The purple-back carp warned the sub-chief to halt, reminding it that the chief's daughter was right behind them. But the sub-chief, filled with hatred, declared that their chief had slain countless of its kind, and now it was time for revenge. The loyal purple-back carps urged the chief's daughter to flee while they tried to hold off the enraged sub-chief. They manipulated the water currents, forming swirling traps to contain it. For a moment, it worked, but soon the sub-chief shattered the currents, killing the purple-back carps in a single strike. It then devoured the Forbidden Stone. As its body began to glow, the Golden Goose King intervened, diving from above and striking the carp, forcing it to retreat. On the surface, various human groups tried to capture the weakened sub-chief carp, but it managed to escape, passing the Forbidden Stone to another carp before disappearing into the depths. Soon after, One of the retrieval teams succeeded in securing a forbidden stone. Among them was a young boy rumored to possess the rare ability to control monsters. While other factions continued their search, this team quickly withdrew, securing their prize. Back at Gao Hanwu's mansion, preparations began for the evolution ritual of Goldie. Inside Gao's laboratory, the forbidden stone rested within a containment unit, glowing faintly. Janwu, however, was visibly uneasy. No one had ever attempted to evolve a creature to the legendary grade, a feat Gao now aimed to accomplish. Despite his apprehension, he smiled at his grandson, knowing this was a defining moment. Encouraged by his grandfather's faith, Gao took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. The time had come, Goldie's evolution was about to begin. Gao stood before the glowing stone, his heart pounding with anticipation. The moment had finally come. The transformation process was about to begin. As he initiated the procedure, the forbidden stone emitted a radiant sky blue light, signaling that the process was unfolding successfully. Carefully, Gao administered a blue reagent into Goldie's body. Within moments, the duck's eyes fluttered shut, and it fell unconscious. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. Goldie's golden feathers began to loosen and fall away, one by one until its entire body was left completely bald. Though the sight was bizarre, Gao's expression was one of triumph. The transformation had worked. The forbidden adamantine duck had successfully advanced to the legendary grade, marking the first ever recorded success of its kind. It was a historic achievement. Even Gao knew that the stage beyond legendary, the mythical grade, existed only in theory, and he doubted whether Earth held the ingredients required to reach such a level. Still, his heart raced with excitement. Eager to share the news, he immediately presented the results to his grandfather. When Jianwu saw the outcome, his eyes shone with pride. "You've done something no breeder in history has achieved," he said, his voice filled with admiration, but his tone soon shifted to caution. "This success must remain secret for now. Power like this can draw dangerous attention." Gao nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of his accomplishment. After offering a few words of guidance, Jianwu left, entrusting his grandson with the task of further developing and training their familiars. Moments later, Goldie began to stir. The duck stretched its wings, radiating a newfound strength. Gao smiled proudly. "You look incredible, Goldie." But when the duck caught sight of its reflection in a nearby mirror, it froze, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha, what an ugly creature," it cackled, not realizing it was laughing at itself. When Gao pointed out the obvious, Goldie's mood flipped instantly. "What do you mean that's me?" it snapped, glaring furiously. Before the argument could escalate, Flammy swooped in and gave Goldie a sharp peck to the head, a firm reminder to show some respect. Gao chuckled at their antics, shaking his head at his chaotic familiars. Despite its odd personality, Goldie's evolution came with two incredible new abilities. The first granted it enhanced resistance to all elemental attacks, while the second allowed it to create an element-free sphere, a neutral zone immune to external magic or elemental interference. These traits made Goldie an exceptionally powerful ally, even among legendary class creatures. In the days that followed, Gao prepared for the next chapter of his journey. He traveled to the Yuzhou University branch campus, located in College Town, intending to officially register for the Monster Trainer Major. At the registration counter, he was greeted by a student assistant, who looked both curious and bored, until he checked Gaoasep's records. His eyes widened. "Wait, you stare that Gaoas, ranked 11th in the entire Hassa region, and the top scorer in Large Bay City?" Gao smiled modestly, scratching the back of his head. "I suppose that sets me." The student was awestruck and quickly escorted him through the campus, eager to make conversation. Along the way, he shared tidbits about the university's hierarchy. There are only 4 monster trainers across all Yuzhou universities considered truly exceptional, he said. 2 of them, Su Ming and Lin Shi, are from our very own Yuzhou University. As they approached the dormitory complex, Gao couldn't help but notice how luxurious it was. The student proudly explained that the facility was donated by the university's chairman, none other than Mr. Gao Hanwu. Outside the dormitory stood a grand statue of his grandfather, cast in gleaming metal, portraying him standing firm with a dragon familiar beside him. "That's the man who protected Yuzhou City from countless monster attacks," the student said reverently. "Your grandfather saved us all." Hearing those words filled Gao's chest with warmth and pride. His grandfather's legacy wasn't just alive, it was monumental. But far from the comfort of the city, danger was stirring once again. In the nearby mountain ranges, a group of men navigated rugged terrain. Their leader suddenly raised his hand to halt the team. His familiar, a small cat named Bei, was acting strangely, its fur bristled and tail puffed up. The man's eyes narrowed. "The last time Bei behaved like this," he murmured, "a Lord-tier monster flew over us." Before he could finish, the ground trembled violently beneath their feet. Back at Gao Hanwu's villa, Gao had just returned from his own errands when alarming reports began to surface. Yuzhou City had declared a level 5 martial law, the highest state of emergency, following the disappearance of numerous monster hunters in the surrounding mountains. Jianwu had also just come back from helping Tong Tong evolve her Shadow Japara to Lord Tier. With a calm but serious tone, he updated Gao on recent developments. The Thunder Shell Lord has now reached the peak of the Commander tier, and the Shadow Japara's evolution succeeded. It's changed significantly. But when Gao asked about the martial law, Jianwu Set's expression darkened. It sets because of a new species, a monster we Steph never seen before. Gao froze, his eyes widening. A new type of monster? Jianwu nodded gravely. Yes, something unknown has appeared in the wild, and if our readings are correct. He looked toward the trembling horizon. It stets far beyond anything humanity has faced before. Jihanmu explained that massive global changes were taking place, pushing scholars to dig deep into ancient myths for answers. He showed Gao a photograph of a mountain, but it wasn't just a mountain. It was a living creature they had named the Mountain Spirit. Though these creatures weren't particularly fast or enormous, their surfaces were lethally dangerous. Jihanmu reassured Gao that they could try to negotiate with the mountain spirits if possible, but if diplomacy failed, force might be necessary. However, Gao was hesitant to play the hero. He understood the immense risk that came with confronting such beings. Jihanmu then mentioned that the delivery of the Wanai Moon Gold, which Gao had requested, had arrived. Watching his grandfather take charge, Gao couldn't help but feel a little inadequate, though deep down he trusted him completely. Sorry, Grandpa knows best, he muttered to himself. A few days later, Gao returned to his university. As he walked through the campus, he overheard his classmates excitedly discussing the regions he had developed, ones their company had already begun to sell. When class ended, Gao received a message from his grandfather. Attached was an image of another mountain spirit monster, a terrifying level 48, Lord tier creature. Gao's worry deepened. It was becoming clear that there wasn't just one mountain spirit, there were many. Ji Hanwu initiated a video call, but the connection was poor due to his high altitude. Despite the static, he managed to warn Gao to return home immediately. Then the call abruptly ended. Moments later, Ji Hanwu confronted and destroyed the mountain spirit monster. The military quickly collected its core and reported back to their commander. Observers praised Ji Hanwu's balance. Humanity was willing to negotiate, but would never yield. The commander then issued new orders: send reinforcements to remind the monsters who truly ruled this world. At the Southern Sky open-air testing site, a researcher approached Ji Hanwu. He informed him that the sample results from the mountain spirit would soon be ready and revealed that the military had managed to broker a temporary peace treaty with the monsters. Ji Hanwu, however, wasn't convinced. He explained that once the mountain spirits realized the extent of their power, communication would become impossible. True negotiation, he believed, could only happen when those creatures witnessed the fall of their own kind. The researcher was impressed by Ji Hanwu's insight and strong perspective. Later, the same researcher proudly presented Chairman Gao with the Royal Mountain Wolf Bird Army, creatures specially trained for combat. Ji Hanwu decided to test their effectiveness. A battle was arranged between the army's leader and a commander-tier swine-type monster. The clash was fierce, but the wolf bird emerged victorious. The researcher couldn't stop praising the genius behind the royal reagent that had made such evolution possible. Ji Hanwu, filled with pride, smiled quietly, convinced that his grandson must already be working on developing even stronger regions. Meanwhile, Gao was preparing for Dumby's next evolution. Holding the Wanai Moon Gold in his hand, he could feel its chilling energy. Carefully he gave it to Dumby to absorb. Suddenly, a dazzling transformation began. White bone steel formed around Dumby's body, while dark silhouettes appeared, bowing as if in reverence to their king. The evolution succeeded. Dumby had become a level 30, legendary-grade skeleton tyrant. This transformation granted him new abilities. He could summon the dead using a corpse and absorb the energy of resurrected undead. All hail the skeleton tyrant, Gao whispered, awed by his familiar's power. Curious about Dumby's new strength, Gao asked Daisy to bite its thigh bone to test its hardness, but the moment Daisy bit down, its tooth shattered. Tears welled up in the creature's eyes as it ran off, feeling weak and useless. Now most of Gao's familiars had reached epic or legendary grades, all except Daisy and Silly. While Silly seemed unmotivated, Daisy was desperate to grow stronger, but Gao lacked the materials needed to trigger its evolution. He comforted Daisy, assuring it that its turn would come soon, before asking Dumby to demonstrate his new summoning skill. He provided Dumby with a dead wolf to resurrect, but the creature that appeared had the soul of a husky instead, amusing Gao slightly. Still, his resolve remained firm. He would soon find the materials needed for Daisy's evolution. Before Gao could set out, Ji Hanwu warned him to be cautious. The mountain spirits were unpredictable. He also suggested Gao take Tong Tong with him. After a quick call, she arrived with her familiars. Gao was stunned to witness her phantom, Japala, transform into a Lord-tier being, a majestic creature resembling a mythical dragon. "Looks like it's time to step up your familiar game, Gao," Ji Hanwoo said with a grin. Even Goldie, one of Gao's familiars, seemed fascinated by Tong Tong's powerful blood-streaked vulture. Gao noticed something immediately. Tong Tong had become even more beautiful since the last time he'd seen her, but before he could say a word, she brought their focus back to the mission. Without wasting a second, she placed Gao on her vulture, Shadow Jorah, while Dumby and Silly were carried by her phantom creature, Japura. Gao's other familiars were left behind, with a reassuring promise that they'd be reunited soon. In just half an hour, they arrived at their destination, Mirror Lake. The sheer speed of Tong Tong's vulture left Gao deeply impressed. As they circled the mist-covered waters, Tong Tong turned to him and asked about the lightning moths that flickered around the lake. Gao explained that these moths preferred dark, damp environments, usually close to an energy source, most likely electrical. He sighed, regretting not bringing Daisy along, since Daisy could easily detect electric elements. To make up for it, Gao whispered a clue to Dumby. Responding to his command, Dumby raised his skeletal arm and dozens of fish skeletons emerged from the depths. The dead lake stirred to life once again. Gao instructed the skeletal fish to search the lake bed for anything radiating strong spiritual energy. Tong Tong watched in amazement. "You really never fail to surprise me," she murmured, half in awe, half in confusion. Dumby's skill set seemed impossibly diverse. Gao smiled and explained. Reaching the legendary grade was only the beginning. Dumby Sep's abilities are limitless now. He could even trigger a zombie apocalypse if I allowed it. Moments later, the skeletal fish returned from the depths, bringing several strange items, among them a water spirit stone, gleaming with a strong water element. Gao immediately realized that there must be a water spirit stone vein beneath the lake. He instructed Dumby to let the fish rest. As Dumby released the summoned skeletons, a surge of power coursed through him. His level increased to 31. Gao was astonished by how efficiently Dumby could absorb the energy of resurrected creatures. Suddenly the ground trembled violently. Tong Tong's eyes narrowed. "A mountain spirit. It's nearby," she warned. Without hesitation, she threw Gao onto her vulture and took flight. From above, Gao caught sight of it, a colossal living mountain moving on its own. The mountain spirit monster. Its presence was overwhelming, its form both majestic and terrifying. Then something unexpected happened. The creature spoke. In a deep, rumbling voice, it proposed a deal. It would share information about a rare material known as the Lightning Bell Pine, a resource that could help Daisy evolve into a flying creature. In exchange, it wanted the blood of other monsters. Following the directions given by the mountain spirit, Gao and Tong Tong discovered a level 32 armadillo hidden deep within a rocky cavity. Gao was surprised. Armadillos, of all creatures, seemed oddly connected to the mountain spirits. He wondered aloud if they might be a natural threat to them. Tong Tong smirked. Maybe the mountain spirit just got tired of the same monster meat. Acting quickly, she ordered her vulture to smoke out the armadillo. Within minutes, the creature was caught. They presented it to the mountain spirit, who devoured it instantly. When Gao asked for the Lightning Bell Pine, the monster demanded more armadillos in exchange. Tong Tong, ever pragmatic, decided to prioritize finding the location of the material. Through negotiation, they learned that the Lightning Bell Pine was located to the east, across 5 towering mountains. Reluctantly agreeing to hunt more armadillos, Tong Tong joined Gao on her vulture while Shadow Japura continued the search below. Once enough armadillos had been delivered to the mountain spirit, it finally revealed the pine's exact location. Shadow Japura soared through the sky and within 10 minutes returned carrying the Lightning Bell Pine, its branches crackling faintly with electricity. Their trade was complete. As they flew back, Tong Tong asked curiously, "Why would a Lord-tier monster need Commander-tier creatures like those armadillos?" Gao thought for a moment before replying. Maybe it was feeding on them, or maybe the armadillos were guarding something hidden beneath the ground. Tong Tong Sit's eyes gleamed. "Then perhaps we should claim whatever sits down there for ourselves." But Gao shook his head. "No, greed leads to ruin. We still get our chance when the time sips this right." And with that, they turned back toward the city, the mission complete. For now. After a long-awaited reunion with his beloved grandfather, Gao Pang settled in Yuo City. Here he spent his days strengthening his familiars, experimenting in the lab his grandfather had built for him, and benefiting from the old man's nearly limitless resources. Meanwhile, Gao's evolutionary regions had become a renowned product of the Southern Sky Group, earning him wide recognition. He even gained a new familiar, an overly muscular, absurdly powerful duck. Life, in short, had been strange lately. One afternoon, Gao Pang and his grandfather, Gao Hanwu, met with one of the company's employees in the industrial area outside Uo City. The worker proudly showed them the facility where monster bones were processed into nutrient-rich bone powder for familiars. But as Gao watched the conveyor belts crushing the bones into dust, a pang of disappointment struck him. Dumby's revival ability required at least 3/4 of the bones to remain intact, and here, every fragment was being completely obliterated. He clenched his fists quietly. There was potential being wasted, and Gao intended to change that. When Gao moved to question the bone processing methods, Jihan Wu immediately intervened. With a single command, he ordered that from now on the integrity of all monster bones must be maintained during processing. No more grinding them into dust. Turning to Dumby, Gao Pang gave his familiar a new task. You still come here every day, he said, and keep using your revival ability. Absorb all the energy you can. Grandpa Gao looked puzzled. He can level up just by doing that? Gao nodded confidently. Trust me, Gramps. It's stealth work. The ingredients needed for Daisy's evolution would arrive the next day. As the two walked toward their helicopter, they discussed Gao's plans to help Daisy evolve into a flying familiar. And yes, that's right, they casually stepped into their private helicopter. Just how wealthy was Grandpa, really? The next morning, Gao headed to his personal laboratory, the one his grandfather had built for him, bringing Daisy and all the evolution ingredients along. The first step involved preparing a solution from golden-winged insects known as sucus. As Gao began the tedious process of removing their delicate wings, he sighed. Should have asked for an assistant, he muttered, and as if summoned by his frustration, one appeared. A young woman entered the lab, Su Yingxi, the niece of Professor Su from the company's research facility. She was currently interning at the Southern Sky Group for hands-on experience. Gao decided to give her a chance, and handed her the tedious task of dewiring the Suka's wings. Though unfamiliar with her, Gao trusted his grandfather's judgment. If she was sent here, she was reliable. Once she finished, Gao nodded approvingly. Good job, he said curtly. You can go now. Without wasting time, he mixed the golden wings into a pre-prepared solution and added fruit from the lightning bell pine, the same one he had recovered with Tong Tong. The mixture began to crackle with electrical energy. When it reached its peak, Gao gestured for Daisy to enter the picture, but before her curse could settle, a thunderous explosion of energy burst from the lab. Moments later, a radiant figure emerged through the smoke. Daisy, now transformed into a six-winged thunder centipede. His evolution was a complete success. The creature's wings shimmered with arcs of electricity, each beat resonating like thunder. Gao grinned. The evolution had exceeded expectations. Soon, Daisy's wings could even evolve further into permanent thunder wings. As Daisy basked in his newfound power, Gao's thoughts drifted to Dumby. How was his skeletal familiar faring back at the factory? Meanwhile, at the processing facility, Dumby was doing exactly what Gao had instructed, tirelessly reviving and reabsorbing monster corpses to grow stronger. The factory manager, noticing the unnatural spectacle, quietly ordered the security team to erase all surveillance footage from the day. Dumby's activities were to remain a secret. Once Dumby finished draining energy from the current batch of corpses, he pressed a button on the control panel, summoning workers to bring in the next load. Efficient, mechanical, and utterly relentless, it was level grinding at its finest. Elsewhere, at Uo University, Gao Pang was walking across campus, deep in thought about Daisy and Dumby's rapid growth. That's when he ran into a familiar face. Jun Moai, his fellow participant from the Young Monster Trainers competition. Gao, she called out. The student association just found a new monster type. Want to check it out? Intrigued, Gao asked. I am not a member of the association. Is that a problem? Not at all. Gao, she called out. The student association just found a new monster type. Want to check it out? Intrigued, Gao asked. I am not a member of the association. Is that a problem? Not at all, she said. They are open to guests for this. That was all the encouragement he needed. The scene shifted to a buffet restaurant near the university, where the student association had arranged a meeting with a scruffy, exhausted-looking man named Lu, an alumnus of Uo University. Luce explained his situation. For nearly a month, he'd been unable to return home. It all began with strange noises from his apartment. At first, he'd assumed it was just his upstairs neighbors arguing, and even found it mildly amusing. But then he remembered something chilling. He didn't have any upstairs neighbors. Curiosity got the better of him. Accompanied by his golden retriever, he went up to the roof to investigate. But when he got there, he found nothing. After hearing him out, the association members promised they'd uncover the source of the disturbance, no matter what it was, ghost or monster. Gao, however, wasn't so eager. He quietly instructed his familiar Goldie, if things go south, grab me and run. A reasonable precaution, really. A short while later, the group arrived at Lu's apartment building. As they prepared to enter, Gao asked Jun Moai about her black anaconda familiar, the one she'd used during the competition. It's too big for Yuo City's streets, she replied with a shrug. The team ascended the dim stairway and reached Lu's apartment. The moment the door creaked open, a foul, nauseating stench filled the air, the unmistakable smell of rot. Liu's face turned pale. Without hesitation he bolted inside, shouting for his dog. The others stayed by the doorway, nervously discussing possibilities. It's probably a low-level monster, one said, otherwise it wouldn't set be hiding. Gao sighed softly. You people really don't set learn. And then, the lights went out. A chilling scream echoed through the dark, followed by frantic footsteps. Lu stumbled out of the back room, eyes wide in terror, begging for help. As Gao turned toward him, his expression froze. A ghostly hand was reaching out of the shadows, clutching at Lu's shoulder. The members of the student association gasped as a ghastly figure emerged from the darkness, a twisted humanoid monster with pale, flickering eyes. And just like that, their little ghost hunting trip had become something far more dangerous. A strange monster called a green haunt appeared, a creature known for its level 1 illusion skill and its ability to feed on fear. As the system described, it began using its illusion to conjure a thick white fog, spreading terror across the area. The association leader, caught off guard, mistook it for a commander-tier monster. Panic filled his voice as he shouted for everyone to run, declaring that he would stay behind to hold it off. But his fear only made things worse. The monster absorbed all that terror and transformed into an even more horrifying form, its power feeding on their panic. While everyone else fled for their lives, Gao Pez, Pun calmly walked forward, Goldie by his side. At Junit Sip's worried question, Gao simply asked, "What Sip's there to be scared of? It's Sip's just a monster. That means it has a weakness, and can be beaten." With quiet confidence, Gao ordered Goldie to attack. Seeing this, the association head yelled for him to stop, insisting that the creature was far too powerful. Gao only sighed and replied coldly, "Just shut up, you stir embarrassing yourself." Ignoring the panicked leader, Goldie launched forward with a flying kick and activated his forbidden domain. Instantly the white fog and the illusion were blown away, revealing the green haunt's true form, a small, goblin-like creature hiding near the window. Before anyone could react, Goldie leapt again and Spartan kicked the monster straight out of the window, killing it instantly. Gao sighed in frustration. He had actually planned to capture and raise the little thing, but after that fall there was no chance it survived. Just then, Junmoi silently appeared beside him, startling Gao with how quietly she moved. She reported that her familiar had already captured a man attempting to steal a monster corpse downstairs. Realizing the police were on their way and would confiscate everything, Gao decided to leave. Studying the body was now impossible. As he walked out, he overheard the captured man claiming he was just passing by. Gao narrowed his eyes. The timing was far too convenient. Something didn't feel right. Outside, Gao and Goldie called for a taxi. Gao smiled slightly, thinking about how much potential Goldie had shown tonight. His future seemed incredibly promising. But then, things took a strange turn. Within seconds, a car arrived. That was unusually fast. Suspicious, Gao got in anyway and told the driver to take him to the Southern Sky Group. However, it didn't take long for him to realize something was wrong. The route was completely off. Without hesitation, Gao gave a single order, "Goldie, handle him." Goldie didn't hesitate either. With one sharp strike, he smacked the driver across the head, bringing the car to an abrupt stop. Gao stepped out, demanding to know who had sent him. The terrified man stammered that it was all a misunderstanding. Gao stared blankly at him. That's when the trunk burst open. A massive white gorilla, muscles frozen like ice, jumped out and charged toward him. The gorilla came crashing down with a brutal axe-handle attack, strong enough to crush a human skull. But to its shock, Gao merely flinched and muttered, "That stings." Scanning it quickly, Gao realized it was a level 20 frost corpse monkey, a type of undead beast. He immediately guessed that these attackers were sent to avenge the green haunt from earlier. Suddenly the gorilla made a vile move, reaching straight for Gao Sip's crotch. Gao Sip's eyes turned sharp. "Oh no," he muttered. "You just broke the code. Give him death." Before the monster could land its blow, Goldie pounced in, grabbing the gorilla's arm and tearing it off with brute force. His body had grown massive, a result of Gao's clever tactic. Using his damage transfer ability, Gao absorbed hits harmlessly and passed them to Goldie, who only got stronger each time thanks to his passive growth ability. Shedding his feathery jacket, Goldie leapt high and kicked the life out of the undead creature, his massive body shining with raw power. Behind them, the enraged driver charged again, swinging a metal pipe. But Gao was no longer the same man. With the techniques taught by his grandfather, he swiftly disarmed the attacker, sending the pipe flying, then uppercut him so hard that teeth flew out. Calmly, Gao pulled out his phone and dialed a number his grandfather had given him for emergencies. He briefly explained the situation, not even sure where he was anymore. The voice on the other end replied firmly, "Stay where you are. We shall be there shortly." Just moments later, a squadron of stealth choppers descended upon Gao's location. From them a group of men in sleek black uniforms emerged, each one moving with silent precision. Their leader, Jua, stepped forward and introduced them as Chairman Gao's personal Black Ops unit. It was clear they weren't ordinary soldiers. These were elite operatives, the kind who handled the jobs no one else could. Once Gao explained the situation, one of the agents quickly identified the driver as a member of a petty criminal group, one that possessed only 2 commander-tier monsters. Realizing they weren't the dangerous organization he had initially suspected, Gao simply nodded and instructed the squad to deal with them, however they saw fit. Before they departed, he added calmly that it would be best to capture the 2 commander-tier monsters alive, but that their safety came first. Not even 2 hours later, Zhu's team returned, having already subdued the gang's leader and captured both monsters. Young trainer Gao Ping was impressed, not only by their efficiency, but also by the majestic creature among them, a red-blooded warhorse, Commander Tier, level 27. It was Zhu's personal familiar, a beast of tremendous presence. Yet what truly caught Gao Ping's attention was the second familiar, a level 23 Commander Tier Gao Spirit, one of the 24 mythical spirits from ancient legends. Seeing a creature of such historical significance left him quietly astonished. Noticing Gao's curiosity, Zhou asked if he was interested in the ghost child. Gao admitted that he was, and requested to keep the Gao spirit for research. As thanks for his efforts, Gao invited Zhou to visit his laboratory, knowing the man's immense talent and the effectiveness of his methods. Zhou agreed with visible excitement, silently warning his warhorse not to act arrogantly before Gao, someone who could help it evolve further. Unfortunately, the warhorse, still intoxicated by tales from a certain warlord's biography, ignored that advice. Amused, Gao decided to have a bit of fun. He pulled out a vial containing an evolution reagent, its aroma alone enough to completely shatter the beast's composed image of manliness. Later, as Zhou and his warhorse departed, Grandpa Gao arrived to discuss Gao Ping's familiars and their recent progress. Dazi and Stray had both reached level 30, now classified as epic grade. Dumby, on the other hand, stood at level 39 on the verge of promotion to Lord Tier. With only a week remaining before the World Youth Trainer Championship, Grandpa Gao reminded him that he must have at least one Lord Tier familiar to qualify as a referee. That warning worried Gao. Raising Dumby to Lord Tier in just 1 week seemed impossible, but that concern quickly gave way to excitement when he learned that his aquatic dragon would soon attempt a breakthrough to ascend to the legendary King Tier that very night. Later that evening, despite Grandpa Gao's advice to rest, Gao Ping stood watch by the lakeside, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. When signs of evolution began, the system suddenly recognized the dragon as level 51, meaning the breakthrough had already succeeded. So why was the beast still roaring furiously in the distance? Meanwhile, within the military, debate stirred. Some officials believed Gao Ping had grown too powerful, while others defended him as a loyal ally. The senior commander dismissed the argument, but one man silently nurtured darker intentions. Back at the lakeside villa, a formidable tiger-type beast prowled toward Gao's dragon, convinced it could strike while the creature was vulnerable. But as it lunged, 2 massive claws impaled it mid-air. The attacker was none other than Gao's newly ascended white aquatic dragon. The tiger never stood a chance. It had been completely outmatched from the start. The following day, Chairman Gao received a call from a man named Sui, reporting that spies had been discovered within the company. Acting under Gao's orders, Sui immediately began purging the traitors. At the technology department, Sui burst through a locked office door with his hulking kangaroo familiar, a beast so muscular it seemed sculpted from living stone. Inside he found that sensitive documents had vanished, along with the department head himself. As per Gao's orders, Sui sent his kangaroo to search the underground parking lot. There, the missing department head, Zhao, was attempting to flee with the stolen documents, planning to trade them to a rival company for a promotion. It was also revealed that he was the one who had sent the tiger to assassinate Gao's aquatic dragon. Unfortunately for him, the entire setup had been a trap. The dragon had already completed its evolution. As Zhao tried to escape, Sui's kangaroo crashed down onto his car, crushing it completely before capturing him alive. Later, Gao Ping was introduced to Sui Ti, Chairman Gao's right-hand man, and the father of Suin Shi. But even more remarkable than the man himself was his familiar, a golden, dazzling boxing champion kangaroo, nicknamed the Light. Gao was fascinated by its special ability, extraordinary sixth sense, an invaluable trait for a close-range fighter. As Gao examined the creature, the captured Zhao was brought before him. His betrayal was undeniable, selling secrets to the Sky River Group after all the opportunities Gao had given him. When asked how to deal with the traitor, Gao hesitated only briefly before replying with calm authority. He must be made an example of. And with that, Xiao was dragged away, pleading for mercy that would never come. Later that night, Gao stood quietly beside the lakeside, watching over the aquatic dragon as it rested beneath the moonlight. His thoughts were heavy. When his grandfather approached, Gao admitted what was on his mind. He was thinking about what might have happened if they had let Xiao live. Would people have seen that as weakness? Would others have followed in Xiao's footsteps, betraying them too? Grandpa Gao sighed softly. He told his grandson that he never wanted to involve him in the darker side of things, but as his successor, that burden was inevitable. For now he instructed the White Dragon to capture a few high-level monsters to help Dumby train and level up faster. A few days later, at the Imperial Airport, Junmo was preparing to board her flight for the final round of the Young Monster Trainers Championship. As she and her friends exchanged farewells, they suddenly spotted Gao in the crowd. Confused, they wondered what he was doing there, especially since he had withdrawn from the competition after the previous round. If only they knew. While the others speculated, Gao waited patiently at the pickup area. His grandfather had told him that someone from the capital would be arriving to escort him, but when they did, Gao was left speechless. A full bus of guards and security personnel had come to receive him, making him stick out like a sore thumb in front of everyone. After reaching his destination, Gao Ping was introduced to Zhou Tianmen, one of the 12 elders of the Monster Trainer League, and the former chairman of the Nine Mountain Group. Once the formalities were out of the way, Zhou explained the situation. While Grandpa Gao's endorsement carried immense weight, one of the other elders, Pan Gon, strongly opposed someone as young as Gao becoming a referee. Several others had sided with Pan Gon, arguing against Gao's appointment. Zhou therefore wanted Gao to take a test, to silence the doubters once and for all. The request only made Gao smirk. "A test, huh?" he muttered under his breath, his tone laced with amusement. "They have no idea what they sip are asking for." Zhou led him to the training room, where he introduced his granddaughter, Meng. When Zhou revealed the purpose of Gao's visit, Meng was visibly stunned that someone her age or younger was being considered for such an important role. Zhou reminded her that this was precisely why the old council wanted Gao tested. He guided Gao to the testing chamber, and mentioned that if Gao could show even 2 commander-tier familiars, that would be sufficient to settle the debate. Hearing that, Gao's grin widened. He was already far beyond that standard. With quiet confidence, he told Zhou that a test wouldn't be necessary. "Dumby," he said calmly, "show them." As the skeletal familiar stepped forward, the cloak it always wore slipped away, revealing its true form, a towering, bone-armored tyrant, radiating immense power. Zhou and Meng stared in disbelief. Dumby wasn't commander tier anymore. It had evolved into a level 41 lord tier familiar. Meng was completely floored. She herself had trained for 3 years and possessed only 1 commander tier familiar. Zhou, on the other hand, could hardly contain his delight. He knew the other elders would be speechless once they saw this. Fast forward to the day of the championship. Only 30 minutes remained before the final round began, and contestants were taking their places. When Gao Ping was revealed as one of the referees, the entire stadium erupted into chaos. Many were outraged, unable to accept that someone so young could hold such authority. At the Hun family estate, one of the contestants' fathers, furious that Gao had been given any role at all, attempted to contact the Monster Trainer League, demanding to speak with him, but his call was instantly dismissed, leaving him fuming in silence. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Gao stood tall in his referee's uniform, calm, composed, and admittedly, a little too stylish for the occasion. Addressing the crowd in the live broadcast, he confidently declared his identity: Gao Ping, age 18, official referee for the championship. The crowd's shock turned into uproar. People shouted, questioned, and accused, but Gao remained unfazed. With a single snap of his fingers, Dumby appeared behind him, unleashing the full presence of a lord-tier familiar. The entire stadium fell silent. The murmurs that followed were no longer of doubt, but awe. Seeing the sheer power standing beside him, everyone finally accepted Gao's capability. With order restored, Gao calmly announced the tournament rules and declared the beginning of the first match. As the battles commenced, Gao immediately noticed one contestant, Hun Lei, struggling. His familiar, a skeletal rhino, was fighting a swamp monster but lacked any special abilities to counter it. Despite being outmatched, Hun Lei kept shouting at the rhino to keep fighting, ignoring the creature's visible exhaustion. Concerned, Gao stepped forward and advised him to surrender before it was too late. Hun Lei sneered and accused Gao of jealousy, claiming he was only saying that because he couldn't compete himself. Gao, maintaining his composure, explained that his only concern was for the rhino's life. The swamp monster's acidic attacks were tearing it apart. Still, Hun Lei refused to yield. Loyal to its master, the rhino rose again, battered and broken, mustering every ounce of strength for one final attack. The resulting explosion of energy was tremendous, far beyond what Gao expected from a mere commander-tier familiar, yet it came at a terrible cost. The rhino had sacrificed itself to deliver that strike. When the dust cleared, the swamp monster still stood unscathed. Hunlei's opponent, Lucas, was declared the winner. As the skeletal rhino lay dying, it weakly called out for its master. But Hunlei turned away coldly, cursing it for being useless. Gao clenched his fists, visibly disgusted. While congratulating Lucas on his victory, he knelt beside the fallen rhino, gently resting a hand on its cracked armor. "You fought well," he said softly. "You deserve better." That act of compassion made headlines across the Union News the next day. Gao Ping became the most talked-about figure of the tournament, not just for his strength, but for his heart. As the championship continued, the matches flew by. Gao served as the referee for match 32, the last bout of the elimination round, his reputation already echoing through every corner of the arena. In the second round of the Hakkia region matches, the air was thick with tension. On one side of the arena stood Yugi, commanding his level 32 black-scale tiger. On the other was Brandy from the Yingla region, partnered with his level 30 wailing serpent tree. As the match began, Gao observed closely from his referee's stand. Despite the serpent being a few levels lower, he noted that it was actually of a higher grade than Yugi's tiger. The only drawback was its limited mobility as a plant-type familiar. However, the serpent had one powerful advantage: its acidic sap. Every time the tiger's claws tore through the vines, droplets of the corrosive sap splashed onto its fur. Slowly but surely, the poison began eating away at its strength. By the time Yugi realized what was happening, his tiger was covered in burns and trembling from exhaustion. Reluctantly, Yugi raised his hand and surrendered to protect his familiar. Well, Gao thought to himself, at least some of these trainers care about their partners. After congratulating Brandy on his victory, Gao approached Yugi. He told the boy that he had a business proposal for his mother, the leader of the Shadow Blood Monster Hunter Association. Before leaving, Gao added that the reason for his defeat was his tiger's low grade. If Yugi came to him after the tournament, he could help evolve it. Of course, Gao said it casually, but one couldn't help but wonder, was there more to this offer than met the eye? Later, in the referee waiting room, Gao found himself in a serious discussion with other officials about the dark side of monster training around the world. One of them told him about the Southeast Asian region, a place shaped by brutal survival. After the Great Cataclysm, the nations there merged into one massive territory. Orphaned children were sent to government-run camps, given familiars at 18, and forced into free-for-all death matches where only one survivor walked out. It was horrifying, yet the trainers who survived that hell were among the strongest on Earth. Despite the cruelty, Gao couldn't help but think there was something to learn from that system. If only we could create training camps, he thought, not for death, but for survival, to prepare kids like Li Junong to live in this dangerous new world. Back home, Gao remotely checked his surveillance feeds and spotted Dazi lounging around, clearly skipping training. Shaking his head, Gao decided to intervene. With a figurative kick to the back, he reminded his familiar that there would be no slacking under his watch. Once the break was over, Gao headed out for his next match assignment. Just before leaving the waiting room, another referee stopped him with a grim warning. "If any more contestants from the Hakkia region lose while you're officiating," he said in a low tone, "there could be trouble. Serious trouble." Gao raised an eyebrow but didn't respond. The threat hung in the air as he walked toward the arena. The next battle began. On one side stood Musin of Korea with his silverback gorilla and swamp monster. On the other was Gangmoj of Africa, wielding a giant tarsier and a rainforest scorpion. At first, Gao was puzzled. Tarsiers were psychic-type creatures native to the southeast tropics. They couldn't survive outside their natural habitat, yet this one was alive and fierce. Then he heard Gangmo refer to it as Mom. The realization hit him immediately. This was one of those horrifying bonded pair experiments, where a young child is matched with a grieving tarsier that lost its offspring. Through shared trauma, the creature imprints on the child, forming an unnaturally strong bond. Gao clenched his jaw. "This is sick," he muttered under his breath. As the match started, Muan sent his swamp monster charging in, only for the rainforest scorpion to crush it in seconds. Seizing the moment, Muan ordered his gorilla to attack, but Gangmo's tarsier used its psychic power to freeze it mid-strike. Then, in a twisted display of manipulation, Gangmo whispered to the creature, calling the gorilla evil. The tarsier's eyes glowed red, and it turned on Muan's familiar, tearing it apart. Muan's cry of anguish echoed across the arena, but before the tarsier could attack him directly, Gao snapped his fingers. Dumby appeared in an instant, shielding Muan and sending the tarsier flying backward. "You Stev crossed the line," Gao said sternly. "Attacking another trainer directly is a violation of league rules. This match is over." Muan, still trembling, quietly surrendered. After the match, Gao found himself surrounded by sycophantic trainers praising his quick judgment, but his attention drifted elsewhere to an idea. As a referee, he couldn't place bets on the matches. However, there was no rule stating that his familiars couldn't. He smiled. "That's not technically cheating," he mused. Back home, Goldie was up to his usual antics, climbing a fence wall to peep at the neighbor's duck. His mischief was interrupted when his phone buzzed. Gao's name flashed across the screen. Goldie, Gaosip's voice said through the speaker, "I need you to place a few bets for me. Do it right and I shall increase your daily fish allowance for a whole month." That was all the motivation Goldie needed. Moments later, he was waddling into a happy lottery branch, holding up his phone to the cashier. On the screen was Gao's message detailing the bet, Jiang Yi of the Hakka region to win. A very unpopular pick given his opponent's strength. Still, Goldie followed instructions and placed over 5,000 alliance credits on the underdog. After collecting his lottery ticket, he exited the shop, whistling proudly. Inside, the cashier laughed with his coworkers. Some fool just bet a fortune on Jiang Yi. Poor guy Sip's gonna lose it all. Then, as if on cue, the TV above them lit up with breaking news. Match result: Jiang Yi wins. The room fell silent. The cashier's smile froze. Meanwhile, far away, Gao's phone buzzed with a notification, and that same knowing grin crept back onto his face. Later that day, Gao returned to his mountain villa, only to be greeted by an overly excited Goldie. The bald duck was practically bouncing with joy, showering Gao with praise for helping him win the bet, though of course, he had no intention of sharing a single coin of his winnings. Typical Goldie. But it didn't stop there. The greedy little creature immediately demanded more insider information, hoping Gao would feed his new gambling habit. Gao sighed and tried to explain that the bet had been just for fun, a small reward to make Goldie happy, not the start of a bad addiction. He warned the duck that gambling was a dangerous road to go down. From the look on Goldie's unimpressed face, however, it was clear the lecture went in one ear and out the other. While Gao was distracted, Goldie's sharp ears picked up something interesting. Gao, now on the phone, mentioned a contestant with good potential, someone named Jiang Xiao. That was all Goldie needed to hear. His eyes gleamed with the light of a new obsession. The addiction had begun. The next day, Jiang Yi, the contestant Goldie had previously bet on, won the first match of the third round. He silently thanked his luck that Gao wasn't the referee this time. Rumors had begun spreading that Gao was biased against contestants from the Hakka region, and those whispers were getting louder with each passing day. But to Jiang's horror, his next match was suddenly reassigned, and Gao would be his referee. Seeing Jiang's terrified reaction, Gao could only wonder how people believed such ridiculous gossip. Still, he pushed the thought aside and checked the day's matchups. One name caught his attention: Daisy from Britain, who fought alongside her sea dragon familiar. Based on the schedule, Gao suspected she'd face Jiang Yi's Skyfire Hound eventually. Even though the arena environment didn't favor Daisy, her sea dragon's sheer size and elemental advantage meant the battle could go either way. As the rounds continued, the tournament's ranking list started to solidify. Daisy moved up to the 11th spot, Long Binu secured 7th, and Jun Moi held 5th. But all eyes were on the final match of the day, a showdown between Jiang Yi and Daisy for the #1 position. Before the match began, Gao decided to check up on Goldie. What he found was, unsurprising, the duck was slacking off on his training again. Gao offered him a deal: complete the sets properly, and he'd get some extra lunch money. But Goldie just grinned smugly and bragged that he had gone all in on a bet that would make him rich. His pick, Jiang Xiao. Unfortunately for him, Gao had bad news. Jiang Xiao had lost that morning, meaning Goldie Sip's money was gone. Every last credit. Gao gave him a look that said it all. Let that be a lesson. Quit while you stare ahead. Trying to cheer him up, Gao promised that if Goldie could gain 7 levels within a month, he'd reward him with 300,000 alliance credits and a raise. But Goldie wasn't thinking about rewards, he wanted revenge. He demanded to know who beat Jiang Xiao so he could teach them a lesson. Gao immediately shut that down, reminding him that the battle was fair and the opponent had simply fought better. While Gao was still consoling the sulking duck, another referee approached. He asked if Gao really wasn't going to officiate the final match. Gao shook his head firmly. Not a chance. With the rumors of bias still fresh, refereeing that battle would only give people more ammunition to attack him if Jiang Yi lost. Even in this world, it seemed cancel culture couldn't be escaped. And so, the long-awaited final of the World Youth Monster Trainer Championship began. Jiang Yi entered the arena with his 3 familiars: a goldenback wild boar, the Skyfire Hound, and a blackthorn opium poppy. From his spot at the spectators' table, Gao observed the poppy with keen interest. It had a dangerous ability, releasing a gas that caused any creature who inhaled it to become hyperactive and immune to pain. A clever tactic when used on his own familiars, but highly risky. If they became addicted to the gas, it could destroy them from within. Across the field, Daisy stood ready with her powerful sea dragon and 2 river otters. The sea dragon wasn't just massive, it was a rare Dipor variant, blessed with heightened vision and powerful aquatic abilities. Gao could only hope Jiang Yi won this match. If he didn't, the crowd would somehow still find a way to blame Gao. As the battle began, Jiang Yi's blackthorn poppy immediately released its gas. The golden back boar charged forward in a frenzy, smashing through the arena, but Daisy's otters quickly summoned a shimmering wall from the ground, blocking the strike. The Skyfire Hound leapt above it, only for Daisy's sea dragon to crash through the wall itself, raking its claws across the boar. The boar, still standing under the gas's influence, refused to fall. Now surrounded, the sea dragon unleashed a devastating skill, flooding the entire battlefield in a temporary sea. With the boar slowed, the dragon used towering water pillars to shatter the hound's momentum. Then gliding beneath the surface, it surged upward for a fatal bite that ended the boar's life instantly. Enraged, Jiang Yi lost his composure and ordered his hound to kill one of Daisy's otters out of spite. But the sea dragon was faster. In a single motion it struck down the hound, forcing Jiang Yi to surrender. The crowd erupted into cheers for Daisy's stunning victory, but not everyone celebrated. In a shadowy corner, a few sketchy individuals whispered among themselves. They decided not to report Jiang Yi's loss directly. Instead, they'd spread the story that Gao Peng had somehow interfered, throwing the blame on him yet again. Gao, sitting calmly at the spectator table, watched the chaos unfold. He hadn't even refereed this match, yet he knew what the headlines would say by morning. Gao sat watching the live news feeds, his expression darkening with each passing second. Every major channel and online outlet was slandering him, twisting stories, spreading lies, and turning public opinion against him in real time. The man hadn't even refereed the last match, yet somehow, he was the villain of the story. Just as his frustration peaked, Goldie waddled in, puffing out his chest like he owned the place. At first, Gao barely paid him any mind, until an idea struck him. A wild, ridiculous, brilliant idea that might just fix everything. Later that day, during the grand awards ceremony, where Daisy was being crowned the World Youth Trainer Champion, Gao Peng arrived unexpectedly, flanked by Goldie and Toa. The entire stadium buzzed in confusion. The chief referee leaned over to whisper to the chairman that the Southern Sky Group had made an unusual request. After a tense pause, the chairman decided to let the situation play out. Down on the stage, Goldie began yelling, furious at Daisy for making him lose all his bet money. The crowd laughed at the absurd sight of a bald duck scolding the new world champion. But while everyone was distracted, Gao stepped up to the microphone, his calm voice echoing through the arena. He began by warmly congratulating Daisy for her victory. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he gestured to Goldie and announced, "This little fellow here has a small problem with our new champion." Laughter rippled through the stands. Gao continued, pretending to introduce Goldie as a disobedient peasant duck from the countryside, a mere mid-commander tier creature. Turning toward Daisy, he politely asked, "Would the champion of the world kindly teach this unruly bird a lesson?" Daisy froze. Gao had put her in a corner. Refusing the challenge would make her look weak in front of the global audience. So, with visible reluctance, she accepted. And just like that, the strangest performance match in tournament history was about to begin. The world champion Sea Dragon versus a bald duck named Goldie. The arena flooded instantly as the Sea Dragon activated its terrain-shifting ability, transforming the ground into a roaring sea. But instead of floundering, Goldie dashed straight through the water, which parted around him as though he were a living force of nature. With a burst of speed, the bulked-up duck leaped forward and slammed his fist square into the Sea Dragon's jaw, sending ripples across the stadium. The dragon retaliated furiously, smacking Goldie aside and chasing him across the watery battlefield. Blow after blow landed, yet with every hit, the light surrounding Goldie only grew brighter, his body glowing with an odd, almost divine energy. Then, in one swift motion, he struck the Sea Dragon in the throat, only to be smashed down moments later. Daisy smirked, convinced of her victory, but when the dust cleared, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Standing in the middle of the arena was Goldie, massive, towering, muscles bulging, his bald head gleaming under the lights. With one arm, he caught the Sea Dragon's claw and held it back effortlessly. Then, with a roar that shook the stadium, Goldie hurled the creature into the air and finished with his ultimate technique, the Fist of Destruction. The Sea Dragon crashed into the ground with a thunderous boom. As the arena fell silent for a heartbeat, Goldie raised his wings and let out a victorious war cry. The audience erupted, cheering wildly as Daisy, overwhelmed and exhausted, surrendered. Just like that, every rumor, every accusation, every word of slander against Gao was wiped clean in one glorious moment. Afterward, Gao approached Daisy with his usual calm smile. He assured her that her Sea Dragon would recover in a few days, and even offered her a ticket to his laboratory as an apology for putting her in that position. Still reeling from the humiliation, Daisy scoffed and said coldly, "Someone from a wealthy family like mine has no reason to visit some nobody-sits lab." Gao simply smiled. "That sip's fine," he said. "In 5 years my lab will be one of the leading research facilities in the world. I still wait to see if you still think the same then." His tone was icy, confident and sharp. Meanwhile, at Gao's lakeside villa, Ji Hunu, one of his associates, was preparing a tray full of Gao's favorite sweets when his phone rang. It was the military. Their message was grim. Something horrifying was happening at the mausoleum of the first emperor. The relics had come to life. In the suburbs of the Linggong district, northeast of Chang'an City, soldiers surrounded the emperor's tomb, which was glowing with an eerie green light. Without warning, the earth began to quake violently, and the ground collapsed inward. From the depths of the ancient tomb, rows upon rows of terracotta soldiers clawed their way to the surface, moving, chanting and marching in perfect unison as if obeying some long-forgotten command. Moments later, the entire mausoleum crumbled, and from the debris, a massive coffin wreathed in green energy rose into the air, tethered by two ghostly beasts. Just when it seemed the world was witnessing the dawn of a new nightmare, the sky split open. A legendary white aquatic dragon descended, its master standing proudly upon its back. Addressing the awakened coffin, the dragon's master offered a truce. To everyone's shock, the coffin, intelligent, ancient, and malevolent, accepted the offer. As the dragon soared away, Ji Hunu, still trembling from what he'd witnessed, called the military again to warn them that presence in the tomb felt evil. Back at his villa, Gao Pong sat in silence, lost in thought. He pondered the mysterious agreement between his grandfather and the Alliance government. Whatever it was, it clearly gave the Southern Sky Group immense privileges, but it also placed his grandfather in great danger. What would happen if one day he faced a threat, even he couldn't handle? Gao clenched his fists. That was unacceptable. He needed someone he could trust, a true Lord-tier monster trainer, who could act on his behalf and reduce the risks his grandfather faced. And in Gao Sip's mind, there was only one candidate. Later, the doors to Gao's laboratory opened. Hanga walked in with his loyal warhorse trotting beside him. The animal immediately trotted over to Gao, nudging his arm affectionately. With a smile, Gao turned to Hanga and got straight to the point. "Tell me," he said, "would you like a Lord-tier familiar?" Hanga Sep's eyes widened. "Yes, of course." Gao nodded, then gave him a small speech about what would be expected from someone holding such power. The responsibility, the discipline, the duty to protect others. It almost sounded like something straight out of Spider-Man. Hanga nodded solemnly. "I understand." "Good," Gao said, smiling faintly. "Then come with me." And with that, Gao Pong led him deeper into the lab, toward whatever destiny awaited him next. Gao leads Wang Yao to the remote area where a semi-evolved female spider monster has been kept captive for quite some time. Using Stripey as a translator, Gao tells the spider that he possesses a way to help her complete her evolution. The spider, cold and haughty, responds that she'll forgive him for capturing her, and even refrain from eating him, if he truly does what he claims. Annoyed by her arrogance, Yao summons Dumby to his side. In an instant, the skeleton warrior Tyron materializes, fully armed and ready for combat. His mere presence is enough to send chills through the air, terrifying the spider into silence. Gao then lays down an ultimatum. She can either comply and evolve under his guidance, or continue resisting and end up as nothing more than a trophy. Sufficiently cowed, the spider agrees to sign a blood contract. Following Gao's instruction, Wang Yao begins the process, but there's still some resistance from the monster. Without hesitation, Gao commands Stripey to beat the spider into submission. Only then does the contract seal successfully. Afterwards, Gao administers the evolutionary agent. The spider begins her metamorphosis, wrapping herself within layers of earth and energy. Since the process will take time, Gao tells Yao that he's free to remain and watch over her if he wishes. Meanwhile, far away in the mountains on the outskirts of Yo City, a trio of mysterious figures is plotting something sinister. They've come in search of the legendary mountain spirits mentioned in their sacred texts. When the most fanatical among them speaks up, they decide it's time to meet the spirit themselves. Back in Gao's lab, the evolution finally completes. Through the security feed, Gao watches the cocoon break apart. The newly evolved monster is revealed, and the system identifies her as a horrifying, murderous female spider. Despite her terrifying title, she now appears strikingly beautiful. Even Gao can't help but mutter in disbelief at how they somehow made her hot. Wang Yao practically glows with joy, thrilled that his familiar has reached Lord Tier. Gao smiles and tells him to train hard, and if he wants, to take his new companion on a walk around the city to show her off. Later, as Gao is busy in his lab, he receives a call from Su Qingxi. She explains that a friend from the Monster Trainer Department wants to meet him, someone known as one of the 4 stars of Yai. The moment Gao hears the title, he immediately guesses the name, Lin Sinu. Sinu, as Gao knows, is a world-class hunter, one of the few who dares to venture into unexplored mountains and wastelands. Intrigued, Gao agrees to meet her, thinking she might make a valuable addition to his Southern Sky Group. About 20 minutes later, Sinu and Qingji are waiting downtown when a sudden crash from the sky nearly startles everyone. Gao, along with Pong and Flamey, crash lands nearby, apparently because the bird lost its balance mid-air. Flamey apologizes profusely while Gao quietly decides not to reveal that the mishap was due to his own experiment, using Dumby's new soul chain ability to power link himself and Flamey. Once inside the cafe, Gao greets the two women and gets straight to business. Sinu asks if he knows about the Platinum Hands, a notorious extremist group from Ginga, known for their fanatical devotion to the Holy Tian. They are infamous for using human shields and suicide tactics, utterly disregarding innocent lives. Sinu explains that several members of the Platinum Hands were recently seen near the mountain spirits outside Yaw, considering that each mountain spirit possesses Lord-tier strength, and there are many of them in the area. Any provocation could lead to catastrophic destruction across the entire city. Gao listens carefully but still wants to know what exactly she expects from him. Sinu admits that while she wants the extremists eliminated, she'd rather not confront them herself. Instead, she hopes Gao's Southern Sky Group will act as Yayo City's protectors. Realizing her request is genuine, Gao immediately accepts. He even invites her to join the Southern Sky Group herself, offering free evolution upgrades for all her familiars. Sinu, intrigued but cautious, asks what he wants in return. Gao replies honestly, as one of only 3 world-class hunters in Wayo, her presence alone would be a tremendous asset. He suggests signing a temporary contract first to see how things go. After their meeting concludes, Gao decides to personally investigate the Platinum Hands to assess their strength. He contacts Wang Yao, telling him to bring Dumby, Strapey, Flamey, and Goldie to the North Road exit. Doi, feeling left out, throws a fit, but Gao bluntly reminds him that his lack of training makes him a liability on this mission. Later, Gao and Yao ride their familiars through the dense jungles outside Yao City until they reach the site where the mountain spirits were last seen. To their shock, the only thing left is a massive crater. Knowing that mountain spirits never move on their own, Gao immediately concludes that the Platinum Hands must be behind this and decides to pursue them for reconnaissance and answers. Gao sends Flamey high into the sky, instructing him to scout the area and alert them if he spots any trace of the mountain spirits or human activity. After flying a fair distance, Flamey contacts Gao through their mental bond. What he sees shocks even him. An enormous number of mountain spirits are gathered in one place, far more than expected. Gao's expression hardens. The Platinum Hands clearly possess some method of controlling or luring these spirits. A terrifying thought. For now, he orders Flamey to act natural, pretending to be nothing more than a frightened wild bird fleeing from the spirits. What follows is an Oscar-worthy performance. Down below, the trio from the Platinum Hands notices Flamey, but their leader waves it off. Their ritual is nearing completion, and they won't be distracted now. The mountain spirits begin to tremble violently as the leader starts chanting, invoking the blessing of the Holy Len. But in the middle of his chant, he suddenly senses an unfamiliar presence. Gao and Wang Yao, spotted through a hidden familiar acting as surveillance. The leader's focus immediately shifts. He commands his winged thunder ape to eliminate the intruders. Before Gao can react, Flamey, returning from his act, is struck by a massive plasma fireball mid-air. Despite his efforts to resist, the flames engulf him. Yao quickly casts an elemental shield, saving Flamey's life, but the bird's feathers are nearly burned away. Goldie, ever the loyal companion, hands Flamey his jacket to cover himself, just before another plasma blast sends Goldie crashing into a tree with immense force. Gao rushes to check on Goldie, but before he can act, a new beast appears. It's a level 44 wood peacock, a powerful support and healing type familiar. The Platinum Hands leader steps forward, introducing himself with chilling pride. He is Bishop Garu, the greatest bishop of the order, and he declares that he'll send Gao and Yao to meet Saint Wen in the afterlife. Yao quickly tells Gao that he'll have his warhorse contact Chairman Gao through their bond. This fight is far beyond what the two of them can handle alone. Flamey, enraged by the loss of his feathers, retaliates with fireballs, but Garu's thunder ape swats them aside like sparks. With equal fury, Garu orders his beast to kill them all. Gao responds instantly, commanding Dumby and the horrifying murderous female spider to charge. The two familiars launch a coordinated attack, but Garu's wood peacock proves a formidable obstacle. Using vines and living plants, it restrains Dumby and blocks his path, leaving Gao unable to reach Garu, who hides safely behind his creature. Thinking fast, Yao suggests turning the forest's advantage against them by burning it all down. He orders Flamey to ignite the trees. The flames roar to life, but Garu counters, directing his peacock to fling blazing branches at Yao. Though Yao shields himself in time, he's still badly injured and forced to the ground. With both of their main familiars occupied, the situation worsens. From the shadows, more cultists emerge, each with their own monsters encircling the two completely. Meanwhile, in the Southern Sky Group's conference room, Chairman Gao is in a meeting when Yao's warhorse bursts in. Recognizing the familiar, the chairman immediately realizes something has gone terribly wrong. Back at the battlefield, Yao and Gao are surrounded with nowhere to escape. Yao grits his teeth and tells Gao to run when he gets the chance, and with a bitter smile to lay their enemies' heads on his grave someday, so he can rest without regret. It's a powerful moment, but Gao refuses to accept that ending. Just then the ground shakes. His secret weapon arrives. Goldie, now fully gigantified, bursts onto the battlefield in all his glowing muscle-bound glory. During the chaos earlier, Gao had used Flamey's flames as cover to activate Goldie's hidden passive skill, and now, the mighty duck towers over the cultists. As the enemy mocks Goldie for his bald head, Gao smirks. Bad idea. Triggered beyond measure, Goldie unleashes pure rage, demolishing several enemy familiars with overwhelming force. However, the tide soon turns. Spider familiars bind him with their silk, leaving him trapped. A glass mantis lunges forward to finish Gao and Yao off. At the last second, Gao grins. It's all going according to plan. He shoves Yao aside and takes the full brunt of the blow himself. Yao screams his name in despair, but when the dust settles, Gao stands unscathed. He had used the attack to further empower Goldie through a buff transfer technique. Now gigantic and radiating power, Goldie roars as Gao watches with both pride and regret, wishing he'd brought more familiars for backup. Before they can act further, a deep rumble shakes the earth. Everyone turns toward the mountain spirits, only to witness an awe-inspiring yet horrifying sight. The spirits are merging, their bodies fusing into something colossal. Bishop Garu's eyes widen with mad joy. He shouts that the Mountain Spirit King is about to be born, an entity powerful enough to conquer the world. But his triumph is short-lived. When he commands the Spirit King to trap Gao and Yao, the creature ignores him completely, and instead traps everyone, cultists included. The earth walls rise like waves, sealing them all inside as the world darkens. The ritual has succeeded, but control has been lost, and now, they're all prisoners of the very monster they awakened. Moments later, Gao lights up several glow sticks and helps W to his feet. As he studies the walls around them, he realizes something terrifying. They're completely sealed inside the Mountain Spirit King itself. The atmosphere is tense. The Platinum Hands are bickering among themselves, while a single hole in the wall keeps radiating intense heat. For now, all they can do is hold their ground and wait for Grandpa Gao to arrive. Speaking of which, the old man is already on the move. He's at the exit of Yugo City, the same path that Gao and Hang once used. Though pinpointing the exact location is nearly impossible, Grandpa Gao doesn't care. Fueled by righteous fury at the thought of his grandson being in danger, he soars into the sky atop his majestic white aquatic dragon, and truly grandfathers in fiction never fail to be unbelievably cool. Back inside the Spirit King, the Platinum Hands are struggling. No matter what they do, their attacks can't even scratch the walls, and their familiars are burning out fast. Gao orders Flemmy to keep lightly pecking at Goldie, just in case he needs to boost him later. Suddenly Garu walks up and proposes a temporary truce. They can settle their differences later, but right now, survival comes first. He explains that the hole in the wall leads directly to the Spirit Mountain King's core. The creature is trying to evolve and needs a massive amount of energy to do so. If they offer it a sacrifice, the core will consume it, stop radiating heat, and buy them more time. Gao is confused at first. Where would they even get a sacrifice? But then it hits him. Garu isn't talking about enemies, he's talking about their familiars. Without hesitation, Garu sends one of his own familiars into the hole as a sacrifice, then coldly demands that Gao do the same. Horrified, Gao refuses. There's no way he'd ever sacrifice one of his family. But before he can react further, Stripey, his spider familiar, suddenly rushes toward the hole. Ignoring Gao's desperate shouts, Stripey declares that he'll do whatever it takes to help his master and leaps in. A nearby cultist sneers, mocking Gao for his supposed hypocrisy. That's the last straw. Gao's fury explodes. He spins around and punches her square in the face, threatening to tear her apart if she ever dares to speak like that again. Without wasting another second, he charges into the hole after Stripey, with Goldie right behind him. But before Gao can get far, the wall around them trembles violently. A massive explosion of rock and dust reveals the colossal white arm of Grandpa Gao's dragon tearing through from outside. The old man has arrived, and hope flares in Gao's heart once again. With the white dragon's incredible strength, they crush through layer after layer of the Spirit King's walls, only to find yet another hole below. Gao calls out desperately for Stripey, but the only response is a faint, exhausted voice. Stripey saying how tired and sleepy he feels. Gao's heart sinks. He begs him to come back, pleading for his survival, but there's no reply. Knowing he can't do anything more right now, Gao decides to let his grandfather take over. As he helps load the injured Have onto the dragon's back, he notices members of the Platinum Hands attempting to escape. He points them out to the dragon, and with one devastating swing of its arm, the group is crushed to death in an instant. Witnessing this, Gao has a harsh realization. He's been too focused on the grades of his monsters instead of their levels. He believed that higher grade familiars could overpower anyone, but in truth, experience and tier matter far more. Suddenly the Spirit King's evolution stops. Its vitality begins to fade, and with it, Strapey's life force as well. Thinking fast, Gao uses the White Dragon's help to gather several mountain spirit cores, feeding them to the king in hopes of stabilizing it and saving Strapey. But something goes wrong. The system flashes an error. A new life form is being born inside. Gao can feel it, a powerful, desperate will to survive emanating from within. He suspects that this new being might actually be Stripey himself, reborn from the fusion. He's overwhelmed, helpless and furious at his own weakness. Grandpa Gao comforts him, promising that they'll find a way to save Stripey, but for now they must retreat and plan their next move. As they leave, Gao vows through gritted teeth that if Stripey truly dies, he'll exterminate every single mountain spirit in Mujo to avenge him. Half a month later, Gao stands silently as his familiars train relentlessly. Since losing Stripey, every one of them has been pushing their limits harder than ever, none more so than Dai, who's always the first to start and the last to stop. And as for Strippy, he's still alive, barely. Their blood contract confirms it, but even the search teams scanning the Spirit King's body haven't been able to locate him. Just as Gao reflects on this, an overwhelming surge of power suddenly wells up inside him. His senses sharpen, his strength skyrockets, and amid that storm of energy, he hears Strippy's voice. Shocked but overjoyed, Gao realizes the truth. Stripey must have absorbed the Mountain Spirit King instead of being consumed by it. That would explain Gao's sudden power boost, and from the faint, distant tone of Stripey's words, Gao knows one thing for sure. His loyal companion is still out there, alive and evolving into something far beyond imagination. Gao stands tall, determination burning in his eyes. He knows exactly where Strippy is, and he's going to bring him back. Turning to his other familiars, he announces their new mission with absolute conviction. They're going to rescue Strippy, no matter what. But before that, Gao decides to test the strange new powers he's awakened. He challenges Dozy, the centipede, to a quick spar. Dozy accepts, but what happens next leaves him utterly stunned. With Silly clinging tightly to his back, Gao dashes forward at such blinding speed that the ground beneath his feet is torn apart. The grass is shredded to dust, a raw display of power unlike anything his familiars have ever seen. When they arrive at their destination, everyone stops dead in their tracks. Towering before them is an enormous beast, so colossal that even the Mountain Spirit King looks tiny in comparison. And to their utter disbelief, this creature is Strippy. Once a small, loyal spider familiar, Stripey has now evolved into a level 51, King tier, epic grade disaster mountain spider. His size is beyond comprehension, his presence overwhelming. Yet despite his terrifying form, Gao feels nothing but relief. His companion, his family, is alive. In a heart-wrenching moment, Stripey expresses a simple wish. He wants to hold his master again, just like before, but he knows it's impossible now. The sheer scale of his new body makes such a gesture unthinkable. Gao's heart aches at his words, yet he can't help but notice something incredible. Stripey speaks those words aloud, not through telepathy. Stunned, Gao quickly composes himself and reassures Stripey. He tells him that from now on he's no longer just a familiar, he's the ruler of the mountains. Stripey lets out a thunderous, echoing roar in response, a declaration so loud it probably wakes all of Mujo. Later, in Grandpa Gao's office, the two discuss the situation. Word about Stripey's evolution can't be contained. News like this travels fast. Still, Grandpa Gao isn't worried. Even if the world knows, he says, what can they do? He explains that strength always attracts envy and danger. When he first returned after the cataclysm, the Southern Sky Group was in ruins, and he faced countless assassination attempts within just 24 hours. But the next day, he unleashed the White Dragon and slaughtered every last one of his attackers in a single bloody purge. His message is clear. Gao must be ready for the same. The world is harsh, and only strength commands respect. But as Grandpa looks at his grandson, he smiles faintly. "You've grown," he says. "Maybe you don't even need me anymore." Gao laughs, teasing the old man for being dramatic. Just then Huang walks in and reports that the two familiar corpses Gao requested have been secured. As Gao turns to leave, Grandpa suddenly throws a surprise punch. This time, Gao meets it head-on, blocking it with his full strength. The old man grins with pride, though he hides the pain in his arm. Gao has truly become strong enough to protect himself. That night, Huang shows Gao the remains of the winged thunder ape and the wood peacock once used by Garu. Gao summons Dumby and orders him to use his revival ability on both. The results are mixed. Dumby fails to revive the wood peacock, leading Gao to theorize that Dumby can only resurrect familiars of lower level than his own. His theory is proven correct when the thunder ape, weaker than Dumby, comes back to life. However, Dumby erases the creature's memories, finding them too chaotic to handle. What rises in its place is a new being, a skeletal winged version of the thunder ape, now a servant of the skeletal tyrant. Gao notes that the revived creature is one full level and grade weaker than its original form, confirming that resurrection always comes with limitations. For now, Gao instructs Dumby to gently move the wood peacock's body to the lab. Back there, he checks on Stripey using a surveillance drone, only to find that Dozy has pranked him by planting tangerine trees on Stripey's head. Gao sighs at their bizarre sense of humor. As the chaos unfolds, Gao receives a call from Hang. The school Gao funded is finally complete. The first batch of orphans, children left behind by the cataclysm, are ready to enroll. The school has been built near the Southern Sky Group's territory for safety. They'll grow up to lead better lives. Hang says, all they owe us is a bit of loyalty. Gao can't help but notice the unsettling gleam in his eyes as he says it. After the call, Gao meets Lin Shu, who has finally come to his lab. She wants to evolve her familiar, a level 40 gold-tailed divine shrimp. It has 6 possible evolutionary paths, but gathering the required materials will take time. Gao asks her for a week, and she nods with quiet confidence. I believe in you, she says before leaving. Meanwhile, across the city in the Adamantium Bridge district, investigators are baffled by a string of murders. The victims were killed by what appears to be a living statue. The creature has already moved to another area, the Magnet Mouth Commercial District. Coincidentally, Gao Pong happens to be there with Silly and Dozy, buying materials. He hasn't been able to find everything he needs, and he's even considering turning to the black market. But then something catches his eye, a statue of the ancient Chinese general, Guan Gong. As he studies it curiously, a system window suddenly appears before his eyes, identifying the statue as a level 41, L-tier animated bronze statue. What the hell? Gao mutters under his breath, eyes narrowing. He contacts his grandfather through a video call explaining the situation. Grandpa listens closely, frowning. Strange, he says. The government didn't warn you about this? They must be keeping it quiet, trying not to cause panic. Whatever's going on, one thing is clear. This isn't a random event. Something much darker is beginning to move beneath the surface. Before ending the call, Gao informs his grandfather that he'll be sending Thunder God to assist with the situation. While waiting on site, Gao can't help but draw a chilling connection between this animated statue and the ancient terracotta soldiers that once came to life near the first emperor's mausoleum. He silently hopes that isn't the case. Moments later, a secret government unit arrives, one Gao instantly recognizes as the Black Flags. Along with them come 50 commander-tier obsidian hounds, all prepared for battle. Together they engage the bronze statue, but it quickly becomes apparent that none of them are a match for a lord-tier monster. Within moments, the statue decimates their ranks, forcing the commander to order a retreat. Then, the ground begins to rumble. The soldiers stumble as a massive tremor splits the earth open, and from beneath, Thunder God bursts forth, drilling through the ground like a living thunderbolt. Gao's powerful familiar greets the Black Flags with a thunderous roar, his arrival shaking the air itself. The Black Flag soldiers immediately lower their weapons at Gao, demanding identification. Calmly, he gives his name and explains that Thunder God is his grandfather's familiar. The chief's eyes widen in recognition. He knows exactly who Gao Pong is. Without hesitation, he pleads for Gao's help to stop the rampaging statue. Thunder God doesn't waste a second. Sparks ignite across his scales as he unleashes a storm of lightning strikes, forcing the statue to retreat. But before it can escape, Thunder God ensnares it with a surge of electric chains, paralyzing it completely. Lightning, after all, is its natural weakness. As the battle ends, Gao notices the Black Flag chief angrily berating one of his soldiers for trying to claim credit for the victory. Gao quietly smirks. This is a man he might be able to work with in the future. With the situation contained, he loads both Thunder God and the immobilized statue into a transport truck. Before leaving, Gao tells the chief he can take full credit for the Lord-tier monster's defeat. Later, at the mountain behind his villa, Gao allows Thunder God to rest after the exhausting fight. But suddenly, the bronze statue breaks free from its bindings and lunges at him, its massive sword swinging downward. Gao stands his ground and catches the dull blade with one hand, stopping it effortlessly. Looks like those badass grandpa genes are finally kicking in. Before the statue can recover, Stripey emerges from behind it. With a ground-shaking roar, the enormous spider traps the statue inside a 60-meter-wide sphere of rock, sealing it completely. Gao decides to leave the captured statue in Stripey's care for now, as he takes an urgent call from Hang. Hang reports that statues coming to life aren't an isolated incident. It's happening all over the world. Gao realizes this means something deeper. The Allied government is losing its grip on global control as evolution and mutation accelerate at unprecedented rates. But Gao refuses to be intimidated. If the world wants to keep evolving, then he'll simply evolve with it, alongside his familiars. After the call, Gao decides to investigate the statue's strange weakness. Listed in its status window as the power of impurity, he tests everything from bird droppings to dog blood, but nothing works. Frustrated, he begins to wonder if the weakness refers to some undiscovered material or phenomenon. Before leaving, he asks Stripey to talk to the statue and try to extract information. Within minutes, Stripey Sip's endless chatter bombards the statue into submission. Overwhelmed, the creature finally speaks, confessing that it only killed people because they were hooligans causing chaos. Gao watches in disbelief. Somehow, Stripey has mastered the talk no jutsu. Later, Gao and his familiars ride atop Stripey toward the forest outside Yuzhou City, though they quickly regret it. Every time Stripey moves, his new body releases scorching black smoke that makes it nearly impossible to breathe. But Gao's mind is elsewhere, deep in thought. With the rate of mutations and evolutions rising exponentially, the wilderness must now be filled with new monsters and treasures waiting to be discovered. Normally, exploration teams can't venture too far. There are no safe zones deep in the wild, but Gao has a plan. If he can get the mountain spirits to cooperate, he can use them as mobile outposts, creating safe zones on the move. This would allow explorers to reach uncharted areas, and Gao Pong, as the service provider, would earn a massive profit. A month later, Gao rides atop Stripey again, continuing his mission of recruiting mountain spirits. So far, he succeeded in recruiting 10 and has already built a small outpost using 4 of them. His familiars, Flammy, Goldie, and Dozy, are all just a level or 2 away from reaching Lord Tier. Everything seems to be going perfectly for Gao Pong. What could possibly go wrong now? Yeah, he definitely jinxed it. Without warning, Gao senses a strange vibration from the side. He turns, only to see a swarm of mutated bees heading straight toward him. These are Yan Blade bees, and according to the system, their venom is so potent that a single sting can completely paralyze their victim. Fortunately, Gao has the perfect counter, Stripey's new ability, Disaster Cloud. In one enormous eruption, a tidal wave of molten lava engulfs the entire swarm, vaporizing them instantly. Gao and Flammy descend to collect their core crystals, but to his surprise, Flammy starts eating the bees instead. Apparently they're his new favorite snack. As Flammy continues his bizarre feast, Gao instructs Dumby to revive some of the bees. However, Dumby quickly realizes it's impossible. The bees lack a skeletal structure. Instead, he revives the buried creatures in the nearby soil. Moments later, Dumby senses something moving in the bushes and sends his ghouls to investigate. They return holding a mouse. The moment Gao inspects its status window, his eyes widen. The creature itself is ordinary, but it possesses a rare mystic attribute, making it worth keeping. He hands the mouse over to Stripey for safekeeping, then orders Dumby's ghouls to pile all the bee bodies together. Flamey incinerates the heap, leaving behind only a mountain of glowing core crystals. Gao estimates that this haul alone will fetch him around 10,000 Alliance credits, a solid day's work. Since his last major battle, Gao has done it all, referred the Youth Trainer Championship, evolved Dumby to Lord Tier, crushed the Platinum Hands cult, and even turned Stripey into a Lord Tier rock mountain. But now, with living statues appearing worldwide, his next mission is just beginning. Still, Gao Pang is undeterred. Whether it's global chaos, political schemes, or divine monsters, he's determined to face it all, one evolution at a time. When Whitey finally taps him on the shoulder, Gao knows, the blood bucket is ready. Sometime later, several major evolutions have taken place. Day has ascended to Lord Tier, the Mystic Mouse has been promoted to perfect grade, and Flammy is standing at the brink of his own transformation. As Gao and his grandfather discuss possibly using the defeated statue as a guard for Gao's school, the skies suddenly grow dark. Thunder rumbles across the horizon. It's Stet's time. From within a radiant cocoon of flame, Flammy bursts forth, evolving into a great flaming beast, its majestic aura shaking the very air around them. Though Gao finds it impressive, he can't help but chuckle. It still kinda looks like an ostrich on fire, he mutters under his breath. Surprisingly, Grandpa Gao advises his grandson to accept the military's latest request, not out of obedience, but to see for himself what's really going on. Gao immediately senses there's more to this mission than meets the eye and agrees. Upon arriving in Shangan City, Gao visits a travel agency to arrange transport to the Dali Desert, but he's immediately turned down. The area has been sealed off due to a disturbing number of recent deaths. Undeterred, Gao backs away and looks around until he spots a shady broker lingering nearby. Within minutes, Gao finds himself sitting across from the man in a private room. "I need to reach the Dali Desert today," Gao says flatly, dropping a heavy bag of cash onto the table. The broker grins greedily. "For that much, consider it done." Soon, Gao is standing atop a rocky cliff, watching the military operation unfold in the vast desert below. "Guess the smuggler really pulled through," he muses. With the civilian evacuation complete, the soldiers prepare for the inevitable. And then it appears. The desert ruler. An enormous, sand-draped monster steps into view, its body glimmering beneath the blazing sun. The king sandworm coils around its shoulders like a living mantle. A chilling wave of power sweeps across the battlefield as the ruler releases its lord aura, transforming even nearby forests into endless dunes of golden sand. The sheer environmental devastation is breathtaking. Even Gao can't help but be impressed. But the military? They're helpless. Every attack they launch is effortlessly deflected. The creature's hide is impenetrable. Then, just as hope begins to fade, a divine light splits the clouds above. The golden deity descends from the heavens, its body blazing with celestial brilliance. With a single radiant strike, the deity blasts the desert ruler into the ground. The soldiers cheer, believing victory is at hand, but their smiles vanish just as quickly. The desert ruler rises. Gao watches closely, analyzing the scene. The monster is dispersing parts of its body instantaneously to avoid damage. Its reaction time and analytical precision are far beyond human comprehension, so it's basically like Obito, Gao mutters, half in awe. Despite the golden deity's divine power, the ruler's home field advantage proves overwhelming. With one colossal strike, it smashes the deity into the desert floor. The military stands frozen, unable to fire for fear of hitting their own symbol of hope. The commander finally gives an order: wait for the deity to retreat. Once it does, we launch every missile we have. But before they can act, chaos erupts. The sands beneath their tanks explode outward as giant earthworms burst from below. The Sand King earthworm, a monstrous lord-tier beast, has joined the battle alongside dozens of smaller man-eating worms tearing through the formation. The commander screams for the tanks to scatter. Familiars are released. A squad of giant flaming chickens charges in, biting down on the worms, their wings lighting up the dusk sky in chaos. At this moment, the story rewinds back to how Gao even got here. The smuggler he'd hired might have looked dangerous, but he was no real threat. All it took was a single glare from Gao's hidden familiar to make the man tremble and behave. He led Gao to the hunter-gathering point, promising they'd depart at 10 that night. Later, in a small desert hotel, Gao wakes up with a groan. Riding in that truck all day wrecked my back, he mutters, stretching. Looking out the window, he spots the final outpost before the true desert begins, a bustling marketplace where stalls overflow with strange materials. There are exploding cacti, sand-type core crystals, and sand soul stones being sold by the dozens. Gao raises a brow. Who in their right mind buys an exploding cactus? He wonders aloud. Later, as he eats in a local restaurant, Gao overhears a group of hunters gossiping about the military's lockdown. From what he can gather, no one is allowed to enter the desert anymore, suggesting that something far bigger and far deadlier is about to occur. He's right. The clash of monsters that follows will shake the desert itself. The next day, Gao and his familiars make their way into the vast dunes. It's rough terrain, especially for Dumby, whose heavy body sinks into the sand with every step. After some teasing from Dai, the flying familiars swoop down to help him along. As they trudge forward, Dumby suddenly stops. "Master," he says, his hollow voice echoing softly, "the sand here, it sets angry." Gao pauses. He knows exactly what that means. When a lord-tier monster resides in one area for too long, its presence infects the very land, twisting the air and earth around it. He recalls the tranquil yet eerie White Dragon's Lake, and a shiver runs down his spine. Dumby is right, the desert itself is alive. Suddenly, Flemmy senses a fierce battle up ahead and quickly leads the group toward it. From higher ground, Gao watches as a team of hunters clashes with a group of cliché sand-type monsters. As the fight unfolds, Gao notices something unusual. The sand monsters' core crystals seem to function like hearts. Curious, he decides to run an experiment using Dumby's ability. Unfortunately, while Dumby's skill causes the monsters to explode outward, it doesn't actually damage their sand cores in any way. To make things worse, these creatures are highly resistant to both electric and fire attacks, rendering Doi and Flamey practically useless. Dumby, on the other hand, can't gain any tactical advantage because of the sandy terrain. Gao realizes that if they ever choose to assist the military, these elemental weaknesses are going to be a real problem. Back in the present, as they observe the military getting ambushed by massive sandworms, Flamey nervously asks if they should step in. Gao shakes his head, explaining that there's nothing they can really do right now. Besides, if the military has come all the way into the Dali Desert, they must have prepared something powerful. Perhaps that mysterious figure in the black robe. Judging by its sheer size, Gao can tell it's definitely not human. He's frustrated that he can't analyze the creature's stats because of the robe concealing its body, but his attention is suddenly drawn to the raging battle between the desert ruler and the golden deity. The massive sand creature has already grabbed the bird-like deity in its fist. What's worse, it's ignoring all of her attacks, regenerating endlessly thanks to the abundant sand in its unharmed sand core. Things couldn't be going any worse for the military. Then, to everyone's shock, the desert ruler begins absorbing all the smaller sand monsters scattered across the desert. Gao's eyes widen. His suspicions are confirmed. The beast transforms into an even more enormous and terrifying form, then crushes the golden deity into the sand below. Even though he's at a clear disadvantage here, Yao Pang prepares to step in to protect Chun City's guardian deity. Fortunately, he doesn't need to. Just as he's about to move, the black-robed figure leaps into the battlefield. When it finally reveals itself, Yao's eyes widen in disbelief. It's none other than the legendary terracotta soldier, the stone guardian of General Montian, brought back to life. The soldier launches a relentless assault on the desert ruler, hitting it with a barrage of powerful strikes so fast and heavy that the beast is forced to release the golden deity. Though it doesn't seem to harm the desert ruler directly, the immediate goal has been achieved. The deity is safe. Realizing they can't win right now, the commander orders a retreat. As the forces pull back, the commander receives a video call from the general who had sent them there. Trying to explain the hopeless situation, he's met with cold fury. The general, consumed by vengeance, orders him to annihilate the monster no matter the cost. Reluctantly, the commander obeys. Meanwhile, at a distance, Gao and his familiars watch the troops withdraw. Gao suggests that they should leave as well. Without an ice-type familiar, the natural weakness of the sand monsters, there's little point in staying. But before they can move, Gao suddenly feels a chill crawl down his spine. His familiars immediately shift into defensive positions, sensing an unseen threat. Moments later, a streak of red light flashes across the sky and slams into the middle of the desert. The ground shakes violently, and a massive mushroom cloud erupts from the impact site, a nuclear bomb. Thankfully, Gao and his familiars are far enough from the explosion. His unique damage transfer ability allows the radiation and blast wave to be evenly distributed among his familiars instead of himself. With their high endurance and resistance to radiation, they come out mostly unscathed. The same can't be said for whatever was caught at the center of that explosion. Determined to confirm the fate of the desert ruler, Gao decides to investigate. When he and his familiars arrive at the heart of the Dali Desert, the scene is apocalyptic. The sand has been melted into glassy crystals by the heat. Normally, a nuclear strike wouldn't be enough to kill a Lord-tier monster unless it hit directly, so Gao doubts the beast is truly dead. As he surveys the destruction, his treasure-sniffing rodent familiar suddenly squeaks excitedly. It's detected something valuable nearby. Gao, unimpressed, glares at the little creature. The last time it promised treasure, they dug for hours only to uncover a low-grade core crystal. Still, after a bit of whining from the rodent, Gao gives it one more chance. After digging deep into what's now practically a crater, Gao and Dumby begin to lose hope, until Dumby's shovel strikes something solid. Following Gao's command, Dumby carefully pulls it out. It's a strange bone, one that actually hurts Dumby's hand to touch. That's unusual. Not even a nuclear blast had caused him pain before. Even stranger, Gao's stat-reading ability, or rather, the system itself, fails to recognize the object's nature or even identify its name. For the first time, Gao realizes something important. His ability still has room to grow. Gao praises the little mouse for its persistence, and then gets an idea. What if Dumby were to assimilate the strange bone into himself? It might unlock something new. However, the moment Dumby tries to absorb the bone, a violent reaction occurs. He's forced to drop it and stumble backward as a shockwave ripples through the air. Concerned, Gao rushes to Dumby's side, but before he can even reach him, his vision suddenly blurs. In an instant, he's pulled into a surreal image of a colossal monster drifting across a starry void, a being so vast and otherworldly that he can't even comprehend its full form. The sight is overwhelming, terrifying, yet breathtaking. Whatever that thing is, it's beyond his understanding. As the vision fades, Gao gasps for breath, shaken by what he just saw. Regaining his focus, he immediately checks on Dumby, asking if he feels any pain. Thankfully, Dumby shakes his head. But there's something new. A dark, swirling pattern now spirals across his arm, identical to the one etched on the mysterious bone. Even more astonishing, Dumby has gained a brand new ability, Level 2 Dark Flame Mastery. To test it, Dumby ignites his hand. A strange black flame bursts forth, cold, steady, and silent. It covers his arm completely but doesn't burn his cloak or the ground. The fire seems to consume nothing. Gao's curiosity deepens. Whatever this power is, it's extraordinary. He instructs Dumby to take the bone along with him, and they head back for now. The next night, Gao is in his hotel room when suddenly the city alarm blares. A state of emergency is declared. Moments later, soldiers appear at his door. They announce that all monster trainers are being summoned to help repel a level 5 threat. That phrase alone sends a chill down Gao's spine. The last time such a level of danger had occurred was during the White Dragon's evolution. After confirming he'll join them immediately, Gao gets ready, his heart uneasy. Later that night, he stands atop Chang'an City's eastern wall and sees the unthinkable. the desert ruler has returned. It didn't die from the nuclear blast. It mutated. Now its body radiates energy from a glowing nuclear core at its center. Though its shell has become more brittle, its elemental resistance and sheer defense have skyrocketed. Gao isn't sure if this evolution is a blessing or a curse. Before he can think further, the golden deity swoops in from above, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that crashes into the desert ruler's chest. The sight is awe-inspiring. Yet the result is disappointing. The nuclear behemoth barely flinches. Its scales remain intact. Seeing this, Gao commands Dumby to join the fight. This time, on solid ground rather than shifting sand, Dumby can unleash his full strength. As he charges in, the nuclear ruler fires a beam of its own. Dumby blocks it with his arm and retaliates, using his revival ability to summon the enormous corpse of the Elder King Centipede, a creature that had been slain here 6 months ago by the Golden Deity herself. The undead centipede coils around the nuclear ruler, pinning it down. The Golden Deity seizes the moment and launches a devastating wing slash, aiming to decapitate the beast. The attack lands but only slices off its arm, not its head. Furious, the nuclear ruler smashes the centipede's skull with one crushing blow. From above, Gao orders Flamey to assist. The fiery familiar unleashes a torrential wave of flames from the sky, engulfing the ruler in a storm of fire. But the monster suddenly reveals another terrifying power: gravity manipulation. The flames scatter, crushed by invisible force. With both offense and defense on its side, the tide seems hopelessly one-sided. Yet, in melee combat, no one surpasses Dumby. In a blur of motion, he rushes forward and delivers a thunderous strike, freeing Flamey from the monster's gravitational grip. The nuclear ruler tries to counterattack, but Dumby is faster. He channels his dark flame into his fist and slams it into the creature's chest. The impact sends shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, momentarily stunning the ruler. Seizing the opening, Flamey and the Golden Deity combine their powers for a final strike. A blinding explosion of fire and light engulfs the nuclear ruler, burning and overwhelming its core completely. When the dust settles, the beast stands for a moment, charred, cracked, and unmoving, before collapsing in defeat. The nuclear ruler is dead. After the battle, Gao negotiates with the military officers over how to divide the monster's remains. He starts with a bold bluff, demanding 75% of the corpse. The soldiers, caught off guard, eventually settle on a deal. Gao will receive the nuclear ruler's core crystal and one of the 2 flesh-enhancing tablets in their possession. Back at Gao's lab, Goldie emerges from a reinforced metal chamber, newly evolved into a Lord-tier monster, muscles gleaming with power. Gao, however, wastes no time scolding him for breaking the chamber door during the process. Goldie lowers his head in shame as Gao sighs, the pain of being financially responsible. Once that's settled, Gao calls over Tong Tong, telling her that the military has delivered the flesh-enhancing tablet for their next experiment. It's time to evolve her contracted beast, the bloody-bearded vulture. Many breeders have failed to evolve this creature, but Gao confidently assures her he can do it. With Silly assisting him, Gao begins the process. Using a mix of rare ingredients, he refines the tablet into a glowing green stone and instructs the vulture to swallow it. Almost instantly the bird collapses, its eyes glowing red. Gao signals Dumby, who rolls in a trolley piled high with freshly prepared meat. The vulture devours it greedily, and moments later, its body transforms. Feathers darken, claws sharpen, and a powerful aura floods the room. The evolution is a success. Tong Tong's soul power surges as her bond with the creature strengthens. Go explains that the vulture will now need to consume fresh meat regularly to maintain its strength. If she can find the right materials, he can help her promote its grade further. Tong Tong, smiling, says that this result is more than enough for now. Their discussion ends as Gao receives a call from Huang Ya. The man informs him that the Waitrong broadcasting station has invited Gao as a guest of honor for one of their upcoming programs. Normally, Gao would decline such offers outright, but Huang adds that they're offering a thunder shell as compensation. Hearing that, Gao changes his mind. A thunder shell is one of the rare components needed to evolve. Granda, his thunder god familiar, with high-tier evolution materials becoming rarer by the day. This is an opportunity he can't afford to miss. And so, Gao Peng soon finds himself arriving at Yangchong Airport, where he's greeted by Wu Muzi, the assistant director of the program he'll be appearing on, An Eye for Talent. As they get into the car, Gao can't help but wonder what kind of surprises this new venture will bring. Wang excitedly tells Gao about all the different materials and monsters they've managed to gather from the wild. He even shares an information package for Gao to review while continuing to explain what the entire program is about. But as Gao scans through the list, one particular item immediately grabs his attention, something called a Daling Shandol Leon. However, according to the system's identification, it's actually a yin-yang Kendula, an odd creature possessing both healing and weakening abilities. Intrigued, Gao can't resist asking Wang for a price. Wang, smiling kindly, waves it off, saying there's no need for payment for such a small thing, and promises to have it delivered to Gao's room that very night. Later that evening, at the Gao family villa in Yangchang City, the yin-yang Kandula finally arrives. After Gao activates it with a gentle blow, the little creature awakens. Gao immediately calls it out, declaring that he knows the truth. It might have fooled the program runners, but he can clearly tell that it's a plant-type monster, not some rare material. Without hesitation, Gao brings out an elite-grade light-type monster core, and uses it to form a contract with the yin-yang Kandula. Once the bond is complete, he names the little guy Flowery and assigns its safety to Dumby, who now proudly wears Flowery on his head like a cute little hat. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, strange eggs begin to tremble and hatch. Back with Gao, frustration builds as he watches how poorly the Yangchang Broadcasting Services program is being handled. Not only are many of their listed materials misidentified, but even the script sounds painfully unnatural. Still, for the sake of the Thundershell and the Yin-Yang Kandula, he decides to endure it a little longer. Just then, Wang Muzi appears and apologizes for the show's strange inconsistencies. He explains that the director is just a pampered rich kid who's dumped all the work onto him. Gao softens up, realizing Wang isn't a creep, just massively overworked. After comforting Wang, Gao checks his phone, and his expression changes. Dozens of missed calls flood his screen, including several from his grandfather. When he calls back, he learns that the Yangchang branch of the Southern Sky Group has come under attack by a wave of monsters. His grandfather orders him to stabilize the situation immediately. Gao promises to handle everything before his grandfather even arrives, then hangs up and quickly analyzes the situation. Judging from the reports, the monsters involved shouldn't be stronger than Lord Tier. The only reason the military hasn't stepped in yet must be because they're busy handling other attacks elsewhere. At the Southern Sky Branch, chaos reigns. Swarms of mutated Kappas surround the compound. The electric fence holds for a while but soon collapses under the pressure. Inside, the defenders are being overwhelmed. Even their three-tailed fox familiar is torn apart. As the men try to flee, a Kappa leaps to strike, only for its head to explode in an instant. That's Gao Peng's arrival, his familiar Goldie landing a devastating punch from above. Hovering atop Flamey's back, Gao calls out to the fleeing soldiers, his voice booming with authority. He tells them that if word of their cowardice spreads, he won't accept them as Southern Sky employees anymore. While he admits they shouldn't throw their lives away, he reminds them that their efforts should at least match the pay they receive. With all the advanced weapons, gadgets, and elite support at their disposal, how could they fail to repel a simple monster horde? "Are you people stupid?" he growls. His words hit like thunder. Then Gao commands Dumby and Dazi to secure the other gates while he and Goldie clean up here. Goldie roars and charges in, utterly annihilating every Kappa in sight, his strength growing with every punch. Even when bitten once, Goldie shrugs it off and keeps smashing through the enemies. In the middle of the fight, Gao casually calls his grandfather again, telling him not to bother coming. He's already got it under control. At the west gate, Dazi spreads his thunder wings, unleashing a surge of electricity that paralyzes the entire attacking group in one strike. The guards stationed there quickly capitalize on the opening. Back at the east gate, Goldie finishes off the remaining enemies with pure brute force, leaving the soldiers stunned with admiration and a bit of jealousy. Seeing this, Gao makes a mental note. Perhaps it's time to reorganize the teams, merging members of the security department into the familiar combat squads. These battles should be handled by professionals. Still, something feels off. It's unnatural for monsters to invade a city like this, especially to target specific company branches. But for now, Gao pushes the thought aside and focuses on regrouping. He gathers the defenders who fought bravely and commends them for their efforts. As for those who fled, he offers them one final chance at redemption. Capture the remaining Kappas alive. Each one they catch will earn them a single point. The defeated men, however, only sneer dismissively, clearly they haven't learned a thing. At first, some teasing comments from another squad member finally light a fire under the lazy soldiers. Fired up by pride, they rush to redeem themselves. Much to Gao's relief, he doesn't mind giving people second chances, especially if they're willing to make amends. But for those who still refuse to change, Gao can only wonder who's going to play bad cop next time. Once all the Kappas are captured, Gao notices something unusual. The system now displays their evolutionary pathways in far greater detail than before. He figures it might be because of his steadily increasing soul strength. As he's pondering that, one of his men arrives and reports that all his orders have been carried out. Following Gao's instructions, they prepare to sell off the dead Kappas while keeping the live ones for Southern Sky's research department, since the species doesn't fetch a high market price anyway. Next up are the six-legged antler turtles that Dazi captured at the west gate. Their antlers are special. They regenerate and can be used for multiple purposes. Gao orders that they be raised and harvested regularly. With that, Gao finalizes the reward distribution. Those who fought bravely are handsomely rewarded, while those who failed are penalized. 4 particular cowards are outright fired, their familiars confiscated. The rest, though shaken, only have their pay docked for 3 months. Gao also ensures that the families of those who died in battle are fully supported by the Southern Sky Group. With business settled, Gao mounts Flamey and takes off toward Manning Village, determined to find out where these monsters came from in the first place. When he arrives, the devastation stops him cold. The sight of the ruined village, torn apart by monstrous claws, reminds him of the cataclysm 4 years ago. His expression hardens. Something doesn't add up. Sensing a faint movement beneath the rubble, Gao orders Dazi to investigate. The centipede scurries off and soon returns with a small creature, a level 8 land clam. Gao sighs. That's underwhelming. He tells Dazi to release it, but the moment he does, the little shrimp-like creature collapses on the ground, playing dead. Of course, Gao sees through the act immediately thanks to the system's insight. Smirking, he pretends to leave while secretly having Flamey mark it with his scent. Now they can track it from afar. There's no way such a weak monster survived this massacre on its own. Something else is at play here. Flamey soars into the sky, tail blazing, as they follow the creature's trail toward the sea, but suddenly the scent disappears. Gao's eyes narrow. A commander-tier monster must have noticed us. His heart sinks as he realizes the mastermind behind this monster wave might be closer than he thought. Before he can think further, the ocean below erupts in a massive burst of water. A giant aquatic monster bursts out, roaring as it attacks. Dazi instantly fires a bolt of lightning, but it barely does any damage. The creature's armored scales block it completely. Unfazed, Dazi darts forward, his bladed limbs flashing as he cuts through the scales and electrocutes it from within. The beast howls in agony before retreating back into the depths. Gao quickly scans its data, a level 46 Lord-tier gloaming oceanic manta ray. He praises Dazi for the strike, though something still feels off. That manta wasn't strong enough to command an entire monster horde. What's really going on here? To confirm his suspicion, Gao has Flammy release a burst of fire across the ocean's surface. The light illuminates something beneath the waves, and Gao's breath catches. A colossal shape lurks below, so massive it distorts the entire seabed. Fall back, he orders immediately. Something steps not right. Meanwhile, at the Yangchong Military's Division 3 headquarters, a board commander's day takes a turn when alarms start blaring. The radar has picked up a massive energy signature deep under the sea, and it's rapidly increasing. Drones are deployed, but the readings only get worse. The object down there spans over 300 square kilometers, and it's powerful enough to suppress 2 Lord-tier monsters simultaneously. Realizing the scale of the threat, the commander snaps into action, ordering a full bombardment of the sea. Outside Changjiang City, chaos unfolds. Explosions light up the coastline as hundreds of flying familiars swoop in to support the military. From below, Gao watches the sky rain fire and steel. He notes the rising waves and mutters that a tsunami is a real risk, though thankfully the new embankments should hold. As the familiars clash with the sea monsters, Gao orders Dazi and Flammy to move him closer for a better look. Suddenly, a massive aquatic beast bursts out of the wave in front of him. Gao braces for impact, but before it reaches him, Goldie leaps forward, striking a dramatic pose. He's been watching Anam Han's martial tapes, and now he's trying something new, the secret pattern elemental vacuum domain. Goldie unleashes a brutal punch that sends the creature flying, followed by a shockwave that obliterates everything in a straight line ahead. Gao just stares. Okay, that was not what I expected. Moments later, another foe appears. A level 43 Lord-tier Sea King electric eel. It slams into Goldie, discharging violent electricity. Dumby rushes in with his spectral sword, stabbing the eel in the head before being thrown off. Goldie seizes the moment, pounding the monster with his explosive duck punch combo. The eel retaliates with another lightning blast, but Goldie counters it with his energy nullifying ability before slamming one final punch straight to its face, sending it crashing back into the sea. But just when Gao thinks the battle is over, the entire sea begins to rise. Waves tower like walls, as something colossal ascends from below. And then it appears. A level 51 King-tier Sea Coral King. The sheer size of the creature is beyond comprehension. Its shell glows with radiant coral formations, its tendrils stretching for kilometers. Gao Step's expression turns grim. We can fight that thing, not yet. With its regenerative and communicative abilities, the Coral King is basically a living mobile fortress, a creature so huge it could carry hundreds of other monsters on its back. If anyone tamed that thing, Gao mutters, they could build a base on it and sail across the world. Nearby, 2 professors argue over what kind of creature it actually is, but Gao cuts them off sharply. Focus, right now we need to evacuate everyone. If that thing attacks, he looks toward the horizon, where the waves keep rising higher and higher. No one will survive. Though the military had managed to evacuate most civilians from the area, a few scavengers snuck back in, desperate to loot the remains of fallen monsters. They had no idea what kind of danger still lurked beneath the waves. When a nearby military officer spotted them and yelled for them to run, panic set in. The looters bolted toward the shore, hearts pounding. One of the men barely dodged a golden sicklefish lunging from the surf, but his canine familiar, Blackie, leapt in to save him. The dog's bravery came at a terrible cost. The fish tore through Blackie's body, shredding him before the man's eyes. Desperate and broken, he screamed for help, but his companions only backed away, too terrified to intervene. Moved by the loyal beast's sacrifice, Gao Pang stepped in. With a word, he ordered Goldie to retrieve the man and his fallen familiar. Seeing how deeply the man grieved, Gao took a petal from Flowey and used it to heal the dying creature. Slowly, miraculously, Blackie began to breathe again. Once that was settled, Gao turned his attention back to the battlefield, where the military's defenses were collapsing under the relentless force of the monster wave. Calmly, he ordered the soldiers to step aside. "Leave this to me." At his command, Dumby charged forward. The skeleton tyrant unleashed his dark flame mastery, his burning aura splitting the air as he pierced clean through a monster's skull. Then, channeling his revival ability, Dumby raised every fallen beast on the field, an undead army born from the monster's own corpses. Together, Gao's undead legion clashed with the monster horde, holding them back long enough for the generals to regroup and launch a counterattack. The tide turned. Moments later, the massive Coral King sank back into the depths, and the chaotic battle finally ended. While Gao took a call from Huang, Goldie was busy scouring the shoreline for fish carcasses to sell, his bald head gleaming proudly as ever. Gao could only sigh. "Never change, you greedy golden brute." Huang's voice came through the line, half in awe, half amused. Word of Gao's feats had already spread. Stories of the Lord of the Undead were making their rounds, but more importantly, Huang had news. The strange phenomenon Gao had asked him to watch. It had resurfaced. Reports spoke of ghostly soldiers walking the earth and establishing a base in Bingao City. Gao's mind raced. If those ghostly entities were real, they might hold materials powerful enough to promote Dumby to legendary grade. For now though, Gao simply told Huang to keep investigating. Later that evening, back in his Yugo City lab, Gao was busy preparing Flowey's evolution. After giving the little creature a stabilizing shot, he sealed him in a protective capsule and headed out to meet his grandfather, who had just arrived. Outside, Gao found the old man standing proudly beside Thunder God, who had completed his evolution. The once modest beast now stood tall as a level 45 legendary grade familiar, aptly renamed Thunder Shell God. His lightning mastery was unlike anything Gao had ever seen. Pure volatile energy rippled from his shell like living storms. While Gao celebrated this milestone, his grandfather's expression darkened slightly. Every day this boy's feats grow more incredible, he thought. Southern Sky may be peaceful for now, but if I'm to protect him, I'll need to grow stronger too. Breaking the moment of reflection, Gao turned to his grandfather and asked if he remembered Flamisip's birthplace. The old man nodded. "A swamp west of Gangman Base City. You said you still visit it someday." Gao smiled. "Then we shall go tomorrow." The next day, Flamey didn't say much, but Gao could tell. The thought of returning to that place stirred painful memories of his mother. Later, Gao visited Southern Sky's Gangnan branch to gather details about the swamp. Manager Chen helped him sift through the local records and monster logs. While scrolling through the data, Flamey suddenly stiffened, his eyes locked on one feed. A giant crocodile, the very same creature that had attacked his mother long ago. On the live footage, the beast could be seen terrorizing other flame-winged creatures, Flamey's kin, even now. When Gao demanded to know why such a creature was left unchecked, Manager Chen hesitated. That swamp is considered Qian family territory, unofficially of course. They are one of the four great families, Qian Zhao, Sun, and Li. Gao Spit's eyes hardened. No one owns the wilderness. Not them, not anyone. Chen paled as Gao continued. Who steps the master of that crocodile? The second eldest of the Qian family, Qian Wu Yong, Chen replied nervously, a lord-tier trainer. Without missing a beat, Gao gave his order. Send him a formal challenge. I shall meet him on the northern outskirts of the city, 3 days from now. Chen nearly dropped his tablet. Sir, please reconsider. The Can family is allied with the other three. Challenging them is the same as declaring war on all four at once. But Gao only smirked. Then we shall give them a reason to show up. Send invitations to all four families. We shall host a banquet. His eyes gleamed. When I defeat their champion and humiliate them publicly, they shall have no choice but to withdraw from that territory entirely. That very evening, the formal challenge reached the Qian family's mansion, throwing them into an uproar. Many within the clan urged restraint, fearing to provoke the powerful Gao family. But Wu Yongsip's pride wouldn't still allow it. He laughed off their warnings, proclaiming, "I still crush that boy without even killing his familiars. These young people are all talk anyway." He arrogantly changed the duel's venue to the western outskirts, seeking terrain more favorable to his swamp beast. Meanwhile, another Qian family trainer, Qian Shu Yu, was quietly warned by his mother, "Watch your uncle carefully, he'll cheat if he must. Don't let him disgrace the family further." 3 days later, under the dark canopy of the swamp, Wu Yong arrived to meet his monster, the very same red-eyed crocodile that once injured Flamey's mother. Their contract was tense, not one of mutual respect. The beast loathed him, yet agreed to fight, not for Wu Yong, but to avenge its grudge against Gao's white dragon. As Gao prepared for the duel, he took some time to tour the local Lake Tai, where he learned that the region had become home to a silverfish prince, a majestic creature whose presence had halted all fishing in the area. Something about this land felt alive, and Gao knew the coming battle would shake more than just reputations. After that, Gao and his familiars take a group photo together, looking like a small but proud family. Soon enough, the day of the long-awaited challenge arrives. Gao Peng stands calmly at the western outskirts, carefully studying the terrain, but what really stands out isn't the battlefield. It's the palpable rage radiating from Flamey. At the sight of the crocodile that once harmed his parents, the fiery crane's anger burns hotter than ever. The terrain itself clearly favors the crocodile, swampy, wet and perfect for an amphibious creature, but Flamey's ability to fly should balance the odds. Suddenly, Wu Yong approaches Gao with a fake smile plastered on his face. Pretending to act like a wise elder, he suggests that they settle the matter peacefully, without resorting to battle. But Gao refuses, making it clear that today's fight isn't between men, it's between a child who lost his parents, and the beast that took them away. He announces he will not interfere in this battle at all. Everyone present is stunned. They can't believe Gao would let such a young crane fight alone, but Gao just smirks and calmly tells Flamey to show them what he's capable of. As the battle begins, the crocodile immediately launches a wide-area attack, creating a shockwave that nearly engulfs Flamey. It follows up with a vicious tail sweep, meant to crush him, but Flamey propels himself backward using a burst of flame, dodging the blow with ease. After quickly scanning the crocodile's stats through his system, Gao warns Flamey that it carries a wind attribute. Wu Yong too shouts commands to his beast, but the crocodile, driven by blind fury, ignores him completely, focusing only on the crane. Flamey retaliates with relentless waves of fire from the sky, raining flames upon the crocodile until it's forced to dive into the nearby water. There, it conjures a massive elemental shield to protect itself, but that shield doesn't last long. Flamey's blazing fury is far too intense. His fire burns with such relentless heat that it evaporates the shield and sears the crocodile's flesh. Just as Flamey moves in to finish the fight, the crocodile counters with a powerful windroar attack, striking the crane mid-air, but Flamey quickly steadies himself and reassures Gao that he won't be hit again. Cornered and desperate, the crocodile's survival instincts kick in, and in a shocking turn, it suddenly charges toward Gao himself. Even Wu Yong is taken aback and yells for his familiar to stop. Perhaps he isn't entirely heartless after all. From the shadows, Xiao prepares to jump in, but he doesn't have to. In an instant, Dumby appears at Gao's side. With a single superpowered kick, the skeletal tyrant sends the crocodile flying across the battlefield. The fight is over. The crocodile tries to crawl away in defeat, but it's too late. Flamey has already won. To everyone's surprise, Wu Yong accepts his loss with dignity. He even admits that he hadn't truly wanted this confrontation in the first place. As the day ends, Gay wonders whether there will still be a Crocodile King in Jiang'an City after this. Later that day, Manager Chen reports that the Chan family has officially surrendered the Crocodile Spirit Swamp to Southern Sky. This includes all the familiars within it, meaning Flemy's kin are now under Gao's care. The Chan family even offers financial compensation for the loss. But Gao stops Chen immediately. He instructs him to return their compensation, and instead pay them the fair market value for what they gave up. This was a personal matter between Flamey and the crocodile, he says. There's no need to destroy a family that's already being cooperative. In addition, Gao finalizes partnership agreements with the other three major families. Together, they decide to establish a new branch of the Explorers Union in the region. At Gao's request, personnel will also be sent regularly to ensure that the flaming red cranes live safely and thrive in good conditions. Once everything is settled, Gao turns to Flamey and asks if he'd like to visit his remaining kin, but the crane quietly declines. He's content knowing that his revenge is complete, and that his kin will now live peacefully, perhaps even evolve one day. Out of nowhere, a mystical mirror diver turtle of level 46, classified as perfect grade, bursts out of the water near Gao. It approaches swiftly, and presents him with a rare material called ambergris jade, a condensed essence formed from the remnants of ancient dragon species. Without a word, the turtle vanishes back into the depths, leaving everyone speechless. Baffled by the sudden encounter, Gao guesses that the jade might have something to do with his white dragon familiar. He asks manager Chen to have it sent back to Yuzhou for further study. As for Gao himself, he already has a new destination, Changping Village. The life of a master trainer never slows down. Outside Changping Village in Gaoyang Base City, a new team waits in the misty forest. Sui Lenu, Su Qinji and their companion. They've been sent on a special mission by Gao Ping himself, to retrieve a general's bone and the legendary 1,000-year Heart of Darkness. To stay undetected, they use a special ghoul powder to mask their presence. It conceals their scent but doesn't make them invisible. When one of them gets too close to a wandering ghoul, the creature lunges, only to be crushed effortlessly by Linu's reflexes. As they move deeper into the forest, the atmosphere turns eerie. Thousands of ghostly soldiers emerge from the shadows, and a strange, ghoul-like man steps forward. He introduces himself as Setman and informs them that General Zhao wishes to see them. Chenji immediately realizes who he's referring to. General Zhao, the fallen warrior whose spirit once fought valiantly in the Battle of Changping. Long ago, the three followed the eerie ghoul-like man to a worn-down shack deep within the forest. Inside, they found a ghostly general seated upon a throne of bones, surrounded by ranks of silent, spectral soldiers. The atmosphere was unnervingly calm, the air thick with yin energy. The general, introducing himself as Zhao, regarded the group with cold detachment. In a surprisingly composed tone, he told them that he would allow them to take what they sought, but only if they did something for him in return. Sui Lenu stepped forward and boldly stated their purpose. They were here for two things, the general's bone and the 1,000-year Heart of Darkness. Zhao seemed amused. He agreed to part with one of his own bones, just one, as if the act meant nothing to him. But when it came to the Heart of Darkness, his expression hardened. He claimed he had never heard of such a thing. That was all Sui Lenu needed to hear. Her eyes sharpened, and she stepped closer. With a cold, decisive tone, she revealed the truth. The 1,000-year Heart of Darkness is your heart. Before anyone could react, her glass mantis familiar lunged forward, striking Zhao with such brutal force that it sent his body crashing through the shack's wall. Instantly, the ghost soldiers stirred. Their hollow eyes glowed with malice as they surrounded the group, but Su Chenqi's familiar emitted a burst of holy light, forcing the spectral army back and holding them at bay for now. Through the gaping hole in the wall, Linu spotted Zhao struggling to rise. She realized, too late, that he was drawing in the surrounding yin energy to heal himself. Desperate, she ordered her kangaroo familiar, Oret, to strike before the general could fully recover. Oret leapt into the air with immense speed, his powerful legs cracking the ground beneath him, but Zhao had already regained his strength. With a roar, he swung his blade of stone, cleaving clean through one of Oret's arms and knocking him back. As Zhao emerged from the ruins, his eyes burned with fury. He unleashed a wave of spectral energy, rallying his ghost soldiers with a terrifying war cry. The forest itself seemed to tremble as his army advanced with a single command to kill every intruder. Sui Linu quickly noticed the crimson mist forming overhead. The yin energy Zhao had been gathering was turning into a deadly blood cloud. If they got caught in it, they would be drained of life before they could even escape. Thinking fast, Su Chenqi had his small hairball familiar release a thick fog of black smoke, masking their retreat. It wasn't much, but it gave them the chance to flee. The three mounted their flying familiars and shot through the forest canopy, the thunderous cries of undead soldiers echoing behind them. Just as they thought they might not make it out, the sky itself began to change. Bolts of lightning tore through the blood cloud, scattering the curse and purging the dark energy. And then they saw it soaring majestically above them. The white dragon, Chairman Gao, had arrived. With his appearance, the battle turned completely one-sided. The old man's calm, commanding voice cut through the storm as he directed his dragon to strike. White Dragon effortlessly deflected General Zhao's attacks and sent him crashing into the ground with overwhelming force. Defeated in bleeding spectral energy, Zhao could only glare up at Gao, cursing his name. Gao Peng merely sighed and told White Dragon not to kill him. They still needed his parts intact. Later, back at the lakeside villa, Gao Peng looked up to see the old man approaching. To his astonishment, the elder casually dropped the unconscious general before him like a sack of grain. "I didn't know how to extract the parts you wanted," the elder said, brushing off his hands, "so I brought the whole general." He also handed over the dark flames that Sui Linu's team had collected earlier. Gao Peng was momentarily speechless. Another essential material just handed to him with ease. Now he only needed one more item to promote Dumby to legendary grade. As they spoke, Gao teased the White Dragon about that mysterious ambergris jade incident from before. In response, she drenched him with a torrent of water before turning away. Before leaving, she gave him one final update. A spatial rift had appeared in the Baya district. At Gao's current level, it shouldn't be too dangerous, and she believed it would make a good training opportunity. Not long after, Gao arrived at the location. The building housing the rift was cloaked in thick black fog, pulsing with dark energy. Experts advised entering at noon when visibility was highest and the fog weakest. Inside, swarms of level 20 blackjacket geckos crawled along the walls. Since no Lord-tier monsters had been detected, Gao decided to send Goldie in alone. Moments later, Goldie emerged, brushing dust off his fists. Every single gecko had been dealt with. Gao couldn't help but sigh. "He's pretending to be a monk again," he muttered. "Someone take away his internet." With the area cleared, Gao led the Southern Sky forces inside. Deep within, he discovered the spatial rift itself, an unstable tier in reality, shimmering like liquid glass. Interestingly, the system listed it as an item. Gao considered collecting it to experiment with portable rift setups when suddenly something emerged. It was a yellow jacket devil octopus, a monstrous creature infamous for its mind control abilities and disturbing feeding habits. Gao's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the color-coded species. Black as shadow, yellow as mind, he wondered aloud. Before he could finish his thought, Goldie stepped forward and punched the creature square in the face. "Stop copying my look," he shouted. The octopus never stood a chance. After confirming the area was secure, Gao questioned his subordinates. So far, no one had managed to explore what lay beyond the rift. Turning to Dumby, Gao ordered him to summon the Sea King eel skeleton to scout ahead. A few moments later, Dumby relayed that the other side contained only a few low-level geckos and nothing stronger. Gao entered himself to confirm, and upon hearing his approval, Flamey, Goldie and Dazzy followed behind. On the other side, the air was eerily still. There was almost no black fog here, just endless, twisting walls forming a colossal maze. As the Southern Sky forces began collecting data and samples, Gao studied the strange structures around him. Then, the ground trembled. A massive shadow fell over them as a creature emerged. A level 49 blood jacket labyrinth watcher, wielding a jagged weapon and radiating hostile intent. Gao stared up at it, realization dawning in his eyes. This wasn't just a chaotic realm of beasts and rifts. This black fog world had a civilization of its own. When Flamey attempted to take to the skies and launch an attack, he was abruptly stopped by an invisible barrier in the air. With no other option in sight, Yao, acting wisely, ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Following Gao's command, Dazzy stayed behind to hold off the Watcher, receiving crucial assistance from Dumby, who dealt a devastating blow to the Watcher's minions. Once nearly everyone else had escaped, and the Watcher was knocked down, Gao asked Dumby to act as a translator between them. The ensuing conversation revealed something astonishing. Not one, not two, not even three, but 7 additional Lord-tier Labyrinth Watchers existed. As if that weren't enough, these Watchers possessed a remarkable super recovery skill, demonstrated as the first Watcher's body healed right before their eyes. Fortunately, the Watchers were not hostile. With Dumby mediating, an agreement was reached. Gao would be allowed to return home and come back at a later date to awaken their master. In exchange, this master would be willing to trade with Gao for whatever he desired. During this exchange, Gao also learned that this world had once been home to humans, though they had departed decades ago. As he prepared to return to Earth, Gao pondered the potential consequences of encountering other versions of humanity. If the power difference proved too great, it could easily open the door to invasion and war. Back at Gao's lab, the Yin Kula had reached level 31 thanks to the use of the extraordinarily expensive frozen crystal soil. The only requirement left to promote Dumby was the essence of the undying heart. However, a search in Champing proved fruitless. The resentment of the 400,000 soldiers who had perished there had corrupted the essence beyond use. As Gao contemplated this, Yao received a call from the school he had recently established. The man on the other end anxiously reported the appearance of a second bronze statue at the school gate. Upon arriving, Gao confirmed that a new statue stood beside the original one. Without hesitation, he had Dai paralyzed and bound, lifting the massive statue effortlessly with a single hand. He intended to spend some time with Stripey before bringing it back to act as a second guardian. Meanwhile, in the valley where Stripey rested, Gao placed the statue before the mountain ruler, declaring it a new toy. Instantly, Stripey crushed its fighting spirit, punishing it for acting aggressively. Stripey then pleaded with Gao, expressing his longing to leave the valley and embark on adventures alongside him once more. Gao, deeply affected by Stripey's heartfelt plea, promised that he would find a way for them to journey together again. Meanwhile, in Zambia, Africa, the Black Badger Group, led by a desperate leader seeking fame, set out on an expedition guided by instructions from a mysterious tablet of unknown origin. Back in the Baya district, Gao arrived with his familiars, Sweetie and Tong Tong's Softy, after passing through a rift. Using Dumby as a translator, he encountered one of the Watchers from before. Yao discreetly confirmed that humans of this world had possessed familiars as well. The Watcher led them to the location where their master was sealed, a grand hall frozen in time, filled with a massive crystal formation. The Watcher explained that their master had sealed himself inside, and that awakening him required a monster trainer to enter the hall. Gao entered with Goldie by his side. Thanks to an elemental barrier, they navigated the sub-zero temperatures without freezing. However, as they approached the center of the hall, Gao froze in shock. Just as he realized the situation was a trap, Flamey's voice called through their connection, confirming Gao's fears. Several monsters were attacking his friends. Gao prepared to return to their side, but paused briefly when he noticed the Frost Lion had awoken. Sui explained that the Watchers had attacked immediately after Gao entered the hall. They had survived only because Dumby summoned the Sea King Eel skeleton to seal the attackers and block the exit. Flammy had been badly injured by a surprise attack, and Goldie, enraged, rushed outside determined to avenge his friends, despite Gao's warnings not to act recklessly. Suddenly, Gao sensed the Frost Lion following him through their connection. Concerned, he felt Goldie being beaten by the Watchers and shouted in alarm. The Frost Lion continued attempting to get his attention. Exasperated, Gao decided to make a contract with it, allowing him to understand the creature directly. Though he skipped some steps, the contract worked perfectly, eliminating the need for further confusion. Gao sensed that the Frost Lion's true enormous power was locked away, only accessible if it consumed an ice-type treasure to restore itself. Of course, the lion never stopped bragging about this fact. Gao, choosing to ignore the incessant boasting, demanded a solution to their current predicament. In response, the lion instructed him that they needed to run, no elaboration at first. Realizing Gao needed more context, the lion quickly explained that he was the true owner of this labyrinth. He knew secret paths that only small monsters like himself and humans could navigate. Unwilling to leave any of his familiars behind, Gao instructed the lion to retreat for the time being while he focused on rescuing his companions. Empowered by the contract he had formed with Stripey, Gao struck one of the walls with a powerful kick, blowing it open. From there, Dazzy and Dumby executed a combination attack to disrupt the Watchers, while Silly tended to Goldie's wounds. The Watchers were not down for long. They returned, even angrier than before, but Goldie had fully recovered. Fueled by rage and damage previously inflicted upon him, he grew to match the Watcher's size. In a surge of power, he kicked one of the Watchers away and seized its weapon. Now fully enraged and in his buffed-up state, Goldie unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, leaving only 3 Watchers to escape while the rest lay reduced to corpses at his feet. Recognizing the need to secure the scene, Gao ordered Sui to return home and bring reinforcements. He and his familiars would remain behind to guard the corpses, guided by the treasure-sniffing mouse and protected by Dumby. During their downtime, Gao probed the Frost Lion for information and uncovered several insights. For one, a familiar's skills could be developed further after awakening. Additionally, this world was still in the infancy of its evolution, as the cataclysm had occurred only 4 years prior. The best treasures and minerals had yet to surface, and with Gao among the strongest, if not the strongest, monster trainers in the area, he would have access to nearly all of them. Shifting the topic, Gao asked the Frost Lion if there were any methods to shrink a monster's body size. Showing it an image of Stripey, the lion outlined 3 possibilities. First, obtaining a body modification skill, though this came with no guarantees. Second, forming a contract with a space-type monster to transport Stripey into a massive pocket dimension. And third, acquiring a GU fruit, which grew in the Black Phoenix Mountain. This fruit could shrink a monster to 1,000th of its size, though its effect disappeared once the creature entered combat. Unfortunately, the mountain was home to a dangerous black-feathered sparrow. Even the Frost Lion would avoid at peak strength, and it lay 5,000 kilometers away. Despite these obstacles, Gao resolved to undertake the journey, determined to keep his promise to Stripey. At that moment, Gao received word that the logistics team was en route. They would be bringing ice-type fruits for the Frost Lion. True to form, the lion tried to act arrogant and superior, but Gao simply had Silly store the fruits away, undisturbed. It was time to continue exploring the labyrinth. Meanwhile, in another part of the fog world, the group from Zambia arrived at the labyrinth wall, believing they were the first to discover it. Unfortunately for them, the first contact they made was with one of the Watchers that Goldie had previously beaten into retreat. The creature showed no mercy. Luckily, Yao Plong was nearby, and he sent Goldie to rescue the humans and their familiars. Goldie responded with extreme aggression, forcing the Watcher back. Gao soon learned that these humans were from the same world as him, indicating a spatial rift from Luaka into this fog world. The cataclysm had expanded the world and increased distances between regions, creating a prime opportunity to establish trade routes and benefit from the fog world's resources. The humans, grateful for Gao's timely intervention, were receptive to collaboration. Gao planned to involve the Explorer Union in developing the area, anticipating another profitable venture. About 3 days later, Gao and his familiars arrived near Black Phoenix Mountain. Since the Frost Lion did not know the exact location of the Gu fruit, Gao enlisted a local golden strike tortoise to guide them. The tortoise revealed that the fruit was located on the eastern side of the mountain range, about 5 mountains away. Gao climbed aboard its shell, and the tortoise carried them close to the destination. However, it refused to proceed further due to the mountain's dangerous monsters. To scout ahead, Flamey flew above the mountain. He detected a Lord-tier monster's aura, and immediately came under attack from a massive bug-like creature. More importantly, he spotted the Gu fruit hanging in the trees. Flamey quickly returned to Gao's position, alerting him to its location. Their excitement, however, was quickly overshadowed by the approach of a giant level 49 white seal-bladed beast, hurtling toward them with terrifying speed. Gao immediately ordered Dai to strike Goldie with lightning, aiming to start stacking his passive ability. The bladed beast, meanwhile, managed to land a hit on Flammy, grounding him. Seeing this, Goldie quickly instructed Dumby and Silly to rescue Flammy, while he took it upon himself to confront the bladed beast. What followed was nothing short of pure chaos. Goldie relentlessly attacked the bladed beast again and again, sustaining injuries that grew progressively worse with each strike. Yet he had a clever trick by contracting his muscles, just enough to cut off blood flow. He created the illusion of being completely unharmed. Gradually, Goldie absorbed so much damage that his size grew to rival that of a mountain. At that point, it was only a matter of timing. One perfectly executed punch could crush the bladed beast entirely. During the battle, Gao allowed Flammy to heal Goldie. However, the sheer amount of damage he had taken used up all of Flammy's healing petals, leaving the little creature feeling exhausted and somewhat downhearted. Luckily, Dumby was there to lift Flammy's spirits, offering a rare moment of warmth and care amid all the chaos, a moment that could easily be called wholesome. After the fight, Yao was disappointed to find only about 4 Gu fruits on the tree. Not willing to settle, he decided to uproot the entire tree and take it with him. While he was at it, he figured he might as well take the pulverized bladed beast along. The beast, naturally, was not thrilled about this idea. Back in the human world, Gao brought the bladed beast to the valley where Stripey rested, showing him the potential for growth. While reaching Stripey's size might be unrealistic, under Gao's guidance, the bladed beast could easily grow to match Dumby's size. Initially hesitant, the bladed beast agreed to form a contract with Gao, but with one condition: if Gao failed to make him bigger, he would refuse to obey any orders, contract or not. After securing the contract, Yao Pong shared the Jiu fruit with Strippy, explaining that it would allow them to go on adventures together again, as long as Strippy refrained from fighting recklessly on his own. Even after being shrunk by the fruit, Strippy remained impressively large, but far more manageable than before. With his familiar now bonded to the newest member of their growing group, Strippy's morale was high. Soon after, Gao Pong was greeted by his grandfather, who came bearing gifts for Goldie, a pair of axes resized from those taken off the Labyrinth Watchers' corpses. Naturally, this only fueled Goldie's dramatic flair. Turning to more serious matters, Gao Pong outlined his plans to establish trade with the Luaka region, leveraging the information they had gained from the Fog World. He also intended to travel to Street Gellum City, where the essence of the Undying Heart was most likely located. The final piece needed to promote Dumby. Acquiring it would bring him much-needed peace of mind, and the path conveniently passed through the Jia region, home of the Platinum Hand's headquarters. Gao's eyes gleamed. He was going for blood. Gao's grandfather, acknowledging that Gao was now an adult capable of charting his own path, blessed him. Silly's storage was already loaded with food and equipment for the journey, and with his grandfather's approval, Gao Pong set off on his latest adventure. Along the way, the group stopped at a freezing aqua pond at the foot of Mount Everest. Astonishingly, a single dip in this pond elevated Frost Lion to Lord Tier level 41. Apparently the effect was unique to him, thanks to his previous Emperor Tier base. Later, the group traveled through the Golden Sand Desert, where they discovered what appeared to be a town. Upon closer inspection, they found it inhabited by white-spotted herbivorous monkeys who amusingly dressed like humans. Curious about who might be raising such creatures intentionally, Gao investigated further. Behind one door, he encountered someone capable of speech, but intelligence was another matter entirely. The person fell for the most obvious trick imaginable, prompting Gao to destroy the door and reveal the true inhabitant. Gao Pang and his party entered the carnivorous monkey's house. His newly acquired bladed beast familiar, now named Slicey, expressed concern. Gao reassured him that the monkey didn't seem to have ill intentions, but still advised staying on guard. Sure enough, the monkey greeted them warmly and offered a bowl of strange soup. One look at the suspicious concoction was enough for Gao to refuse. Nope, not a chance. That stuff looks nasty as hell. Sensing something off, Gao began moving toward a door in the back while jokingly asking how the monkey could hide the good food from his guests. But the moment he got close, the monkey suddenly snapped. With a furious roar, it lunged at Gao, raising its arm to strike him down. Before the blow could land, Slicey stepped in. In one swift motion, his blade cut through the enraged beast, ending the fight instantly. Inside the back room, Gao Pang silently took in the surroundings. The signs of human life in the village, the lingering smell of blood and cooked meat inside this house, it all began to make sense. As he walked further in, he found a pot of sinister-looking stew boiling over the fire, and from its surface, a single human finger poked out. Suppressing a wave of nausea, Gao turned to the monkey. "You eat people?" he asked. Instead of fear or guilt, the monkey exploded in anger. It roared, shouting that it was only doing what had been done to him, that the man in his stew had eaten his son first. For a moment, Gao said nothing, then he sighed. "I understand, and I can set judge you without being a hypocrite, but still, I set him human, I can set just overlook what seps happened here." As he walked out of the house, he looked down sadly and ordered Slicey to give the ape a swift and painless end. Later that day, Gao Pang regrouped with his companions, Frosty, Dumby, and Flamey, outside the Platinum Hands headquarters. Thanks to intel from Grandpa Gao's old friend, they had finally located the cult's base. Now Gao would take revenge, for disturbing the mountain spirits, and for sending assassins after him. At his command, Dumby activated his resurrection ability, awakening every fallen beast buried near the base. Inside the headquarters, two bishops of the Platinum Hands were idly discussing their duties, one complaining about the desert, the other trying to calm him down. Suddenly, a messenger burst in, pale and terrified. He reported that corpses near their town had come back to life, and were attacking their people. Outside, chaos had erupted. Cult members screamed as a horde of undead beasts descended upon them, led by the Supreme Lord of Necromancy himself, Dumby. Among the undead, the bishops recognized a familiar creature, a Lord-tier giant thorn warren lizard they had slain only a month ago. In panic, they released a blue-scaled, four-armed river ape to fight it. The ape fought valiantly, but barely managed to hold the creature at bay. From their vantage point, Gao Pang, Frosty, and Slicey observed the battle, until a sudden blur of silver wings came flying straight at them. A mirage beast. Because of its stealth ability, they hadn't sensed it approach, but Gao reacted instantly, signaling Slicey. With a flash of blades and his Stormcross kill technique, Slicey sliced the mirage beast apart like it was nothing. The Platinum Hands bishops fell into panic. One of them desperately tried to recall his Earth Dragon before it could be defeated, but Frosty was already moving. With a single thought, he froze the dragon in an icy cage. When Gao mocked him that the ice was already melting, Frosty smirked, and casually added one finger's worth of effort. The next moment, the dragon was sealed inside a solid pillar of ice. With the Mirage and the dragon defeated, only the Blue River ape remained. The creature fought like a true warrior, crushing Dumby's undead underlings one by one. It beat its chest in triumph, but that victory was short-lived. Dumby himself arrived. Facing the ape, he uttered one of the most chilling lines in the entire series. "Death is the final home of all the living." The ape froze, caught off guard and utterly unprepared for the overwhelming power that followed. Dumby struck with ease, each blow precise and devastating. With a single palm thrust, he sent the ape crashing down. The beast's furious glare faded as Dumby raised his hand once more. This time, Dumby combined two of his signature abilities, Undead Flame and Blood Thread Heart, to forge a new terrifying power. Flames and crimson threads intertwined, allowing him to both control and burn his enemy simultaneously. The blue ape unleashed one final counter, a massive shockwave of elemental energy. Slicey asked if they should step in, but Frosty waved it off. That water attack will do little more than give Dumby a bath. Gao agreed. True to their words, Dumby shrugged off the blast and delivered a finishing uppercut that sent the ape into the next life. With the battle nearly over, Gao ordered Flamey to watch the base from above and ensure no one escaped. Inside, panic spread among the remaining bishops. The yellow bishop urged his comrades to flee through an underground tunnel, but when he turned, he found the blue and red bishops pointing guns at him. They warned that without their familiars they had no way to defend themselves. If Yellow planned to betray them, the only way any of them would survive was if he summoned his own Lord-tier familiar to buy time. A sinister smile crept onto Yellow's face. He raised his hand, and summoned a flying carpet-like familiar, something eerily reminiscent of Doctor Strange's cape, but this was no gentle ride. In a flash the carpet whipped through the air like a blade, decapitating the blue bishop instantly. The red bishop barely escaped by teleporting away at the last second. He landed in the desert, gasping, thanking his luck that he had kept his true power hidden. Unfortunately for him, he had jumped straight from the frying pan into the fire, because Gao Pang was already there, waiting. Frosty froze him in place, while Dumby tossed the unconscious body of the yellow bishop at his feet, holding the carpet, now revealed as Yellow's familiar, in his grasp. Seeing the brutalized remains of his comrades, the red bishop knew better than to fight. Gao Pang stood tall before him. the man who had single-handedly crushed the entire Platinum Hands. Ahead of him, only silence remained. Yao Pang glanced at the two surviving bishops before him, red and yellow. Their condition was pitiful, their value even less so. With a cold expression, he remarked that both were useless to him, even as hostages. He might as well finish them off now. The red bishop immediately panicked. Words spilled from his mouth in desperation as he groveled for his life. He promised Yao Pang anything: treasures, bases, secrets, everything that belonged to the Platinum Hands. All he asked for was mercy. Seeing potential in the terrified man, Yao Pang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This bishop might be a treasure trove of information. After a moment of silence, he agreed to unfreeze him so they could discuss things further. But before the conversation could continue, Strippy's voice echoed telepathically in Yao Pang's mind. The beast's tone was sharp and urgent. Something was coming, something powerful, and if a king-tier creature like Strippy considered it dangerous, that meant trouble. Moments later, the sand began to tremble. Then from beneath the dunes, a colossal shadow emerged. It was a massive fish-like creature, a level 52 king-tier desert pillar monster of perfect grade. The red bishop's face drained of color. He knew this beast well. The Platinum Hands had only been able to establish their base here because they had received the desert pillar's blessing. Now, that same monster had come, and it was angry. As Yao Pang prepared to face it, the bishop's mind raced. If he could just keep up his pathetic act a little longer, maybe this naive youth would spare him. Surely someone that young wouldn't kill a man who begged convincingly enough. His thoughts were cut short when Yao Pang turned toward him and asked, "Where are the Platinum Hand SIP treasures hidden?" The bishop hesitated, trying to buy time. I'll need a moment to remember all the locations." Yao Pang SIP's tone hardened. "Then tell me how to subdue the desert pillar." The bishop froze. He couldn't give away that kind of power. If Yao Pang managed to tame another king-tier beast, he'd become unstoppable. So, the bishop lied, claiming he didn't know. Yao Pang sighed. "Then you spectre of no use to me." Without hesitation, he ordered Dumby to crush the man. The ground trembled as Dumby's massive hand came down, reducing the bishop to dust. All he had to do was talk, Yao Pang muttered, shaking his head. He then tossed the frozen and battered remains of the fallen familiars towards Stripey. "Here, a snack for you." But before Stripey could respond, a deep booming voice echoed through the sands. The desert pillar had finally decided to speak. "Human," it bellowed. "Yusef ignored me long enough. Yusef aroused my interest." Yao Pang blinked. "Wait, what?" He shuddered slightly. That sounded disturbingly wrong. That was the final straw. With a roar of fury, the desert pillar unleashed a colossal shockwave of energy, tearing through the sands. Yao Pang stared, unimpressed. "Frosty, take care of this." Frosty nodded and began launching sharp icicles toward the beast. The desert pillar scoffed, assuming Yao was testing its power with a weak familiar. Deciding to capture him alive, it lunged towards Strippy, the largest threat nearby. Its pincers slammed down, but did nothing. The attack barely scratched Strippy's hardened shell. The massive earth spider didn't even flinch. Then, as the effects of its growth restraint wore off, Strippy began to expand, growing larger and larger until the desert pillar found itself dwarfed. Still clinging to the spider's back, the monster realized too late what was happening. Its strength was fading the higher Strippy lifted it from the desert floor. Then came the final blow. Stripey released a geyser of black fumes from his body, an explosion of scorching heat and pressure that sent the desert pillar hurtling into the sky, disappearing into the stratosphere. Watching the whole thing, Yao Pang couldn't help but chuckle. That thing just blasted off like Team Rocket. With the threat gone, Yao turned his attention to the golden thread-like rug creature, the same familiar once controlled by the yellow bishop, now resting in Dumby Sip's grasp. "This thing Sip's craftsmanship is incredible," he murmured. "I Sip to love to study it." Frosty raised an eyebrow. "Do you plan to make it your familiar?" Yao shook his head. "No, I just want to understand it. Besides, it Sip's already bonded to a master." Frosty tilted his head. "That bond can be broken, you know. You only need the proper incantation, and mutual consent from both the trainer and the familiar." Yao's eyes widened slightly. The idea of a peaceful separation between familiars and masters intrigued him, but he quickly decided to keep that information to himself. If the world learns about this now, he thought, it'll cause chaos. It'll tell only grandfather. He handed Frosty a fruit, as thanks for the insight, and decided to gift the rug familiar to Huang Ya once they returned home. The next day, Yao Pang and his group continued their journey, this time to the Holy Light Religion's temple. The place was blindingly white, every wall and statue glowing with purity, but outside stood a strange reanimated statue creature, pitch black against the pale landscape. Yao frowned. Was this thing contaminated before mutation? Before he could ponder further, Treasure-sniffing Mouse suddenly went wild. The little creature squeaked and jumped with excitement, clearly detecting something valuable nearby. Intrigued, Yao ordered Stripey to follow the mouse's lead. Soon they found themselves standing before a massive flame-faced mushroom glowing faintly in the heat. It was rich in fire-based nutrients, so rich that several monsters stood guard around it. Yao exchanged a glance with Dazi. The two instantly came to an understanding. Together they devised a quick plan, tricking Goldie into attacking the guards while they slipped in to snatch the mushroom for themselves. And just like that, with clever teamwork and quick thinking, they secured yet another powerful treasure. As the group caught their breath, Dazi looked at the glowing mushroom curiously. "So what exactly is this thing?" he asked. Gao Peng smiled faintly. "This right here," he said, "is a rare material that said'll help with Flameyset's evolution." Later that day, after a long journey through the endless sands, the gang finally arrived at their destination, the Temple of the Holy Light in the Yellow Desert region. But instead of divine calm, they were greeted by chaos. Before them stood a horde of twisted monsters, white birch tree demons, led by a towering blackened stone statue known as the Convicted. Gao Peng frowned. In the picture he had seen of this statue just a few hours earlier, it had only been at level 40. Now it radiated power at the Lord tier. Without hesitation, Gao Peng began issuing orders. "Flammy, take care of the birch tree demons. Slicey, handle the statue." Flamey moved first, unleashing waves of scorching fire that roasted the tree demons like fried chicken in a feast of flame. Meanwhile, Slicey dashed toward the statue, his blades gleaming with deadly precision, carving through the stone body bit by bit. Gao Peng was surprised. After the first attack, any normal Lord-tier monster would have already been down for the count. Yet somehow, this statue still stood. Suddenly, the statue raised its arms and began to chant. "The convicted shall descend to hell," it roared, releasing a wave of darkness that flooded across the temple's front yard. Instantly, the white birch tree demons transformed, their bark turning black, their faces twisting into grotesque shapes. Gao Peng could feel the shift. Their strength had increased, and worse, their resistance to Flamey's fire had multiplied. "Flamey, fall back," he commanded. "Dazi, your turn." The mischievous centipede grinned. Time to show off what I learned from Grandpa Sip's Thunder God." Without warning, Dazi unleashed his new technique, Thundernet Storm. The air cracked with electricity as a web of lightning surged forward, dropping 4 birch tree demons instantly and heavily damaging the rest. Meanwhile, Gao Peng's ever-dramatic companion was losing his temper over a black stain on his shell. "What is this filth? My beautiful shell," he wailed. Gao Peng rolled his eyes. "Relax. That's just the darkness element from that statue. That'll vanish once we destroy it." But Slicey wasn't calm. The stain had sullied the shell he took pride in. Rage burned in his eyes. "No one dirties my blade and lives," he shouted, unleashing his ultimate technique, 3,000 slashes of the endless hurricane. The air itself screamed as blades of wind tore the statue apart, slicing it into tiny pebbles. Gao Peng groaned. "Slicey, you destroyed its core crystal. I told you to be careful." But Slicey just crossed his arms. "It deserved it for staining my shell." Fortunately, the mistake turned out to be beneficial. Without the statue's dark power, the birch tree demons began to wither and crumble into dust. Gao Peng quickly realized that they had been feeding off the statue's energy all along. With it gone, their life force faded as well. With the enemies cleared, Gao Peng prepared to move on. "Strippy, stay outside," he ordered. "You won't fit in there anyway." The group stepped into the temple sept's dark interior. Inside they found a stone fountain, and within it, another statue, half hidden by shadows. But Gao Peng Sep's system vision pierced the darkness. "That Sep's no decoration," he muttered. "It's Sep's another reanimated monster." He sent Goldie forward to handle it, using the battle to stack his passive buff. Within minutes the statue was reduced to rubble. Gao Peng reached down, retrieved the glowing core, and fed it to Grassy. "With this," he said proudly, "you should reach Lord Tier soon." As they advanced deeper into the temple, the path ahead grew darker, consumed by corruption. Gao Peng ordered Flamey to ignite a fireball for light, and in its glow he spotted clusters of eerie black crystals. The system quickly identified them, crystals of the Undying Heart. Their presence meant that the true essence of the Undying Heart was nearby. Flamey intensified his flames, illuminating the path further. In the midst of the black fog, Dumby reached out and with a swift jab, pulled the essence free. Now they had everything they needed. Gao Peng set to work immediately. Goldie punched a crater into the ground, forming a makeshift mixing vat, while Gao poured several glowing fluids into it. "Dumby," Gao Peng said solemnly, "place the essence of the Undying Heart in your eye socket and the 1,000-year heart of darkness in your chest." Dumby obeyed. The moment he did, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from his body, nearly knocking him to his knees. "Get into the bath now," Gao Peng ordered. Dumby climbed into the crater, submerging himself in the mixture as Gao Peng stepped back. A moment later, a massive pillar of dark energy shot up into the sky, shaking the very sands around them. The sheer force of it stunned Gao Peng. Then, from the swirling dust, Dumby emerged, transformed. The red markings that once adorned his arm now ran across his entire body, and his skeletal frame glowed with golden light. He had ascended. Dumby was now a mythical grade, Lord-tier skeleton dominator. Gao Peng stared in awe. Wait, does that make him the top now? It was a valid question. As he examined the new stats, he realized something shocking. Dumby's skill list included a level 5 ability, something usually only seen in king-tier monsters or higher. And with the combined effect of his Flame of the Undead skill, that meant Dumby now possessed 2 level 5 skills. Stripey may be the strongest right now, Gao Peng thought, but Dumby Sep's potential far surpasses anything I Sep's seen. To test this, Gao Peng switched his soul chain to Dumby. Let's see how much soul strength you can absorb per monster, he said. Goldie brought over one of the fallen birch tree demons. Dumby raised his hand and summoned an undead minion to attack. The creature exhaled a chilling freeze breath right at Goldie. Gao Peng blinked. What are you doing? He sighed, realizing what was happening. Sibling pranks, of course. After having his undead minion absorb the soul of the tree demon, Dumby turns to Gao Peng and explains that if he absorbs a soul on his own, he can gain around 1/5 of its strength. However, if one of his minions does it, he'll only gain about 1/10. Hearing this, Gao Peng begins to strategize, his mind already racing through ways to maximize Dumby's terrifying growth potential. Meanwhile, Goldie can be heard yelling in the background, challenging someone to a fight as usual. A little while later, Gao Peng instructs Dumby to summon all his undead minions. When they appear, he tells Dumby to keep only those at level 40 or above, and to absorb the rest. Without hesitation, Dumby obeys. The moment he devours his weaker minions, his aura surges violently, and his level skyrockets straight to 50. Gao Peng is left speechless. The sheer speed of Dumby's growth feels like a cheat, something beyond normal logic. Realizing this potential, Gao Peng concludes that Earth is too limited for Dumby to truly evolve. The Black Fog world, on the other hand, is teeming with buried monster skeletons and dense energy, an ideal ground for expansion. He tells Dumby that once they return home, he should take his troops and grow his army there. Dumby, however, looks heartbroken. He lowers his head and asks if his master is abandoning him, a single tear somehow slipping down his hollow eye socket. Gao Peng instantly scolds him for even thinking such nonsense. He reassures his loyal familiar that this is not abandonment, it's preparation. He wants Dumby to grow stronger, unrestrained, and reach his full potential. Humbled, Dumby kneels before him. I understand, master, he says, his voice steady despite the hollow echo. I'll become strong enough to defeat anyone who dares to stand in your way. For some reason, Gao Peng doesn't doubt him in the slightest. Later, Gao Peng meets with Old Huang at the Black Dragon Base City Airport, before setting off on his next journey. Huang hands him a case full of resources Gao Peng had requested earlier and assures him that everything back home is running smoothly. The academy, the city. Gao Peng then has Goldie bring over the rug familiar he'd taken from the Yellow Bishop. Huang is shocked to discover that the rug is actually a living familiar, but that shock deepens when Gao Peng tells him that the Lord-tier familiar now belongs to him. He simply asks Huang to watch over Dumby in the Black Fog world and make sure Goldie and Doi return home safely. As for Gao Peng himself, he's heading straight to the North Pole. Trudging through the snow-covered wastelands, Gao Peng is accompanied by Grassy, Frosty, Silly, and Slicey. The freezing wind bites through his coat, and soon Grassy starts trembling from the cold. Frosty notices this, and immediately releases a faint wave of warmth, creating a gentle heat barrier around the shivering plant. As they move forward, Gao Peng tells Frosty that if they don't find any materials for him here, they'll check the South Pole next. Frosty, however, is confident. He can sense something ahead, somewhere to the northeast. Encouraged, Gao Peng keeps moving until a breathtaking sight appears on the horizon. A sprawling city made entirely of ice. The walls shimmer like crystal, carved with patterns so intricate, they seem impossible for human hands. Gao Peng studies the design and realizes instantly, this is beyond human craftsmanship. Just then, the massive gate creaks open, and out steps a towering figure, a level 51 king-tier monster clad in azure armor, known as the Ice Azurea Knight. Without Dumby or Stripey here, Gao Peng knows his strongest beast is Slicey, but even he might not be enough. Frosty, however, seems oblivious to the danger, his focus entirely fixed on whatever powerful presence he's sensing from within the city. Nervously, Gao Peng bows slightly and requests permission to simply look around outside the walls, promising to follow every rule of this frozen city. The knight gives no verbal reply, it merely turns around and walks back through the gates. Gao Peng takes that as silent approval, and begins to explore. Before he can take even a few steps, Frosty suddenly leaps off his shoulder and bolts toward a frozen lake nearby. Gao Pang shouts for him to stop, but the impulsive little creature dives straight into the icy water. To Gao Pang's utter disbelief, Frosty's level jumps from 41 to 43 in an instant, just from that brief contact. Suddenly, the Azuria Knight materializes behind Gao Pang, completely without warning, sending chills down his spine. Instead of attacking, the knight simply commands them to follow him and begins walking back into the palace. Frosty, being Frosty, immediately spots a pure ice spring inside and starts sprinting toward it like a kid toward candy. This time, Gao Pang manages to grab him by the arm before he can dive in. The knight turns to look at them, silent and watchful. Then, to everyone's surprise, it speaks again calmly, almost kindly, saying that the spring could actually help Frosty recover some of his lost power. He grants them permission to proceed. Overjoyed, Gao Pang bows deeply in gratitude and asks Silly to fetch a bucket and water tank. Carefully, he scoops up some of the shimmering spring water, but the moment it's lifted from the pool, it turns pitch black and loses its heat. Frosty explains that it's a security mechanism meant to preserve the ice power within the spring. Despite Gao Pangsip's warning, Frosty can resist any longer. He dives headfirst into the spring, and instantly freezes solid inside a block of ice. Gao Pang sighs, half in exasperation and half in amusement. Well, he mutters, that sip's one way to cool off, I suppose. Gao Pang suddenly hears the gentle voice of a woman behind him, asking, is that your familiar? When he turns around, he finds himself facing a beautiful young woman. For some reason, his eyes instantly focus on the red lotus pattern glowing faintly on her forehead, a detail he immediately scolds himself for noticing. He nods and answers that yes, the creature beside him is indeed his familiar. The girl tilts her head slightly and asks an odd question, what time is it? Though confused, Gao Pang humors her. It's 7:30 in the evening, he replies. The woman smiles faintly. I haven't had guests in a very long time, she says, her voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. Tell me, how long has it been since the planet Cess elemental revitalization? When Gao Pang answers that it's only been 5 years, she looks mildly disappointed. Only 5 years, I must have been asleep for far too long, she murmurs. Then her tone softens with genuine admiration. Still, it's impressive. You managed to raise Lord-tier familiars in such a short time. Before Gao Pang can reply, she suddenly changes the topic. Would you like to taste my cooking? I make an excellent grilled fish. Caught off guard, Gao Pang politely declines. No need, I brought canned food with me, he says, holding up a tin. Canned food? She echoes curiously. Isep never heard of that. Amused, Gao Pang opens one and offers it to her. The armored knight standing behind the woman instantly stiffens, his tone cautious. My lady, that doesn't look safe. But before he can finish, the woman pulls a spoon out of her dress. Apparently she just keeps it there and begins eating straight from the can. In mere moments, she empties it completely, her eyes glistening with mere tears of joy. I have plenty more if you like, Gao Pang reassures her. The knight, utterly defeated, drops to his knees in despair, muttering as if his entire existence has been disregarded. Gao Pang, meanwhile, seems to have won her favor with nothing more than a can of soup. Just then, Frosty, his ice lion familiar, bursts out of his frozen cocoon, proudly declaring that he's back to king tier. Gao Pang deduces that any monster stronger than that likely can't exist in their world yet. Otherwise, Frosty would have advanced even further. Turning back to the woman, Gao Pang politely says that it's getting late, and he only came to help Frosty level up. The woman nods and smiles. As a parting gift, she hands him a magnetic beast, explaining, with this you still be able to find my palace again. It seeks its partner beast naturally. Gao Pang thanks her and promises to send her a shipment of canned food once he's back home. My name is Bi Ching Sishan of the Bay tribe, she tells him. When my people return, I shall find you in Yuzhou. With that, an unexpected alliance and perhaps something more is quietly formed. As Gao Pang and his familiars trudge through the endless white expanse of the North Pole, he decides to explore a bit more before heading home. Such a rare journey deserves a souvenir, after all. Before long, they come across a horde of strange monsters, yellow-brown penguin-like creatures. According to the system, they're identified as yellow-brown monster penguins. Penguins? Gao Pang mutters in disbelief, watching as one waddles up to his chest height. Suddenly the entire flock starts screeching angrily. Frosty translates their cries. They are warning us to stay away from their territory. Slicey, another of Gao Pangsip's familiars, readies his blade with excitement, but Gao Pang holds him back. He ponders aloud, these creatures should be at the South Pole, not here. To avoid conflict, he tells Frosty to freeze just the ones blocking their path. The icy lion complies, but instead of retreating, the penguins grow enraged and block the way even tighter. Finally, at Gao Pang's command, Slicey moves. With a swift slash, he scalps a few of the penguins, cutting off their crests rather than their heads. Strangely enough, that alone terrifies the flock. They scatter in all directions, fleeing for their lives. With priorities like that, no wonder they're nearly extinct. Gao Pang mutters. With the penguins gone, Gao Pang approaches what they had been protecting, a frozen warship, bearing the flag of the Northern Bear region. Its cannons, radar, and most of its structure have been shattered by centuries of frost. Intrigued, Gao Pang asks Slicey which way the penguins ran. His familiar points toward a nearby cave. Curious, Gao Pang decides to investigate. Inside, he finds the remnants of an abandoned research facility, most likely the site where those penguins had been captured and experimented upon. The lab's desolation suggests a catastrophic failure or monster attack. As he explores deeper, he notes the absence of human remains. Either they escaped, took their dead with them, or something ate them. He murmurs uneasily. Right on cue, the ground trembles, and from the shadows emerges a towering creature, the level 45 Yellowbrow Emperor Penguin, carrying the title of mutant. Frosty translates its furious cries. It says humans killed its family and captured it for experiments. It wants revenge and to eat us. Gao Pang immediately bolts toward the exit, but the penguin slams its flippers down, summoning a wall of ice that seals the way out. With no other choice, Frosty leaps off Gao Pang's shoulder. I can't freeload forever, he shouts. In a blinding burst of energy, the tiny lion transforms into a massive beast, his mane blazing with crystallized frost. He lunges at the Emperor Penguin, launching a devastating ice strike, but the creature shatters it effortlessly. As expected, Frosty growls. I sipped him only at King tier again, but that doesn't mean I sipped him helpless. When the penguin counters with a storm of frozen shards, Frosty activates frost consumption, absorbing the entire attack before slashing through his enemy's icy body. Moments later, the Emperor Penguin collapses, defeated. Frosty reverts to his chibi form, panting heavily. Gao Pang approaches, impressed. That frost consumption skill, it's incredible. He then orders Slicey to carry the penguin Sip's body back. We shall study how the Northern Bear region managed this gene splicing experiment. Frosty, still catching his breath, smirks. Humans and their experiments always trying to play God, and yet, they never learn. Gao Pang silently agrees. The frozen winds howl outside the cave, carrying the lingering scent of battle and the quiet warning of what humanity's ambition can create. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, chaos was erupting outside the Lucera spatial rift, the gateway leading into the Black Fog world. At the military base guarding the rift, the commanding general stood with a grim look as a trembling officer handed him a report. The message was simple but terrifying. A massive anaconda-like monster had appeared. Its name, Black Yermongandr. The creature wasn't just powerful, it was above king tier, a threat beyond what their world could normally contain. But instead of fear, the General Sip's mind filled with greed. If I can kill it, he thought, the core crystal will be priceless. My name will be written into history. Ah, the timeless curse of mankind, lust for fame and fortune, it blinds even the strong. Before he could finish his delusions of grandeur, the ground began to quake violently. Soldiers stumbled as alarms blared. The general barely managed to summon his massive lion familiar, who scooped him up just in time. A heartbeat later, the Black Yermongandr erupted from the ground, shattering the entire base like it was made of paper. For the first time, seeing the monster's colossal body in endless coils, the general's confidence collapsed. We're doomed, he whispered. Far away in the Northern Bear region's bustling Tom's Base City, life was still calm. The Southern Sky Corporation had just opened a new branch there, and inside the bright, modern facility sat Gao Pang and his trusted partner, Old Huang. Their first batch of familiars was ready for sale. I've been watching the people here, Gao Pang said. They value strength. If a familiar is powerful, it'll be popular. Huang nodded. That Sip's true. Oh, by the way, there's Sip's trouble in Lucera. The spatial rift was closed off. They say that Black Yermongandr was discovered in deep hibernation inside the Black Fog world, and some idiot tried to cut open its brain to steal its core crystal. Gao Pang Sip's eyes widened. What? That Sip's insane. Exactly, Hong said. And now the whole rift is sealed. Panic briefly flickered across Gao Pang Sip's face. My grandpa, he was in the Black Fog world last time I checked. Relax, Huang assured him. He came back to Yuzhou City before the lockdown. He's safe. Gao Pang sighed in relief. Good. Then let's focus on this branch. If things go smoothly in Tom's, we can expand across the entire northern region. Huang smiled and gestured toward a massive cage nearby. Inside stood a ferocious creature with 6 jagged horns and gleaming eyes, the Commander Tier 6-horned Dreadwolf. This one goes on sale tomorrow, Huang said proudly. With its combat skills, healing abilities, and heightened senses, it sets the perfect hunting partner for people surviving out in the wilderness. Excellent work, Huang, Gao Peng replied. You never disappoint. He then added, arrange a showcase battle between our Dreadwolf and one of the Northern Bear region's Sep's top familiars. We'll prove its superiority firsthand. Huang agreed, mentioning that Gao Peng's new acquaintance, Bunshaft, the second son of a prominent local family, would also be attending the event to liven things up. Once Huang left, Gao Peng leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. So much is happening all at once, he muttered. I wonder how Dumby is doing in the Black Fog world. Inside the Black Fog world, Dumby, the skeletal undead overlord, stood before the Lake of 1,000 Streams, his vast army of undead stretching endlessly behind him. Across the waters, a monstrous whale-sized piranha surfaced, its jaws glinting with deadly intent. Dumby sought to add this beast to his growing army, but something else stirred beneath the swamp, a powerful aura pulsing from the depths. With a flick of his hand, Dumby cast Resurrection, summoning a long-dead creature back to life, the blue water sky toad, a monster the piranha itself had once slain. The piranha's rage was instant. As the resurrected toad leapt into battle, the lake churned violently. Dumby's undead army swarmed the beast, striking its thick hide from every direction. The piranha fought back, thrashing and devouring the undead by the dozens. But Dumby's forces were endless. With every soldier destroyed, 2 more took its place. The balance of power shifted. Slowly, the predator became the prey. In desperation, the piranha unleashed its ultimate attack, Water Dragon Tooth, a cataclysmic blast that sent torrents of water and steam erupting skyward, shaking the lake to its core. When the steam cleared, Dumby stood firm. Enough, he growled. I said I'll end this myself. He crouched low, dark flames coiling around his arm. Power surged and his skeletal form glowed with a sinister light. Then he vanished. In a blur, Dumby struck the piranha's head with a devastating punch. The impact stunned the creature, leaving it dazed long enough for Dumby to follow up with a crushing blow that shattered its skull entirely. Standing triumphantly atop its fallen body, he mocked. So this is the mighty beast of the 1,000 Streams. Pathetic. Moments later, his necrotic power spread, engulfing the piranha's body. Flesh withered, bones hardened, and soon the massive creature rose once again, reborn as one of Dumby's undead soldiers. With his new servant kneeling before him, Dumby raised his hand high. From this moment on, he declared, I am the master of the land of 1,000 Streams. The army roared in eerie unison, the sound echoing across the dead waters. Back in the northern Bear region, dawn broke softly. Gao Peng, wearing a bathrobe, sat by the window of his suite, sipping morning coffee. The TV flickered with a news report, the grand opening of Southern Sky's new familiar store in the Luaga district. Though it was not even 8 in the morning, the streets outside were packed. On the display screen above the crowd, the 6-horned Dreadwolf was shown battling the Icefall Bear, the region's previous top familiar. The crowd cheered in awe at the Dreadwolf's overwhelming power. This new familiar is incredible, one customer exclaimed. I set him getting one as soon as I can. Watching the broadcast, Gao Peng smiled faintly. The branch was a roaring success. The wolf had left a strong impression, and the northern market was officially theirs. Taking another sip of his coffee, Gao Peng looked out at the snow-covered horizon. The store was in good hands now. Huang could manage it perfectly well. That meant one thing. It was time for Gao Peng to move on and continue the next stage of his journey. Gao Peng shared the latest news with Frosty, telling him about the terrifying Black Yermong Andra, a beast so powerful that even he dared not approach it for now. Frosty, however, scoffed in his usual confident tone. There's no way that snake is above Emperor tier. After all, what Overlord tier monster would ever sleep inside the territory of another Overlord? Typical Frosty, cocky as ever. Once he had been a legendary creature, but in his chibi form, he seemed to have retained all the arrogance and none of the humility. Gao Peng could only sigh at the Frost Lion's shameless bragging. Thankfully, he was saved from more boasting when his communicator began to ring. He accepted the call, and the face of Grandpa Gao appeared on the wall screen. The old man's expression was grave. Pangsefter, his grandfather began. There's trouble brewing in Shangan again. A monster invasion seems to be coming from the Tulan Desert itself. The entire desert is moving. Gao Peng blinked in disbelief. The desert is moving? Yes, his grandfather said solemnly. And worse, its stance changing. Its stance turning into a living creature. Based on current calculations, if this continues, Shangan will be completely swallowed within 10 years. Even for a world accustomed to catastrophes, this was beyond comprehension. Gao Peng frowned deeply. That sip's insane. Grandpa Gao nodded. Exactly. That sip's why I still be heading out tomorrow to investigate the situation myself. Without hesitation, Gao Peng said, then I stip coming too. As we got an ice-type familiar now. I still be useful. The old man smiled faintly at his grandson Sip's eagerness. All right, come if you wish, but be careful. Before ending the call, he added one more thought. The desert Sep's movement is peculiar. From its path and its origin point, it seems to have been slowly approaching Chang'an ever since the beginning of the catastrophe. Something in that city might be drawing it closer. Gao Pang narrowed his eyes, something attracting the desert. The mystery deepened. The next morning, the two of them soared above the vast shifting sands aboard the mighty white dragon. From above, Gao Pang saw no signs of life. The system detected nothing. No monsters, no energy fluctuations, just endless dunes that somehow moved as if alive. The sands weren't merely shifting with the wind, they were consuming the ground itself, spreading wider and stronger. Even Frosty was uneasy. Strange. Not a single creature. Deserts are never this empty. As if to punctuate his words, the treasure-sniffing mouse, who had been napping in Gao Peng's pack, suddenly jolted awake. It squeaked wildly and tried to leap off the dragon's back. Whoa, calm down. Gao Peng grabbed the mouse just in time. What sip's gotten into you? Before he could get an answer, beams of radiant energy rained down from above. White Dragon had unleashed a barrage of light directly into the sands. I said found it, the dragon thundered. The desert floor exploded under the barrage, and through the collapsing dunes, a writhing cluster of white tentacles emerged from beneath the surface. What in the world? Gao Peng stared. The treasure-sniffing mouse chittered frantically, pointing downward. It had sensed something beneath those tentacles. With his grandfather Sit's permission, Gao Peng leapt down, landing in the hot sand. Frosty, freeze this whole section. The frost lion obeyed, blasting a massive zone with glacial energy until the sand turned to solid ice. Goldie, break it open. The golden familiar charged forward and shattered the frozen crust with a fiery blast. Beneath the shards of ice lay something horrifying. A pulsating mass of flesh, nerves, and tentacles. The system quickly identified it as a level 51 king-tier beast, a psychic type known as the Brain of Growth. Gao Peng Sep's stomach twisted. That Sep's is disgusting. Before he could react further, the grotesque brain began to crawl away, its tendrils dragging it through the sand. Goldie, stop it, Gao Peng ordered. The golden familiar lunged forward, cleaving through dozens of tentacles with precise strikes, but before he could finish it off, Goldie froze mid-attack, his body trembling. What? Gao Peng gasped as Goldie's eyes glazed over. The beast had been caught in a mental illusion. Inside that illusion, Goldie saw Gao Peng turning away from him, saying, "You are too expensive to raise. I'm abandoning you." The nightmare crushed him with guilt and self-blame. Outside, Gao Peng felt a wave of psychic nausea but quickly steadied himself. Thanks to the soul fire inherited from Dumby, he resisted the illusion's pull. Looking around, however, he saw his other familiars, Goldie, Daisy, even the mouse, all trapped in their own guilt-ridden dreams, murmuring apologies in their sleep. Frosty floated beside him, chuckling. Hilarious. They are all confessing their sins. Should I end it? Gao Peng smirked. Not yet. Let Stitz hear what else they have done behind my back. A little later, Grandpa Gao descended, landing beside the frozen pit. What in the world? The brain monster was trapped between icy pillars, twitching weakly. Despite being fully exposed to the elements, it showed no signs of damage or dehydration. This thing was using its psychic power to move the desert, Gao Peng explained. I thought you might want to form a contract with it. The old man shook his head. I don't have the soul strength to control another king-tier beast. In that case, Gao Peng said, eyes gleaming, I'll take it myself. It's not every day you find a psychic type like this. As he prepared to make the contract, a faint voice echoed in his mind. Please, wait. Gao Peng froze. The voice was that of a young boy. He realized the brain was speaking to him telepathically. Who are you? Gao Peng asked aloud. And why are you moving the desert toward Chang'an? The creature's form began to shimmer, and in his mind's eye, Gao Peng saw a human image, a weary man with sorrowful eyes. My name was Wang Jiang, the voice said. 5 years ago when the cataclysm began, I was hiking in this desert. A massive sandstorm struck, and I changed. The day it happened was a week before my daughter Sip's birthday. Before the catastrophe 5 years ago, it had been a man named Wang Jiang. While hiking through the desert, he was caught in a massive sandstorm that transformed him into this monstrous form. His daughter's birthday had been just a week away, and ever since, he'd been trying to return to Chang'an City to sing her a birthday song. Goldie was moved to tears, though Gao Peng stayed composed. Wang Jiang explained that he was the desert now, his consciousness bound to it. He could never leave. Gao Peng offered him two choices: surrender and become his familiar, or be fed to Dazi, who was already looking eager. The brain sep's image shifted into that of a woman as it hesitated, asking what it would gain by submitting. Goldie lost his patience, slapping the creature Sip's psychic form and shouting, "How dare you negotiate right now?" Gao Pang Sep's being kind. Eventually, the brain yielded and became Gao Pang's familiar, earning the nickname Brainy. Through their connection, Gao Pang glimpsed the inside of Brainy's psyche. Countless memories floated there, most from lesser creatures, but 7 belonged to humans, victims of the initial catastrophe, not Brainy's doing. Gao Pang learned that Brainy's eye served as both a visual organ and a mouth, capable of releasing memory fragments to fuel its psychic growth. Back in the real world, Gao Pang instructed Brainy to relinquish control over the desert. Though the sands would continue shifting, they would no longer move toward Chang'an. At that moment, Goldie asked if the treasure-sniffing mouse had survived. As if on cue, the mouse burst out of the sand, shouting about treasure. Gao Pang sighed, turning to Brainy for clarification. The brain explained that what lay below were merely parasitic creatures feeding off its body. Moments later, the parasites emerged, demonic sand trees, themselves infested by parasite beetles. While Gao Pang marveled at the bizarre ecosystem, the mouse began digging furiously. To everyone's surprise, it unearthed something incredible. A massive white jade bone slab etched with intricate red patterns. It was identical to the one they discovered earlier in the Dali Desert. Reactions were mixed. Grandpa was proud, Gao Pang was exasperated, and the mouse was disturbingly overjoyed. With the desert incident settled, Gao Pang and his grandfather prepared for their next stop, Hong Base City. 3 days later they arrived atop White Dragon. As they flew in, Grandpa began sharing a history lesson about the region. A dense tale of past prosperity, war, and mystery. Gao Pang barely managed to stay awake through it. What caught his attention, however, was the recent discovery. Strange noises and flickering lights had been reported near Mount Dun, along with the appearance of army tents and flagpoles. A Lord-tier monster trainer had been dispatched to investigate, but reported nothing unusual. Gao Pang quickly deduced that the truth had been hidden. His grandfather confirmed this. The official report was a cover-up. The trainer had found something, a flag on Mount Dun, and that flag had come to life. Puzzled, Gao Pang followed his grandfather to the mountain's peak. There, amid a military outpost, he heard someone shouting ridiculous slogans about bringing glory to the Hun dynasty and making enemies taste steel. When they reached the top, Gao Pang saw the culprit, a level 46 Lord-tier military flag, being held upright by a level 45 land terror alligator. He stared at the bizarre sight in stunned silence. A flag, a literal flag, was somehow a Lord-tier monster. Just then, a buff but kind-faced older man approached Gao Pang and his grandfather, striking up a friendly conversation. Grandpa Ji smiled and introduced him as Uncle Lu, the very friend who had shared information about the rare ingredient Gao Pang had been searching for earlier. Gao Pang bowed respectfully and thanked him, but Lu only laughed it off, his easygoing manner matching his broad frame. He then pulled out a strange-looking rock that he had discovered while subduing the confirmant flag. Recognizing it immediately, Gao Pang's eyes widened. It was a rare evolutionary material he had been seeking. He thanked Lu sincerely and promised his help in return if the man ever needed it. Lu just waved off the gratitude and invited them both to join him for dinner instead. Handing the rock to Dazi, Gao Pang warned him to handle it carefully. It was crucial for his evolution. Dazi, not particularly interested in carrying the heavy thing, bribed Goldie with 10,000 alliance credits and a box of salted fish to take it instead. It was a ridiculous deal, but Goldie eagerly accepted. The smug grin on his face said it all. He had planned this from the start, knowing full well how easily Dazi could be manipulated. Later that evening, at Lu's home, Grandpa G teased his old friend for being unable to butcher the Ghostfire crow he was preparing for dinner. Lu defended himself immediately, insisting that the bird was Lord tier, and even cutting through its hide was an achievement. Curious, Gao Pang stepped forward and asked if he could give it a try. Lu, impressed by the young man's enthusiasm, handed it over. Within moments, Gao Pang had Dazi bite off one of the crow's claws, then used that very claw to craft a makeshift blade. Using the bird's own weapon against it, he expertly sliced through the thick hide and carved up the entire carcass in mere minutes, turning a difficult task into effortless artistry. Lu watched, wide-eyed, as Gao Pang worked. Even Grandpa G chuckled, clearly proud of his grandson's skill. Goldie and the others began preparing kebab skewers, though it was mostly Goldie doing the actual work while muttering about payment. Internally, Lu was stunned. Cutting through Ghostfire crow flesh, even with its own claw, was something only someone of immense strength and precision could do. Just then, a group of strangers burst into the room, interrupting the calm. Lu frowned and asked who they were. They introduced themselves as officials from Hunan Bay City and quickly explained that a plague had broken out, forcing the city into quarantine. Confused, Lu asked what he could possibly do about that. He wasn't a doctor, a valid point, but the lead girl insisted that monsters infected by the virus were growing violent, and Lu, being an elite trainer, was their best hope to contain them. Before he could respond, Grandpa Gi and Gao Pang stepped outside as well. Lu immediately tried to clarify the misunderstanding. He wasn't some great trainer. In fact, he admitted, he'd barely managed to form contracts with his two familiars by sheer dumb luck. He wanted to help, but he simply didn't have the necessary skills. Gao Pang, however, was already thinking ahead. If monsters were mutating because of this infection, then it was no ordinary plague. He turned to his grandfather and quietly said that they should investigate. Later that night, the trio arrived at a hospital in Hunan City, where they were shown the medical reports of 3 infected patients, each representing a different stage of exposure. The first patient, a woman infected 3 days ago, appeared mostly fine, though her intelligence was declining rapidly. The second, a man infected 2 weeks ago, looked like something straight out of a horror movie, half zombie, half human, eyes hollow, skin gray. And the third, a man exposed for over a month, was somehow no longer infectious, though his body bore the marks of something far from human. Intrigued, Gao Pang asked for permission to examine the third patient up close. The ward had been specially reinforced. It could withstand the attacks of a commander-tier monster for an hour. As Gao Pang approached, the creature sensed him. What had once been a man now moved like a beast, its limbs jerking violently as it slammed into the glass with a guttural scream. Gao Pang quickly activated his system to analyze it. The data identified it as a mutated monster, the result of infection by the green plague bug. The bug reproduced by scattering microscopic fragments of itself, capable of surviving even the harshest environments. Realizing the danger, Gao Pang mentally contacted Brainy, ordering a psychic scan of the hospital. From high above, carried by Flemmy, Brainy projected a mental snapshot directly into Gao Pang's mind, and what Gao Pang saw made his stomach twist. The larvae of the green plague bug were everywhere, embedded in walls, hidden in the air vents, even scattered across the floors. The nearby doctor noticed his sudden shock, but Gao Pang quickly disguised it as fear of the patient's horrific state. Keeping his composure, he left the ward and contacted Uncle Lu again to discuss next steps. As he walked, he told Brainy to scan the entire city. A moment later, Brainy's telepathic voice came back, cold and grim. The larvae hadn't spread across the whole city yet, but they were getting dangerously close. Realizing that killing the larvae would be pointless unless they destroyed the parent insect, Gao Pang asked the young woman to take him to where the plague had first broken out. She led him to the Nansong Orthopedic Hospital, the epicenter of the outbreak. By the time authorities realized what was happening, over 90% of the staff had already been infected. That was Gao Pang's first clue, and the beginning of uncovering the horrifying truth behind the plague. At that imperial court Grandpa Gi was talking about, the highest seat belonged to none other than the old man himself. Naturally, he grew embarrassed when Gao Pang mentioned it so bluntly. Sensing his discomfort, Gao Pang quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. He pointed out that the rebel groups currently shaking up the world seemed completely disorganized. Their actions lacked any real coordination. Some attacked the 12 elders directly, others challenged them to duels, while a few ignored them entirely. Grandpa Get snorted and said these were nothing but fame-hungry thugs. The title of elder, he added, was just an empty label anyway, one he himself once held but never cared enough to claim. Just as he said this, Huang entered the room, his expression grim. He reported that the situation outside was deteriorating rapidly. 5 regions had already declared independence, and all 5 were sanctioned by the world government. Now that number had grown to 7, and one of the 12 elders, Elder Bo Duo, had been found dead, his familiar slain alongside him. Huang revealed that the culprit was a 22-year-old tamer named Huang. Arrogant, reckless, and in possession of a king-tier familiar, known as the Dark Aura. He then played a video showing the creature in battle, allowing Gao Pang to analyze it through his system. It was a dark-type close-combat beast, much like the White Dragon. Huang further explained that Huan had been boasting about his familiar being stronger than both Gao Pang and Grandpa Ji. Grandpa Ji merely shrugged. "Let the kid talk," he said, probably drunk on his own ego. Gao Pang agreed. They had no interest in chasing down a loud-mouthed rookie. Instead, they shifted focus to Huang's new discovery, the concentration stone. According to reports, witnesses claimed that the stone transformed into a flying beast at night and reverted to stone at dawn, resting at the foot of Goddess Peak. Intrigued, Gao Pang made up his mind. He convinced his grandfather to join him on an expedition to Goddess Peak the next morning, the first day of the Lunar New Year. It would also be the perfect opportunity for Daozi to evolve. In the background, the centipede familiar puffed up proudly, bragging that he would soon surpass all his brothers. Meanwhile, on a vast lake, 2 sisters rowed a small boat. The younger pointed toward a strange fisherman nearby, but the older one quickly scolded her for being rude. Before either could react, the surface of the water erupted. The monstrous white crocodile king burst forth, charging straight toward them. The younger sister screamed, asking why it was attacking when they had already made their yearly offering. Her sister shook her head. "It's not after us," she said. "It's going for that fisherman." Panicked, the girl yelled for the fisherman to run, but the stranger didn't move. Instead, the rocks beneath him began to rise, and Gao Peng revealed himself, perched atop Stripey in full glory. The crocodile froze in terror and tried to retreat, but at Gao Peng's command, Stripey struck it down effortlessly. The lake fell silent. The creature the locals once worshipped had just been slain in an instant. Later, while studying his map, Gao Peng concluded they were nearing Goddess Peak. Hearing the faint sound of pages flipping nearby, he went to investigate and discovered a mysterious mountain known as Fawn Peak, said to be where the Great Yu once stopped a flood using a sacred book. Jokingly, Gao Peng wondered aloud if a book would fly out of the mountain. To his astonishment, one did. The floating tome glided through the air toward Goddess Peak. Without hesitation, Gao Peng and his familiars followed. After some travel, and a quick snack for Stripey, they reached the mountain's summit. High above the clouds, Gao Peng saw what appeared to be a dragon in the distance, but as he focused his vision, the system's display revealed something even stranger, a pair of glowing scissors. It identified them as the concentration stone. Overjoyed, Gao Peng led his familiars forward, tracking the stone until they stumbled upon a hidden valley unlike anything in the outside world. There, he saw a woman gracefully dancing amidst the mist. Curious, he approached, only to realize the woman was nothing more than a stone statue. The dance an illusion. Before he could explore further, a powerful voice boomed through the valley. A level 50 Holy Spring spirit appeared, eyes blazing with hostility. "Die, trespassers," it roared. Gao Peng tried reasoning with it, but it was too far gone for talk. As he prepared for battle, a new threat emerged, a legendary grade monster known as the Dragon Decapitation Water Spirit. In an instant, countless mirage-like copies appeared, mimicking Strippy and other familiars. Fortunately, these clones were all under level 50, still manageable. The spirits unleashed a water barrier technique, attempting to drown Gao Peng and his partner, but the skill had no effect on them. Without flinching, Gao Peng countered. "Strippy, take them down but don't kill them," he commanded. And just like that, the battle for Goddess Peak began, and the chapter of the Dragon Decapitation Water Spirit came to an end. It might sound strange, but Gao Peng and his pets are currently battling rocks. Yes, actual living rocks. Fortunately, Gao Peng's companions are far too powerful to lose against such low-level creatures. Within moments, the rocky opponents are completely defeated. One of them, the Holy Lake Spirit, reverts into the form of a small blue teacup, a rather humiliating transformation for a once proud creature. Gao Peng raises an eyebrow as a system window appears above the cup, informing him that this monster can be fused. While he's still wondering what that means, another monster makes a break for it. It takes to the sky, casting an illusion that momentarily stuns Gao Peng, but before it can escape, Stripey attacks, unleashing Disaster Cloud, striking the creature down from midair. The fallen rock, known as the Goddess Stone, turns pitch black and emits the smell of smoke. Among its ashes, Gao Peng finds another system prompt, this one also claiming that this monster can be fused. Gao Peng can set help, but laughed to himself. What is this? A fusion monster bargain sale? Meanwhile, another enemy attempts to burrow underground using its earth attribute. Unfortunately for it, Stripey also commands earth powers, and far superior ones at that. In moments the creature is trapped, encased in shimmering crystal-like projections summoned from the ground. By the time Gao Peng finishes clearing the area, he's acquired 2 concentration stones, though one is slightly smaller than the other, and 3 fusion-capable monsters. With all his objectives achieved, and then some, Gao Peng departs from Wu Gorge, riding atop Stripey. But on the highway running along the Wu Gorge River, one of the concentration stones begins acting strangely. Before Gao Peng can react, he's blindsided by a pair of strange humanoid kids with oranges for hats. According to the system, these are Orange Tree monsters, commander-tier beings. They call him Master, and offer him oranges. Gao Peng quickly realizes that these creatures are the evolved forms of the orange trees that had once grown on Stripey's head. Unfortunately, one of the concentration stones was used up to evolve them into this humanoid form. Deciding to roll with it, Gao Peng names the kids Nuju and Baze, instructing them to introduce themselves publicly as orange delivery children. A ridiculous excuse, but it'll have to do. A little later, along their journey, Gao Peng unexpectedly reunites with an old high school friend, Chun Hun Chiaya. After convincing his uncle Li to let Chun approach, the two friends catch up. Chun flatters Gao Peng endlessly and jokes around, while Nunju randomly offers him an orange. Chun laughs at how little Gao has changed since their school days. Toward the end of their chat, Chun reveals that he's heading toward the Golden Buddhist Mountain for an extermination mission involving mutated monsters. The Explorers Union suspects a particularly dangerous variant in that region, one that's shown unusual aggression toward humans. As the two friends part ways, Gao Pang can't help but wonder if Chun will be alright. Later, Gao Pang returns to his Lake Villa laboratory with his odd little entourage. While the orange kids pester his lab assistant, Gao Pang prepares Dai, his pet centipede, for its long-awaited evolution. He warns Doi repeatedly about the irreversible nature of this process, but Doi's impatience wins out. Ignoring the warnings, Doi demands they start immediately. Gao sighs, preparing a massive syringe filled with the evolution serum. Just as he steps about to inject it, Doi grabs the syringe and drinks the fluid himself. Gao stares in disbelief. Wrong kind of shot, little guy. Instantly, a volatile reaction begins. The lab starts shaking as energy surges through the creature. Gao Pang quickly grabs his assistant, fleeing the building. They barely make it to the lake outside before the entire lab erupts in a pillar of purple light, the explosion echoing across the valley. His assistant stammers, "The lab just exploded," but Gao Pang simply shrugs, replying, "That's fine. I was planning to move to a new lab anyway." From a safe distance, Gao observes the aftermath. The energy emission confirms a successful evolution. At his mental command, Doi emerges, debris floating around him as his new power flares. From the rubble, a dark golden centipede dragon rises, exuding pure dominance. In a faraway mountain, even the grand white dragon senses the birth of another dragon. As Gao Pang scrolls through Doi's updated skill list, he pauses at one oddly titled ability that sounds suspiciously like an insult. Still, Doi doesn't care. His only concern is that he now has 4 claws instead of 6. Gao Pang reminds him that this is normal. After all, he's no longer a pure centipede. With Doi's evolution complete, Gao Pang finally turns his focus to the 3 fusion monsters sealed in his dungeon. Fusing them will require rare materials, but considering their compatibility, it might not be as difficult as he expects. And with that thought, Gao Pang's next grand experiment begins. Suddenly, Gao Pang's system beeps. An incoming video call. The caller ID makes his heart drop. It's his old friend Chunin Jia. The moment Gao answers, he steps greeted by a horrifying sight. Chunin's face is bloodied, bruised, and filled with desperation. He steps shouting for help, gasping between words. Before the signal cuts out, Chunin manages to say one thing: Golden Buddhist Mountain. Sunrise draw. The call ends abruptly. Gao Pang's expression darkens. His instincts had been warning him that something might go wrong, and now his fears are confirmed. Without wasting a second, he leaps onto Dazi, his newly evolved centipede dragon, and soars into the sky toward the mountain. From high above, Gao Pang spots movement, what looks like survivors. But when the system scans them, the truth leaves him stunned. These aren't humans at all. They're decomposing deer, mutated by pollution into grotesque abominations. Gao quickly notes that despite their terrifying appearance, none of them are even commander tier. There's no way such weak creatures could have wiped out Chunin's team, who had 7 commander tier members. As he orders Dazi to descend for a closer look, a massive hand bursts out of the greenery, attempting to grab the dragon midair. Dazi reacts instantly, unleashing a surge of lightning that obliterates the arm in an instant. Gao's eyes follow the source of the attack, and what he sees below makes his jaw tighten. A group of masked men stands among the trees, accompanied by monstrous beings. He wonders if these could be the same faction responsible for attacking the elders of other regions. Then, the system display fills with readings. Lord Tier Level 49, Infernal Incinerator. Lord Tier Level 47, Three-Eyed Crow General. Lord Tier Level 46, Giant Radioactive Spider. Lord Tier Level 48, Phytophagus Symbiotic Moss. Each reading confirms Gao Pang's suspicion. These monsters were carefully bred and prepared to take him down. The Three-Eyed Crow General strikes first, casting a cursed spell that hits Gao Pang and his familiars. For a brief second, Gao feels a sharp pain in his head, but thanks to his linked bond, the damage transfers straight to Stripey, who tanks it without issue. Gao remains completely unharmed. His other familiars barely feel a thing. Frosty's energy drops by 1%, Slicey by 5, and Dazi by 3. A small smirk crosses Gao's face. Down below, the masked attackers cheer, thinking their spell worked. They have no idea it's been completely nullified. As their monsters unleash a combined barrage of attacks, Gao doesn't even flinch. With a calm command, he says, "Dazi, Lightning World, Purgatory." A blinding flash engulfs the battlefield. Thunder roars across the mountain as Dazi's power annihilates both their attacks and their spirits in a single devastating burst. When the light fades, Dazi looms at full height, eyes glowing with contempt. The lead masked man stumbles backward, trembling. "What in the world is that thing?" he mutters. hastily raising a shield of energy. Another voice behind him whispers, "Even Tyranno Masato Sip's familiars don't have that kind of firepower." Up in the air, Gao Peng hovers above them, arms crossed. His voice carries like thunder. "Are you from Mian? Are there more of you? If not, you die here." The lead rogue scoffs, shouting back, "Arrogant brat, you think you can?" Before he can finish, Gao interrupts coldly, "You still talking after losing your strongest monsters." The rogue snaps and orders his infernal incinerator to attack again. Gao doesn't even blink. He turns to Slicey and says casually, "Wipe them all out." Slicey vanishes in an instant, reappearing among the enemies. In one swift slash, several masked men collapse, cut down before they can even react. Panic spreads through their ranks. "That's an assassin-type familiar. Retreat," one of them shouts. But Gao Peng is done playing around. He jumps off Dazi's back, allowing the dragon to fight without restraint. "Give them a quick death," he orders. That single line carries more chill than Frosty's coldest blast. Dazi lunges forward. His claw pierces straight through the crow general, shattering it midair. The incinerator retaliates, its fiery limbs colliding against Dazi's scales, but Dazi endures the hit and smashes the creature away with his massive tail. Then, from the distance, a giant crab appears flying somehow, and the incinerator climbs atop it. Together, they charge at Dazi like a bizarre flaming cavalry. Unfortunately for them, their teamwork proves useless. Dazi uses their limited mobility against them, impaling the crab effortlessly. The incinerator leaps upward and manages to land a hit as it falls, but all it does is enrage the centipede dragon. With fury burning in his eyes, Dazi activates one of his new abilities, Heart of Blaze. A blinding explosion of golden fire erupts. When the flames die out, the infernal incinerator is gone, reduced to ashes, save for a single charred hand. Hovering above the destruction, Gao Peng lets out a satisfied breath. He feels a surge of pride as his system reports the defeat of all hostile entities. "Dazi," he commands, "chase down the two who escaped." Once the dragon departs, Gao lands beside Shunanje, who's now bandaged with a sling around his arm. Shunan starts to apologize for dragging Gao into this, but Gao quickly cuts him off with a reassuring smile. "That's fine," he says firmly. "You stay alive. That's what matters." After the battle, Gao Peng receives an apology from Chun. After all, the attackers had been after him in the first place, and Chun was only caught in the middle. Gao feels he should be the one apologizing, but before he can insist, Chun's father arrives. The older man clasps his son's shoulder, speaking bluntly about resilience. This is a minor setback they must recover from, like any challenge before. His face grows serious as he thanks Gao Peng sincerely for saving them, and insists none of this is Gao's fault. If anything, he says, they should have been strong enough to protect their familiars. The responsibility lies with them. Hearing Chun's father speak with such fierce conviction about survival of the fittest, Gao Peng can only admire the man's tenacity. At that moment, a small worm-like creature erupts from the ground nearby and surprises them all. Chun freezes. This is a familiar he once forced into a contract years ago. He had expected it to flee or hate him, not to return. Seeing the creature come back, Chun's eyes go soft with something like relief. Gao Peng, having watched enough, gently asks Chun about his future plans and whether he would consider joining the Southern Sky Group. The offer is generous, but Chun is wary. He warns Gao that they have already lost everything. His monster hunting party is finished. He even cancelled his blood contract with the little worm to prevent it from being targeted as his familiar. Gao Peng simply smiles and tells him that a person's character is worth more than any contract. The fact that the worm returned proves Chun has a good heart. Encouraged by his familiar's sudden affection, Chun meets Gao Peng's gaze with new resolve and accepts the offer. They will work for the Southern Sky Group. Their immediate plan is simple and hard: return home and prepare to take revenge for what happened today. The mood is ominous, and Gao Peng loves it. Back at the lake, Gao Peng calls for brandy, only to find the lake already brimming with an army of aquatic minions. Children of the water, it seems. He suppresses a sigh and, ignoring the absurdity of it all, points to two captured robed men. He asks Brandy if he can extract their memories to discover who ordered the attack. Brandy warns that the process leaves the victim brain dead. Gao Peng waves away the moral calculus. He only wants answers. With a single granted nod, the tentacled creature launches itself at the captives and begins the extraction. After the memory probe, Brandy reports what little useful information he could salvage. The two men were originally from the Yingyi region. After infiltrating Nihan, they were dispatched by the Nian region to assassinate Gao Peng. Their final orders had been to pose as agents of a nameless organization. That is all the captives revealed. There is no clear master behind the scheme, only confusion and gaps. Gao Peng frowns. The trail has been deliberately obscured. Behind him, Flamey urges action. If these men are enemies, he says bluntly, they should be disposed of. Primitive, perhaps, but not wrong. Gao agrees in spirit. He wants a reason, but for now, an excuse will suffice. They will use this as the spark for a response. Elsewhere, in the Black Fog world, Dumby has been busy. He has subjugated hundreds, if not thousands of undead. He summons 3 powerful minions: the Broken Jade Devil Spirit, the 6-tailed Heavenly Fox Skeleton, and the Stone Mountain Elephant Skeleton. After dismissing his lesser thralls, Dumby absorbs the accumulated energy of his army. Flames ignite in his eyes. His power surges higher than ever. A horrific grin spreads across his face. It is time he decides to return home to his master. Back at the lake, Gao Peng's familiars suddenly sense a familiar presence. A spatial rift tears open before them, and Dumby steps through, kneeling before Gao Peng in deference. He announces his new strength. He is now level 59. Dumby praises his progress. Gao Peng embraces him with a shoulder hug and replies that, now that he has returned, it is time to go overseas for a mission. Rumors say a night parade of 100 demons appeared in the Neon region after the cataclysm. They will investigate. As they prepare to leave, the familiars bicker in the background about Goldie being a brainless buffoon. It is the usual sort of argument, annoying, familiar, and oddly comforting. Later that day, Gao Peng lands on a beach in the Nihan region and encounters men harvesting odd objects from the sand. When he questions them, they claim to collect what they call white meat conches. They scrape the flesh from these shells once it becomes visible and use it for sashimi. Something about the practice smells wrong. Gao Peng checks the status window. The flesh and blood of these conches contain potent addictive toxins that alter brain chemistry and eventually cause paralysis. The men are already deeply addicted. Gao Peng warns them to stop, but the addiction runs too deep. They offer him some, he refuses, telling them to keep their catch and to point him toward the nearest settlement. They name the place Tissing Island and tell him he is still far from the capital. Gao Peng recalls the name Tyranno Masakato, the capital's enforcer, who had previously opposed him. Now bitter with a promise of payback, Gao Peng turns his thoughts toward the capital and what comes next. A thick shroud of darkness suddenly envelops one of the grand skyscrapers in the capital. Inside, an old man Masakato sits calmly in his chamber, but that calm is broken when one of his familiars warns him a powerful presence is approaching from the west. Masakato walks to the window, peering out over the glittering city, and his eyes narrow when he sees it. A massive swarm of flying undead heading straight toward them. Without hesitation, he commands his familiar Haisha to intercept the incoming threat. The shadowy beast steps forward, its body morphing as it takes on a humanoid form. Before taking flight, Haisha turns to the civilians below and orders them to evacuate. Then, in a blur of motion, it rockets upward and dives into the incoming swarm, ready to engage. But Masakato doesn't get a moment to relax. A communication alert pops up before him, a video call from one of his subordinates. The man's face is pale as he reports, "Sir, a new spatial rift has opened near Shikoku. The almighty cherry skytree is under attack by a mysterious monster trainer who came through the rift." Masakato freezes, unable to comprehend how anyone could be bold enough or strong enough to attack that sacred tree. But before he can even process the news, Gao Peng and Flamey arrive on the battlefield outside. Haisha's power is immense, and even Dumby's undead army struggles to hold their ground. Seeing this, Frosty climbs onto Flammy's head and unleashes a devastating ice storm, blanketing the sky in a flurry of freezing wind. The first blast only slows Haisha slightly, but the second, that one seals its fate. Frosty channels his full power, and Haisha is instantly frozen solid, encased in a massive block of ice, like something straight out of Avatar. The frozen beast plummets to the ground, smashing into the concrete below. From his rooftop vantage point, Masakato and his men are left speechless. The battle had ended in seconds. Before anyone can react further, a massive surge of energy erupts from the distance. Gao Peng looks toward it sharply, and Frosty reports that a powerful familiar has just died nearby. Gao's expression darkens. That energy, it must be the cherry skytree, he mutters. The realization stuns him. The cherry skytree was a level 54 monster, an epic grade being with extraordinary regenerative powers. For something or someone to kill it that easily, it defies logic. Still, Gao Peng pushes the thought aside for now. He descends gracefully onto the rooftop where Masakato stands and greets him in the native Mian language. Calmly, Gao explains that he's come because of an assassination attempt made on his life by people from the Japanese region. He even shows a video recording of the interrogation as proof, assuring Masakato that he wishes only to clear up any misunderstandings and prevent tension between their regions. As they talk, Gao's gaze flicks toward the massive beast standing beside Masakato, a giant chicken-like creature named Guy, a level 47 familiar with potent poison-based abilities. But before he can say more, Masakato surprises him by responding fluently in the Kua region's language, revealing that he once studied there. Masakato's tone remains calm but firm. "I am willing to speak openly," Gao Pang, he says, and I still overlook the damage done to my familiar, but then, his eyes narrow slightly. However, before that, there sips something you must see. He retrieves a sleek black box and activates it. A hologram flickers to life, displaying a scene of absolute devastation. Entire landscapes are torn apart. The last frame shows the face of a strange man, surrounded by several others and a horde of monstrous beasts, unlike anything known to the world. Then, one of those creatures notices the drone recording the footage, and the feed cuts to static. Masakado looks at Gao Pang grimly. We ran his face through every recognition database, every software we have, he says, but nothing came up. No matches, not even a trace. He pauses, and considering our technology is the most advanced in the region, there steps only one explanation. Something, or someone, far beyond their understanding has entered their world. Gao Pang has a theory of his own. When he traveled to the North Pole and met Bi Ching Yan, he pieced together a fragment of history. Long ago, Earth was home to a civilization of monsters and trainers. That civilization abandoned the world long before the cataclysm, but they planned to return once conditions became suitable again. Gao Pang suspects the newcomers they are facing now are descendants of that lost civilization, and their intentions are anything but friendly. Masakado admits his forces cannot match these invaders and asks Gao Pang for aid on behalf of both their regions. Gao Pang agrees, but on two hard lines. First, he will only communicate via real-time broadcast, no face-to-face parley. Second, if the enemy proves overwhelmingly strong, Gao Pang will withdraw from the region at once. Sensible, he thinks, he would have left already otherwise. Masakado accepts both conditions and immediately starts mobilizing the best fighters he can send. Far from the negotiation, over the edge of a major city, a group of green-haired individuals from the drone footage watches the skyline and speaks of conquest. Their leader Tang Mo scornfully judges Earth's inhabitants as inferior. Ying, the man whose face had appeared in the footage, prepares to test any approaching threat with his black lightning eagle. Masakado calls Gao Pang through an earpiece and announces that he is at the exact coordinates shown in the footage. Gao Pang watches the live feed and reads the situation like a script. As Masakado thanks him for coming, a black ominous bird suddenly soars toward the rooftop where the men stand. Believing it to be a formal greeting, Masakado is unprepared. The eagle strikes without warning. A massive lightning blast obliterates the drone inside Masakado's control room. Panic erupts among Masakado's men. Gao Pang's chest tightens. He silently realizes Masakado's life is now in grave danger. The speed and power of that strike tell him everything. The attackers' familiars are at least king tier. The attackers quickly re-establish their feed and announce their destination. Haida Base City. Gao Pang studies the visible familiars on the screens and notes a chilling fact. Not a single one is below peak king tier. If even one of them were legendary, Gao Pang would have no option but to retreat. For now, however, both sides possess familiars of comparable rank. The battle will hinge on the familiars' grades and the trainers' tactics. Outside Haida, the Tong group argue over strategy. Ling urges withdrawal. A city's population outnumbers their tribe. Powerful trainers must surely live within. This will be a dangerous place to provoke. Tong Seong echoes her caution. They have completed their reconnaissance. Leave now. But Tang Mo, a doctor-like strategist with an inflated ego, insists on making a show of force. He wants a strong opponent to challenge him. He unleashes his prideful weapon, a one-eyed giant demon he claims is the strongest familiar the planet has ever seen. 10 minutes pass. The Tongs stare at the city, perplexed by the lack of response. Tang Mo begins to scoff that the city must lack trainers. Then Ying calls out, "Someone is approaching from the sky." Gao Pang sits inside a military helicopter, piloted by one of Masakado's men. As soon as they enter range, Tang Mo's lightning eagle dives to strike. Gao Pang barely blinks. He orders Frosty into action. Frosty crystallizes the helicopter in an instant. The eagle slams into the frozen shell and is repelled. Tang Mo, stunned, misreads the scene and believes he is facing an ice metal dual attribute beast. He shrugs it off and commands his one-eyed demon to fire. The Cyclops' beam tears through the aircraft. The helicopter is wrecked and begins a death spiral. Gao Pang tells the pilot to eject and to survive. He will handle the rest. Gao Pang descends on platforms of ice conjured by Frosty, a display as majestic as it is tactical. As he arrives, Frosty seals Tang Mo's demon within a colossal iceberg. Tang Mo orders his ally Tong Seong to wake the demon with his six-tusk Brahmin elephant's power. Tong Yang sends his lightning eagle back to re-engage the airborne combatants, betting that the ice platforms will leave Gao Pang at a disadvantage. He is wrong. Gao Pang summons Dumby to take the ground fight. The Tongs are stunned. In their world, only a holy figure can command more than one familiar, and Gao Pang now fields multiple. The battlefield above the city fills with more of Gao Pang's squad. The sight demolishes any assumptions the invaders held. Dumby wastes no time. He unleashes Yin Soul Dominator, a brutal technique that crushes Ying's black lightning eagle. The beast collapses to the earth. Ying follows, blood betraying the fall. Chaos erupts. Tong Yang signals retreat. Tong Xiang orders his elephant to drive the attackers back and flee, but Dumby is already on them, relentless. Panic grips the Tong ranks. Their plan to cow a single city has collapsed into a rout. Gao Peng's intervention has not only saved Masakado's side for the moment, it has shattered the attackers' confidence. Unfortunately for Tong Xiang, his elephant was no match for what came next. With terrifying ease, Dumby grabbed the massive creature with one hand and drew the soul right out of it. I should call her, he murmured, then stopped himself. Anyway, with the elephant out of commission just like that, Dumby made quick work of Tong Xiang and his comrades. When they were all lying unconscious on the ground, Gao Peng stood over them, cold and calculating. He ordered Dumby to tie them up before waking them. He wanted answers, and fast. While that was happening, Frosty Sip's attention shifted toward Tong Mo and his demon, both still encased in solid ice. Gao Peng glanced over and commented that they didn't really need any more hostages. Casually he told Frosty to shatter them. The cruel command caught the others off guard, but Frosty obeyed without hesitation. With a simple snap of his fingers, he killed them both. Later, when the remaining Tong warriors awoke, Tubby took charge of his group. He tried to plead with Gao Peng, speaking rapidly in his native tongue, but Gao couldn't understand a word. Thankfully, Frosty knew enough to act as translator. Through him, Gao learned that these captives were from the Tong tribe, children of their high priest and the vice captain of their hunting squad. Worse still, the one Gao had just ordered Frosty to kill was the son of their patriarch. Gao Peng froze. He immediately realized how bad the situation was. His mind began racing, analyzing, calculating, searching for options. But the longer he thought, the darker his conclusions became. Finally, he decided there was only one solution left: kill the remaining captives and delay the inevitable retaliation. At his command, Dumby stepped forward, his presence heavy and ominous. Tong Ying, defiant even in defeat, stared back and said, "The men of the Tong tribe do not fear death." Gao didn't flinch. "Then go ahead," he said to Dumby. "Fulfill his wish." As Dumby began drawing the soul from Ying's body, a sharp crack interrupted the moment. An ice chip struck Gao Peng's face. Frosty had thrown it. He scowled. "What Sip's your problem?" "Your emotions are out of control," Frosty replied. Dumby turned, backing him up. "He sits right," he said. "When I absorbed all those souls back in the fog world, a lot of negative energy came with them. I filtered most of it out, but when I shared your power back with you, that negativity hit you all at once." Frosty nodded. "It'll fade with time, but for now, you need to stay in control." Gao Peng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "Fine," he said. "It was all a prank. I'll send them back to their tribe, if their elders provide me with one of the following materials." He listed them out. True Dragon Fruit. Great Destruction Origin Stone. Light of Z Degree. Body of the War God. Flame of the Sky. Tong Kang's response was as confused as it was relatable. Huh? He couldn't believe it. Who in their right mind called a death threat a prank? Sometime later, the group returned to the site of the Cherry Sky Tree, bringing the Tong captives along. The tree wasn't a combat monster, but Gao Peng considered whether its powers might help neutralize his lingering negative emotions. After some thought, he made up his mind. He landed before the tree, and ordered Dumby to resurrect it. Behind him, Tong Kang watched in awe. The power Gao commanded was beyond comprehension. He silently prayed that the elders of his tribe would never pick a fight with this man. Unfortunately for Gao Peng, the resurrection didn't go as planned. The tree came back mutated, corrupted into a hell tree radiating violent energy. "Well," Gao muttered, "at least it might strengthen the undead army. A grim silver lining perhaps." A month later, Gao Peng stood in his lab, surrounded by his familiars. His trip to the west had paid off. Flammy had evolved into a legendary grade, level 49 beast, now known as a sub-blood biff. Even more impressive though was Slicey Sip's transformation. The once snow-white creature was now a level 50 epic grade beast, covered in black armor and known as a black-armored blood-bladed beast, or as Gao liked to call it, Darth Bug. He watched as Slicey dashed toward the trees, thinking it was eager to train, only to realize it was simply measuring its own height. After a bit of bickering between Slicey and Doi, and a few moments of lighthearted calm, Gao decided it was time to check on something far more serious, the fusion monsters he'd kept locked away. He made his way to the back of the mountain, where Stripey had constructed a special confinement chamber. Cheerful and confident, Gao opened the door, only to nearly get punched in the face by a concrete fist. Dazzy tackled him out of the way just in time. The impact shook the entire mountain. Even Goldie and the others felt the tremor from afar. Gao stared, trembling at the rubble that had once been a wall. Whatever had emerged from that cell was not what he had left inside. The monsters had fused on their own, and now stood before him as a legendary grade King tier, level 56 creature known as the Dragon Slay Goddess. The name was long, but the power was undeniable. Gao was stunned by its form and the dragon-slaying water chapter embedded in its left arm, the likely fusion core of the entire being. Dazi, loyal as ever, rushed forward to protect his master, but Gao's warning came too late. The goddess activated her anti-dragon seal, nullifying Dazi's power completely. Of course, Gao muttered grimly, the Dragon Slayer mark, any dragon-type monster is useless against her. Before things could spiral further, Flammy and Goldie arrived, launching a coordinated attack. Flammy unleashed a wave of fire while Goldie delivered a mighty kick. But when the smoke cleared, the goddess stood unharmed, not even a scratch. The battle was far from over. The Dragon Slay Goddess didn't give Gao Pang much time to think. With blinding speed she lunged, aiming a crushing punch at Goldie before the duck could even react. Gao's eyes narrowed. He could tell at a glance while Goldie's grade was high enough, his level was far too low to stand against a creature like this. Before the blow could land, a blur cut through the air. Dumby appeared, his massive arm intercepting the goddess's strike. The impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Gao Pang exhaled in relief. Goldie, fall back, he ordered. Let Dumby handle this. Goldie hesitated, clearly worried for his friend, but Gao assured him, Flammy sips on support. It'll be fine. Almost on cue, Flammy unleashed a torrent of emerald green fire at the goddess. The flames roared across the field, but when the smoke cleared, the goddess stood completely unharmed. Not even a scratch, Gao muttered. Goldie Sip's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. Flammy, hit me with that flame, I can stack my passive. Flammy didn't hesitate, partly because Goldie had just mispronounced his name again. With a grin, he blasted a geyser of green fire straight at the duck. As Goldie cooked himself into power mode, Dumby and the goddess continued their brutal exchange. A clash that could only be described as JoJo-level intensity. Fists blurred, ground cracked, air exploded. To his credit, Dumby was holding his own. Blow for blow he matched her strength, but then the goddess pulled a cheap trick, summoning a dozen illusory clones to surround and confuse him. Before the tactic could work, a massive shadow fell over the battlefield. Gao Pang's largest familiar, Stripey, stepped forward and promptly sat on the goddess. The ground quaked. Silence followed. Well, Gao said dryly, that Sip's one way to end a fight. With the situation under control, he decided it was the perfect time to test out the Hell Tree's aura. As the dark energy radiated through the area, Goldie's body pulsed with purple light. His form expanded, muscles bulged, and his aura twisted into something sinister. He had entered his ultra ego form. Goldie turned to Strippy. Let her go. I still handle this. The goddess barely had time to rise before Goldie slammed into her like a meteor. She struck him hard, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, he grabbed her by the face and hurled her into the nearest wall. The battle ended right there. Frosty stepped in, freezing the fallen goddess in a block of ice. Then Stripey, ever the brute, stomped on her with one of his building-sized legs, shattering her completely. As the pieces scattered, the fusion broke apart. The three monsters that had formed her reappeared, two gravely wounded, one already dead. Gao Pang looked down at them, arms crossed. This is on you, he said flatly. I gave you a safe place to recover for a month. You chose to fuse and cause trouble. He wasn't wrong. They had brought this on themselves. Still, Gao couldn't help but marvel at the dragon-slaying chapter that had powered her. Its ability to suppress Dazi wasn't ordinary. It wasn't just a simple debuff. It was a full domain, one that weakened entire groups, and at higher levels, could even block the use of elemental powers entirely. Considering that he had 3 dragon-type familiars, Gao made up his mind if he couldn't tame the artifact, he'd destroy it. Meanwhile, far away in Wu Gorge City, disaster struck. Dozens upon dozens of corpses lined the beach, each one drained completely of vitality. The cause, a monstrous figure rising from the dark waters. At first glance, Gao might have called it absurd, an emo dragon with a black mane of spiked hair, but there was nothing funny about the destruction it brought. The creature's power had plunged the entire city into chaos. Back at his home, Gao Pang received the distress call. The voice on the other end was panicked. Massive flooding. It sets a black dragon. Thousands are dying. We need help now. I stem on my way, Gao replied. Without hesitation, he took to the skies, his familiars following close behind. When they arrived, the scene was horrific. The river was choked with corpses, the stench of decay heavy in the air. Ahead of them, the legendary grade, level 59 Black Flood Dragon was devouring fresh victims, absorbing their souls to heal its wounds. Gao Sep's jaw tightened. If only I seps tamed that dragon-slaying chapter, he muttered. It seps be perfect for this. But there was no time to regret. He ordered Dumby forward. Stop that thing. The undead king launched into the air, colliding with the dragon mid-flight. The battle was ferocious, two titans trading blows that split the clouds. Frosty, watching closely, turned to Gao. He can win this alone, he warned. I sep in going to help. Be careful, Gao said. Its attacks can damage your soul. Frosty nodded and stepped onto a rising platform of ice. He soared into the storm, dodging as the dragon unleashed a beam of black energy. He dipped under it, countering with a blast of his own. The icy explosion struck the dragon full force, freezing half its face. The creature roared, thrashing wildly, and began manipulating the terrain, calling forth a tidal surge to drown them all. But Frosty was ready. With a sweep of his hand, he froze the flood solid before it could crash down. Back on the ground, Gao was thinking furiously. Dumby wasn't suited for one-on-one combat, and his other familiars were far too weak to fight something of this level. Every option had a fatal drawback. For the first time in a long while, Gao Peng found himself in a situation he couldn't immediately calculate his way out of. The Black Flood Dragon had finally had enough. After enduring countless attacks from Gao Peng's familiars, its patience snapped. The moment it realized that Gao himself was their master and vulnerable, it launched forward in a blur of motion, jaws wide open to swallow him whole. Gao barely had time to react, but before the dragon could reach him, a streak of icy blue light flashed across his vision. Frosty. The lion-like familiar slammed into the dragon midair, his claws glowing with frost energy. With a roar, Frosty raked his ice claws across the beast's face, deflecting its strike just in time to save his master. The dragon roared in fury, its attention now locked on the icy guardian. That small window of distraction was all Gao's other familiars needed. From behind, Dazi and Goldie burst onto the battlefield. They'd been preparing something special. At Gao's signal, Goldie activated his Forbidden Domain, an ability that created a shimmering violet barrier around their team, protecting them completely from the dragon's next devastating attack. To the side, Frosty grinned through the chaos. Good thing Goldie's close to Gao, he muttered. Then suddenly he froze. His instinct screamed danger. Out of a cloud of steam, the black dragon lunged again, moving at blinding speed. Before Frosty could fully react, the dragon's claws slashed across his body, tearing deep wounds into his flank. But Frosty refused to fall. Gritting his teeth, he bit down hard on the dragon's scaled hide, determined to take a piece of it with him. The dragon let out a guttural laugh. It twisted its massive neck and clamped its jaws around Frosty's body, sinking its teeth in deep. Frosty, Gao shouted. The dragon thought it had won. It didn't realize what Frosty was doing. Gao saw it. The way Frosty's aura was spiking, the cold air turning white and still around him, his heart sank. He sets trying to use it. Gao whispered. Eternal Frost Field. That same ultimate move had nearly killed Frosty once before, putting him into deep hibernation back in the fog world. Don't sit, do it, Dumby roared. You still freeze yourself solid. But Frosty didn't answer. His light was already building. Refusing to lose another comrade, Dumby gathered every ounce of his spiritual energy. His chest glowed red-hot as he unleashed a devastating spiritual shockwave at the dragon. The blast was powerful enough to knock out even peak Lord-tier monsters, yet the black dragon endured it, tightening its bite on Frosty's body. Gao clenched his fists. Even that didn't set work. Then Dumby made a choice. Without hesitation, he reached into his ribcage, snapping off one of his own ribs. He imbued it with soul energy, transforming it into a glowing spear. With one powerful swing, he hurled it at the dragon. The impact was explosive. The spear pierced clean through the dragon's scales, embedding itself deep within its body. The shock was enough to send the beast reeling. Frosty tumbled free, reverting to his small furry form mid-air. Gao darted forward, catching him in his arms. Frosty was barely conscious, his breath shallow, his fur charred and frozen all at once. Gao pressed a hand to his familiar Sep's chest, his expression grim. You held on. You did it. The dragon, though gravely wounded, wasn't dead. It twisted its body, thrashing violently before fleeing into the distance, disappearing toward the southern horizon. Behind them, Wu Gorge City was gone. Nothing but a flooded crater filled with floating debris and fragments of broken buildings. The devastation was total. Just then, Stripey arrived with Brainy and the others. Flowery, the healer among them, rushed to Frosty's side, her petals glowing as she began mending his wounds. While the healing began, Dumby approached Gao with grim news. The dragon's heading south, he said. Gao's eyes darkened. He remembered what had happened last time, how the dragon had feasted on human souls to heal itself. If it reached another city, the massacre would repeat. He clenched his jaw. If only I tamed the dragon-slaying chapter, or the goddess stone when I had the chance. He looked down at Frosty Sip's weakened form. That thing would have been nothing but a worm. He sighed. Hindsight. It always stings. But regrets would have to wait. The priority now was stopping the dragon before it reached anyone else. The group took off after it, their combined power sending shockwaves through the forest. Wildlife scattered in all directions, though Gao noted, with some amusement, the adorable squirrel-like creatures that darted out of their way. When they finally caught up, Dazi was the first to strike. From above, he unleashed a thunderous lightning beam, stunning the dragon mid-flight. Dumby seized the opening weaving through the spinning water tornadoes the dragon had created and slammed into it with a devastating kick. But victory came at a price. The dragon retaliated instantly, its claws shooting forward and impaling Dumby through the chest. "Dumby," Gao shouted. Yet the undead warrior didn't flinch. In fact, he smiled a grim, knowing smile. The dragon sep's eyes widened in realization. "You stir using yourself as a medium," it snarled, "to channel your soul power into me." Exactly. By linking his soul to the rib spear still lodged inside the dragon's body, Dumby was creating a resonance, a chain reaction that would implode from within. "You are both insane," the dragon roared. Dumby Sip's voice was calm. "The resonance is complete." He looked the dragon dead in the eye. "It's Sip's time for you to die." But before he could trigger the explosion, the dragon in pure rage gathered all its remaining energy for one last suicidal attack. A sphere of black light swelled in its mouth, pulsing with lethal force. "If I fall," it bellowed, "I shall take your master with me." It fired. Gao turned just in time to see the beam streaking toward him. He knew immediately, Flamey wasn't fast enough to block it. This was it. Then the air trembled. A massive shadow loomed over him. An enormous hand, larger than a house, materialized before Gao and caught the beam, snuffing it out like a candle flame. When the light cleared, Dumby stood tall in the distance, his body surrounded by a colossal spectral aura. He had summoned his Titan avatar. And this time, the fight wasn't over yet. Gao Pang could hardly believe what he was seeing. Dumby's new Titan avatar loomed over the battlefield, a colossal figure wreathed in burning spectral energy. The sheer pressure of its aura sent shockwaves through the air. Even Gao's other familiars stepped back instinctively. It wasn't just powerful, it was terrifying. The black dragon sensed it too. Panic flickered in its eyes. Realizing it couldn't win, it turned to flee, darting toward the south, toward the nearest clusters of human souls. But Dumby was done running. "Enough," his voice thundered, echoing from within the avatar. With one earth-shattering swing of his massive fist, Dumby struck. The blow connected squarely with the dragon's skull. The resulting impact cracked the heavens themselves, shockwaves flattening trees, splitting rock, and sending waves rippling across the flooded plains. When the dust settled, the black dragon's body lay still. Its head was gone. The threat was over. Gao Pang stood speechless. Even after everything he'd witnessed, after the countless battles, the monstrous evolutions, he had never seen raw power like that. Then the Titan avatar flickered, its energy spent. Dumby's massive form dissipated into smoke, and his true body plummeted from the sky. "Dumby!" Gao shouted, sprinting across the battlefield. He found the undead warrior lying in a crater, exhausted but alive. Dumby's breathing was heavy but steady. Gao let out a relieved laugh. "You absolute monster, you really did it." He knelt beside him. "Do you remember what that was, that form you used?" Dumby shook his head weakly. "No, just instinct." Gao frowned, but decided to leave it for later. For now, there was something else to handle. They returned to the dragon's corpse. What was left of it anyway? The beast's head was completely obliterated. "Can you resurrect it?" Gao asked. Dumby shook his head again. "Not without a head." Gao sighed. "Probably for the best. Isep had enough of that thing." He contacted the nearest Southern Sky field team, instructing them to collect the dragon's remains for study. Once the call was done, he glanced back toward the horizon. "Let's go home." Back at the Southern Sky Group's experimental labs, two senior researchers, Huang and Chun, stood over the dragon's remains as they were being harvested. Gao's orders were clear: preserve the organs, marrow and spine. The rest could be distributed to the allied labs. Huang glanced up from the report he was reading. "Oh, and get this," he said to Chun. Gao Pang finally formed a contract with the dragon-slaying chapter. Chun blinked. "Wait, the same artifact from the goddess fusion?" "The very same." The moment Gao mentioned killing the black dragon, the chapter practically bound itself to him. Huang sighed. "Shame it didn't happen sooner. Wu Gorge City might have been saved." Elsewhere, Gao was on a live call with the mayor of the Allied World Government. The screen flickered with static, as the mayor Sip's voice trembled. "Wu Gorge City, not a single survivor. The world Sips in panic. Jiao, Great Britain, Jianghan City, Jinling, Mudu. They Sip all withdrawn from the alliance. They Sip are forming their own factions." Gao's best expression hardened. So it begins. The government sets losing control, she continued. If this keeps up, we fall back into post-cataclysm chaos. When the call ended, Gao sat in silence. The chaos outside was spreading faster than anyone could contain, and he knew it would only get worse. Moments later, a group of archaeology experts arrived, escorted by security. They had been summoned at Jao's request. One of them adjusted his glasses and asked, "Mr. Gao, where are the ancient texts you mentioned?" Gao smirked. About that. I don't have ancient scripts, but I do have 2 living examples. He gestured toward the containment wing. The experts followed and their jaws dropped. Inside the observation chamber were 2 individuals from the ancient tribes, restrained but very much alive. Their murmured reactions said it all. Impossible. Living ancients? Gao simply folded his arms. They've been quite helpful in my research. Later that night, Gao reviewed recent footage from global monitoring satellites. Across the world, king-tier monsters were appearing, each tied to a mysterious trainer who couldn't be identified by modern systems. 4 of them, all at once. Their familiars were impossibly powerful, their control over ancient energy unmistakable. These aren't new trainers, Gao muttered. They are ancient ones, returning. He leaned back, eyes narrowing. If they stir back, then the world about to change. Just then, Huang appeared on his monitor. How? Your grandfather sits back, and he brought guests. Gao rushed outside. Overhead he spotted his grandfather, Old Man Gao, descending atop his white dragon. Behind him flew a formation of enormous familiars, each carrying men in ornate ancient clothing. The newcomers looked around with curious awe. One of them gestured at the land below. So this is our ancestral ground. Another sneered. Pathetic. These modern trainers can even compare to us. Before he could continue, his gaze drifted sideways and he froze. Stripey, in full colossal form, was standing just beyond the compound, towering over the trees. The ancient man went pale. By the gods? Old Man Gao laughed heartily. Don't mind him. That's just my grandson cute and obedient familiar. When they landed, Gao and his grandfather greeted each other warmly. The ancient guests, however, whispered among themselves, clearly envious that Gao had multiple familiars bound to him. It's unfair, one grumbled. We can only form a single contract, and it can be changed until the familiar dies. But the man who did notice Stripey earlier shook his head. Our ancestors must have intended for us to relearn this power. We till and master the art of multiple bonds again. Later, Old Man Gao pulled his grandson aside. Those ancient tribes have been acting erratic, he warned. They follow me around like wild dogs. Gao chuckled. I've already captured 2 of them. Their language is being studied now. His grandfather nodded approvingly. Good, I handle the rest. You focus on learning their language and preparing for what next. Gao's tone grew serious. Icep's planning to enter the Black Fog world once Icep mastered it. The ancients send their strongest there. It's where Icep's proud grows stronger too. Earth's power limits are holding me back. In the Fog world, I can push beyond them. Old Man Gao smiled proudly. Then go. Explore to your heart's content. I watch over things here. Their moment was interrupted by a flash of red in the sky. Flammy came barreling down, panic etched across his face. Gao, Dazi missing. What? Gao expression darkened. How? Flammy explained quickly. While training in the woods, Dazi had entered a spatial rift, and it had suddenly collapsed. Old Man Gao's face turned grim. Go. I handle the ancients. Find your familiar. Soon after, Gao and Flummy arrived at the site. The air still shimmered faintly with residual energy. Gao crouched, studying the ground. Electrical traces, Dazi lightning power. He paused, and here space energy. Frosty, what do you sense? The lion sniffed the air. There was a spatial rift here, highly unstable. Gao's eyes narrowed. He reached inward, trying to connect through their blood contract, but no response came. Flammy voice quivered. It's my fault. I should been watching him. Gao placed a hand on his shoulder. No, this isn't set on you. I can feel it. Dazi still alive. Wherever he is, he's safe. He stood, eyes hardening with resolve. We go to the Black Fog world. Maybe we find him there. Weeks later, within the dark expanse of the Fog world, Gao Pang had tried 27 times to reach Dazi through their bond. Every attempt had failed. But he wasn't giving up. Not yet. Despite everything, there was one small comfort for Gao Pang. The blood contract aura between him and Dazi still pulsed faintly. It hadn't changed. That meant Dazi was alive, at least for now. With that reassurance, Gao turned his attention back to strength. If they wanted any chance of finding Dazi or surviving whatever worlds they might have to cross to do it, his familiars needed to evolve further. Dumby, especially. Go ahead, Gao said quietly. Let's see what you can do. The undead warrior nodded and began his breakthrough ritual. At once, the world trembled, the sky dimmed, the wind howled, and waves of spiritual energy erupted from Dumby's form like shockwaves. The raw surge of power was enough to draw attention, and not from anything friendly. A massive level 64 black flame rock python slithered into view, its obsidian scales glowing with red heat as it closed in on the disturbance. But before it could strike, Dumby's eyes snapped open. His breakthrough was complete. The ground split beneath his feet as his aura spiked. The Emperor tier had been attained. He raised one arm, summoning ghostly white energy into the shape of an enormous blooming lotus. Bone prison, white lotus. The lotus petals shot out like blades, forming a cocoon around the python. The beast roared and thrashed violently, then was crushed inward, bones snapping, flesh liquefying. Silence fell. Dumby absorbed the fallen creature's essence, his level climbing rapidly to 61. Goldie clapped his feathery hands. Big brother, teach me that move. Flammy rolled his eyes. You only call him Sepig brother Cest when you want something. Goldie squawked indignantly. It's Sips called respect. Gao chuckled quietly. You three fight like siblings. From his perch on Gao Sip's shoulder, Frosty looked southward. Which direction now, master? Gao thought it over. North has an Emperor tier monster we can set handle yet. East is nothing but ocean, we set were not equipped for that. So, he pointed, south it is. After stowing away the python's corpse, the group began their trek through the southern wastes. Their path led them to a strange labyrinth carved into the black stone. The entrance was sealed with a massive iron door, and in its center a small hole. Before Gao could issue a warning, Goldie waddled up and poked it. The door creaked open. Goldie, Gao sighed. Do you ever not touch strange holes in ancient ruins? The duck shrugged innocently. Inside, the group was met with an eerie sight. Cauldrons, firewood, and even a corpse laid across a stone bench. Strange, Gao murmured. This place, it sets like they had their own civilization. Something about it felt off. The air was thick, charged. As they ventured deeper, Gao noticed the same flight restriction field that had appeared in the other labyrinths. Whoever had built these, they all followed the same pattern. Before he could ponder further, a thunderous roar echoed through the corridors. A swarm of monsters burst from the tunnels ahead, dozens upon dozens of red-skinned sanguine pig demons. Gao glanced at their system tags. Level 38, all of them, and something called a Stead Labyrinth God sit. Rage pigs, he muttered. Of course. Dumby stepped forward and raised a hand. One pulse of dark energy later, and most of the horde collapsed instantly, their souls ripped free. The survivors tried to flee, squealing in terror, only to be crushed underfoot as their king appeared. The Pig King towered above the others, level 54, with twin axes and veins of molten energy running down its arms. Still, it was barely a threat. Dumby dispatched it with a single blow, then stood motionless, absorbing the essence of his prey while the mini-monster trio cheered him on. Show off, Frosty muttered. Gao clapped once. All right, let's check the center. If there sits treasure here, that sits where it sits will be. They eventually reached a large circular chamber. In its center stood a bronze altar, dark with soot and age. Gao approached carefully. Nothing seemed out of place, until he reached out and brushed its edge. A jet of flame erupted, scorching the tips of his gloves. He pulled his hand back instantly. A trap? Smash it, he ordered. Dumby was already halfway there when a voice shrieked from the altar. Wait, Donstedt, destroy me. I can grant power. But it was too late. Dumby's fist crashed down, and to everyone's surprise the altar didn't even crack. Even holding back, Dumby's blows could pulverize mountains, yet this thing didn't so much as dent. A glowing system message appeared before Gao Sep's eyes. Abyss plundering altar, indestructible artifact. Description: converts offerings into usable materials. Ownership transferring complete. At that moment, the altar pulsed with energy, and a tiny impish creature emerged from its flames, grinning smugly. I am the avatar of the Abyss altar, it announced proudly. From now on, I shall serve you, Master Gao Peng. Gao blinked. That Sips knew. He decided to test it. Picking up a wooden stick from the ground, he placed it onto the altar. Instantly, a burst of flame consumed it, leaving behind a rough wooden crystal, radiating faint life energy. Gao Sep's eyes widened. It broke the material down and refined it into its base essence. He turned to the imp. So you stir a food processor. The imp puffed its chest. A divine one. Gao grinned, then let's see how divine. He gestured to Silly, who obediently retrieved the python's corpse from storage. They placed it atop the altar. Flames roared, and moments later, 3 glowing pills appeared where the carcass had been. The system readout confirmed their properties. Nutrient pill, restores stamina and hunger. Earth resistance pill LV2, permanent. Fire resistance pill LV2, permanent. Gao Sip's jaw dropped. This thing it sips absurdly useful. The imp smirked. You sip barely scratched my potential, master. I step in a damaged state now, but once I regain my former glory. It grinned wider, flames flickering across its small form. Even the gods will envy what I can create. The more Gao Peng studied the abyss plundering altar, the more impressed he became. Its extraction ability was already remarkable, but the imp's promise that it would grow stronger as it recovered its power sealed the deal. If Gao had instead been convinced before, he was now. All right, he said, patting the altar sep's side. You start coming with us. At his order, Dumby carefully lifted the altar onto his back. The imp nestled into its place atop it, looking quite pleased with itself. Carry me gently, Bone Man, it said smugly. Dumby just sighed. But before Gao could respond, Frosty Sep's voice cut in from the edge of the clearing. Master, I am sensing something nearby. Monsters are fighting for ownership of another labyrinth. Gao turned toward the direction Frosty indicated. Show me. From atop a nearby cliff, the group peered down into a vast valley where chaos reigned. Hundreds of level 67 dragon ants swarmed toward the blackened stone gates of another labyrinth. The earth shook beneath their combined charge. Through his system interface, Gao quickly pulled up their details. Dragon ants, he murmured, blood thieves. They steal dragon blood to trigger evolution into draconic forms. Before he could study them further, the labyrinth's gates exploded open. From the darkness emerged a monster so large it seemed to blot out the sun, a level 69 six-armed giant. Its entire body was covered in obsidian armor, each arm wreathed in dark flame, the air warped around it from sheer power. Even Gao, who'd seen some of the world's deadliest creatures, was stunned. That thing, it sets on a completely different level. The dragon ants charged anyway, hissing and screeching, but they may as well have been attacking a mountain. The giant moved with terrifying speed, crushing, impaling, and ripping them apart with its 6 arms. Every blow shattered the ground. Within moments the battlefield was painted in fire and blood. As Gao watched, Slicey stood at the cliff's edge, eyes narrowed, analyzing every movement the giant made. His vision sharpened, tracing the giant's weak points, the tendons, the shoulder joints, the small gap beneath its armor plating. But his expression fell. My blade's still not strong enough. Below, the massacre continued. The 6-armed giant fought like a one-being army, pulverizing anything that moved. And then, before anyone could stop him, Slicey moved. He leapt from the cliff in a flash of silver. Slicey, Gao shouted. But the little beast was already charging straight at the monster, his twin arm blades glowing. If I can set even land one cut, he yelled, then I set him useless. He dashed low, slashing clean across the giant's ankle. The blade connected, and to everyone's shock, it cut. The giant howled, its massive form collapsing to one knee as Slicey darted past and back toward safety. For a moment, Gao thought he'd actually pulled it off. Then a projectile, a massive shard of black stone, flew from the giant's hand. Slicey, dodge. The blade beast twisted midair, barely avoiding the strike. The blast exploded behind him, showering him in debris. Gao clenched his jaw. Dumby, get him out of there. The undead emperor surged forward, tearing an arm bone from a nearby carcass. He spun once and slammed it into the giant's ribs, sending the monster stumbling backward. Then, without missing a beat, he drew his spectral bow, firing a bone arrow infused with soul energy. The shot struck home, bursting against the giant's chest in a flare of white light. Using the distraction, Dumby grabbed Slicey by the scruff and dashed back to safety. Retreat, Gao ordered. Don't chase it. The 6-armed giant staggered, glaring at them with burning eyes. Then it turned and lumbered back into its labyrinth, dragging its wounded leg. That sep's its domain, Gao said, watching the gates close. We stepped be walking straight into a trap. He turned to Slicey. And you? The blade beast bowed his head. I stem sorry, master. Gao sighed. Just don't ask do it again. You stare are not expendable. Still, not everything was a loss. With the giant forced to retreat, the battlefield was now littered with the corpses of dragon ants. Collect everything, Gao said. Dumby can resurrect monsters stronger than himself, but the cores will still be useful. He handed a handful of the glowing crystals to Goldie. You still absorb these. Time for your next evolution. Goldie Sip's eyes sparkled. Really? Don't waste them, Gao warned. The rest of the bodies were piled near the altar. The imp licked his lips, figuratively speaking, as the offering flames consumed the remains. Within minutes, the abyss altar was churning out piles of refined pills and energy crystals. If it could sweat, it probably would have. Master, the imp wheezed, I might explode. Don't be dramatic, Gao replied, pocketing another resistance pill. Meanwhile, back on Yo City, life moved forward. Within the Southern Sky Group's new facility, tensions brewed between members of the White Dragon tribe. One of them, Yen, a tall man with sharp eyes and long white hair, looked visibly annoyed as another tribe member hugged him from behind. Still upset, the other teased. Yen scowled. They spear saying I mean the High Priest Step's reincarnation, but look at my familiar and ordinary white dragon, lowest grade in our bloodline, a mere king tier. He clenched his fists. In this world, power decides everything. What good is a weak priest with a weak beast? The other member shrugged. You sound jealous. Before Yen could reply, another white dragon tribesman came running toward them. Sir Yen, members of the Inferno tribe have entered the city. Yen straightened instantly. The Inferno tribe? He sighed. Of course, ranked second among the 7 major tribes, they must be here for me. Despite his frustrations, he composed himself. Gather our people, we still meet them face to face. At the plaza, 2 distinct groups faced each other, the icy poise of the White Dragon tribe opposite the blazing presence of the Inferno tribe. At their head stood young Master Ago, the Inferno tribe's representative, his fiery armor gleaming in the sun. Yen approached warily. What are you doing here, Ago? The man smirked. Relax. I'm not here for the White Dragon heir. Then why are you here? Eostest's eyes gleamed. I stemp here for the champion of the ancestral land. A tense silence followed. And Yen, despite himself, couldn't help but wonder if he already knew exactly who that champion might be. After decimating the majority of a dragon ant colony in his latest endeavor, Gao Peng came to an unexpected realization: these creatures absolutely loved food. Despite his reputation as a genius, even he seemed surprised by the simplicity of it all. By offering them pet food, Gao Peng managed to win the allegiance of the surviving dragon ants without the need for any blood contracts. While the ants feasted, his treasure-sniffing rat informed him that 3 super-rare treasures still remained within the colony. Following the rodent's lead, Gao Peng ventured deep into the underground tunnels. Eventually, they came across a pile of monstrous corpses that appeared to be the colony's storage area. There, wedged between the remains, he discovered a scroll. Unrolling it revealed what looked like a map. Judging by the symbols, Gao Peng concluded that it might lead to the Death Dragon Valley, a place he would need to visit to train his dragon ants. With the White Dragon tribe stirring, he knew he could never have too many dragons capable of suppressing monsters. A week later, his companion Flamey had advanced to King tier thanks to a few flesh and blood essence pills. Now their journey brought them to their next destination. According to the map, this was the entrance to the Mermaid Labyrinth. But Gao Peng was puzzled. How could mermaids live here? They were supposed to be half-human, half-fish hybrids, yet this was dry land. The only explanation he could imagine was that there might be a pond hidden somewhere inside. Deciding to see for himself, he instructed Slicey, the fastest of his companions, to knock on the door. If anything went wrong, Slicey could retreat before danger struck. The moment Slicey's blade tapped the door, it began to creak open, revealing a pitch-black interior. Gao Peng suddenly felt a dark, oppressive presence emanating from within. Instinctively, he shouted for Slicey to run. The little creature bolted away just as 2 glowing yellow orbs flickered to life in the darkness. To Gao Peng's horror, his rodent and dragon ants began turning to stone. It didn't take long for him to realize what kind of monster lurked inside. A system window appeared before his eyes, confirming his suspicion. A level 62 Emperor tier Earth Medusa, the mythical creature capable of petrifying anyone with a single glance. And well, she was not what he was expecting. Fortunately, Gao Peng's bond with Stray protected him from her Earth attribute powers, allowing him to look upon her safely and perhaps appreciate her beauty more than he should have. But instead of attacking, the Medusa surprised him by apologizing. Her demeanor was calm, even gentle. She tore off a few strands of her snake-like hair and handed them to Gao, instructing him to place them on his petrified beasts. The moment he did, they were restored to normal, free to scamper away. When the Medusa remarked that he was special for being immune to her power, Gao Peng took the opportunity to ask if she would join him on his journey. He even hinted at the possibility of meeting other Medusas along the way. Internally, he was thrilled by the prospect of gaining such a powerful ally, but the serpent woman refused almost immediately, saying she had no interest in being around others. Gao accepted her decision gracefully and promised to visit again before departing with his team. Once they were gone, the Medusa returned to her labyrinth. Inside, countless monsters stood frozen in stone. She walked among them until she reached a single petrified bird perched on a branch. Gazing upon it, she drifted into her memories. Long ago, when she was just a child, a violent monster had invaded the labyrinth. To protect it, she had been forced to use her petrifying power. Sadly, most of the birds she had once played with fled in terror, except one. She tried to cure that lone bird, but it accidentally met her gaze again and turned to stone once more. This cycle repeated several times until, eventually, the bird perched on her head and comforted her despite the risk. Over the years, the two grew together. The bird aged gracefully by her side, until finally, at the end of its natural life, it asked to look into her eyes one last time. It was petrified forever, resting now as an eternal companion in her garden, one she still missed dearly. Meanwhile, outside the labyrinth, Stray and Goldie commented on how kind the Medusa had been to sacrifice part of herself to cure them. Gao Peng admitted it was the first time he'd met a friendly monster but respected her choice to remain alone. With that, they continued toward the next labyrinth. According to the map, the next location bore the drawing of a crab, but after the last mix-up with the mermaids, Gao Peng couldn't help but wonder if it was actually meant to represent a spider. He would soon find out it was not. Awaiting them was a level 68 Emperor tier Inferno King Crab. Gao Peng could only stare in disbelief as the creature displayed its overwhelming power, using its massive claws to stabilize itself and its body like an indestructible fortress. As Stray blocked the oncoming attacks, Gao quickly laid out a strategy. Dumby and Strappy would stay back while the others practiced coordinated combat. Flamey would unleash his flames on Goldie to activate his passive boost, while Flowery healed him. Frosty would engage the crab directly, darting across the battlefield with his ice constructs, while Slicey would target the crab's leg joints to destabilize it. The dragon-slaying duo, Chapter and Silly, were simply told to watch, and Gao made no effort to hide the fact that he thought they were useless. Frosty gave it his all, leaping across ice platforms and striking at every opening. Meanwhile, Goldie, ever the dramatic fool, sat still amid the chaos and muttered cringe-worthy lines about how he could barely feel the flames. And thus, the battle against the Inferno King Crab had truly begun. As the fight raged on, Frosty could feel himself beginning to lose steam. His body still hadn't fully healed from his previous injuries, and his strength was fading fast. He called out to the others, urging them to hurry. The Inferno King Crab, enraged by Frosty's persistence and the team's tactics, suddenly unleashed a massive wave of flames. The heat was so intense that it vaporized every trace of Frosty's ice. Gao Peng was stunned by the sheer power of the creature's element. In that moment, it all made sense. The scorched, desert-like state of this entire region was because of this furious monster. The Inferno Crab wasn't just a guardian of this labyrinth, it was the very creature responsible for burning the land until water and nutrients had all but vanished. The thing was practically a walking apocalypse, a fire demon straight out of legend. On the battlefield, Frosty's ice shield finally gave out, shattering under the relentless flames. The explosion of heat sent him flying backward. Slicey dashed in amidst the chaos, using the distraction to slash at the crab's legs, landing a series of solid blows that knocked the monster off balance. Gao Peng's hopes rose for an instant, until he realized his mistake. The crab was using its own momentum to launch itself upward. A heartbeat later, it came crashing down, aiming directly for Slicey. Just before impact, Goldie leapt into action. His passive ability had finally stacked to its limit. Gao Peng rushed to check on the injured Frosty and Slicey, while Goldie stepped up to face the crab head-on. Unfortunately, the monster quickly proved itself the superior fighter. It battered Goldie relentlessly, tossing him around like a toy. Yet even as he was pummeled, Goldie wore a smirk. Through the pain, he muttered that while he might not be a threat now, he soon would be. And then, Gao Peng saw why. With every strike the crab landed, Goldie's body swelled larger and his aura grew stronger. The crab paused, confused, as its opponent continued to grow more powerful before its eyes. Finally, with a roar, Goldie seized the crab in both hands, lifted it high, and slammed it into the ground with such force that its skull caved in. The fight was over. Goldie had won. In the aftermath, as the dust settled, Goldie and Flammy fell into their usual bickering, trading insults, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Gao Peng instructed the altar imp to dismantle the crab's corpse, and see if any useful pills could be refined from it. To everyone's surprise, the imp managed to extract not 2 or 3, but 6 distinct pills. It turned out that the stronger a monster's emotional state and obsession were before being defeated, the more items the altar could refine from it. In this case, the crab's foul temper had been a blessing in disguise. The resulting treasures were a soul essence pill, a meat essence pill, a level 3 strength amplification pill, a level 3 flame resistance pill, and a level 3 flame control pill, all of them fire-related. And the 6th pill was something completely new, a flame power fruit. a rare item that could only be consumed by fire-type monsters. Without hesitation, Gao Peng tossed it to Flamey and told him to eat it. The moment the giant bird swallowed it, his entire body convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground, twitching in a seizure-like state. Goldie immediately panicked, shouting for Gao Peng to help, but Gao calmly explained that this was part of the awakening process for a new ability. They could only wait. So the group packed up their camp while keeping a close eye on Flamey. Before long, the former ostrich stirred awake. Goldie called out to Gao Peng, who rushed over and opened Flamey's status window. The bird was still a level 51 king-tier monster, but a new line had appeared in his stats. The Flame Devour skill, once belonging to the Inferno King Crab. Gao Peng exhaled in relief. The pill had worked, but then he noticed something else. The system listed a new note. Flamey now walks the path of usurping power. Concern flickered in Gao's expression. Flamey noticed it and nervously asked if something was wrong with him. Realizing how it looked, Gao smiled and reassured him that everything was fine. The note simply indicated a mutation in his new ability, nothing dangerous. Still, Flamey admitted that despite feeling stronger, there was now a strange voice echoing in his mind. It whispered, urging him to follow the path of usurping power. Before Gao could say anything, Goldie chimed in, mocking his brother for trying to sound dramatic. The irony was not lost on anyone. Pot, meet kettle. Flamey burst into flames, chasing Goldie in circles while Gao, mildly exasperated, turned to Frosty. He asked if the little lion knew anything about this path business. Frosty replied that he had only heard vague stories that it was some kind of life or death trial. That's when the altar imp finally spoke up. It explained that the path of usurping power was a form of battle, a competition for the title of the strongest. The imp claimed it didn't see the point, since it couldn't die anyway, and went on to mock monsters obsessed with power and status. Naturally, Flamey and Goldie didn't take that well. The fiery bird kicked the imp square in the head, and when the creature retaliated with insults, Goldie joined in, giving the imp another solid beating before stalking off in triumph. Meanwhile, in an unknown dimension far beyond their world, something stirred. Dazi awoke from his deep slumber to find himself in an endless, empty expanse. The only thing that broke the monotony was a colossal tree bearing strange, glowing fruit. True to his gluttonous nature, Dazi didn't stop to question it. He rushed forward and devoured as many of the fruits as he could, collapsing afterward in a satisfied heap. From the surrounding void, disembodied voices began to murmur, debating his presence. One voice, deeper and more commanding than the rest, finally spoke above them all. This, it said, is simply the work of fate. And far away, back in the fog world, Gao Peng and his companions had no idea what destiny was already setting in motion. Gao Peng and his team had finally arrived near Death Dragon Valley. As they approached a jagged cliff overlooking the area, the dragon ants he had befriended began chittering excitedly. They claimed to smell something delicious nearby. Before Gao Peng could even ask what they meant, a deafening crash echoed from below. The ground shook, followed by a roar so powerful it sent a gust of wind up the cliff face. The ants immediately scurried to Gao Peng, frantically informing him that a dragon was dying at the bottom of the valley. Without hesitation, Gao Peng called for Flammy, Dumby, Slicey, and his dragon-slaying companion White Paper to join him. He also selected 7 dragon ants to come along. Everyone else was to stay on the cliff as backup. He didn't want to risk the entire group when that last roar had radiated such overwhelming power. As soon as the team landed at the base, Slicey quickly dispatched a stray monster that had wandered too close, scaring off the rest of the local creatures. With the area secure, Gao Peng began searching for the source of the roar, only for an unexpected problem to arise. His stomach suddenly began to swell at an alarming rate, ballooning outward until he looked nearly 7 months pregnant. Panicked and embarrassed, Gao Peng hastily excused himself, claiming he needed to find a bathroom. Once alone, his composure broke entirely. He started pacing and muttering to himself, wondering if he was about to give birth to something. If he was, he decided he'd just lie and say he found it by chance, because apparently that was his biggest concern. Before he could spiral any further, a sudden blue portal opened in front of his stomach, flooding him with both power and knowledge. The skill he had received from Dumby's recent promotion had just awakened. His soul strength skyrocketed in an instant. Feeling this surge of energy, Gao Peng realized it was the perfect time to sign blood contracts with the 7 dragon ants. Once the contracts were complete, Gao Peng promised his new companions that they'd never go hungry while following him. To demonstrate his new ability, he used it without warning, and one of the ants instantly vanished. The others panicked, chittering in alarm, but Gao Peng calmly checked his new space-time pocket inventory. Inside, he saw 100 available storage slots. Any creature stored there was held in a kind of stasis, safe and unaging, though unable to grow stronger while inside. Satisfied, he released the ant back to the group, who immediately surrounded it with relieved squeaks. Eager to test the limits of the skill, Gao Peng asked Flamey to fly him back up to the top of the cliff. Goldie, watching this unfold, asked if he was done with his bathroom break. Gao Peng smirked and replied that he was just experimenting. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he vanished, Stripey into storage. Goldie lost his mind, shouting in disbelief while Gao Peng calmly examined the data. Stripey, despite his size, only took up one storage slot, the same as a dragon ant, so mass wasn't a limiting factor. Just as he released Stripey again, a sudden movement caught his eye. A massive shape was skittering down the cliff wall. It was a level 71 Overlord tier dragon ant with a rare iron dragon tail mutation. Gao Peng instantly realized it was heading for the dragon's corpse below. He motioned for Slicey, Dumby and Flamey to follow and took off after it. At the base of the cliff, he barely managed to avoid being spotted. Thinking fast, he hid behind a boulder and vanished all his familiars into storage to conceal his aura. From there he quietly followed the enormous ant as it crawled toward the source of the battle noises ahead. When he finally reached the clearing, the truth became clear. A massive smoke dragon lay dead at the center of the valley, its body still releasing thick black vapors that cloaked the battlefield. The surrounding dragon ants were working together to fend off other scavengers, taking turns ripping chunks of flesh from the corpse. Gao Peng watched in awe. Despite their brutal nature, dragon ants clearly had a sense of kinship. They protected their own kind fiercely. To test a theory, Gao Peng summoned one of his smaller ants and instructed it to approach the feast. The baby ant timidly climbed toward the corpse, its tiny mandibles clacking nervously. The overlord turned to inspect it, then simply moved aside, allowing it to eat freely. Gao Peng grinned. The sight of the baby ant greedily munching on dragon flesh was oddly adorable. When it eventually fell over from overeating, he sent another one forward. Soon all his contracted ants were feasting contentedly, completely accepted by the colony. Watching them, Gao Peng made several observations. Dragon ants showed a fierce loyalty to their own kind, but absolute hostility to outsiders. He saw one monster attempt to snatch a piece of meat and get its arm sliced clean off for the effort. Yet strangely, none of the ants touched the smoke dragon's head. That was where the dragon crystal would be, its most valuable part. Either they didn't consume crystals, or something about this one was off. 3 days passed since the feeding began. Gao Peng was pleased to see that 2 of his dragon ants had already grown in size. One, however, had undergone something even greater. It had mutated. The newly evolved Dragon Ant 6 had developed the ability to release and control smoke, using it for both offense and defense. As Gao Peng stood atop a rock, watching his dragon ants thrive in the shadow of the fallen dragon, he couldn't help but smile. Every battle, every encounter was leading to something greater, and with his new space-time power, the possibilities for his growing army had only just begun. While the rest of Gao Peng's dragon ants were busy geeking out over their newly evolved, smoke-wielding brother, a thunderous roar suddenly tore through the valley. The ground trembled, the skies turned blood red. Gao Peng froze, dread creeping up his spine. Even the dragon ants, creatures who feared almost nothing, began trembling violently. They could sense it. Something monstrous was coming. Moments later, the source of that overwhelming pressure revealed itself. A colossal crimson-scaled dragon streaked across the sky, its presence alone distorting the air. The system identified it as the ancient Blood Rage Dragon, a level 91 quasi-god tier beast. The sight of its status window nearly made Gao Peng's brain short-circuit. Even while heavily injured, the dragon radiated a power so intense that the Overlord tier dragon ant from before seemed like a mere hatchling in comparison. But then another question struck him. If the creature was this strong, what in the world had managed to injure it so severely? Gao Peng didn't stop to think. Driven by instinct, or maybe sheer foolishness, he took off after the dragon. "Why am I doing this?" he muttered under his breath, even as his feet carried him forward. Truly, it was the kind of reckless decision one only saw in horror movies. The group followed the dragon sip's trail until they came upon a steaming puddle of deep red blood that had dripped from its wounds. Before Gao Peng could react, the eldest of his dragon ants rushed forward, proclaiming proudly that he would test the waters. Despite the obvious danger, the ant plunged headfirst into the puddle, drinking greedily. "It burns, but it tastes so good," he shouted. Gao Pengsit's jaw dropped. "Too much information, buddy. Family-friendly adventure here." As the dragon ant continued to gulp down the divine blood, Gao Peng ordered the others to stay alert. Blood of that quality was bound to attract predators. And sure enough, moments later, Flamey found himself ambushed by a wolf that lunged for the puddle. The firebird countered instantly, unleashing a volley of blazing feathers that incinerated the attacker where it stood. Back at the puddle, the overeager dragon ant finally collapsed, unconscious after just a few mouthfuls. Gao Peng couldn't sit help but mutter, "Did he just get drunk? From blood?" Knowing more monsters were likely on the way, and not the weak kind, Gao Peng told Dumby to grab the fallen ant so they could retreat. He could have simply used his storage ability, but for some reason panic had clouded his usually sharp judgment. Meanwhile, deeper in the valley, the ancient blood rage dragon landed hard within a crater, roaring in pain. Its destination was clear, the resting place of another being. It bellowed into the depths, calling out to someone named Deep Meditation. A moment later, the ground split open and a skeletal dragon wreathed in blue flame clawed its way up from below. The two ancient beings immediately began arguing. The skeletal dragon sneered, saying that the blood rage dragon had come here only to die and feed the valley's beasts with its corpse. "Watch your tongue, old bones," the blood-red titan snarled. "I came to be healed, not buried." In the distance, Gao Peng noticed a strange black fog creeping across the valley floor. The air itself seemed to darken. He watched in alarm as a small monster nearby inhaled a bit of it, and instantly fell over, lifeless. Back with the two dragons, their quarrel continued. The skeletal one scolded the blood rage dragon for breaking the valley's ancient law, that only dragons on the verge of death were permitted to enter. The blood rage dragon scoffed. "I don't set care for rules, heal me. We with Seth known each other for 10,000 years. Reluctantly, Deep Meditation agreed, but demanded payment in return. When the blood rage dragon offered a pitiful speck of flesh, no larger than a grain of rice, the skeleton's eye flames flickered in disbelief. "You stingy lizard," it hissed. With a growl, the blood rage dragon finally tore off a proper chunk of blood-red flesh and tossed it at the ground before taking off into the sky once more. That very same chunk rolled and tumbled down the slope, coming to a stop right at Dumby's feet. The dragon ant in his grasp wriggled free, lunged forward and bit straight into it before anyone could stop him. Gao Peng's system window flashed with an alert. Item acquired, fragment of the blood rage dragon Sit's heart. His eyes widened in shock. A fragment of a quasi-god's heart. The odds of that were astronomical. Within moments of devouring the fragment, the eldest dragon ant's body began to glow crimson. Plates of hardened red armor formed over its exoskeleton. Its wings thickened, and an aura of sheer dominance erupted from its frame. It had evolved again, this time into a rage dragon-skinned dragon ant. Gao Peng was ecstatic. Before this, only Stray had been capable of frontline tanking, but his massive size often made it impractical. Now, with this new evolution, their formation finally had a true vanguard, compact, powerful, and resilient. But the celebration didn't last long. Without warning, something streaked down from the sky, a blinding white projectile screaming toward them. Gao Peng's instincts screamed danger. He immediately used his storage ability, sucking all but one dragon ant into the space-time pocket, then turned and ran. "Flamey. Smoke cover now," he barked. Obeying at once, the newly evolved smoke ant released a billowing wave of black haze that blanketed the battlefield. Under its cover, Gao Peng and his remaining familiars made their desperate retreat, as the mysterious white object crashed into the valley behind them, shaking the entire world once again. After retreating into a cave further up the valley, Gao Peng took a moment to collect his thoughts. The cave was deeper than expected, at least 30 meters down, with a narrow twisting path that led into the darkness. It would be nearly impossible for their pursuer to spot them unless it entered directly, especially with the smoke dragon ant's haze blanketing the entrance. Just as Gao Peng was starting to calm down, a violent commotion erupted outside. The ground shook violently, dust falling from the cave ceiling as if the entire valley were quaking. For 10 long minutes, the noise continued. Roars, explosions, and tremors echoing from beyond. Then, just as suddenly, silence fell. When the shaking finally stopped, Gao Peng hesitated. He didn't sense any new monsters approaching, but curiosity gnawed at him. After a moment of internal debate, he decided to check it out. What he found outside made his stomach drop. Lying at the center of the clearing was the mangled corpse of a massive great white dragon, its body bloodied, torn, and mutilated, as if it had fought a dozen enemies at once. Gao Peng cautiously approached, assuming it to be dead, intent on examining its core crystal. But the moment he drew close, one of its eyes snapped open. The massive golden iris locked onto him with ancient imperious authority. Gao Peng froze, every instinct screaming at him to run. Then, to his shock, the dragon spoke. Its deep, rumbling voice carried both exhaustion and command. "Come forth and eat me." Gao Peng blinked. What? That couldn't be right. Surely the dragon hadn't just told him to eat it. Either he was hallucinating or the dragon had suffered severe head trauma. But when he looked into its remaining eye, he saw no madness, only resolve. The dragon was completely serious. Deciding to test whether this was some kind of bizarre trick, Gao Peng gestured for the small dragon ant beside him to step forward, but the tiny creature hesitated, trembling behind his legs. With a low rumble, the white dragon raised a clawed hand to its own face, and in one horrifying motion tore out its eye. The dragon held the glimmering orb in its talons and offered it to the ant. "Eat it," the dragon said, its voice echoing softly. and one day avenge me. Slay the demons who did this." Eyes wide, the dragon ant hesitated for only a moment before lunging forward and biting into the dragon's eye, devouring it eagerly. As the ant ate, a red-furred beast suddenly burst from the tree line, leaping straight for them. But the dragon, even half dead, was not defenseless. With a flick of its tail, it sent the attacker flying, bones crunching as the creature vanished into the smoke. The white dragon turned its gaze toward Gao Peng. "Take this too," it said, flicking something from beneath its wing. A crystal, large, radiant, and pulsing faintly, skittered across the ground to Gao's feet. Gao Peng's breath caught in his throat. It was the dragon's core crystal. "Why are you giving me this?" he asked, stunned. "It is better in your hands," the dragon rasped. "Better than in theirs." Even as it spoke, several demonic silhouettes appeared in the distance, closing in fast. The white dragon's one good eye hardened. "Go," it said. "Leave this place while you still can." There was no hesitation after that. Gao Peng ordered Silly to store the core crystal, scooped up the dragon ant, and ran deeper into the cave as the sounds of the white dragon's final stand echoed behind them. As they fled, Gao Peng's mind raced. The dying dragon's words, the blood rage dragon's wounds, the name Death Dragon Valley, everything clicked into place. The valley wasn't what it seemed. The white dragon had asked him to avenge it. The blood rage dragon had been heavily injured. The monsters here were all dragon-related, and the way they grew stronger by feeding on the remains of their own kind made grim sense now. The valley wasn't a graveyard at all. It was a breeding ground. Somewhere deep within, a dragon was maintaining balance, a hidden overseer who allowed lesser beasts to thrive while preventing any from growing too strong. That explained why Gao Peng had never encountered a monster above Overlord tier here. Those who reached that level were likely forced to leave by the valley's master. He felt a chill run down his spine. When he finally stopped running, Gao Peng checked on the dragon ant that had eaten the white dragon's eye. The creature's once black eyes now glowed faintly gold, filled with shifting bands of light. A system window appeared. New ability acquired. Daylight Aurora Pupil. Allows the user to see through darkness and perceive objects through solid matter. The ability wasn't offensive, but its utility was undeniable. Gao Peng couldn't help but chuckle softly. The little ant was still happily chewing on the last bits of dragon flesh, blissfully unaware of the revelation that had just shaken his master to the core. Still, Gao Peng knew it was time to leave this place. But before departing, he had to decide what to do with the rest of his growing dragon ant brood. He couldn't possibly keep them all. Then, suddenly, inspiration struck. Sometime later, at the mouth of another cavern, the Overlord tier dragon ant lounged peacefully, enjoying a rare moment of rest. The sky above the valley was calm for once, painted gold by the setting sun. But his tranquility didn't last long. He felt it, a familiar energy approaching. Instantly he rose to his feet, mandibles flaring, wings twitching in preparation for battle. With all monsters above his tier long gone from the valley, anyone bold enough to approach him now could only be doing one thing: challenging him. Just as the Overlord dragon ant declared that anyone approaching must be there to challenge him, the bushes nearby rustled. Out popped 4 familiar figures, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th dragon ant hatchlings. They immediately began chittering happily, crowding around him. The Overlord blinked, utterly confused. "Whose kids are these?" he muttered, a bead of sweat rolling down his head. Then, in perfect unison, the little ones shouted, "Daddy?" The Overlord froze. "Wait, what?" Before he could react, the young ants swarmed him, hugging his legs and repeating the word over and over. "Daddy? Daddy?" He stood there in stunned silence. This was not how he expected his quiet day off to go. Still, to his credit, the Overlord was surprisingly calm about it. They reminded him of his own brood, the little ones he'd raised so carefully. They were nearly grown now, ready to leave the nest. The thought of them moving on made him oddly sentimental. Maybe he'd even ask his wife to start a new nest once they were gone. But that could wait. He cleared his throat, forcing a serious tone. "Listen, little ones, I am not actually your father. You shouldn't call me that." The moment he said it, all 4 of them started bawling in unison. "Daddy doesn't want us anymore?" The Overlord panicked instantly. No, don't cry, stop crying." But it was too late. A shadow fell over him, and the air turned icy. From the mouth of the nearby cave emerged his wife, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. She took in the scene, her husband surrounded by crying children, telling them he wasn't their father, while the little ones sobbed that their mother had sent them to find him before she left. The Overlord turned pale. "Dear, I can explain." His wife ignored him entirely. She crouched beside the children, her tone instantly softening. "Where are your parents, little ones?" Between hiccups and tears, they wailed, "They abandoned us." The Overlord's wife gasped, her maternal instincts kicking in full force. "Oh, you poor darlings." She pulled them into a warm embrace, soothing them while glaring daggers at her husband over their shoulders. And just like that, the Overlord Dragon Ant suddenly found himself with 4 new children and no way to talk himself out of it. From a nearby bush, Gao Peng watched the entire exchange unfold with a wide grin and a silent thumbs up. Perfect execution, he whispered to himself, the smug satisfaction practically radiating off his face. Later, far above Death Dragon Valley, Gao Peng faced a very different problem. For once it wasn't about deception or danger, it was about decision-making. He had too many familiars and couldn't decide which one to promote first. As he stood there deep in thought, Stripey interrupted him, sensing something beneath the ground. "There's a monster hiding in the soil," Stripey reported. "Force it out," Gao Peng ordered. The striped beast slammed a claw into the dirt, and a moment later, a creature popped out, a firetail mink toad, dazed and croaking in protest. Gao Peng's system scan revealed its skill set, and one ability caught his eye, level 4 Earth Flame. "Flamey," Gao Peng said, "absorb its fire." The giant firebird obeyed, drawing in the creature's burning energy, but as soon as he finished, he let out an enormous gust of air right in Goldie's face. The reaction was immediate. Goldie froze mid-breath, then collapsed dramatically, gagging. No, the smell too strong. He fell to the ground, lifeless. Gao Peng sighed. "Rest in peace, Goldie. You died a true warrior sip's death." Flammy, meanwhile, was busy shouting at the unconscious toad. "Your fire made me gassy. How dare you?" "Enough," Gao Peng said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Actually, this could work. If we use the toad as a power source, you could keep absorbing its flames indefinitely. Its sep's basically a living power bank." Flammy paused mid-rant, considering it. Gao continued, half joking but entirely serious. "And if it ever runs out of fire, well, we shall just butcher it and eat it. Totally normal. Nothing morally questionable here at all." While Gao Peng and his familiars were busy turning natural creatures into power tools, far away in the unknown void, Dazi was living the dream, floating lazily through the endless expanse, snacking on anything he could find. He was, quite possibly, the happiest centipede in existence. But after a while, he noticed something strange. The endless buffet of cosmic snacks had stopped appearing. Not a crumb of food had spawned in ages. As he pondered this, a spatial rift suddenly tore open in front of him. From within, he caught a familiar scent, the smell of earth. Eyes widening, Dazi raced toward it, desperate to return. But as he neared the rift, a barrier repelled him. The Earth's dimensional laws prevented a creature of his immense power from crossing over. From the surrounding darkness, unseen voices began to murmur. They discussed his predicament, the danger of allowing his strength to keep growing unchecked, the imbalance it could cause to his homeworld. One voice suggested sending him to another realm, but another quickly dismissed the idea, citing the rules. When Dazi began to cry, lamenting that he might never see Gao Peng again, a different voice, older, calmer, spoke up. "The rules may be rigid," it said, "but they are not absolute." A second rift appeared beside Dazi. Hesitant, he poked one of his stingers through. To his surprise, it passed cleanly to the other side. Curious, he leaned forward, poking his head through, and was met with the sight of a vast, endless ocean stretching to the horizon. "Yeah, no thanks," he muttered, pulling back. "I step not drowning today." But the void had other plans. The same voices that had debated his fate gave him one final push, literally shoving his massive body through the rift and slamming it shut behind him. Dazi burst out into the ocean, thrashing to stay afloat. "You cowards," he shouted up at the fading tier in space, unleashing a colorful string of curses. Before he could recover, a massive shadow loomed beneath him. A giant fish lunged upward, jaws wide. Annoyed more than afraid, Dazi narrowed his eyes. "Really? You start picking a fight with me?" Electric energy surged through his body. A moment later, a colossal bolt of lightning struck the sea, vaporizing the water and frying the fish in an instant. As the smell of charred seafood filled the air, Dazi floated above the rippling waves, smirking. "One tray of fries," he said to himself, "and we sef got first-class fish and chips." After dealing with the whole fish and chips situation, Dazi, still fuming, took off across the horizon, electricity crackling faintly across his massive centipede form. He grumbled under his breath, muttering about stupid oceans and backstabbing cosmic jerks, completely unaware that dozens of enormous fish were lurking below, watching his silhouette fade into the distance. Back on land, Gao Peng suddenly froze mid-sentence. A crushing pressure washed over him, an overbearing, suffocating presence unlike anything he'd felt since leaving the valley. His first thought was grim. The monster from the bottom of Death Dragon Valley must have followed us. Not realizing what was actually happening, Gao Peng immediately barked out orders. "Everyone, battle formation. Prepare for contact." Flammy spread his wings, Dumby braced his shield, and the dragon ants assembled, ready to unleash everything at the first sign of movement. Gao Peng stood at the front, tension in every muscle. "Attack on my signal," he shouted. "Don Sets let it get the first move." 10 minutes passed. Nothing happened. The sea breeze whistled softly through the cliffs. Flammy blinked and tilted his head. Boss? There Stets nothing here." A long silence followed. Gao Peng crossed his arms, coughed, and said coolly, "Good. That means our deterrence worked exactly as planned." No one believed him. Even Silly, the quietest of the group, gave him a flat stare. Trying to preserve what little dignity he had left, Gao Peng quickly waved it off. "Anyway, we set her heading east. The south is full of labyrinths, and I could use a good water-type familiar. Might find something interesting near the ocean." Flammy squawked in approval, and soon they were moving again, Gao Peng lounging comfortably in a chair, strapped to Stray's back, enjoying the view like a man on vacation. He turned his attention to the treasure-sniffing mouse perched on his shoulder. "Good work finding that wolfberry grass today," he said, scratching its head. "That cell'll be perfect for Xiahua Sep's evolution." Dumby perked up at the mention of his daughter. The little gorilla, Xiahua, was already level 30 and of excellent grade, a bright bookish creature with more interest in reading and studying than in fighting. Let Stets evolve her now, Gao Peng decided. No time like the present. He pulled out the necessary ingredients and began mixing the solution, his hands steady and precise. When the preparation was done, he handed the shimmering vial to Xiahua, who sat surrounded by her collection of books and notes. "Drink it," he said gently. The gorilla hesitated, then obeyed. Moments later she collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Dumby lunged forward, panic in his eyes, but Gao Peng stopped him. "She has to endure it," he said firmly. "You can protect her forever." The process didn't last long, though to Dumby it felt like an eternity. When it was finally over, Xiahua rose shakily to her feet. Two beautiful, translucent wings unfurled from her back, glimmering in the sunlight that filtered through the trees. Her evolution was complete. This new form was a SIP made for battle. It was a scholarship's path, one that granted her a vastly extended lifespan. Gao Peng nodded approvingly. "Perfect. This is the best future for her." But even as he admired his handiwork, a sudden wave of intense sensation washed over him again, the same strange pull he'd felt before. He clutched his chest, wondering if he was going crazy. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, Dazi was not having a good time. The massive centipede dragon was fleeing for his life, pursued by an enormous sea creature that could only be described as a monster's nightmare. "Come on, I only ate one egg," Dazi yelled over his shoulder, his voice echoing across the waves. "That SIP's hardly worth killing me over." Apparently, the furious mother beast disagreed. She let out a thunderous roar that nearly split the air. Dazi darted through a barrage of slashing water currents, narrowly avoiding each one. "You don't understand. I even gave the yoke back," he shouted. "We stare even." The only response was another roar, followed by a surge of boiling water that nearly consumed him. Fed up, Dazi decided to fight back. His body sparked with blue light as he activated his Eye of the Heart, trying to read the creature's thoughts. Unfortunately, the only thing in the beast SIP's mind was a single word, repeated like a drumbeat, "ee." "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," Dazi shrieked, unleashing a torrent of lightning across the surface of the ocean. The explosion of light and steam stunned his pursuer long enough for him to rocket away. Smirking triumphantly, he glanced back to gloat, only to see the creature's enormous jaws opening beneath him. "Why didn't it work?" he screamed, flailing through the air. "Gao Peng, help me." Back on shore, Gao Peng stood at the edge of the ocean, gazing out at the waves. For a fleeting moment, he thought he heard a faint voice calling his name. Then another thought followed. "I am so hungry." He blinked. "Am I hearing things?" Flammy and Goldie exchanged concerned looks, gently trying to comfort him. But then the voice echoed again, louder, this time unmistakably Dazi's tone. "Gao Peng. I am being chased by a giant sea worm." Gao Peng Sip's jaw dropped. "No way." Tentatively, he sent out a thought. "Dazi, is that you?" The response came instantly. "Boss, you can hear me. I missed you so much. I been running for 4 days. It one sit stop chasing me. I swear I only ate one egg." Gao Peng rubbed his temples. "You ate an egg? Of what, exactly?" "A gigantic silver worm. She sips really mean." Gao Peng sighed. "Of course she is." He quickly composed himself and replied mentally, "Listen, we're at the shore. Keep flying straight in one direction. You'll reach land eventually. Once you do, it'll be weaker outside the water. It might not even follow you." "Got it," Dazi said, his mental voice full of relief. "I shall hurry." As the telepathic connection faded, Gao Peng turned to his team. "Fan out along the coast. Find him before that thing does. Half an hour later, Dragonette number 2 raised its head from a nearby ridge, its new daylight aurora pupil shimmering faintly. I see him, it said, antenna twitching. Dazi Sips coming this way. Gao Peng Stit's eyes lit up. Then let's go bring our trouble magnet home. Gao Peng had Flammy launch a massive fireball into the sky, a blazing signal against the clouds. If Dazi was anywhere nearby, he'd see it for sure. Moments later, a familiar silhouette appeared on the horizon, long, coiling, and lined with dozens of wings that shimmered in the light. Gao Peng exhaled in relief. Dazi was alive. He figured the sea monster must have finally given up the chase, especially now that he had the whole team gathered together. Before reaching them, however, Dazi turned back toward the ocean and unleashed an enormous surge of lightning, blanketing the sea in a storm of electric fury, a final screw-you to the monster that had tormented him for days. Gao Peng could only stare. That thing would have stopped chasing you days ago if you'd quit taunting it, he muttered under his breath. With the chaos dying down, Gao Peng noticed something peculiar. Dazi looked different, taller, broader, and covered in sleek, metallic scales. Even his wings had multiplied since they last met. How many wings do you even need? Gao Peng said incredulously. Dazi ignored the question, groaning loudly instead. I haven't eaten in months. Silly, bring me boxes of mealworms. I'm starving. Before Gao Peng could scold him, Stripey suddenly went rigid, his many eyes narrowing. He'd sensed something. A split second later, the ocean erupted. The massive silver serpent that had chased Dazi burst from the waves, its 3 gleaming eyes glowing with murderous intent. The deep-sea silver-winged three-eyed snake had followed him all the way to shore. Gao Peng barely had time to shout a warning before the creature's attack hit. Stripey, the towering spider beast who had guarded the team through countless battles, lunged in front of everyone and took the full force of the strike. The explosion of water and energy shook the coast. When the spray cleared, Stripey was still standing, but blood seeped from cracks in his carapace. Gao Peng Sip's expression hardened. Even Stripey took real damage. That thing is terrifying. He immediately ordered Stripey into the water. Suppress it before it uses the ocean against us. Stripey dove in, slamming into the serpent's scales. The snake retaliated instantly, pulling a massive sphere of dense water around its body, and hurling it at Stripey with devastating force. Gao Peng winced as the impact threw Stripey backward, deeper into the sea. What in the world did you do to provoke this thing, Dazi? Gao Peng yelled. Out of curiosity and dread, he opened the serpent's status window, and immediately regretted it. Level 74. Overlord tier deep-sea silver-winged three-eyed snake. They were so doomed. Behind him, Dazi scratched the back of his head. Ah, did I mess up? Yes, Gao Peng snapped, so badly. But then something else caught his attention. Dazi looked stronger. Gao Peng opened his status window and his jaw hit the ground. Dazi was now a level 69 Emperor tier beast. Nice, with several skills over level 5 and a newly gained mythical grade. His title read, 24 Winged Lightning Sky Dragon. In raw stats, he even surpassed the Silver Serpent. Gao Peng smacked him on the head. You stature stronger, get in there and help Stripey. But, no buts. Grumbling, Dazi launched himself into the air, electricity crackling around his wings. Fine, fine. He dove toward the serpent and roared, explosive lightning. The air detonated with power. The serpent tried to raise a water barrier, but the lightning pierced straight through, sizzling against its scales. Dumby took the chance to charge forward, his massive fists glowing with dark energy. He swung hard, but the serpent twisted just in time, making the hit glance off its side. Even so, the impact hurled Dumby back to shore. Before Gao Peng could shout again, Dumby gritted his teeth and ignited his dark flames, coating the serpent's body in black fire. The result was shocking. Not only did the flames cling to its water-coated scales, but they burned the seawater itself. Gao Peng stared, fascinated. It sits burning water instead of energy. The serpent shrieked in pain, whipping up a trio of colossal water tornadoes to shield itself. Then it dove beneath the waves, trying to flee. Not happening, Gao Peng said. Dumby, Dazi, Stripey, go stop it. I'll handle the tornadoes. The three roared their acknowledgement and dove into pursuit. As for Gao Peng's plan, it was simple, and named Goldie. Goldie, use your forbidden domain. The moment Goldie activated his ability, the tornadoes collapsed, their elemental energy snuffed out entirely. The battlefield went eerily still. An hour later, the fight was still raging, though in rough shape. Stripey was bleeding heavily. Dumby and the serpent were both worn down, but the tide had turned. From above, Gao Peng, riding atop Flammy, watched as Dumby launched one final sky-splitting kick. It connected squarely with the serpent's head, sending the massive creature crashing into the ocean below, where it finally went still. They set one. The team erupted in exhausted cheers as Gao Peng exhaled. "We actually beat an overlord," he murmured, awe mixing with pride. He looked down at Dazi, who was already bragging about how he totally meant to do that. Gao Peng just smiled. "With a bit more training, Dazi will surpass even this." But the victory came with a sobering reminder. Back on Earth, the ancient tribe still viewed Earthlings as outsiders. If Gao Peng wasn't strong enough, his familiars would become targets the moment they returned. He couldn't allow that. To survive, they needed both power and rank, equal measures of skill and strength, and with his new space-time storage ability, he had a dangerous idea brewing to secretly smuggle higher-tier monsters onto Earth, evolving his companions beyond what anyone there could match. As the battle's aftermath faded, Stripey's wounds began to mend under the Earth's elemental energy, while Dumby simply absorbed the lingering spirits of fallen foes to heal himself, a trick even Gao Peng had to admit was unfairly powerful. With his team recovering, Gao Peng turned to the altar imp. "From now on, you stare its dark child." The imp immediately groaned. "Please don't salt call me that. I sip literally just your altar set's avatar." "Too late," Gao Peng said with a grin. "It suits you." Even Goldie chimed in from nearby. "It sips a cool name, stop whining dark child." The imp buried his face in his claws. And so, the odd little family continued. For the next 6 months, Gao Peng and his familiars trained relentlessly, mastering their new powers and pushing their limits in the Black Fog world. A full year had passed since Gao Peng's arrival. His strength, his control, and his connection with his familiars had all grown beyond recognition. And one calm evening, as the team prepared dinner by the sea, Goldie burst from the water with a triumphant roar, dragging a massive fish in his claws. "Dinner steps served," he shouted proudly. Gao Peng smiled as his companions gathered around the crackling fire. The storms, the chaos, the battles, they'd all survived together. For the first time in a long while, the world felt almost peaceful. Gao Peng could only sigh and fondly scold Goldie for being so eager to show off his strength when they already had plenty to eat. "You just can't resist hitting something, can you?" he said, shaking his head. Deciding to be kind, he added, "Fine, make yourself useful and clean that fish. Slice it properly, we're eating it tonight." While the muscular duck got to work preparing dinner, Gao Peng finally had time to reflect on the past few months. His familiars had been growing at a phenomenal rate, far faster than he'd ever expected. Much of that progress was thanks to Darkchild, his somewhat unwilling altar imp, and the specialized power-up pills the creature had been refining for them. Even so, one gap remained in Gao Peng's lineup. He still didn't have a proper water-type familiar. His current soul power was strong, but just barely enough to sustain contracts with the Emperor-tier beasts he already had. If he wanted a new one, he'd need to find a powerful, high-grade water creature from deep beneath the sea's surface. The shallow waters near the coast wouldn't cut it. That decided it. After dinner, they'd begin exploring the ocean's depths. The next day, Gao Peng was airborne atop Dazi, the lightning centipede's wings humming as they cut across the open sky. Flamey glided nearby, the two familiars moving in perfect sync. Eventually, a peculiar island came into view. Its waters shallow, its shores barren, dotted with a few bleached rocks and sparse plants. The only life present seemed to be a flock of level 45 Qingbai windbirds, soaring lazily through the mist. The place was quiet, peaceful. Between its safety and its convenient position over the shallows, Gao Peng decided they'd use the island as a temporary base for a few nights. That night, as the moonlight washed over the water, Gao Peng and Goldie crouched in the shadows, spying on one of the windbirds as it stirred. The bird stretched, gave a low cry, and began walking toward a nearby cave. Goldie narrowed his eyes. "Boss, its set's been going in there every night, and it always comes out in the morning looking exhausted." Gao Peng raised an eyebrow. "You think it sets?" Goldie shrugged. "Treasure stash, probably." "Right, definitely treasure." And so, the pair of professional idiots decided to sneak in after it. Tiptoeing into the cave, they kept low to the ground. The air was damp, filled with soft dripping sounds. Strange, glowing bubbles floated through the darkness, drifting lazily. Gao Peng could feel something off, an energy too faint to place. "See anything?" he whispered. "Nothing," Goldie muttered back. He was wrong. One of the bubbles burst, and out of it lunged a mass of writhing green tendrils, a mutated seaweed beast, snapping toward them. Goldie threw himself between Gao Peng and the creature, taking the brunt of its attack. But the seaweed wasn't a simple opponent. Its body was rubbery and flexible, impossible to tear apart. Within seconds, Goldie was wrapped up tight, immobilized and dragged toward the water. "Boss, little help?" Gao Peng grimaced. "You still hate me for this later." He raised his hand. "Flamey, burn it." The cave flared with fire as Flammy's blazing breath roared across the chamber, engulfing both Goldie and the monster. "Hot, too hot." Goldie screamed. Why is your first instinct always arson? But it worked. The seaweed, despite its natural fire resistance, couldn't withstand Flammy's heat. The burning mass shriveled and dropped away, releasing Goldie from its grasp. As the duck stumbled out, steaming and singed, Gao Pang knelt beside the remains. Interesting. It had a level 3 flame resistance. No wonder it lasted that long. If it had been any higher, that wouldn't have worked. Before he could continue analyzing, low guttural growls echoed from deeper within the cave. Dozens of eyes glimmered in the dark, reflecting the light of the flames. Flammy, Gao Pang said calmly, fry everything in there. The firebird didn't hesitate. The next blast lit up the entire tunnel in a wall of searing heat. Most of the monsters disintegrated instantly, but one creature broke through, scattering the fire and charging forward with a group of smaller water types in tow. Goldie grinned, flexing his fists. My turn. He leapt into the fray, throwing a rapid series of jabs, hooks, and roundhouse kicks. Within moments, the lead crab fell with a crack, and the tunnel collapsed behind it, sealing off the passage. Nicely done, Gao Pang said. At Goldie's suggestion, Flammy roasted the fallen monsters over a low flame, filling the cave with the smell of sizzling seafood. Half an hour later, the group sat outside, eating contentedly. That piece didn't last. Drawn by the scent of cooked crab, Dazi swooped in from above, his many wings shimmering. Smells amazing. Save me some. No way, Gao Pang said flatly. You didn't help, you don't eat. Dazi pouted but obeyed. As Goldie carried a large oyster out of the cave, it made a faint, high-pitched noise. He and Gao Pang exchanged wary looks. Treasure? Goldie guessed. Or trouble, Gao Pang replied. Goldie pried it open with brute strength. The instant the shell cracked, something small and fast shot out, rolling across the sand. Too fast to see, except Gao Pang casually stuck out a leg. Thunk. The creature tumbled to a stop at his feet. As they looked closer, it turned out to be an ordinary-looking fish. Smooth silver scales, bright fins, a faint blue glow along its sides. Goldie Sip's eyes sparkled. Looks expensive. I could sell this for at least 500 credits. The fish glared up at him with absolute hatred. Maybe more, Goldie added cheerfully. That's when the fish opened its mouth. Front me down, you brainless duck, it screamed in perfect Mandarin. Gao Pang blinked. Wait, did it just? The fish continued ranting, stringing together insults so creative even Gao Pang had to respect the vocabulary. Annoyed, Goldie flicked it on the head, making it spin in place. You little, the fish hissed, spitting more curses. Do you have any idea who I am? Gao Pang sighed and pulled up its status window, only to find that every field was blank. Name, unavailable. Level, unknown. Grade hidden. His eyes widened. He'd seen this before, with Frosty, back when the lion cub had still been sealed. That explains it, Gao Pang murmured. You steer sealed, but still at least level 50, even in this weakened state. He glanced at the furious little fish, still thrashing in Goldie's grasp. Which means, he said softly, you are going to be very interesting once I figure out how to unseal you. Gao Pang looked down at the furious little fish in Goldie's grip, eyes shining like a kid staring at a new toy. The fish, of course, did not appreciate the attention. Stop staring at me like that, you creep, it barked, its tiny fins flapping as though trying to slap him. Goldie puffed out his chest, ready to fight. You dare insult my master, you glorified sardine? Gao Pang waved him off. Calm down, Goldie. It's trying to get under your feathers on purpose. He turned to the fish, smiling in that disarmingly friendly way that made his familiars nervous. Listen, I've been looking for a watertight familiar. Even if you stare useless in battle, I still want to sign a contract with you. You stare too cute to pass up. The fish sip's fins froze mid-flap. Cute? I sipped am evil. I sip am ferocious. I devour my enemies whole. That just confirms it, Gao Pang said cheerfully. You sir perfect. Before the fish could curse again, he gestured to Goldie. Take it outside. Give it a little heart-to-heart. Totally not a torture session, Goldie said innocently, dragging the flailing fish away. When he returned, the creature looked like it had lost a bar fight with a blender, bruised, scuffed, and glaring daggers. You steer amazing, Gao Pang told it sincerely. Truly. Stop mocking me, the fish croaked. Fine, I still tell you where the high-grade ocean monsters are. I still help you find a proper familiar. No need, Gao Pang said lightly. You stir the one I want. The fish sip's jaw dropped. Are you mad? Maybe, but I shall help you recover your lost grade. Either that, or we dig you a nice hole. The fish stared at him in silent outrage. Before it could respond, Gao Pang pressed his palm to its head. Let's see what's going on in that mind of yours. The world shifted. Suddenly Gao Pang stood in an endless dead ocean, gray skies, lifeless waters. Only one small patch ahead shimmered faintly with light and movement. A flash of energy erupted beside him. The fish appeared, furious. How dare you invade my consciousness? Gao Peng crossed his arms. What are you going to do, zap me with lightning, inside your own mind? He wasn't bluffing. He could tell the fish's soul power was dangerously low, even weaker than his own at the moment. When he offered the contract again, the fish hesitated. Can you really restore my grade? With a little work, Gao Peng said smoothly, and a lot of luck. After a long silence, the fish finally sighed. Fine, let's see if you are worth the trouble. Their contract flared into existence, binding their souls. Instantly, Gao Peng's system window flickered, revealing new details that had been hidden before, specifically the evolution requirements for the fish's promotion to perfect grade. When he read the list, his jaw hit the ground. 3 tons of water core crystals, a Leviathan sit scale, and a divine essence pearl, he shouted. What am I, a factory? But there was no going back. The fish, now officially dubbed Fishy, was his. 3 years later. A busy bar buzzed with chatter in the Yuju area. Several men sat around, drinks in hand, discussing the state of the world's monster trainer scene. The strongest are all from the ancient tribes, one man said confidently. An older gentleman slammed his mug down. You youngsters need to stop talking like that. Walk your own path. The strongest of your era are Chihanu and Gao Peng, not the tribes. At the mention of the second name, one man snorted. Chihanu, sure, but Gao Peng, please, he sips overrated. His friend grabbed his arm, panicked. Shut up, not here, idiot. This is Southern Sky Group territory. Even the guards were glaring now, tension thick in the air. At a nearby table, an older man leaned toward a young one seated calmly, half hidden under his hood. Master Gao, shall I send someone to discipline them? The young man smiled faintly and waved a hand. No need, let them speak freely. It didn't take a genius to recognize him. Gao Peng himself. Though he said nothing aloud, his fingers twitched. Beside him, Flowery's eyes glowed faintly as she whispered a minor curse. The 2 loudmouths would spend the next few days miserably sick, none the wiser. Talking behind my back is one thing, Gao Peng murmured, but insulting me to my face, even I have limits. It had been years since he'd left the Black Fog world, and Earth hadn't changed nearly as much as he expected. The global limit on power still hadn't been lifted, not even for high-ranking trainers like Ray. Luckily, his loophole with the space-time storage had worked flawlessly. He'd managed to smuggle his familiars onto Earth without tripping any restrictions. Most of his team was stronger than ever. Xia Hua, now robed like a little scholar, was far more mature. Dumby and the others were busy training or managing local affairs. And Fishy, the mouthy fish that started it all, was thriving as a spy in the vast ocean of the Fall world, sending him priceless information. When his carriage stopped before the towering gates of the Southern Sky Group, Gao Peng stepped out and froze. The headquarters had changed beyond recognition, larger, gleaming, and filled with unfamiliar faces. After the shock wore off, he headed inside to see his grandfather. Grandpa G. Peng sit. The old man pulled him into a tight hug before grinning. You came back just in time. I made your favorite pork rib soup. Inside, Gao Peng nearly tripped when he spotted Bai Qingyong lounging casually on the sofa, dressed far more comfortably than he'd ever seen her before. She looked up and smiled faintly. Welcome back. Caught off guard, Gao Peng stammered. Ah yeah, hi. I'll go so you can catch up with your grandfather, she said, standing. Nonsense, Grandpa G said immediately. Stay for dinner, you already know each other anyway. Dinner was awkward. Grandpa G barely stayed 5 minutes before muttering something about paperwork and disappearing, with a grin that could only belong to a man playing matchmaker. The silence stretched. Gao Peng tried to break it. So, the soup sep's good? Bai Qingyong smiled politely. It's fine. He hesitated, then trying to fill the void added, you know your face has gotten rounder since last time. A beat of silence. Her smile vanished. Excuse me? Before he could backpedal, she stood, collected her things, and walked out without another word. Gao Peng sat there staring at his bowl. I was trying to compliment her. From a hidden hallway, Grandpa Geb watched through a crack in the door, groaning and dragging a hand down his face. My grandson may be a genius in battle, he muttered, but he seps a complete idiot in love. And somewhere down the hall, Fishy's laughter echoed faintly from Gao Peng's communicator. Later that week, Gao Peng joined his grandfather at their old high school, standing just off stage as the old man addressed a sea of eager students. His booming voice carried through the gymnasium. This year, SEP's National High School Championship will decide the future of your generation. The top 3 schools will earn the right to choose a commander-tier familiar from the Southern Sky Group itself. He gestured proudly toward Gao Pang. The first place winner will receive a custom familiar personally crafted by Gao Pang, so give it your all. The crowd exploded with cheers, the students chanting his name like he was a celebrity. Gao Pang smiled and waved awkwardly, feeling more like a marketing prop than a role model. A few hours later, in the principal's office, Gao Pang slumped into a chair. So, what exactly is the National High School Championship? He asked blankly. The principal blinked. You're joking, right? I mean, it sounds self-explanatory, but I'd rather not assume, he replied. With a sigh, she explained. It's SEP's an annual tournament co-hosted by the government and the major factions of the Hua region. This will be the second one. Schools compete with their familiars for national ranking. Gao Pang frowned. Didn't SET our school organize it last year? Why did we place 8th? Because the Hua Shijian Academy took first place, she said. Their connections to the military and top guilds are extensive. We focused on academics instead of gifting every student a familiar. He leaned back thoughtfully. Ah, I get it. You still raising capable trainers who don't rely too much on their familiars. That's SEP's smart. Grandpa G, who sit's been quietly sipping tea, slammed his cup down. You don't get it at all, boy. Huh? The old man launched into a tirade. The Northern Frost tribe has been pressing us non-stop, and it took months of diplomacy to bring Bai Kim Yan here to help. And what do? You offend her. She's not even interested in me, Gao Pang protested. If I tried something and she rejected me, it's to ruin the friendship. Of course she's not interested yet, Grandpa G snapped. Feelings don't appear from thin air, they're cultivated. When I met your grandmother… Alright, I leaving, Gao Pang cut in, already backing toward the door. I lead the Academy SEP's team this year, gotta go prepare. Coward, the old man shouted after him. That afternoon, Gao Pang found his younger sister Tong Tong, lounging in one of the mansion gardens. Her fluffy feline familiar, Softy, purred lazily in her lap. He ruffled her hair. Hey, long time no see, I need a favor. She arched an eyebrow. What kind of favor? With all the unstable factions moving lately, I want you to act as Tiandat Academy SIP's gatekeeper, he said. You can delegate to your familiars, of course. I'll even build you a villa right next to campus. Tong Tong stretched and shrugged. Sure. Not like I have anything better to do. Just as she agreed, Gao Pang suddenly froze, eyes narrowing toward the horizon. What's SEP's wrong? She asked. He smiled faintly. Nothing. Just some people aren't too happy that I stem back. That night, Gao Pang strolled along the outdoor walkways of Southern Sky HQ. He wasn't being careless. He was bait. He felt the killing intent before he saw it. A dark blur shot toward him, and a massive moon shadow spider crashed down from above, fangs glinting. Gao Pang pivoted, springing off a crumbling wall as the arachnid strike split the tiles where he'd just stood. Right on time, he muttered. The spider hissed, its 8 legs slicing through the air with frightening speed. But before it could land another blow, a soft growl echoed from the shadows. Softy Tong Tong's fluffy but deceptively strong familiar pounced into view, colliding with the spider mid-lunge. The two beasts clashed, sparks flying from claw and fang. Evenly matched, the spider tried to retreat into invisibility. Oh no, you don't Gao Pang murmured. He tossed a small device into the air, summoning his treasure-sniffing rat, who saluted smartly before darting off. Find the trainer, Gao Pang ordered. Alive or dead, your call. The rat squeaked and vanished into the night. Deep in the nearby forest, a robed man cursed quietly. Useless spider failure again. He was just about to flee when a shadow streaked through the trees. His canine familiar yelped and split cleanly in two. Before the man could react, the treasure-sniffing rat uppercut him so hard his hood flew off. The assassin's world went dark. Back at HQ, Gao Pang noticed the spider's frantic movements suddenly falter. I guess that means your master's been caught, he said coolly. The spider hissed, its body flickering as it tried to vanish completely. Softy lunged, claws flashing, but the creature was fast, too fast. Then the sky lit up. Flammy swooped down, wings blazing like the sun, and slammed the spider with a single fiery strike. The explosion rocked the courtyard. When the smoke cleared, the assassin's familiar was twitching, barely alive. Gao Pang walked over, picked up a loose rock, and without hesitation threw it. The stone struck true. The spider went still. Assassins, he muttered. They never learn. As he turned to leave, the bushes rustled. His treasure-sniffing rat stumbled out, dragging the unconscious would-be killer by the leg, saluting proudly despite the weight. Gao Pang smirked. Good work, soldier. He crouched beside the captive, brushing dirt from the man-Sip's face. Now then, let Sips have a little chat about who sent you. The forest wind carried away the sound of the assassin's groan, and under the silver moonlight, Gao Peng's eyes gleamed with quiet satisfaction. He snapped his fingers. Floey, wake him up. A soft shimmer of energy filled the air as Floey's healing spell enveloped the man. The assassin groaned and blinked awake, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Unfortunately for him, Gao Peng was not in a patient mood. Let's skip the warm-up, Gao Peng said coldly, crouching beside him. You still going to tell me who sent you, how you found me, and why I sep worth killing, if you don't set. He conjured a heavy mace out of thin air, and let it drop with a loud thud beside the man's head. I sell improvise. The assassin flinched, trembling. Why you can set do this? This is illegal. Gao Peng actually laughed. Illegal? You tried to assassinate me, and now you want to talk about the law? He leaned closer, smiling without warmth. That sip's adorable. After a few tense minutes and a lot of unconvincing whining, the man finally cracked. His name was Tong Chung, and according to him, he'd been sent by the Kushan group to evaluate the strength of potential candidates for the upcoming national championship. The assassination attempt on Gao Peng, he claimed, had simply been a personal decision to earn some extra credit. Gao Peng didn't sit by it for a second. You expect me to believe you tried to kill me on a whim? He asked, voice dangerously calm. Tong Chung's silence was answer enough. Fine. Gao Peng sighed. You had your chance. He summoned Brainy, the floating mass of psychic flesh and nerves that served as his living memory extractor. The creature drifted over silently, tendrils twitching in anticipation. Get to work, Gao Peng ordered. Moments later, the man screamed as Brainy's tendrils latched onto his temples, pulling glowing strands of memory from his mind. When it was done, Brainy's eyes flickered, and a stream of thoughts poured directly into Gao Peng's own consciousness. The truth was much worse. Tong Chung hadn't come to test anyone. He was part of a coordinated effort by the Kushan group to sabotage Tiande Academy's team before the championship even began. His orders were to eliminate the familiars and the 5 registered representatives. One name in particular stood out in the recovered memories: Stormcloud Sparrow. Gao Peng froze. That familiar was supposed to be a secret trump card, known only to a handful of people including Grandpa Gao, which meant, they've got a spy inside the academy, Gao Peng murmured, and whoever it is, they know far too much. He clenched his fists. He'd planned to coach his students fairly, to let them grow at their own pace and learn through experience. But now, the game had changed. If the other forces were going to cheat, then he would win by any means necessary. The next morning, the 5 chosen representatives from Tiande Academy gathered at the mountain behind Gao Peng's villa, where he'd called them for their first team meeting. The students passed the time-swapping stories about their new coach, the legendary Gao Peng, the man who'd returned from the Black Fog world alive and with a personal army of familiars. When the ground suddenly trembled beneath them, conversation died instantly. The mountainside split open and a massive door slid away with a deep mechanical rumble, revealing a hidden laboratory beneath the villa. Dust billowed outward, and from the shadows emerged Gao Peng himself, looking far too casual for someone with that much dramatic flair. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said. Come in. As they stepped into the vast subterranean lab, lined with strange machines and stasis pods, Gao Peng turned to face them. I'll be honest, he began. Originally, I just wanted you all to enjoy the experience. Learn something, have fun, maybe place decently, but things have changed. His tone hardened. Now, I want you to win. The students exchanged uneasy glances, realizing he wasn't joking. That said, Gao Peng continued, you still are not nearly ready, not with your current familiars, beating top-tier academies with what you have now. He shrugged. That sep's a fantasy. The bluntness stung, but before anyone could protest, he smiled faintly. So let's make it interesting. I still let you spar against one of my weaker familiars, or rather a subordinate parasite that lives on one. The group hesitated. A parasite? That sounded both underwhelming and horrifying. Before they could voice their doubts, one of the students, Chi Hanan, stepped forward confidently. I accept. Gao Pengsip's eyes gleamed. Good. I can see why you were chosen to handle the Stormcloud Sparrow. With a snap of his fingers, the ground cracked open. From the depths of the lab rose a towering figure, Bo, one of the mutated orange trees that grew on top of Stripey. Fully matured now, Boi stood nearly 3 meters tall, its bark shining like polished stone, branches shifting like arms. The student's jaws dropped. Wait, if this thing is a parasite, how big is the host? One of the boys muttered. He was absolutely right, though Gao Peng didn't confirm it. Instead, he smiled thinly. Relax, he said. This one sep's weak, barely level 50, not even a combat type. He stepped back. Defeat BEI, and I'll officially let you represent the academy in the championship. 2 of the boys immediately sent out their familiars, a sleek iron-boned saber-toothed tiger and an iron-winged armored paladin. Alright, let's go, one shouted. The eye didn't move until they were halfway across the floor, then its roots surged upward like living whips. In one smooth motion, it swatted the tiger aside and wrapped the paladin in a prison of twisting wood and vines, trapping it instantly. The fight was over before it even began. The students stared, stunned. Gao Pang chuckled darkly, his shadow stretching long under the lab lights. You see, that was one of my weakest. He folded his arms and grinned. Now let's have some fun. His familiar body was clearly dominating the battle, making his opponents Gev and Ali increasingly frustrated. In an attempt to turn the tables, they both sent out their pets. Gev's familiar, a devil vine mountain climbing monster, used its restriction skill, wrapping body in a tight hold of thick vines. But there was a flaw. Gao Peng instantly noticed it. They had tried to restrain a wood-type familiar, using another wood type of a lower level. That was a fatal mistake. The moment BA opened its eyes and took the fight seriously, the situation flipped. The devil vine was suddenly the one bound and struggling within fresh, stronger vines. Gao Ping glanced toward Chuan Yao, the last of the three students, wondering what she would do next. Her Stormcloud Sparrow was her only chance at victory now. To everyone's surprise, Chuan Yao raised her hand and admitted defeat. Her classmates were shocked, demanding to know why she had given up when her familiar still had a chance. Gao Ping, however, was intrigued. He reminded her that even a slim chance was still a chance. So why surrender? Chuan Yao's answer was simple. BA's power and her own familiar's growth, both came from Gao Peng's training. Whether she fought or not made little difference. She was still relying on his strength. This answer pleased Gao Peng. He told the students that he wanted to demonstrate the true importance of levels, and that the last battle had made his point perfectly clear. For the next 6 days, he declared, they would undergo rigorous, unforgiving training. Every one of them would have to rise to the standards of Lord-tier familiar trainers. The students were stunned. They shouted in disbelief, but Gao Peng didn't give them a moment to recover. He pulled out an entire shelf filled with gleaming treasures and announced that he had prepared a small gift for them. Immediately, one of the students' tiger familiars began wagging its tail excitedly, drooling over the materials. Its trainer frantically told it to calm down. Gao Peng smiled and explained that the shelf contained king-tier monster core crystals, materials meant to be consumed by their familiars. Once again, the students were left speechless. Gao Peng's tone turned serious as he told them that he had everything from rare evolution items to powerful enhancement treasures. This was their chance to rise. Half a month later, Gao Peng arrived at Modu Airport with the Academy's representatives. As they walked through the terminal, 2 men spotted him, Tong Sheng and Tong Ling, members of a group Gao Peng had crushed in the past. Tong Sheng's eyes burned with hatred. He whispered to Tong Ling that this was their chance for revenge. Tong Ling, however, wasn't convinced. She reminded him that Gao Peng was far stronger than them. When Sheng refused to back down, she walked away, saying she wanted no part in his foolishness. Meanwhile, Gao Peng met with an old acquaintance, a man he called Uncle He. Once the mayor, he had since risen to become president of the Freedom Alliance. Despite his new status, he remained humble and greeted Gao Peng warmly. The two chatted like old friends, and he even suggested having lunch together soon. Before they parted, he leaned in close and whispered a warning. Several groups in Modu were plotting to take Gao Peng's life. Gao Peng simply thanked him, his expression calm. He replied that the safety of his students would be in his hands, then walked away without another word. Watching him go, the president wondered whether Gao Peng's composure came from hidden power or simply unshakable confidence, perhaps both. At Modu Stadium, the National College Championship was about to begin. The announcers' voices boomed across the arena as the first competitors, representatives of last year's winners, Hu High School, entered to roaring applause. Gao Peng addressed his students, pointing to the stage. This, he told them, was what it meant to be a champion. If they wanted to be treated with the same respect next year, they had to win. The students were tense, thinking of what lay ahead. One of them, a short, round-faced boy, raised a hand and asked, half-jokingly, if they could be excused from next month's exams, if they brought glory to the academy. Gao Peng almost smiled at his boldness. Not everyone was amused. From across the waiting area, a girl from another school sneered at the question, mocking the boys' academy for ranking only 8th the previous year. The boy clenched his fists, ready to argue, but the girl turned away dismissively, saying she didn't know where a loser like him found such confidence. Before things could escalate, Gao Peng placed a hand on his student's shoulder and told him to let it go. From their uniforms, he recognized that the other students were from Luan High School. There was no point wasting words. They could prove themselves in the next round. The announcer soon began revealing the tournament brackets. When the third match pairing appeared, everyone gasped. Luan High versus Gao Peng's T&D Academy. Inside Luan High's waiting room, one of their players groaned about their bad luck. Facing T&D in the first round was a nightmare. especially since last year's match had nearly cost them their ranking. But the arrogant girl from earlier smirked and reminded them that Lee Junlong, T&D's previous team leader, wasn't competing this time. Without him, she claimed, victory was certain. Meanwhile, in T&D's own waiting room, the atmosphere was electric. Stout and Cocky were hyped up and eager to fight, while Chuan Yao, ever the calm one, told them to quiet down and focus on studying the match between Hua Wo and Qing Mu. The championship had only just begun, but for Gao Ping and his team, this was the moment everything would change. Since Hua Wo Hai was their true biggest threat, she was the only one Gao Peng allowed to keep her name. She had earned that respect. From the doorway, Gao Peng watched with quiet pride as Chuan Yao's natural leadership shone through. The team had begun to act as one, their confidence no longer fractured, but whole. Suddenly, a commotion on the television caught everyone's attention. The broadcast of Hua Wo Hai's match showed something unexpected. They had only sent 2 representatives into battle. Cocky immediately shouted in outrage, calling it disrespectful to their opponents, though, of course, no one on the other side of the screen could hear him. Gao Peng, however, wasn't offended. His attention was locked on the stat display of Hua Wo's familiars, the twin wolves known as the Light and Dark Wolves of Guli Wilderness. Their data was strange. Gao Peng's expression darkened. He suspected they weren't even from Earth at all. The names and their origins reeked of involvement from the Kushan Group and the Huaxia region's military department. As the match began, the wolves burst forward at incredible speed, releasing radiant beams of light and dark energy from their jaws. Their opponent's raging giant hammer ape barely had time to raise its arms before being ripped apart. In seconds, the wolves had torn through 3 enemy familiars, leaving the arena in stunned silence before the crowd erupted into wild cheers. Gao Peng just smiled faintly and began to clap. Slow, deliberate, like a man savoring a good challenge. His students, on the other hand, weren't nearly as enthusiastic. They could tell what that expression meant. This tournament was about to get much harder. Next up was Tiande Academy versus Luo Yang Hai. As the commentators spoke, they noted that Gao Peng had returned after a 3-year absence to personally lead this year's team. Over in Tiande's preparation room, Stout asked Gao Peng if they should also send out only 2 familiars, just to make a statement. He was brimming with confidence, but Gao Peng shook his head. No, he said, keep our best cards hidden until the finals. He then turned to Chuan Yao, explaining a simple but effective plan. Using her Stormcloud Sparrow in tandem with the Devilvine mountain climbing monster, they could control the battlefield without revealing any of their trump cards. The students nodded in approval. Gao Peng's slyness, as they called it, was nothing more than strategy, and they loved him for it. Meanwhile, in Hua Wo Haisit's waiting room, their coach was grinning smugly. Tandare is weak, he declared. Their familiars are mediocre, trained by that second-rate man, Gao Peng. They still crumble. A harsh reality check was about to arrive. When Tiande's team took the field, the audience murmured in confusion. Gao Ping's team had put a wood-type familiar on the front line, a questionable choice, given their opponent's fire-type familiars. The snarky girl from Luan Hai, the same one who had mocked Tiande earlier, frowned. Something didn't add up. She warned her teammates to stay alert. The battle began. Stout commanded his Devilvine to spread across the arena, dozens of tendrils weaving into the terrain. The Luan Hai trainer countered immediately, launching a wave of flames, but the vines didn't burn. The crowd gasped. The commentators speculated aloud. Fire immunity, large-scale control, advanced growth. This Devilvine had reached Lord Tier. The revelation caused chaos among Luan Hai's team. Their confidence evaporated as they realized the truth too late. The snarky girl quickly tried to regain control, summoning her thousand-leaf mantis to hack through the vines. The insect's bladed arms swung in a full-force strike, and barely left a mark. From across the arena, Stout raised his hand, strangling Vine Ocean. The vines surged like a living tide, wrapping around every opposing familiar in seconds. The match ended before it truly began. Feeling their familiar's life force fading, the Luan Hai team forfeited immediately. They might have lost, but at least they valued their partners. The crowd erupted. Tiandare Academy had stunned everyone. A total victory using only 1 familiar. Their name, once forgotten after last year's failure, was now back in the spotlight. From the stands, Gao Peng smiled faintly. He noted that the Luan Hai girl had made the right call by conceding early. This was only a qualifier, and conserving one's familiars for later rounds was the wise choice. That night, as the stadium lights dimmed, Gao Peng left the arena alone. Outside, a driver sent by President He was waiting for him. When his students asked if he was coming with them, he gave a faint, almost sinister smile. "I have something to take care of," he said. Later that night, Gao Peng took a taxi through the quiet city streets. He told the driver to take him somewhere peaceful and turned on the news. The report was grim. Spatial distortions of increasing intensity were appearing across the world, and new monsters were emerging with them. Gao Peng leaned back, thoughtful. In the early days after the cataclysm, monsters had been wild, uncontrollable beasts. Now they lived among humans, but Gao Peng knew the truth from the Black Fog world. He wondered aloud whether the so-called ancient tribes were truly as omnipotent as they claimed. Then the taxi slowed to a stop. They had arrived at a quiet, empty place, the faint sound of waves in the distance. Quiet enough, Gao Peng murmured. The driver finally spoke, a simple, generic question, but Gao Peng's expression hardened. "You stew are not a real driver," he said calmly. The man smiled. "You stead are right. My name is Yin. I step in here with an invitation." Gao Pengsip's eyes narrowed. An invitation? Yin nodded slowly. To join the Yu tribe. Gao Pengsip's skepticism was palpable. Yin claimed that his clan only recruited those with the highest potential, the chosen few, destined for greatness. Gao Peng saw right through the flattery and arrogance immediately. His expression turned flat as he told Yin that the Yu tribe must be desperate for help if they were resorting to such empty praise. Yin Sep's eyes darkened. Offended, he warned Gao Peng that the Southern Sky Group would make him pay for his words. Gao Peng didn't flinch. Instead, he asked one calm, pointed question. "If your tribe wants to recruit me so badly, then why have you been targeting T&D Academy over and over again?" Before Yin could respond, a voice came from the shadows. Tong Shang stepped out from behind a nearby tree, smirking. He explained that this was simply how the ancient tribes operated. Any tribe weaker than their own was fair game to conquer or destroy. Gao Pengsip's eyes narrowed. "So the Tong tribe is involved too?" Xiang quickly waved his hands. "Not at all. I am not here to help him. I am just here to watch you die. A spectator, nothing more." Then Shang added that the White Dragon tribe wouldn't come to Gao Peng's aid either. His grandfather had refused their recruitment long ago, and the grudge still stood. Instead of showing concern, Gao Peng gave a low chuckle. He summoned 5 familiars around him, his weaker ones, and told the others plainly, "I don't need the White Dragon tribe." Yin laughed mockingly. "Only 5? You think those will save you?" Unfazed, Gao Peng replied, "On Earth, king-tier monsters are the highest that can exist under our world SIP's current restrictions. Why would I need anything else?" Yin Sep's grin widened. Manic, almost feral. "That Sep's exactly what I wanted to hear, because today is a special day." A sudden pulse tore through the air, a deep, shuddering distortion that rippled across space itself. Gao Peng immediately sensed what it meant. The planet's power ceiling was rising. The era of king-tier limits was ending. Yin leapt up to a tree branch, laughing down at him. "You've probably never even seen an Emperor-tier familiar before, have you?" He raised his arm, summoning a colossal creature that cracked the ground beneath it, the barbarian Emperor Mountain Breaker. Behind it floated a glowing orb, a level 60 meteorite magic ball, serving as its support familiar. Yin mistook Gao Pengsip's silence for fear. "I still give you a chance," he said mockingly. "I still only use my supporting familiar. Run for 10 minutes. The farther you get, the less I still hurt you." Gao Peng just sighed inwardly. Cocky fool. The meteorite ball was clearly more dangerous than the brute, judging by the strange light swirling around Yin's limbs. When Gao Peng refused to flee, Yin sneered and fired a blazing beam of energy straight at him. Gao Peng's familiar, Dummy's daughter, blocked the strike, sustaining only minor injuries, quickly healed by Floey, who stepped in without hesitation. Yin smirked, mistaking this for weakness. "If you want to live long enough to see your potential fulfilled, you should learn to stay out of sight." Gao Peng laughed in his face. "You lack imagination." He snapped his fingers. From a surge of dark energy appeared Slicey, clad in an imposing suit of black armor that glimmered like obsidian. The ground trembled. Yin froze, eyes wide. He recognized the creature instantly, an Emperor-tier bladed beast. His jaw clenched. 3 years you reached Emperor-tier in just 3 years inside the Black Fog world. You don't know the half of it, Gao Peng said calmly. Panicked, Yin ordered his mountain breaker to attack. His plan to toy with Gao Peng had evaporated. The massive beast charged forward, shaking the earth with each step, but the fight was already over. Slicey vanished in a blur, moving faster than the eye could follow. In a single strike, he shredded the mountain breaker's arm into ribbons. Then, leaping from the air, he brought his blade down toward Yin himself. Desperately, Yin triggered his life-saving teleportation skill, vanishing in a flash of light. He reappeared several hundred meters away, battered but alive. Gao Pengsit's voice followed him like a whisper carried on the wind. "Your turn to run." Now Yin understood the meaning of those earlier words. He stumbled backward, begging for mercy. "Wait, please. I still stop the Yu tribe from interfering again. I swear it." Gao Pengsit's expression didn't change. There once be a Yu tribe left to make trouble. He turned his back, calling to Tong Shang, "You and I need to talk. You know things about them." The words had barely left his mouth when Yin screamed, "You forced me into this." The mountain breaker, still half maimed, charged again in a last desperate act. Tong Shang shouted that Yin was escaping, but Gao Peng just shook his head. He won set get far. As if on cue, a thunderous impact shook the ground. Gao Peng's Dragon Ant number 3, the Power King Kong Ant, a level 68 monster, appeared from a burst of light. The creature caught the mountain breaker mid-charge and slammed it into the ground so hard the earth cratered. Tong Shang could only stare, his relief mingling with terror. He silently thanked himself for not turning against Gao Peng. Up above, Yin thought himself safe once more, soaring high above the chaos. His confidence lasted all of 3 seconds. Slicey rocketed into the sky like a cannonball, spinning into a tornado of flashing blades. The air itself screamed as he collided with Yin. In an instant, the self-proclaimed emissary of the Yu tribe was reduced to nothing but a bloody mist. Below, Gao Peng watched quietly as Slicey descended, landing beside the Power King Kong Ant. For a brief moment, the two familiars seemed to argue playfully before Slicey approached his master, holding something in his claws. It was Yinsit's meteorite magic ball. "I found this," Slicey said simply. Gao Peng smiled. "Good work." Tong Shang stood frozen, utterly stunned. He had just watched Gao Peng summon 2 Emperor-tier familiars as casually as if he were calling for pets. His entire worldview, everything he thought he understood about monster trainers, power, and hierarchy, was collapsing in real time. Gao Peng, oblivious or simply unconcerned, examined the damaged meteorite magic ball that Slicey had handed him. He turned it over in his hand, curious, then lifted it toward Tong Shang. "What exactly is this thing?" he asked. Tong Shang blinked, still dazed. "It's Sep's called a star magic ball." That caught Gao Peng Sep's attention. "Interesting. You call it something different than what the system labels it." Tong Shang nodded, regaining some composure. "That's because it isn't an object. It's a familiar. Members of the ancient tribes can only sign one familiar contract at a time. But by cultivating a star magic ball, we gain access to another familiar's skill through its possession ability. It's extremely rare." Gao Peng's eyes narrowed slightly. So that was it. A parasite familiar that shared abilities. Its value to the ancient tribes was obvious. With an almost playful smile, he held it out toward Tong Shang. "You want it?" Shang flinched. "You stepped? Give this to me?" "It sets no big deal," Gao Peng replied casually. "I still have plenty more once I clean out the Yu tribe." Tong Shang Sip's face went pale. "Are you insane? The Yu tribe has 2 overlord-tier familiars, hundreds of emperors, and thousands of kings. You can set." Gao Peng interrupted him with a simple, steady tone. "Where are they located?" Tong Shang hesitated, but Gao Peng Sip's calm stare made it clear that resistance was pointless. Finally, he sighed and said, "They sipper in the Guli wilderness, inside a spatial rift 20 kilometers from Qingzhou Base City. I'll send you the coordinates later." Internally, Xing hoped the Yu tribe and Gao Peng would destroy each other. "Good," Gao Peng said, tossing the meteorite ball toward him like a trinket. He then slung an arm over Xing Sip's shoulders. "We'll head back together." Shang tensed. If the road cameras caught him alongside Gao Peng, and the Yu tribe learned of it, the Tong tribe would face retaliation. His pulse quickened. Then Gao Peng asked, almost offhandedly, "By the way, where's Sip's your tribe located?" Shang stepped back immediately. "I told you what you wanted already. Why do you want to know that?" Gao Peng smiled faintly. "We stir friends now, Arn. Sit we. I still like to visit your hometown someday." Shang scoffed. "Right, totally normal, not suspicious at all." Gao Peng chuckled. "Suit yourself." He turned away, ending the matter there. Later that night, on the outskirts of Modu, Gao Peng traveled across the skies atop his 4th dragon ant, the Aurora Dragon Ant, a magnificent level 69 Emperor-tier beast. Its crystalline wings shimmered with iridescent light as they soared. He spoke over the phone with President He, asking him to watch over his students while he handled a few things. The older man readily agreed, leaving Gao Peng free to act. As he rode, Gao Peng's mind churned with questions. The ancient tribe's limitation, being able to sign only one familiar contract, made no sense. Records suggested that, long ago, they could bond with multiple familiars. Something must have changed after they left Earth. A curse? A genetic collapse? Or perhaps something unique to Earth's environment? Whatever it was, it explained why the Yu tribe was so desperate to recruit Earthborn trainers. They weren't simply looking for allies. They were looking to breed new bloodlines, to merge genetics and restore what they had lost. In cruder terms, they wanted to mix blood with humanity to regain their power. Soon Gao Peng reached the area Tong Shang had mentioned. Ahead lay a spatial rift, glowing faintly in the air like a vertical wound in space. He dismounted the Aurora Dragon ant and approached, only to be confronted by a squad of armed guards. "Halt, this area is restricted," the lead soldier barked. "Turn back immediately." Gao Peng didn't move. His gaze swept over their uniforms. "Huaxia region soldiers," he said quietly. "Why are men of your kind working as lackeys for the Yu tribe?" The insult struck deep. The captain's face twisted in shame, but he still held his ground. "Leave now. This is your only warning." Before Gao Peng could reply, a shrill voice cut through the night, loud, petulant, and grating. He turned to see a young man approaching, clad in the robes of the Yu tribe, accompanied by his familiar, a blood-red crystal deer. The soldiers immediately bowed their heads. "Master Yin Shi," they shouted. The man's sip's tone was arrogant and cruel. "If any of you ruin the Elder's Cess gene modification plans, you still all pay with your lives. Those women are essential to the project." Gao Peng's eyes narrowed. So the rumors were true. The Yu tribe was experimenting on local women to alter their bloodlines. He scanned Yin Shi's familiar data, unimpressed, and summoned Baby, his Aurora Dragon ant. The beast unfurled its shimmering wings, radiating raw power that made the ground tremble. "Handle it," Gao Peng said. Baby released a dazzling beam of Aurora energy, a long-range slash that struck the crystal deer before it could even move. The beast exploded in a crimson burst, its remains scattering like embers. The soldiers stared in disbelief. A single strike, one attack had obliterated a Yu tribe familiar. Gao Peng turned to the stunned guards. "You don't have to die for them. Walk away and I let you live." The head guard's face flickered with conflict. Before he could answer, Yin Shi screamed and bolted toward the spatial rift, shouting for reinforcements. At that moment, the head guard made his choice. He released his own familiar, an ironback wolfhound, but instead of sending it at Gao Peng, he commanded it to chase Yin Shi. Every soldier around him hesitated, torn between duty and conscience. And Gao Peng just stood there, calm and unshaken, watching the chaos unfold, already planning how to burn the Yu tribe to ash. The old guard, barely conscious, tried to speak. "You shouldn't risk yourself, sir," he rasped. "Leave this place. Don't fight them. Preserve your life." Gao Peng frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" With a trembling hand, the man pointed toward the rift. "The Yu tribe, they been kidnapping girls. The elders plan to alter their genes, make them breeding stock for their experiments. If you go through there, you still be walking into hell." Gao Peng's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he nodded slightly. "You and your men, you stir not bad people, just trapped in a bad place." He stepped forward and added, "If any of you want out, come to the Southern Sky Group, you still be safe there." Then, without another word, he turned toward the swirling spatial rift. "The Yu tribe," he said over his shoulder, "once did exist after today." With that, Gao Peng stepped through. On the other side was a wide, cleared path cutting through a forest of tall, ancient trees. The air shimmered faintly with energy, and a strange, heavy silence hung over everything. It didn't look like the desolate wilderness he'd expected. It looked organized, civilized. Then, in the distance, he saw buildings. "Well," he muttered, "that was convenient." Before he could move, a massive cloud began to swirl above him, condensing into the shape of a face. "For an intruder," it thundered. "State your origin." "Rude," Gao Peng said under his breath. Then aloud, he answered calmly, "I stem from the Estong tribe, passing through." As he spoke, he discreetly opened the creature's status window. The name blinked before him, Level 64 Giant Cloud King. The Cloud King rumbled. "The Estong tribe lies 300 lands to the west. You lie." "So much for diplomacy," Gao Peng sighed. Before the Cloud King could attack, a shadow streaked across the sky. Slicey, moving faster than sound, his blade flashed once, and a nearby cloud burst apart into vapor. "Wrong target," Gao Peng said dryly. Slicey corrected himself immediately, striking again, this time splitting the Cloud King clean in two. Its vaporous body dispersed into wisps of fading light, leaving behind a glowing core crystal that fell to the forest floor. Before Slicey could claim his prize, Gao Peng's mount, the Aurora Dragon ant, snatched it up and crunched it between its mandibles. "Enough," Gao Peng told Slicey. "You shall have your fill soon." Deep within the tribe's main settlement, one of the Yu elders gasped and clutched his chest as the feedback from the Cloud King's death hit him. Blood spilled from his lips. He staggered to his feet, trying to reach the others to warn them. But it was too late. Above the tribe's compound, the sky turned dark. Gao Peng appeared atop Stripey, his enormous Emperor-tier tiger familiar. The creature glowed with orange-red energy, its roar echoing like thunder. "Fall," Gao Peng commanded. Stripey descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the center of the settlement. The impact created a shockwave so powerful it leveled half the buildings. Panic erupted. Tribe members scattered in terror as Gao Peng sat atop his familiar, arms folded, his expression unreadable. Then, from the ground, a massive white serpent burst forth, the patriarch's familiar, the tribe's guardian beast. It lunged at Stripey, jaws wide. Overlord Tier Gao Peng noted. Finally, the tiger met the serpent head-on, pinning it beneath his claws and slamming it back into the ground. The earth quaked, the serpent roared, twisting and managed to rise again, attacking Gao Peng himself in a frenzy of hatred. But fury made it predictable. Stripey roared back, crushing it again, harder this time, until its body went limp, its white scales stained crimson. With the serpent dead, Gao Peng ordered Stripey to destroy any remaining familiars in the area. The tiger prowled through the wreckage, crushing every enemy it found. Still, Gao Peng frowned. Only one Overlord Tier familiar had appeared. The U tribe was supposed to have two. So where steps the other one? He pushed the thought aside. His top priority was rescuing the kidnapped women. Clear out the underground area, he ordered. Kill any U who resist. His familiars moved like an army. In one corner of the forest, survivors from Stripey's impact tried to flee with a young woman in tow, but their mounts suddenly collapsed, sliced cleanly in half. They looked around in horror. Something shimmered behind them. Out of the shadows crawled the hidden dragon ant, baby number 5, a level 66 Emperor tier specialist in stealth. Its chidness armor gleamed faintly before it faded back into invisibility, leaving only the sound of snapping branches and screams. Moments later, Gao Peng arrived and checked the woman they'd been carrying. She was alive, barely. He nodded to the hidden dragon ant. Keep searching. There shall be more captives underground. As the creature vanished into the tunnels, Gao Peng looked to the sky. His second dragon ant Da relayed visual data. Reinforcements were incoming. 7 enemies in total. At their head flew a giant black tiger wreathed in lightning, the tribe's second Overlord Tier familiar. Found you, Gao Peng said softly. He raised a hand. Goldie, your turn. The air rippled and the golden martial duck materialized beside him, his most flamboyant over-the-top familiar. The creature had bulked up dramatically since its last appearance, its golden feathers gleaming like polished metal. Fear not, Master Gao, Goldie shouted, posing dramatically. I, the hero of justice, shall vanquish these villains. Gao Peng groaned audibly. Just go. With a laugh, Goldie launched himself into the air, the force of his takeoff blasting the ground apart. A shockwave rippled outward, and in seconds he was among the enemy ranks. He didn't slow down. He didn't even hesitate. One by one he tore through the approaching familiars, crushing, slicing or blasting each to oblivion. Finally, he came face to face with the black tiger itself. Well, Goldie said with a grin. What step's wrong, little kitty? The tiger's eyes blazed with fury. Black lightning crackled across its fur as it unleashed a torrent of electricity powerful enough to burn the sky. Goldie didn't flinch. In fact, he laughed. Goldie didn't flinch when the black tiger's lightning engulfed him. The air crackled with blinding flashes, thunder shaking the heavens, yet the golden duck stood firm, feathers gleaming through the storm. When the assault faded, Goldie looked down at himself, then at the tiger and said, "That all you sev got, Whiskers?" He rocketed forward like a golden missile, crashing into the Overlord Tier beast with a barrage of rapid-fire punches that tore through the tiger's defenses. Each blow landed with enough force to shatter stone, sparks flying as his fists connected again and again. The tiger roared in fury, but Goldie didn't stop. His strikes only grew faster, heavier, until one final kick sent the massive creature hurtling through the air, crashing into the mountainside below. Hovering in place, Goldie crossed his wings and gave a mocking dual-winged bird flip toward his fallen opponent. The mighty black tiger, the U tribe's second Overlord Tier guardian, stared up in disbelief. The proud beast that had ruled over hundreds of Emperor Tier monsters was bleeding, battered and humiliated. Coughing up blood, it staggered to its feet, but Goldie was already on it again. A savage blow to the back of the head sent the tiger sprawling. It tried to lash out, a desperate strike of lightning and claws, but Goldie's passive resilience let him shrug off the damage like rain on armor. With his strength boosted yet again, the duck unleashed a final series of earth-shattering punches that reduced the black tiger to a broken, motionless heap. On the ground below, Gao Peng watched the spectacle with a faint, satisfied grin. Goldie's higher-grade potential had more than made up for his lower level. Power, after all, wasn't just numbers. It was evolution. Satisfied, Gao Peng turned his attention to another part of the battlefield. Stripey, the giant mountain ruler, was still busy pinning down the tribe's first Overlord Tier familiar, the white serpent. Even crushed under the tiger's massive weight, the serpent refused to die, writhing in defiance. Finish it, Gao Peng ordered. Stripey growled in acknowledgement. He burrowed into the ground, surrounding the serpent beneath him, and began releasing heat. Immense, searing energy radiating from his core. The ground glowed red. Within moments the serpent was being cooked alive, its scales blistering under the rising temperature. Gao Peng couldn't help but smirk. We came up with this cooking method in the Black Fog world, he mused. Never thought I'd use it like this. Knowing who to call next, he summoned Dazi, the lightning dragon. A crackle split the clouds as the dragon emerged, his aura burning with power. His lightning was brighter and fiercer than anything the tiger had unleashed. Not far behind came Gray, another of Gao Peng's familiars, sniffing the air eagerly. I smell something delicious, Gray muttered, tail swishing. Patience, Gao Peng said dryly. Dazi, however, wasn't feeling patient. Move it, Strapey, you step blocking the grill. With a deep irritated growl, Strapey rolled aside, momentarily freeing the serpent. The beast's eyes fluttered open, its mind clinging to the fleeting hope that it had survived. Perhaps the gods had spared it, it thought. Perhaps this was a second chance. A blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck it dead. So much for mercy. Meanwhile, back on Earth at the U-Tribe's spatial rift site, several transport trucks arrived. Soldiers surrounded them, and a man in charge of the caravan stepped out. Steph brought the next batch, he said grimly. The girls for transfer. The lead soldier, the same man Gao Peng had spoken to earlier, clenched his fists. He couldn't do it anymore. Between his disgust, Gao Peng's promise to end the U-Tribe, and his own conscience, his decision was made. Turn the trucks around, he said. Send them home. The driver looked horrified. If we do that, the U-Tribe will kill us all. Then I lie, the soldier said sharply. Tell them a monster attack destroyed the caravan. Just go, now. The argument was cut short by a shout from another guard. Something steps coming out of the rift. Everyone turned toward the glowing portal, weapons drawn. But instead of monsters, the kidnapped girls emerged, alive. Some were injured, others barely able to stand, but they were free. Help them, the captain ordered immediately. His men rushed forward, aiding the survivors. One soldier asked one of the women what had happened inside the rift. Her voice trembled as she answered, a man saved us with his familiars, monsters beyond anything I've ever seen. The captain froze. Overlord tier familiars, she added softly. He stared at her in disbelief. Overlord tier? That sip's impossible. The king tier is the limit on Earth. Then, from the glowing rift, a familiar figure stepped out. Gao Peng himself, calm as ever, with a faint smile. He pressed a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and before anyone could ask a single question, he leapt atop one of his dragon ants and vanished into the sky. The soldiers stood in stunned silence. The women wept in relief. High above, Gao Peng flew across the horizon, reflecting on the day's battle. He'd been lucky the U-Tribe didn't possess any S-tier familiars. Dummy, his own familiar, was already nearing that level, and once she reached it, she'd gain the halo and domain abilities unique to that rank, suppressing lower-tier creatures of the same element. He couldn't wait. The day he obtained an S-tier familiar, the ancient tribes themselves would tremble. And with the handful of meteorite balls he'd recovered, that day might come sooner than anyone expected. That night, far away, Tongshang lay awake in panic. His mind raced as he imagined the U-Tribe's revenge. If they traced any of this back to him, he was finished. Then his phone rang. It was his father. Shang, the older man said, "You are still in Modu, right?" "Yes, father." "Good. You haven't done anything to anger Gao Peng, have you?" Shang hesitated. "No." His father let out a long breath. "Thank heavens. Spies confirmed something 4 hours ago. Gao Peng has wiped out the U-Tribe, completely." Shang sat upright, speechless. "Listen to me," his father continued. "Whatever you do, make friends with him. Do not make him your enemy." The call ended. Ian stared into the darkness, shaking. Gao Peng had single-handedly annihilated one of the ancient tribes, something thought impossible. Across the world, similar calls were being made. Governments, guilds, and families whispered the same words. Gao Peng has done it. The man who returned from the Black Fog world was no longer just a monster trainer, he was a living legend. The next day, as the National High School Championship Finals began between T&D Academy and Huawo High, Gao Peng's students stood in the arena. And for the first time in years, they weren't nervous. They were smiling. Because no matter how powerful their opponents were, they knew one thing with absolute certainty. Their teacher, Gao Peng, was unbeatable. Gao Peng, for his part, was not enjoying the attention. Even as the finals played out, and his students from T&D Academy celebrated their flawless victory, he could tell something was wrong. The opposing team from Huawo High wasn't fighting seriously. They were throwing the match. Between that and the tournament organizers suddenly offering him a private suite and special treatment, Gao Peng could see exactly what was happening. His annihilation of the Yu tribe had gone public. Now everyone, officials, schools, corporations, was tripping over themselves to curry favor with him. It wasn't admiration, it was fear disguised as respect. As Hua Wo Huai officially forfeited, the crowd erupted in cheers. Gao Peng forced a smile for his students' sake, while they celebrated, oblivious to the farce. Inside though, he found the entire thing insulting. His team would have won even if their opponents had fought at full strength. This hollow victory only cheapened their effort. After the award ceremony, he decided to disappear for a while, to stay locked up in his lab behind the villa until the public's attention shifted elsewhere. Of course, that was wishful thinking. You don't quietly fade into the background after erasing an entire ancient tribe. Several days passed. True to his word, Gao Peng buried himself in his research and training. Within that time, the company's main familiars had made tremendous progress. White Dragon, Silver Dragon, and the blood-eyed bearded vulture Cure all had advanced to Emperor tier. White Dragon in particular had surged to level 64, its combat potential skyrocketing. Now Gao Peng's main goal was to wait for the upcoming Secret Realm opening, where he could seek out the true dragon fruit needed to elevate White Dragon to legendary grade. He was still contemplating the state of the world, how the recent lifting of the planetary level limiter would shape the balance of power, when he was informed that he had visitors. That was strange. Ordinary guests would never make it through the outer security cordons, much less have their arrival personally announced to him. Whoever this was, they were important. And indeed, the man Gao Peng was led to meet radiated authority. His refined bearing, his tailored suit, and the disciplined bodyguard at his side all spoke of high status. Gao Peng greeted him politely and offered tea, carefully brewed using leaves grown by his red snow tea plant monster. The aroma filled the air. The bodyguard moved to intervene, clearly suspicious, but the old man raised a hand to stop him. He accepted the tea with a nod, took a sip and smiled. Excellent, you have good taste. Gao Peng inclined his head modestly. Let's skip the formalities, the old man said, setting his cup down. I step not here for pleasantries. Now that was something Gao Peng could respect. The man's next words surprised him. He bowed, deeply. His bodyguard looked alarmed, but the man didn't stop. First, he said, I must thank you. I only learned the truth about the kidnappings after you destroyed the Yu tribe. The men involved have been arrested and stripped of their familiar rights. Gao Peng tried to divert the topic. You should be discussing this with my grandfather, he said mildly. I sep still young, I sep not suited for this sort of talk. The old man straightened, smiling faintly. Then I still make it simple. As of today, the Southern Sky Group will no longer pay taxes. Gao Peng blinked. What? The old man chuckled. Consider it a gesture of gratitude. Embarrassed, Gao Peng tried to refuse. That sip's too much. I really don't too deserve. Then keep paying them, the man interrupted, his face turning mock stern. For a moment, Gao Peng Sep's stomach dropped, until the old man broke into laughter. I stem joking, boy. Relax. Once the humor faded, his tone turned serious again. There is, however, something I need to ask of you. A few days later, several buses and trucks arrived at Shenongjia, carrying researchers and supplies. Scientists milled around, setting up equipment, some muttering irritably about the delay. Who's this mystery security consultant we're waiting for? One asked. Another scoffed. Probably that monster trainer from Southern Sky, the one everyone sits talking about. Watch your mouth, a senior snapped. He sips right behind you. Indeed, Gao Peng stood just a few paces away, lost in thought. He was remembering his conversation with the old man, who had turned out to be a high-ranking government figure overseeing the expedition. The authorities had discovered an unusual spatial passage opening within Shenongjia, and they needed protection for the team entering it. With capable specialists in short supply, the old man had personally asked Gao Peng to act as security lead. In exchange, anything he found inside would be his to keep. According to the old man, the world's upper echelons had known for decades that the cataclysm was coming. They'd simply hidden it, hoarding information and power for themselves. This passage, he had explained, likely led to a pocket dimension overflowing with spiritual energy, perhaps even one that had been draining Earth's own energy for centuries. Now, standing before the site, Gao Peng understood why. The rift was enormous, a tear in reality itself, shimmering like molten glass. On the other side was a dim, color-drained reflection of the same forest they stood in. Before he could analyze it further, the sky rippled. A squad of warriors descended from above, riding familiars that radiated power. Each one was level 68, Emperor tier, and they were merely mounts. They were members of the Qing Lumen tribe, one of the 7 great ancient tribes, far more powerful than the Yu or Tong tribes he'd faced before. Gao Peng felt his muscles tense. Then, to his surprise, one of them approached and bowed lightly. Gao Peng, she said, Qing Yan, the granddaughter of his grandfather Sip's old friend, I sent him here to assist you, a bit of repayment you could say for freeloading at your grandpa Sip's house. He sighed. Of course, his grandfather's hand was in this. Still, he admitted silently that Qing Yan was sharp, well-trained and far more knowledgeable than most human researchers. As the team assembled, Gao Peng found himself wondering, do the 7 great tribes possess S-tier familiars? Before he could dwell on it, a voice announced that departure was beginning. The expedition gathered, stepping toward the shimmering crack. The scientists debated nervously whether the rift was stable, but Gao Peng simply walked through. Instantly, the world changed. The air was heavy with power. He could feel it pressing against his skin, like the very laws of reality had been loosened. The level limiter didn't seem to exist here. If that's true, he thought, then even Overlord-tier monsters could roam freely in this dimension. A scream cut through his thoughts. He spun around. One of the scientists was running for his life, pursued by a grotesque creature that had clawed its way up from the ground, the first of many that would soon show them just how dangerous this pocket world truly was. A scream cut through his thoughts. He spun around. One of the scientists was running for his life, pursued by a grotesque creature that had clawed its way up from the ground, the first of many that would soon show them just how dangerous this pocket world truly was. The scientist's scream shattered the uneasy silence. He stumbled backward through the dark soil, a grotesque, half-decayed creature clawing its way toward him, eyes hollow, mouth stretched too wide. Help, somebody please. Before the monster could reach him, one of the expedition's security members reacted instantly, summoning his familiar, a towering ice bear king. The beast roared and slammed its paw down with a thunderous crash, crushing the monster into a pulp of blackened ooze. The scientist collapsed in relief, gasping out thanks, but the calm lasted barely a heartbeat. The ground began to rumble. From beneath their feet, dozens more monsters erupted, crawling, writhing, clawing their way out like the dead rising from graves. Their howls filled the air, and for a moment, the entire group teetered on the brink of panic. Hold the line, the security leader barked. They scepter weak, commander tier at best. Keep formation. The monster trainers moved quickly, forming a perimeter around the scientists as familiars clashed with the advancing swarm. The air turned into a storm of claws, roars, and elemental energy. Through it all, Gao Peng stood apart, near one of the black, dead-looking trees that dotted the strange landscape. Something about them bothered him. The system wasn't registering them as entities, yet they emanated a cold, oppressive aura that made his skin crawl. While everyone else focused on the monsters, Gao Peng focused on the environment itself. These trees, he muttered. They sip are not normal. To test a theory, he summoned Flammy. The fiery familiar appeared in a burst of heat, rounder than usual. Gao Peng blinked. What happened to you? Flammy coughed and rubbed the back of his head. Metabolism issue, he said sheepishly. Ignoring the excuse, Gao Peng gestured toward the nearest tree. Burn it. Flammy obliged, sending a stream of fire across the bark. The result was immediate. The tree screamed. Not literally, but the sound of cracking wood and the rush of dark energy made everyone's hair stand on end. Soul power. Gao Peng murmured, analyzing the aura. These trees are absorbing soul energy. Flammy Sip's fire hurts them more because it's stud to life essence. While he conducted his experiment, the other familiars continued clearing out the weaker monsters. After a few tense minutes, the last of the creatures fell, and the area fell quiet again. The group began to relax. A mistake. One of the scientists spotted a strange flower, a few meters away, its petals glowing faintly blue. Incredible, he whispered. A completely unknown species. He walked toward it, ignoring the warnings of the guards. Kneeling down, he muttered to himself as he began to dig around the stem. Odd structure. Doesn't stet match any known flora. Gao Peng glanced over, then froze. The system window had just flashed open before his eyes. Soul Devourer bloom. Lethal threat. Get away from it, he shouted. The scientist barely had time to turn before a lance of light shot from the flower's core, vaporizing him instantly. His body was gone. Only a charred skeleton fell into the dirt. The others screamed. One of his colleagues, overcome with rage, charged at the plant. You still pay for that. Stop him, Gao Peng barked, but he didn't need to. Several others restrained the grieving man before he could get himself killed too. 2 deaths within a few hours of entering this dimension. The morale was already collapsing. Gao Peng turned to Commander Li, the expedition's leader. Let me scout ahead. If this place is as unpredictable as it seems, I still cover more ground from the air. Li hesitated but nodded. Do it. We shall regroup here. With that, Gao Peng took to the skies atop Flammy, the familiar's now impressive wings, scattering embers through the air. From above, he saw that the land stretched endlessly, barren, gray, unchanged for hundreds of miles. Then something moved beside them. A bird, or what had once been a bird, flapped lazily through the air, skeletal wings spread wide. Its body emitted a faint, ghostly light. Gao Ping glanced at the status window and felt his chest tighten. Undead carrion raven, native of the Nahi underworld. Underworld. They weren't in a normal pocket dimension, they were standing in hell itself. It sounded absurd, yet the lifeless landscape, the black soil, the soul-infused trees, it all fit too perfectly. Before he could turn back, the raven shrieked and dove at them. Flammy. One word was all it took. The fiery familiar spun mid-air and launched a blazing fireball that turned the creature into ash before it even reached them. Cooked, Flammy muttered proudly. Back on the ground, Gao Peng reported his findings to Commander Li. This region stretches endlessly. Everything here is dead. It's not just a place, it's a realm. You should prepare your men accordingly. One of the scientists, a cautious man who had been quiet until now, suggested they at least gather environmental data first. Temperature, humidity, energy density, we need a baseline before we go further. Some of the mercenary trainers scoffed. We're the only protection this team needs. Stop wasting time with readings. Even worse, one of the younger scientists agreed with them. Eager for adventure and discovery, Gao Peng noticed how the loudest voices were the weakest, those chasing glory rather than survival. In contrast, the Qing Luan tribe members stood silent, tense, eyes scanning the distance. That worried him. The ancient tribes weren't easily unsettled. He decided to consult Qing Yan, who was walking beside him. He tried to signal her discreetly, a few simple hand gestures, asking if her tribe knew what this place really was. She frowned, misunderstood completely, and handed him a piece of chocolate. He sighed. Next time, I sep just using words. Meanwhile, Commander Li's patience was wearing thin. The arguments among the group were escalating, splitting scientists and trainers alike. Finally, Gao Peng stepped forward. Commander, he said quietly, why not let them go their own way? Li shook his head. If someone dies, that sips on me. We came here as a unit. Then you still lose control of the unit. Gao Peng replied evenly. They stature already divided. Keeping them together will only make things worse. Let them act independently. The competent ones will survive. The reckless ones. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. After a long pause, Commander Li exhaled heavily. Fine. Everyone may proceed at their own risk. Regroup here in 1 week. The words were barely spoken before the more impulsive scientists and trainers bolted off in different directions. East, west, anywhere that might hold power, wealth, or glory. Gao Peng watched them go, shaking his head. Most of them one sitby back. He, Qing Yan, Commander Li and a handful of calmer scientists set off together toward the north. Hours later, as they crossed a dead grove, one of the scientists approached a nearby tree to examine its surface. The molecular structure, he began, reaching out. The bark split open. A hideous shape lunged out, all teeth and bone. Before anyone could scream, Flammy roared, his flames flaring into a massive burst that engulfed the creature completely. It fell, smoldering, leaving behind only black smoke and ash. The scientist fell to his knees, shaking. Gao Peng looked at the scorched remains and said quietly, this place isn't just a pocket world, it's a graveyard that remembers. And far below, in the shadows of that infernal land, something ancient and enormous stirred, aware that new intruders had arrived. The scientist was trembling but alive, his face pale as paper. He turned to Gao Peng and stammered, thank you both of you. Gao Peng just sighed. Be more careful next time. Neither he nor Flammy admitted the truth, that they'd noticed the monster long before it attacked and had let the man face the first strike. It was the only way to make these scientists understand what kind of place they'd entered. Words alone wouldn't have been enough. Then, as the group continued forward, the same scientist who'd been examining the trees stopped abruptly. His eyes went wide. Over there, he whispered, pointing. Through the gray mist stood a mansion, a sprawling estate of pale stone and dark windows. It shouldn't have been there. The air around it shimmered with cold, almost tangible dread. A building, here in this dead realm? Even Gao Peng hesitated. That shouldn't exist in this place, he said quietly. But curiosity tugged at him, and after a moment he nodded for the group to move closer. The nearer they got, the heavier the air became. The scientists could feel it pressing against their lungs, a wrongness that seemed to hum from the structure itself. I saw something move, one muttered. No, you didn't stit, another insisted, voice trembling. There's stits, no one in there. The oldest among them drew a shaky breath. We stir scientists, he declared. It's our duty to explore. Fear one sit. The mansion shuddered. A sound like tearing paper echoed through the clearing, freezing everyone in place. Gao Peng turned sharply. The walls were rippling. "Flamey," he said softly. "There's a lot of yin energy inside," the familiar reported. "Heavy, like a grave." That clinched it. Gao Peng activated the system to analyze the structure and blinked. Papier-mâché manor, Emperor tier yin type. He rubbed his forehead. A paper-mâché mansion, of course. Why wouldn't set the building itself be a monster? Turning to the group, he said, "No one goes inside. That SIP's not a building, it's SIP's alive. If you walk through those doors, you shall never walk out." Some of the scientists hesitated, unconvinced, until he added, "I can protect you from creatures above Emperor tier. You step in there, you stare on your own." That sobered them fast. "Flamey," he ordered, "open the roof." The familiar took a deep breath and unleashed a pillar of flame that split the mansion from top to bottom. The upper floors peeled away like burning paper, revealing what lay within, a pulsing, writhing interior of blackened flesh and ink. The walls were bones. The windows were eyes. The scientists screamed. Before any of them could think of taking samples, Gao Peng's flames intensified, reducing the entire thing to ash. One scientist, still stubbornly curious, knelt down to collect some of the remains. "Unbelievable," he muttered. "You stir welcome," Gao Peng said dryly. Then, from somewhere in the distance, a voice screamed for help. Everyone turned. A figure streaked toward them at incredible speed. One of the Luan tribe trainers. Behind him, the air itself seemed to twist and darken. "Run," he shouted. "An overlord tier monster sips on our tail." Even before the words finished, Gao Peng could see it. Two immense green glowing eyes cutting through the smoke attached to something vast and shrouded in shadow. "Get back," he ordered the group, stepping forward. Electricity crackled across the landscape as the thing emerged, a mountainous figure wielding a sword the size of a building. The ground shook beneath its steps. Gao Peng didn't hesitate. "Dazi." The lightning centipede appeared in a burst of static, body arching in readiness. Silver lightning, full power. The attack struck like divine judgment. Silver arcs tore through the air and slammed into the creature's chest. For a moment, the shadow staggered backward, smoke billowing away to reveal its true form. A minotaur, towering and armored, its blade dripping with spectral flame. Gao Peng's eyes widened as he read the system window. Ox-head Guardian, S-tier Overlord. There was no winning this fight, not while protecting the expedition. Even as he scrambled for a plan, the Minotaur raised its sword, then hesitated. Its glowing eyes flicked down at the trembling humans, confusion replacing fury. It was instead attacking. Then it spoke, its voice like grinding stone. "Living humans? What are the living doing here?" Gao Peng exhaled slowly, seizing the opportunity. "We didn't mean to intrude," he said carefully. "A passage opened in our world, we were pulled through, we mean no harm." For several long seconds, the Minotaur said nothing, then it nodded once. "Then you are merely unlucky." The group relaxed until it continued. "But since you have entered the realm of the dead, you cannot leave. The living are forbidden here. You must stay forever." The silence that followed was deafening. Faces went pale. One of the scientists started to cry. Before despair could settle in, another voice echoed through the smoke, deep and oddly calm. "Oxhead, have you found the disturbance?" A second figure emerged, half human, half horse, walking upright. The system identified him as Horseface, another legendary guardian of the underworld. He approached with lazy curiosity, even pausing to prod at Dazi's gleaming wings. The centipede yelped and darted behind Gao Peng, shivering. "This place is scary," Dazi wailed. "Yeah," Gao Peng muttered. You're telling me." As Gao Peng analyzed the pair, he realized the truth. Horseface was even stronger than Oxhead. If the Minotaur was S-tier, this one might be SS tier. The two underworld guardians conversed in their guttural tongue, then switched back to human speech. "So, they entered by mistake?" Horseface asked. Oxhead grunted. "Seems so." "Then chase them out," Horseface said simply. "No point in killing the unlucky." He stomped once, and the ground split open. From the cracks rose dozens of ghostly spirits, wailing softly as they hovered before him. "Find the others," Horseface commanded. "Bring every living intruder back here. None are to be harmed." The souls dispersed in every direction, gliding silently into the gloom. Around Gao Peng, the humans exchanged wary looks. Some of the scientists whispered about deception, others prayed the creatures meant what they said, but Gao Peng and the Luan tribe members exchanged only one glance. They would comply. This was their only chance to get out alive. Half an hour later, the spirits returned, each carrying a terrified human in its grasp. The missing scientists and trainers were dropped gently onto the ground, pale and shaking but alive. As the last one landed, Gao Peng straightened. his heart hammering. The guardians were silent now, their eyes unreadable. One wrong move, one misstep, and they'd all join the souls buried beneath this cursed realm. As Horseface stood beside Oxhead, his voice rolled like thunder over the silent expedition team. Enough lingering. It's time to send these living beings back where they belong, out of our realm. The Minotaur gave a curt nod and began guiding the trembling humans back toward the swirling rift they had entered through. The journey back was heavy with tension. Every step brought them closer to escape, yet none dared to speak. Of course, there were always a few who thought they knew better. As the group neared the portal, one of the older researchers leaned toward a younger scientist and whispered, "We could slip away now, explore while these beasts are distracted. Think of the discoveries." Before the younger man could even answer, Horseface's voice rumbled across the barren plain. "Anyone who wishes to remain in hell is welcome to do so." The two scientists went pale, their legs turning to jelly. Gao Peng, watching from the side, gave them a dry look. "The ignorant truly are the most fearless," he muttered. The silence that followed said everything. Moments later, Oxhead raised his colossal arm, and the rift blazed with eerie light. A wind like 1,000 whispers swept through the air, and one by one, the humans were pulled toward it. And just like that, the expedition to the underworld was over. Days later, Gao Peng was finally home, spending rare quiet time with his grandfather. The two sat beside a clear river under the afternoon sun, fishing poles in hand. As Gao Peng recounted everything, from the twisted papier-mâché mansion to his encounter with Oxhead and Horseface, the old man listened with wide eyes, nodding slowly. "You did the right thing," Grandpa Gao said. "You kept your head when faced with power far greater than your own. That sips wisdom, not cowardice." Gao Peng smiled faintly. "Still, I wish I had more time to spend here. I barely see you anymore." The old man chuckled. "You don't need to worry about me, boy. The world is changing, growing larger than ever before. You should be out there exploring it." That reminder made Gao Peng think of something. He turned to Bai Qingyan, who was sitting beside them, contentedly munching on fried chicken, or at least something that looked suspiciously like it. "Bai," Gao Peng said, "you mentioned something before about other worlds. Can you explain that more clearly?" She paused mid-bite, swallowed, and nodded. "What would you like to know?" Before Gao Peng could reply, Grandpa Gao jumped in eagerly. "Tell us about this Guo Tianxi and Shiden you mentioned last time. I've been curious ever since." Bai smiled patiently and began. "What you call Earth is only one small part of a much larger structure. The universe you see, the stars, the worlds, is divided across countless planes. Long ago, this very world was known as Geta Tianxi. The sky represented the yang aspect, life and energy, while the earth embodied yin, death and stillness. Below them was the realm of balance and transition, the Huangquan, or hell. That was what the legends once called Shidan." She paused to take another bite before continuing. "Getianshi was vast, like a continent among many. My tribe, the Northern Ice Clan, once resided in the Frost Archipelago within it, an independent region unconnected to Shiden. Travel between the two was possible only through ancient tunnels. I never saw them myself until our recent journey, but the elders used to speak of them." Her tone grew quieter. "There were countless powerful monster civilizations in Getianshi. Older than even the ancient tribes you humans know. The tribes that fled Earth long ago did not go to Guderianshi or Shiden, but to another domain entirely, what we call the Sea of Planes of Existence. That's where they remain." Gao Peng nodded thoughtfully. "Then why did they leave Earth in the first place?" Bicep's expression darkened. "They didn't all leave. Only the weak and the old were evacuated. My father and many of our strongest stayed behind to fight in the war." "War?" Gao Peng echoed. The moment he said it, Grandpa Gao frowned. "Enough," Peng said her. "Don't stir up her memories like that." Bai forced a small smile, though her eyes were distant. The tension eased as Grandpa Gao's fishing rod jerked, and he pulled in a shimmering silver fish. Bai gasped in awe, leaning closer to examine it, and for a brief moment, the air turned warm and light again. But Gao Peng's thoughts lingered. A hidden war, ancient tribes forced into exile. All signs pointed toward an enemy far greater than anything he'd yet faced. If that threat still existed, he had no choice but to prepare, both for himself and for the world that depended on him. Meanwhile, in the Black Fog world, deep over a lonely island crowned by the bones of colossal beasts, Fishy breached the ocean surface, water cascading off his scales. "Found it," he murmured. "A clue to my lost treasure." He was about to call out to Dumby for help retrieving it when the skeletal familiar suddenly froze. "Master Sep's back," Dumby whispered. A shadow fell over the sea. Dazi descended from the sky, silver lightning flickering along his centipede body. Gao Peng was with him, his expression unreadable. "Treasure?" Gao Peng said, voice calm but edged. "You were planning something behind my back, Fishy?" The fish floundered upright, flapping his fins nervously. I just remembered it. I haven't set even found it yet, I swear. Right, Gao Peng muttered, deadpan. And what kind of treasure is this? Fishy brightened a little. A weapon. That earned him a raised eyebrow. A weapon? Monsters don't need weapons. Their bodies are weapons. Fishy nodded quickly. Usually yes, but some artifacts are made for us. Powerful ones. That made Gao Peng pause. His mind flashed to Oxhead's colossal sword and Horseface's ghostly staff. It made sense. Even the strongest could wield tools beyond flesh. Then what kind of weapon could a limbless fish possibly use? He asked dryly. A helmet? Not a weapon, master, Fishy corrected. An artifact. That got Gao Peng's attention. Artifacts were rare, divine-tier relics capable of reshaping worlds. Fine, he said. We still discuss it inside. Everyone. To the palace. Inside Gao Peng's island palace, his familiars gathered around a round table. Goldie, of course, was the loudest. Wait, the golden duck squawked. You still are telling me that Scaly Freeloader lost a divine artifact? Fishy puffed up indignantly. It's not lost, just misplaced. Goldie slammed a wing on the table. Used it rich. Used to been sitting on treasure this whole time while I stim out here risking my feathers for scraps. He immediately changed tone, sidling closer to Fishy with a too-wide grin. Say brother, you are looking radiant today. Need a wing massage? Maybe some scale polishing? Gao Peng covered his face with his hand. Goldie, stop trying to bribe the fish. But inside he couldn't help smiling faintly. A divine artifact, ancient wars, and a growing threat from beyond Earth. The world was expanding faster than anyone could imagine. And whether he liked it or not, Gao Peng was standing right at the center of it. Gao Peng couldn't shake the feeling that something about Fishy didn't add up. The system had never shown his true name, no matter how many times Gao Peng tried to check it. That alone made him suspicious. A hidden identity was something only the most exceptional beings possessed, and Fishy's strange mix of childlike behavior and immense power only deepened the mystery. Before Gao Peng could voice the thought, Frosty spoke up, almost as if reading his mind. Divine artifacts, the dragon said, are weapons forged by gods. Each one carries a godship's principle, the very essence of their domain. No two can ever be alike, and each god can only create one. That made Gao Peng pause. So if Fishy had one, are you saying he steps a god? He looked at the floating fish, who was now preening smugly, then he shook his head. No, too small to be a god. Probably couldn't even hold a trident without falling over. Ignoring the jab, Fishy swished his tail and looked completely unbothered. Still, Gao Peng wasn't convinced. The fact that Fishy had once wielded something that powerful, and had lost it, was concerning, especially considering that the fish had asked Dumby, of all beings, for help retrieving it. Let me get this straight, Gao Peng said slowly. You wanted help from Dumby when you steer level 79 yourself, so whatever Sep's guarding your steerager Sest must be beyond anything you can handle. What is it, Emperor tier, Overlord? Fishy blinked. Quasi-god. Gao Peng spat out his tea all over Dazi, who screeched in outrage as sparks ran through his carapace. Quasi. What? In the next instant, he was chasing Fishy around the palace, shouting, You wanted me to help you fight a quasi-god? Are you out of your tiny mind? After being batted around a few times by Gao Pengzip's fan, Fishy finally floated sulkily in midair. Would it make a difference if I said I know its weakness? That made Gao Peng stop. Maybe. It's not about brute strength, Fishy continued. I left a mark on my weapon before I lost it. If the one holding it tries to use it, the artifact will turn on them at critical moments. That earned the fish a long stare, then a sigh. So what you stare saying is we might have a chance. Moments later, they were descending through the dark waters of the deep sea, Fishy gliding easily through the abyss, while Gao Peng traveled inside a shimmering air bubble. As they drifted deeper, the water grew murkier, the light fading until only the faint glow of distant creatures illuminated their path. Tell me about these quasi-gods, Gao Peng said after a while. What sets the real difference between them and S-tier beings? Fishy Sip's tone grew more serious. Beyond domain strength, the difference lies in divinity. A quasi-god Sip's power has already touched the threshold of godhood. They Sip are called Sip semi-god Sist because their essence is evolving, their bodies slowly transmuting under divine influence. Gao Peng nodded, thinking aloud. So that Sip's when deification starts, organ by organ, until the whole body becomes divine? Exactly, Fishy confirmed. But don't bother asking what separates them from true gods. That Sep's far beyond anything you can grasp right now. Gao Peng frowned. That Sip's a fishy thing to say. Fishy smirked. I know. They fell silent as the sea around them darkened to ink. The pressure was immense. Suddenly a shadow loomed from the side. An enormous hand, big enough to crush a battleship, reaching lazily through the gloom to grab a clump of seaweed. Gao Peng froze. "Relax," Fishy said. "It's Set's a vegetarian." The reassurance lasted precisely 2 seconds, right until the hand turned back and reached for them. "Run!" Gao Peng shouted. Instinct took over. Fishy shot forward, firing a burst of energy that slowed the creature just long enough for them to flee. When they finally stopped, Gao Peng pulled up the system window. Four-armed Gielu Sea King, level 84, S tier. He stared at the data in disbelief. "We is stir here for this?" Fishy shook his head. "No, this is just prey." "Prey?" Gao Peng repeated, then saw the shadow descending behind it. From the darkness emerged a humanoid figure, sleek and terrible. It carried a massive container on its shoulder. With a single, almost lazy jab, it punched a hole through the Sea King's torso. Then it lifted the container and hurled it. The vessel expanded mid-throw, ballooning to the size of a mountain, and began sucking everything around it inside, including the wounded Sea King, and almost them. Only Gao Peng's instantaneous reflexes and Fishy's propulsion saved them from being consumed. They burst clear of the vortex, just before the container sealed shut. As the creature turned to retrieve its prize and walked away, Gao Peng whispered, "That's Sep's the one." Fishy Sip's expression hardened. "It's Step's the one. My artifact Step's aura is all over it. He Sep's refining it, desecrating it, with blood rituals. That bastard Sep's corrupting my creation." His fins trembled with fury, his usually playful voice trembling. Gao Peng put a hand to his chin. "Then we can set do anything right now. We stir not strong enough. We leave, regroup, and return later." Fishy reluctantly nodded. "Eat 2 more monster cores," Gao Peng suggested. "Get stronger. We still need every edge." When he finally got a clear read on the creature Sip's stats, Gao Peng realized how bad things were. Marine Lurker, level 90 Yuan, Quasi-God tier. Skills, Abyssal Poison, Water Prison, Soul Drain, Domain of the Deep. Fantastic, Gao Peng muttered. A walking apocalypse. He started thinking through counters. What about a white starlight tusk elephant Sit's tusk? Its essence neutralizes aquatic magic. Fishy blinked. That would nullify 70% of his power, but those elephants are extinct. Gao Peng exhaled. Then we shall use the next best thing, someone else. Fishy tilted his head. Someone else? The borrowed sword approach, Gao Peng said. If we can beat him ourselves, we shall get another quasi-god to do it for us. They fight, they bleed each other dry, and we take what Sep's left. Fishy considered that, then nodded. I know 3 quasi-gods who might do it. Wuchi, the one your legends call Sun Wukong, the windstorm water spider, and the deep-sea covered mountain giant. Gao Peng raised an eyebrow. You know them? Kind of. Which of them hates you least? Not the spider, Fishy said quickly. That Set's my illegitimate child. Gao Peng stopped mid-swim. You what? Don Set asked, Fishy said flatly. Family drama, bad blood, literally. That leaves the mountain giant, Gao Peng decided. Good choice, Fishy said. He Sep's strong, lazy, and neutral, exactly what we need. Half a day later, they floated above an immense underwater mountain range. Fishy began hurling glowing sea urchin bombs downward, each one detonating with a muffled thud that rippled through the deep. This Set'll wake him, Fishy said. Gao Peng crossed his arms. If it doesn't stet, we will have just declared war on the ocean floor. He didn't have long to worry. The water beneath them began to churn, then heave. The seabed cracked open. A shadow rose, vast, slow, and unstoppable. The mountain giant stirred, its colossal frame scraping the edges of the trench. The ocean itself seemed to bend around it, currents collapsing as pressure waves raced outward. Gao Peng and Fishy retreated fast, barely escaping the suction. When the creature finally stood, its bulk blocked out the faint light from above, a living mountain of coral and stone. Gao Peng stared up at it and grinned faintly. Yeah, he said, that thing will do just fine. The plan was simple. Lure the marine lurker here, let the 2 quasi-gods tear each other apart, and when both were broken, strike. This wasn't just about retrieving a divine artifact anymore. It was about survival, and the first move in a game of gods. End of part. As the ocean rumbles with the awakening of the deep-sea mountain-sized giant, even the quasi-god himself trembles with mounting fury. He has slept for countless years, awakened 8 different times, each time stronger than before. Now for the first time, he had finally found a dream worth staying asleep for, a vision of a warrior maiden of unparalleled beauty. Yet that dream was torn from him. With the rage of 1,000 burning suns, the mountain giant erupts from the water, roaring ferociously. In truth, he is throwing a tantrum over losing his dream, and although it is absurd, it is also terrifying. From a short distance away, Gao Pang scrolls through the quasi-god status window, now that he can finally observe it, and comes to understand the origin of this being's name. He turns to Fishy and asks whether all preparations have been made to ensure their plan succeeds. Fishy simply smiles with smug confidence and assures him there is nothing to fear. Now that the mountain giant has surfaced, all nearby fish monsters will swarm to attack it. And since Gao Pang and Fishy are covered in the scent of the marine lurker, the giant will naturally be drawn toward that stench. In short, the marine lurker's downfall will be caused by body odor. Hearing this, Gao Pang turns back toward the mountain giant and marvels at the overwhelming power of a quasi-god, capable of causing such terrifying natural phenomena simply by existing. Fishy immediately interjects, boasting that he himself is capable of far greater feats in his peak condition. Gao Pang can only suppress a sigh at the fish's arrogance. For now, he sprints across the water toward a nearby island so they do not get consumed by the approaching clash between two quasi-gods. Meanwhile, the mountain giant's fury only intensifies. His dream has been stolen, and on top of that, these insignificant creatures dare to attack him despite his obvious superiority. When a large pranic launches itself at him and slams its pincer into his body, only to have it shatter instantly, the giant loses what little patience he had left. He lets out a colossal roar that hurls the monster away in a shockwave. Clearing the immediate area, the enraged quasi-god reaches for a nearby mountain. With one effortless tug, he uproots it like a weed, and then smashes it into the swarm of pests. Watching from afar, Gao Pang cannot help but giggle. The main event is about to begin. Elsewhere, in the marine lurker's lair, the green-skinned abomination is busy offering blood sacrifices in an attempt to refine Fishy's artifact for his own use. Despite numerous attempts, it continues to fail. Suddenly, the entire lair begins shaking violently. Reaching out with his senses, the marine lurker realizes a quasi-god is in the area and panics. After a few tense moments of stillness, he hopes the threat has passed, until the quaking suddenly intensifies, causing leaks to burst from the ceiling as if the other quasi-god were deliberately tearing the earth apart. Fed up, the marine lurker unleashes a fraction of his power and heads out into open waters. He needs to focus on refining the artifact and wants nothing to do with a quasi-god. But the moment he emerges, he is greeted by the sight of an entire mountain hurtling toward him. Dodging desperately and shooting into the sky above the water, he comes face to face with the mountain giant. Confusion hits him instantly. He was unaware that a third quasi-god even existed. While the marine lurker steels himself for battle, the mountain giant's blazing rage cools into something far more dangerous: focused fury. He stares at the lurker for a brief moment, before hurling an insult and slamming his fist downward, sending a devastating blow toward him. Instinct screams danger, and the marine lurker is forced to take this seriously. Gathering dark green energy, he unleashes a massive glob of poisonous miasma at the mountain giant. The giant steps back, watching the corrosive fumes burn into his body. Emboldened, the lurker boasts internally that even a quasi-god would not dare take his poison head-on. When the fumes finally settle, the mountain giant's torso is badly corroded, but it lasts only a moment. He unhinges his jaw, and water from all around him is drawn rapidly into his body, healing his wounds at an incredible pace. If he can recover by absorbing water, then in this aquatic environment, he is nearly invincible. The marine lurker dashes around, dodging the giant's water-based attacks, realizing retreat may be his only option. Yet the mountain giant refuses to let him escape. With a single powerful clench of his fist, he pulls the ocean inward, dragging the marine lurker with it. The lurker attempts to tear open space itself to flee, but the resistance feels like wading through mud. Before he can break free, the mountain giant's fist crashes down mercilessly. From the distant shore, Gao Pang and Fishy observe the battle in awe. Well, Gao Pang does. Fishy is far too arrogant to be impressed. Peering through his bonek, Gao Pang compares the fight to a crazed soldier versus a flickering poison magician. One overwhelmingly strong, the other tricky and evasive. As he explains his analogy, Fishy suddenly senses something and tells him the marine lurker is about to use his divine artifact. Gao Pang watches without the bonek as a massive blue pillar of light erupts from the ocean, blasting the water away. When the light fades, the entire region's water has completely evaporated. Even more shocking, it takes a full 10 seconds for the surrounding sea to rush back and refill the void. Fishy grins smugly, asking how impressive the divine artifact looks now. Stunned, Gao Pang can only grin back and urge Fishy onward. They need to collect the spoils. Underwater once more, enclosed in an air bubble courtesy of Fishy, Gao Pang looks for the source of the blast. They soon discover the heavily battered body of the mountain giant, but the marine lurker is nowhere to be seen. Fishy urges him to hurry, insisting that their entire plan will fail if the creature escapes. Unbothered, Gao Pang summons Dumby, and instructs him to shift into his Yin Soul Dominator state to search for the lurker using soul power. Dumby obeys immediately, releasing probing waves of energy. Moments later, he leads them toward an area with intense elemental fluctuations, where the lurker is likely hiding. Gao Pang is instructing everyone to spread out when Dumby abruptly orders him to get behind him and fires a beam at what appears to be the lurker's arm. Sure enough, the green monster is there and tries to flee the instant it realizes it has been discovered. Even now, it believes it can escape and return later for revenge. But that confidence does not last. The divine artifact suddenly surges with blue energy from the lurker's pocket, and a new being materializes in the water, nothing more than a colossal pair of razor-like shark jaws. They snap shut in an instant, devouring the marine lurker's body entirely, leaving only his bandaged feet behind. Rooted in place, Gao Pang nervously asks Fishy whether his divine artifact is in fact able to eat. Gao Pang is as stunned as he is speechless at what has just unfolded before him. More than anything, he sees it as a total waste. If he had gotten his hands on the marine lurker's corpse, he could have fed it to his alter imp. Who knows what kind of powerful pills he might have produced from it. But the more immediate issue is the divine artifact itself. Gao Pang can clearly see an actual set of teeth inside it, and even more troubling, the artifact turns around and flees from him and Fishy. Fishy, furious, shouts at Gao Pang to get himself together and chase after it. Yet Gao Pang remains rooted in place, wondering what exactly this divine artifact truly is. Fishy becomes even angrier and begins yelling directly at the fleeing artifact for running away. Gao Pang urges him to calm down, assuring him that he can simply call Dai and use his superior speed to catch the artifact. However, he forgets one critical detail: Dai cannot breathe underwater. After the centipede experiences what it feels like to drown for a few seconds, Gao Pang has Fishy create another air bubble for him. He apologizes to his unfortunate first familiar, then climbs onto Dai's serpentine back, and tells him to pursue the divine artifact. Gao Pang and Dumby cling desperately to Dai as the creature rockets forward through the water at incredible speed. As soon as the artifact comes into view, Gao Pang obeys Fishy's demand and hurls him forward with all his strength. As Fishy hurtles through the water, he transforms into his massive shark form, only to slam face first into the ocean floor where the artifact had been moments earlier. Dai sheepishly asks Gao Pang whether Fishy is dead after that impact. Gao Pang cannot give a definitive answer. Fortunately, Fishy yanks his head out of the seabed at that moment and proudly displays the artifact, now taking its intended form, a set of golden braces for his teeth. Gao Pang blinks. Fishy's divine treasure is a dental device. Still confused, he asks Fishy whether these braces truly are his artifact. The status window makes things even stranger, showing a 2% devouring precept, something Gao Pang has absolutely no baseline for. As he contemplates the bizarre style of the artifact, Dai teases Fishy about having enormous teeth. Fishy immediately defends his choice, insisting that his jaws are his only real weapon with his body structure. Gao Pang cannot exactly argue with that logic. He then asks if Fishy can create another divine artifact like this one. The newly gold-toothed menace shuts that idea down immediately, explaining that each god can only create one divine artifact. The only way to obtain more is by stealing those left behind by fallen gods. Fishy insists this is not impossible. Many divine artifacts still lie scattered across the world, remnants of gods that died long ago. Gao Pang quietly wonders what sort of connections Fishy has to these ancient fallen gods who supposedly form the foundation of the entire world. After thanking Gao Pang for his help, Fishy launches into a self-satisfied rant about how they're cool now, and how he is willing to remove the punishment clause from their contract. Gao Pang notices the sudden spike in arrogance and discreetly signals Dumby to handle the situation. As Gao Pang distracts Fishy, Dumby quietly positions himself behind the shark and delivers a decisive blow that knocks Fishy out cold, and knocks several teeth out with him. That will certainly hurt later. With Fishy unconscious, Gao Pang examines the golden braces more carefully while responding to Dai's childish questions. Much to his disappointment, the artifact is completely dormant, and he still has no understanding of how its devouring precept functions. For now, Gao Pang simply tells Dumby it is time to head home. Later, in the White Bone Palace, Dumby sits upon his throne when something strange happens. The divine artifact lying beside him suddenly springs to life and launches itself at him with its jaws open. Thankfully, it is not attacking. It merely wants head pats. The once terrifying artifact now resembles a tiny, overly excited puppy. It paws at Dumby's feet and wags energetically. Fishy eventually wakes from his Dumby and Dai-induced coma and immediately begins searching frantically for his artifact, zipping around the throne room like a child on a sugar rush. When he finally notices Dumby with the little creature, he gasps in shock and rushes toward it with hearts practically radiating from his eyes, only for the artifact puppy to shy away and hide behind Dumby's legs. Dumby explains that Fishy passed out suddenly, and none of them could wake him until just now. The artifact simply came to him on its own. Fishy accepts the explanation, although he wonders aloud why the back of his head hurts so badly, as if someone had struck him. Dumby smoothly improvises a lie, attributing it to stress and excitement. Fishy does not buy this version and demands to know why his artifact is with Dumby instead of him. Dumby simply picks up the artifact, clenches it in his hand, and casually tosses it toward Fishy. The marine familiar angrily chomps down on it, while scolding it for going to another beast. Gao Pang walks in at that exact moment, just in time to see the artifact revert back into the form of Fishy's golden braces, something Fishy proudly shows off once again. Gao Pang says it is good. He is awake, because he wants to know exactly what the divine artifact does. When Fishy asks why, Gao Pang immediately oversells his innocence, insisting he has no intention of stealing it. Fishy accepts this answer and explains that his artifact is known as the Sea Emperor's Devouring Teeth, which he created after hunting a peak-level quasi-god. Gao Pang freezes. He questions Fishy's claim about killing a peak-level quasi-god. Fishy indignantly reminds him that he was a god back then. When Gao Pang comments that his current form does not exactly match that description, Fishy turns away in a huff, and the argument continues. All Gao Pang can do now is apologize and coax Fishy into opening up again. Fishy resumes his explanation, revealing that his killing of the quasi-god had been little more than an accident, just like his ascension to godhood itself. In truth, the only reason he ever wanted to become a god was because an older fish once told him it would make him omnipotent. Yet in the end, he could not even save himself, let alone anyone else. Surprised, Gao Pang asks how even a life attribute god could be incapable of saving others. This prompts Fishy to launch into a lecture about the rules governing such matters. In short, true miracles can only be performed by beings of divine descent, not by those of common birth like himself. Trying to lighten the mood, Gao Pang casually asks Fishy about the story involving him and the stormwater spider's mother. This question makes Fishy break into a nervous sweat, and he bolts straight into a corner, refusing to say another word about it. Clearly there is trauma involved. Shifting gears, Gao Pang gets serious, and finally asks Fishy about the friends he lost, those who died and left behind divine artifacts. Fishy smiles slyly and says he remembers a place where one of his old companions may have stored their artifact. Before elaborating, he brings up the history of the Black Fog world and how it got its name. Long ago, a god monster known as the God of Fog, along with the Black Fog Dominator, waged a brutal war. Fishy's own comrade had been the first to fall in that conflict, leaving his divine artifact behind. As a rule, the denser the fog in an area, the closer one is to the artifact's resting place. Gao Pang thinks for a moment and recalls that the thickest black fog lies on the western side of their world, a place from which monsters never return. He turns to Fishy and asks whether he knows the one responsible for constructing the numerous labyrinths in the southern region. Surprisingly, Fishy is confused, remembering only a handful of labyrinths back in his time. Gao Pang describes how labyrinths work today and how common they have become, particularly the stone labyrinth types. When he speaks about high-tier labyrinths, Fishy is reminded of someone he once knew, the Fat Golem Lord, also known as the Labyrinth God and Fishy's mortal enemy. According to Fishy, the Golem Lord had still been alive when Fishy fell, so the assumption that he is gone is surprising. More importantly, that means his divine artifact must be available. The two bump fists upon realizing this opportunity. Fishy assures Gao Pang that as the Golem Lord's old nemesis, he knows many of his tricks and secrets. As soon as Fishy breaks through to the S tier, they can set out to claim the artifact. At that exact moment, the entire palace begins shaking violently. Gao Pang senses chaotic spatial energy and realizes someone has broken through to a new tier. His guess proves correct when Silly appears before them with new changes to his form. His status window proudly displays level 61, Emperor tier familiar. Gao Pang can only lament how slow the advancement of spatial type familiars is compared to the others. Goldie, Strippy, Frosty and Dai are already Overlord tier, and Flamey is close behind. Silly remains the only one trailing behind, progressing no faster than the Dragon Ants. Even so, Gao Pang is intrigued by a new special characteristic in Silly's status window. Outside the palace, Gao Pang hovers above the ocean atop Dai, and instructs Silly to test his new abilities. First is Spatial Flash, essentially a teleportation skill. Watching Silly use it, Gao Pang is underwhelmed. The teleport covers only about 5 kilometers, a distance Slicey could cross in mere seconds. Worse yet, Silly becomes exhausted after just a few minutes of continuous teleportation, which is concerning. Gao Pang chooses to focus on the positives. Silly's portable pocket dimension has expanded to over 100 meters in height, enough space to store a whole reserve of WH's food if necessary. Next, Gao Pang asks Silly to use Spatial Riot, his only offensive ability. Silly pushes himself to exert immense force, but nothing seems to happen. Gao Pang is confused. There is no visible effect. Then Dai speaks up, mentioning that the air suddenly feels extremely oppressive. Gao Pang realizes he cannot see the ability's effects without spatial perception. To fix this, he activates his new trainer skill, Link. By linking with Silly, he shares their 5 senses and temporarily gains access to Silly's powers. When Gao Peng opens his eyes, he sees an entirely new spectrum of color from Silly's perspective. Testing the link's spatial powers, Gao Peng can finally perceive the structure of the attacks. With his theory confirmed, he disconnects the link. Dai jumps in surprise, saying that Gao Peng vanished for a moment. Gao Peng briefly considers the danger of Silly's powers causing chain reactions, but that is a matter for later. His test is complete. He turns to return to the palace with his familiars following behind. Under the ocean, a strange blue light pulses beneath the waves. Moments later, a massive geyser erupts upward, and Fishy bursts out with an entirely new, far more imposing form. He is ascended to level 81, S-tier ocean tyrant. He swims toward the palace with overwhelming pride, performing every swimming stroke he can think of. Watching from the shore, Dumby, thoroughly unimpressed, extends his hand and summons one of his undead. Fishy freezes mid-swim, stunned as the amphoric hell tree shoots out of the water, now sporting 6 complete rings. The towering tree rushes toward Dumby, and a sudden gust of wind is absorbed into a tattoo on Dumby's palm. Gao Peng explains that with 6 forms of negative energy absorbed, the tree needs only 1 more ring to reach the Saint tier, but for now Fishy has finally returned to S-tier strength as promised, so it is time for the group to set out. Days later, Gao Peng rides atop 4th Baby's massive form through the sky, when he spots something interesting below. Medusa is locked in combat with a gigantic rock monster. A closer look reveals that she is fighting a level 61 mountain giant. Despite its lower level, its earth attribute renders it immune to her petrification, leaving the battle at a stalemate. As Gao Peng and 4th Baby descend, the mountain giant notices them and hurls a boulder into the air. 4th Baby casually slices the projectile apart with a single motion. From his perch on the dragon ant's back, Gao Peng calls down to Medusa, asking if she needs help. The moment she recognizes him, she nods frantically. Gao Peng tells 4th Baby that the rest is up to him. Putting on a serious expression, 4th Baby unleashes a volley of razor slashes that smash into the mountain giant with overwhelming force. Instead of finishing the fight, the attack only enrages the giant, who begins yelling at 4th Baby like an angry child. The dragon ant responds the best way possible, by escalating the violence. Moments later, the mountain giant collapses in defeat. Medusa finally exhales in relief as Gao Peng approaches. He compliments her before explaining that he has been overseas, which is why they haven't seen each other for 3 years. Internally, he is hoping to maintain a friendly relationship with her. She is the only non-hostile labyrinth lord he has ever met. Even so, he discreetly summons Dumby and links with him to ensure he remains immune to her petrification. In direct contrast to Gao Peng's caution, Medusa warmly invites him into her labyrinth to rest as thanks for his assistance. Gao Peng accepts, secretly thrilled for the opportunity to further his goals. As the labyrinth doors open, he silently summons Fishy, and asks him to check whether anything significant lies within. Fishy sniffs the air, and immediately rockets off Gao Peng's shoulder, loudly yelling about smelling the elephant. Their cover is blown instantly. Flustered, Gao Peng tells Medusa to ignore Fishy, even as he struggles in a ridiculous tug-of-war with the fish, who clings to the wall with all his might. Medusa watches, amused. Privately, Gao Peng slips Fishy the real instruction. The scent grows stronger deeper inside. He tries apologizing for the commotion, but Medusa dismisses it, saying it's a welcome change of pace. Deeper inside the labyrinth, Gao Peng is surprised to find a lush bamboo forest. Stone statues of past victims line the landscape, all created by Medusa's petrification. Gao Peng uses the opportunity to ask about the statues, distracting her while Fishy slips away to continue the search. Following the scent of the so-called elephant, the Golem Lord, Fishy discovers that while traces of him are everywhere, the Golem Lord himself never actually visited. Judging from what he finds, Fishy concludes that this labyrinth was likely constructed by the Golem Lord's divine artifact rather than the Golem Lord himself. Unbeknownst to Fishy, Gao Peng is keeping track of him and notices when the fish becomes suddenly frantic. Fishy darts about before stopping at a patch of soil, which he begins beating violently. Medusa asks what is going on, prompting Gao Peng to laugh nervously at Fishy's complete lack of stealth. Fishy calls Gao Peng over, and as he approaches, Medusa mentions she is planning to move out of the labyrinth soon. Gao Peng instantly invites her to join him, but she refuses. She does not want to become someone's familiar. Gao Peng respects her decision. A strange sound behind him draws his attention. He turns to find Fishy planted face first in the soil with something clacking in his mouth. Naturally, Gao Peng asks what he is eating. Sweating nervously, Fishy insists he is just eating dirt. Gao Peng does not buy it. Looking down, he notices a brick. Fishy quickly claims it is an ordinary brick, but the system reveals the truth. It is a divine brick that fell from the endless reincarnation labyrinth. Gao Peng grabs Fishy by the tail, eliciting both confusion and indignation from the small creature, then casually tosses him over his shoulder. Fishy lands in a dramatic heap, rolling through the dirt directly into a puddle of his own tears, crying with exaggerated flair. Gao Pang sees through the theatrics and pays him no mind. Inspecting the brick, he realizes he would never have recognized it without the system's help. Turning back to Fishy, he asks how many such bricks have fallen from the endless reincarnation labyrinth. Fishy's eyes widen as he realizes Gao Pang knows the truth. He immediately shifts into full groveling mode, apologizing profusely and claiming he has done so much hard work. Disgusted by the act, Gao Pang gives him the brick anyway. It turns out Fishy cannot even digest the divine brick properly. He is simply using it like a whetstone to grind, sharpen and strengthen his Sea Emperor's devouring teeth. Putting Fishy Sip's antics aside, he shares crucial information. Every labyrinth should contain one of these bricks, each radiating a divine aura that helps the beings within grow stronger. Inside the labyrinth, the divine aura from the bricks causes everything within to grow and evolve. But unlike Fishy's braces, these bricks should not still be functional unless their owner's divine artifact is active. Gao Pang pieces the clues together and finally asks the question, could the Golem Lord actually still be alive? Fishy immediately rejects the idea. As far as he is concerned, the overwhelming number of labyrinths scattered across the world could only exist because the Golem Lord fell from grace and his body was destroyed. There should be no possibility of his survival. As they continue south in search of more divine bricks, Gao Pang apologizes to Medusa and admits they took one of the labyrinth's bricks. When she senses the labyrinth's vitality declining again, she simply replies that she planned to move away soon regardless, so it does not matter. Gao Pang thanks her, and after parting ways, he and his group head in the direction Fishy indicates. Unfortunately, Fishy's sense of direction proves to be as terrible as his modesty. For half a year, yes, half a year, he leads them from dead end to dead end. Even Goldie begins to lose patience. Each time someone doubts him, Fishy becomes indignant, insisting he is right. Eventually Gao Pang announces that Fishy may lead one last time. To everyone's relief, this time he actually gets it right. They arrive at a massive entrance surrounded by a dense forest of trees. So many trees, in fact, that Gao Pang begins to suspect that the labyrinth's vitality is unnaturally high. As he examines the environment, he witnesses the cycle of nature unfolding. A snake devouring bird eggs, and then notices something more important: sand. The air is filled with it, to the point that visibility drops to just a few feet. Turning to Dai with a serious expression, Gao Pang instructs him to accompany him inside. He grabs Frosty as well, wanting a second set of eyes unfamiliar with the place. Flying high above the labyrinth, Gao Pang attempts to take pictures to form a map, only to realize that the constant moving sand renders every image useless. Crossing his arms, Frosty remarks that this is no ordinary labyrinth. Gao Pang mentally thanks him for the obvious observation. With mapping off the table, Gao Pang memorizes the maze path manually. Hours later, he has a full route committed to memory and prepares his team to enter. Standing at the entrance, he begins giving instructions, only to suddenly realize the entire path has vanished from his mind. The more he tries to concentrate, the more the details dissolve into a blurry mess. Dai and Frosty experience the same thing, and become equally disturbed. Fishy, on the other hand, is smug beyond belief. He explains that this is a built-in countermeasure. Anyone who is not the labyrinth's creator automatically loses the path from their memory. Even worse, the labyrinth rearranges itself once someone enters it. Gao Pang insists it looked identical from above, but Fishy shakes his head. From inside, the labyrinth uses its precepts to distort the six senses. Fortunately, Fishy spent a long time here in his past life, so he is familiar enough to guide them through. Gao Pang is relieved, but annoyed, by Fishy's loud enthusiasm. He stores his other familiars away for safety, then follows Fishy deeper inside. As they walk, Fishy leads them to a hole beneath a wall and dives through it, signaling Gao Pang to follow. Gao Pang can only wonder just how long Fishy must have been trapped in this maze to know obscure shortcuts like this. Deeper in the labyrinth, Fishy begins giving Gao Pang advice: stay calm no matter what happens, handle certain threats in specific ways, use particular tactics in different rooms. Gao Pang jokes that Fishy must be a diamond member of this place to know so much. Fishy is insulted, reminding him that without his restored power, Gao Pang would be helpless against the labyrinth's threats. One detail catches Gao Pang's attention. Fishy casually mentions that the labyrinth itself is a divine artifact. Gao Pang tries examining it through the system but gets no response. Fishy explains that they are technically inside the artifact, but not within its core. As he says this, Gao Pang spots a monster approaching from behind Fishy. Before he can warn him, Fishy instantly transforms into his shark form, bites the monster clean in half, and returns to his miniature shape, as if nothing happened. He cheerfully comments on how delicious the monsters are here, then reminds Gao Pang to take his advice seriously. Gao Peng asks if they can use the link technique, merging their mental spaces so he gains additional protection. Fishy immediately refuses. The other gods would lose all respect for him if they learned he merged with a human. Gao Peng, however, does not give him a choice. He activates Link in a sudden, surprising action. Fishy screams at him for violating his dignity, but the connection is already established. Inside Fishy's mental space, Gao Peng is stunned. His perception changes dramatically, empowered by the overwhelming aura of Devour. When he activates their shared vision, he sees countless golden chain links floating around in the air. When he asks Fishy what they are, the little shark snarls. They are precept chains. Gao Peng turns his gaze toward the glowing gold patterns embedded in the labyrinth walls. Gao Peng realizes that the golden chains he sees are runic nets, protective structures woven into the labyrinth itself. As they continue deeper, the pair arrive at a region known as the Lightning Labyrinth. Fishy clears this section in record time, bouncing off specific walls at precise intervals to avoid the electrified traps. Gao Peng almost feels sorry for how familiar Fishy clearly is with this place. Next comes the Dark Labyrinth, a section entirely devoid of light. One must either possess a body durable enough to withstand the countless grinders hidden throughout the corridors, or walk blindly and pray for survival. Fishy admits he has no clever method for traversing it. When he was a god, brute force was enough, but now he lacks the raw power necessary to tank through. Fishy suggests he could still attempt it since the labyrinth's defenses should have weakened by now. Gao Peng stops him, saying he might have a better option. Snapping his fingers, he summons Second Baby, and has him unleash his ocular ability, illuminating the darkness of the entire labyrinth. Fishy is stunned, not just by the simplicity of the solution but also by the realization that Second Baby possesses the dial pupil, the same eye ability wielded by the ancient Great White Dragon. Fishy recalls that when he and others killed the god of fog centuries ago, one of the ancient dragons used the dial pupil to nullify over 70% of the fog god's power. Given that context, he is no longer surprised that such an ability can pierce the darkness here. Gao Peng smirks, asking how Fishy likes this approach, then tells him to lead on. After proceeding for a while, they take a left turn, following Fishy's memories. There, they find a large pyramid-shaped altar at the labyrinth's heart. Even more striking is the enormous coffin sitting in front of it, big enough to be seen from a great distance. Fishy becomes giddy the instant he sees it. This is his enemy, the Golem Lord's resting place. But then a loud banging echoes from inside the coffin. Fishy freezes. Did it just move? He stammers. The coffin lid begins to slide off, unleashing a suffocating aura of death. Gao Peng's nose burns from the stench of decay. Panicked, he asks Fishy what they should do. Fishy urges him to flee while he still can, but Gao Peng refuses. Instead, he summons the one familiar who knows absolute mastery over undead energy, Dumby. With Dumby on the battlefield, Fishy wastes no time and fires a massive water bullet at the coffin, shattering an invisible shield around it. Debris flies everywhere, and Dumby leaps forward to block the stray fragments from hitting his master. Oddly, the flames from the explosion seem to resonate with Dumby rather than harm him. Gao Peng quickly links with Dumby to avoid accidentally being injured during the coming fight. Dumby summons a giant bone javelin and hurls it with immense force at the coffin, an act that fully awakens the figure within. The head of the Golem Lord, a level 90 S-rank beast, emerges from the coffin. Even just the head radiates overwhelming power. It launches a wave of dark flames at Gao Peng's familiars. Fishy takes the brunt of the attack, and immediately realizes this flame is far more dangerous than ordinary fire, similar in nature to Dumby's undead flames, but even stronger. Gao Peng quickly recognizes that these black flames deal bonus damage specifically against beings with traces of divinity. The fight devolves into a frantic stall. Dumby hurls wave after wave of dark fire, combining it with his bone restriction, Death Prison, to hold the Golem Lord's head in place. Fishy prepares a vortex attack, the same kind that once annihilated the marine lurker, while Gao Peng urges him to hurry. Fishy grits his teeth, saying he needs just a little more time. Behind them, Dumby slams an earth-shattering kick into the Golem Lord's skull, buying precious seconds. But the strain on Fishy is beginning to show. As he reaches the final stage of charging his artifact's power, his heart suddenly falters. He coughs up blood, staggering. Panicked, Gao Peng enters their shared mental space and demands to know what is wrong. Fishy admits he overestimated himself. Using his divine artifact at his current rank is too much for his body, but he refuses to stop. Blood dripping from his jaws, he declares that for every drop he coughs up, he will take the equivalent from the Golem Lord. Back in the real world, Fishy unleashes his divine artifact's full power. A pillar of golden light bursts from his jaws, accompanied by the phantom image of his fully restored shark form's teeth. As the Sea Emperor's devouring charges toward the Golem Lord's head, a miniature golden labyrinth manifests before it, its glowing sigils shimmering. The glow slowly recedes, and at the same time the actual labyrinth around them begins to crumble in response. Gao Peng realizes the miniature version is the labyrinth's true form, its core, reacting to Fishy's power. The clash continues until Fishy's attack finally overpowers the Golem Lord's flames, but the aim is off. Instead of obliterating the head, the beam carves a deep gash across the top of its skull. The Golem Lord roars with fury, enraged beyond reason. "You are all going to die here," he bellows. And the real battle begins. Gao Peng and his allies remain completely unintimidated. His only real concern is the heat radiating from the burning divine blood. Good thing he linked with Dumby, otherwise that heat alone would have vaporized him. Even as the Elephant Lord's body begins to break apart, its power remains immense, and it is absolutely prepared to annihilate them. Gao Peng warns Dumby to watch out for the beast's tusks, as he prepares to clash once more. Dumby simply assures his master not to worry and positions himself strategically. Then, calling forth the apparition of the demon god, Dumby envelops himself in the massive spectral avatar he once used long ago. Empowered by the apparition, Dumby meets the Elephant Lord head-on, almost as an equal. But almost is the problem. Gao Peng can feel the difference in their levels, and the toll it is taking on Dumby. His power drains at an alarming rate, and the apparition is on the verge of collapsing. Just when the battle seems lost, Fishy comes barreling in from nowhere, yelling at them not to forget him. The Elephant Lord fires a devouring attack at Fishy, but the little shark dodges at the last possible second. He lands directly on the gash atop the Elephant Lord's skull and inspects the barrier covering it, a thin shield preventing the core from being exposed. Fishy has zero intention of letting that barrier stay intact. Flipping his body, he smashes it apart with a powerful tail strike. With an opening created, Fishy slips inside the Elephant Lord's skull. As he travels through the interior, he sees fragmented images, disjointed memories scattered across the creature's mind. Fishy quickly realizes why. The Elephant Lord's godhood had already been shattered long ago. This head is nothing more than a residual consciousness grown out of a corpse. It isn't alive, it's a lingering echo pretending to be. Closing in on the core, Fishy finds a strange cloud of white mist at its center, its surface covered in worm-like protrusions that writhe as if begging for mercy. Fishy has none to give. He doesn't even care what it is. He's here to crush things, not ask questions. Outside, Gao Peng and his familiars watch tensely as the Elephant Lord's skeletal head floats motionless in the air. The status window beside it shows only moderately injured. Gao Peng wonders aloud what Fishy is doing in there. The moment the thought leaves his mouth, the status suddenly drops from moderately injured to heavily injured. Gao Peng can only praise Fishy for whatever he's doing inside the skull. Inside, Fishy places his full trust in Gao Peng to buy him a few more seconds so he can finish the monster once and for all. Gao Peng somehow receives the message. He orders Dumby to unleash more black flame at the head. Dumby thrusts his hand out to attack, but the miniature golden labyrinth manifests in front of the Elephant Lord and blocks Dumby's strike. The clash triggers an explosion that sends Dumby flying. Gao Peng panics and shouts for his second oldest familiar. Dumby insists he can still fight, but exhaustion has finally caught up to him, and his body refuses to rise. Gao Peng gently tells him to rest. He's used more soul power today than ever before. With Dumby out of the fight, Gao Peng summons Silly and orders him to distort the miniature labyrinth using spatial rift. Silly obeys, and the golden labyrinth begins twisting, its structure warping into an unstable form, but the artifact quickly readjusts itself. Then, Fishy bursts out of the Elephant Lord's skull in his full shark form. From his open jaws, he unleashes his divine artifact, which shoots outward like a tendril with a second set of jaws attached. As it lashes toward the miniature labyrinth, Gao Peng is shocked by its new form. Fishy explains that this is the artifact's original form, revealed now because it has expended nearly all its energy. At that moment, the Elephant Lord's head collapses from the air and crashes to the ground. The battle is finally over. Floating over the battlefield thanks to Silly, Gao Peng nervously wonders if they just committed deicide. Fishy snaps at him, reassuring him that the creature they defeated didn't even possess a complete divine soul. With an incomplete divine body and a shattered divinity, it was, at best, a glorified mortal with divine residue. Gao Peng can only stare with a flat expression as Fishy completely ruins his attempt at an epic moment. Regardless, it is now time for the best part of any battle, dividing the spoils. Fishy graciously allows Dumby to pick first. Without hesitation, Dumby chooses the Elephant Lord's corpse. That leaves the miniature labyrinth to Fishy, who eagerly reaches for it, only for Gao Peng to grab him by the fin mid-air. Gao Peng declares that merging with Dumby during the battle was contribution enough to earn that labyrinth. Fishy's jaw drops in outrage. Gao Peng assures him he will not take what truly belongs to Fishy. When Fishy asks what that is, Gao Peng replies with perfect sincerity. The satisfaction and joy of getting your vengeance. Even Fishy is momentarily petrified by that unbelievably shameless statement. With the miniature labyrinth already secured in his hands, Gao Pang suddenly realizes something important. After Gao Pang finishes laughing at his own shamelessness, a more practical problem hits him. He has absolutely no idea how to make the labyrinth artifact acknowledge him as its new master. Fishy explains bluntly that Gao Pang cannot control it because he is not a monster, has no elemental body, and lacks any precept authority. Confused, Gao Pang turns to the artifact's status window. The Endless Reincarnation Labyrinth shows a precept content of 7%, which means absolutely nothing to him. Realizing he cannot use it at all, Gao Pang tosses the artifact back to Fishy and tells him to keep it. Fishy, however, is willing to let Gao Pang use it when they merge again someday. More importantly, he explains that the labyrinth's primary purpose is to cultivate monsters. By that logic, Gao Pang quickly deduces that the same must apply to familiars. Fishy confirms it. Once activated, the artifact will revert to its full multi-story form, absorb natural elements from its environment, and generate all sorts of traps, terrains, and enriched zones inside. The owner can then adjust elemental density to accelerate their familiar's growth. Stars practically shine in Gao Pang's eyes. He immediately asks Fishy to activate it so he can try it out here and now. Fishy calls him a country bumpkin, but relents. Tossing the artifact into the air, he triggers its expansion, transforming it into a towering golden labyrinth. A gleaming door materializes before Gao Pang, inviting him in. Stepping inside with Fishy, Gao Pang immediately senses the difference. The labyrinth feels infinitely stronger, more complete than before. Fishy confirms that the artifact had been running on auto-maintenance mode, and now that it finally has a living owner, it can unleash its full potential. Gao Pang sips. Mind drifts to the most important takeaway. He finally owns a house. Technically Fishy owns it, but close enough. Meanwhile, Fishy discusses what to do with the Elephant Lord's corpse. He tells Dumby that the remains are effectively divine medicine for someone like him. Dumby dips his hand into the spilled blood, and powerful energy flares across his body. He approaches the massive hole in the monster's skull and makes his choice. Turning to Fishy, he simply says, "Take care of our master," as if heading to war instead of stepping 5 feet into a corpse. Without waiting for a response, Dumby coats his arm in wooden energy and leaps inside. Annoyed, Fishy returns to Gao Pang, who immediately asks where Dumby went. Fishy explains that the undead ruler is absorbing energy from the corpse to evolve. This gives Gao Pang an idea. Use this time as a test run for the labyrinth. He summons Silly, Dai, and Goldie, and tells each of them to pick a suitable region inside the labyrinth to devour the elemental energy there. Once they disperse, Gao Pang reflects on the limitations of divine artifacts. Without the power of law, a proper divine ability, an artifact's true potential is sealed away. Most of the artifacts they currently hold are working at less than 10% of their full capabilities. Fishy elaborates. When beings become gods, they shift from personal abilities to laws. Each god can develop only one law and always has a weakness. Divine artifacts exist to compensate for those flaws. Even Fishy forged his devouring teeth for this exact purpose. But after enduring tribulation after tribulation to forge it, he died shortly afterward. Cool story, but who asked? Gao Pang mutters internally. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes across the labyrinth. Gao Pang sends Dai to investigate. Eager to help, the centipede dragon darts away at incredible speed. 3 minutes later, Dai returns with alarming news. A force of monsters is approaching. Gao Pang immediately uses his contract to contact Frosty, and asks for his position. Frosty casually replies that he is relaxing in an air-conditioned zone of the labyrinth. Gao Pang orders him to go check outside immediately. Bounding over the labyrinth's walls, Frosty reaches the outer boundary and witnesses monsters converging from all directions. He relays the information back to Gao Pang. Judging from their numbers and the presence of multiple Emperor-tier creatures, they must be drawn to the labyrinth's dense elemental energy. Gao Pang refuses to allow Dumby's evolution to be interrupted. He commands each familiar to pick 2 monsters and eliminate them. His familiars surge outward to wage their own battles. Back at the Elephant Lord's corpse, Fishy naps peacefully until a strange beeping noise wakes him. Before he can process it, the skull wall explodes outward. A massive clawed hand grips the edge, and Dumby emerges transformed. Gao Pang is stunned. Dumby has soared to level 85, S tier, and even his amorphic hell tree has risen to level 81. Fishy notices a glow on Dumby's right hand, and is astonished to discover that Dumby has actually deified several of his fingers. Gao Pang can only smile with pride. It is finally time for them to head home. Moving away from Gao Pang's journey in the Black Fog world, we shift to the companions aligned with him. In the desolate labyrinth, Shu Qingxia has become the Explorer Union's person in charge of the Black Fog world, overseeing the Southern Sky Company's operations there. Meanwhile, Grandpa Gao has risen to become the mayor of Yizhou City after crushing all opposition. After the previous mayor's 8-year term ended, a full year has passed without anyone seeing Gao Peng. Xu Qinggizia often finds herself wondering how he is doing. Her thoughts are interrupted when an employee reports that several monsters from Black Phoenix Mountain were spotted heading toward the Land of 1,000 Streams 3 days ago. Xu considers this carefully. Black Phoenix Mountain is 5 times larger than the Land of 1,000 Streams and the Desolate Plains combined. It houses countless Emperor-tier monsters, with rumors of an Overlord-tier creature lurking within. She immediately orders more drones deployed and heightens the branch's security. Outside the desolate labyrinth, a lone guard naps at his post, drooling slightly. He jerks awake at the sound of distant explosions. When he glances toward them, he spots what looks like a massive bear, an Emperor-tier monster. Back in the settlement, alarms erupt. A Level S alert blares across the entire base. Chaos ensues as employees run in panic, while the security chief struggles to maintain order. Once the Emperor-tier bear comes into view, he commands his men to prepare. The bear slams its fist into the ground, ripping out a huge boulder as if it were nothing, then hurls it straight toward the settlement. Fortunately, Southern Sky Group is formidable. At the chief's order, their force familiars unleash a barrage of attacks at the perfect moment. A volley of colorful beams obliterates the incoming boulder, and the debris is cleared by support teams. Unfortunately, this enrages the bear further. It charges toward the settlement with even more violent intent, if such a thing is even possible. But the humans are not without hope. One man steps up to the front gate. He tells the security chief he has done well, and orders him to open the gate, leaving the rest to him. With no other choice, the chief complies. Moments later, the gate opens just wide enough for 2 figures to step through. As the dust clears, those figures are revealed to be the animated statues that serve as guardians of Gao Peng's orphanage, the SL Academy for Underprivileged Children. Their eyes flare to life. One statue leaps high above the bear and brings a massive scythe crashing down, slicing apart its upper jaw. The second statue rushes in with twin swords, burying them deep into the beast's flesh. In mere seconds, the Emperor-tier monster threatening the entire settlement falls dead. The statues step aside, revealing their master, the disciple of Southern Sky's mysterious heir, captain of the 2nd Trainer Squad, and rising star of the company, Li Junhong. Yes, the very same orphan Gao Peng helped all those years ago. Meanwhile, deep within Black Phoenix Mountain, a large white bird flies into a cavern where an even larger bird rests. This enormous creature is Lord Goal, a powerful beast who harbors a deep hatred for humans. Ever since they invaded its territory 2 years ago, they have slaughtered countless monsters. Hearing of the death of the Emperor-tier bear it sent as a scout infuriates Goal beyond reason. It decides to handle the matter personally. With a powerful flap of its wings, Lord Go takes flight, streaking toward the desolate labyrinth at terrifying speed. At that same moment, Gao Peng has arrived at the Southern Sky Hotel, and is enjoying a meal on the top floor, meat harvested from an Overlord-tier beast. As he eats, he praises Li Junhong for his tremendous growth, and encourages him to keep pushing forward. Junhong gratefully acknowledges Gao Peng's training, explaining that the lessons Gao instilled in him are the only reason he knows what to do in dangerous moments. Junhong then asks whether Gao Peng is here on important business. Gao Peng replies that he is mainly inspecting the development of the settlement. Secretly though, he hopes to convince Fishy to leave a divine brick here, which would drastically increase Southern Sky's potential by transforming the base into a cultivation hub. Before he can sink deeper into his own strategy, Xu Qingxia arrives with something important to report. According to their research, the labyrinth here had been protected by a mysterious power, one that vanished without a trace about half a year ago. That definitely has nothing to do with Fishy stealing the divine brick from this place, absolutely nothing. Trying not to look guilty, Gao Peng says he'll look into it. Suddenly alarms thunder across the settlement, startling both Junhong and Xu. Outside in the streets, civilians look around in confusion. Why is the alarm sounding again when the monster was already dealt with? Something new, something bigger is coming. Just yesterday, some people considered going to the walls to see what was happening, but that idea quickly died when they remembered how many times the alarm had already blared, and what that alarm truly meant. An Overlord-tier monster was coming. If the chaos from the previous day had been bad, this was absolute catastrophe. People shoved each other aside in a blind panic, trying to flee from their impending doom. Upstairs, Li Junhong received a message, confirming that an Overlord-tier bird-type monster was heading toward them from Black Phoenix Mountain. Xu Qingxia's voice trembled as she relayed the news. Gao Peng, meanwhile, simply continued eating, though he did slow down after hearing the report. Realizing she was genuinely terrified, Gao Peng set down his fork, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and asked, almost gently, why she was panicking over a mere overlord. He reminded her that, as branch leader, she couldn't afford to lose her composure every time something happened. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned Frosty. As Gao Pang explained the situation, Frosty's eyes widened, not with fear, but recognition. The overlord bird heading toward them was an old neighbor from 1,000 years ago, and the two had serious bad blood. With a sly, almost wicked smile, the chibi ice lion declared it was time to give his old friend a proper welcome. Frosty versus the nethermost peacock. Outside the desolate labyrinth, the overlord bird Lord Go's lieutenant touched down, lamenting how this land once belonged to the desolate lion. Now it was a human outpost. It wondered aloud whether that little kitty had already been eaten by someone stronger. Unfortunately for the bird, Frosty arrived just in time to hear that particular insult. Annoyance instantly flared through him. He launched himself into the sky in a dramatic show of power, and addressed the peacock directly, but the bird refused to banter. Without hesitation, it accused Frosty of becoming a human lapdog, disgracing all monsters. Frosty was so stunned by the accusation that he nearly failed to dodge the massive torrent of fire hurled at him. Recovering quickly, he scoffed at the bird's notoriously short temper and summoned a colossal wall of ice to block the attack, protecting not just himself but the entire settlement. The peacock was shocked. It had no idea Frosty had reached Overlord tier. Unfortunately for the bird, Frosty wasn't finished. With a grin on his face, he unleashed an ice attack, vast enough to resemble a collapsing glacier. The peacock tried to evade but still caught a direct blow to the head. As it reeled, Frosty descended from above in his true lion form, launching an array of ice projectiles that froze the monster solid. The peacock began cracking its way out, but Frosty leapt atop the ice and reinforced it with another layer of frigid energy, sealing it shut. Crisis resolved, at least temporarily. Gao Pang walked out of the main gate alongside Shu, Li Junhong, and the security team. With an entirely unnecessary amount of smugness, he pointed out that they could have let him finish his meal before worrying. He inspected the frozen monsters test status window. Level 77 Overlord tier, nethermost peacock. Behind him, Shu and Junhong stared in awe at their hero, conveniently forgetting that Frosty had done all the actual work. Standing proudly atop the ice block in his tiny form, Frosty frowned. Something felt off. The movements inside weren't normal. Before he could deepen the thought, the entire structure shattered, and the peacock burst free. Only then did Frosty realize he'd underestimated how much stronger his old neighbor had become over the last 1,000 years. Shu and Junhong immediately panicked and shouted for a retreat, but Gao Pang barely reacted. Instead, he issued a mental command to Dumby and Goldie. "Take it down, quietly." Dumby moved first. Darkness spread. Suddenly the nethermost peacock found itself suspended in a horrific illusion, surrounded by demonic visages, laughing at it from every direction. Terrified, the bird flew wildly, firing flames at hallucinations that didn't exist. Watching from below, Gao Pang sighed with mild amusement. Goldie wouldn't even need to step in. Dumby alone was enough. Moments later, the peacock collapsed from mental exhaustion, plummeting from the sky and crashing into the ground. Gao Pang approached with a confident half-smile, and asked calmly, "Do you understand the situation you steer in now?" The monster lay trembling on the ground. And that is where the story pauses. Gao Pang had completely subdued the ruler of the Black Phoenix mountain range, yet the defeated creature still acted far bolder than its situation allowed. With his usual calm but menacing smile, Gao Pang gave a simple command, "Dumby, go ahead." The undead ruler obeyed instantly. His power flared, sending sharp agony through the giant bird. That one burst of pain was enough. The bird surrendered on the spot. Goldie, who had been waiting impatiently for a chance to fight, lashed out with a frustrated kick. Frosty joined in too, mocking the defeated creature for still being a lower level after so many years. Humiliated, the chubby feathered ruler snapped that they may as well kill it, if this was their plan. Frosty took the statement quite literally, and formed a razor-sharp shard of ice to end the battle cleanly. But just as he was about to strike, the giant bird suddenly remembered its children waiting back home. Only now did it think of them. Excellent timing for a parent. Desperate not to abandon its chicks, the plump peacock quickly switched tactics. It claimed it still held influence as ruler of the mountain range and could be useful if Gao Pang kept it alive, saving him the trouble of nurturing a new monster into power. Privately, Gao Pang had to admit the bird was smarter than expected. Still, being himself, he smirked and suggested the bird could work as a stove in his restaurant kitchen. After all, it was a fire type. The peacock was outraged, but its rage evaporated the moment Gao Pang called Dumby forward again. Dumby was simply too strong. For the sake of her children, the peacock surrendered fully. With that, she informed Gao Pang about her 3 chicks. Intrigued by the idea of raising them, Gao Pang ordered Dumby to accompany her home and bring the young back. As Dumby flew away with the peacock dangling miserably from his grip, Su Qingyi asked a rather chilling question: why not just kill the peacock and steal the chicks? Gao Pang calmly explained that such methods might work on low-level beasts, but intelligent monsters must be treated as equals. Only by respecting them, and slowly chipping away at their pride, could he use them most effectively. Su Qingyi did not fully understand, but it did not stop her from admiring him intensely. Later, the 3 chicks were delivered. Gao Pang managed to terrify them almost immediately as he prepared to assign each one a role. Off to the side, he overheard the mother comforting them, urging obedience. For a moment he nearly felt like the villain, but only almost. One chick became a quality assurance worker in the restaurant kitchen, happily eating parasites from monster meat. The mother found the job unimpressive, but at least it was safe and honest. Another chick formed a blood contract with Shu Qingyi, the last he delivered to his grandfather. With the children settled, Gao Pang sent Old Hu to retrieve the peacock ruler. She misunderstood instantly. Seeing Old Hu approach, she believed her execution was finally at hand. Accepting her fate, she took comfort in knowing her children would live long, safe lives. Oddly, she even felt disappointed that none of them had become Gao Pang's familiar. Hadn't she despised him just half a chapter ago? A tear slid down her face as she pondered this contradiction, only for Old Hu to sentence her to something unexpected: freedom. Confused, she demanded clarification. Old Hu simply repeated himself and added that people would visit her volcano later to formalize their alliance. For convenience, he assigned her a new name, Pak. Before Pak could leave, Old Hu produced a communicator disc containing a message from Gao Pang, him loudly complaining that she should stop lingering and stop eating his food supplies. The moment Dumby lifted the restriction on her, Pak blasted away at Overlord tier speed. As she passed Dumby, she only asked that he remind Gao Pang to be good to her children. Later, Gao Pang thanked Old Hu via video call and dismissed him to his own duties. Turning his attention to his next objective, he brought out the golden labyrinthine brick he had received from the Golden Lord. With Shu Qingyi at his side, he stepped outside and snapped his fingers, summoning a blue flame. In a puff, Fishy appeared in his silly chibi form. Shu Qingyi stared, baffled by this peculiar familiar, when Fishy casually pulled out the golden labyrinth. Fishy retrieved the object from his own storage, and Shu Qingyi, sometimes a bit of an airhead, mistook the item for a Rubik's Cube, despite it being a single solid golden color. Fishy quickly corrected her, explaining that it was the God brick, and that it was currently taking shape. The brick shot from Fishy's fins into the ground, releasing a pillar of golden light. The earth trembled as if Gaia herself were crying out. In the nearby city, citizens scattered in panic, running like headless chickens as the shaking intensified. Fortunately, the chaos lasted only a moment before everything settled. Gao Pang instructed Shu Qingyi to have her new familiar, the little sparrow, attack the newly formed labyrinth wall surrounding the city. She complied, though the sparrow immediately slammed face first into the wall, and then bounced off the ground for good measure. Shu Qingyi noticed a faint glow coating the wall, a protective barrier. The labyrinth's mysterious power had returned. Gao Pang explained casually that the settlement was now protected from all but S-tier beasts and above. With that reassurance, he left the city in the care of Shu Qingyi and Lei Zhongzong, while he returned to his grandfather's villa. Arriving home, he was surprised to find the villa livelier than ever, filled with guests who looked like members of ancient tribes, as if a grand banquet were underway. Deeper inside, he found his grandfather meeting with an elderly woman. As Gao Pang reported the evolution formulas he had stabilized, the woman remarked that he was just like his grandfather, and him, whoever that was. Grandpa immediately corrected her, saying he was Ganu, not him, and that he had only inherited that person's legacy. Gao Pang, lost in the conversation, was informed that the woman belonged to the White Dragon tribe. That explained it. They believed his grandfather was their sacred priest. Thinking back on the ancient tribes, Gao Pang remembered that the White Dragon tribe was among the top 3, living above all others. They rarely fought for territory on Earth, and only interacted after establishing trust with Southern Sky. They had not even interfered when he committed genocide on the Yu tribe. So why were they here now? Before he could dwell on it, the old lady once again insisted that Gao Pang resembled his grandfather. Grandpa bristled immediately, asserting their differences. She responded with patronizing calm, only irritating him further. Once the teasing subsided, the old woman explained her true purpose in 6 days. An alliance meeting would be held in the Square World. All medium-sized and larger tribes would attend to determine their stance on Earth, and discuss the inevitable transformation of Earth into the main bridgehead for the war over the Gotong Shid. Gao Pang, recalling that the ancient tribes originally fled to the Black Flame world due to resource scarcity, asked where this bridgehead would be. The old woman clarified their war would not be fought in the Square World, their headquarters. So the logical choice was to use Earth as the battleground. The tribes simply would not allow their homeland to be damaged. Concerned, Gao Pang asked what had happened last time. She answered that the situation was not quite enemy territory, but that the current owners of Gotong Shid did not want the ancient tribes returning. To him, that sounded rather hostile. That night, Grandpa found Gao Peng standing alone on the balcony, staring out at the water with a troubled look. Knowing the earth was about to become a battlefield kept him wide awake. Ancient tribes on one side, an unknown force controlling Gudtong Shid on the other. They were planning to turn his home into their war arena, and refusing was not an option. Strong or not, Grandpa was just one person, and direct conflict always carried the risk of death. Gao Peng considered using his familiars to defend Yuzhou, but that would leave other cities like Chang'an vulnerable. To his shock, his grandfather offered a cheerful solution. They should move. Not just the two of them. Everyone. All of humanity could temporarily migrate to another world, just as the ancient tribes were likely preparing to do themselves. Grandpa continued praising Gao Peng for how much he had grown in recent years, but reminded him that a true leader must look at the bigger picture. Gao Peng could find no flaw in the reasoning. The Black Fog world was vast enough to house billions of people. The real challenge lay in transporting them all. Grandpa addressed that concern immediately. Gao Peng did not need to shoulder everything alone. The coalition government could and should coordinate the migration on a massive scale. For their immediate plans, the two of them were set to head to the Square World to observe the ancient tribes' movements. Gao Peng insisted that he could go alone while Grandpa remained with the alliance. In truth, he simply refused to drag his grandfather into unknown danger. From the subtle smile on Grandpa's face, it was clear he saw straight through that excuse. The next day, Gao Peng was flying above the Himalayas, with several members of the White Dragon tribe. One young woman in particular caught his eye, a 20-year-old with a level 69 pure-blooded white dragon, for a familiar, impressive for someone so young. Coming from Gao Peng, that observation was rather ironic. After passing through the spatial rift, Gao Peng arrived at what was known as the Dragon Archipelago, endless clear water, lush nature, and countless dragon monsters. It lived up to its name completely. Upon landing from Da's back, he was greeted by the elderly woman from the villa. She explained the history of the place, how it operated, and casually mentioned that she was the tribe's current high priestess. She then summoned a strange dinosaur-like royal beast, one of several that protected the archipelago. She stressed that these beasts could mobilize instantly if a threat arose, all while giving Gao Peng some pointed side-eye. He realized immediately she was referring to his massacre of the Yu tribe. At least he had enough shame to look embarrassed and promised that he would do nothing of the sort here. Before heading into the populated region, the High Priestess took time to brief him. Many people here, she explained, were hostile toward Earth's residents. Gao Peng correctly guessed it was because Earthlings possessed sacred bodies. The rarity of such bodies was one reason, but not the only one. Spirit energy swirled around her palm as she summoned her own familiar, a majestic level 86, wicked green dragon. Gao Peng was already impressed, but his jaw dropped fully when a level 89 Earthbreaker dragon ape emerged from the trees and joined her. It took him a second to process it. She had a sacred body as well. Being Gao Peng, he immediately deduced that every high priest or priestess must possess a sacred body, or rather, only those with sacred bodies could be chosen for the position. The high priestess was impressed by how quickly he pieced it together. She mused that the ancient tribe's decline might not be due to a lack of sacred bodies, but due to how stubbornly they clung to their old ways. Calling themselves ancient tribes was not helping their modernization. She went on to explain that although every inhabitant of Earth had a sacred body, very few were strong enough to truly frighten the tribes. In her words, Earthlings were like children wandering a dangerous street at night while carrying a bar of gold, openly inviting danger without understanding their own value. Gao Peng considered taking initiative, but the High Priestess reassured him there was no need yet. Earth was not even the direct target at the moment. The meeting's true focus was how to deal with the aliens behind the Gotong Shid. Calculations showed that Earth's protective barrier would not last much longer. Once it failed, Earth would merge entirely with Gotong Shid. That revelation made Gao Peng break into a nervous sweat. The High Priestess left him with one final directive: he should make friends with the powerful young elites he would meet in the Square World. That suggestion instantly revived his spirit. With an ominous grin, he declared that he loved making friends. Someone was about to have a terrible day. Out at sea, a group of young men were racing across the waves. Their leader, Duje, was effortlessly outperforming the others. The younger ones boasted that he would crush all competition at the tribal gathering in 5 days. After all, he was only 26, and already possessed an Overlord tier familiar. The mention of competition surprised Duje. This was supposed to be a meeting, not a tournament. Still, he remained humble. He insisted there were many others out there far stronger than he was. One of the youths agreed and mentioned a terrifying man he had seen in the ancestral lands. A 20-year-old with an Overlord tier familiar. Wonder who that could be. Duje's humility cracked slightly at that information. Just then, the boys noticed a figure standing on the High Priestess's island across the water. The boy who spotted Gao Pang suspected immediately that this was the very man they had just been talking about. Over on the shore, Gao Pang felt their stares and instantly sensed that whatever was coming next would not be friendly. One of the older White Dragon tribe youths began loudly estimating how many Overlord-tier familiars someone with a sacred body should have. Another called the High Priestess, a senile old bat, and suggested she must have exaggerated Gao Pang's level. With bravado surging, he headed toward the shore, announcing that he would test this newcomer himself. Duji tried to stop him, shouting for him not to do anything reckless, but the boy ignored him entirely. Instead, he spread his spirit energy through the water, summoning a massive shark-like beast, the Great Aeon. It was the king of their tribe's Plesiosaurus lineage, a monster whose power rivaled Overlord-tier familiars. The boy intended to sick it on Gao Pang. Watching from afar, Duji observed with rising concern. An was not a creature to be toyed with, but since Gao Pang was supposedly an Overlord trainer, he decided to let things play out. Under the boy's command, Ion dove below the water's surface and shot toward the shore like a torpedo. Meanwhile, Gao Pang remained on the beach, mildly irritated by the strange hostility of the youths. He decided to ignore them entirely for now. He summoned Goldie and ordered the elderly muscular duck to catch 2 fish for dinner, promising a generous reward afterward. Goldie, ever dramatic, cracked his knuckles, delivered an unnecessary one-liner, and dove into the water. After stretching out his senses for the largest possible fish, he sensed Aeon barreling toward him with killing intent. Utterly unfazed, Goldie swam straight at the beast, raised a palm, and activated his anti-magic field. An was completely overpowered in an instant, overwhelmed by sheer force. On the surface, geysers of water exploded upward, confusing both groups. Gao Pang was annoyed when a giant fish corpse landed on his head, clueless about the commotion. The White Dragon tribe youths, however, panicked. Bai Gao, in particular, went pale with fear for his beloved old friend Anang, and tried to rush forward, but Duji restrained him. If they lost control here, Duji would be beaten to death by his father. Despite his fear, Bai Gao called to Awan through his familiar, trying to summon the beast back. Daji ordered the group to retreat while waiting for a response, but none came. Bai Gao broke into tears. Awan was not responding at all. Regretfully, Duji told him to let it go. Before leaving, he cast one final glance at Gao Pang on the shore, and declared that simply being an Overlord-tier trainer was not enough. Between the two of them, he wanted to see who would reach S-tier first. He had no idea how far behind he already was. Back on the shore, Gao Pang watched the White Dragon tribe youths depart in confusion. Meanwhile, Goldie proudly surfaced with Awansep's lifeless body draped over his shoulders. He cheerfully explained how the Plesiosaurus had attacked him first, and he had totally annihilated it. Gao Pang remained silent. When Goldie had the nerve to ask whether they should barbecue or steam it, he snapped. He demanded whether Goldie understood the massive mistake he'd just made. Goldie scratched his head, baffled, which only frustrated Gao Pang further. He smacked Goldie across the forehead and yelled at him, not for killing the tribe's royal beast, but for trying to cook fish without making fish soup. He ordered him to light the fire and prepare the pot immediately. Under the dusky sky sometime later, Gao Pang lounged on a long chair, while Goldie happily stirred fish meat beside the simmering soup. Gao Pang approached to taste it, and was amazed by the aroma. After collecting some green onions, he sprinkled them theatrically, like a chef performing on stage, and dinner was served. Just as he was about to eat, he heard someone calling to him. Surprisingly, it was Bayan, the young man he had met earlier from the White Dragon tribe. When Gao Pang asked what he was doing here, Bayan explained that he had guessed Gao Pang was the important guest from Yuzhou everyone had been discussing. He came to greet him personally, and waited until Gao Pang had recovered from travel fatigue. Before Bayan could say anything else, Gao Pang grabbed his hand and shook it with wild enthusiasm, loudly declaring that they were good friends, whether Bayan had time to agree or not. Gao Pang shoved a steaming bowl of fish soup into Bayan's hands and urged him to drink a few sips. To tempt him further, he ladled up a scoop himself and let the steam rise, showing off the perfect heat. One look at the pot was enough for Bayan to waver. The meat clearly came from a beast above Emperor tier. Where had Gao Pang gotten it? He really did not want the answer. Just as Bayan lifted the bowl, Gao Pang snatched it away and replaced it with a fresh one, insisting he drank this one instead. Torn between temptation and wanting to keep Gao Pang appeased, Bayan finally relented. One sip was all it took. His entire demeanor changed as he marveled at the flavor. Before he could finish praising the soup, Gao Pang served him another bowl, this time with meat. Bayan hesitated only a moment before giving in again, letting the rich flavors override his instincts. Right as he swallowed a mouthful, Gao Pang smirked and casually asked if he'd ever heard of the Plesiosaurus. Bayan violently spit out everything in his mouth. Gao Pang continued to play dumb, calmly handing him a tissue while cleaning up the mess. Then, with a slow, eerie twist of his head that belonged in a horror film, he asked whether plesiosaurus beasts normally attacked humans. Still reeling, Bayan answered that they generally did not. Gao Peng's grin returned, less terrifying but still unsettling. He mentioned how many of the creatures the White Dragon tribe raised. Bayan confirmed that the beasts were gentle by nature, raised for generations, and very close to their tribe. Right in the middle of his explanation, the truth struck him. The meat he'd been happily devouring, he froze, horrified. Gao Peng simply claimed the plesiosaurus had attacked his familiar first. Bayan, defeated by both logic and flavor, steadied himself and swallowed another entire bowl as if his life depended on it. It was that tasty. After finishing, he yelled at Gao Peng for tricking him into eating it without warning. Gao Peng brushed the complaint aside and innocently asked if it tasted good. Bayan, cornered by his own taste buds, snatched up another skewer and devoured it in a single bite, shouting that it was delicious. Before long, the two had turned the meal into an eating contest. One Gao Peng instigated for fun. In the background, Goldie wondered if his cooking had simply become too good, since there was no meat left for him. Later that night, as they lounged by the seashore, Bayan asked Gao Peng what had happened earlier with Du's group. Gao Peng, with complete honesty, admitted he had no idea who they were. Bayan accepted that answer, and remarked that although Du was an Overlord-tier trainer, he was still far weaker than Gao Peng. Even so, Du's father was a high-ranking chief hunter, with a familiar on the verge of breaking into S-tier. Combined with family alliances, they formed a significant force within the tribe. Normally, Gao Peng did not concern himself with such families, but he was curious where this was going. As it turned out, Bayan simply wanted to assure him that he would support Gao Peng if Du's group ever caused trouble. After that, he invited Gao Peng to the tribal trade fair happening the next day. Gao Peng seemed surprised non-tribe members could attend, but Bayan explained it was held monthly and welcomed people from everywhere. He would be happy to take Gao Peng along. Never missing a chance to mess with him, Gao Peng smiled at Bayan like an overexcited lover and declared he would totally go with him. The next day, just before they left for the trade fair, they met with the High Priestess. She encouraged Gao Peng to enjoy himself but warned him not to let Bayan drag him into trouble. In the background, the tribe members nearly choked at the idea that Bayan, not Gao Peng, would be the source of trouble. With goodbyes exchanged, the two took off atop matching flying beasts provided by the tribe. During the journey, Bayan explained that the trade fair happened on the first day of every month, involving the sale of monster corpses, cubs, and materials gathered over time. Hearing that he could sell items too, Gao Peng briefly considered a quick profit scheme: buy monster corpses, feed them to his altar imp, refine high-grade pills, and sell them for outrageous prices. But even he recognized the exposure would be dangerous. The altar imp also required long digestion times, and above all, he already had more money than he could spend. Bayan, seeing the sinister look on his face, became nervous. He quickly reminded Gao Peng that the area they were visiting was jointly supervised by all the tribes. If he stirred up trouble there, not even the White Dragon tribe could bail him out. Gao Peng simply wore his smug, harmless expression, and insisted he was a very good person who never caused trouble. Sure he was. Soon they arrived at the trade fair and landed. Gao Peng was stunned by the sheer number of people gathered. The sky was filled with more monsters than he had ever seen outside of a battle. As they walked through the streets, Gao Peng kept his ears open as they walked through the trade fair, listening to the strange vendors hawk even stranger wares. One item in particular caught his attention: a nutmeg moss floret that could be mixed with other ingredients to create a mutagenic concoction. Because nothing says civilization-ending disaster like an improvised mutation brew. While studying its status window, he couldn't help thinking how the protagonist of some novel would stumble across game-breaking treasures in places like this. Up ahead, Bayan pointed toward a shop with ordinary goods displayed on the outside and motioned for Gao Peng to follow him in. Before entering, he asked whether Gao Peng needed a translator. Gao Peng shook his head. He had already learned the ancient language back in the Black Fog world. Bayan added that most shops here were run by individuals of high status, so their wares tended to have equally high prices. Gao Peng nodded absently, paying attention with only half an ear as he scanned the shelves. The first item that caught his eye inside was a level 26 commander-tier dragon snow toad, the sort of familiar the Earth government would fight over. But something else grabbed nearly all of his attention: a massive bronze-colored stone tablet. Its status window revealed it as a divine adamantine tablet, effectively indestructible. Even more surprising, it was being sold for only 1 Overlord-tier monster core crystal, or 20 Emperor-tier ones. A steep price for most, but criminally cheap, given its true nature. Clearly, the shop owner had no idea what they possessed. Unfortunately, Gao Peng couldn't buy it himself. His clothing made it obvious he was from Earth, and there was no way he could produce Overlord-tier crystals without causing a commotion. Then he spotted Bayan nearby. A smirk spread across his face. In one smooth motion, he threw an arm around Bayan and slipped an Overlord tier crystal into his hand, ordering him to purchase the tablet and hurry out before anyone got suspicious. Minutes later, Bayan emerged with the tablet strapped to the back of a pack animal. It was far too heavy to carry. Before he could finish explaining, Gao Pang summoned Silly and had him swallow the entire tablet into his personal space. Bayan stared, baffled and uneasy. He asked what Gao Pang wanted with such a monument. Gao Pang gave an obvious, unbelievable lie about keeping his house in order. Bayan's face twisted into an expression that said he did not believe a word of it, but he wisely kept his questions to himself. Whatever Gao Pang was planning was bound to give him a headache. Later that day, Gao Pang returned to the quiet area where he'd left Goldie resting. After waking the duck, he had Silly spit out everything they had bought at the fair. With a few ingredient bottles in hand, he approached Goldie, who was still bleary and irritated from being disturbed. Gao Pang explained that he had spoken to the High Priestess and obtained her agreement to place them under protection during the promotion that was about to occur. Goldie, looking confused and a bit frightened, asked who was being promoted and what was happening. Gao Pang stared at him in disbelief. He had explained everything earlier. He warned Goldie not to cause trouble and emphasized that this promotion process would be bloody and extremely painful. Goldie needed to be mentally prepared. After a meek nod of acceptance, Gao Pang got to work. He mixed his ingredients together, producing a horrifically snot-green liquid. Then he ordered Goldie to build a fire while he and Silly coated the adamantine tablet in the strange concoction. Once everything was prepared, he instructed Goldie to place the tablet atop the fire. Goldie, ever the clueless one, wondered aloud whether Gao Pang was roasting the stone to feed it to him. He leaned closer to evaluate whether it looked tasty. He still couldn't decide. Behind him, Gao Pang summoned Slicey and pulled out a marker. Goldie stared in confusion as Gao Pang carefully drew a straight line across the middle of his abs. That confusion turned into pure terror when Gao Pang told Slicey, "Cut along the line." Goldie barely formed half a protest before Slicey executed the command in one swift motion. Gao Pang and Silly moved instantly, faster than thought. They inserted the adamantine tablet into Goldie's open abdomen and stitched him up at lightning speed. When it was over, Goldie lay there groaning, looking like he was several months pregnant, the world's first victim of a reverse C-section. And it was only the beginning of what Gao Pang had planned. Gao Pang removed his mask and told Goldie to get some rest when sleepiness hit him, and to avoid putting pressure on the fresh wound. Goldie, lying there like the tragic victim of a poultry-themed medical drama, lamented that his reputation would be ruined forever if Flamey ever discovered what had been done to him. Still basking smugly in the success of the procedure, Gao Pang patted his head and promised not to tell Flamey a word. Up on a nearby cliff, the High Priestess and her Earthbreaker ape familiar had witnessed everything. Both were thoroughly confused. Neither had any idea what ritual, surgery, or unhinged operation they had just observed. The High Priestess suddenly sensed a dragon approaching and reminded the Earthbreaker ape to ensure that no one disturbed Goldie's promotion. Later that night, Gao Pang jolted awake to the sound of Goldie screaming in agony. He rushed to his familiar Sip's side and immediately saw Goldie Sip's updated status window. Name: Forbidden Adamantine Duck. Status: slightly injured. Gao Pang moved to comfort him, but Goldie arched his neck to the sky, crying out as beams of golden light burst from his eyes. The energy spilling from his body intensified, spreading across his limbs until he was engulfed in a blazing inferno of power. The ground trembled, cracked, and lifted around him under the pressure. Cracked, and lifted around him under the pressure. On the cliff, something equally astonishing occurred. A massive dragon appeared, its head alone larger than the Earthbreaker ape. Mistaking the ape as the one undergoing evolution, the beast asked if it was breaking through to Saint Tier. The Earthbreaker ape quickly denied it, admitting he was far from ready. Meanwhile, Goldie's body was being pushed to its limits, but the process was nearing its climax as the divine adamantine tablet fully synchronized with him. Gao Pang stood still, eyes fixed on Goldie, silently urging him onward. That was when Silly tugged at him, trying to warn him about something. Gao Pang looked up, and froze. A massive horde of monstrous nightmarish creatures was flying straight toward them, drawn by the overwhelming energy Goldie was releasing. For the first time in a long while, Gao Pang discarded his carefree persona, his eyes sharpened like blades. If he had to expose his trump card to protect Goldie tonight, he would do it without hesitation. But fate intervened. Before he could act, another presence made itself known. A colossal water column erupted in the midst of the monster horde, so huge it could be seen from across the mountain. The beasts panicked and fled at once. Gao Pang wondered if the High Priestess was responsible. She wasn't sit. On the cliff, she was praising the massive dragon for a job well done, calling him the softest dragon she'd ever met. Finally, Goldie's evolution reached completion. He rose reborn. His status window appeared. Divine Adamantine Bestial Duck. Grade, Mythical. Level, Octas, Overlord Tier. One step away from Saint Tier. Gao Peng scrolled through the newly awakened skills and could hardly contain his excitement. Goldie's defenses had skyrocketed, his resistance to mental attacks was incredible, and his durability was unmatched. Now all that remained was stabilizing his frenzied state. Up on the cliff, the great dragon remarked that it was a pity the evolution hadn't increased soul strength too, because the aura was unquestionably mythical. The Earthbreaker ape practically vibrated with excitement, ready to challenge Goldie once he reached Saint Tier. But the High Priestess was quiet. Her expression was far more serious. She observed Gao Peng closely, noting that talent alone could not explain what he had just accomplished, nor could luck. It was something greater, something deeply unsettling to the old traditions of the ancient tribes. For now, she said, they should head back, but she feared many would not sleep well tonight. By morning, Goldie had reverted to the form he once had, except, as he proudly explained, he was using elemental manipulation to create a fur cloak over his body. Gao Peng punctured his confidence instantly. Then why is your head still bald? Goldie deflated like a kicked balloon, nearly bursting into tears as he admitted he still couldn't transform the feathers on his head. Taking pity on him, Gao Peng assured him that the look suited him, and he'd ask Southern Sky to send wigs for him to try. This immediately revived the duck's spirits. They soon launched into an intense discussion of hairstyle options. So absorbed were they that neither noticed the High Priestess approach until she gently called out to them. Gao Peng turned, bowed his head gratefully, and thanked her sincerely for her help. The High Priestess gently assured Gao Peng that what happened last night was nothing to worry about. In the White Dragon tribe, helping a friend was only natural. She went on to explain that the commotion surrounding Goldie's evolution had been so intense that even the clan leader himself took notice, enough to send her with a personal invitation for Gao Peng to meet him. Then, to Gao Peng's surprise, she thanked him for allowing her to witness a mythical familiar's evolution. It had genuinely made her happy. As a gift, she handed him a bronze token. She explained that the medal represented the dignity of the High Priestess, a sign that he was under her protection, and was not to be disturbed. Before he could even respond, she turned away, leaving him with a poetic warning about beautiful trees and not dying too young. Moved by her kindness, Gao Peng called out and asked one last question before she vanished. Her name? She smiled and said, Baya, or Yazi, in full. Sometime later, Gao Peng and Goldie were flying across the skies on one of the tribe's local mounts. Gao Peng took the opportunity to tease Goldie about his perfectly smooth featherless head, assuring him he'd get used to it. Goldie did not find the comment comforting. They reached the island home of the tribe leader. The moment they landed, a polite tribe member greeted them and guided them along. As they walked, the man warned Gao Peng, their patriarch had a terrible temper. If he started lecturing, Gao Peng should simply stay silent and endure it. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Inside sat a frail-looking old man on a stone throne. The moment Gao Peng approached, the old man's head snapped up, and he stared at him intensely with one open eye. Or so it seemed. A second later, he unleashed a jaw-cracking yawn. He was just unbelievably sleepy. Without a word, he waved his hand at Gao Peng as if to dismiss him. Completely bewildered, Gao Peng quietly left the cave, unsure what had just happened. Outside, Bane came running up with a cheerful smile. He congratulated Gao Peng on Goldie's breakthrough, and complimented him on his bravery for enduring his terrifying father. Gao Peng was utterly speechless. Terrifying, that man had practically fallen asleep mid-greeting. Putting that aside, Gao Peng showed Bayan the bronze medal Baya had given him. He asked if he needed to use it to collect something from their warehouse, as she had mentioned. Before answering, Bayan spent a good amount of time freaking out over the fact that the High Priestess had given Gao Peng an identity token. On their way to the warehouse, Bayan explained that the medal was an emblem of the High Priestess's friendship and authority. Very few people had ever received it. At the entrance, Bayan told Gao Peng he could go no further. All he had to do was show the token to the supervisor inside. Unfortunately, Gao Peng found no supervisor. He didn't even see anything that remotely resembled a warehouse. Then the mountain itself answered. A massive figure appeared, a level 87 S-tier, 5-clawed white dragon. The dragon's mere presence chilled Gao Peng to the bone. In a panic, he immediately held up the High Priestess's token, hoping he wouldn't be vaporized on sight. It worked. The dragon vanished, and a section of the mountain wall lifted open, raised by giant golems to reveal a hidden cavern. Inside was a treasure vault. Crates of rare materials, relics, and magical items filled the space. Among them was something extraordinary. The true dragon fruit, an ultimate saint-tier treasure capable of increasing the blood purity of any dragon-type monster below the legendary grade. Although the cavern was filled with treasures, nearly all were useless to Gao Peng. Fishy was already beyond legendary. Dumby, Daji, and Goldie were mythical. Many others were legendary, and only Slicey and the Dragon Ants remained at epic. He chose the true dragon fruit for Grandpa's white dragon, who could truly use it. A few days later, Bayan arrived at the house where Gao Peng was staying. He brought news. The supplies sent by Grandpa had arrived, along with a letter. Gao Peng thanked him. Bayan then mentioned something less pleasant. He'd seen Du and Bai Gao approaching with their father. Gao Peng blinked. He had completely forgotten those two existed. Still, he assured Bayan he would play nice. Which, knowing Gao Peng, could mean almost anything. Gao Peng had barely finished assuring Bayan that he would play nice when the exact worst timing imaginable struck. The father of Du and Bai Gao arrived, just in time to overhear Gao Peng saying this wasn't his home. It was the High Priestess's island. The man seized on that line immediately, barking that Gao Peng was correct. This was the White Dragon tribe, not his personal playground. The whole group, Gao Peng, Bayan, Du Bai Gao, and their father, stepped outside to speak. Bayan was the first to politely break the silence, asking why the older man had come. Instead of answering calmly, the man launched into a rude tirade about wanting to see the High Priestess and check out the so-called genius, who supposedly outclassed his sons. He simply had to see this person for himself. It was impressively passive-aggressive. Bayan attempted to de-escalate, reminding him that Gao Peng was a tribe guest, standing on the High Priestess's own island no less. Instead of backing down, the man got even angrier. He snapped that his father was the tribe leader, and Bayan had no authority to meddle. He ranted about how the tribe's elders fought for their world regardless of status, and how things had clearly degraded since then. Before he could start insulting anyone directly, Bayan's attitude hardened. He loudly chastised the man for his crudeness, accusing him of shaming the tribe by speaking that way to a guest. Elders should lead by example, not behave like this. Gao Peng silently watched, impressed. Bayan was far firmer and braver than he had expected. Even the old man paused, surprised, and begrudgingly admitted he had underestimated Bayan. He then turned to Bai Gao and ordered him to ask for their clan leader's son and the High Priestess's guest, a flimsy attempt at making his interrogation look legitimate rather than a personal attack. Then he raged about how the tribe invested time and resources into raising their partnered beasts, yet this visitor had casually killed one. Bai Gao broke into a cold sweat at the thought of explaining the truth to his father. When the man barked at him to stop hesitating, Bayan tried again to intervene. He asked his father to wait until the High Priestess returned, instead of making things worse. Gao Peng finally decided to add fuel to the fire. He innocently asked if they were talking about the plesiosaurus he hunted a few days ago, and with the smugest grin imaginable, remarked that it tasted amazing. Bayan immediately pressed a palm over his own face. This was exactly the opposite of calming things down. The father's fury exploded. He summoned one of his familiars and questioned whether this fool was really chosen by the High Priestess. Bayan shouted at him for daring to use force on her territory. Gao Peng observed in silence, intrigued. He hadn't expected the man to be this impulsive, but Bayan, who had consistently defended him despite their mutual opportunism, had officially passed his internal test. Bayan turned desperately to Du, urging him to explain what actually happened on the beach, but this only infuriated their father further. His familiar began charging a massive orb of water, and then everything stopped. A thunderous impact shook the ground as a crater formed between them. Dust blasted outward. When it cleared, the High Priestess stood at the center. Instantly, the old man became polite, but she had already seen enough. She explained that she had avoided meeting him to allow him space to handle his family matters privately. That was no longer possible. His resentment had blinded him to his son's guilt, and she expressed her disappointment in Bai Gao for not telling the truth from the start. Then she turned to Gao Peng. She said that although the blame did not lie with him, she would not allow her tribe to be threatened. Gao Peng smiled disarmingly, and promised that he would return her kindness in full. Next, she praised Bayan for handling things well and announced that he would accompany his second brother to the ancient tribes meeting. Finally, she ordered everyone to disperse, and warned them that she did not want to see anything like this happen at the meeting. That night, Gao Peng opened the letter and data card sent by his grandfather. After inserting it into his computer, he read that their white dragon had been upgraded. The relocation plan was underway with the coalition government, and China's population was migrating as they spoke. It was written in Grandpa's usual tone, but something felt off. Then he noticed the file length. 12,000 pages. He scrolled. The same short message repeated on every page, until the very last. There in hastily typed text, was a warning. Be careful what you say and what you do. The day of the meeting arrived. Representatives from every major tribe gathered at the Blue River Plain. One by one, the attending parties landed. Gao Peng was led around by Bayan, whose older brother informed him that he was free to wander as long as he did not cause trouble. Gao Peng was confused. Why were they suddenly splitting up? Bayan practically shoved Gao Peng away, firing off excuses at high speed, how the meeting would take forever, how they would be bored, and how Gao Peng had better avoid angering the wrong people, anything to get him out of the line of fire. Once they were far enough, Bayan finally relaxed and explained. The tribe living on this plain was the Blue River clan, and their guardian familiar was an overlord tier legendary grade 8 armed roaring abominable snowman. Gao Peng stared. Bayan stared back. Goldie stared too. Gao Peng realized they genuinely believed he would do something impulsive and ruin everything. Were they wrong to think so? He wasn't set sure. Bayan continued, admitting something unexpected. His father was planning to step down soon. After 700 years as clan leader, Gao Peng had no idea whether to be impressed or horrified by that number. More concerning was the next revelation. Each of the 3 top tribes possessed quasi-gods, comparable to nuclear deterrents. They were never meant for actual use, only last resort threats. So the highest tier familiars present here should be Saint tier. As a Saint tier trainer himself, Gao Peng could technically stand on equal footing with the 7 king tribes if he chose to speak. He was still processing this when he noticed someone familiar. Biqingyan was being harassed by a group of her tribe's younger members. She spotted him and immediately called out, breaking away from the gaggle of overconfident suitors to stride straight toward his side. She teased him for being brave enough to come here, but Gao Peng felt that she was the bigger danger to him. Her attention drew more hostility than anything else. Some of her clansmen called out to her, demanding to know who Gao Peng was. She shut them down instantly, scolding them sharply for speaking to her so casually despite her seniority. They scattered like frightened rabbits. Bayan blinked in confusion, so Gao Peng explained that Biqingyan had been on Earth without her tribe for many years, making her far more senior than these boys realized. When she returned to his side, Bayan wisely excused himself to give them privacy. If only Gao Peng were that wise, he missed the cue entirely. After some flirting disguised as banter, Qingyan finally asked what he was doing here. When he said he had come to delay Earth being turned into a battlefield, she was visibly disappointed. She had hoped he was here for her, but she refused to admit it. She told him bluntly that a war would reach Earth regardless of the tribe's decision. The moment the Earth's barrier fell, the mutated tribespeople would invade. Gao Peng hesitated. He had heard the term before, but didn't know what they really were. He was just asking her to explain. When the sky tore open, a bolt of purple lightning crackled overhead, and a spatial rift ripped itself into existence. Everyone stared upward in confusion. A monstrous, cockroach-bodied horror crawled through. Bloody Phelan. Level 96, legendary grade. A quasi-god. For a moment, Gao Peng's heart lurched, but then relief struck. From 3 different tribal camps, 3 more quasi-gods shot into the sky. So the tribes had brought their gods after all. He swore under his breath, salty enough to season the entire Blue River plain. Biqingyan tugged on him urgently. Phelan wasn't aligned with any of the major tribes. This was a foreign quasi-god, here to wreak havoc. They needed to flee immediately. This was about to turn into a battlefield for gods. Above, the 3 tribal quasi-gods worked together, trapping Phelan and slashing open its outer shell. The cockroach retaliated with its great sun blood flame, but the great white dragon countered with water manipulation, praising the 9 heavenly biotopes for supporting its offense. Phelan fought cunningly, attempting to isolate and kill one of them first, but the 3rd quasi-god, the 1,000-armed faceless Buddha, unleashed a devastating attack, writing a symbol in the air and sending it crashing down with enough force to drive the roach into the ground. The pressure alone cracked Phelan's shell. From a distance, Gao Peng watched in awe. The Buddha's power could annihilate any enemy, physical, spiritual, or otherwise. While other tribes cheered gleefully, Gao Peng noticed something chilling. Phelan's status read, slightly injured. Despite being decapitated. What? How? Gao Peng muttered. It doesn't even have a head. The Buddha noticed the same thing. He warned the others to kill it before it could regenerate. The white dragon and 9 biotopes summoned beam attacks and blasted the creature with their full power. When the dust settled, the Buddha retrieved the fallen shell. Phelan had shed its body and escaped at the last possible moment. The only silver lining was that it must have fallen to Saint tier after suffering such damage. Suddenly the master of the 1,000-armed Buddha emerged from the statue's body. His voice boomed over the plain. The foreign quasi-god had known the exact time and location of this meeting. It had planned the ambush, which could mean only one thing. There is a traitor among us, he declared, and the entire Blue River plain fell silent. When the 3 tribe leaders gathered to address the shocking ambush, the Green God tribe's elder immediately declared the traitor could not be from his people. They only had 2 members present, himself and his granddaughter. The White Dragon tribe's patriarch was equally adamant. His people were all direct descendants, none would betray them. Then the Buddhist master turned to the White Dragon leader and asked about the earthling who had recently arrived in their tribe. But the old White Dragon didn't hesitate. Gao Pang, he said, was not a traitor. The Buddhist master accepted this and said he believed both tribes. The White Dragon patriarch then suggested letting the Green God tribe handle the entire investigation. They were the most skilled at such things. The Buddhist master merely sighed that it would be troublesome for the Green Gods, then announced that the traitor would be executed without mercy the moment they were found. No trial, no questioning, just instant death. The next day, the 3 leaders stood atop a high stage. Their tribes filled the Blue River plain below. Baiyin leaned toward Gao Pang and explained the reason for the gathering. A level 85 Saint-tier beast, the black-scaled she, known on Earth as a Runfa beast, had been brought here. It could discern good from evil, truth from lies. However, the fairness of a she depended heavily on the creatures it had lived around. That fact didn't comfort Gao Pang at all. The she sniffed the air and immediately insulted the humans present for being stinky. Lovely, so it was sentient, holy and rude. Mofo, the Buddhist master, stepped forward and explained how the trial would work. Each tribesman would step up, declare their innocence, and the she would judge them. If judged innocent, they could leave. If judged a traitor, well, Mofo had already promised execution. Gao Pang leaned toward Baiyin and whispered, asking who this old man was to command such fear. Baiyin replied that he was Mofo of the Black Tortoise tribe, a quasi-god monster trainer. Baiyin then glanced around and asked where the pretty ancestor Gao Pang had been with earlier was, as in Biqing Yan. Gao Pang explained she had returned to stand with her tribe to avoid unnecessary trouble. For hours, tribesmen approached the she, and were found innocent, though each endured insults about their smell. Gao Pang was personally offended when the she said he had a slightly pleasant fragrance buried under the usual stench. Finally, 3 men were judged traitors. They frantically protested, insisting on their innocence. Mofo didn't bother listening. With a single command, the she unhinged its jaws and swallowed the 3 whole. Done. No ceremony. They vanished like soft biscuits. As the crowd murmured, Gao Pang Sip's mind raced. The timing was too perfect. A foreign quasi-god attacks at the exact moment of the tribal meeting, is defeated, unifies the clans by giving them a common enemy, and drives them into war preparations. It all felt engineered. Even worse, this sudden unity completely derailed Gao Pang's own plans to buy time for Earth's population to migrate. Then Mofo began his speech. He spoke of their history being driven from their ancestral land into the Black Flame world, forced to survive through hardship. He claimed the barrier sealing the ancestral land would soon open. When that happened, they must return to face Guan Shid, their ancient enemy. He declared that the 3 great tribes and the 7 kings' tribes would join forces as the assembly of tribal elders. Every tribe would be required to send at least half their warriors to the coming war. And he riled them up with promises of plunder, glory, and reclaiming their homeland. The crowd roared with battle cries. Gao Pang watched, horrified. Without today's dramatic events, there was no way the tribes would have united so quickly or embraced war so eagerly. There was no time to stall the coming conflict. Earth needed to speed up its evacuation immediately. Later, the tribe elders met in a hidden cave. Their discussion revealed the truth. The younger generation cared little about Earth. The older generation did care. They didn't want their birthplace becoming a battlefield. Yet they felt the war was unavoidable. Mofo seized control of the conversation. He argued that Earth should be used as the first front, giving them strategic depth while consuming the enemy's forces and preserving their own. Gao Pang had disliked him before. Now he loathed him. Afterward, Baiyin met his father in the grassy plains. His father chuckled softly and told him to just call him Dad, not clan leader. Baiyin lit up with a goofy smile. When Baiyin asked about the meeting, his father dismissed it as the usual political nonsense. A bunch of pretentious idiots who want to eat more before wiping what sip's already on their faces. Gao Pang respected that analogy. Baiyin then asked about Phelan, Earth, and Gao Pang's involvement. This time his father was honest. He had shared his concerns with the other 2 leaders. All 3 agreed the timing of Phelan's attack was suspicious, but they found no evidence of conspiracy. As for Earth, it would absolutely be drawn into the war. They needed to preserve their own tribes and resources, and Earth was their only option. He didn't set like it, but it was their only choice. Baiyin's father sent him off with a clear instruction: talk to his Earthling friend, and see whether something could be worked out. If Earth could gain even a little extra preparation time, or better yet, join their alliance against Guan, the tribes might seize an early advantage in the coming war. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was the closest thing to goodwill Gao Peng had heard from any tribe elder so far. A short while later, Beiyin finished relaying everything to Gao Peng. Gao Peng simply replied that he understood, and that the best option for his people was not to get involved at all. Beiyin pushed back immediately. Running away would not solve anything. In his heart, he truly believed Earth's best, and only chance was to join their side in the war. Seeing Beiyin's sincerity, Gao Peng didn't argue further. He clasped hands with him, gave a warm goodbye, and promised that if Beiyin ever needed help, he would stand by him personally. Later, at the outer wall of the ever-growing desolate labyrinth city in the Black Flame world, Gao Peng was stunned by the sheer scale of the construction. His grandfather approached him from behind and explained that this was only the first of 100 planned cities, each the size of Yuzhou back on Earth. 100 Yuzhous. It was less like a resettlement and more like building an entire civilization from scratch. Since the labyrinth's interior couldn't be destroyed, humanity had simply decided to build around it, and with the Chinese government's full support, the migration was almost complete. Seeing millions of people rebuilding together eased the heaviness in Gao Peng's heart. But Grandpa eventually asked the one question he stayed been avoiding. What was the outcome of the tribe CIF's meeting? After listening to Gao Peng's report, the old man only nodded. He dealt with the ancient tribes for a long time. Their stubbornness and ruthlessness didn't surprise him anymore. As Gao Peng looked out over the bustling city, a testament to humanity CIF's resilience, he made a vow. No one would destroy his home again. Not the tribes, not Guan, not anyone, even if they had quasi-gods. Then something clicked in his mind. His eyes widened. And without another word, he took off running. Grandpa called after him in confusion, and Gao Peng shouted back for him to hold off any tribal envoys or recruiters until he returned. He was going to find a trump card for humanity's side. Grandpa CIF's greatest disappointment. He didn't get an update on whether anything had happened between Gao Peng and Bi Qingyan. Not holding my breath, he muttered. High above the Black Flame world, riding atop Da, Gao Peng finally remembered something crucial. Humanity already had a quasi-god. He just needed to reach it. As he raced across the sky, he noticed something strange, a glowing trail of light drifting through the air like a celestial river. Curious, he summoned Fishy and told him to examine it. The little creature complained about being woken up, right up until he saw the radiant stream. His eyes went wide. The light trail contained solar types. Gao Peng asked whether those were quasi-gods, but Fishy shook his head. They were something else, another branch of the divine hierarchy. Then Fishy issued a very clear warning. Don't even think about attacking them, unless you got a flame law familiar. Instead of discouraging him, this only made Gao Peng smile. A slow, wide, terrifyingly evil smile. He leaned closer to Fishy, eyes gleaming with ambition. And that sets where things end for now. Up in the skies, Gao Peng comes across a swarm of divine tadpoles, or something very much like them. They are strange enough that he feels the need to get a closer look. To do that, he uses the unification skill with Fishy and leaps into the creature's body, much to the familiar's irritation. When Gao Peng tells him to stop complaining and go inspect the tadpoles, Fishy begrudgingly obeys. In the distance, Fishy spots several flying monsters making a beeline for the swarm as well. He snarks at Gao Peng for not understanding what is happening, earning only an annoyed huff from the man. Before they can figure it out, a few of the tadpoles fall behind the group and are instantly snatched up by the hostile monsters. At Gao Peng's command, Fishy darts toward the swarm and snatches one of the tadpoles before it can be taken. To Fishy's confusion, and Gao Peng's surprise, the tadpole struggles for barely a heartbeat before instantly falling asleep. Priorities, it seems, are very clear for this little creature. Then Gao Peng notices something in the corner of Fishy's vision and urges him to look toward the sun. When he does, both of them witness a giant golden palace materializing in the sky. They are immediately tempted to approach it in hopes of finding treasure, but that thought evaporates when the palace shifts and transforms into a colossal golden toad. The moment this creature opens its mouth, the entire swarm of tadpoles willingly forces itself down its throat, eager to be eaten. Trainer and familiar alike are stunned by the sheer overwhelming presence of this new being. Gao Peng even more so when he opens the stat window. This is a level 99 quasi-god, the sun golden toad, sitting right on the edge of ascending to true divinity. Fishy urgently tells Gao Peng that they have to run. The toad is using the law of sunfire to temper its body. Gao Peng is confused, especially since Fishy was once a god himself. Fishy snaps back that he is not in his prime anymore, otherwise he could have crushed this creature easily. As Fishy tries to explain the danger they are facing, the golden toad's evolution reaches its climax. Waves of blazing orange energy erupt outward, reducing the earlier hostile monsters to ash through sheer pressure alone. When they look back up, the toad has become a level 100 paramount god. Before they can process that, another entity appears, this one bathed in eerie blue light, its form obscured by a terrifying cloud-like shroud. As Fishy tries to flee in panic, the blue being unleashes a shockwave of energy across the entire area. It wipes out the golden toad instantly, then slams into Fishy and sends him crashing into the ground. Moments later, Gao Pang separates from Fishy and stands on his own feet, demanding to know what is happening. Fishy explains that the golden toad represented a sun deity and is therefore the natural enemy of moon deities, one of which has just arrived. The two of them accidentally got caught in the middle of a god-level feud. Pure, cosmic bad luck. Fishy then elaborates that pantheons are simply groups of gods who lack the strength to stand alone like true gods do. Gao Pang unintentionally hurts Fishy's feelings by pointing out how weak he is now to be afraid of even these groups. He quickly regrets it, calms Fishy down and changes the subject by asking about the ocean pantheon. Fishy explains that no such pantheon exists, because ocean gods never submit to a single leader. This disappoints Gao Pang only briefly before he becomes excited with a new idea. He looks at Fishy and asks him to introduce him to the ocean god he mentioned before, Fishy's own son. Fishy immediately refuses, insisting he is not on good terms with his child. Gao Pang argues that it is still his son. It's not like the kid is going to eat him. Besides, they desperately need a quasi-god ally for the battles ahead. Fishy hesitates, scrunches his face, and eventually gives in. He warns Gao Pang that he can take him there but cannot promise anything. He regrets this almost immediately when Gao Pang starts petting him enthusiastically. Sometime later, they arrive in a small base city beneath the Ural Mountains. The city's battered condition prompts Gao Pang to ask if Fishy is certain this is the place. Fishy confirms it, explaining that the new rift in northern Bear Country passes through its own dimensional sea, although Gao Pang admits he does not understand a word of that and chalks it up to spirit nonsense. Gao Pang picks up a newspaper filled with warnings about an impending devil. As he reads, he finds reports of terrifying demons soon arriving on Earth, creatures far worse than the monsters from spatial rifts. The government is even preparing to evacuate all humans to a safer world temporarily. Gao Pang brushes it off as propaganda, though at least this time propaganda with good intentions. He notices an old man slowly making his way through the ruins and realizes that not everyone has been able to evacuate. If the ancient tribes attack, these people will be in even more danger. When he turns to Fishy, he is surprised to find sincere sympathy in the familiar's eyes, sympathy born from Fishy's own childhood, when he was forced from his home by the clash of two powerful beings. Gao Pang takes this as further motivation to press forward with the plan to meet Fishy's son. Fishy reluctantly agrees to try, though he warns that he can only say a few words. Excited by this unexpected show of goodwill, Gao Pang summons his dragon baby mount and takes off. He doesn't get far though. Somewhere deeper in the city, he hears a cry for help. When he turns toward the sound, he sees a man cradling a baby. Gao Pang lands and asks what's wrong. The couple desperately beg him to take their child with him, to carry the baby somewhere safe before disaster strikes. When Gao Pang sees how desperate the couple is, he is thrown into a flashback of his own childhood, the moment his parents hid him away and faced their doom alone, so that he could survive. The memory of their sacrifice, combined with his own gentle nature, pushes him to act. He extends his arm and tells the parents he will take their child. Relief and sorrow mix on their faces as they hand the baby over. One look at the tiny adorable infant tells Gao Pang that he made the right choice. He calls out to Silly, who uses spatial manipulation to drop a large crate before the parents. Just before taking off, Gao Pang calls back to them, urging them not to give up. One day he assures them their child will return. After wishing them luck, he flies off with the baby. As they disappear into the sky, the father opens the crate and is stunned to find several days' worth of supplies, more than enough to survive the current crisis. Up in the open sky, Gao Pang cradles the baby while Fishy asks what they are supposed to do now. They cannot take an infant where they are headed. Gao Pang pulls out his phone and tells Fishy that he will figure something out, and also tells him to hold that thing more carefully. Fishy does not appreciate the phrasing. Later, the group arrives at the edge of a sea region on Earth. At Gao Pang's request, an old friend appears, Sister Tong Tong. During their brief reunion, she explains she has been helping with the final cleanup on Earth. Once she finishes, she plans to return to the Black Fog world because her familiar is about to evolve. Then she finally notices the baby nestled in Fishy's fins. She looks from the baby, to the fish, to Gao Pang, and her brain reaches one very wrong but logical conclusion. For a few seconds, the world falls silent. Then, like a triggered landmine, Gao Pang explodes with disgust and disbelief. How could she even think that was possible? Fishy is a fish. A damn fish. Tong Tong quickly accepts her mistake, looking thoroughly embarrassed. Gao Pang explains that the baby was entrusted to him by a couple in northern Bear Country. He also asks her to take the infant to the Black Fog world for now, as he has something urgent he must do. He goes on to explain that he has organized a team to help anyone still stuck on Earth. He wants Tong Tong and Grandpa Gao to handle the remaining cases. Tong Tong cannot help but smile at how much he has grown. Gao Pang smiles back, telling her that it is now his turn to protect those he loves. Once Tong Tong leaves with baby Alexei, Gao Pang turns to Fishy and orders him to lead the way to his child. Fishy tries one last time to avoid it and insists they return to the Black Fog world instead. Gao Pang refuses. After everything they've gone through, they cannot turn back now. When Gao Pang demands to know why he is so reluctant, Fishy finally admits that he had a massive falling out with his child's mother, and even kicked his own child out of their pantheon. Gao Pang is furious, demanding to know what kind of father does that. Rather than answering the question, Fishy decides to be pedantic and clarifies that it is actually his daughter, not his son. Gao Pang is not amused. He smacks Fishy and asks if this makes him proud. Surprisingly, Fishy looks genuinely remorseful. He explains that the situation back then was complicated, and he fears his daughter will never forgive him. He begs Gao Pang to abandon this plan and return home to focus on strengthening him instead. But Gao Pang will not budge. If they wait for Fishy to regain his former strength, humanity on Earth and in the Black Fog world will be taken by the ancient tribes as cannon fodder. If necessary, Gao Pang says, he will die before Fishy's daughter right here and now. Fishy realizes there is no arguing anymore. He leads Gao Pang to the abyssal depths of the sea. As they approach, Gao Pang speaks to him mentally through the unification skill. Fishy takes a deep steadying breath before bolting toward the place where he senses his daughter. Just as he reaches the area, his tail becomes ensnared in a glowing blue web. He whirls around in shock. From the shadows emerges a colossal spider, demanding to know what insect has dared to disturb her. The creature steps forward, recognizes Fishy, and levels a blade at him. She snarls, asking if he has truly come here to die in such a pathetically weakened state. Fishy screams internally at Gao Pang for forcing him into this situation. Gao Pang takes the reins and tells Fishy to let him handle the talking. Externally, Fishy begins apologizing. He speaks with genuine remorse, expressing regret for his past actions, and confessing how much he loves his daughter. Just as planned, she pauses, staring at him in disbelief. She asks when he learned to lie so convincingly. In their shared mental space, Fishy smirks and admits she is quite smart. He has zero faith in his own parenting. Gao Pang tells him to shut up and continues the heartfelt plea for forgiveness. Fishy's daughter is stunned. Her father has never spoken to her like this. She asks if he's being impersonated. Once again, Fishy comments internally that he is indeed being impersonated, irritating Gao Pang. Outside, however, the act works perfectly. She buys into the apology completely. Her monstrous form shrinks down and shifts, revealing a startlingly beautiful humanoid appearance. And Gao Pang is left wondering what universal law dictates that monster girls always end up being impossibly attractive in their second forms. She smiles softly at her father and admits that she doesn't dislike this gentler side of him. Inside the mental space, Fishy is overjoyed, but immediately ruins the moment by muttering that his daughter must be incredibly simple to be fooled by a few flowery words from a vile being like Gao Pang. Truly, someone get this man the Worst Father of the Year award. Even though her hostility has dropped, Fishy's daughter still isn't ready to fully reconcile. She tells him to leave while she's in a good mood. Gao Pang, still speaking through Fishy's mouth, presses on with a painfully convincing, almost groveling apology. He claims he was too proud to admit his mistakes, and now, unless she helps him, he will die at the hands of other monsters. She falls silent for a moment. Then she spins around, looks him dead in the eyes, and tells him he's got a problem. No kidding. Gao Pang doubles down. He tells her that in his current weakened state, he'd rather be eaten by her than by some random upstart. Inside the mental space, Fishy panics, shaking Gao Pang and begging him not to put his life, or rather Fishy's life, on the line so casually. Gao Pang tells him to stop interrupting. Fishy Sip's daughter reaches out, grabs the glowing web holding him, and lifts him to her face. She repeats his words about wanting to be eaten by her, eyes downcast. Then she drops him, turns away, and says only one thing. She wants to see who dares to steal food from her. In the mental space, Fishy is baffled. Why did she walk away instead of eating him? Gao Pang tells him not to worry, just in time for Fishy's daughter to look back at them with a faint blush. She tells him to stay put while she tidies up her territory and ensures her food does not escape while she's gone. This is exactly the reaction Gao Pang had aimed for. The moment she didn't kill him outright, it was clear she still cared. Time apart and Fishy's mistakes strained their bond, but the affection remains. Gao Pang looks at Fishy with irritation, pointing out how ridiculous it is that he would rather cling to pride than apologize despite being in the wrong. Fishy huffs and mutters that he has to maintain some dignity as a father. Dignity? Sure, whatever helps him sleep at night. Gao Pang drops the argument. This is simply who Fishy is. More importantly, he now has a quasi-god ally. Meanwhile, in the Black Fog world, a group from the ancient tribes arrives at the desolate labyrinth where Southern Sky's main headquarters stands. The tribe's representative demands to meet the people he spoke to before and angrily accuses them of delaying the contract. Behind him, his son arrogantly claims his father is doing Southern Sky an enormous favor by even negotiating instead of letting them die out. A Southern Sky representative finally arrives, Yu Ming, the joint business director. He tries to explain they cannot sign anything while both Master Gao and Master Gao Peng are away on critical missions to save their people. The tribesman doesn't care. He wants the contract signed immediately. He tosses the document to Yu Ming and threatens that if it isn't signed today, he will be forced to act. To drive the message home, he fires a golden beam into the sky, summoning his familiar, a massive golden-maned bear. With a single snap of its jaws, the bear unleashes a devastating energy beam that cracks the labyrinth's protective shield, proof that the creature is easily in S tier. The tribesman promises compensation and an apology if they sign. If they don't, this is only a taste of what's to come. Unable to delay further, Yu Ming reluctantly prepares to sign, silently wishing Director Gao Peng were present to stop this. Almost as if the heavens hear that wish, an oppressive energy spreads across the sky, crushing the spirits of the ancient tribe members. A shout rises from somewhere in the crowd. Someone sees something approaching. A wave of water hangs suspended in the air, and riding atop it are Fishy and his daughter, making an entrance worthy of legends. Below, the tribe's representative is stunned by the unmistakable pressure of a quasi-god. Fishy, speaking with Gao Peng's borrowed voice, tells his daughter not to be too harsh, just hurt them a little. When she looks confused, he explains that these tribes have quasi-gods backing them, and she might draw their attention. Understanding dawns. Father and daughter share identical sharp smirks. She gathers an energy bolt in her hand, and with the promise to leave the bear alive, unleashes her attack. The bolt thunders from the sky, tearing straight through the bear's shoulder. Blood erupts and the beast collapses. Its master rushes forward in alarm. Despite its injury, the sun bear digs its claws into the ground and refuses to fall completely, glaring up defiantly at the attacker. The daughter, no longer just Fishy's daughter, but Mena, finds its defiance amusing. Not a flicker of concern crosses her face. Before the sun bear can launch any kind of counterattack, Mena deals from above and kicks it with such force that her blow punctures its body. In the resulting chaos and smoke, Gao Peng orders Fishy to slip into a particularly dense patch of debris so they can safely separate. The moment Gao Peng returns to his own body, he feels immense relief. Mena spots the two of them together almost immediately, but Fishy quickly explains that he has signed a cooperative contract with this human. Though she doesn't question it outright, Mena is clearly disturbed by how drastically her father has changed. As the dust clears, the sun bear is revealed to still be conscious despite the brutal beating it has taken. Tough creature. Unfortunately for it, Menia isn't in the mood to admire endurance. With a flick of her claws, she unleashes a burst of energy slashes, just warning shots, but enough to cow the bear and force it to retreat. Its trainer watches silently, quickly reassessing the situation. Approaching Gao Peng, he adopts a conciliatory tone and insists there has been a misunderstanding. He claims that members of the Trial Alliance are friendly and share resources. He has absolutely no clue who he's speaking to. Gao Peng simply smirks at the man's ignorance. He tells him that if his people need to resist foreign forces, they will do it themselves, not sign some farcical contract. The tribesman is stunned. He cannot believe such a powerful trainer is from Earth, let alone China. How could China produce someone with quasi-god level power when the monster and rift phenomena have existed on Earth for only a few years? Oblivious, or uninterested in the man's internal crisis, Gao Peng strolls up and tells him to deliver a message to his elders. The Chinese are peace-loving people. In their history, they have known no such thing as war. Behind him, his comrades practically glow with joy at his dramatic return. Lady Shu even calls Grandpa Gao to tell him he no longer needs to come. Gao Peng has handled everything. Somewhere far away, Grandpa Gao, riding his dragon, muses that Gao Peng must have endured incredible hardship to recruit a quasi-god so quickly. He already trusted the young man, but this confirms he can fully rely on him while he organizes rescue teams on Earth. Meanwhile, one poor staff member is still mentally stuck on Gao Peng's claim that China's history has been entirely peaceful. Understandable. Back in the confrontation, the tribesman finally realizes he is speaking to the Gao Peng. Only now does the situation sink in. Gao Peng calmly advises him to relax, and argues that his people are too weak to contribute meaningfully to the war. They would only be burdens. The tribesman cannot admit the truth, that he wanted to use them as cannon fodder, so he hides behind higher authority. He declares that this matter must be decided by the quasi-god envoy of the Elder Council. Gao Peng grins, stating that he is well aware of the Elder's quasi-gods and how many there are. At his subtle signal, Fishy cues Mena. She understands instantly and fires another punishing attack, worsening the Sun Bear's injuries. As its trainer panics, Gao Peng calmly explains that in China, an uninvited guest must leave behind a greeting gift. Strange custom to bring up here but effective. Far away, in the wilderness of the Square World, a spatial rift tears open in the sky and spits out the Sun Bear, its trainer, and their men. As they regroup, the trainer notes the bear licking its wounds. S-tier monsters heal quickly. It will live. In fact, the only reason it's alive at all is because it faced a quasi-god and survived. His son panics, worried the tribe will blame him for failing his mission. The older man tells him to focus on training his familiar. Reputation won't matter when the war begins. Before the boy can leave, his father adds one more thing: the quasi-god that defeated them likely wasn't Gao Peng's familiar. The son is confused. The man tells him never to mention this fact. Instead, he must insist that the quasi-god belongs to Gao Peng. Whether others believe it or not, they will investigate, and when they do, they will be humiliated just as he was. That way, he won't be the only laughingstock. This is a new level of pettiness. The man is a troll in strategist's clothing. Meanwhile, above the Tribe Alliance headquarters, the elders convene in an emergency meeting. The Green God tribe's elder is aghast that the mission failed, while the White Dragon tribe's chief is quietly amused. This is exactly the outcome he anticipated. Other elders demand to know how failure is possible, given that He Kuang, whom they sent, is an overlord-tier trainer. A representative from He Kuang's tribe steps forward and reports a rumor: there is a quasi-god-tier trainer in China. Chaos erupts instantly, and understandably so. The first question that erupts among the elders is how any of this could be possible. Earth has only had the monster system for roughly a decade, and according to their intelligence, Gao Peng is the only trainer there even at the overlord tier. Their information is laughably outdated. The Green God tribe's elder continues, explaining that a quasi-god level trainer implies far more than meets the eye. To control such a familiar means possessing the potential to form a top-tier tribe. With their understanding of familiars, if this information is accurate, the Chinese tribe may very well become one of the highest-ranking tribes in the near future. From his seat, the leader of the Black Something clan, Mofo, finally speaks, asking if such talent could signify the reincarnation of a god. The White Dragon chief dismisses the idea immediately. Gao Peng, he insists, is no god, just a formidable young man with strong ties to his tribe. The Green God elder wonders aloud if that means the quasi-god Gao Peng summoned was an ally rather than a contracted familiar. For once, someone has guessed correctly. Mofo abruptly rises and declares that there is no time to waste. He will meet Gao Peng personally tomorrow. If he kills the beast Gao Peng summoned, he says, he will spare the boy's life out of respect for the White Dragon tribe. More importantly, the Chinese will obediently sign their contracts. He is very proud of this plan. He really shouldn't be. From his seat, the White Dragon chief scoffs. The Green God elder politely asks what Mofo will do if his own familiar is killed instead. Mofo confidently replies that his Buddha cannot be defeated. Those are fighting words. Meanwhile, near the desolate labyrinth in the Black Fog world, Gao Peng appears in his garden, an unusual sight after so long spent in other realms. He is reviewing the plans for the new central city, multiple fortified layers of walls, king-tier guards, police alarms. Every emergency measure has been accounted for. The City of Hope is shaping into something he can finally feel proud of. As he stretches, an unusually bright flood of light washes over him. It takes him only half a second to realize this is not sunlight. All across the city, people look up to see the thousand-armed faceless Buddha, Mofo's familiar, descending from the sky. Mofo steps forward atop his massive avatar and declares that he is here to challenge the local quasi-god trainer. The citizens groan. They just want to live in peace. Gao Peng, however, is merely amused. Honestly, he expected this sooner. Before Mofo even processes the situation, his challenge is answered, not by words, by a trap. Mena has already ensnared him and the Buddha inside a colossal lattice of glowing spiderwebs. The moment he sees her, Mofo begins rambling about how this must be the quasi-god and, well, the usual villain monologue nonsense. Gao Peng remarks that bad guys really do love to talk. Without giving Mofo a moment to breathe, Mona surges through the webbed airspace, attacking with blinding speed. Mofo panics and orders his Buddha to dodge, but the webs limit its movement severely. Unable to evade effectively, the Buddha instead tries to counter, launching several arms toward Mona. It does nothing. Mona shields herself effortlessly and continues her relentless advance. Mofo is stunned by how ineffective his attacks are, but he still commands the Buddha to keep dodging. It fails again. Another web snags one of its arms. Too slow to react, the Buddha takes a direct strike to the face. A deep crack splits across its features. Finally recognizing the threat, Mofo fuses with the Buddha to enhance control and power. The fused avatar unleashes its trump card, Buddha Annihilation. The explosion is enormous. In seconds, the entire spiderweb cage is blown apart. Mofo roars triumphantly, demanding to know what Mena can possibly do now. Down below, Gao Pang winces. He hadn't expected the Buddha Sip's explosive power to be that strong. Next to him, Fishy is entirely unbothered and remarks that they are about to see his daughter Sip's serious fighting style. In the sky above, Mine emerges from the smoke, robe gone, energy crackling around her. She is furious. She spent the entire previous night spinning that web lattice, and Mofo destroyed it in one blast. Mofo senses her aura rising rapidly. It is becoming dangerously sharp. Minna coats herself in concentrated energy and blitzes forward. She tears into the Buddha's defenses piece by piece, shredding them without slowing. Mofo's confidence begins to crumble as he realizes that despite his earlier bravado, this quasi-god is far stronger than he anticipated. His concern is more than justified. Now that Mena has grown even faster, she pushes the 1,000-armed faceless Buddha entirely onto the defensive. Bit by bit she carves away its protections. Finally she unleashes her full monster form. In that state she becomes a streak of lethal speed, barreling through the air and slamming into the Buddha with enough force to fracture its massive body. Mofo, stunned, shouts that he never expected this quasi-god to be so strong. Realizing he cannot win, he orders the Buddha to retreat. He is not just withdrawing, he is fleeing. The man got beaten so thoroughly he split in panic. Below, Gao Pang praises Mana's speed while casually insulting Fishy, saying she clearly didn't inherit any of that from him. A very offended Fishy immediately admits that her mother was the faster one anyway, validating Gao Pang's jab without hesitation. Gao Pang just shakes his head. A few days ago, Fishy wanted nothing to do with his family, and now he takes every chance to brag. Setting Fishy's ego aside, Gao Pang is pleased to see his theory confirmed. Despite its strength, the 1,000-armed Buddha's attributes are inferior to those of Mena's species, the windstorm water magic spider. When Gao Pang pulls up her status window, he sees a high-level violent assassin archetype, level 97, quasi-god tier, and equipped with a terrifying array of skills. Right now, she's using her invisible net skill to reform the giant web that previously trapped Mofo. Gao Pang stares upward, baffled. Why is she weaving a new web when the enemy has already run away? Fishy, wearing his signature smug expression, tells him that someone like Gao Pang can't comprehend the instincts of a true quasi-god. To Mena, a fight is never finished until she decides it is. He flies up to praise her work, then immediately tries to give her advice on how to utilize her water element more effectively, as though he suddenly has the authority to act like a wise father. This is the same man who banished her for centuries. Naturally, Mana becomes irritated and abandons the web entirely. She flies off, muttering that her father is unbelievably annoying. Fishy is left sulking, lamenting that his daughter has entered what humans would call the rebellious phase. Gao Pang doesn't waste the chance to jab at him again. Meanwhile, Gao Pang wonders why he still feels overheated now that the Buddha is gone. The culprit reveals himself. Stripey is blushing furiously. The tiger has developed a crush on Mana. Honestly, Gao Pang can't blame him. Stripey has decent taste. Back on Earth, the allied tribes stand atop Kuman Mountain, led by the White Dragon tribe's chief. His men shiver not only from the freezing wind but from fear. The chief reassures them that everything will go according to plan. Famous last words. A massive spatial rift tears open above them. The chief declares that the clan god has awakened and orders everyone to prepare themselves. A moment later, an ominous purple eyeball wrapped in red energy emerges from the rift. A suffocating aura of despair spreads as visions of monstrous beings from other dimensions flicker within the eye. Bayan is in the middle of asking his father something when the chief cuts him off. This, he explains, is a result of the seal on Earth weakening even further. Then he notices something alarming. The rift ahead is much larger than expected. There is no way they can carry out their planned operation in a rift this huge. He immediately orders his white dragon to evacuate their men. Once everyone is secure, Bayan asks what they should do next. Since their preparations have been wasted, the chief tells him that is not the case. They have arrangements elsewhere on Earth. Suddenly a shout rings out. A tribesman points toward the rift in shock. The storm that burst out earlier is shrinking. As it almost completely dissipates, a gargantuan severed finger is expelled from the rift and hangs motionless in the air. The chief orders his eldest son, Bong, to investigate. Bong rides his white dragon directly beneath the floating finger. As he approaches, strange pores on the finger's cut surface erupt. Spraying orange liquid, toxic fumes billow out, drifting toward nearby familiars. One of the dragons breathes in the fumes and immediately goes berserk. Its eyes turn blood red, veins bulge, and grotesque crimson growths swell across its body. The rider panics as control slips from his grasp. The dragon turns on him, jaws opening wide. At the last possible moment, a water-type familiar intervenes and restrains the berserk dragon. The young rider is saved by Bong, who quickly warns the others to stay back. But the warning comes too late. The fumes have already spread. Several more tribesmen begin losing control of their familiars, panicking as the beasts go berserk. The White Dragon Chief has seen enough. He steps in personally, his own white dragon sweeping in to rescue the terrified men while knocking down the corrupted familiars before they can cause more harm. But just as one crisis ends, another emerges. A spatial rift overflowing with plant life opens right in front of the chief. Its appearance makes no sense. Seconds later, the trees inside reveal their true nature. Evil eyes open all along their bark, identical to the giant eye that first emerged from the earlier rift. Before the chief can react, the rift widens and dozens, possibly hundreds of these sinister tree creatures leap onto Earth, raining down like a storm of living curses. As he witnesses this, the White Dragon Chief can only reach one conclusion. The war has begun. A few days later, far away in Earth's wilderness, a crater is being examined by the Poison Marsh tribe. Their leader Luan stands with his tribesmen surveying the area. When he asks for updates on the events at Kuming Mountain, one of his men reports that they were unable to locate the severed finger mentioned by the White Dragon tribe. Oddly, there are countless needle sunflower trees scattered along the way. Zuan wonders if the White Dragon tribe lied and took the severed finger themselves. After a moment, he dismisses the suspicion. Byong, the White Dragon chief, is not the type to antagonize another tribe at the start of a war. Sensible old man. Even so, the thought lingers that Gao Pang, rumored to be descended from the Earth branch of their tribe, might have something to do with all this. After thinking it over, Zuan lets the matter go. For now, the priority is clearing low-tier monsters and gathering more corpses. As the others begin working, Zuan asks a young tribesman named Zehi if he senses the aura of an overlord tier or S-tier being nearby. Zehi reports faint lingering traces of energy, one trail moving toward the mountains, before suddenly stiffening in alarm. He senses something powerful approaching rapidly from the opposite direction. Zuan notices the earth shifting beneath them. The fluctuations are clearly overlord tier. Calmly, he pulls a tiny snake from his robe and tells it that it's time. The snake leaps to the ground and burrows deep into the earth. It finds the massive root system causing the tremors. Instantly, the snake unhinges its jaw and injects venom into the root. Above ground, Zehi watches in shock. As the vines freeze in mid-air, a moment later, they shatter into pieces and collapse lifelessly. Zayan's snake returns to his hand, earning immediate praise. Another fluctuation rips across the land, stronger than the last, and glowing green light spills across the mountains. Another wood element S-tier monster, perfect for the snake. Zuan tosses his familiar toward the source. The snake expands into a much larger form and launches itself into the heart of the green light. The mountains tremble violently from the battle taking place. Witnessing the overwhelming force radiating from the clash, Zehi feels genuine terror. He silently curses his lineage, born the illegitimate son of a dead father, barely acknowledged by Zuan, and treated as expendable. As he scrambles away from the danger, a violent tremor knocks him forward into the mud. When he lifts his head, he sees something bizarre, a severed finger wriggling on the ground. Before he can react, the finger launches itself onto his face and burrows straight into his flesh. Zehi panics, clawing at his skin, horrified at what just happened. When Zuan arrives and announces they're leaving, Zehi desperately tries to explain, but discovers something more horrifying than the finger itself. He cannot speak about it. His mouth opens, but the words are replaced with something else entirely, obedient acknowledgement that he understands and will return with the others. As he walks toward the tribe, Zehi realizes with cold dread that he is physically incapable of telling anyone about what happened. Later, in the Poison Marsh tribe's temporary settlement in the Square World, Zehi's residence echoes with unrestrained hysterical laughter. In front of him stands his familiar, now fully purple, warped, and corrupted. Zehi is thrilled. Whatever the severed finger was, it worked. His middle finger now has powers. He has no idea how it happened or what exactly the finger was, but he understands one thing perfectly. By touching creatures with his finger, he can infect and strengthen them, and the infection spreads automatically from monster to monster, requiring no further input from him. Something new has awakened inside him, and the world has no idea. At that moment, several tribesmen arrive at Zehi's residence to inform him that the team returning to Earth to fight the tree demons is about to depart, a team he is supposed to join. Zehi quickly weighs his options. If he goes back to Earth, he'll have the perfect opportunity to test his new power on real monsters. The thought of gaining even more strength twists his expression into a manic, hungry grin, madness flickering behind his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Black Fog world, Dumby returns to Gao Pang with an offering. Gao Pang gives the undead ruler a very strange look. He had asked Dumby to bring him a random tree demon from Earth so he could study it, But instead Dumby has gone out of his way to capture an S-tier tree demon. Gao Peng asks if Dumby understands the meaning of the word random. Dumby bashfully admits that when Gao Peng said random, he simply decided to bring the best possible specimen. He even apologizes for his limited ability, and promises that once he reaches quasi-god tier, he'll catch an even stronger one. Dude is the greatest overachiever and biggest glazer alive or undead. Gao Peng can't help laughing it off, remarking that only Dumby would take an order so literally. While inspecting Dumby's status window, Gao Peng notices his level has risen again and asks why. Dumby explains that Earth currently holds an abundance of corpses and souls to consume. Gao Peng thinks back on how slow Dumby's leveling progress became after reaching S tier, and yet this single trip to Earth pushed him all the way to level 83. Fortunately, both Mermaid and Fishy are also back on Earth to keep the balance somewhat under control. With Earth now little more than a vast corpse-filled battlefield, Gao Peng decides to take advantage of the situation. He tells Dumby to let him notify the White Dragon tribe, then head straight to Earth to support their allies. While he cannot openly form an alliance between China and the tribes, China must focus on its own development. He can provide personal aid behind the scenes. Behind him, Dumby praises his master for being so dedicated to justice, which is definitely the only reason Gao Peng is doing this. Sure. Putting all that aside, Gao Peng examines the demon tree Dumby captured. Despite its high level, it turns out to be of ordinary quality. That explains how Dumby defeated it despite their similar levels. Between his higher quality, his natural resistance to corruption, and his powerful breath of death, the tree never stood a chance. Gao Peng even doubts whether Dazi, a whole tier lower, could beat this thing. Regardless, the demon tree will be incredibly valuable once processed through the refinement altar. At his command, the altar imp Hua pops out and excitedly tells Gao Peng this is a prime opportunity to upgrade one of his plant-type familiars. When Gao Peng gives him a confused look, Hua clarifies he doesn't mean the formless hell tree, he means flowy. After whispering detailed instructions into Gao Peng's ear, Hua disappears. Gao Peng summons Flowy and prepares for the evolution ritual. With Fishy shouting some encouragement, Flowy begins absorbing the essence of the demon tree. Hua had warned that there's a real chance of failure, but Gao Peng knows legends aren't born without risks. While Flowy undergoes evolution, Gao Peng receives a video call from Lady Shu. She informs him that the White Dragon tribe has agreed to accept his help in a personal capacity. Since Mofo challenged him as an individual, rather than as a representative of the tribal alliance, and lost, the tribes have no political hostility toward him at the moment. With those matters settled, Gao Peng remembers Briny has been stationed on Earth. He records a new set of instructions and hands the recorder to Dumby to deliver. As Dumby takes off, Gao Peng shouts after him not to join the war, just help the souls of the deceased transcend. Which is a very poetic way of saying eat all of them. Back on Earth, the once proud city of Yo is now nothing but dusty ruins. A massive permanent spatial rift hangs overhead. With both the sun and moon gone, the only light on Earth comes from the Guanxi realm beyond the rift. Dumby looks around sorrowfully, imagining how heartbroken Gao Peng must be to see what became of this place. He eventually arrives at the river where Briny has been staying. When Dumby calls him out, a lanky figure rises from the water, sporting Gao Peng's body shape, but the head of a worm. Seriously, what even is that? Dumby tosses the recorder to Briny, who catches it effortlessly. He informs Briny that he should know what to do with it, and leaves immediately. Briny inspects the recorder, wondering if Gao Peng is planning to send him back to the Black Fog world. Instead, the recorded message plays. Gao Peng apologizes for making him stay on Earth longer, but because of Briny Sep's unique abilities, he needs him to remain here. More importantly, Gao Peng believes he has finished capturing the Y River, and now intends to move on to the Pacific Ocean. Briny freezes. What? Where? How? Why? Whatever sense existed in Gao Peng's plan evaporated long ago. The recorder message continues, telling Briny he doesn't have to accomplish this new mission immediately. It's simply a long-term task to complete at some point in the future. When Briny realizes he is the one meant to conquer Earth's water masses, everything suddenly makes more sense. These translations really do get confusing sometimes. Relieved, Briny sinks back onto the water's surface. He silently thanks his lucky stars that he gets to stay on Earth. Living directly under Gao Peng's roof he believes is pure misery, following every command, every task, every whim. While he steps lost in thought, a fish pokes its head out of the water and calls him Dad. At this point, the entire chapter is a fever dream. Briny asks what's wrong. The fish explains that a group of humans is being chased by monsters nearby. Seeing an opportunity to get on Gao Peng's good side and build up his own reputation, Briny decides to intervene. With every monster in the Y River under his control now, he's practically invincible there. He might as well have some fun. A while later, Briny arrives at the riverbank where the humans are barely holding on against the monsters. Just as their hope is about to collapse, a massive water titan rises from the river. It declares its name in a booming voice. Shan Changi, supreme water god of the Shuaning infinite world, protector of the Y River. For attacking humans in his territory, he sentences the monsters to death by drowning. From a distance, Briny directs the entire performance with meticulous mental control. To his surprise, the humans actually latch onto the divine name he invented, and they believe it. Seeing an opportunity, he subtly nudges their minds with a minor psychic alteration, ensuring their belief becomes absolute. With the illusion complete, Briny slips back beneath the water with his underlings. Up on shore, the shaken humans talk excitedly about the water god. Most are grateful, though one doubtful man questions the deity's intentions. Before their debate can escalate, an older man suggests offering thanks through sacrifice. That's how the stories of old always did it. After some debate, they agree to offer livestock. The next day, they return with a whole roasted cow. They lay it at the riverbank and wait. And wait. Half an hour later, just as they begin doubting the entire ritual, a massive water claw erupts from the river and snatches the cow away. Unbeknownst to Briny, a ship farther offshore has a perfect view of this display. The captain, terrified to witness yet another supernatural threat, orders his men to turn the ship around and get away fast. One sailor points out that the people on shore seem to be worshipping the water titan, prompting the captain to whip out his phone and begin recording. For reasons known only to him. Back in the Black Fog world, Gao Pang is grilling meat outdoors when news reaches him about a new deity appearing in the Y River. He immediately recognizes Briny's handiwork, and wonders what kind of nonsense the little worm-headed psychic is up to now. Goldie takes a shot at Briny for being shameless enough to proclaim himself a pre-existing god, though only because Goldie wishes he'd thought of it first. Flammy promptly roasts Goldie alive with insults, followed by a deadly glare-off demonstrating which of them is clearly the inferior being. Gao Pang remembers a simpler time when that bird wasn't so terrifying. Beside him, Fishy remarks that Briny is trying to follow the path of belief, a method to reach God tier. When Gao Pang shows interest, Fishy explains, by gathering a large following of believers, a being can ascend to God tier much faster. However, gods who rise through belief are almost always weak in direct combat. The weakest of all gods, in fact. Gao Pang immediately takes the opportunity to jab at Fishy and casually remarks that he didn't know Fishy was the weakest god. Fishy, offended, refuses to speak further. With all the relevant details in place, Gao Pang decides the best move is to support Briny's path, since aiding his rise will ultimately benefit their whole group. He invites suggestions from his familiars. He receives none. Instead, he sips treated to the full comedy routine that is Goldie, treasure-sniffing mouse, and Flammy arguing like a dysfunctional family. The banter escalates until Gao Pang hears a phrase that nearly freezes his blood. Flammy is pregnant with Goldie. Wait, Flammy is a girl? Fortunately, for Gao Pang's sanity, Flammy immediately clarifies that this is complete nonsense, and incinerates Goldie for suggesting she has gotten fat. Watching this circus unfold, Gao Pang realizes once again that his life has spiraled far beyond normal logic. Gao Pang sighs, wondering why there isn't a single reliable creature in his group. As if summoned by his frustration, a reasonable voice finally joins the conversation. Mana has returned, chewing on a barbecue skewer while casually batting her father away. She informs Gao Pang that the sincerity of a worshipper's belief directly affects the strength of the faith they provide to a god. She also requests, no demands, that Gao Pang send a whole batch of these delicious skewers to her nest. Mood relatable. Taking everything he's learned into account, Gao Pang forms a plan. Create an organization, essentially a church, to help Briny grow a proper following. To pull that off, they'll need cooperation from people high up in the government. A short while later, Gao Pang meets with Grandpa Gao to discuss the idea. They agree that while Briny's water god act is absurd, there's strategic value in cultivating belief, and working with the right officials will make it far easier. Grandpa Gao assures him that he can handle the governmental side of things. He already works closely with the Chinese authorities. Conversation done, Gao Pang nearly chokes on tea before announcing he needs to head out again. He's finally found the perfect location to train his dragon ants. Grandpa Gao smiles and tells him to go. Even though he trusts his grandson's strength, he reminds him to be careful, as all loving grandparents do. Later, Gao Pang arrives at a remote frozen mountain range in the Black Fog world. This is the place. Without hesitation, he begins the dragon ants training. He sends Elder Baby forward to challenge a snow demon lion. As the battle begins, the younger dragon ants cheer excitedly from the sidelines. Unfortunately, this distraction causes Elder Baby already struggling to slip further behind. Hearing the commotion, one of the younger dragon ants charges in to help, ignoring Elder Baby's warning to stop. The next thing anyone knows, both Elder Baby and the lion are sent flying Team Rocket style across the mountainside. When the two crash land in the distance, the lion is wounded, and Elder Baby's berserker passive triggers. Blood-red light erupts around him, and he tears into the lion with frightening speed. But the lion retaliates with equal ferocity, managing to bite into Elder Baby's shell with enough force to crack it. Back at the original site, Gao Pang frowns. Even with his berserker state, Elder Baby seems unable to win cleanly. He orders Second Baby to use his dual pupil skill on the lion without hitting Elder Baby. The blast hits, but only enrages the lion further. It bites down harder, forcing a scream from Elder Baby. A new combatant appears, one completely hidden in light. With surgical precision, the creature knocks the lion off Elder Baby, and finishes it with a flurry of brutal slashes. The younger dragon ants rush to Elder Baby's side, pleading with him not to die, something he was in no danger of doing. But the sentiment is sweet. Gao Pang admits that the victory was messy, but Elder Baby did manage to bring down a level 75 demon lion of perfect quality. Gao Pang then turns to 7th Baby, the heart ant, a psychic-type dragon ant, and begins listing his flaws. 7th Baby immediately bursts into tears, apologizing dramatically. Babies these days. Despite everything, Gao Pang can't help feeling nostalgic. Training his familiars together like this brings back memories of how things used to be. With a nostalgic smile, he tells the dragon ants it's time to find their next target. Meanwhile, in Hope City, Grandpa Gao meets with Tongling to discuss the possibility of nearby ruins opening soon. She asks if Gao Pang could explore them for her once the time comes. After she leaves, Grandpa Gao calls Gao Pang to give him the update. The ruins will open soon, and the tribes are sending an exploration team. Would Gao Pang like to go? Of course he would. According to Fishy, the ruins are the site where several gods fell, their artifacts likely still hidden within. Gao Pang is absolutely going. Days later, Gao Pang arrives at the Polo surface, the site where the ruins are about to open. Numerous tribes have gathered, and at their head is Qing Yun Nan, a quasi-god tier monster trainer from the Green God tribe. Gao Pang is surprised to see such a high-level trainer present, but considering what lies inside the ruins, it makes sense. Unfortunately, as is always the case when he's involved, trouble appears before the expedition can even begin. And knowing Gao Pang's luck, it's probably going to be serious. A giant spatial rift tears open above the expedition team, and even King Yun Nan, the quasi-god tier guide from the Green God tribe, stares upward in terror. Emerging from the rift is a colossal monstrosity covered in jagged crimson scales. It ignores the humans entirely and drifts into another rift like a wandering nightmare. Qing Yun Nan urgently warns everyone to remain perfectly still. This is a destructive beast. When a trembling tribesman asks what that means, Qing explains destructive beasts are a special class of enormous monsters that live in the cracks of space itself. These cracks are nothing but vacuum and cosmic destruction, storms, void pressure, distortions that defy description. Anything that survives there has adapted into one of the toughest life forms in existence. Fortunately, such beings pay zero attention to lesser creatures as long as they don't provoke them. That is the only silver lining. Once the creature leaves, the group exhales in collective relief, and Qing resumes leading them toward the ruins. The fallen floating island is breathtaking, even by Gao Pang's standards. Once, it had been a floating continent, but for unknown reasons, and at some unknown point in time, it crashed violently into the earth. The entrance to the Mystery Land lies somewhere inside. Ken warns everyone not to rely on flying familiars to reach the island. They have no idea how the law of floating operates here, and a single misstep could spell disaster. He also informs them that quasi-god tier beings are forbidden inside the ruins, so he cannot accompany them. On the bright side, anything they find inside is theirs to keep. Pretty generous. The tribesmen immediately rush toward the cliffside and begin climbing. Gao Pang remains still, eyebrow raised. These people didn't hesitate at all. Strange, given the danger. Someone calls his name. Gao Pang turns and sees Tong Ling. After a brief greeting, she gets straight to business. She's heard how strong he's become and wants to work together. In exchange for his help acquiring a specific item, she'll give him a map her tribe created, detailing the ruins' danger zones and treasure areas. With it, he can skip the low-tier loot and head straight for the high-value finds. Gao Pang considers her offer carefully. If the Tong tribe has a map, the others must have maps too. So he forms a plan. Tongling moves to hand over her map, but Gao Pang stops her and announces that he has an idea, a plan guaranteed to be not good for everyone else. His idea? Demand maps from every other tribe as well. Predictably, this does not make him popular. The tribesmen bristle and attempt to intimidate him by reminding him that Qing Yun Nan is just outside. Gao Pang, unfazed, only becomes more amused. He tells them to stop calling him a thief. He'll simply borrow the maps, look them over and return them. One tribesman snaps and summons his familiar to attack Gao Pang. Bad move. With a single word, Gao Pang calls forth Dazi. A flash of lightning later, the enemy familiar collapses unconscious on the ground. Instantly, the rest of the tribesmen close ranks, preparing to gang up on him. Because of course, they think that will work. Next up is a level 83 Yak King, not even worth Gao Pang's time. Then a level 84 bird familiar, named Da Feng, a slightly more credible threat. Shrugging, Gao Pang asks if anyone else wants to send their familiars now before they regret it later. The tribesmen, furious at his arrogance, order Da Feng to attack. Darkness consumes the field. Da Feng has trapped Dazi and Gao Pang inside a dome of light erasing shadow. Gao Pang stays calm, unites with Dazi for safety, and studies the technique. The dome works by eliminating light entirely, making Da Feng invisible while he attacks. As Da Feng monologues about surrender, Gao Pang briefly considers calling Dumby to break the dome with sheer soul power, but instead he decides it's the perfect time to test a new technique. He summons Second Baby. Using sense sharing, the dual pupils of the dragon ant are passed to Gao Pang, and from him to Dazi, granting Dazi the ability to see inside the darkness. Gao Pang tells Dazi to pretend nothing has changed. Dazi flails around blindly, dodging Da Feng Sip's attacks with just enough awkwardness to seem believable. When Da Feng swoops in with his guard down, Silver Thunder Wrath. Lightning explodes through the dome, ripping into Da Feng before he can react. The bird is fried instantly, and the dome collapses. Back in the open air, Gao Pang has Dazi fly a little higher to observe the remaining familiars. The Yak King is releasing a strange vapor, ultimate musk, in small doses, harmless. In concentrated amounts, dangerously mutagenic and toxic. Combined with the eight-tailed thunder beast waiting to attack, it's suicidal. Naturally, the tribesmen are completely unaware. So Gao Pang does the smart thing and exploits their ignorance. One burst of Dazi's lightning later, the Yak King is charred black. With their strongest familiars flattened like insects, the tribesmen finally obey. One by one, they hand over their maps. Gao Pang compares them carefully before giving his word he'll return them shortly. Then he casually pulls a sleek black rectangle from his pocket. The tribesmen stare in confusion as Gao Pang snaps photos of all their maps using his smartphone, a device none of them can remotely comprehend. 3 cheers for modern technology, you backward, stuck-up relics. The end for now. The tribe had just witnessed Gao Pang beat the absolute life out of their own members. Tong Ling then commented that she recognized the device he used to photograph their maps, and proceeded to list all of its uses, as if Gao Pang did not already know them. Gao Pang turned to the tribesmen, and announced that he would offer them a gift for their first meeting. He began explaining the Southern Sky Group's wealth, and offered to install base stations in their tribes for free, after which they could use mobile phones. Naturally, this went completely over the heads of most of the tribesmen. Seeing their confusion, Gao Pang simplified it. Phones are useful but cannot function without a base station. Still, the tribesmen remained lost. Gao Pang repeated that he would install the stations for free if they purchased phones. Eventually, he gave up and declared that their priority for now was to explore the secret realm. Later, as Gao Pang and Tong Ling walked through the forest, she asked whether his grandfather would truly agree to install base stations for free. Her question only brought out an amused smile. Gao Pang told her the cost was merely a drop in the ocean for them, and besides, crippling their enemies with internet addiction and invading their digital privacy was a rare opportunity. When he wanted to be, Gao Pang could be the most cartoonish of villains. Out of nowhere, Fishy bopped Gao Pang on the head and ordered him to behave respectfully within a potential dragon god realm. This reprimand made Gao Pang wonder if the place truly was connected to the dragon god. Even so, it was unlikely he would find anything here capable of evolving Dazi. The dragon ants, however, were still a possibility. Suddenly Tong Ling pointed into the distance. She told him that her great-grandfather had discovered the bud of a water mulberry centuries ago, and she had come to retrieve it now that it should have matured. Gao Pang asked how she was sure it had not been eaten already. Tong Ling explained that her great-grandfather had killed its guardian and left behind 2 psychedelic trees to protect it. She admitted that the trees were difficult to locate, which was why she wanted Gao Pang with her for protection and to increase their chances of success. After Gao Pang promised to uphold his part of the deal, it did not take long to find 2 of the psychedelic trees. He commented that this must be the place, but Tong Ling told him to wait. She removed a jar from her belongings and tossed a bug at one of the trees. As the bug fed on its fruit, a strange apparition appeared alongside a radiant flower. Tong Ling had obtained exactly what she came for. She thanked Gao Pang. He simply waved her off, saying they were even now since she had helped him gather the maps. Later, he walked alone while studying the large map he assembled from all the tribe's individual ones. He was thrilled. He now had a complete map of the secret realm. Fishy, however, was utterly stunned. Based on the map's outline, they were inside the divine realm itself. As Fishy spiraled into a panic, Gao Peng realized how rare this opportunity truly was. They were essentially wandering through the backyard of the gods. Without hesitation, Fishy told him he knew where the realm's treasure room was. It was the most lucrative spot they could possibly raid. Gao Peng deadpanned, pointing out that according to his map, it would take 10 days to reach, and he was not even certain it was a treasure room. He collapsed into despair for several reasons at once. Now it was Fishy's turn to deadpan. He obviously knew several shortcuts, and they would be using those. Gao Peng's mood flipped instantly. He grabbed Fishy and praised him enthusiastically as they continued their journey. 3 days later, they arrived at a golden wall shimmering with divine power. This, Fishy declared, was the place. He summoned his divine treasure and instructed it to bite through the wall. It tore a gap open with ease. Fishy then told Gao Peng to store him so only one of them would have to travel from here. Instead, Gao Peng fused with Fishy and jumped directly into his body, infuriating the creature. After some time exploring the chamber beyond, Gao Peng became certain this was no treasure room. Fishy insisted it was simply the divine realm's design, and that they must continue. Just as he said this, Gao Peng spotted something odd below them. Within the boiling lava were crystals known as earth-fire melting crystals, valuable resources for cultivation and confirmation that this chamber was in fact a volcano. Floating only a few feet above molten death, they had every reason to be terrified. Suddenly, Gao Peng summoned Stripey in his full gigantic form. The beast splashed into the lava with a thunderous crash, crushing something unknown beneath the surface. Whatever it was, Gao Peng was sure it could not have been important. Stripey sat happily in the lava, devouring the crystals as if they were a gourmet delicacy. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Peng had noticed a small army of flame giants watching from a cliffside. Fishy told him to look at Stripey's backside if he wanted to know why the giants were here. Stripey's dramatic landing had flattened the flame giant leader, leaving him critically wounded and his subordinates desperate for vengeance. Unwilling to allow Stripey's feast to be interrupted, Gao Peng ordered Fishy to deal with the mindless hot piles of rock, which sounded suspiciously racially motivated coming from him. Fishy demanded only one thing in return: that Gao Peng speak well of him to his daughter. Later, Fishy drew out their divine artifact and released a wave of power so oppressive that the entire group of fire giants retreated instantly. So much for their dramatic vows of vengeance. Turning to Stripey, Gao Peng asked how long it would take to digest the crystals he was eating. The titanic creature calmly answered 3 months. Fishy was appalled. They needed to explore the realm, not camp here for a quarter of a year. Gao Peng was unmoved. He instructed Stripey to swallow everything and digest it slowly while they traveled onward. With that settled, Gao Peng fused with Fishy once more and shot across the realm at incredible speed. Eventually, they reached what appeared to be a palace, perhaps even a temple. They approached the entrance, where Gao Peng noticed intricate carvings etched across the walls. Fishy explained that these carvings were the Epic of the Gods, a record of divine achievements. Each story depicted a great god, the trials they overcame, and the treasures they possessed. As he spoke, a sinister toothy grin spread across his face. These stories, he explained, revealed not only the gods' identities, but also the kinds of treasures they once owned. Gao Peng suggested reading the entire wall from left to right, but Fishy waved him off. Instead, he recommended summoning that little mouse of his, which would be far more efficient. Gao Peng sighed, realizing this should have been the obvious first choice, and summoned the treasure-hunting mouse with a snap of his fingers. The mouse was instantly enraptured. The entire palace radiated the aura of treasure, and his tiny heart practically burst with excitement. Without hesitation, he dashed off, led by instinct alone. Watching the mouse tear through the hallways, Fishy smirked and boasted that they were going to hit the jackpot this time. His confidence lasted exactly 1 second, because Gao Peng immediately grabbed him like a burrito and took off after the mouse at full speed. Inside the building, the mouse raced around in frantic circles, pulled in every direction by the presence of numerous treasures. Then suddenly he sensed something extraordinary. He bolted forward like a miniature hurricane and kicked down a door as though it weighed nothing. But instead of a treasure chest, they found an ugly troll-like creature stuffing its face with fruit. Gao Peng quickly recognized them: true dragon fruits. Not only was the creature eating a full bowl of them, but entire piles were stashed around the room, more than the entire white dragon tribe kept in their treasury. The troll suddenly bulged with muscle, roaring in fury. No one was impressed. Gao Peng and Dazi stared at him with cold disdain. Gao Peng asked why an elf was even here. The troll marched forward and delivered an indignant rant, declaring that they had disturbed the great dragon elf king, Lord Said. When the little creature hurled himself at Gao Peng, the man did not even blink. Instead, he simply called Dazi. A moment later, Lord Sen lay flattened on the floor, thoroughly defeated. Gao Pang knelt to get a closer look, and muttered only one conclusion. This guy is really ugly. Still unimpressed, Gao Pang picked him up by the scruff of his neck and repeated the insult directly to his face. The poor creature struggled helplessly. As Gao Pang examined his status window, he learned that the troll truly was a Dragon Elf King at level 70, yet his skills were bizarrely mismatched, mostly strength skills, with a plant affinity tossed in as an afterthought. The deeper Gao Pang thought about it, the more baffled he became. With more than 10,000 varieties of true dragon implants, the evolution path of a dragon elf was notoriously difficult, and yet this strange little creature had evolved to Emperor tier and was serving as the caretaker of a dragon plant tree. Recognizing the value of such a tree for the dragon monsters of Southern Sky, Gao Pang summoned Silly and ordered him to absorb the entire dragon fruit tree into his pocket dimension. With something like this, he could walk out of the realm and instantly become one of the richest people in the world, not that he wasn't already close. He then turned to the Dragon Elf King and offered him a deal: care for the tree and cultivate an entire botanical garden under Gao Pang's protection. The Elf King was ready to refuse out of pride, but one menacing glare from Dazi was all it took for him to comply. With that settled, Gao Pang turned to the treasure-hunting mouse and told him it was time to find the next treasure. Unfortunately, the poor mouse was utterly exhausted and devastated. He never received a share of the treasures he found, and the weight of this thankless existence finally broke him. As the little rodent wept bitterly, Gao Pang crouched beside him and promised that this time anything the mouse could use would be his. From the moment Gao Pang promised the treasure-hunting mouse a share of their next find, the tiny creature sprang back to full motivation as if nothing had happened. Those tears must have had some crocodile DNA mixed in. He recovered far too quickly. But no one expected what came next. The mouse suddenly activated a new power: extreme treasure hunting. A single tuft of fur shot straight up, and a world of new colors opened before his eyes. With each passing second, he honed in on the most valuable treasure in the entire vicinity, until finally he located it. Then he was off like a bolt of lightning, racing ahead with the frantic energy of a possessed rat. Gao Pang and his companions followed close behind until they arrived before 3 doors. The setup clearly resembled a test or trap, but the mouse saw right through it. His gaze locked onto the red glow of treasure aura behind the left door. With one decisive kick, the door collapsed, revealing the room beyond. Gao Pang wore one of the most bewildered expressions he'd displayed in a long time. Inside the room sat nothing but a small, unassuming well, with a branch-like tree suspended above it. Only one leaf remained, dripping water slowly into the well below. Before he could even react, the system notified him: Artifact Divine Well of Darkness. Contains 8.8% water rule, 3.2% yin rule. The explanation was hardly helpful. It seemed to hold power over water and spirit, though the specifics were murky. Regardless, Gao Pang and his group were stunned. He even pinched his own cheek to make sure it wasn't a dream. Fishy, on the other hand, was nearly foaming at the mouth, screaming with manic excitement, right as something strange stirred within the well. A serpent, formed entirely of water, rose from the depths and fixed its gaze upon them. Gao Pang felt a chill run down his spine and warned that the creature must be a synthetic tier monster with water control. Fishy merely smirked. Then he unleashed a blast of divine power, forcing the serpent to retreat into the well. Not satisfied in the slightest, Fishy summoned his divine chompers to chase after it. But the well possessed automatic defenses. Without a master, it still blocked the artifact's entry. Fishy refused to give up. In a mix of brilliance and sheer recklessness, he used the golden labyrinth brick to bypass the defenses, sending the devouring teeth straight into the well. A moment later, the watery serpent was clamped in a single bite. Above the surface, Fishy began dancing wildly, ecstatic that he was another step closer to restoring his original power. As the watery creature flailed between the chomper's teeth, Gao Pang eyed Fishy thoughtfully. With a smug grin, he remarked that he would soon have a quasi-god familiar. Fishy scoffed at the implication. "Who said I'll stop at quasi-god?" he replied, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained greed. With no time to waste, Fishy urged Gao Pang onward. But first, the devouring teeth had one more job to do. At Fishy's command, they inhaled with an overwhelming force, not only pulling the serpent, but the entire well and tree into their dimensional maw. A little violent assistance from Fishy ensured nothing was left behind. Once the artifact finished its feast, Fishy and Gao Pang pumped their fists triumphantly and headed out. A few days later, Gao Pang stood holding a very stuffed Silly and declared that their treasure hunt was nearly over. With Silly's storage packed to the brim, his accumulated wealth rivaled that of the greatest tribes. Sure, their relentless treasure hunting had stressed poor Mousy so badly that all his fur had fallen out, but Gao Pang insisted it was worth it. He could always patch the mouse up and begin its evolution later. Right as Gao Pang begins to suspect that the strange distortion before him might be a portal, it abruptly snaps open and swallows him whole before he can react. Fortunately, it turns out to be a harmless teleportation, depositing him at the entrance of the realm alongside the rest of the expedition team. Shen Yunan stands at the front with his usual disarming smile, and the moment the tribesmen notice Gao Pang, they immediately begin complaining about his earlier stunt with the maps. Gao Pang remains utterly unfazed. He even asks why the little guy is so irritated, going so far as to mock him. This only fuels the tribesman's frustration, which Gao Pang enjoys as he casually escalates things for his own amusement. Just as the younger boy is about to lose control and start a fight, Ching steps in, reminding them that this is not the place to cause trouble. As tensions ease, Gao Pang notices the varied expressions around him. Some people look relieved, others seem cheerful. One man, however, is sobbing uncontrollably over the loss of his partner. While Gao Pang reflects on the duality of the expedition's outcomes, a tear suddenly rips open in the sky above them. Qing immediately recognizes this new rupture and urgently orders everyone to stay back. It is the same type of rift that appeared at the beginning of their journey, and from within it, a destructive behemoth begins to emerge. The tribesmen scatter in panic, but Gao Pang remains rooted in place, mesmerized by the sight. The system identifies the creature as a medium god-tier giant destructive butcher whale. Without hesitation, the beast unhinges its massive jaw and begins sucking in everything around it like a living superpowered vacuum. Within moments, it devours the entire secret realm and vanishes as abruptly as it arrived. Gao Pang stands there stunned, realizing that humans truly are nothing but ants before god-level monsters. Qing steps forward to deliver grim news. The path they intended to use to return has collapsed into a multi-dimensional tier that will continue to attract more beasts. With resignation, he tells the group that they might be the last people to ever enter this realm. The tribesmen are distraught, but Gao Pang simply smiles, pleased that no one will try to take his treasures anymore. Unbeknownst to him, Qing is deep in thought. The collapse is spreading far too quickly, and the removal of restrictions on monster levels could lead to catastrophic consequences. He wonders whether he should tell Gao Pang. As a quasi-god trainer, Gao Pang could be invaluable, but he is also an outsider, not a member of the tribe. Can he be trusted? While Qing wrestles with this dilemma, Gao Pang casually approaches to announce that he is leaving since their expedition is over. Before anyone can react, he rockets into the sky in a golden streak of light, too fast for Tongling to even thank him again. Sometime later, Gao Pang arrives outside southern Skyhope City, and instructs Dragon and Four to find an open space to settle in. Once situated, he brings Strebby out of his pocket dimension and sets him down, explaining that this is where he can digest all the crystals he swallowed. Strebby waddles off excitedly, muttering about researching new artifacts. Gao Pang then has Silly place the true dragon fruit tree nearby. Next, he summons the tree's surprisingly troublesome gardener, and explains his proposal. Gao Pang wants to use the true dragon fruit as the main ingredient for a new potion. In exchange, he will bring the gardener all the dragon plants he finds in the future. The gardener eagerly agrees. While Gao Pang refines his new concoction, the gardener, now dubbed Trolley, becomes tempted by the fruit's irresistible appearance. Just as he reaches for one, Dazi suddenly appears and smacks his hand with brutal precision. Dazi warns him not to touch Gao Pang's belongings. Outraged, Trolley insists that the tree is his, only for Dazi to stare him down with the silent promise of effortless annihilation. Quaking but stubborn, Trolley tries again to assert his authority, but Gao Pang intervenes at that moment, pulling attention away as he presents his completed evolution potions, 7 types tailored for 7 different dragon ant babies. Off to the side, Mousy lies flat on his back, miserable that he has once again been used like a tool and forgotten with no reward. Gao Pang, exasperated, tells him to stop whining and reveals an evolution potion crafted specifically for him. Mousy jolts upright, eyes wide with equal parts shock and excitement. As Gao Pang reminds Mousy that he did promise him a reward, tears of joy stream down the little rodent sep's face at finally being acknowledged. He gulps down the potion as if it were the elixir of life itself, and then collapses. No, he is not dead, but he does fall onto his back, eyes red and unfocused, foam bubbling at his mouth. A few steps away, Gao Pang turns his head back with a cold, shadowed grin. Calmly, he explains that he added an ingredient to help strengthen the mouse and accelerate his absorption of the potion. The problem is simply that it hurts. A lot. Consider it a lesson for hiding that overpowered mode he revealed back in the Divine Realm. Trolley trembles from the sidelines, horrified by Gao Pang's cruelty. Honestly, it is hard to blame him. Gao Pang acts like a full-blown villain sometimes. A few days pass before the little rodent finally completes his evolution and crawls out of his catatonic state. Mousy now stands proudly at level 70 in the Emperor tier, with the title Treasure Rat. Gao Pang notices an especially interesting skill in his status window: treasure storing. To test it, He tells Mousy to swallow a true dragon fruit, but not eat it. As soon as he does, the system confirms that the fruit has entered his treasure storage, and his treasure hunting speed immediately increases. Gao Peng is thrilled. Not only does he no longer need to worry about hiding valuable items, but the treasure itself can be used to acquire even more treasure at a faster rate. Instantly, he orders Silly to spit out several treasures for Mousy to store as well. With that, Silly gains more free storage space. Mousy gains an upgraded treasure arsenal, and Gao Peng has effectively killed yet another bird with the same stone. After swallowing the rest, the rat becomes faster than ever, bouncing around at unbelievable speeds. To everyone's shock, a massive eruption of fire and lava suddenly explodes in the distance. Gao Peng wonders whether this might be Supreame. Sure enough, the Spider Titan emerges from the smoke with a brand new appearance. He has finally broken through to the Saint tier. Watching from atop Dazi's back, Gao Peng comments that only the 7 dragon ants remain, so they should check on them next. But when they reach the area where Gao Peng set up a barrier for their evolution, they find the entire space shrouded in dense smoke. Through the haze, Thea can only make out faint lights moving inside. The system's insight, however, is not so easily blocked. To Gao Peng's shock, it reveals that the creatures inside are undergoing fusion. He honestly wonders, is it the dancing kind or the earring kind? It is a valid question. Trying to get answers, Gao Peng turns to Fishy, only to find that the former god is in an unstable state, floating inside the waters of the Divine Well they recovered earlier. Before he can ask anything else, the dragon ants suddenly lift into the air in a perfect circular formation. Gao Peng's eyes widen, sweat trickles down his face as he nervously asks if they will be all right. So he does care, he just expresses it terribly. Then a massive surge of energy erupts around them. Gao Peng instantly panics, thinking they are being harmed. Dazi quickly reassures him, calming him down like the loyal first familiar he has always been. Gao Peng manages a grateful smile and pats Dazi's head, just like old times. Another explosion of power detonates overhead, blasting Gao Peng backward and nearly blowing the top off his head. When the smoke clears, a brand new being steps forward. It looks like a fully armored warrior knight, bearing the same color scheme as the dragon ants. It walks toward Gao Peng and kneels on one knee, greeting him respectfully and introducing itself simply as Dragon Ant. Gao Peng opens its status window and sees that it is a level 80, Overlord tier mythical beast, known as the Hun-faced Dragon Ant. It is just one level away from the Saint tier. As he recognizes the magnitude of its abilities, his expression shifts into that familiar grin, part evil, part smug, part unhinged. The creature's personal abilities may not be amazing, but it possesses something far better. The power to choose any of the 7 Dragon Ant's skills and use them in combat. It can even combine multiple abilities at once. Essentially, it is like that one episode where Enemo completely wrecks Ben's Omnitrix. A messy comparison, but an accurate one. Fishy chooses this moment to awaken and emerge from the Divine Well, only to freeze at the sight of the new being. He demands an explanation, but when neither the Dragon Ant nor Dazi answers, he repeats the question, only for Dazi to casually ask the newcomer if he wants to spar with Fishy. Without hesitation, the Dragon Ant turns toward Fishy, charging a massive amount of energy. Fishy, still confused and frazzled, clutches his head and screams, demanding to know what is happening, but something clicks when he sees the newcomer use a familiar smoke technique. He blurts out, "Is this Dragon Ant 6? Close, but not quite." The Dragon Ant launches its arms outward like smoke tentacles. Fishy easily swats them away with a grin and remarks that the 6th baby has changed quite a bit. At that exact moment, Dragon Ant switches to the Dial Pupil ability and fires a beam of ocular energy straight at Fishy, forcing him to dodge. With this sudden shift in powers, Fishy grows even more confused. This is clearly the 2nd baby's ability. Finally losing patience, he whirls on Dragon Ant with a furious expression and demands an answer. When none comes, Fishy launches a massive attack that smacks Dragon Ant across the face and sends him crashing into the ground. Ouch. That will hurt in the morning, Gao Peng mutters. Worried, Dazi quickly checks Dragon Ant's vitals, assuring Fishy that he is still alive. Fishy asks one last time who this newcomer is, and Gao Peng finally steps in, explaining that the 7 Dragon Ants fused into a single being. Realizing he has just flattened one of the babies, Fishy forces a shaky, nervous smile. No wonder he felt familiar, he mutters. Everyone silently prays Gao Peng doesn't turn him into sushi for this. Back on Earth. A member of the White Dragon tribe flies over a river when he suddenly senses a terrifying aura rising from its depths, one unmistakable to him. He rushes back to the chief's abode to report his discovery. The blue dragon has been found. When the chief asks for confirmation, the younger man explains that the aura alone proves it. Even his own beast, a nearly pure-blooded Luan, was frightened. For such a creature to react that way, the being in the river must be fully pure-blooded. The chief immediately understands the significance. A beast capable of surpassing even quasi-gods is incredibly good news. Earth's strength is rising. For now though, he sets the matter aside. He orders the young man to gather the elders of the other tribes. The team that returned from Gortan-shi has brought crucial information. After the messenger leaves, the chief unrolls the scroll in his hand, a detailed map of the entire city, and wonders aloud how the alien races of Gortan-shi have advanced so rapidly. Soon after, the White Dragon tribe's chief presides over a meeting in the Great Council Hall. He presents the updated map, charted by the explorers he sent into Gortan-shi. One leader studies it and remarks that it appears ordinary, but the chief explains what makes it extraordinary. The forces of Gortan-shi have evolved far beyond what the tribes anticipated. Their top cultivators and soul trainers now surpass the ancient tribes in both strength and numbers. Panic immediately spreads through the hall, but the chief cuts it off. There is good news. The enemy has fractured into several nations, all at war with one another. A divided opponent is a weaker opponent. Everyone agrees this works in their favor. Standing firmly, the White Dragon chief declares that exploiting this weakness is not shameful. They face foes far superior to them. After all, the leaders demand his plan. Even the Green tribe's elder, calmer than the rest, urges him to stop stalling. With a cunning smile, the chief reveals it. Their enemies have not yet discovered the tribe's spy, or, if they have, they do not consider him worth worrying about. This arrogance can be used to gather even more intelligence safely. One leader suggests involving China, since an additional quasi-god trainer would be invaluable. The chief prepares to agree when a new voice cuts in, Huang Ming of the Xuanwu tribe. He arrogantly declares they should simply wipe out the Chinese if they refuse to cooperate. The White Dragon chief hides his irritation. Huang Ming is too influential to reprimand openly. Instead, he raises his glass and assures the room that China's quasi-god trainer will not refuse them. Meanwhile, in Hope City, at Southern Sky headquarters, Fishy relaxes in the Divine Well, enjoying a peaceful swim. That peace ends instantly when his daughter Mina arrives. When he asks whether she came to see him, she instead comments on how impressive it is that he found yet another divine artifact. Fishy smiles proudly and says he will lend it to her once he regains his original power. Mina rejects the offer with a shrug. It is nothing she has not seen before, she says, an incredibly polite burn. Before leaving, she glances down at him and remarks that he looks like a big fat fish being steamed in a pot. Fishy tries to shout back, but he is too slow climbing out of the well, and she disappears into the sky before he can respond. The little dude gets roasted even worse than Fishy does, when Gao Pang strolls over with a cup of coffee and an amused grin, clearly having witnessed the entire exchange. At that moment, Gao Pang receives a notification: a visitor from the White Dragon tribe has arrived. Soon after, he is at the headquarters entrance, where Chief Bai and his son stand in awe of the human-built city, marveling at paved roads, skyscrapers, and modern architecture. From behind Gao Pang, his grandfather approaches and greets the visitors warmly, assuring them they are welcome. He is mid-sentence when Bai suddenly rushes forward, grabs his hands, and calls him master, asking whether he remembers him. Grandpa Gao, accustomed to this reaction by now, gently lowers Bai's hands, and explains that he has mistaken him for someone else. He insists it is simply coincidence that he resembles their ancient great priest. Bai immediately apologizes and steps back without protest. Watching all this, Gao Pang narrows his eyes thoughtfully. The high priestess made the same mistake earlier. Could it truly be coincidence? Wanting to refocus the conversation, Gao Pang shoots Chief Bai's son, Bai Yin, a side-eye so powerful it practically vibrates with meaning. Bai Yin takes the hint and reminds his father why they are here. The chief regains his composure, thanks his son, and announces that they are here to invite China into their alliance. Gao Pang and Grandpa exchange a brief glance before Grandpa speaks plainly. The Chinese people have no interest in being dragged into someone else's war. The chief's eyebrow twitches in surprise and concern at such an immediate rejection. He urges them not to decide so hastily and to at least sit down and talk. With a look from Gao Pang, Grandpa Gao leads everyone to a conference room. Inside, Gao Pang gestures for Chief Bai to speak. Instead, Bai unrolls a parchment map, the same one he showed the tribal leaders earlier, and explains the situation in Gortan-shi. Its population has multiplied drastically. Several new nations have arisen. The ancient tribes have been forgotten entirely. These nations are now locked in fierce civil wars. Grandpa Gao asks whether they truly intend to interfere. Chief Bai confirms that they do. Gao Pang raises an eyebrow. The intelligence is certainly valuable, but with China facing possible invasion, he questions whether enemies might unite and strike them first. Chief Bai insists Gao Pang is overestimating them. It will be difficult for the aliens to identify their infiltrators because, aside from their green blood, they look nearly identical to humans. Gao Pang processes this. realizing their opponents truly might not know who is who, unless injuries expose them. Grandpa Gao acknowledges the newfound advantage, but Gao Peng sets forth a condition if China is to join the alliance. China must be granted the same status as the top tribe. China must retain the right to refuse major decisions. A fair request? Yes. A request the tribes will accept? Absolutely not. Chief Bai gently tells Gao Peng he is underestimating the top tribes. A single quasi-god is not enough to earn such status. He begins to propose a compromise, but Gao Peng interrupts. If one quasi-god is instead enough, what about two? For the first time in a long while, Chief Bai is stunned speechless. Gao Peng walks to the balcony and slides the door open. We may not have had any before, he says, but we do now. The world outside is transforming. A colossal surge of power radiates from somewhere nearby, tinting the sky itself. Chief Bai realizes what is happening. Gao Peng's familiar is breaking through to the quasi-god level. Before Bai can process this, his own white dragon appears, urging him to suppress the energy or risk harm to himself. Bai tries to warn it to stop, but it is too late. Another quasi-god has already materialized, one he recognizes as the entity who once shattered Mofo's Buddha. The being watches the white dragon with amusement and casually advises it not to interfere with another creature's breakthrough. Chief Bai bows his head respectfully. He may have many trump cards, but even he knows better than to antagonize such beings. A massive cloud forms near the balcony, a sight Bai has not witnessed in ages, the ascension of a quasi-god. Before he can fully take it in, phantom fish begin drifting across his field of vision. Then more. Soon the entire city is submerged in an aquatic aura, transforming it into what looks like a gigantic underwater metropolis. And then, just as abruptly, the illusion ends. A gargantuan fish, perhaps a shark, materializes before them and declares itself the ruler of the ocean. Chief Bai is overwhelmed beyond words. The giant creature rises fully from the water, an imperial god Gao Peng realizes, and before his eyes, it opens its jaws, its teeth flashing gold as a coating of divine power washes over them. Then, with absurd ease, it eats the darkness out of the sky itself. Standing beside Bo, Gao Peng casually remarks that between Fishy's own deified teeth and the Sea Emperor's devouring teeth artifact, their combined power comes close to the Great Law itself, power capable of tearing space apart. Across the city, people buzz with confusion and awe over what just happened in the heavens. It is only when a news anchor explains that the phenomenon was caused by the ascension of Gao Peng's familiar to quasi-god status that everyone relaxes. The stronger Gao Peng becomes, the safer they feel. A wholesome level of national trust, really. Back with the main group, Chief Bai watches the antics of Fishy, now back in his chibi form, and Mina. He silently wonders how much Gao Peng is still keeping hidden if this father-daughter quasi-god duo is only being revealed now. A moment later, Grandpa Gao announces that dinner is ready and invites everyone for more conversation. Soon Fishy and the White Dragon are deep in debate over how good Gao Peng's barbecue is, apparently a discussion worthy of divine beings. Meanwhile, Chief Bai turns to Gao Peng and explains their plan to send imperial envoys into Galtan Shi. The entry and exit points will be tightly controlled. Gao Peng agrees these precautions make sense, then promptly asks Chief Bai to give him a place on the first envoy team. Chief Bai hesitates. Are you sure? You such are certainly qualified, but there will be many who object to your presence. Gao Peng grins confidently. Just give me their names. I shall persuade them myself. Faced with such bold enthusiasm, Chief Bai can only accept. Later, Chief Bai returns to the Hill Council of the Ancient Tribes, where Huang Ming of the Xuanwu tribe greets him again. When Huang Ming asks what happened with the boy, Chief Bai tells him Gao Peng agreed to join the alliance, and will leave with the next batch of envoys. Huang Ming scoffs, waving away the praise that Bai offers. I know what the kid wants, he mutters. He just wants to court an alien. Both Chief Bai and the Green God tribe's elders stare at him in disbelief. That leap in logic is so wild it might break physics. Huang Ming presses on, demanding to know why else China would participate. Chief Bai suppresses his irritation and calmly walks past him, mentioning how he personally witnessed Gao Peng's familiar ascend to quasi-god level right before his eyes. He leaves Huang Ming with only one warning: don't cause unnecessary trouble. Being publicly ignored stings Huang Ming's oversized ego. He shouts after Chief Bai, insisting that the tribes all have quasi-gods too. So what if the boy has two? Unfortunately for him, the surrounding tribesmen have enough common sense to know that confronting even one quasi-god carelessly is suicide. Huang Ming, being both narcissistic and thin-skinned, takes offense at their silence. He launches into another tirade about how cooperating with Gao Peng is like seeking the skin of a tiger, a proverb that would probably make more sense in Chinese. Finally, the Green God Tribe Sip's elder steps in and responds with another proverb in Gao Pang Sip's defense. Chief Bai follows this by declaring firmly, Gao Pang is not our enemy. China shares the same roots as our people. It is only natural for us to unite. With everyone turning against him, Huang Ming trembles with fury, yet even he realizes he has no support here. He withdraws. Chief Bai then addresses the gathered tribesmen. It is time to choose the vanguard candidates. At last, the day of infiltration arrives. Gao Pang faces Chief Bai on the prairie of the Black Fog World, with numerous tribesmen gathered nearby. Chief Bai explains how to enter Gadtan Shi and presents Gao Pang with a set of clothes tailored to blend in among the foreign nations there. Then, just before they part, he informs Gao Pang that the scouts accompanying him will be placed under his direct command. Gao Pang is visibly stunned. Chief Bai reassures him. The scouts are responsible young people who will not cause trouble, and if Gao Pang builds strong ties with them, China's future will be secure through their combined strength and heritage. With the formalities finished, Chief Bai leans closer and asks whether Huang Ming has visited recently. The answer, unfortunately, is yes. Not only did the eccentric old man show up and openly insult Gao Pang, he also helped himself to a mountain of free food and left a stench in the house strong enough to qualify as biological warfare. Huang Ming had left such a toxic cloud in Gao Pang's headquarters, with his non-stop flatulence, that the entire building still smelled like a biochemical disaster zone. Seriously, this has to be a translation error. There is no way this man is that disgusting and still the leader of an entire tribe. As the preparations finish and the team gathers, Gao Pang notices something unusual about one of the scouts. A young man from the Poison Marsh tribe named Zhai carries an aura disturbingly similar to that of a quasi-god. Gao Pang immediately grows suspicious. After all, he has only reached his level because of the system. For someone his age to achieve similar heights without a cheat must mean one of two things. He is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, or he is hiding something very, very dark. Before Gao Pang can dwell on it, Chief Bai approaches with a bottle of fragrant ink pills, explaining that these will allow Gao Pang to fully disguise himself as a resident of Gadtan Shi. His blood will still remain red, however, so he must ensure it is never exposed. The other scouts take their pills without hesitation, so Gao Pang downs his as well. Instantly a surge rushes through him, coating his entire skin in a sheen of frost green. With Frosty's help, he examines himself and decides it could definitely be worse. Chief Bai hands over an updated map, and Gao Pang moves on to meet the squad he will command. Their team consists of Bai Huan, White Dragon Tribe; Yen, Black Tortoise Tribe; Yanong, Fireflame Tribe; Lu, Wood Thunder Tribe; Qing, Green God Tribe; Bihuoni, Northern Ice Tribe, the only one below Overlord tier, sitting at Emperor tier; Zai, Poison Marsh Tribe, Saint tier trainer. While the others look at Zai in awe, Gao Pang sees only red flags. To reach Saint tier at such a young age would require mountains of rare, priceless materials. The kid is either blessed by fate or bound to something sinister. Gao Pang decides he must keep an especially close eye on him. Once inside Jiutiangshi, Gao Pang reviews the nearby territories, the kingdoms of Mingyu and Murong. Mingyu is closer, so they set off immediately. He summons Dumi, then tells the others to release any mounts suitable for travel, as the terrain ahead will be rough. Right away, Zai summons his familiar, and one glance at its status window reveals why Gao Pang sensed danger earlier. The creature's power originates from the severed finger of the plague god. That explains a lot. Gao Pang keeps his expression neutral for the sake of their mission, clamps down on his curiosity, and announces their first objective: reach the Mingyu kingdom. After several days of travel, they arrive at the border. The group has already changed into their local disguises. Huani comments aloud on how dilapidated everything looks, wondering why the foreigner's development is so poor. Qingqing immediately scolds her, "Never use the word foreigner here. They are supposed to be blending in." Gao Pang explains that due to the ongoing war between Mingyu and Murong, this border zone is plagued by poverty and constant danger. Fortunately, the walls of Mingyu rise in the distance, not far now. Upon reaching the walls, they are met with the heartbreaking sight of dozens of refugees collapsed against the stone, sickly and starving. The guard at the gate looks half asleep, but his beast remains dutifully alert. Before anyone can stop him, Lu loudly exclaims how green the guard looks. Huan immediately scolds him, echoing Qingqing earlier, but the rebuke is cut short by a sudden commotion. A carriage barrels toward the gate at full speed. Even more absurd than its reckless arrival is the bird perched atop it, shrieking profanity at anyone in its path. Gao Pang urges his team to step aside, but it is too late. The rhino-drawn carriage pulls up to the walls, surrounded by dozens of armed escorts. In stark contrast to the rugged orc-like guards, the voice from inside the carriage is soft. The driver Jiang answers the voice's question about their location. A moment later, a hand reaches out, flinging open the curtain to reveal the group's mysterious young master, a girl no older than early teens. From where he stands, Gao Pang wonders why someone so wealthy is in a place so desolate. His question is answered quickly. The girl instructs her guards to distribute food to the starving refugees. Her heart is certainly in the right place. Still, Gao Pang notes she doesn't understand how dangerous such kindness can be at the border of a war-torn kingdom. Before he can decide their next move, Gao Pang notices the driver, Jiang, staring at their group suspiciously. Then Jiang quietly tells his men, they might be spies. So much for this being a clean undercover mission. At least Jiang assumes they are meringue spies, not ancient tribesmen. He begins ordering his men into position. When Gao Pang and his team finally understand what is happening, He Wen is seconds away from a meltdown, while Yenny begins throwing blame around. Gao Pang, however, stays perfectly calm. He tells his team to stay focused and act, not panic. Easier said than done. Meanwhile, something far worse is happening among the refugees. One man lifts his head and smirks maliciously beneath his hood. Before anyone registers the danger, his body erupts into raging wood energy. Vines explode outward, instantly frying a nearby guard and skewering the foul-mouthed bird atop the carriage. Zhang screams for his young lady's safety and summons his beast. As it forms, he orders it to attack with split-space deception. The energy wave is unmistakably Saint Tier. Gao Pang silently notes that they have been in this world less than a week and have already met 2 Saint Tier trainers. With the tree monster temporarily cleaved in half, Shuang rushes to check on his master, but Gao Pang warns Renhan, this isn't set over. Sure enough, the creature's shredded remains begin to grow again, spreading across the entire Minggu wall. Gao Pang orders his team to retreat before the entire city is consumed. Moments later, the tree has become colossal, absorbing life essence from corpses and the living alike. The team is horrified, but they manage to keep their composure. Down on the battlefield, Sheng urges his master to get back in the carriage so he can handle things. It is a very stupid plan. His familiar fires attack after attack, but for every branch destroyed, 2 more sprout. From their vantage point, Gao Pang notices that Shuang's blue-white giant tiger familiar is being slowly devoured by the tree. Its attention is split between protecting the carriage and fighting. The tiger will fall soon. While the team debates the situation, Gao Pang summons his second oldest familiar, Dumby, and orders him to purify the dead souls and extract useful memories. Dumby completes the task instantly and hands Gao Pang a memory crystal containing the local language. Gao Pang presses his palm to it and enters a dreamlike absorption state. Behind him, the team marvels at how a quasi-god trainer always has another trick. Shuang's situation grows direr. His tiger is barely protecting the girl while he fights on. When he finally spots an opening near the monster's core, he dashes in, only to discover it is a trap. The monster unleashes a massive energy blast. Shuang dodges by inches. Even up on the ridge, Gao Pang's team feels the shockwave. For a plant familiar to produce that kind of destructive force is absurd. But Dumby has a different concern. The shockwave nearly jolted Gao Pang out of his memory absorption. Enraged, the death doll leaps into the battlefield. The tree monster senses the arrival of a Saint Tier entity and hesitates. Shuang reels in confusion. Did this power come from the supposed meringue spies? Do they have Saint Tier monsters? Before anyone can think further, Dumby uppercuts the monster so hard it flies. His death aura alone terrifies it into fleeing. Shuang silently thanks every ancestor he has that Dumby is not targeting him. Dumby then beats the monster into submission and captures it. When Gao Pang awakens, the battlefield is silent. He asks Dumby what happened, only for the massive plant monster to slam its head into the ground and kneel before him, begging forgiveness. Gao Pang blinks. What exactly did you do to it? Before he gets an answer, the monster forcibly separates itself from its trainer, ejecting the man violently and shouting at him to run. It vows to cover his retreat, even if it dies. Gao Pang is intrigued by its ability to break fusion, but nothing more. A heartbeat later, Dumby ends the creature with a single blast of undead energy. It should not have been that easy, at all. Once Dumby finishes absorbing the monster trainer's soul, Gao Pang wonders why both fell so easily. The monster was Saint Tier like Dumby. The only conclusion he can reach is that this world makes breakthroughs too easy. Levels here do not equal true combat strength. Of course, it is also possible that the plant creature was simply weak. His team, however, is astonished. They immediately begin discussing the legends they've heard about him. Zai stands off to the side, frustration twisting his expression. To their collective surprise, Shang approaches and thanks Gao Pang for saving them. Even more startling, the young lady runs straight up to Gao Pang, nearly vibrating with excitement, and grabs his hands. She appears completely starstruck. She even promises without hesitation that she'll have her father appoint him as an officer immediately. She knows nothing about him, but her hero worship is intense. Dumbfounded, the team stares. Gao Peng keeps his cool, and using the newly learned local language, politely asks, "Are you a princess?" She beams. Yes. Even Gao Peng has to pause in disbelief. Gao Peng is stunned by how clueless the princess seems. Behind him, his team whispers among themselves, trying to guess what is happening. Some even wonder if Gao Peng is being seduced by the girl. Fat chance. The man is as dense as a brick of solid lead. When Zai is asked for his opinion, he simply scoffs. Back with Gao Peng, he apologizes to the princess, explaining that he cannot accept her reward or accompany her. He spins a believable story. He and his siblings are traveling on a training journey ordered by their master atop a distant mountain. The princess accepts this instantly. Zhang, however, is cautious. He does not wish to accuse them, but he points out that the nearby town, where Gao Peng claims to be from, was recently wiped out. There is no longer anyone alive to confirm his words. Before Zhang can press further, Gao Peng bids them farewell and hurries back to his team. The moment he reaches them, he makes a beeline to leave. Even when the princess and her retainer call after him, he only shouts another goodbye. He cannot afford to linger, because if they learn that none of his team can speak the local language, this entire mission collapses. You would think someone would have considered that before sending in an undercover squad. But something else is worrying Gao Peng more than language barriers. He can practically feel how restless Zai has become. Something is about to happen. That night, the team rests in an inn. Most sleep soundly, except those kept awake by Lu's monstrous building-shaking snores. One bed, however, is suspiciously empty. Its occupant slips out of the room unseen, cloaked and silent, and makes his way far beyond the city walls. Only when he reaches the barren outskirts does he pull back his hood to reveal himself. Zhai. With a smug grin, he calls into the darkness, asking Gao Peng if he is tired of following him yet. Sure enough, Gao Peng steps out of hiding, assisted by the stealth ability of the great dragon ant. Zai asks why he is bothering with him when he already has more than enough trouble. He claims he admires Gao Peng as a true genius, unlike himself who had to suffer to reach his level. Honestly, he just sounds jealous. Before Gao Peng can respond, Zai summons his familiar and fuses with it in one seamless motion. The beast roars into the sky, and Gao Peng stares in disbelief. Did you actually break through to quasi-god tier? Zai, now in his quasi-god fusion state, declares confidently that defeating Gao Peng will be child's play. Spoiler, it won stit. Gao Peng smiles at the arrogance and snaps his fingers. Fishy, awakened from his nap in chibi form, blinks groggily and demands to know what is happening. Zai interprets Gao Peng's casual summoning as mockery and becomes enraged. That is his biggest mistake. Because Fishy hears the insult too. And when the Sea Emperor feels disrespected, he annihilates first and asks questions never. In an instant, Fishy transforms into his true god form, towering over Zhai Sip's fused beast by a full 1.5 meters. Zhai can only shout in fury and disbelief. How is your familiar this strong after just evolving? Fishy offers no explanation. Instead, he swallows Zhai whole. A moment later, the king of the ocean spits out a particularly disgusting object and wrinkles his nose. What is that? The disgusting object, a severed finger, suddenly shoots into the air, trying to escape. It doesn't get far. Fishy shrinks back into chibi form and pulls out the golden labyrinth artifact. At Gao Peng's command, he traps the finger inside. The finger, desperate, begins speaking. It promises Gao Peng incredible power, something Fishy shuts down immediately by smacking it with the labyrinth. Jealousy or not, Fishy is determined to remain the only deity Gao Peng relies on. When Gao Peng identifies it as the severed finger of the plague god, Fishy freezes in shock. He grudgingly hands it over. The finger system window warns of a catastrophic contagion. Ignoring this, the finger begins rambling non-stop about how much power it can grant. Annoyed, Gao Peng tells Fishy to eat it. Panicked, the finger screams that it has an unbelievably precious treasure it can lead Gao Peng to, its greatest divine possession. That finally makes Gao Peng pause. He turns back with an eager, wicked grin. The finger swears it will tell him everything the moment Gao Peng signs a blood contract. Fishy is furious. He warns Gao Peng that deities like this cannot be trusted. Corruption is a slippery slope, and the plague god is the last being anyone should bind themselves to. In the end, Gao Peng accepts Fishy's judgment and nods. Fishy immediately devours the finger. Surely he didn't do all that just for a snack, right? Fortunately, Dumby can extract the memories from the finger's soul. Most of the memories Dumby extracted from the severed finger are fragmented. But crucially, the location of the treasure is perfectly preserved. Along with that come scattered scenes of how the plague god ascended to divinity, the cult it built, and the event that ultimately led to its downfall. Unfortunately, the treasure's location is practically useless for now. According to Dumby, even using the Great Dragon Ant as a mount, it would take an entire week to reach it. As much as it pains him, Gao Pang has to consider giving up on the treasure for the moment. He can't abandon his team. The next morning, Bai Huan, Yenny, Hangyi, and Qing Qing wait outside Gao Pang's room as he requested. 3 members, Lu, Yanong, and Zhai, are nowhere to be found. The group mutters theories among themselves, but falls silent when Gao Pang arrives. When he asks where the others are and is told they are gone, he simply says they should be considered deserters. There's no need to wait for them anymore. It feels a little harsh. Lu wasn't even that bad. Without hesitation, Gao Pang announces they're heading to Ock and walks off. The remaining 4 huddle together and discuss whether they should continue following him. Most agree they should stick together. Still, they're confused when Huan explains their new destination is west of Mingyao, despite them currently being southeast of Mingyao, meaning they will have to travel across the entire kingdom. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Pang hears their whispers loud and clear. He smirks to himself. This new route will allow him to reach the Plague God's treasure without leaving the team. After all, Ock is the city where the Plague God's cult was formed. If questioned, he can simply say that traveling from one end of the kingdom to the other will yield the most intel, and technically he's not even lying. Ah, the fine art of strategic nonsense. Truly a beautiful thing. The team journeys across the entire Mingyu kingdom over many days. One night, as everyone turns in, Gao Pang stays awake. Earlier, unnoticed, he added a calming agent to dinner, strong enough to keep the entire camp deeply asleep. Now he can slip out, pursue the Plague God's treasure, and return before dawn, all without being discovered. Hood up, he executes the plan. Far from camp, he summons Dumby and tells him to continue refining the bone from the Plague God's finger. While Dumby absorbs its essence, Gao Pang mutters to himself about how brilliant he is and how flawlessly his plans work. Soon the refinement completes, just in time. They are approaching their destination. About a week later, the team finally reaches the gates of the city, known by apparently 3 or 4 different names. For sanity's sake, Gao Pang decides to call it Rockin' City. While the others study the primitive architecture, Gao Pang notices something concerning at the entrance. A long line of people is being inspected by a strange mirror artifact. Every citizen passing through is scanned. Huan explains that it seems to verify identity. Huan Mei is on the verge of a breakdown. Gao Pang reassures them and tells them to keep watching. Soon they witness a young girl being flagged by the mirror. The guards immediately escort her away. The team tenses, but it turns out the mirror is only detecting remnants of the Plague God's cult. With this new insight, and a glance at the mirror's status window, Gao Pang is confident they are safe. Even so, Gao Pang and Fishy are in the mood for a little mischief. When the mirror scans Gao Pang, it simply reads the abundant water aura surrounding him as belonging to someone with a water-type mythical beast. Technically correct. What it isn't prepared for is the overwhelming presence of the Sea Emperor. Inside Gao Pang's mental space, Fishy unleashes his full divine aura upon the mirror's consciousness. The mirror experiences something akin to drowning in an ocean made of pure terror. Back in reality, the mirror violently recoils and hides behind the guard. The guard barely reacts. He simply dismisses the behavior as the mirror being cowardly again. He briefly wonders what about Gao Pang caused such a reaction, but since no alarm was triggered, he waves the group through. Completely unaware that Gao Pang and Fishy are mentally celebrating the absolute destruction they just inflicted on this embarrassingly fragile security system, he lets them enter, and that is the end, for now. Gao Pang is scamming his way past security to enter the rock city of Aki and reach the hidden treasure. As the guard finally moves to let him through, Gao Pang slyly asks whether, if he is short, he really needs any closer inspection. Luckily for him and his team, the guard simply laughs it off and comments that someone strong enough to frighten their inspection mirror could never belong to the Dao One sect. Gao Pang is no genius, but he can guess the guard is referring to the Plague God's cult they are actively hunting for. Gao Pang thanks the guard and mentions that he has some friends with him. His luck remains strong. The guard decides that if they are with Gao Pang, then they are all clear. Before letting them leave the queue, the guard hands Gao Pang an identity token, granting him free passage throughout the city. Gao Pang accepts it without hesitation, thanks him again, and the group heads in. That night, Gao Pang's teammates engage in the usual antics expected of a group on a super-secret spy mission to an unfamiliar region. They play card games, throw tantrums, and snore loud enough to keep their poor leader from getting a moment's peace. Meanwhile, Gao Pang himself has far more pressing matters to handle. He summons the fused dragon ant and merges with it to move more efficiently. Then, within the dragon ant's body, he dashes out through the window to begin his personal mission. Before long, Gao Pang, still in the form of the dragon ant, arrives at a specific hill just outside Rock City. According to the Plague God's memories which he absorbed earlier, the hidden treasure should be located here. Sure enough, he spots the exact platform that stood out so vividly in those memories. Crashing into it, he uncovers a concealed passageway leading underground. The interior is darker than an orphan joke, so he activates eye pupil to illuminate the surroundings. Much to his delight, the cave is identical to what he saw in the Plague God's memories. With his goal now within reach, Gao Pang hurries deeper inside. Eventually, he arrives at a spirit pool clearly infused with poison-type energy. Rather than being repulsed, Gao Pang examines it with interest. According to the Plague God's recollections, his followers used countless rare spirits and essences to cultivate this pool. As Gao Pang considers the pool's properties, he suddenly witnesses a strange pig emerging from it. Knowing better than to judge by appearances, he immediately claims to be a believer in the Plague God when the creature asks. For a mere 3 seconds, the pig seems satisfied, until it abruptly transforms into a terrifying visage and demands whether Gao Pang knows its name. Fortunately, the Plague God's memories come through once again, revealing that the creature's name is Little Ming. Hearing his own name, the pig calms down, allowing Gao Pang to inspect its status window in peace. Evidently, this little creature is a quasi-god. Little Ming points him toward the treasure trove and lets him pass. Gao Pang silently thanks the Plague God's memories for saving his life yet again. Soon Gao Pang reaches his destination. With a dramatic push, he opens the massive stone doors before him, only to find an empty cavern. The hall is devoid of any treasure, relic, or divine artifact. Once he finishes yelling and throwing a small temper tantrum, Gao Pang separates from the dragon ant and tries to think rationally. Considering how deeply engraved this location was in the Plague God's mind, there must be something important hidden here. That is when he notices a corner filled with ordinary-looking urns. Each jar is sealed with iron blocks, and Gao Pang can sit help wondering what on earth has been stored this way. Just then, Fishy abruptly summons himself and immediately starts shrieking about the smell of God Sit's tint. Perhaps old age has finally worn down Fishy's brain, because he begins hopping excitedly from jar to jar, examining them with childlike enthusiasm. Gao Pang, confused by this bizarre display, asks him what this God's tint even is. Judging from Fishy's delight, Gao Pang wonders if these jars hold some rare treasure as well. Fishy responds with a toothy grin and says that God's tint is something the Plague God personally prepared. He adds only that it is extremely valuable for gods, nothing more. Then without warning, he leaps headfirst into one of the jars and practically drowns himself in it. Gao Pang can only stare awkwardly, wondering why someone as greedy as Fishy would share something so precious. Even Gao Pang isn't that greedy, probably. Sensing that something is off, Gao Pang uses the system to inspect the substance. According to the window, God's tint is an elixir created through countless complex steps and extraordinarily rare materials. The description is vague and does not specify any ingredients, but one thing is clear: this substance is far beyond Gao Pang's current level, making it highly valuable. Without wasting any time, Gao Pang summons every familiar that can physically fit inside the cave and orders them to start working. He instructs Goldie to open the jars while telling him that Fishy is sharing an incredible treasure with them. This is not technically a lie, he supposes. Much like Gao Pang himself, Goldie is baffled that someone as greedy as Fishy would share anything with others. Still muttering about this impossibility, Goldie breaks the seal on one of the jars. Gao Pang rushes closer, eager to get a proper look at what's inside. As he studies the strange liquid, stirring it with the spoon that Silly provided, he comes face to face with a mummified corpse rising out of it. Naturally, his first reaction is to unleash several choice curses as his heartbeat explodes into panic. Seeing Gao Pang's distress, Fishy sighs and explains that the corpse is simply a monster used in the creation of God's tint. That calms the human down, mostly. Once he regains his composure, Gao Pang orders Flammy to consume the substance inside the jar. Understandably, Flammy hesitates. After witnessing the contents himself, no sane being would rush to drink it. However, a bit of taunting from Goldie is more than enough to provoke the bird into action, and he slurps up the godly mixture. To everyone's surprise, Flemmy finds the stuff delicious. Mere seconds later, he erupts into a blazing inferno as overwhelming energy surges through him, accidentally setting Goldie on fire in the process. Definitely not intentional. Definitely. Gao Pang quickly has Frosty cool both familiars down with a blast of icy air. As Frosty evaluates the lingering effects of the substance, he reports that even he can feel his elemental control and overall strength rising by several levels. Hearing that, Fishy remarks that this batch of God's tint must have been made from a beast of perfect quality or higher, something exceedingly rare. Gao Peng finally understands just how valuable this treasure is. Even epic-tier familiars are considered luxuries among the ancient tribes, and they are even rarer on Earth. For such creatures to be used merely as ingredients in a medicinal elixir would drive tribal elders insane. More importantly, this discovery helps Gao Peng grasp why the plague god is capable of unleashing such catastrophic destruction. Fishy continues his explanation, revealing that every 2 years, countless spiritual materials, living and otherwise, are added to each batch of God's tint. With 81 jars present here, Fishy concludes that the plague god spent an entire century building up this resource. Then, slipping back into his usual flippant manner, Fishy encourages everyone to dig in, Goldie especially. As the familiars feast, Fishy privately laments that he cannot keep all of this for himself. The others do not even understand its true worth, but he owes his restoration to Gao Peng, and because of that, he will do whatever small thing he can to help his comrades. He does have a heart, occasionally. Sometime later, all of Gao Peng's summoned familiars lie sprawled out in exhaustion after devouring far too much divine elixir. Poor Goldie sulks, depressed that even after all this, he still hasn't grown a single strand of hair. Truly tragic. With business concluded, Gao Peng stores the remaining jars inside Silly's storage space. Then he places a box of low-tier monster cores nearby, something to mislead any future intruders, so they do not realize he already took the real treasure. Without further delay, Gao Peng merges back into the dragon ant, and heads out the same way he entered. On his way out, the pig from earlier calls after him, asking if he is leaving so soon. Ever the master of accidental self-sabotage, Gao Peng says he must return to report back to his lord. In response, the pig suddenly releases a powerful aura and makes a chilling statement. They already knew from the beginning that he was dead, because part of Morgie rests inside the dragon ant's body. Confused, Gao Peng turns toward the pig, unsure what it means. He can only hope this confrontation does not escalate into a fight. A provoked quasi-god in its own domain is the definition of a nightmare. Just as he braces for the worst, the pig casually says that if it wanted to eat him, it would have done so already. It then addresses Gao Peng directly rather than the dragon ant. With that, Gao Peng is officially exposed. The pig claims that Gao Peng knowing its name proves he must have a close relationship with its master. Sure, that is totally the reason. Gao Peng decides it is wiser to simply laugh along. While they speak, the pig, Little Ming, finally reveals its full form, not just its head. If its mood swings were shocking, its physical transformation is even more so, the head of a pig perched atop the long serpentine body of a snake. Little Ming slithers closer to the dragon ant and makes an unusual request. It wants Gao Peng to separate from his familiar and pinch its ears, just like its old master used to. Though understandably hesitant, Gao Peng is ultimately powerless against the pleading of a strangely endearing creature. He separates from the dragon ant and grants Little Ming the ear pinching it desires. The pig enters a state of pure bliss, and Gao Peng reluctantly admits that the interaction is oddly pleasant. Once they finish, he announces that he should be going and turns to leave the cave. But then things get stranger still. Little Ming wraps its snake-like body around Gao Peng's arm and clings tightly. Strangely enough, it releases him the very moment Gao Peng orders Little Ming to let go in a stern voice, remarking that the pig is behaving exactly like a trained dog. To test his theory, he gives it a series of random commands. Sure enough, the pig-snake hybrid follows every instruction with eager obedience. It really is a trained pet looking for a new master. After giving the creature a thorough round of petting, Gao Peng is somewhat unsettled when it earnestly proclaims, "You're a good person." Still, seeing its sincerity, he makes a genuine offer. If the pig wants, it can come with him, and he will become its new master. The offer is rejected immediately. The pig explains that its old master warned it that both people and monsters outside are extremely dangerous. As Gao Peng silently wonders whether the pig has any awareness of its own overwhelming power, it begins trying to bargain with him, offering ways he could stay here and live comfortably with it instead of leaving. Naturally, that is not an option, so Gao Peng makes one more attempt to convince Little Ming that he can protect it even out in the world beyond. But right as he begins persuading, the dragon ant suddenly releases an immense aura and collapses to one knee. Alarmed, Gao Peng demands to know what is happening. Fishy pops into existence to explain that dragon ant is breaking through to Saint Tier, thanks to all the god's tint he consumed. Internally, Gao Peng is stunned by how absurdly fast the upgrade took effect. More importantly, the breakthrough will attract unwanted attention, ruining his cover. He asks Dragon Ant if he can suppress the breakthrough temporarily, but the familiar is already trembling from the effort of even delaying it. Seeing no other choice, Gao Peng jumps onto Dragon Ant's back and orders him to make a run for it so they can at least hide while the breakthrough completes. As they rush out, Little Ming is left behind, heartbroken, asking if they are really abandoning him. Just as he turns away in despair, a hand reaches down from above. Gao Peng has lingered just long enough to snag the little guy and pull him along. Smiling down at the pig, snake curled in his grip, Gao Pang asks one last time if it wants to come with him. This time the answer comes instantly, and with that, Gao Pang's strange little family grows by yet another unusual member. Meanwhile, chaos erupts at a military camp outside Yan'an City. Inside one of the tents, a soldier reports that the remnants of the Datterone sect in custody have finally cracked and revealed the identity of their high priest. The moment the general hears the name, he explodes with fury. It is someone he personally handled business for in the past. At his command, troops mobilize to lock down the fortress and capture the leader of the Plague God's followers. The general is clearly taking this one personally. High in the sky beyond Rock City, flying familiars patrol as a massive barrier forms around the city, turning it into a trap. Down below, an inn employee comments on how things are spiraling out of control. As fate would have it, this very inn is where Gao Pang's team spent the night. The group is in the middle of wondering where on earth Gao Pang wandered off to when the man himself casually walks through the door. Instantly, his teammates unite to deliver the mother of all frustrated glares. Confused, Gao Pang tries to figure out what he could have possibly done wrong. In his mind, he only evolved the dragon ant and finally got some proper sleep for the first time in ages, but apparently a lot has happened while he was unconscious. Before he can process anything, an announcement blares across the citywide audio system, telling all civilians to stay indoors to avoid getting caught in the crossfire of the impending conflict. Tension rises, and the inn's customers begin panicking. Thankfully, the innkeeper steps forward with a warm, reassuring voice. He tells everyone they have nothing to fear. The general is only targeting the Datterone sect, and the civilians merely need to stay indoors to avoid collateral damage. One of Gao Pang's teammates approaches and quietly asks what their plan is. Gao Pang simply replies that they should follow the innkeeper's advice, keep to themselves, and enjoy the food and hospitality. Truly, he has become a professional at minding his own business. Outside the inn, high above the city, a battle erupts as Yin Shangxi is declared guilty of aiding the Daowan sect. The clash shakes the city's foundations, sending civilians running like frantic, headless chickens. Gao Pang, however, remains entirely unfazed and continues picking at his meal. His teammate from the White Dragon tribe watches nervously, reminding himself of the legend stating that Gao Pang never enters a battle unprepared. Surely, he reasons, Gao Pang must be strategizing. Fat chance. In reality, Gao Pang is sweating bullets, quietly panicking as he asks Fishy whether he can handle this level of conflict. Fishy, wearing a smug grin, mocks Gao Pang for showing such unbecoming behavior. Still, he follows up by assuring him that a quasi-god like himself, with access to 3 divine artifacts, can easily handle this sort of skirmish. Relieved, Gao Pang immediately regains his pompous expression and begins looking at his underlings with exaggerated pity. Meanwhile, outside the inn, the situation continues to spiral downward. Tension builds little by little until the general from earlier finally comes face to face with the criminal known as Yin Shangqi. Both men fuse with their respective beasts, preparing for a battle to the death. The general attempts to reason with Shangqi, but it is immediately clear that the man is far beyond persuasion. Seeing no point in further discussion, the general declares that Shangxi will meet his end here. As their beasts engage on the open field, Shangxi openly taunts the general, goading him into taking the first swing. The tactic works. The red dragon surges forward in an attempt to slice off a limb. When that fails, the dragon rears back and prepares to unleash a massive flaming roar, only for the roar to abruptly stop mid-breath as Shangxi counters with a poisonous roar of his own, sealing the dragon's mouth shut. While the red dragon is still stunned by the sudden sealing, Shangxi drops from above. With razor-sharp claws extended, he streaks past the dragon in a flash. A heartbeat later, the dragon's head tumbles away from its body. The battle appears to be over. Back inside the inn, Bi Hui anxiously asks if this is really all the local forces are capable of. Yu Jing joins in, wondering how the blood dragon could fall so quickly after boasting so confidently. That is when Gao Pang finally speaks. He tells his underlings to look closely. The fight is not over yet. As the others stare in confusion, Gao Pang reflects on the red dragon's regenerative ability. He knows the beast must still have a card left to play. Out on the battlefield, Shangxi reaches the same conclusion. Calling out to the general's supposedly lifeless body, he remarks that he knows a simple decapitation is nowhere near enough to kill the dragon. With no response, Shangxi sneers and announces that he will simply smash the general into pieces and see how much he can endure. He and the others inside the inn recoil in horror, but before Shangxi can act, another presence enters the fight. A strange force freezes Shangxi mid-motion, turning him rigid in place. Then, a single white projectile streaks down from the sky and drills a clean hole straight through his skull. There will be no getting up from that one. As the smoke clears, a being resembling a literal angel hovers in the sky, the White Knight. It begins mumbling about a strange feeling stirring within its heart. Back in the inn, Yuzi Jing and the others stand frozen in awe. They have just witnessed a creature of god-level power eliminate another in an instant. Gao Pang, meanwhile, is busy having a mental conversation with Fishy. The quasi-god calmly explains that the White Knight is a time-type divine beast wielding a divine artifact. Worse, the artifact is a golden-type divine variant containing 6.7% of the law of gold, an absurdly powerful combination. And if that were not enough, Fishy leans in and adds one more concern. The beast has probably already sensed Gao Pang's presence. He is cooked. As Silly starts rambling about the beast's abilities and comparing them to his own, Gao Pang pieces together the nature of this time power. He concludes that it behaves like a powerful magnetic field, influenced by the strength of those within range. This realization leads him to another. The Time Guardian is essentially a bully, avoiding any opponent with greater power and seeking dominance over anything below it. Even so, the creature is a level 97 quasi-god equipped with a god-tier weapon. Gao Pang would not worry too much if he were alone, but his team contains several liabilities who would cripple his ability to fight. Because of that, he chooses to lie low and avoid provoking the Guardian. To that end, he instructs Fishy to mask their presence. Up above, the Time Guardian relaxes the moment it feels the other quasi-god's aura vanish. Sensing no hostility, it concludes that everything is fine. Not long after, the Blood Dragon completes its regeneration, rises anew, and formally thanks the Time Guardian for its assistance. The Guardian merely tells the dragon to continue protecting the nation, and vanishes into the skies. Back at the inn, Gao Pang resolves to keep himself hidden as long as possible, even as his teammates marvel at the Blood Dragon's resilience. A few days later, Yan'an City is still struggling to recover from the devastation of the divine battle. Nearly half the city was caught in the destruction, with countless buildings ruined or reduced entirely to rubble. As Gao Pang sips coffee in his room, he gazes out at the recovering streets, thinking about how chaos has plagued the city ever since. Between the general's forces hunting down remaining rebels and the military periodically withdrawing, the cleanup is taking far longer than expected. Suddenly, a solemn procession marches down the street. A massive coffin is carried overhead, flanked by a pair of giant beasts. As the group proceeds, the leader blows a ceremonial horn. Gao Pang is struck by how many customs in this world mirror those on Earth, an unsettling thought. The procession halts in the center of the city. The leader orders his brutes to prepare sacrifices for the king of the underworld. Following instructions from the mustached officiant, several prisoners are brought forward gagged, blindfolded, and shackled. Watching from his window, Gao Pang freezes in shock. These prisoners are not just locals. They are Earthlings. At that moment, Gao Pang becomes certain of his suspicion. Their skin tone alone gives them away, something aliens have never once managed to replicate, even under the worst circumstances. Though admittedly, pink skin might complicate things. Down on the street, the human prisoners are herded into a tight cluster, while the procession leader raises his hands and begins chanting. As he finishes, a burst of energy erupts. Dust and violent winds blast upward, stinging Gao Pang's eyes. When the haze clears, the sight before him is anything but welcome. From one corner of the massive coffin, an all-consuming darkness leaks out and rises into the sky like smoke. Although Gao Pang has never seen this exact phenomenon before, its scent and feel are disturbingly familiar. Ever the reliable exposition device, Fishy informs him that the aura is the stench of death, the same origin as his second familiar, Dumby. That explains the familiar twinge in Gao Pang's senses. Before Gao Pang can think further, an enormous open palm emerges from the darkness. It curls downward over the helpless human prisoners, and in an instant, the entire group is crushed, along with several yards of ground beneath them. The procession leader exhales in relief, remarking that the ritual is almost complete. His relief quickly turns to horror. The sacrifices are gone, not dead, but missing entirely. Suddenly, in a grotesque twist, a large eye snaps open on the surface of the giant hand. It angrily demands to know where its delicious treats have gone. Terrified, the worshippers fall to their knees, begging for forgiveness. Mercy, however, is in short supply. With its intended victims vanished, the beast turns on its own followers and snatches one up by his clothing. Among the crowd, a young boy screams at the creature to release his father. Using the strongest technique of his ox familiar, he manages to free the man and even injure the monstrous hand. Unfortunately, this heroic act earns him immediate scolding from the procession leader, who calls him a fool for causing a catastrophe. The boy fires back, accusing the leader of cowardice for being terrified of a beast that couldn't even withstand his familiar strike. As dust settles, the leader regains his voice and furiously shouts at the boy, explaining that the creature they summoned was merely the offspring of Hades, and now, the real one is angry. Therapy might not be enough for this group. True to his warning, a colossal pair of red doors materializes behind the smaller beast. They creak open to reveal an enormous pair of demonic eyes. Everyone in the vicinity instantly drops to their knees, begging the king of the underworld for mercy. Up above, Gao Pang silences the rescued humans and turns toward the newest arrival. The cowardly cult leader now stands trembling before the gate, as Hades himself emerges, in the form of another giant hand, identical in shape to his child. At the leader's frantic orders, the worshippers prostrate themselves again, begging forgiveness. Hades scans the area for being stronger than himself, satisfied that none should be present, should being the key word. Just as the underworld lord prepares to unleash destruction upon his own worshippers, he and everyone nearby suddenly find themselves transported to a barren wasteland. Before Hades can express confusion or anger, a dark purple fist appears out of nowhere, grabs him and crushes him utterly. The terrifying ruler of death is destroyed in a second. Nearby, the cult leader stands in stunned silence, only to have the underworld gate itself crumble moments later. Dumby stands proudly where it once was, fully unleashed. His appearance, however, lasts all of half a second before he vanishes again, leaving the worshippers wondering what on earth just happened. As for Gao Pang, still standing at his window, he is more disappointed than impressed. For something so ominously hyped, the fight turned out to be pathetically easy. Shaking off his irritation, he finally turns his attention to the actual reason he intervened, the humans he rescued at the last moment. When he asks where they come from, one man answers that he is from the Fiery Soul tribe. Immediately, another scolds him for sharing information with the enemy, since Gao Pang is still in disguise. Gao Pang barely hears them. He doesn't recognize any Fiery Soul tribe, and their dialect is unlike anything used in the ancient tribes. That, combined with their earthling appearance, leads him to conclude they must be indigenous to Guanxi, sharing some distant ancestry with ancient humans. Turning back, Gao Pang asks how they plan to survive without spirit beasts or identification. Their silence makes it clear they have no plan at all. At that moment, an elderly man steps forward. He is the most open of the group and politely asks Gao Pang what he suggests, praising him with an embarrassing amount of flattery. After a brief moment of thought, Gao Pang decides, if they guide him to their tribe, he will guarantee safe passage and ensure they reach it unharmed. Predictably, the younger men recoil, furious at the idea of revealing their home to someone they don't trust. The elder, however, trusts Gao Pang completely and agrees immediately. Great man, far too gullible though. For now, Gao Pang instructs the humans to rest and recover, before meeting him the next day to begin the journey. A few hours later, they regroup in a small grove outside the city limits, where Gao Pang and his team await them. After pinpointing their destination on a map with the old man's help, Gao Pang announces that they will be heading to the Minggu Kingdom. All the elder has to do is keep his people in order. Gao Pang will handle transportation and resources. Later that night, while the rest of the group settles into their tents, Gao Pang keeps watch. Unknown to everyone else, the dragon ant approaches him in its camouflage state and reports on the humans' private conversations. As Gao Pang suspected, they have been talking behind his back and withholding something important. The only useful detail Dragon Ant managed to retrieve is that their kin lives somewhere to the south. Before Dragon Ant can elaborate, Fishy bursts out with an urgent warning. 3 powerful entities are rushing toward them, and all 3 are demigods. Gao Pang immediately goes on high alert and tells his team to prepare. His teammates struggle to form ranks, still unfamiliar with the local language, but their confusion pales in comparison to what emerges next. From the tree line ahead, 2 figures stumble out. They are none other than Lahu and Yan Hong, the 2 deserters who left their team seeking personal glory. Judging from their beaten, bloody forms, it has not gone well for them. Sen wastes no time mocking them, but Behuishuan focuses on something far more worrying from the looks of them. The pair has clearly been tortured, and knowing these 2, it wouldn't be surprising if they already spilled everything. His fears prove correct when Yan Hong suddenly screams out to seemingly no one, "These are the people." Before Yuzi Jing can even yell at him, a massive figure stomps out of the forest and slams a hoof down onto Yan Hong's back, grinding him into the mud. The attacker is a towering centaur-like beast clad in blue armor, roaring accusations at Gao Pang's team for daring to cause trouble in his kingdom. Off to the side, the old man finally pieces things together. The people who rescued them must also be Redbloods. With their options limited, both by hostile forces and the liabilities among their own humans, Huishuan turns to Gao Pang and asks what they should do. Gao Pang is equally concerned but hides it well. He can handle the water-based demigod centaur and the shadow spider lurking in the tree line, but the real threat is the time guardian floating above them, wielding a divine artifact. The only comparable being he has encountered before is the celestial jade beast, which also wielded a divine artifact tied to the gold element. Surrounded, outnumbered, and exposed far earlier than anticipated, Gao Pang's priority becomes clear: Get the humans out safely. He instructs Hushuan to take command and calm them down. Gao Peng will teleport them to another realm momentarily, despite the awkward reality that he still cannot speak their language. Oh well. As everyone gathers close, Gao Peng releases a massive cloud of fog to hide the humans' escape. In the sky, the Time Guardian scoffs at this petty trick and disperses the entire fog bank with a single breath. But he is too late. By then, everyone except Gao Peng has already been evacuated. Below, Yan Hong desperately tries to bargain for his life with the water demigod. Unfortunately for him, snitches do in fact get stitches, though in his case the demigod simply slices him apart. Back with the main battle, the Time Guardian hurls his divine artifact at Gao Peng after delivering the usual arrogant mid-fight speech. Gao Peng fuses with Fishy just in time to dodge, only to dodge again when the second strike comes. Before he can regain footing, the shadow spider snags him, and the two demigods proceed to batter him relentlessly. Seeing this, the Time Guardian frowns. Something feels wrong. A quasi-god should not be taking this kind of beating. His suspicion is correct. It is all part of Gao Peng and Fishy's plan. The moment the enemy lets down their guard, Gao Peng activates the Golden Jaws artifact and lunges at the shadow spider, intending to kill it instantly. The artifact tears through the spider with ease. As its body collapses, Fishy turns toward the centaur. The furious beast charges to save its comrade, but Fishy's tail, armed with yet another divine artifact, delivers a single crushing blow that obliterates it. Only the finishing blow remains. Oh, and the Time Guardian, that arrogant nuisance. The Time Guardian launches his divine artifact again, aiming straight for Fishy. Gao Peng attempts to dodge, but the Guardian freezes him in time mid-motion. Fortunately, Fishy still has one final divine artifact at his disposal, the Golden Lightning Brick. He hurls it into the trajectory of the incoming strike. The impact triggers a massive explosion, sending Fishy skidding violently across the sky. He barely has time to process that he survived before the Time Guardian prepares a second shot. At the very last moment, the energy the Time Guardian is charging abruptly dissipates. He freezes in shock. The golden cube, far from being destroyed, has not only survived his attack, it is actively draining his power. Terrified, the Guardian forces himself free from the cube's pull and immediately launches yet another attack at Fishy. At this point one must wonder, does this man do anything besides throw projectiles? This time, however, Fishy is unfazed. He transforms directly into his full quasi-god form and charges in for close-quarters combat. As he closes the distance, the Time Guardian suddenly asks whether Fishy is absolutely sure about this. Then he activates his signature ability, Clockwork of Time. Fishy is frozen mid-motion. In this suspended state, he listens as the Guardian smugly explains that he only pretended to be drained the moment he realized what the golden cube was doing. All he had to do was wait for the perfect moment to strike with full power. He strikes. Nothing happens. His attack does absolutely nothing to Fishy's diamond-hard skull. Baffled, the Guardian tries again, more power, more shouting, more dramatic posturing, and once again nothing changes. Fishy remains frozen, suspended in place, completely unaffected. Now the Guardian is on the brink of a tantrum. He might have actually thrown one if Fishy hadn't chosen that exact moment to break free of the time stop. The moment he does, he grabs the Guardian's divine artifact and uses it like a toothpick before finally unleashing his true power. Storm clouds churn overhead, lightning arcs through the sky. Fishy becomes the living embodiment of the ocean's wrath. Having witnessed far more than he bargained for, the Time Guardian realizes the best possible strategy: run. He instantly turns and flees with everything he has. Luckily for him, this happens at the exact moment Fishy's power burns out. Exhausted and injured, Fishy collapses from the sky before he can give chase. Inside their shared mental space, Gao Peng urgently calls out to Fishy, asking if he's alright. Fishy tries to put on a brave face, insisting he's fine, thanks entirely to Gao Peng's lessons about fighting smart, but it's clear he's barely holding on. Their priority now is to escape before any of the demigods recover or return. With that decided, Fishy deploys the golden cube behind him to hide their tracks and flies off in a random direction. In Gao Peng's mind, he examines Fishy's wounds and realizes how severe they truly are. Moments later, Fishy collapses completely and forcibly ejects Gao Peng from their fused state. Gao Peng finds himself alone in the middle of the ocean. After struggling upright and staying afloat, he pulls up Fishy's status window. As expected, it reads severely injured and unconscious. Setting aside his worry, Gao Peng focuses on their immediate safety. He summons the Dragon Ant, fuses with him, and takes to the air. This time, he orders Dragon Ant to activate stealth mode so no one can track them. For 3 straight days, Gao Peng flies over the ocean and sky. Toward the end of the 3rd day, Dragon Ant notices a cavern carved into a mountainside. At his suggestion, they enter to check whether it could serve as a temporary base. Even with a quick glance, it is clear the cave is large enough for all their needs. Once they land inside and defuse, Gao Pang summons Silly, who immediately tackles him in a panicked hug. One of his oldest familiars was terrified of losing him. Gao Pang spends several minutes comforting him, assuring him that everything is fine. After calming Silly down, he has him release all the humans stored in his pocket dimension. Once the group is out, Gao Pang briefs Huishuan on their situation, and puts him in charge of settling the humans while he explores deeper inside the cave. He heard flowing water earlier, and he needs it to heal Fishy. Sure enough, he finds a freshwater stream not far inside. He gently places Fishy's unconscious body into the water so it can begin speeding up his recovery. Suddenly Goldie appears and starts comforting Gao Pang as if he's attending a funeral. This proves too much for Fishy's pride. He erupts from unconsciousness just long enough to curse Goldie into oblivion before immediately passing out again. That checks out. Even more suddenly, Hammy materializes inside the stream with Fishy, announcing that Gao Pang was absolutely right. The world is indeed dangerous. Hard to argue with that after the night they just survived. Gao Pang tells Hammy not to worry. He has no intention of making him fight. Before long, all of Gao Pang's familiars gather around Fishy to show their support. Silly even pours an entire bottle of treasured fruit peel essence straight into Fishy's mouth to aid his healing. With that taken care of, Gao Pang steps away to speak with Hui Xuan. Most of the conversation is reassurance, mainly that he ensured they weren't being followed, and that he was not the one who killed their former teammates, even though he admits he wouldn't have if he had the choice. Partway through Gao Pang's conversation with Huishuan, the elderly man from the rescued humans approaches as well. Gao Pang and Huishuan explain their identities as spies so the elder understands they are in fact humans like the rest of them. Huishuan notes that ever since they revealed this, almost all the hostility the humans initially felt toward them has vanished, which is undeniably a good sign. While the main group deals with settling down, two particular familiars decide to embark on an adventure of their own. Slicey has convinced Mousy to join him in hunting for treasure, anything that might impress Gao Pang while they're here. Unaware of the danger, the two happily sneak off into the forest, but lurking outside the cavern is something sinister, something waiting for prey foolish enough to stray. Not far from the humans' temporary shelter lies another cave, one that houses a trio of apex predators so deadly that anyone who sees them rarely survives long enough to tell the tale. As the three beasts emerge from their lair, their fearsome nature is quickly revealed to be misleading. They are fluffy, three-headed, yes, but essentially one giant puffball. Like true siblings, the three heads immediately begin arguing over who gets more food and who should fetch it next. Watching from the bushes, Slicey and Mousy observe with equal parts fascination and bewilderment. Deciding to continue tailing the bizarre three-headed dog, the unlikely pair follows it deeper into the forest. The heads argue about whether they should go home before their mother gets angry, but the pointy-eared head, henceforth Pointy, convinces the others to keep exploring and deal with scolding later. As they wander, the middle head, now dubbed Doggo, suddenly screams about food and charges off without warning. The trio arrives at a semi-enclosed cave where a beetle-like creature sits atop a pile of rocks. Instantly, the third head, Fluffy, declares that something feels off, but Pointy is overconfident, and Doggo is simply too hungry and too stupid to care. Together, the adorable idiots leap at the lone beetle ready to tear it apart. Unfortunately for them, this particular beetle is Slicey. A heartbeat later, Slicey has already analyzed every weak point on their shared body. He darts in, slicing them with surgical precision. The cuts are so clean they don't register for a moment until pain hits, and all three heads collapse in screaming agony. They go unconscious almost immediately. By the time they wake, Slicey is already dragging their limp, oversized body back to camp like a personal prize. Early the next morning, Gao Pang visits Fishy in his recovery pool. His other familiars are piled together nearby in a tangled mass of fur, feathers, and scales. Gao Pang is smiling in relief, watching Fishy heal, when he first hears the sound of three voices loudly arguing. His confusion evaporates as Slicey arrives, dragging the three-headed monstrosity straight to him while they continue bickering about whose fault this entire mess is. Pointy and Fluffy gang up on Doggo, declaring him the worst leader in history. Doggo sulks. Gao Pang watches Slicey and Mousy interrogating the three-headed dog like they're hardened criminals, wondering what disaster the pair has stumbled into now. More importantly, the dog's status window catches his eye. They are a level 71 Emperor tier hell dog. That gets his attention. He finally steps in and asks what on earth everyone is doing. Slicey, with perfect deadpan seriousness, tells Gao Pang that he brought some dog meat for them to feast on and they should eat it before it spoils. This beetle makes his first major appearance in dozens of chapters and immediately threatens to butcher a sacred beast. The dogs understandably are horrified. Pointy and Doggo immediately resume their argument, now screaming over who is to blame for getting caught and dragged into this nightmare. Gao Pang stands there helplessly, watching the chaos unfold, still unsure how any of this happened. Eventually Slicey has enough and breaks up the bickering with a threat of knocking both their heads into the dirt. With the dogs quiet, he proudly reports to Gao Peng that he and Mousy captured this feast just for him. The three heads suddenly put everything together. If this beetle is terrifying, then Gao Peng, his master, must be even worse. So, inspired by pure survival instinct, they begin performing the stupidest tricks imaginable to prove their usefulness. Pointy tries to dance. Fluffy attempts to sing. Doggo starts eating rocks. Gao Peng's patience snaps instantly. He tells Slicey to go ahead and eat the idiots. Horrified, the three heads roll on the ground, begging for their lives, promising to be the best guard dogs ever created. Three heads are better than one, they argue desperately. Gao Peng remains unconvinced. But their salvation arrives from an unexpected source. Goldie walks in. Goldie takes one look at the three-headed creature and casually asks if he can keep it as his steed. Pointy protests, insisting this is beneath their pride. Fluffy immediately counters that it's still better than being eaten. Doggo nods vigorously. And just like that, the decision is made. The three-headed Emperor Tier Helldog becomes Goldie's mount, and the matter is settled. Gao Peng tells Goldie that from this moment on, he is solely responsible for the three-headed dog and anything it does. With that, the duck proudly rides off on his new mount, overflowing with glee. Right then, Hua Xuan arrives and asks if Gao Peng has really acquired yet another familiar. Gao Peng clarifies that this one is more of a pet than anything else. Finally, it is Mousy's turn to be acknowledged for helping capture the dog. Gao Peng has no idea what exactly the mouse contributed to the operation, but he praises him anyway and promises plenty of food and drink for his efforts. Immediately afterward, Gao Peng gets back to business with Hua Xuan, as they discuss the disguised potion and how to present their true identities to the humans. Sticking to their original decision, they choose to forego the potion and show everyone who they really are. 2 days later, the effect of their current disguise wears off, and for the first time in weeks, the spy team appears in their natural human skin. The elder is overjoyed to discover that their saviors share the same heritage as the Fiery Soul tribe. Even the younger members express excitement. Seeing such a powerful summoner emerge from their own people fills them with pride. Later that day, after a lengthy trek, the group arrives at a massive swamp. According to the elder, crossing this sea of clouds will finally bring them to the Li tribe. Before anything else, he turns to Gao Peng once more to apologize for hiding their tribe's name earlier. Gao Peng understands. What concerns him far more is the swamp itself. It is so dense that even Flammy's eyes cannot see through it. Worse, Dazi reports sensing a great deal of violent energy within the mist. Hoping to avoid disaster, Gao Peng asks if there is any alternate path, but the elder quickly shuts that idea down. There is no way around, and going over the swamp is equally impossible due to a terrifying presence lurking in the sky above. For the first time since recovering, Fishy speaks from Gao Peng's shoulder. He comments that he senses a massive behemoth within the lake ahead. The body of water is enormous. They will need a plan. Fishy lays it out clearly. First, Gao Peng should store everyone inside Silly, just like before. Then, Gao Peng will fuse with Fishy, and the two of them will stealthily swim past any guards and enter the village unnoticed. Gao Peng is worried about Fishy's health, but the familiar insists he is fit enough to handle this. Unbeknownst to any of them, deep in the center of the lake sits a monstrous creature that devours anything foolish enough to approach. While they were talking, something stirred deep in the center of the lake. Beneath the blue water, a massive black creature slowly pushed upward, parting the currents as it advanced. Smaller species scattered in terror. Without warning, the creature lunged forward and slammed into a water snake, killing it instantly. Down below, hidden beneath the swampy depths, Fatty Big C had already discovered a giant clam, its shell trembling faintly. No wonder there had been no sense of danger in the lake. This creature had masked everything. Fatty Big C drooled greedily at the sight. If it could devour that clam, its level would rise by at least 2 stages. Gao Peng, meanwhile, was focused entirely on analyzing the holy level water python that Fatty Big C had just driven off. He had to admit, whenever Fatty Big C entered its hunting state, its entire personality shifted. The usually goofy fish turned calculating, cold-blooded, brutal, patient, and sharp, everything an exceptional predator needed to be. Gao Peng finally asked, "How sips the situation?" Fatty Big C replied that the creature was merely a clam that had not fully awakened. Its attacks were nothing but instinctive reactions, wrapped in a thin layer of illusion. Anyone unfamiliar with its nature would assume it was awake and avoid approaching, giving up the chance to ambush it. Fatty Big C grinned triumphantly. It claimed it could generate the strongest possible force in an instant. With that, Fatty Big C took out the endless reincarnation maze. As it examined the cracks along its surface, memories surged back. It had survived only because of these 2 treasures. Without them, it would have long since fallen into a deep, helpless sleep. It stroked the endless reincarnation maze with a sorrowful expression. Both this maze and the Sea Emperor Devouring Tooth carried old cracks across their surfaces. Still, the Devouring Tooth seemed to have absorbed enough nutrients recently to heal. The maze, however, required external power to repair. Absorbing ambient spiritual energy was far too slow. Fatty Big C summoned the Endless Reincarnation Maze and the Sea Emperor Devouring Tooth. Instantly, a burst of light erupted, blue rays unfurled and spiraled upward with the wind. The light swelled, grew brighter, and shot into the sky. Fatty Big C explained that reversing devouring power created a force of repulsion. As it spoke, a sharp-eyed, skull-headed spear formed from the swirling blue radiance, Fatty Big C's own creation. It launched the spear at impossible speed. Under the lake, ice crystals suddenly exploded outward, forming a towering iceberg that rose from beneath the water. Even the bat circling high above froze mid-flight when it saw the blazing light below. The iceberg shot upward, slammed into the bat, and sent it crashing down. Inside the iceberg, a strange bottle-shaped object became visible. Fatty Big C burst from the water and hovered above, admiring its creation with deep satisfaction. It laughed loudly, proud of its handiwork, as the iceberg began to crack. The ground trembled. A sudden explosion burst from within the ice. The bottle tumbled free, shattered and broken. Fatty Big C smiled darkly at the sight. Gao Peng examined the jade hidden inside the ruined vessel. Recognition flickered across his face, but before he could speak, the pearl within emitted a blinding light. He shielded his eyes, but the intensity overwhelmed him. His vision went white. His consciousness slipped. He collapsed. When Gao Peng finally awoke, he gasped in horror. He was lying in a hospital bed, his body drained of strength. Confused, he muttered, "Where is this?" He pushed himself up, glancing around the room, and only then noticed the bandages on his legs. He clutched his head, struggling to remember what he had been doing. His mind was empty. Before he could gather his thoughts, the door opened and a nurse walked in. Her eyes widened when she saw him awake, and a gloomy smile crept across her face. "You are finally awake," she said. "Luckily, someone came to visit you." Gao Peng stiffened. Someone had come to visit? Footsteps approached. A familiar voice called his name. "Gao Peng, how are you?" He stared in shock as his parents entered the room. Their eyes were as dark as ink, yet full of emotion. His father scolded him worriedly. "You stinky brat, why do you make us worry so much?" Gao Peng's face shifted. His expression darkened. He called out to them quietly, his voice trembling. His mother gently stroked his head and asked him a few soft questions, while his father reassured her that Gao Peng was probably still tired from sleeping too long. Gao Peng stared at them in disbelief. His mother grew anxious at his dazed expression and reached for her phone to call a doctor, but he quickly grabbed her hand. He whispered that he simply missed them. Both parents looked at him with warm, affectionate eyes. His mother encouraged him gently, promising that once he was discharged, they would go home together. Goping was completely bewildered when he heard his mother talk about going home. Suddenly he clutched his head and screamed, "My head hurts so much." His mother hurried to his side and urged him to lie down. The doctor stepped in and said the head injury was not serious, but he should not force himself. Rest was the only cure. His skull felt as if it were splitting apart. His teeth clenched, his face twisted in pain. Although countless questions filled his mind, everything inside him was blank, every memory wiped clean. He told his parents that he could not remember anything. His father gently helped him lie down, tucked the blanket over him, and soothed him. "Don't think too much. Sleep, and you'll feel better." Goping forced a reassuring smile. But the moment he closed his eyes, a faint voice called out to him. He jolted upright. Through the door he could just make out the swaying tail of Fatty Big C. Without hesitation, Goping threw off the blanket and moved to rush out. His father called after him, demanding to know where he was going, but Goping ignored him. He sprinted into the hallway despite his parents' desperate attempts to stop him. Then the scenery around him flickered and vanished. Everything dissolved into pure white. Just as Goping had suspected, none of it was real. His parents remained behind him, begging him not to leave them. For a brief moment, emotion rose in his throat as he whispered, "Mom." Yet even so, he turned away. He knew he had something he must do. As his figure faded, his parents cried out his name in despair. Goping ran forward through the white emptiness, until he saw Fatty Big C ahead of him. A voice echoed in his mind, telling him to wake up. He leapt forward, and the white world shattered. He awoke instantly, snapping back to reality. Fatty Big C was ecstatic to see him conscious. Goping, still dazed, asked, "I stum back. Is the battle over?" Fatty Big C nodded. "It ended a long time ago. The taste wasn't bad either." Then it explained what had happened. The creature they fought had released some sort of mind-bending light before it died. The moment that light struck Goping, he was forced out of their combined state and fell into a deep illusion. No matter what Fatty Big C tried, it could not wake him. "Did you fall into some kind of dream?" the fish asked. Goping recalled everything and muttered, "So you stash saying, it was an illusion from the moment I was hit in the chest." His shoulders slumped. Knowing everything he experienced was false drained him. He remembered the image of his parents, their voices, their warmth, and regretted not breaking free sooner. Fatty Big C asked curiously, Gao Peng, didn't set you have some kind of dream? Without waiting for an answer, it continued, embarrassed. Illusions don't stet affect me. I forgot you steadier human. You have memories and emotions. That makes you vulnerable. Goping stood abruptly, startling the fish. He stepped down into the swamp and said he truly had dreamed. Fatty Big C watched him rummage around and asked if he had experienced a nightmare. Goping picked up a pearl from the lake. You could say that. The fish stared in confusion as Goping examined the shimmering object. It was not entirely a nightmare after all. Even though he had suffered a little, he had also gained something valuable. The pearl sips attribute panel materialized. Item name: Illusory Kidney Pearl. Effect naturally generates illusions that alter the surrounding environment. If one's mind is weak, the user will be drawn into the illusion and fall into eternal reincarnation. Goping summoned Goldie and tossed the pearl toward it, ordering the creature to incubate it. Goldie stared blankly, not understanding what kind of treasure this was. With great confidence, it squeezed the pearl carefully, declaring that trusting it with incubation was the correct choice. A second later, it squeezed too hard. The egg cracked. Goldie froze. Goping stared at the shattered shell in despair. You used too much force. Goldie scratched its head nervously. It knew exactly how dangerous this mistake could be. The bigger the mistake, the bigger the trouble that followed. But when Goldie opened its palm again, it went completely stiff. A tiny creature was sitting among the fragments, and a new information panel appeared. Name: White Kidney. Level: 1. Quality: Legendary. Type: Illusion. State: Extremely weak. The newborn creature had a beautiful mother-of-pearl shell. Goping's expression froze. He knew exactly what this meant. The first creature it saw would be recognized as its father. Goldie had no idea. Proudly, it lifted the tiny seashell toward Goping to show him how beautiful it was. Goping laughed helplessly. At that moment, the shell twitched and opened. A small snail-like creature peeked out with shining eyes and cried loudly, "Dad." The shout echoed like thunder. Goldie turned to stone. Goping and Fatty Big C covered their mouths, shaking with laughter. Goldie finally snapped out of it and protested, "I sepsum not your father. I sepsum just a pure yellow duck. How could I have a seashell daughter? And I definitely don't sit admire that guy, Fatty Big C." But White Kidney refused to listen. It proudly declared that since both of them had feathers, Goldie must be its father. Hearing that stubborn declaration, Goldie's expression darkened even further. Goping stepped forward, patted Goldie on the shoulder, and promised with an innocent smile that he would testify. Goldie was not White Kidney's father. Relieved, Goldie finally managed a faint smile. "Well, since Flammy isn't set here, and with you as a witness, there's seps no way." Before he could finish, Goping's smile sharpened into something wicked. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, Flammy materialized behind him, towering like a blazing mountain. Goldie nearly leapt out of its feathers. Goping pointed confidently. "Flammy, you must remember Goldie is not White Kidney Sep's father. Don't set misunderstand him." Fatty Big C chimed in enthusiastically. Yes. I testify too. White Kidney definitely isn't stet Goldie Sip's child." Flammy's expression darkened. He listened to the pair babbling nonsense and sensed they were plotting something. Then White Kidney suddenly chirped, "Dad," right in front of him. Goldie jumped so hard it nearly shed every feather on its body. Flammy's flames roared to life in an instant. Goldie panicked. It opened its beak, trying to explain. But Flammy didn't wait. With a burst of anger, he set Goldie's feathers ablaze. Across the swamp, Goping and Fatty Big C nodded in satisfaction at the chaos they had created. Flammy's flames had recently grown stronger, though they had only seen him unleash them once. It was still difficult to gauge the full extent of his power. Hearing this assessment, Flammy focused his spiritual force and condensed a fireball in his palm. Goldie saw the fire forming and shrieked. It spun around and fled, but the fireball shot forward, overtook it, and exploded on Goldie's backside. A miserable scream echoed across the swamp. Ignoring Goldie rolling desperately on the ground, Goping gently lifted White Kidney to show Flammy. He studied the little creature and said, "I am not sure whether this little seashell is the reincarnation of that old beast, or its descendant, but its abilities are exactly the same." That old beast had possessed two special powers, Great Dream World and Psychic Touch. In the end, it had been devoured by its own dream world, nearly dragging Goping with it. Goping remembered the moment vividly. If even a fraction of its psychic technique had not transferred into him at the last second, he would have been absorbed into that twisted dream realm, losing his identity forever and becoming just another NPC in its hallucination. This ability that targeted consciousness itself was even harder to defend against than ordinary spiritual attacks. Yet now, bizarre as it was, the ability had become one of his trump cards. A cunning look flickered across Goping's face at the thought. A day later, the gloomy swamp stirred again. Frogs hiding underwater sensed something approaching, and immediately dispersed. Galloping observed the murky terrain and asked Fatty Big C, who should go up this time. After a moment of thought, he detected no real danger and smiled slyly. Goldie was sent forward. Goldie, perched proudly on a wolf's back, puffed out its chest. "Leave it to me." The wolves howled in unison and charged toward the swamp. The commotion stirred a frog beast from beneath the surface. Irritated, it wondered why something dared disturb the Cloud Dream swamp so boldly. Was it a star beast? It flicked out its tongue, releasing a sharp green beam straight into a wolf's forehead. The wolf collapsed instantly. Dragon Ant shot into the sky to locate the frog's position and began chanting, switching its abilities. Great strength, diamond armor. Misty Dragon Ant. Then he raised his hand and roared, "Descend." A whirlwind condensed beside him, transforming into a massive spectral arm that slammed down toward the frog. The frog leapt aside with surprising agility while signaling its companions to dodge the incoming attack. The arm twisted midair and descended again. The frog immediately pulled out an iron rod, shouting, "Tear through the atmosphere." Spiritual power surged down the rod, and with a strike, it shattered the spectral limb. But Dragonant remained calm. He swept his hand outward, and the broken arm fragmented into dozens of smaller arms that swarmed around the frog. The beasts had no time to respond. In moments they were ensnared, dragged from the swamp, and tossed onto the ground in a heap. Goldie stepped toward the captured frog and asked, "Are you also here for the stars?" Then, placing its wings together respectfully, it admired the frog's lack of wings and declared it a fellow wingless duck. Gawping immediately kicked Goldie aside in frustration. The frogs were clearly intelligent. Keeping them alive might be useful. Goping approached one of them and asked where nearby tribes were located. If it cooperated, he would heal it and even compensate them with valuable resources. The frog looked up at him, examining him and his companions. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted, "Are they beast tamers from the Red Blood tribe?" Hearing this, the frogs exchanged looks. They cast a spell, their bodies shifting and shrinking until they transformed back into human form. A man in red stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully, and bowed. He cautiously asked for the identities and background of the group standing before him. Goping quietly evaluated the situation. So this man truly was a beast tamer of the Red Blood tribe. A member of the Red Blood tribe stepped forward. Up until now, Chihu Ho had remained silent, but suddenly he spoke. "Is that you?" The tribesman stared suspiciously at the old man before him. Then, in the next instant, recognition dawned across his face. "Iho, you? Where have you been these past dozen years? You disappeared without a trace." Chiu Huo smiled and gestured toward Goping. "I was captured by an alien race. He rescued me." Hearing that, the tribesman sighed deeply. Step suffered. He summoned a dragonfly beast and instructed it to send a message back to the tribe, requesting them to welcome Goping's group. Goping watched with interest. This man could summon a second beast. He wondered whether the Red Blood tribe operated like the goblins he had encountered, or whether they had their own unique methods. Goldie, meanwhile, stood off to the side, staring at the wolves that had collapsed with their heads drooping. It grabbed the wolves like uprooted carrots, flushed with embarrassment, before angrily demanding compensation from the tribesmen for damaging his wolves. But Goping examined the wolves and realized they were only poisoned into a temporary coma. He knocked Goldie on the head. "Your dogs will wake up soon. Stop scaring people." He turned and apologized to the tribesmen. "Let Sits not delay any further. Lead the way." But just as they were about to leave, a loud shout echoed, sharp, urgent. "Dawn set go." Goping froze. He looked around. No one else reacted. Their expressions remained normal. That voice had spoken only to him. It came again louder. "Strangers. Dawn est follow. It steps dangerous." Bahuan noticed Goping Sep's expression and asked, "What Sep's wrong?" Goping didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He simply shook his head. Nothing. Just then the dragonfly beast returned. The tribesmen recalled it and informed everyone that someone from the tribe would arrive momentarily to escort them. A strong wind suddenly swept across the swamp, and Goping caught sight of something approaching from the sky. An immense pair of black wings radiating bright red light. A creature was flying straight toward them. Goping murmured, "Everyone stay alert." He already doubted that this family reunion would be welcoming. The beast descended. The information panel displayed. Monster name, Redwing Wyvern. Quality, Epic Legendary. Level 86. Saint level. Goping understood now why traveling by flying beasts was said to be dangerous. At the same time, he sent a message to Dorsey, instructing it to remain hidden and watch for anything lurking nearby. Dorsey acknowledged and prepared. Soon, the Redwing Wyvern dropped a large container in front of them. A tribesman respectfully gestured for everyone to board. The Wyvern would take them back to the settlement. But despite the invitation, Bahuan looked uneasy. He turned to Goping. "What do you think?" Gopping was confident they could escape if needed. He gestured sharply, and Dorsey appeared behind him in an instant. The red-winged wyvern turned its head, saw Dorsey, and nodded in satisfaction. "Follow me." Its tone was commanding, with a faint hint of approval. Gopping smiled. "Dorsey, let's go." The wyvern took to the air. Dorsey followed, keeping a safe distance. Once the distance felt right, Gopping had Dorsey use its ability to share its vision with him. Purple light streamed from Dorsey Sep's eyes. Its sight extended into an empty space, then abruptly dove underground. After digging deep into the earth, an eye suddenly appeared, huge, sorrowful, filled with despair and pain. Before Gopping could identify it, the connection snapped. Standing on Dorsey's back, he broke into a cold sweat. He had seen only an eye, yet through Dorsey he could feel the overwhelming sadness, suffering, and hopelessness radiating from it. He still had no idea what the creature was. As they flew onward, tall, sharp spires rose in the distance. Was this the tribe? Two figures stood at the entrance, but as Gopping observed them closely, his expression soured. Something about them felt wrong. Their faces were frozen in stiff, unnatural smiles, expressions that did not match human emotion at all. Moments later, the red-winged wyvern and Dorsey descended. The wyvern immediately transformed into human form, looking slightly disoriented. "Wait here outside the tribe. Go report your arrival." Bahian's expression twisted. He stared blankly at the scene. It was unnerving. Yoyu Shi-jin wasn't any better. He wore a clear look of bewilderment. "Gopping," he muttered. "Don said you have a saying about what happens when red is paired with green." Their commentary was so poorly timed that Gopping nearly exploded. He shot them an irritated side glance. "He hasn't gone far. His tribesmen are right there. And remember, we've been together long enough. Be mindful of other people's feelings." But Yoyu Shi-jin simply pointed at the tribespeople nearby, who were gathered in a corner, wailing and clutching their heads. "They spur too busy crying. They don't have time to pay attention to us." Dabal, who had been crying non-stop, finally heard everyone talking and forced himself to stop. He rubbed his eyes and apologized. "Please forgive us for making a scene. We stir just too homesick." Seeing the emotion on his face, Gopping felt a pang of empathy. Truthfully, he was excited as well. He was about to meet countless compatriots, and after everything he had endured, he was finally returning to a familiar homeland. The warmth of this shared longing spread like sunlight. One after another, the others stopped crying and began smiling through their tears. "When you enter the tribe, come to my house." "Yes, and mine too." But before anyone could respond, three figures emerged from the shadows: an old man, an old woman, and the red-winged wyvern in human form. As soon as they appeared, Jute cried out joyfully, "Father! Mother!" The reunion looked touching, but something about it made Gopping uneasy. Jute's parents rushed forward in stiff, unnatural strides. "Jute, You've returned. Your mother and I prepared delicious food. Come home quickly. Invite your benefactor too." Gopping exchanged a look with Fatty Big C. Even he could sense it. Something was terribly wrong. The movements of this family lacked all warmth, all spontaneity. Their faces were rigid. Their joy did not feel like joy at all. "Fatty Big C." Gopping murmured quietly. "I know," the fish whispered. "This tribe has a problem." But Gopping already understood. And according to Dorsey's earlier observations, these people had no emotional fluctuations, no joy, no anger, no sorrow, nothing. Even beasts had emotions. How could humans have none? Then something clicked in Gopping Sep's mind. Could it be? He closed one eye, allowing the white pupil spirit vision to activate. Half his view changed instantly. Thousands of thin, shimmering threads crisscrossed the entire tribe. Every person had a thread attached to the crown of their head. Even Jute's parents, who were smiling so warmly, had threads linking them to something above. "What is that?" Gopping followed the threads upward with his gaze. The sky trembled. Then he saw it, and recoiled. A colossal face stared directly at him. It had been watching them the whole time. The information panel appeared before him. Monster name: Desolation of Grudge. Level 100. Grade: Great Perfection. Legendary. Class: Quasi-God. Abilities: Spiritual Puppet LV. Spiritual Power LV9. The creature Sep's voice echoed inside his mind. "Since you discovered me, become my puppet." Threads shot down toward Gopping like lightning. Dorsey appeared instantly, releasing a burst of thunder that burned the threads into ash. Gopping followed up with sharp commands. "Dorsey, burn them." Dorsey spat a sphere of lightning and unleashed concentrated bolts at the monstrous puppet master. The threads controlling Jote's mother and father snapped. Their bodies dropped limply to the ground, turning blue instantly. Gopping cried out, "Parents!" The others stared in horror. Blue death marks spread across the corpses. "These people, they died a long time ago," Bawan muttered. "So we were speaking to corpses just now." King Ching Sep's legs shook. "Impossible, the ones we met earlier on the road, even the ones controlling beasts, Were they puppets too? Gao Peng said nothing. But the answer was obvious. This is the power of a being approaching godhood. Jute knelt beside his parents' Sep's bodies, trembling. I still not stupid. I could feel something was wrong. But I haven't seen them in so long. I thought I would never see them again. His voice cracked. I just wanted to go home. I just wanted to see my parents. Before he could finish, a thin white thread shot down and pierced straight into his skull. Jute's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting, more threads bound his elbows and knees tightly. His body jerked like a marionette. The desolation of Grudge laughed in delight. A wave of blue spiritual energy surged outward, engulfing the surrounding tribespeople. They clutched their faces in panic. What is this? Why is the ground turning into sand? Their strength rapidly drained away. Their eyes rolled white. Help! Save me! Gopeng Sep's voice cut sharply through the chaos. Everyone, fall back. Stay within my range. Don Fit touched the white sand. Everything around them was collapsing into a sea of sand, swallowing the living whole. Only the ground beneath Gao Peng remained solid, protected by his spiritual resistance. But the others were still being drained. Ba Wan stared into the distance, horrified. Gao Peng, a huge group of beasts is rushing this way. He grabbed Gao Peng Sip's arm. What do we do now? Gopeng started to speak. Everyone go, but before he could finish, a piercing sound tore through the air. It was so sharp that everyone instinctively clutched their ears. Fatty Big C Sip's face changed. This is bad, Gao Peng. Their bodies can endure this kind of damage. Fuse with me. Now. They merged instantly. Gao Peng ordered Fatty Big C to use the divine artifact to stabilize the others' injuries. Even so, those who couldn't withstand the blast vomited blood on the spot. Gao Peng stared in disbelief. What? He had realized far too late what was happening. He clenched his teeth, unwilling, frustrated. Fatty Big C spoke urgently. Calm down. This is life absorption. That name alone should tell you what it does. I know, Gopeng muttered. Before he could think further, the beasts controlled by soul threads charged toward them, eyes wild, movements ferocious. Gopeng quickly analyzed. Dumb-type beasts would be suppressed by the same system attribute. He needed something that could counter them. Fatty Big C was his final trump card, but relying solely on it would be dangerous. Under these circumstances, the safest choice was Ice Lion, he said. Steam curled from the Ice Lion Sep's mane as it stepped forward confidently. Don't worry, leave it to me. It summoned a surge of frost. Ice seal of myriad miles. Massive spikes of ice erupted from the ground, skewering the charging beasts. In seconds, the entire wave of enemies was frozen mid-stride. Ice Lion landed lightly, breathing out in relief. Saint level and below are useless. Even if there are many of them, they one set break through. But the danger wasn't set over. Gopeng suddenly shouted, Ice Lion, watch out. The lion's ears twitched. It didn't understand. Then the ground beneath it dissolved into white sand. The suction force dragged its legs downward. Ice Lion panicked. The pull is too strong. Fatty Big C immediately surged forward. I'll clear it. Hold on. It released torrents of water pushing against the sand and giving Ice Lion a foothold. Ice Lion trembled. That was close. I almost lost my fur again. It glanced down and shuddered. It had to slash off strands of fur that had been touched by the sand. Fatty Big C said urgently, this area has already become its domain. We must leave. Gopeng nodded. Agreed. He climbed onto Dorsey's back, taking control as they withdrew. The three-headed hellhound followed, but the largest head growled in confusion. Why didn't Set the master bring us up first? The second head scoffed, because he's Sep's not our master, he's Sep's the master of our master. The third didn't bother speaking. It thought silently, I don't want to deal with these two idiots. Suddenly one of its hind legs was snagged by a soul thread. Sup caught. It yelped. Fatty Big C whipped its tail, sending out a sharp stream of water that cut the thread cleanly. Stand properly, it commanded. Entering the cloud-dreaming swamp requires calm. Yes, woof. They hurried onward and finally crossed into the boundaries of the cloud-dreaming swamp. As they arrived, Gopeng and Fatty Big C separated their fusion form. Gopeng surveyed the new terrain. As expected, this swamp isn't part of the desolation of Grudge's territory. He watched the enormous spectral arm clawing at the swamp's boundary, unable to cross. Something here restrains it, he thought. Something it fears. The soul threads fused with the monstrous hand radiated a strange, sinister force. Even Dorsey's lightning had failed to cause lasting damage. The desolation of Grudge had no choice but to withdraw. Gopeng instructed his pet beasts, rest and guard the perimeter. The moment he finished, Goldie collapsed dramatically. Fatty Big C, Goldie wailed. Why didn't Set you finish that thing off? You have a divine artifact. You could have made that monster ascend. Fatty Big C glared. Do something foolish if you want, but don't Set drag me into it. Goldie whined. Why can Set I ask questions? Instead of answering, Fatty Big C wrapped Goldie in a bubble of water to shut it up. Then it snapped. We don't know its trump cards. If we destroyed it now, we take massive damage ourselves. And the creature lurking in the shadows would strike immediately. Goldie blinked. Someone in the shadows? Then we beat that one up. Flammy smacked Goldie with his wing. All you know is fighting. Use your brain, duck. Fatty Big C sighed. Actually, Goldie isn't set entirely wrong. If all of you were quasi-gods as well, then yes, you could just beat it. Goldie and Flammy froze. Become quasi-gods. That's possible? Goping nodded. With enough essence and blood, breaking through wouldn't be difficult. He looked at Fatty Big C. But where would we get the essence and blood of a quasi-god? Fatty Big C narrowed its eyes. You're not thinking about my inventory, are you? Before Goping could deny it, Fatty Big C pulled out a single spider leg with its fin. The leg immediately expanded, growing several times in size. Here, Fatty Big C said proudly, eat this. Goldie and Flammy stared at the giant spider leg, still dripping with Fatty Big C's saliva, and were completely speechless. Goldie immediately recoiled. No need. No need. You eat it yourself. Dorsey quickly followed with an excuse. I still find my own food. I want to work harder on my cultivation. Stripey, being a spider, shook his head firmly. Those are my own clansmen. I can eat them. Flammy turned away and declared, I stem trying to lose weight lately. Even Dumb refused. I sitting close to breaking through. This would be wasted on me. Fatty Big C stared at all of them, stunned. What a waste. I even wanted to share with you. Before he could complain further, a mysterious voice echoed from the distance. Come here. You guys come here. Fatty Big C looked at Goping. What do we do? Goping made a quick decision. Let's go and take a look. The voice called again. This way. This way. Goping pushed past a cluster of vines and froze. Before him stood an owl and a pale, ghostly white tree. The owl slowly turned its head. You finally arrived. Dorsey broke into a cold sweat. I know this feeling you stir that enormous eye I saw before. The owl lifted its wings in reassurance. No, no, no. Friends from afar, no need to panic. I've shown goodwill from the start. Goping, Ice Lion, and Fatty Big C exchanged silent looks. The system displayed the being's name, but everything else was unknown. A blank panel, nothing but question marks. Goping Sep's thoughts tightened. I could fully read the Desolation of Grudge, even though it was level 100, but this one, nothing at all. That means, this is something beyond a quasi-god, something that has crossed into the realm of living gods. The owl, the terrifying eye, spoke gently. Don't be nervous, I stem not a threat to you. Then it turned its head. The white tree behind it shifted as well. The illusion dissolved. Before them stood a skeleton, the remains of a once mighty being. The terrifying eye introduced itself. My name is Purple Star, though you may call me the terrifying eye. I am the guardian god of the Lee tribe. It turned toward Goping. You are not of the Lee tribe, but the youths with you. They carry our tribe Sep's aura. If I stem not wrong, you must be the descendant of those who were evacuated to the Jewish and Shidi regions long ago. I can sense the bloodline within you. It sighed. Unfortunately, the Lee tribe began 39,546 years ago, and ended only 10 years ago. There are no true clansmen left for us to meet. Goping Sep's expression tightened. What happened 10 years ago? The terrifying eye sank into memories. It was a calamity. After the war with the alien race broke out, and we were defeated, the tribe selected a group of elites to hold the rear. Many god-level beast tamers fell. Some even surrendered to the alien race. But with the intervention of the 4 general gods, the alien forces eventually retreated. We hid ourselves in the southern desert, barely surviving. That war gravely injured the 3 elders. For all these years we lived on the brink. Goping frowned. 4 general gods. Fatty Big C nodded. I know of them. They are famous in the Jewish Shidi region, far above the superior god rank. Goping asked, so the current Lee tribe are descendants of those who held the line back then? Correct. The terrifying eye replied. You stir the vanguard they sent. Aren't you? Is the tribe preparing to return? Then it asked, how many god-level beast tamers do you have? If there are fewer than 100, it's best not to start another war with the alien race. You will lose. Gulping Sep's face went pale. 100? He hesitated. The Desolation of Grudge is only a quasi-god. How could it force you, a true god, to retreat? The terrifying eye fell silent. After a long moment, it finally spoke. I have waited all these years for my people to return. I cannot allow myself to rest. Not even for a moment. If I fall asleep and my power weakens, the Desolation of Grudge will return and slaughter the last remnants of the tribe. I do not live for myself, it continued. I live for the tribe, for the heroes who died. Fatty Big C observed quietly. So it's afraid of dying. Ice Lion silently agreed, accepting offerings while afraid of death, not very godly. The terrifying eye asked Goping, do you think what I done is right? Goping didn't answer. Instead, he thought privately, it sounds noble, but wasn't the Lee tribe already annihilated? The terrifying eye exhaled softly. It steps fine. Steph carried this burden for many years. Then it looked at Goping. You seem to be searching for something, aren't you? Goping nodded slowly. In that case, the terrifying eye said, I know of a battlefield where gods once fought. The divine artifacts are long gone, but the corpses and remnants of godly power remain. I will take you there. Fatty Big C Sips's eyes lit up instantly. Gaopeng, let Sips go. Quickly. The terrifying eye chuckled inwardly. As expected, anything touched by gods attracts these little beasts. And I still need this boy Sips' help to reclaim the Lee tribe. They followed it for some time until they reached a desolate, broken region. The terrifying eye pointed. The battlefield ruins are inside. Then it turned to Goping. If you ever need me, simply call my name within the cloud-dreaming swamp. And with that, their path into the godly ruins began. After giving his instructions, the terrifying eye vanished. Goping watched it leave and began to ponder. It really has no interest in these treasures, and it doesn't seem to want anything from us. Goldie scratched its head. This place is just mountains, water, trees, all ordinary. Where Sips the treasure's supposed to be? Gaopeng clapped his hands. Dawn set rush. Moneymaker popped out instantly, but Gaopeng grabbed it before it could run. The creature flailed in panic. Master, what are you doing? Gaopeng smiled with malicious gentleness. I'm afraid you still thus accidentally drop the treasure when you spot it. Moneymaker fell silent immediately. He ordered, search carefully, find the most valuable treasure here. Moneymaker Sip's eyes glowed. It pointed toward a distant lake. Master, the great treasure is under that lake. Gaopeng grinned. Very good, let Sips go. The beast tamers behind him shared the same hungry expression. They moved quickly. Moneymaker said the energy signature was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly Goldie tripped and fell straight into the lake. Gaopeng stared blankly. Goldie. Goldie flailed. Help. Help. Gaopeng frowned. You Cetra duck. Moneymaker squeaked. Master, the treasure is under this lake. Gaopeng turned to Fatty Big C. Make bubbles. We Cetra diving. Fatty Big C enveloped them in a water bubble, and together they descended into the depths. Soon, Gaopeng noticed countless skeletons scattered across the lake bed. With so many bones, this must be an ancient battlefield. Then he spotted one skull glowing faintly. This one is different, he murmured, and suddenly felt dizzy. Dorsey asked nervously, Gaopeng, what's Sips wrong? It's nothing, but this skull is strange. Fatty Big C, check it first. Fatty Big C controlled a fish and sent it toward the skull. The moment it touched the bone, the fish withered, collapsed, and turned into a skeleton. Fatty Big C nodded solemnly. As expected, that skull must belong to a god. The system displayed the information, item, skull of the Phoenix Flame Hell Tiger. Rank, god level, torn apart. Gaopeng understood immediately. The floating tusk demonic elephant master he encountered earlier had also been a god-level existence. Its skull had developed intelligence and turned into a monster, but this skull was simply a remnant, not alive. He frowned. But why were other monsters wiped out just by approaching it? Could the bones of gods hold lethal power even after death? Fatty Big C confirmed it. You are correct. Even a drop of divine blood is deadly poison to many monsters. Gaopeng nodded. Alright, silly, start working. Silly released its energy. Blackie emerged, stunned to see a divine skull, a god Sip's skeleton. It's been a long time since I analyzed something like this. Let me process a few more god corpses and I can unlock more abilities. Suddenly, the skull's eye sockets lit with red light. It sent out a blast of power toward Blackie. Blackie only snorted. It countered the attack effortlessly and shattered the skull. The beast tamers drooled at the floating wisps of divine energy. Blackie finished its analysis. Divine essence. Dorsey Sip's eyes lit up like stars. It smells amazing. Too excited, Dorsey pretended to wobble in the water. Oh no, the current is too strong. Gaopeng raised an eyebrow. Dorsey. There sips no current at the bottom of a lake. But Dorsey continued acting. Gaopeng, you bumped me. I think I broke something. Gaopeng snapped his fingers and sighed. If I weren't here, these fools would already be swimming in divine essence. He said, aren't you always bragging you just a Stripey Sips boss? Fine, let Stripey see this pitiful display. Stripey appeared. Long time no see. Dorsey, what Sips wrong? Leg cramp? Dorsey stood up quickly. No. I stem just resting. Gaopeng smirked. At least you still have some dignity. He examined the treasures. Divine marrow would greatly strengthen bones. Divine essence could grant beasts divinity early and propel them into the quasi-god realm. He calculated carefully. With so many beast tamers, he needed to distribute resources wisely. He noticed Fatty Big C Sip's sparkling eyes. You too? Fatty Big C looked away shyly. Gaopeng sighed. Fine, What I don't set see, my heart one set ache for. He patted Fatty Big C Sep's head. Since this is an ancient battlefield, there must be more skeletons. I still definitely save some divine essence for you. Fatty Big C replied, I Sep's not in a hurry. I Sep's already a quasi-god, give it to them first. They Sep's already only slow me down otherwise. Gao Pang clapped. That Sip's what I call foresight. He told Silly, keep these treasures safe. Silly gasped. Master all of them? For me? Gao Pang raised an eyebrow. Silly, if you eat anything in secret, I shall confiscate all your fruit juice. Silly froze. Gao Pang turned to Moneymaker. Good work, keep searching. The more you find, the more you get. Moneymaker eagerly resumed digging through the bones. Blackie continued analyzing them. Suddenly, Moneymaker pulled something from beneath a rib cage. Master, what is this? It asked, trembling. Gao Pang picked up the object and examined it carefully. It had faint patterns etched into its surface, but it looked like nothing more than a fragment of a metal divine artifact, broken beyond recognition. Even the system failed to identify it. Useless for now. After a moment's Set's thought, he tossed it to Moneymaker. You keep it. It still boost your speed a little. Moneymaker swallowed it instantly. Gao Pang asked, is there more? Moneymaker shook its head. That Sips everything, master. All the treasures we sensed were in that batch. Alright, Gao Pang said. Fatty Big C, take us up. Okay. Once they resurfaced, Gao Pang instructed Dragon Ant to summon the white bone concealment. Soon piles of blood and flesh essence were revealed, far more than before. Silly drooled uncontrollably. Wow, what is that? Its tendrils reached toward the essence. Gao Pang slapped them away. Patience. Everyone gets their share. He waved white steel over. Come here. With precise swings, he divided the blood and flesh essence evenly. Everyone take one. The beast tamers eagerly devoured their portions. Dumb watched quietly. Dumb. Gao Pang called. Hold on. I have something else for you. He removed several translucent blocks, like frozen crystals. This blood and flesh essence doesn't stat suit you, but these do. Dumb hesitated. Isn't set this too much? Fatty Big C, chewing on his own piece, explained. Don't set worry, this isn't set a major improvement for us. But for you, it sets perfect. Understanding dawned, and Dumb absorbed them immediately. A puff of smoke escaped Goldie Sip's beak. Gao Pang Sip's eyes lit up. Very good. Goldie Sip's about to advance. But not only Goldie, Flamey's fire flared violently too. What a coincidence, Gao Pang muttered. Fatty Big C, separate them. They need to advance one at a time. Fatty Big C grabbed Goldie first. Goldie roared, bursting with power as his rank climbed from 86 straight to 90. Give him divine essence, Fatty Big C urged. He can break into the quasi-god realm now. Gao Pang tossed a divine essence shard to Goldie. As Goldie absorbed it, Fatty Big C reminded him, choose your first divine transformation part. It should enhance your combat strength. Is that even a question? Goldie flexed his muscular wing. A male Ducksep's romance lies in his fists. Gapang laughed as Goldie completed his breakthrough. Goldie had become a quasi-god. Fatty Big C added dryly, judging from his personality, he Sep's definitely built to take hits. Gao Pang turned to Flamey. Flames engulfed the bird as its bloodline purified. Gao Pang tossed Flamey a divine essence shard as well, stabilizing the breakthrough. At the same time, Dumb's evolution reached its peak. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead. These clouds, Fatty Big C said, they Sep strange, probably attracted by the breakthrough commotion. What? Gao Pang gasped. Flamey spoke calmly, the Bifan crane totem can suppress the soul bodies of evil beings. His whole body ignited red as he soared into the sky. In the distance, the terrifying eye watched the storm. There's Sep's something inside that mist. It murmured, I can Set help you. I Sep endured enough torment. He must handle it himself. The oppressive clouds gradually dispersed. Goldie cheered. Good thing it left. Otherwise we would Sep smashed it together. Flammy pretended not to have heard that. Fatty Big C suddenly stared at Dumb in shock. Dumb had completely transformed, advancing without making the slightest disturbance, perfect control of power. Before long, all 8 of Gao Pang's monster pets had fully evolved. The bones of the gods had been enough to raise 8 beasts to the quasi-god level. Gao Pang surveyed his forces, their strengths multiplied. Fatty Big C's teeth had even advanced 2 levels, petrification spreading across his jaw and toward his throat. Dorsey, White Steel, Dragon Ant, Stripey, Ice Lion, all newly minted quasi-gods. Goldie brimmed with confidence. Gao Pang. When do we strike? Revenge one Set wait. Ice Lion stomped. Let's hurry. I want to see if that thing can withstand my ice again. Dizzy chimed in. Yes, yes. Gao Pang was scared away earlier. We must help him take revenge. Gao Pang glared coldly. Dizzy froze and broke into a sweat. After disciplining him, Gao Pang commanded, everyone move out. we return for revenge. The next day, back at the Li tribe, the people worked silently. Shui Ji said nothing. She did not utter a word. And the storm of confrontation was about to begin. Bai Jiwan suddenly sensed something. Gao Peng and his monster pets were returning, and not quietly. Suspicion rose in him. So he actually came back, he muttered. The desolation of grudge immediately launched threads of silk toward Goldie. You disgusting insect. Let me see what gave you the courage to return. Goldie shattered the silk with a single punch. You talk too much, he barked. Ugly thing, let your grandpa show you your true face. He punched upward. The force exploded through the sky, scattering clouds in an instant. The desolation of grudge descended from the heavens, landing before them. Silly frowned. This thing looks like a long jellyfish. Dorsey muttered with disgust. I refuse to stand beside a creature with no brain like you. The desolation of grudge fired cursed silk toward the ground. Spiritual curse. Goldie watched calmly as the threads rushed at him. Power flowed over his body, and the silk dissolved before even touching him. That seps it. Are you hungry or just helping me warm up? Useless. Goldie leapt into the sky. The desolation of grudge narrowed his eyes in confusion. Goldie didn't hesitate. Eat my fist. He swung, but the desolation of grudge easily slipped behind him, whispering coldly, I like your strong body, become my puppet. Gao Peng tensed. Physical attacks barely affect him. Goldie roared, get lost. He spun and punched the monster straight in the face. The force cracked the desolation of grudge's skull. The creature howled, clutching his face in shock. Gao Peng stared. He hit him, and it worked. What's Sep's going on? Fatty Big C explained. Goldie is using the divinity in his fists. It not only gathers surrounding elemental energy, but also neutralizes enemy defenses. That's Sep's why it works. Gao Peng blinked. Goldie? Using advanced combat principles? Fatty Big C shrugged. Don said think too much. He sits just swinging recklessly. There sits no sophistication, it sits pure instinct. Gao Peng had no rebuttal. Dragon Ant suddenly warned, Master, he hasn't sit run. He sips hiding. Gao Peng understood immediately. Dragon Ant, flush him out. Dragon Ant's eyes released a wave of energy, tearing apart the invisibility. The desolation of grudge snarled. A monster pet that can break stealth? Enough. Enough from retreating. This is my home field. He tried to flee. Dragon Ant asked, Master, do we chase? Not yet, Gao Peng said calmly. White Steel has been waiting. White Steel appeared in a flash. Where do you think you stir going? Red lines formed across the desolation of Grudge's body. White Steel frowned. Why are the lines shifting? The desolation of Grudge roared. Get out of my way. But White Steel struck immediately, finding an opening. The desolation of Grudge gathered energy in his eyes. Do you think you can bully me? He unleashed life absorption on White Steel. White Steel staggered, dizzy. Goldie caught him mid-fall. White Steel, you okay? White Steel coughed. Not dead yet. But he once said be happy either. As he spoke, a giant crack split open across the desolation of Grudge's skeletal frame. Gao Peng stared. When did that wound appear? Then a dark monstrous energy gathered in the sky, a shadow shaped like a blade and slashed directly into the crack. The black energy burrowed deep, spreading destruction. Gao Peng Sep's eyes widened. White Steel Sep's new ability, but I didn't see any introduction. Fatty Big C spoke. Blade Ghost. Gao Peng echoed. Blade Ghost? Fatty Big C explained. It must have been hiding in the corpse of some monster. Tell White Steel to absorb it quickly. This is a rare chance. Gao Peng nodded. White Steel, take it now. Fatty Big C turned to the others. Brothers, help Goldie and the rest. All 8 quasi-god pets unleashed their abilities at once. The desolation of Grudge staggered under the combined assault. He had no chance to counter, no gap to escape. He muttered bitterly, to think I would one day be ambushed by a pack of quasi-gods. I suppose? He paused. That's fair. A moment later, the desolation of Grudge was completely obliterated, destroyed by Gao Peng's monster pets working together. The battle was over. Gao Peng smiled with satisfaction. Success. Fatty Big C raised his eyebrows proudly. Finally we get to ambush someone. Feels great. With the desolation of Grudge destroyed, the threads controlling the tribespeople snapped. Those who still had breath were freed from the curse. Flamey examined them and said, not everyone is dead. Some are still breathing. I thought the entire tribe had been wiped out, but a few must have had stronger life force. They weren't fully absorbed. Suddenly a voice echoed. Gao Peng turned and the terrifying eye appeared in human shape. It bowed slightly. I am the Imperial Envoy of the Purple Star. I am deeply grateful. You avenged our tribe, something even I have not dared to do for many years. Gao Peng didn't respond immediately, but thought, so this old man is the Imperial Envoy of the Purple Star. The envoy coughed. Gao Peng froze when he noticed the old man's hand was bone. The envoy said calmly, surprised, I've been dragging out my life long past its due time. The longer one lives, the more one fears ascension. He recounted the war of that year. During the battle against the alien race, I encountered a man known as the Heavenly King of the Dead from the mutated tribe. He specialized in undead familiars. This, he gestured to his skeletal hand, is what he left me with. Fatty Big C muttered, the Heavenly King of the Dead. He must have appeared after my time. The envoy continued, his undead familiar, the nine-headed underworld king, is the most terrifying of all. Even if that war were repeated today, I still couldn't defeat him. Gao Peng asked, what abilities does the nine-headed underworld king have? The envoy lifted his robe. Gao Peng's eyes widened. The envoy's torso was purplish and inhuman, marked by a bright red sigil at his chest. The envoy explained with chilling calm, it can reverse life and death, command the dead and convert all living beings into undead. He added, I was struck by that ability, my own spirit beast shielded me, and both of us became what you see now. Gao Peng frowned. Even after so many years it can be healed. He glanced at the terrifying eye. Once a powerful god-level familiar, now reduced to a fragile, lingering shell. To break a being of that level so completely, the nine-headed underworld king's strength is unimaginable. The envoy looked toward Dumb. The nine-headed can control lower undead. Your undead-type spirit beast might be restrained. Goldie stepped forward. Dumb, can you handle it? Dumb turned calmly. If Master has a way, then I have a way. Goldie glared. Fake confidence. Gao Peng bowed. Imperial Envoy, thank you. The Heavenly King Seps undead, the nine-headed underworld king. I will remember this. The envoy nodded, but then his tone shifted. No need for courtesy. Actually, I have a request. Gao Peng paused. The envoy continued. You come to inherit the Li tribe. Haven't set you. Desolation of Grudge used our tribe to absorb life energy, but did not consume their souls. Many tribes people still live. They need a leader, and you are strong enough to guide them. Gao Peng blinked. What are you saying? The envoy sighed. I left the tribe long ago. I no face to return. I could only protect them from the shadows. But now, you have saved us. You are the most suitable successor. He smiled faintly. Do you think they are weak and sickly? Do not worry. They are loyal and disciplined. You can lead them to glory. Gao Peng almost laughed. Weak and sickly? He had already sensed at least dozens of saint-level auras. Even the White Dragon tribe didn't have that many. Fatty Big C, excited, said, Gao Peng, if he sits telling the truth, then at its peak this tribe had at least 5 quasi-gods alive at once, plus over 100 saint-level envoys, not to mention the terrifying Eye as its guardian. At full strength, this tribe could threaten a small country. He continued analyzing, and this place is remote. The alien nations nearby are always fighting each other. If you don't provoke them, no one will discover the truth. This could become an ideal frontline base. Gao Peng hesitated. Your reasoning isn't wrong, but a familiar voice interrupted him. Gao Peng. He turned, shocked, to see Ba Huan. You sir still alive? Gao Peng blurted out. Ching Ching explained. Call it Sen Moneymaker Sits Luck. Sen Tuitu, we all had life-saving items from the old ancestor of the tribe. My grandfather gave me several divine leaf talismans, refined by the quasi-god of our Qingmu tribe. She recalled, that unnamed quasi-god from the Li tribe didn't kill us. He only drained our life force. The divine leaf talismans replenished our vitality. We held out until you saved us. The lost survivors had begun to return, and Gao Peng's next decision would decide the fate of an entire tribe. Gao Peng finally relaxed after hearing Ching Ching Sep's explanation. So it really was luck, and their life-saving items. He laughed. You people are truly walking money markers. Suddenly the Imperial Envoy of the Purple Star spoke. I leave everything to you now. Gao Peng turned, confused, but the envoy had already vanished. The remaining people of the Li tribe stared at Gao Peng with gratitude. You saved us. Thank you, brother. Thank you for preserving our lives. Then, someone knelt suddenly. My lord, please become the king of our tribe. Another chimed in. Before our fall, we swore that if anyone saved us, if that person shared our bloodline, we would honor him as king. One by one, everyone knelt before Gao Peng. Please stay in the Li tribe and be our king. Gao Peng fell silent, then said, Give me time, I need to think carefully. 2 days later, he sat in a quiet room with several representatives. He listened to their accounts. So you are telling me, Gao Peng said slowly, one desolation of Grudge defeated 5 quasi-god imperial envoys of the Li tribe. How is that possible? It wasn't one-on-one, someone explained. It was an ambush. 8 quasi-gods attacked us. Our 5 quasi-god imperial envoys risked their lives to kill 7, leaving only the desolation of Grudge. But we, the saint levels, were powerless against it. Another added, if the terrifying Eye hadn't escaped. A woman slammed the table. The adult is not that kind of person. He must have had his reasons. For thousands of years he has protected us from the shadows. You must not speak ill of him. Gao Pang cut in quickly. All right. Donstead argue. I stem an outsider. If I interfere too deeply in your tribe's affairs, it may cause trouble. And I stev never managed a tribe before. A girl answered smartly. This has happened before. We can form an elder sits council. The elders manage the tribe sits daily matters. You only need to appoint someone and listen to reports. Gao Pang hesitated. But my strength is weak. I only have a few quasi-god spirit beasts. I am not a god-level envoy. The room fell silent. One young man whispered, does this adult enjoy being modest? Another said loudly, Lord, not all our quasi-god envoys have 2 or more quasi-god pets. You are already extremely strong. Gao Pang nodded slowly. Really? Inside he thought, so Fatty Big C was right. This tribe's strength was far beyond what I guessed. He stood and clasped his hands. Then I will accept your request. Please recommend suitable elders. Yes, chieftain. Outside, Bawan and the others were stunned. You Stev become the tribe leader? Yu Zhen looked worried. Even though this tribe suffered a disaster, they sept still stronger than all of ours combined. Before she could finish, Gao Pang placed a hand on Bahuan's shoulder. Don set overthink it. We sept survived life and death together. I sept never abandoned you. This might trouble you for a while, but after I settle everything, everyone can return safely. Kun Jing asked, Gao Pang, you are not coming back with us? He shook his head. I have to stay and handle the Li tribe sep's affairs. She nodded. We step been gone too long. We need to bring the intelligence back. Ba Wan agreed. Yes. Ga Pang said, Don set worry. The Li tribe will prepare lodging for you. Rest well. The next day, Gao Pang and Fatty Big C went to the Li tribe's library. Inside, Gao Pang looked around thoughtfully. The white mulberry curse drained the tribe's life force, but left the library untouched. So these records survived everything. He pulled a book from the shelf. I need to see if there's important information here. 2 months later. Gao Pang was still buried in books. Isef learned a lot these past 2 months, he murmured. These writings, some are handwritten records from high-ranking imperial scribes, from the ancient bloodline era up to 30 years ago. Almost all mentioned one mysterious place, the Mechanic Wild City. He read several entries. I saw a magnificent steel city floating in the sky, its walls taller than mountains. Giant steel dragons circled it, each radiating terrifying power. I watched from afar and fled. Another entry, written years later. I saw the steel giant city again, but this time it rested on the mountains, battered and scarred from a great war. Only one steel dragon remained outside the walls. It stood guard, wounded, missing an eye. It looked pitiful, so I approached, and it swatted me away with its tail. Gapang stared at the sentence. Truly a savage. He closed the book, deep in thought. More mysteries waited for him beyond the steel city. Inside the old records, Gopang finally found a roughly hand-drawn map. That was where all information about the Mechanic Wild City abruptly ended. He closed the notebook and made up his mind. My strength has grown, but I'm at a bottleneck. This is a good chance to explore the regions of Duz and Shetty. What I need most right now is power. As long as I avoid territories controlled by strong gods, even encountering a weaker god-level being shouldn't be impossible to handle. Gaoping asked Fatty Big C, have you heard of this Mechanic Wild City? Fatty Big C thought for a moment. I spef heard the name, but not the details. Gaopang shut the book. Forget it. I was just asking casually. He pointed to the map. According to this, Mechanic Wild City is south of the Li tribe and takes half a year to reach on foot. No wonder that scribe didn't set venture too deep. He frowned slightly, but the danger there is unknown. This land is filled with threats. If I don't keep improving, the Li tribe will be destroyed in my hands sooner or later. He headed toward the door. Now that the Elder Sits Council is functioning well, it's time to send those people back. He paused. Then a mischievous smile appeared. Those 3 tribes will definitely be interested in this environment rich in cultivation energy, won't they? A moment later he introduced Josie to Ching King and the others. This is someone you know. He still escort you back. You already have the map. As long as you don't encounter quasi-god level beings or stronger, you still be safe. Gaopang added, as for cooperation, Isef already told him, as long as you bring him back, your mission will be considered complete. Yu Zhen beamed. After I return, I shall persuade our old ancestor not to bother your country anymore. Bang Mi raised both thumbs. I fully approve of the matter between you and Bikinian Sip's old ancestor. King Ching smiled softly. If you have time you must visit our tribe. Gao Pang simply snorted at the 3 women's looks. Before they left, he told Ba Huan, take care of them on the road. Also send my regards to the old patriarch. Ba Huan nodded. Understood. Please take care of yourself. Gao Pang snapped his fingers and ordered dragon ants forward. Everything settled. Time for us to head out too. 1 month later, Gao Peng compared the records to their travel. Strange. This journey feels much shorter than what Sip's written. Fatty Big C said, that Sip's because the travel time in the records was measured on foot. Did you forget how fast Dragon Ants is? Even most quasi-gods can sit match its speed. Dragon Ants suddenly reported, Master, there are unusual structures ahead. Gao Peng looked at the horizon. It really is imposing. Fatty Big C swished his tail. The bigger the storm, the fresher the fish. We sit are already here, no turning back. Gao Peng nodded. Let Sis descend. The moment he touched the ground, his face drained of color. This mud is too soft like its steps soaked in grease. Fatty Big C sniffed. The air is full of rust and machine oil. Gao Peng instructed, Goldie, you steer on guard duty. Goldie puffed out his chest. Understood. Gao Peng walked forward and noticed a strange gear-shaped tree. It was covered in colorful mechanical fruits. He plucked one. This looks like a gear. Before he could examine it, Goldie snatched it and swallowed it whole. It's good, Goldie announced proudly. The silver ones taste like durian. Gao Peng clutched his forehead. Your job is to guard. Stop eating everything you see. Then Goldie stiffened. He sensed something and shot into the air. The system displayed the creature, monster, chunky mutane swine. Level, 56. Elite. Attributes, metal est. Earth. Abilities, enhanced strength LV3. Mechanical poison LV3. Enhanced physique LV2. Gao Peng muttered, the entire mountain range here has been polluted. Plants and animals, all turned into mechanical life. He raised a hand. Goldie, don't set attack yet. Fatty Big C spray water on it. Give it a bath. Fatty Big C blinked. A bath? But he obeyed, pouring water over the swine's head. Immediately, the chunky mutane swine's body cleaned itself, and confused, hurried off toward a nearby pond. Gao Peng watched it wash itself. Interesting. He surveyed the area. Everything here has become mechanical life. But mechanical creatures usually can infect others. What carries the infection is the mud beneath our feet, and the polluted water. He added, using Dragon Ant's special vision, I can see gears floating in the water, so tiny they can be given a level rating, but they can infect Lord level, King level, even Emperor level creatures, a high-grade life form. He pointed upward. Dorsey, take me up. If many enemies here have metal attributes, you Citra are best counter. After flying a while, Gao Peng realized something uncanny. There are no city gates, no bricks. The wall is one massive block of steel. Not only that, there were battle scars everywhere. Statues of mechanical beasts stood frozen mid-roar. Everything matched the descriptions in the books. Except for one thing, the giant steel dragon. Where is it? Gao Peng commanded Dorsey to land on the metal wall. As soon as they touched down, something massive stirred ahead. The system displayed its information, monster, mechanic epic giant dragon, level 98. Type, undead metalless mechanical. Quality, near god tier. Status, minor injuries. Domain mechanical berserk. Weakness, destroy the central life source core inside the body. Tameable, yes. Body head, limbs, mechanical chassis. Notes, mechanical life severely damaged through core disruption. Gao Peng exhaled. So it really is the mechanic epic giant dragon. Before he could speak, the dragon lowered its body and barked. Protect the master, all of you leave. Gao Peng smiled awkwardly and raised both hands. Wait, let me explain. I'm not an enemy. I'm actually a good person here to help. The dragon cut him off coldly. I don't believe you, you don't look like a good person. Gao Peng froze, speechless. Dorsey turned his head and stifled a laugh. Gao Peng sighed. Fine, if that's how it is. He snapped his fingers. Dorsey, handle it. Dorsey stared in disbelief. Gabo Peng, you stare abusing your authority. Gao Peng smiled sweetly. My silly child, how could I abuse power? You stare lightning type. It sets metal type. Lightning restrains metal. Dorsey blinked. Really? Lightning surged around his body. Fine. Watch me. Gao Peng gave Goldie and Fatty Big C a meaningful glance. Run, quickly. Dorsey leapt into the air and hurled several lightning spheres at the mechanic epic giant dragon. The attack struck cleanly. Sparks burst across the dragon's body as metal plates cracked open, revealing inner machinery. Dorsey gasped. So strong. Excited, he unleashed another barrage of lightning. Gao Peng hid behind Goldie, perplexed. Why does this dragon barely attack? It's mostly using its body like a blunt weapon. Suddenly the dragon stiff's eyes glowed. Mechanical berserk domain, activated. Suddenly the dragon stiff's eyes glowed. Mechanical berserk domain, activated. Around them, several mechanical elephant beasts rose to their feet, eyes glowing red. They locked onto Dorsey. Dorsey Sip's jaw dropped. They are alive? Taking advantage of the distraction, the dragon slammed its metal fist into Dorsey's back. Dorsey flailed. Ah, itchy, so itchy. Gao Pang shouted, there are gears stuck in your wound. Dorsey zapped himself with lightning, shaking out the tiny gears. Disgusting. Enraged, he fired bolt after bolt at the dragon. Stupid hunk of metal. But the wounds he inflicted suddenly began regenerating at high speed. So fast. Dorsey trembled. It's killing me. An elephant beast lunged at his back. Luckily, Goldie burst in and grabbed the beast mid-air. The beast bit into Goldie Sep's head, but Goldie didn't set flinch. He grabbed its wrist and mocked, you dare sneak attack a cute innocent duck. He smashed it into the ground. The beast shattered instantly. Dorsey wailed, Gao Pang, I Sip am hurt, right here. Gao Pang rubbed his head. There. Goldie happily pummeled the remaining elephant beasts. Gao Pang gave him a thumbs up. Good Goldie. Excellent. He glanced at Dorsey, who was crying miserably. Maybe I Sep spoiled him too much. The elephant beasts were flattened moments later. Goldie turned toward the mechanic epic giant dragon and taunted. Anything else? Come on, show me your moves. The dragon charged wildly, but Goldie easily overpowered it. Down in moments, Goldie planted a foot on its head. Pathetic. Gao Pang observed, nodding. After evolving, Goldie Sip's physical resistance is absurd. Add his ridiculous magic resistance. He Sip's basically a brainless war machine. All the dragon could say was, protect, protect, protect. Fatty Big C asked, Yusip studied it half a day. Can Set subdue it? What now? Gao Pang shook his head. Forget it. Goldie, finish it. Goldie didn't hesitate. He smashed the dragon's head apart. Gao Pang walked far away, utterly defeated. All that work, and I get bronze. A total waste. He sighed. Well, after killing the mechanic epic giant dragon, I doubt this city will welcome me. Gao Pang waved. Let Stets keep exploring along the wall. Soon, they came upon a massive crater. What is this? Gao Pang frowned. The indent was enormous. This looks like a finger mark? A giant finger? Something the size of the dragon? Fatty Big C suddenly pointed. Gao Pang, there sets a staircase leading down. Gao Pang snapped his fingers and summoned a few more beasts. Stay sharp. Let Sets go. They descended into the city Sip's interior. Gao Pang looked around with a puzzled expression. The place was filled with battle scars. There are no monsters, no corpses, but signs of war everywhere. Why? He turned to Moneymaker. Moneymaker sniffed the air. Master, I smell many treasures. Gao Pang Sip's eyes narrowed. Good. Go on. Show us what you can do. An hour later, Moneymaker was drenched in sweat, pacing anxiously. Master, it reported miserably. I clearly sensed treasures everywhere, but I couldn't find a single one. It's so frustrating. Gao Pang smiled faintly, rubbed its head, and comforted it. Maybe the treasures grew legs and ran away. But just as he finished speaking, he sensed something unusual. This is a mechanical processing bed, he said. But its life signature just appeared. A processing bed, with life. Before he could make sense of it, another presence manifested, a giant sphere of mechanical lightning. The system displayed its abilities, healing lightning, explosive lightning and lightning burst, capable of restoring the damage of any mechanical life within range. Gao Pang stared blankly. What in the world is this? Why did all of this suddenly come alive? Moments later, several mechanical items surrounded them. Flammy lowered its head and whispered, Master, do you want me to incinerate them into molten iron? No. Gao Pang replied immediately. We don't know if they are hostile, and honestly, they don't look dangerous. He eyed Flammy's belly. On the contrary, Flammy seems to have gotten fat. Suddenly, all the items bowed to Gao Pang. He blinked. What is this? Do they want me to be their king now? Is my domineering aura that obvious? The mechanical creatures all pointed toward a door in the ground. The door opened. Gao Pang frowned. Are they telling me to go in? He stepped forward and the door slammed shut behind him. He didn't panic. Retreat blocked too. Well, that confirms it. Something like a mechanical pen waved at him from the stairs below, then hopped downward. They even sent a guide. He turned to the group. I fuse with dragon ants. Goldie and Fatty Big C follow me. We head down. The rest of you stay here and stand by. Goldie peeked down into the passage. This thing is deep. After descending, they found a colossal figure resting in a chamber. The system displayed its identity, King of Robotics, level 108. Status, seriously injured. Condition, missing central energy source. Control center heavily damaged, joints destroyed. Weakness, lacks power. Movement restricted. Gao Pang froze. A god-level mechanical life form. Goldie stared wide-eyed. Big, it's still alive, and not even unconscious? Gao Pang turned to Fatty Big C. If we get rid of him, can we use the Godhead system mechanism for ourselves? Yes, Fatty Big C replied, but it sits unnecessary. It sits far too valuable, and beast taming doesn't have the attributes required to digest it. Gao Peng frowned. Subduing a god-level being is impossible right now. Even weakened, its soul intensity is far too high. The king of robotics suddenly spoke. Human, you have proven your strength. Let us cooperate. I will sign an equal contract with you. You help me, and I will help you. Gao Peng separated from Dragon Ants and folded his arms. How do we cooperate? I require a vast amount of energy, the king of robotics said. Heal me, and once I recover, I will destroy your enemies. That's a terrible deal for me, Gao Peng replied bluntly. You still are seriously injured. How can you help eliminate anything? And an equal contract doesn't bind you tightly. If I heal you and you run away, what should I do? I will not betray the contract, the king replied coolly. Gao Peng narrowed his eyes. Also, whoever injured you must been another god, right? If I heal you, one that provoked them, can you protect me forever? The king had no answer. It simply snorted. Gao Peng chuckled silently. A half-destroyed god is already in my hands. Not bad. He pretended to hesitate. Fine, let's talk plainly. I help you recover. You fight for me for 100 years after full recovery, protecting me and eliminating enemies. The king glared. Impossible. Too greedy. 100 years? Gao Peng shrugged. I just ensuring my safety. Gods live long lives. 100 years is nothing. 10 years, the king countered. Gao Peng raised an eyebrow. You are not sincere. 99. And just like that, the bargaining began. Fatty Big C and Goldie stared blankly. What are they even doing? After a long back and forth, the king finally snapped. 70 years. No more. Gao Peng beamed. Deal. Though in his heart he thought darkly, once it's fully healed, I'll simply say the contract's fulfilled. He clapped his hands. Now what do you need for healing? Rare minerals, high-energy crystals, monster flesh, the king said. Monster flesh is least effective. Gao Peng nodded slowly. The Jush and Shedi regions, even the Li tribe have rare minerals. They're unstable and prone to explosions, but still usable. Perfect for exploitation. Good. Then let's sign the contract. Soon, the equal contract was complete. The king's eyes glowed and the ground trembled as its body shifted upright. Gao Peng thought an earthquake hit, but it was just the king moving. Hey! Gao Peng shouted. Put away your aura. Are you trying to attract every god in the region? Fine, the king muttered. Its entire body shrank, compressing to a smaller form. Smaller. The king shrank again. This size acceptable? It asked stiffly. Gain nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. The king of robotics tilted its head and spoke again. You're probably not one of those green-blooded tribes, are you? You've always been different from them. If you want to improve your strength quickly, I know a place. Gao Peng narrowed his eyes. Why tell me? The king of robotics replied, frankly, because the stronger you are, the more you benefit me, and that place can strengthen you while also helping me recover, killing two birds with one stone. Gao Peng smirked. So that's how it is. Then take me there. Where is it? Outside the world circle, the king answered. The world vortex battlefield. Fatty Big C froze. What? Absolutely not. You can go there. It's too dangerous. The king of robotics explained calmly. You are a familiar from the C dimension. The world vortex battlefield of Jush and Shedi is different. The C dimension battlefield uses low-level monsters as cannon fodder for war. But here in Jush and Shedi, the vortex battlefield exists to cultivate warriors. Fatty Big C snapped. Is the same? There are abyss invaders in that battlefield. If we go, we still cannon fodder. The king didn't deny it. That was true until 30,000 years ago. The old gods interfered with the balance of sun, moon, yin, and yang, dividing the battlefield into two realms. The yang realm became the main god-level battlefield, influenced by super-god existences. But the yin realm is a secondary battlefield, unaffected by super-gods. It continued. Based on your current strength, you can gain tremendous benefits in the yin realm. Gao Peng considered this. After signing the contract, at least 80% of what it says can be trusted. If such a place really exists, exploring it might be worth the risk. And at my current level, I can't improve without taking bold steps. He exhaled slowly. I understand. I think I can go. The king of robotics added, unfortunately in my current state, I cannot take you there directly. I must find another method. Gao Peng nodded. Then let's return to the tribe first and discuss it. You have too many creations here. It's inconvenient to bring them along. The king waved a hand dismissively. They are not my subordinates. They were merely dead objects activated by my domain. Once I leave, they will revert. As soon as it finished speaking, all the surrounding constructs fell still, returning to lifeless metal. Let's go, the king said. Not long afterward, Gao Peng returned to the tribe. A young man rushed to greet him. King, you finally back. Elder Jotishan and the others have also returned. And they brought guests. Gao Peng nodded. That sips fast, he thought. He turned to the king of robotics. This is my tribe. You can rest and recover here. Joai hurried over. King, our guests have agreed to cooperate with us. They have already sent the first batch of tamers. Galpang Sip's eyes glinted. Perfect. The entire Jushin Shetty knows of a small, struggling group in the southern wilderness. No one cares enough to conquer them. That gives him the perfect chance to bring outside tamers in and develop in secret. He smiled faintly. When the Red Blood tribe grows strong, future territory will be ours to choose. What level are the tamers who came? He asked. Joai replied, they are all promising young tamers. Gaopang frowned inwardly. As expected, the elders didn't send their strong ones, just youngsters to test the waters. Joai asked, do you want to meet them, chieftain? Gaopang waved a hand. Not today. If anything happens, notify me. Arrange the alliance meeting for tomorrow. Then he glanced at Joai with a small smile. You handled this well, go find a place to evolve your familiar. Joai's eyes lit up. He had watched so many beastmasters break through after witnessing the king's power. Now it was finally his turn. Gaopang said, you have 3 choices. Holy Evolution, Nightmare Evolution or Dark Evolution. Which do you want? Joai hesitated. I don't understand them very well, Great King. Which do you think suits me? There is no strongest evolution, Gaopang replied. Only the one most suitable for you. Based on your style, Holy Evolution fits best. Fatty Big C chuckled quietly. Of course it does. The king only collected materials for Holy Evolution. Unaware of this, Joai bowed gratefully. Gaopang guided him to the tribe's spiritual hall. Release your familiar, he instructed. Joai nodded eagerly. Joey summoned his pet. It was a perfect quality plant-type familiar, level 83. Goldie circled it once and snorted, so the tree is bald too. Gaopang shot him a glare. Go play with your dogs and stop talking. Goldie turned away with a click of his tongue. Gaopang examined the tree closely. As a plant type, its evolution method is different from beasts. Don't worry, he reassured Joey. To prove that, he summoned Silly. Bring out the white blood jade. Silly quickly took out the materials. Gaopang arranged the jade pieces around the pet, and immediately red light radiated from them. Then he uncorked a small bottle. Next, this. The moment he poured the contents over the pet, Goldie sneezed from the intense fragrance. What kind of smell is this? My nose is dying, he groaned, scrunching his face, but the 3-headed hound inhaled deeply and wagged its tails. So fragrant. Goldie grabbed all 3 of them by the fur. If you ruin the Master Sips ceremony, you still be stewed into dog meat soup. Understood? The 3 dogs went stiff with terror. Meanwhile, Gaopang gently brushed something orange across the pet's bark-like surface, humming as he worked. Joey, pale and nervous, could only stand helplessly. He had no clue what any of this was, but he trusted the king. The sweet fragrance spread through the room. Several pets started leaning closer. Gaopang tapped the tree lightly. No need to be nervous. You stir upgrading to the holy tier. You stir not a sapling anymore. He snapped his fingers. Dumb, keep the dogs in check. Dumb obeyed immediately, suppressing the hounds with a flicker of energy. At last, Gaopang stepped back, satisfied with the orange-coated pet. Good, all done. He pulled out a lighter, flicked it open with a sinister expression, and tossed it directly onto the tree. Flames erupted, engulfing the pet completely. Gaopang watched with a delighted grin. Magnificent. Joey nearly fainted. Great King, is this normal? Relax, Gaopang said. It's almost finished. As he promised, the burning silhouette suddenly glowed. The system displayed new information. Monster name, Holy Aurora Fur. Level, 83. Quality, Epic. Abilities, Holy Aura, Light Element Control, Grade 7 Elemental Body, Grade 6 Light Burst, and more. Joey practically bowed to the floor in gratitude. Great King, thank you. Can I tell my friends? Gaopang blinked. Tell them what? Joey explained nervously. The priests of our tribe hold all the evolution methods. Ordinary members struggle to even get an audience with them. After our catastrophe, they claim they've been too depleted to help anyone evolve. Even when they do help, they fail half the time. Gaopang folded his arms thoughtfully. A perfect chance to win over the young generation and strengthen the tribe from the roots. He nodded. Very well. Since you are sincere, I shall help a second time. That afternoon, in his residence, Gaopang gathered his subordinates. Remember the priorities of this second mobilization: foundational construction, resource channels, and research personnel. Once you return to headquarters, implement everything immediately. Yes, young lord, they said. Just then Joey ran in. Gawing, everyone sits arrived. Gaopang dismissed his men. You can go. I still have something to handle. He stepped outside and was stunned. A massive crowd filled the courtyard. These are the friends you mentioned? Joey smiled awkwardly. Everyone was too enthusiastic. Too enthusiastic. This is an army, Gaopang thought. In the basement, he told Dumb, pause your cultivation. I need your help. Dumb worked quickly. Before long, results emerged, and the crowd gasped. A wooden sign hung on a large tree. Make great contributions to the tribe, and the king will personally reward you. As the excited crowd dispersed, Gao Peng rubbed his forehead. I underestimated their hunger for power. Joey returned. Do you need to meet with the alliance members? Gao Peng shook his head. This group isn't set important enough. I'll meet them once the structure is in place. He paused, then asked. They traveled far. We should build their residences soon. Has everything been arranged? Yes, Joey said. He unrolled a map. The Elder Sit's council prepared 2 empty districts. The larger one is nearby. It will be given to the newcomers. Gao Peng nodded. The elders rarely speak, but their work is reliable. Gang reminded Joey, that Sep's right. When allocating the new residences, make sure to give preferential treatment to the White Dragon tribe, the Green God tribe, the Yo tribe, and the Northern Ice tribe. Joey wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Great King, the elders are old. They may not be able to let go of their traditions so easily. You are young and straightforward, far too honest. I don't question your strength, of course. I admire you greatly. Gao Peng waved it off. Yet, Sep's fine. I Sep not petty. Just monitor the tribal movements carefully and relocate people in small batches. Don't Sep let the green-blooded race notice anything. Joey hesitated. Great King, are you leaving? Yes, Gao Peng said. Only by becoming stronger can I protect the tribe. Outside Guangdonging Mountain, he asked the Mechanical Dark King, you said the summit of Radiance Mountain has a teleportation channel directly connected to the World Vortex battlefield. The Mechanical Dark King confirmed. Correct. The Radiance Mountain channel can be used by any race. Even divine beasts and gods send their descendants there for training. Gao Peng was surprised. Divine beasts? They are monster lineages with extremely high innate talent. The Mechanical Dark King explained. Like Bifangs and Phoenixes, it sits easier for them to break through to the god level, and their quality is very high from birth. They live in groups, and are highly united. Gao Peng thought of Flammy, now evolved into a Bifang. Flammy was technically a divine beast. There's a group of divine beasts at Radiance Mountain, the Mechanical Dark King added. I still disguise myself as your tamed beast to avoid trouble. And what kind of divine beasts are they? Gao Peng asked. Holy unicorns, it replied. Their ranking among divine beasts isn't set high, but some clans are exceptionally strong. Gao Peng narrowed his eyes. Judging by your tone, you had conflict with them before. Why are you still taking me there? Can we go somewhere else? No, the Mechanical Dark King said immediately. All Vortex battlefield channels are guarded, either by powerful groups or by extremely strong gods. Breaking through a guarded group is easier than confronting a god. Come, we are almost there. When they arrived, Gao Peng froze. This is Radiance Mountain? What lay before him was not a mountain at all, but a massive radiant conch-like structure. The system identified it as a Purify Heavenly Grand Light Conch, containing 45% Purification Law and 30% Light Law. Gao Peng Sep's face stiffened. Hattie Big C. What Sip's the meaning of controlling 45% of a law? Fatty Big C snorted. One slap and we stare all dead. Gao Peng immediately turned around to leave. The Mechanical Dark King was stunned. What are you doing? Leaving, Gao Peng replied. If this massive thing has existed here for so long without being discovered, the residents must have ascended. Why shouldn't we follow their example and run? The Mechanical Dark King fell silent. A divine artifact. I see. This owner was not simple. A few days later, they arrived at the Valley of the God of Fire. The heat was suffocating. Gao Peng wrapped himself tightly. It sets too hot. This is another channel, the Mechanical Dark King explained. The nearest one. The race living here is the Bifang. Heat is normal. Gao Peng summoned Flammy. The moment Flammy appeared, it spotted some reddened grass on the ground and its eyes widened. Gao Peng, this smells amazing. Flammy gobbled down a blade of grass. This flavor delightful. We must bring it back and plant it. Moments later, several Bifangs descended from the sky. Gao Peng muttered, here they come. Goldie, stay alert, he ordered. Goldie wilted in the heat. Why is it so hot here? The Bifangs perched on the branches, staring at Flammy in curiosity. Little Red Bird one said, you look like our kind. What exactly are you? Gao Peng arched a brow. They don't recognize him. Flammy merely nodded politely. The Bifangs began guessing wildly. Red ape. No, a one-legged flame bird. You stare all blind, clearly it seps a fiery finch. You idiots. Its shape screams rare dichroic blue feather round-headed eagle. Flammy simply smiled. Then a deeper voice spoke, echoing through the valley. All right, this beautiful little Bifang is indeed one of us. Flammy went stiff. At once the Bifangs crowded around him. So fat. So round. Can he even fly like this? Does a Bifang look like this? The ancestor was right. Maybe he got stuck in his egg at birth. Gao Peng pinched the bridge of his nose. These birds aren't very bright. At least they're friendly. Then the voice returned, this time accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. Enough. All who come from afar are guests. The temperature surged. Gaping winced, but felt nothing. He realized why. The damage transfer link from the blood oath Flemmy is taking the heat for me. He looked toward the source of the voice. Is that the ancestor they spoke of? A Bifang elder spoke first. Any who can protect the young of our race wandering outside and help them grow, those are good people. And this child is far stronger than her peers. Human, you have done well. Then, to Gao Peng's surprise, the colossal bird's body shimmered and transformed into the form of a young woman. She smiled lightly. This form lets me speak with you more easily. It should also ease the pressure you feel from my aura. Gao Peng removed his hat. The heat vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of cool wind. To control natural elements with such delicate precision, this level of power is terrifying. The Bifang elder asked, now then, what brings you to our Fire God Valley? Gao Peng bowed respectfully. Senior, I seek the channel to the World Vortex battlefield. She nodded. I see. But before that, little one, show me your flames. Flammy froze, too startled to react. A strand of her fire was instantly pulled away by the elder's power. Hey, what does that mean? What are you doing with my flame? The Bifang elder studied the small wisp on her palm. As expected, your fire carries more than a dozen flavors. Just how many types of flames have you swallowed with your wooden core flame? Then she made her decision. Good, very good. From today onward, you are my adopted daughter. I will teach you cultivation. Flammy immediately darted behind Gao Peng. Gao Eng, I don't want to stay here. Gao Peng sighed and asked directly. Senior, your valley is filled with Bifangs. Why choose Flammy? You don't understand, the elder said. This child Sep's flame walks the path of competition. In countless years only 6 Bifangs have awakened this path, and she is the only one still alive. She follows you now, but can you protect her? Her eyes sharpened. The path of competition ends only in death or victory. I hope that this generation's Sep's victor will be of our Bifang race. Let the phoenixes and 3-legged crows fight. We Bifangs must also have our champion. For this goal we will assist her with everything. Gao Peng grew solemn. So the system never displayed this because it wasn't an ability. It was a rare evolutionary route. I underestimated the danger of this place. The elder continued. This valley is protected by earthly essence, but it is also the source of your shackles. After thinking it over, Gao Peng said to Flammy, why don't you stay here temporarily and level up? Everyone here is your kin. When I need your help later, you'll be stronger. Flammy hesitated, then nodded. I understand. The Bifang elder was pleased. She took out a feather, a meeting gift. Gao Peng accepted it eagerly. A high-tier token, perhaps a clone of a powerful being that appears when I face certain death. He asked urgently, Senior, what level of enemy can your clone defeat? Does it descend as a thought form, a half-body projection? The elder blinked once. No, this feather simply records the scent of whoever kills you and sends it to me. Then I shall come seek revenge on your behalf. Gao Peng's smile froze. The elder coughed politely. Well, since we are friends now, I shall escort you a short distance toward the Vortex battlefield. She waved her hand, surrounding Gao Peng's group with a current of blazing flame. Goldie leaned close to Flammy. Wait for me, don't forget me. His voice cracked pitifully, earning him a sharp stare from Fatty Big C. As they prepared to depart, the mechanical Nether King remembered something. Be careful, your appearance differs from the green-blooded races here. It may create trouble. Gao Peng took out a green glass bottle and shook it smugly, already prepared. Colorful smoke burst out, dyeing his skin green. When he stepped into the Vortex battlefield, he quietly observed the surroundings. The trainers here must be elite talents raised by other civilizations, and some of the creatures, descendants of gods. A green-skinned youth approached him cheerfully. Hey brother, you look unfamiliar. Which country are you from? Mingyu country, Gao Peng answered casually. The boy blinked. Never heard of it. Must be a border micronation. Don't sit go yet. You Stitcher new, right? I can show you around. Gao Peng kept walking. I prefer traveling alone. The boy wasn't offended. Fair enough. But be careful, I smelled danger earlier. Right then, Dum's voice echoed urgently in Gao Peng's mind. Master, the death aura and murderous aura here are even stronger than in hell. Gao Peng nodded. Great. The more monster corpses and flesh and blood essence we find, the better. This place is a treasure trove. Goldie, still depressed after parting with Flammy, sniffled and pointed ahead. That dog, its nose and eyes look like my Sahara. What stood before them, however, was nothing like Goldie's dog. It was a level 94 Cerberus mutant, 3 heads snarling, each emitting hot breaths. Gao Peng placed a firm hand on Goldie's shoulder. Don't point randomly. The weakest monsters here are Emperor level. Many of them have high intelligence, high enough to understand you. Mechanical Nether King raised his gaze toward the swirling blue beam in the sky. twisting like a vortex reel. That is the continental killing leaderboard I mentioned. Gao Peng looked up. So the monsters displayed there are the apex hunters of this battlefield? The text on the suspended projection suddenly shifted into gnome script, shocking him. It showed 73 standard gods eliminated. Eins, zwei Act Eins. Holy tribulation being slain. He glanced at the next projection. Standard gods eliminated, 250A7. Holy tribulation eliminations, countless. At the top of the list shown a single name, Eternal Night Carving. Level 99. Eternal Quality. Dark Element. Parts tamed, eyes, wings, claws, beak, feathers, internal organs, all abilities. Level 10. A monster completely immune to weakening by external rules. Its battle strength never dropping even when injured. Its entire body radiated the absurd perfection of an undying war machine. Gao Peng wiped cold sweat from his temples. This eternal quality, it's like a mythic hero template. Law level negatives don't affect it. The dark heavenly descent enhances its vision. The passive Dark Knight Spectre boosts its instincts. And the dual lunar dark synergy pushes its strength even higher. No wonder it dominates the list. He glanced at Fatty Big C, analyzing quietly. Level 99 Eternal Quality. Even with my beasts, unless they use divine artifacts, none could fight it evenly. Maybe Goldie or Dumb, if they reached the same level, could try. But killing it would still be nearly impossible. And there are at least 4 such monsters ranked here. He pulled up his hood. Stay close. We don't have time to waste. Ahead stood several abyss demons, towering 2-meter beasts with purple fur, dragon wings and 2 sharp horns. Gao Peng frowned. Fatty Big C. Why don't such they match your description? Fatty Big C sniffed. These ones are being controlled. Look closely. Sure enough, the demons' eyes were blood red, and white veins crawled across their foreheads, signs of Jai's mind-bewildering influence. Before Gao Peng could study further, Jai sensed them and lunged. Dumb stepped forward, raising his divine artifact-clad arm, effortlessly catching the demon by the face. The creature trembled in fear, red eyes locked greedily on Fatty Big C. Fatty Big C licked his lips. Master, can I eat these little demons? They smell like abyssal flesh, rich and delicious. Gao Peng waved dismissively. Leave a corpse. A beam of golden divine light descended from the sky like a heavenly hammer. When the dust settled, a deep crater covered the ground. Gao Peng scowled. I said leave a corpse. Fatty Big C blinked innocently, then spat out a mangled, saliva-covered demon body. The corpse slapped onto the ground with a wet smack. Gao Peng recoiled. You disgust me. He turned away just as Darkchild awakened. With a snap of Gao Peng's fingers, Silly vanished from sight. Gao Peng pointed at the slimy corpse. Darkchild, see what you can extract. Darkchild sighed in resignation and began casting, producing 3 floating crystals. Abyss crystal, flesh and blood crystal, slightly salty saliva crystal. Gao Peng pinched his nose. Even this you can extract, too disgusting. Goldie leaned forward. Hey, what is that last one? It smells salty and fishy. Gao Peng had no words. Darkchild ignored them, gaze fixed on the soil. Boss, something is buried in the ground. Dig it up, and I can decompose it. Gao Peng flicked a shovel in front of Goldie and kicked him lightly. Dig. Goldie sighed, grabbed the shovel, and trudged off muttering miserably. Moments later, he shoveled up a massive clump of earth. Gao Peng pointed at the giant mound of dirt Goldie had dug up. Darkchild, decompose this. Darkchild lifted both hands, divine artifact light streaming out. The soil dissolved into floating particles, and a single crystal clinked onto the ground. Gao Peng's eyes widened. There really was one. A diluted flesh and blood crystal, Darkchild reported calmly. If you bring me about 10 times this amount, I can combine them into a complete one. Gao Peng immediately calculated. 1 cubic meter is around 3 tons. So a little over 3 cubic meters equals 1 full flesh and blood crystal. A wicked grin crept onto his face. A gold mine of flesh essence right beneath his feet. He flicked his fingers at Goldie. Keep digging. Behind him, Mechanical Nether King watched the exchange with complicated eyes. This strange human casually wielded an artifact capable of pure decomposition, a tool spoken of only in the legends of ancient eras. Just how many methods does he hold? A full day later, the sky ripped open. A massive spatial crack expanded above them, and through it poured an army of demons and jailers, creatures of every twisted shape, monsters and humanoids alike. One demon, bandaged head to toe with only a single eye exposed, descended first. He froze mid-air. There, Gao Peng lay comfortably on a recliner, relaxing shirtless. Beside him, Goldie tirelessly dug soil, tongue lolling, teeth gleaming, muttering to himself. 7 years ago, I was even bold enough to eat a person. Ah, that fresh taste. Truly nostalgic. Goldie still hadn't noticed the charging demon. He just kept ranting, sweating, complaining that Gao Peng made him dig non-stop. As the demon swooped in, Goldie casually threw his shovel aside, accidentally tripping the demon midair and slamming him face first into the dirt pile. Not even looking, Goldie scooped the demon up together with the soil, dumped everything into a huge basin, and hauled it over his shoulder. Darkchild, this enough. Darkchild, hovering, flashed him a thumbs up. Dorsey, watching from afar with Ice Lion, whispered, Goldie looks too adorable when he works. Ice Lion nodded. Don't underestimate him. Goldie is actually the most elite duck in our entire village. He raised a ghostly thumbs up of his own. A thunderous explosion echoed from the other side of the mountain, shaking the ground beneath them. Gao Peng, still half lying on his recliner, glanced sideways. It's getting lively. Another abyssal invasion. The commotion is big this time. I wonder which layer SIP's elites will show up. He had barely finished when he spotted what seemed like a minor demon rushing toward them. But it wasn't alone, it was a whole army. Gao Peng sighed and looked at Dorsey. You go handle something. Don't sit be lazy. Dorsey groaned. I don't want to. Gao Peng narrowed his eyes. Then go dig dirt with Goldie. In an instant, Dorsey SIP's expression collapsed. Fine, I shall go. He leapt into the air, spiritual energy exploding from his body, forming a lightning spear. With a single sweep, dozens of demons were pierced clean through, shattering midair and raining down like smoking cinders. A large crater smoldered below. Dorsey puffed up proudly. How was that? My new move. From now on, call me TGN. Ice Lion and Silly turned their backs to him. Dorsey wilted. Hey, Dorset be like that. Can you at least pretend to be scared? Silly flitted around, shouting in a sing-song voice. Attention everyone. Dorsey says he sits scary. Dorsey says he sits so scary. Dorsey covered his face. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. Gao Peng massaged his temples. What kind of strange books have these brats been reading lately? A shadow fell over him. Gao Peng looked up. An abyssal dragon descended, wings unfurled, its presence heavy and oppressive. Oh, been a while since I've seen a dragon, Gao Peng murmured. A slim booklet appeared in his hand, its cover silently glowing. He chuckled, amused. Well then, someone strong has finally shown up. He casually held out the book toward the dragon. This dragon slaying manual has been upgraded several levels, but I haven't had a chance to test it. Why don't you try it out? Dumb understood instantly. Yes, master. He grabbed the book and hurled it skyward. The abyssal dragon scoffed, inhaled and exhaled a blast of abyssal breath. A mere book dares. It froze. Its wings locked, its pupils shrank. A wave of primal fear washed through it. It didn't understand why, but its massive body went stiff as stone. Then gravity took over. The abyssal dragon plummeted straight down. Gao Peng nodded with satisfaction. Interesting, even void attribute creatures aren't immune. The dragon groaned on the ground, trembling, trying to understand what had happened. But before it could gather its dignity, Goldie stomped over, reached out a hand, and pointed right at its face. Teach it a lesson. He sat on the ground hugging his basin of dirt, crying dramatically. I stump an abyssal dragon from the abyss. Why do I have to dig dirt? Suddenly, a whip lashed across the dragon SIP's back. It let out a shriek of pain. Goldie pressed his foot down on the abyssal dragon SIP's back, face darkening. Dawn set act pitiful. Work properly. He turned to the other demons, eyes cold. And listen well. Your work efficiency depends on your team. Whichever team falls behind, the last one gets eaten. Far away, Dorsey sprawled on the ground, whining endlessly. Gao Peng, we waited a whole day already. I so bored. Gao Peng lounged lazily in his chair, waving a hand. Just wait a little longer. Dorsey lay flat like a dead fish. Who are we even waiting for? Gao Peng cracked one eye open, glanced toward the horizon. You know soon. A sudden shout cut through the air. I am not doing this anymore. One of the demons hurled his shovel aside, roaring. There are so many of us. Why should we be exploited by a duck? It raised its fist dramatically. Everyone, follow me. Let's slaughter them, rip their souls apart and regret ever being in our stomachs. Silence. Every demon turned around and simply walked away. The rebellious demon stood frozen, stunned that no one joined him. His expression collapsed into pitiful confusion. Abyssal dragon watched from the side, snickering. Abyss big mouth. It stepped closer and spoke in a mocking tone. If we could resist, do you think we still be digging dirt? If resistance worked, we have done it long ago. Humiliated, the rebellious demon exploded with fury, literally breaking through his restraints. Right behind him stood Goldie. Expression gloomy. Aura oppressive. Goldie cracked his knuckles. Fine, I'll let you hit me 3 times. If you can make me feel full, I'll let you leave. The demon blinked. And if I lose, you won't take revenge, right? Goldie scoffed. Cut the nonsense. If you don't hit me, I'll assume you surrender. That was all the demon needed. It shot forward like a cannonball, fist slamming into Goldie SIP's body, only to freeze in disbelief. Nothing happened. Goldie didn't set even flinch. No way, the demon muttered. Even if I sipped him one level lower, that blow should at least injure you. Not convinced. The demon sprouted 3 razor-sharp arm blades and slashed again. From afar, a one-eyed demon muttered nervously, he sits exploding. Another demon held up a small tablet. He steps using that secret technique again. He shall die after this. A third demon swallowed. I wonder if he can even scratch that duck. The demon lunged with his claws. Go meet your ancestors. The blades struck Goldie Sip's body, and did nothing. The demon recoiled in shock. Impossible. I hit the weakest point of your body, even the strongest demon in hell for 3,000 years. Goldie's voice drifted in lazily, cutting him off. Are you done? The demon stared. He was completely unharmed. Dorsey, watching, sighed. This duck is bullying small demons again. His whole body has uniform defense. The only way to beat Goldie is to exceed his defense in one blow. The demon trembled, pointing. Don Set, tell me your weakness isn't set your eyes at all. Goldie Sep's expression twitched. A guilty flicker. But he quickly straightened, palms together in a serene pose. You still have one last attack. The demon Sep's eyes sparked with desperate hope. Fine, one last attack. I am Sep, believe your entire body has no weakness. He braced, then turned around and sprinted away at full speed. Let's go. Goldie froze. Huh? The demon rocketed away, laughing wildly. Fat duck, you still never catch me. I step too fast. I step not fighting anymore. Victory filled his face. Until a streak of light descended. A single clean strike severed his head. White Steel stood behind the falling corpse, holding the blade with smug satisfaction. How cool am I? Dorsey yelled. Throw that thing away, quickly. Gaopang rose from his chair, eyes narrowing toward the glowing halo forming on the horizon. That Sip's more like it. We've been making noise long enough. A real heavyweight finally can sit still. A massive figure descended, Pixiu, ranked 4th on the battlefield's elimination list. It landed with a cold snort, glaring down. What a bunch of greedy fools. Below, Goldie pointed upward. Everyone be serious. Dorsey nodded vigorously, pretending to be stern. Ice Lion stretched out his claws. White Steel, cut my nails. White Steel replied without looking. Rules are rules. 10 tons of ice silkworm paste in payment. Pixiu stomped, furious at being ignored. Donstant thinks silence hides your intentions. I know you start digging up treasures. It turned and roared to the demons behind it. All of you, go. Whoever finds the treasure first gets to keep it. The demons immediately swarmed forward, shoving others away, yelling crudely as they rushed to dig. One demon snatched another's shovel and screamed in triumph. A one-eyed demon ran over to Goldie, trembling. Raw report. That thing, that Pixiu is ordering us to. Goldie lowered his hand dismissively. Ignore them. Go search elsewhere. He turned away, but the demons exchanged a quick look. The moment Goldie's group left, they lunged forward, forcing their way in. The leading demon bared its teeth and shoved aggressively. This area is ours. Move. The other added with certainty. The treasure Sip's definitely here. Goldie Sip's patience snapped. He growled, stepping directly into the midst of the demons. Standing cold and expressionless, he asked, do any of you understand the word politeness? The demons burst into laughter. The duck-headed demon mimicked Goldie mockingly, tilting his head side to side. Goldie inched forward, voice flat. Your laugh is wrong. The duck-headed demon paused, confused, until Goldie demonstrated how he should be laughing, producing an ear-splitting screech that made the demon wince. That Sep's a duck voice, the demon said calmly. Not bad. His calmness didn't last. Goldie casually grabbed him by the head with one hand and hurled him across the field. The demon crashed into his companions like a bowling ball, sending all of them spinning into unconscious heaps. The 2 remaining demons stared, suddenly aware that this duck was not a joke. Above them, Pixiu watched, nodding to himself. That was enough. He could handle this personally. Gaopang observed quietly, as the system revealed information about the newcomer. Pure blood Pixiu. One of the 9 legendary dragon offspring, bringer of fortune, warder of evil. Gaopang understood immediately. No wonder he ranks 4th on the elimination list. Goldie stood beside him and said proudly, Gang, I read about this thing before. That Sep's a real pure-blood Pixiu. Pixiu looked down with approval. Unexpected. The duck actually recognizes me. If they had acknowledged my rule earlier, I would have gone easy. But Goldie remained impassive. He pointed at Pixiu. Dong. I also heard pure-blood Pixiu supposedly have a mouth, but no anus. So does he really not have one? Pixiu's eye twitched so violently it looked like thunder hit him. His face turned red with fury. You dare insult me. His aura erupted like wildfire, curses booming around him. Flames surged, twisting into a tornado that crashed downward with the force of a meteor. Stone shattered. Air screamed. Gaopang watched from afar, muttering, a violent one. When the tornado detonated, crimson wind blades ripped apart the sky itself. From the shadows, countless eyes gleamed. A deep voice muttered, "He sips even attacking his own followers. He sips lost his mind." Another voice chuckled. The duck might not be the one in trouble after all. A clawed hand pierced through the swirling mist. Then Goldie burst out, smirking. "The kitten sips got power. I shall give him that." He rushed back into the darkness. Pixiu's eyes narrowed. Fast but not fast enough. He lunged, claws extended, gathering lethal force. He descended from above like a falling star. "Looks like this is all you've got," Pixiu sneered. His words died midair. Goldie had caught him. Pixiu froze. How can this duck be so strong? Is he even a duck? Goldie squeezed. "Your acupressure skills aren't set bad." That hit felt refreshing. Pixiu clenched his teeth. During that moment of arrogance, he spotted a weakness. With a burst of force, he slipped free. Good opportunity. He launched a vicious kick. It slammed Goldie hard into a wall. Dust rained down. Goldie slumped, breath knocked out. Pixiu didn't let up. He roared, rushing again and kicked Goldie straight off the cliff wall. Standing atop the ledge, Pixiu admired his work. Impressively thick skin. Goldie staggered to his feet below, coughing. Dawn set to interfere. Pixiu went pale. He had already celebrated his victory. Goldie straightened, eyes turning sharp. "I shall beat this cat into paste." Ice Lion exhaled softly. "And I thought I needed to worry." Fatty Big C frowned. Something was wrong. The ground where Goldie had fallen was different. As if something beneath the earth had awakened. Doozy looked at the trembling ground and murmured, "It's not that Goldie used too much force. Something feels off. Even Fatty Big C can set understand it." Fatty Big C sniffed, confused. The sensation is set from another monster attacking him, but it doesn't set feel like Goldie Sip's impact either. Goldie himself staggered, dazed. That was when the king of robotics spoke. According to ancient records, pure-blood Pixiu are symbols of good fortune. Some legends even claim they can subconsciously avert disaster. Perhaps, this is that ability manifesting. Moneymaker clicked his tongue. Amazing. He can even benefit from danger now. With that luck, who can possibly beat him? Fatty Big C shook his head solemnly. Luck can save him once or twice. Not 100 times. Moneymaker fired back instantly. What if it does save him 100 times? Say one more word and I shall bite you to death, then we shall see who saves you. Gao Peng ignored their bickering, and looked back up at the sky. Goldie was still roaring with energy, chasing pureblood Pixiu across the air. They streaked through the sky like colliding bolts of lightning, sparks ripping apart the clouds. Even though pureblood Pixiu's fur was battered and bruised, he didn't stop cursing for a single moment. "This duck is a disaster. The more we fight, the stronger he becomes. How do you live with something like this?" Goldie yelled back. "If you still got the guts, stop running." Pixiu snapped. "If you still got the guts, stop chasing." But then a thought struck him. That duck's companions below, none of them were moving. Not one lifted a finger. They were letting Goldie fight alone. Pixiu narrowed his eyes. "They don't intend to interfere at all. If I keep fighting recklessly, I'll get caught." He made his decision instantly. "I step am not in the mood today. Next time I shall teach you a real lesson." Goldie refused to accept it. "Don't set you dare run. I said I stepped to pound you into powder, and I meant it." Gao Peng exhaled heavily. Is this kid all muscle and no brain? Charging in like that, he still get ambushed at this rate. He raised his voice. "Ice Lion, Dark Child, go assist him." The two nodded seriously. Understood. Moneymaker piped up, "And us?" Gao Peng pointed to the battlefield. "Find those demons Goldie was bossing around. Keep them under control." Then he froze. "Wait, where are the demons?" Fatty Big C shrugged. When Goldie and Pixiu started fighting, they ran off chasing other monsters, probably toward Pixiu Sip's territory. Gao Peng blinked. They ran fast. He shook it off and turned to Silly. "All right, next is your promotion." Silly Sip's eyes lit up. He bounced in the air like an excited balloon. "My turn. My turn." Moneymaker drooped. "What about my turn?" Meanwhile, in a distant clearing, two monstrous figures were gossiping. Pure-blood Pixiu actually escaped. Who would Sip thought? Being chased for miles by a duck. Every monster on this battlefield will hear about it. And the duck Sep's master? He shall become famous too. This place is about to get lively. Indeed, in a distant empire, the Lashi Shinto Empire's second prince received the report. He sat tall on an ornate throne as his subordinate spoke. "Your Highness, this man claims to be from the Mingyu kingdom." The prince raised a brow. "And?" "They haven't set replied yet. Mingyu is too remote. News travels slowly." The room filled with chatter. How can a tiny country produce such a monster of a tamer? Several quasi-gods at his side. In any nation, that Sip's a top-tier force. Strange, though Weesef never heard his name. The prince silenced the room with a wave. "Investigate." If we can recruit him, then at least secure a relationship. Someone like that must not be ignored. His subordinate bowed, "Yes, your highness." And in the prince's heart, a bold thought blossomed. If I had several tamers like him, the throne would be within my grasp. Night fell over a valley glowing red from molten fire. Flammy stood at the edge of the crater, trembling. "Ancestor." Its voice quivered. Beifeng, the ancestor herself, hovered beside it in human form, speaking reassuringly. Dawn set, "Be nervous. Jump." Flammy Sip's feathers drooped in terror. "Are you sure, your excellency?" Beifeng Sip's voice was firm and absolute. "I collected flames from 100 fire-type monsters for you. Except for divine beast flames, you swallowed everything possible. To advance now, you must swallow natural flames." Flammy was still hesitating when Beifeng added casually, "Oh, and news reached us today. Pure Blood Pixiu, ranked 4th on the kill list, was chased for dozens of miles by that duck of yours." Flammy blinked. Beifeng continued, sighing dramatically. "Also, your Master Sit's location erupted with spiritual waves yesterday. Rumor says a space-type beast master ascended to quasi-god, which means," she smirked, "that little jellyfish of yours probably advanced too. Amazing, it? So powerful, such security." The more she spoke, the deeper Flammy's feathers sank. You're rubbing it in on purpose," Flammy muttered. Beifeng delivered the final blow. "When you return, what rank will you be?" Flammy exploded. "Enough. I still jump." But before jumping, it shouted back, "But when I come back, you owe me 10 tons of fire crystal silkworms." Beifeng smiled. "If you can eat that much, I shall give you another ton." Flammy inhaled deeply, steeled its nerves. "I shall do a perfect jump." It dove into the blazing crater. Lava erupted upward with a thunderous roar. Beifeng flinched, then sighed softly. "I hope it succeeds." A few days later, under a dark purple night where cracks occasionally tore open the sky and lightning flashed through them, Goping stood watching monsters battle each other. Blue and red light streaked across the battlefield, colliding again and again. This realm was truly a breeding ground for conflict. It seemed that both sides had developed a silent understanding every 3 days. During an invasion, the abyssal side would release a large wave of demons. Meanwhile, any demons that survived the battlefield could return to the abyss through the cracks. Because of this, demons tempered by bloody brutal combat became far more valuable. Goping glanced to his side. "Silly, let's test your new skill." Before he finished, he noticed Silly's cowering expression, and fell silent. "Have a little ambition," he thought. "The ones who should be afraid are the demons when they see you, not the other way around." Silly retorted angrily, insisting he wasn't scared. "Silly, warm up. Teleport me to where the demons are. I still give them a big surprise." Silly proudly lifted a foot as green flames bloomed around Dorsey. Laughing boldly, it shouted, "You stinky demons, meet your doom." But the bravado instantly evaporated the moment it saw the demon sept big red eyes and huge fangs. Silly forced an awkward smile. "Hello everyone." Goping frowned. "Great. Did I just get sent straight into a demon nest?" Silly panicked, running in circles. "What do we do? Will Dorsey be killed?" Goping answered coldly, "Relax. Dorsey can handle it." At that moment, Dorsey Sip's body, hovering in midair, suddenly erupted with a blinding purple light. Silly gasped, "Big light bulb." The beams grew stronger and began interlacing like a glowing net. Silly Sip's eyes sparkled. "Dorsey is so cool, so handsome." Just then, the ice line pointed toward a crack. Goping, "Look, something Sep's coming out." A shape flew from the tier, transforming into a red-skinned, green-haired demon with one large and one small horn. Grinning at the purple beams, it raised a golden shuriken and hurled it toward Dorsey. A powerful red beam burst from the mechanical shuriken. The robot mutant identified it at once. Gutra, the moonchaser from the 65th floor of the abyss. Gutra absorbed the surrounding purple light. All 4 of his eyes snapped open. "No enemy can escape my lock-on." Dorsey froze as Gutra Sip's red beam tightened into a crosshair. Unable to move, it panicked. Gutra crossed his arms. "Execute the soul." The purple aura around him twisted violently, generating a gust that propelled the red beam straight at Dorsey. The ice lion cried out, "Dorsey." Goping merely smirked. A demon with red horns, fallen wings, sharp thorns covering its body, and a huge thorn-covered eyeball suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. The red beam slammed into the new demon's body, exploding with a deafening blast. Dorsey exhaled in relief. Dumby stepped forward, white light gathering around her hand. Goping shrugged. "After Dumby reminded me, I asked White Steel to prepare a backup plan." The ice lion and Silly glared at him. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Gutra narrowed his eyes. The technique was unmistakable. The power of white bones controlling another creature's muscles and skeleton from afar, twisting them into a shield to block an attack. Fascinating. Goping looked at Dumby. "Want to go?" Dumby stared at her glowing hand and nodded, Her blue eyes narrowed as the star between her brows lit up. Then she shot into the air. "Before you die," Dumby said, "you will hear my footsteps." White beams erupted around her, forming a ring of light that expanded outward with her at its center. Below, the pureblood Pixiu observed quietly. Forget the duck. There were 3 other beasts of equal strength, and his face was swollen from earlier blows. Even so, he admitted that the skeleton creature made him feel the presence of death. He looked at Goping. Someone who casually summoned mythical beasts with this kind of power was becoming more and more intriguing. Far away, a red-skinned, silver-haired man with 2 golden tufts on his head, wearing a black cloak, Guching, was watching the white halo with arms crossed. He addressed the mythical beast beside him. "Look over there. It seems to be taking souls." The beast, Bai Ji, replied. "They stebber all demon souls. Their origins may be unclear, but if they stebber fighting demons, they must be allies of our Jiwei and Shidi." Dumby, clad in a black cloak and surrounded by white light, transformed into a blazing shape, then into a massive arm that pierced through demon after demon. Each demon struck fell like a kite with a broken string. Gutra's expression darkened. Any demon pierced by that undead arm had its soul forcibly torn away. Realizing the danger, he fled at once, the red glow around him flickering. If he was hit, nothing good would follow. Better to retreat now and figure out the enemy's weakness later. But the giant arm appeared behind him unexpectedly. Gutra reassured himself that although Dumby's giant arm was extremely fast, it shouldn't be able to change direction easily. He was wrong. Gutra spun around and hurled a barrage of flying knives, while the red beam stabbed into Dumby Sip's giant arm at the same time. Clenching his hands, Gutra sneered, "Let's see what you can do now." Before he could finish the taunt, he noticed a figure in a black cloak standing in the palm of the giant hand. His eyes widened. "How is there only a small hole?" Dumby shouted, gathering white light from every direction into the arm. In the blink of an eye, the wound closed completely. Gutra was stunned. Not only had the arm healed instantly, it was growing even larger. Down below, Zhuking and Bai watched with suspicion. Bai muttered, "This guy Sit's going to drag the disaster eastward." Zhuking laughed wildly. "Then take a punch from me first." His eyes flashed red and golden light surged around his body. He threw a punch toward the sky where the chase was happening. At that exact moment, Gutra, mid-escape, was struck squarely by the blow and blasted straight into Dumby's enormous palm. His body was torn apart instantly. Dumby Sip's giant fingers closed around him. Between the gaps, Gutra screamed hoarsely, "How can I die here?" Zhuking clicked his tongue. "Weak. Fighting someone like that is boring." Bai silently acknowledged that any demon who could earn a title in the Abyss wasn't ordinary. Gutra specialized in large-scale explosive attacks, and had roughly the combat power of a silent lion. Bai addressed Dumby. "Well done." "Thank you for the praise, Master," Dumby replied. She lifted the remains of the defeated demon and asked, "Do you need me to bring back the corpse?" Yao King, clearly intrigued, thought the corpse might actually be useful. Bai agreed. "Su King, you should take a share too. That demon Sep's grade isn't set low. You made a contribution." Zhu King Sep's eyes lit up. "You still are right." Just then, something black dropped in front of them. Both he and Bai were puzzled. Zhu King gave Dumby a thumbs up. "Nice cooperation. Did you create that giant arm just now?" Dumby didn't answer. Instead, she raised her hand and threw another item their way. Zhu King looked down. "What Sep's this?" Dumby opened her hand and explained, "My master said that no matter where you go, you should present a welcome gift to make new friends." With that, she left. Zhu King chuckled. "Quite polite." Dewey turned to Goping. "You start giving away spoils now? When did you change your ways?" Goping bristled. "What? Are you saying I stingy? Besides," he tugged his cloak tighter, "in a place like this, strength isn't the only thing that matters. We also need allies. Let's go." Zhu King told Bai, "Let's head back to camp." With most of the invasion's main forces eliminated by Dumby, only scattered remnants remained. Since the creation of the World Vortex battlefield, the Abyss had rarely claimed victories. The Abyss was fighting on many fronts while the forces of Jiwei and Shidi were fully mobilizing. If the World Vortex battlefield ever collapsed, their base camp would immediately be exposed. A voice suddenly called out from behind, "Hi." Goping turned and recognized Zhu King. Zhu King grinned at his reaction. "Kid, you stare not bad." Goping replied respectfully, "It sets nothing. It sets an honor to befriend Lord Zhu King." Zhu King raised a brow. "You know me." Before Goping could respond, Bai scolded him. "You haven't introduced your new friend yet." Laughing, Zhu King said, "Let me introduce my good friend." Goping stared, wondering why yet another divine beast was appearing. There were far too many divine beasts in this place. Bai introduced himself warmly. "Hello. This idiot Zhu King has a very straightforward personality. If he says something inappropriate, I apologize on his behalf." Goping waved quickly. No, we like straightforward people." The ice lion muttered internally, "Because it's easier to trick an idiot, right?" Zhu Qing invited everyone to leave the chaotic area. This isn't set the place to host friends. Immediately, the three young beastmasters shouted together, "Come to our place." Goldie excitedly chimed in, "Lord Zhu Qing, tell us about the abyss. I heard the deeper the demon god sips floor, the stronger he is. Is that true?" Zhu Qing nodded. "That sips what they say, but there are exceptions. For example, the demon lord on the 7th level, the Deathstorm Crow of Darkness. He once fought Shua Sipan Wu, one of the 4 holy generals, and even retreated without injury." The Beastmasters were awestruck. Zhu Qing's stories left them wide-eyed with admiration. Standing behind the group, Dumby fell into deep thought. In the Yin Soul state earlier, her main body had sensed something faint, but now she felt nothing. Had she imagined it? Someone suddenly called her name. Dumby jumped. "What is it?" The ice lion pointed at a large pit with disgust. "Look at this yourself." Dumby stared, speechless. From the bottom of the pit, Goldie yelled angrily, "Who dug this hole?" The Moneymaker Beast explained that Goldie had supervised demons digging the pit earlier, then walked off without looking where he was going. Goldie denied it immediately. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who sits trying to harm me? Come out." Dumby turned and said, "Let Sets go first. Don't Sets worry about him." Goldie, however, was still wandering restlessly inside the pit. "Today I must find whatever filthy thing ambushed me." Then he noticed something strange. In the dirt lay a blood-red fossil, radiating a pungent metallic scent. Goldie tapped it with one hand while covering his nose with the other. "What is this thing?" With another poke, he accidentally pierced its surface. A stream of thick red liquid poured out. Goldie jerked back in disgust. "That sip's nasty." At that moment, the Moneymaker Beast turned around and called to him. "Goldie, hurry up." Goldie scratched his head, unsure. "Should I show this to Gaoping? It feels strange." He turned to look again, only to freeze. The red fossil looked smaller than before. Unaware of the change, the Moneymaker kept urging him. "Come on. Zhu Qing is about to start telling stories." At that, Goldie Sip's hesitation evaporated. "Stories." He jumped out of the pit at once. "Here, I espum here," but even while running he muttered to himself, "It's Sep's just a piece of ore." Gaoping one-step mind. Across the desolate battlefield, only ruins and worthless low-level demons remained. Nothing worth collecting. It was time to return to base camp. But deep in a shadowed corner of the battlefield, a small creature with 2 antlers appeared. Seeing no one around, it smiled in satisfaction. Silently, without leaving a trace, it approached a fallen demon. Using its sharp claws, it drew blood and sketched a sacrificial formation on the ground. Soon, black mist swirled over the completed circle. "My mission is complete," it whispered. But the next moment, its body trembled, its eyes turned blood red, blood trickled from its mouth, and it collapsed. After an unknown amount of time, one of its hands twitched. A red glow wrapped around its body and lifted it into the air. Suddenly its eyes snapped open, and a sinister smile crept across its twisted features. The limbs contorted unnaturally, as though it were unfamiliar with the body. Gazing toward the distant battlefield, it began to laugh. "The battlefield of World Vortex. How familiar. Let me give you a special gift." Dark energy erupted from its body like an explosion, pouring downward into a hidden chamber where a cocoon woven from blood-red silk waited. As the energy streamed into it, the cocoon radiated a brilliant crimson light that engulfed the surroundings. The next day, at the Juwei and Shidi base camp, Zhu Qing resumed his storytelling. "Now then," he said, "where were we yesterday?" Goldie immediately raised his hand. "I know. The level 55 Demon Lord." Zhu Qing nodded. "Right. I almost forgot. The records say that the Abyss Demon Lord of the 55th floor is the venomous snake plague demon. Its divine power is comparable to a neutral god, quite strong." The spirit beasts, Set's eyes widened with awe. Suddenly something descended behind them, and a voice called out, "Zhu Qing." Zhu Qing turned. "What?" A notification flashed through the system. Monster name, One-Legged Thunderbull. Monster level, Oct Unneunzig. Quality, mythical. Element, lightning. Description. Its roar is like thunder, its skin is like a stretched drum, its bones strike like mallets. Even a casual blow can travel 500 meters. Effect 1, passive. The one-legged thunderbull's skin emits sound capable of causing sonic damage, along with fear, dizziness, and paralysis. Effect 2, passive. Each attack endured reduces the enemy's lightning resistance for a short time. This effect stacks. A golden light parted, and the one-legged thunderbull emerged. Goping asked, "Lord Zhu Qing, who is this?" Zhu Qing replied calmly, "A friend of mine. He belongs to the one-legged bull clan." Goping wasn't surprised. On this battlefield, divine beasts were everywhere. He remembered one such thunderbull ranked 3rd on the killing list. Could this be the same one? But the thunderbull Sip's face was pale with panic. "This is bad. Everything is ruined." Zhu Qing frowned. "What Sip's wrong?" Bai made a grim guess. "The Dragon King Sip's son is dead." Goping blinked, confused. What happened? Zuqing stood up. Dead? Since when? The Thunderbolt stammered nervously. Zuqing reassured him. It sits fine. These are my friends. They sipper on our side. Taking a breath, the Thunderbolt continued. Last night, he died silently. We didn't discover it until morning. Zuqing slammed his hand down. Impossible. Even the number 1 on the killing list would need half an hour to kill the Dragon King. That much time would alert the entire camp. How did no one notice anything?